System, you guy, are you really sure this is the pirate world? Xiaoyi looked at the orange-haired girl in front of him who smiled and handed him a steamed bun, and muttered in his heart. Unfortunately, the system that brought him into this world did not respond. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. Although there are many beautiful girls with orange hair in the pirate world, as a man who has watched countless dramas, Natsuki can still recognize the identity of this little girl. Although there is a difference between two-dimensional and three-dimensional characters, if you are familiar with each other, you can recognize them no matter which dimension. This little girl who handed him the steamed buns, Natsuki did not admit her mistake. Her name was Matsumoto Ranju. However, Matsumoto Ranjuku is not a character from the pirate world, but rather a character from the Shinigami world next door. Could it be that the unreliable system even recognized the wrong path and sent him to the world of death instead of the world of pirates? Thank you. Although she was a little confused, Xiaoyi still reached out to take the steamed bun and expressed her gratitude to the little girl. After all, the hunger in his stomach reminded him that if he didn't eat anything, he would soon starve to death. After taking a bite of the steamed bun and swallowing it, Xiaoyi felt a warm current spreading in his belly. For a moment, he even wondered if he had cultivated the ability of life return to fully absorb the energy of this steamed bun. Survived. Although the hunger in the belly still exists, it is no longer the feeling that can starve to death at any time. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd starve to death. After eating the steamed buns, Xiaoyi regained a lot of strength, got up from the ground, and thanked the little girl. It's not that exaggerated, although it is very uncomfortable to be hungry in the Soul Society, but it is true that you will not starve to death. Soul Society? It's over. Xiaoyi's heart sank and she felt a huge gap. Confirmed that this little girl is Matsumoto Ranju. Although both the worlds of death and pirates are places with extraordinary powers, Natsuya can feel hungry in the world of Shinigami, indicating that he also has Ryatsu here and may become a god of death. But, if he is really in the pirate world, with his pirate achievement system, Natsuya is confident that he can grow to the peak of pirates. But now it is the Soul Society, it is the flowing Soul Street. Who knows what level his qualifications can be cultivated here. As a social animal, Xiaoyi is still quite clear about himself. He was just an ordinary person, and even if he had memories of the world of the god of death, he couldn't be sure where he would end up. More importantly, unlike the pirate world, the world of death has experienced many crises of extinction, and finally almost let Yuhabak recreate the world. Looking at Matsumoto Ranju's age, it is only more than 100 years before that day comes. Alas! Natsuki let out a sigh and focused his attention on the system in his mind. Pirate achievement system to help you climb to the top of the world. The system will reward you for your achievements based on your achievements. Now, please choose a faction and successfully join the faction to get faction rewards. Naval Route. Soldier, 3rd class, Private 2nd class, 1st class. Non-commissioned officers, Corporal, Sergeant, Sergeant. Colonel, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel. General, Major General, Lieutenant General. General Alternate. General. Marshal. Pirate Route. Miscellaneous pirates, 0 to 1 million Bailey bounty. Rookie pirate, 100 to 10 million Bailey bounty. Famous pirates, 10 million-100 million Bailey bounty. Pirate Supernova, 1 to 300 million Bailey bounty. Captain of the Royal Regiment, 3 to 1 billion Bailey bounty. The Emperor's Deputy. Pirate Emperor. One Piece. Revolutionary Army Route. Warrior. Commander. Cadre. Captains. Chief of Staff. Leader. In addition to the mainstream 3 achievement routes, there are also bounty hunter routes, new naval routes, and 7 warlords routes. If you are in the pirate world, you can set up a bamboo raft on a summer night, graffiti a pirate flag and go to sea, or go to the naval base to participate in training to get the initial achievement reward. But now it's the world of the gods of death. Where did the Navy come from? Where did the pirates come from? Where did the Revolutionary Army come from? What is a good system that cannot be rewarded? This system is too unreliable. After complaining a few words about the uselessness of the system in his heart, Xiaoyi smiled dryly and said to Matsumoto Ranju, "Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, I just arrived here and don't know much about these. However, I still have to thank you. Even if you don't starve to death, that feeling is worse than starving to death. Indeed, that feeling is really uncomfortable." Matsumoto Ranju heard Natsui's words and nodded in agreement. She has also experienced this feeling. At that time, it was Ian who gave her his food that allowed her to survive. Because of this, when he saw that Natsui was about to faint from hunger, Matsumoto Ranju would give him some food like silver. Thinking of silver, a hint of loneliness flashed in Matsumoto Ranju's eyes. She didn't understand why silver left her, but she knew that something must have happened to make silver make such a decision. During this time, she has been following in the footsteps of silver and inquiring about how to become a god of death. That feeling is indeed worse than death. Seeing today's summer night, Matsumoto Ranju suddenly fell into a trance. When she came back to her senses, she shook her head at Li Xiaye and said, "I'm sorry, little guy. If it was a week ago, I might have invited you to live with me and Ian and become a family. However, now I have to find a way to become a god of death, and I can only help you. Next, if you go in this direction, you will meet a village where there is a good family. family, and looking at your well-behaved appearance, you may be able to become their adopted son. After saying that, Matsumoto Runju planned to turn around and leave. Wait. Seeing this, Xiaoyi hurriedly stopped Matsumoto Runju and showed a naive smile. That, sister, I want to be a god of death too. Look, is it convenient to take me with you? Although this unreliable system has sent itself to the wrong place, the danger of the Shinigami world is not low at all. Void, buoyant, travel disaster, annihilation division. Since he will be hungry and has Ryatsu, Xiaoyi naturally aspires to become a god of death and has the power to protect himself. Of course, Xiaoyi understands that after becoming a god of death he is still an ordinary person and perhaps he can only be regarded as cannon fodder in the face of these crises. However, Xiaoyi would rather put in effort to cultivate than easily survive the crisis like those ignorant and unaware residents of Flowing Soul Street. He didn't want to put his life in the hands of others. What's more, the ordinary 30 years in his previous life made Xiaoyi's resistance to extraordinary power almost zero. To be more precise, it should be negative. Otherwise, he would not have easily agreed to bind after being fooled by the so-called pirate achievement system and embarked on an adventure to the pirate world with it. Although it seems that Natsuki was indeed pitted by this pirate achievement system. However, being able to come to the world of Shinigami with extraordinary power was also an unexpected surprise for him. The ghost path system of the Shinigami world is not inferior to the domineering system of the pirate world, and the Zanpakuto is as dizzying as the devil fruit's ability. Just then, Matsumoto Ranjiku was planning to find a way to become a god of death. How could Natsuki let go of this ride? From Matsumoto Ranju's words, Natsuya learned that he was now in the stage of Aizen Sasuke, making the broken jade. Moreover, Aizen had already taken the Spirit King's fingertips from Matsumoto Ranjiku's soul. If there were no accidents, the collapsed jade in Aizen's hand was about to be made. Ikemara Jin, on the other hand, has left her and embarked on the road of revenge because he wants to avenge Matsumoto Ranjiku and regain what Aizen took away. Natsuki didn't know how long Matsumoto Ranjiku spent in Flowing Soul Street before successfully entering Mao's spiritual academy to study and become a god of death. But at least, following Matsumoto Ranjiku, you have a 100% chance of becoming a god of death. If you let yourself run around like a headless fly, Xiaoyi has no confidence that she will survive. This, Matsumoto Ranju hesitated for a moment and was about to refuse. Seeing this, Xiaoyi quickly assured, sister, don't worry, I will be responsible for my decision, as long as you agree to let me follow you. So, my name is Ranju, Matsumoto Ranju, what is your name? When Xiaoyi said this, Matsumoto Ranjiku no longer refused. Moreover, if there is a companion along the way, not only can they rely on each other, but they can also encounter many dangers, especially those groups that specialize in plundering other people's food for a living, specifically pick those who seem easy to bully. Although Xiaoyi looks young and does not have much deterrent power in appearance, at least, with Xiaoyi's existence, Matsumoto Ranju is no longer alone, but a member of the group. As long as she doesn't say it, how can others know that she is a lone wolf and not a member of a group? Having lived with Ikemaro Jin in Flowing Soul Street for several years, Matsumoto Ranjiku is naturally no stranger to how to survive here. Xiaoyi, Sister Lanju, my name is Xiaoyi. This is the Sea writing? Looking at the majestic building in front of him, Xiaoyi couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, buildings as tall as the Sea writing were, even taller than those stone pillars, and Xiaoyi had seen many of them in his previous life. However, those buildings did not bring him such a shocking feeling. On the one hand, the picture in the second dimension is truly displayed in front of me, as if it is a miracle. On the other hand, this is also because during the more than a year of wandering with Matsumoto Ranjiku, all I saw was thatched houses, mud embryo houses, and other things of the backward era. Even wooden houses can only be seen in the neighborhoods within the 10th ward. Suddenly seeing a building made entirely of white stone, this sense of impact is simply a perfect score. Of course, what Xiaoyi saw was only through the 2-meter-high wall to see the high-rise buildings in the distance. This wall completely separated Sea writing from the Flowing Soul Street, and inside and outside the wall, it seemed to be two parallel but non-intersecting worlds. Well, that's where the gods of death and nobles live, Suraitai. Matsumoto Ranjiko curled her hair with her index finger. For more than a year, she hadn't found any news of Silver, and she was able to come here. Thinking about the ability of Silver, I am afraid that she had already entered it and became a god of death, right? Next, let's just wait for the annual assessment of the Mayung Spiritual Academy. Well, thank you, Sister Ranju. After Xiaoyi came back to his senses, he bent down slightly and said to Matsumoto Ranju, for more than a year, if it weren't for Sister Ranju's care, not only would I not be able to come here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known where I died. I will remember this kindness. In the future, as long as you say a word to Sister Lanju, even if it is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I am obliged to do so. Okay. Hearing Xiaoyi's statement, Matsumoto Ranju was stunned for a moment and asked hesitantly, Xiaoyi, do you want to be separated from me? Xiaoyi nodded. During this time, I have had enough trouble with Sister Ranju. If I continue to trouble, I'm afraid I will look down on myself. To be honest, if she could, Natsuki he certainly wanted to continue to be with Matsumoto Ranjaku, but he understood that once he entered the Siriidii, Matsumoto Ranjaku would definitely attract Ikemaro Jin's attention. At that time, the people around Matsumoto Ranjaku will definitely not be able to escape Ikemaro Jin's attention. In the world of Shinigami, Ikemaro Jin is a super genius that few people can match him, and at this moment, he may have killed the god of death who went to Ryukin Street with Aizen to attack Ranjaku and became Aizen Sasuke's right-hand man. Although he is the protagonist of the Time Traveler Plus system flow, under normal circumstances, even the ultimate bosses such as Ikemaro Jin, and even Aizen Sasuke and Uebach, as long as they give Natsuya time to develop, they are not invincible. Unfortunately, his system is unreliable. Pirate achievement system, but this is the world of Shinigami. Where should I go to accomplish my achievements? At present, the best policy is to survive first. After saying goodbye to Matsumoto Ranjaku, Natsuya began looking for a place to live. After all, according to the information they inquired, there were still 3 months left before this year's enrollment assessment of Mayung Spiritual Arts. Although the living conditions in District 1 cannot be compared to Siraitai, it is already a paradise compared to the neighborhoods behind. Therefore, with little effort, Xiaoyi became an apprentice in a pastry shop in exchange for enough food to fill his stomach. Oh, not bad. 10th rank spiritual power. Xiaoyi withdrew his hand on the beads, and when he heard the assessment officer's evaluation, he couldn't help but feel happy. In the world of the god of death, the spirit is divided into 20 ranks. The lowest level of spiritual power is the 20th level that only has Ryatsu. The higher the level of Lingwei, the more significant the difference in the strength of Ryatsu. Even the captains of the 13th Gotiei team were mostly third-class spirits, and the spiritual power of the ordinary soldiers in the 13th team of Gotiei is almost also within the scope of the 10th level of spiritual power. This means that Xiaoyi now only needs to learn how to control Lingzi and master the 4 skills of slaying white instant ghost death and can obtain power comparable to that of ordinary Shinigami. Although compared with those geniuses, there is still a big gap, but at least, I have the potential to awaken the Zanpakuto. In addition to the 4 skills of the god of death, the key to improving the strength of the god of death is still the ability of the Zanpakuto. The gap between the Grim Reaper who has completed the initial solution and the unfinished Grim Reaper is almost 2 dimensions. Leaving aside the abilities brought by the Zanpakuto, after liberating the Zanpakuto, the Ryatsu of the Shinigami can be increased by 3 to 5 times. This alone can significantly widen the gap between the two. In the battle with the void, ordinary Shinigami can only deal with small and medium void at most. Only the god of death who has completed the initial solution can it be possible to cause damage to the void. The huge gap in Ryatsu made the Shinigami who had not liberated the Zanpakuto unable to even break through the steel skin of the Great Void. You go over there and wait first, and after the assessment is over, I will send you all to the Mao Spiritual Academy together. Xiaoyi expressed his gratitude to the assessment god of death, and then, in the midst of many envious eyes, he stood behind the assessment god of death and stood side by side with more than a dozen other people who passed the assessment. Ding! Just after Xiaoyi stood up, he suddenly felt a bell ringing from the depths of his soul. Is this? Xiaoyi's heart was shocked. He scanned his surroundings, and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he closed his eyes and sank his mind into his mind. Ding! The host successfully joined the naval training base. Congratulations to the host for opening the naval camp for his achievements joining the Navy. Congratulations to the host for getting the camp gift package. Congratulations to the host for receiving the primary achievement reward. Join the Navy? When Xiaoyi realized the information that this unreliable system brought to her, the whole person was stunned. I am now in the world of death. Where did I get to join the Navy? Could it be that this unreliable system is broken? No, it is not true. Soon, one thought flashed through Xiaoyi's mind. Perhaps, this unreliable system has finally become reliable once. The Navy in the One Piece world is orthodox, and in the world of Shinigami, the Reaper is also orthodox. Now, he has been successfully admitted to the Mao Spiritual Academy and has become a Shinigami student, which can be regarded as the ruling armed force of the Shinigami world. Therefore, the pirate achievement system judged that he had joined the naval training base. Although for him, the gap between the Shinigami world and the pirate world is huge, but in the eyes of the system, there is not much difference between the two. The way it gets information is by scraping directly from the world. When he entered the orthodox ruling body of the Reaper world, the system believed that he chose the path of the Navy and became a reserve navy. In this way, in the world of death, the void that opposes the god of death may be equivalent to the pirates in the world of pirates? And the revolutionary army, is it the exterminator who wants to subvert the Siriidii? Is the 7 warlords of the king the future Cayman army? Revolutionary dragon equals with havoc? Okay, thank you. Draconians equals nobles? 5 elders equals 0 division? Emu equals spirit king? As Xiaoyi's thoughts deepened, he felt more and more that these speculations seemed to be reasonable. It seems that this unreliable system has finally begun to be reliable. At this time, Xiaoyi looked at the 2 light spots in her mind, and her heart was full of surprise. These 2 points of light, one big big and one small, one gold and one white. The level of these 2 points of light can be judged from the size and color. Big, golden, must be high-end or even top-notch. This is the faction pack. The small white light point belongs to the lowest level of achievement reward. After a brief period of excitement, Xiaoye's consciousness gently lit up on the white spot of light. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary achievement reward Navy Cadets and rewarding the results of 1 month of cultivation. Please select the cultivation project. 1. Physical skills. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. The 4 cultivation options are taijutsu, swordsmanship, devil fruit ability, and haki. This is the power system of the pirate world. However, Natsu does not have devil fruit abilities in haki now, so the 3rd and 4th options have turned gray. The only options that can be chosen are taijutsu and swordsmanship. Although in the pirate world, the peak of physical skills is comparable to the peak of swordsmanship, he thought to himself, but for a beginner like me, a month of swordsmanship training, the improvement of strength will definitely surpass the cultivation of physical skills. So, Xia Yi chose swordsmanship without hesitation. Now, the most important thing for him is to enhance his strength. Although he doesn't ask for much strength, at least he can't be bullied by others in the academy. As far as Xia Yi knows, Neon School bullying can be described as the best in the world. If he doesn't show his edge, he can only become the target of bullying by others. As Xia Yi's consciousness pointed to swordsmanship, the white light spots instantly converged into the swordsmanship options and merged into his soul. In an instant, the memory of practicing swordsmanship in the naval training base suddenly appeared in his mind, exactly for a month, and it was all weather, uninterrupted cultivation. Xia Yi felt that if he was given a sword now, he would easily be able to kill 4 or 5 of his previous self alone. He glanced at the huge golden light spot in his mind, hesitated in his heart, and finally decided not to open it here. Becoming a naval cadet is considered a basic achievement, and the achievement reward obtained is the result of a month's cultivation. The golden faction gift package can open the top treasure of the pirate world, or devil fruit ability, or 3-color haki, or some kind of powerful trick. If you get a rare ability such as a natural ability or overlord haki, it may cause some movement when you accept it. It's better to wait for yourself to be alone before choosing to open the faction gift package. When he opened his eyes and saw that the people around him did not show any strange expressions, Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Gently clenching his fists, Xia Yi could feel that at that moment just now, he had indeed obtained the results of a month of swordsmanship cultivation. Not only the swordsmanship and memory, but also the physical fitness has also been significantly improved. The effective cultivation for a month in a row far exceeded the result of 12 hours of cultivation followed by 12 hours of rest, which made Xia Yi full of expectations for the Golden Naval Camp gift package. White's minimum achievement reward has increased his strength several times, so what kind of improvement will the Golden gift package bring? Seeing that Matsumoto Ranju also successfully passed the assessment, Xia Yi actually smiled at her for the first time. This was definitely an impossible move he could have done before. After all, Natsuyi didn't want to be targeted by Ikemaro Jin. Matsumoto Ranju was Ikemaro Jin's biggest weakness, and the only person he cares about. Natsuyi didn't think that his small body could withstand Ikemaro Jin's magic gun. But now that the unreliable system is starting to become reliable, Ikemaru Silver? What is that? Forget it, I don't pretend to be an ordinary person anymore. I thought I would get along with them as ordinary people, but in exchange for ignoring them, I have a showdown, I am a billionaire, no, I am hanging on the wall. Now, only a few people such as Aizen Sasuke, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, and Ichibai of the Ministry of War are worthy of his high look. The mere city is completely controlled. Matsumoto Ranju didn't know that in just a few seconds, Xia Yi had already flashed so many thoughts in his heart. Seeing Xia Yi smiling at him, Matsumoto Ranju also smiled back, happy that Xia Yi was able to pass the assessment and join Mao Spiritual Academy. After all the people in line today were tested, the assessment officer took more than 40 people who had passed the assessment through the Black Ling Gate into the Sirai Court and went to the Mao Spiritual Academy. What a rich spirit! After passing through the Black Tomb Gate and entering the Sirai Court, Xia Yi didn't know what others felt, but he just took a deep breath and felt the hunger in his stomach weaken a little. A stronger concentration of Ryatsu is a good thing for people who have Ryatsu, but for ordinary people who don't have Ryatsu, it is a huge burden. It can be said that all the people who survive in the Saraitai have Ryatsu. Naturally, most people only have Ryatsu of the 20th or 18th rank. They are able to survive in the Saraiti, but their potential is limited if they want to cultivate as a god of death. Therefore, the people in the Siraitai still live the lives of ordinary people. But at the moment when Xia Yi took a deep breath, he felt the hunger in his stomach lessen again. The richer concentration of Reisher is beneficial to people with Ryatsu, but it is a huge burden for ordinary people. The people who survive in the Saraitai are all Ryatsu, and most of them only have Ryatsu of the 20th or 18th grade. For the people of Flowing Soul Street, if they want to cross classes, the only way is to become a god of death. But for people born in Siraitai, unless they are talented talented, they will hardly want to become a god of death. After all, the people in Sirai court knew that the number of Shinigami recruited by the 13th team of the Gotiai each year was limited. However, the number of students who were about to graduate from Maoria Jutsu Academy was more than 10 times the number of recruits. Those students who were not recruited by the Gotiai 13 team ended up where they went, and the people of Flowing Soul Street did not know. They only knew that dozens or even hundreds of people were recruited by the Mao Spiritual Academy every year, but only 2 or 3 of them could be selected by the Gotiai 13 team. The people in the Saraitai knew that those students who were not recruited by the Gotiai 13 team were eventually organized into the Void Circle Expeditionary Force and went to the Void Circle to fight. There is no exception. So far, few of the Shinigami who went to the Void Circle Expeditionary Force have been able to return to the Saraitai. Therefore, if there is a choice, the people in the Saraitai will not choose to become the god of death but will spend their lives in peace. Following behind the assessor, he came to the training ground of Mao Spiritual Arts, where he gathered with the other 3 teams. These were all students recruited from other blocks. Next, these students will be divided into classes according to the results of recruitment, among which Matsumoto Ranjiku was assigned to Class A with the 8th class of spiritual power. Xiaoyi 10th class Lingwei barely entered Class A and became Matsumoto Ranju's classmate. After the class assignment was completed and the class time was notified, the dormitory arrangement followed. In this way, Xiaoyi's first day at Mao Spiritual Art Academy was over. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. In the dormitory, after the roommates fell asleep, Xiaoyi quietly opened her eyes. Then, he sank his mind into his mind again and gently tapped the golden ball of light. Bang! A sound like a balloon exploding sounded in Xiaoyi's mind. Immediately, the golden ball of light turned into countless golden points of light and merged into Xiaoyi's mind. For a moment, Xiaoyi felt that his mind seemed to be spreading outward, and everything around him instantly came into his mind. This is seeing and smelling domineering? Xiaoyi opened his eyes, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The golden gift package is definitely the top achievement reward in the pirate achievement system. By opening these golden points of light, Summer Knight can obtain tricolor hockey, devil fruit, or powerful moves. For him now, seeing and smelling domineering is undoubtedly a symbol of good luck. Of course, the biggest thing that improves Xiaoyi's strength is the ability of the devil fruit. As long as it is not those abilities such as everyone's fruit in ordinary human form, it will greatly increase his strength. If we talk about the most cost-effective, it is naturally the Overlord Domineering of the 3-color Domineering. In terms of Xiaoyi's current strength, even if he gets the Overlord's Domineering, the strength will not be too high. Armed Hockey also has certain requirements for physical strength. If Xiaoyi gets the Armed Domineering color now, I am afraid that even the soldiers of the daughter country are not as good. Only seeing and smelling domineering has a strong auxiliary effect on him. In the pirate world, the breath of all things comprehended by the swordsman is somewhat similar to the domineering of seeing and hearing. In other words, this can be regarded as some kind of variant of seeing and smelling domineering. A swordsman who understands the breath of all things can perform a flying slash dot. Such a swordsman is often called a swordsman. Now that I have a certain foundation in swordsmanship, and at the same time I have awakened to the domineering of seeing and smelling, which makes it much less difficult for me to comprehend the breathing of all things in reverse based on the domineering of seeing and smelling. A swordsman who can perform flying slashes can at least be regarded as a combat power of the official level or higher in the world of the god of death. This is also the fastest way for me to improve my strength. Although the swordsmanship system of the One Piece world and the Bleach world is different, there are still certain similarities between the two. The flying slash performed by the swordsmen of the pirate world mainly rely on their own swordsmanship realm and the understanding and application of breathing of all things. Most of the flying slashes performed by the Shinigami in the Shinigami world are achieved through highly condensed Ryatsu. From this point of view, the swordsmen of the pirate world are superior to the gods of the Reaper world in terms of swordsmanship. In a way, Shinigami's Ryatsu is similar to the haki of the pirate world. For example, the powerful slashes performed by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, and others are similar to the way of the Reapers, all of which are slashed through powerful haki. The slashing strength of the swordsman is closely related to their own kendo realm, and the slashing strength of these strong people is closely related to their own domineering strength. Of course, if a person's swordsmanship realm is high enough and his domineering cultivation is strong enough, he can naturally become the world's top powerhouse. For example, Hawkeye Mihawk, the #1 swordsman in the pirate world, will definitely be a captain-level figure even if he is placed in the world of Shinigami. Next, in the cultivation of Mao spiritual arts, I should focus on swordsmanship, supplemented by ghost paths, and try hard to get achievement rewards. Xiaoyi understood that although he now had the domineering spirit, even if he did not receive the rewards of the pirate achievement system in the future, he would be able to reach the level of a swordsman comparable to the official and even the vice-captain, and he would not even be unable to compete with the captains. But now that the system has become reliable, Xiaoyi naturally hopes that his growth rate can be faster and the upper limit can be higher. Blending the power of the pirate world world in the Shinigami world, he may be able to break through the shackles of the world and become a god who surpasses the Spirit King. With a beautiful vision for the future, Xiaoyi fell asleep intoxicatingly. Xiaoyi, this way, this way. The next day, when Xiaoyi came to the classroom, he saw Matsumoto Ranju waving to him. In an instant, Xiaoyi felt that the eyes of some students in the classroom were not friendly. Seeing this, he smiled slightly. It seems that although Matsumoto Ranju has not yet fully grown, it has attracted many admirers. If I sit next to Matsumoto Ranju, I am afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among some students. But who cares about that? At that moment, Xiaoyi did not hesitate to walk to the vacant seat next to Matsumoto Ranju and sit down under the gaze of many eyes. Good morning, Sister Ranju. After sitting down, Xiaoyi's body tilted slightly towards Matsumoto Ranju and said softly, by the way, Sister Ranju, after returning to the dormitory yesterday, I asked the seniors in the upper grades. I heard that last year there was a rare genius in 100 years at Mao Spiritual Arts, and it took only 1 year to successfully master all the knowledge of the academy and graduate successfully. It is not a simple matter to graduate from Mao Spiritual Art Academy, especially for this kind of early graduation. The difficulty of the assessment experienced is much higher than that of normal graduation. The name of this genius is Ikemaro Jin. If before Natsuyi mentioned this name, Matsumoto Ranju just regarded it as an anecdote. Genius, in the mouth of those who recruit students, Matsumoto Ranju is also a genius. But after Natsuyi mentioned the name, Matsumoto Ranjiku was stunned. What did she come here for? Isn't it because Ian wants to become a god of death that she came here and wants to stand side by side with Ian again? Last night, Matsumoto Ranju was still thinking, if he met Silver in the academy, how would he react? Was it shocked, surprised, or chose to ignore it? However, Matsumoto Ranju never thought that before he inquired about the news, Xiaoyi had already found the trace of Silver. Although this news made Matsumoto Ranjiku's previous fantasies come to naught, at least she confirmed Ikemaro Jin's news. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi shook her head. It should be me who apologizes to Sister Ranju. If it weren't for the delay in time with me, Sister Ranju, you should have entered the Mao Spiritual Academy a year earlier. In that case, maybe you will be able to meet Signorine. In fact, Xiaoyi knew in her heart that her existence not only did not delay the time for Matsumoto Ranjiku to arrive at Mao Spiritual Academy, but made her a few years earlier. But only Xiaoyi himself understands such a thing. He wasn't sure if Matsumoto Ranjiku would complain about it when he knew that Ikemaro Jin had only graduated from Mao Ryujutsu Academy last year, and even regretted taking him on the road to becoming a god of death. Xiaoyi didn't want their relationship to crack because of such speculation, so she pretended to be relaxed and took all the mistakes on herself. No. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Matsumoto Ranju smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for Xiaoyi, I don't know how many years it would take to get here. And, speaking of this, Matsumoto Ranjiku did not continue, but looked at the blue sky outside the window. It should be said, it really deserves to be Silver, right? Even if you become a god of death, you are still the most dazzling one. At this time, Matsumoto Ranjiku had both regret for not being able to see Ikemaro Jin and a blessing for him to succeed in becoming a god of death. Seeing that Matsumoto Ranju did not blame himself for the mistake, Natsuyi breathed a sigh of relief. Although it seems to be free and easy, but for Matsumoto Ranjuku, who saved his life and brought him to Mao Spiritual Academy, Xiaoyi was still very concerned in his heart. If possible, he hopes that the relationship will last. However, this is not that Natsuyi has been thinking about Matsumoto Ranju. This is absolutely impossible. In the heart of summer nights, Ikemaro Silver and Matsumoto Ranjiku are a couple. He really hopes that the two will eventually come together. What? Ikemaro Jin, who slept quietly in the arms of Matsumoto Ranju, is an emotion that is difficult to let go of in many people's hearts? After the Aizen incident, although Matsumoto Ranjiku is still carefree on the surface, it seems that there is no change. But, is this really the truth? Only after she was drunk would the sorrow between her eyebrows show a trace of clues. Perhaps, that is the real Matsumoto Ranju. Ikemaro Jin's death, it seems that everything is over. However, how desolate is it that the surviving chrysanthemum has to bear this longing alone and go through the rest of her life? Shaking his head, Xiaoyi suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart. At this stage, I am still too fragile. No matter what he wants to change in the future, the most important thing for him now is to master enough strength according to his own plan, and then talk about other things. On the playground, Xiaoyi held a bamboo sword in both hands and waved it with the guidance of the swordsmanship teacher. For first-year freshmen who have just entered Mao Spiritual Academy, they mainly practice slashing and white fighting in the 4 skills of the God of Death. In this regard, teachers do not force students to take care of both. If you like slashing techniques, practice with the slashing teacher. And those who like to play for nothing, learn from teachers who teach for nothing. For summer nights, naturally there will be no waste of time on fighting in vain. Although he received a month of swordsmanship training experience and in the pirate world for opening the primary achievement reward. But when he followed the teacher of Mao's Spiritual Art Academy to practice slashing, he never got distracted but carefully followed the guidance of the slashing teacher and carried out the basic training of the slash in the Shinigami world. The slashing technique of the Shinigami world and the swordsmanship of the pirate world are similar and significantly different. The swordsmanship of the two worlds has its own merits. The swordsmanship of the pirate world relies more on the understanding of the swordsman himself, and once he understands the breadth of all things, the power of swordsmanship will be greatly increased. And the slashing technique of the Shinigami world, due to the existence of the extraordinary power of Ryatsu, makes the Shinigami may not be able to reach the depth of the pirate world in terms of swordsmanship. However, the lifespan of the gods of death is hundreds or even thousands of years, which has taken the world's swordsmanship in a different direction. If the swordsmanship of the pirate world is the ultimate of skill, the world of the god of death is the ultimate of power. Of course, this does not mean that there is no connection between the two, but that each has its own focus. It is still difficult to determine who is stronger and who is weaker in terms of skill and strength. However, Xia Yi harbored ambitions to merge the essence of swordsmanship from the two worlds. The swordsmanship of the pirate world he can practice through achievement rewards in the achievement system, and the slashing technique of the death god's world, Xia Yi can only rely on his own efforts to cultivate. But in any case, Xia Yi has the foundation of swordsmanship in the pirate world coupled with his awakened haki of seeing and smelling, so that his swordsmanship cultivation is the best. Although everyone has just started practicing swordsmanship, the teachers have not yet arranged for everyone to practice swordsmanship. But from the sound of everyone swinging their swords, the teachers and students could see that the students of the entire first grade A class, in terms of slashing techniques, I am afraid that no one can beat Xia Yi. Ha ha ha! Xia Yi had no distractions, using his domineering spirit to observe the trajectory of each sword swing and adjusted his movements at all times, making the power of each sword swing more and more powerful. At the same time, he was also feeling the airflow caused by the friction between the sword in his hand and the air. In the world of pirates, the Arisher foot in the Navy 6 styles is similar to the slash of a swordsman with powerful kicking skills. Although Xia Yi's body has not yet reached the level where he can cast Lan feet, he has awakened to see and smell domineering, and he can perceive the breath of the wind through the sword in his hand, and then perform a slash similar to Lan foot. Helplessly, it has been a month since Xia Yi became a student of Mao's Spiritual Academy. This month, Xia Yi has fully mastered the basics of slashing techniques taught by the slashing teacher. He once competed with the slashing teacher. In that battle, Natsuki felt that the slashing teacher's strength, speed, and Ryatsu were stronger than his. Higher swordsmanship, even this slashing teacher himself may not be able to do it. Perhaps, if you want to learn more advanced swordsmanship in the future, you can only achieve it by going to that woman. Looking at the strong wind stirred up by Xia Yi's sword, the students practicing around couldn't help but retreat. Especially the students in front of Xia Yi are even more afraid of it. At the same time, their gaze towards Xia Yi was no longer simply surprised. Even the slashing teacher couldn't help but twitch a few times out of the corner of his eye. He has been a teacher at Mao Ryujutsu Academy for decades. Although there are not 10,000 students who have taught, there are more than 3,000. However, over the years, he had never seen anyone who could cause such a great repercussion from the outside world when practicing swordsmanship. To be precise, he had never seen a slashing technique that could trigger such a strong reaction just by relying on swordsmanship without using Ryatsu. Is this a genius? For a while, the teacher who taught the art of slashing seemed to feel that a strong swordsman was rising. What can I do for him? Such an outstanding existence is beyond the scope of what he can teach. After having a plan in mind, the teacher left the playground. He decided to report Xia Yi's performance to Captain Yamamoto. Xia Yi classmate, please give me more advice. In the ring, the young man in the white cadet uniform held a bamboo sword in both hands and bowed to Xia Yi. Each grade of Mao Ryujutsu Academy conducts an assessment every 3 months. This is a unified examination conducted by the whole grade, whether it is a student in Class A or Class D. The assessment content is the same. The God of Death is the largest and strongest violent institution in the Siriitii. Therefore, the assessment of the Reaper students must be closely related to the battle. After 3 months of study, if the students of Class D work hard and have certain talents, they may not be able to defeat the students of Class A and be promoted to Class A. Students who enjoy the treatment of Class A are naturally unwilling to be demoted to a lower class. Therefore, unless the difference in strength is really too large, the battles in the ring are always extremely fierce. This student did not know Xia Yi. It seems that he is not a student of Class A. However, Xia Yi did not despise each other because of this. Since he held the sword in his hand and entrusted his life to it, Xia Yi would not joke with his life. Indeed, for the first-year students, the teacher only taught the technique of chopping and fighting in vain. However, the enemies that Xia Yi will face in the future, slashing and fighting in vain, are only the most basic skills. All kinds of strange and powerful abilities can lead to death and death if you are not careful. Well, please advise. The other party was humble, and Xia Yi naturally did not dare to be rude. After returning to the courtesy, Xia Yi held held the sword in one hand and waited quietly for the other party to strike first. Ha! The student let out a loud shout and quickly rushed towards Xiaoyi, holding the bamboo sword high in both hands, and slashed down sharply when he approached. It's too slow. The whole body is full of flaws. Are you kidding? Even without using the hockey of seeing and smelling, when the student started moving, Xiaoyi could easily see through all his movements. Ugh! With a wave of the bamboo sword in his hand, the swift sword momentum swept up the wind, instantly bouncing the student out. Winner, Summer Night. With the announcement of the referee, the students under the ring exclaimed, "Is this the strongest kendo genius that the slashing teacher calls the strongest kendo genius? So powerful." Indeed, I was right just now, his sword didn't even touch the corner of Chijin's clothes. How can we win against such an opponent? Ha, it's ridiculous. We're all thinking about how to dodge this sword, and you still want to win? Did you drink too much? For these first-year students, Xiaoyi's swordsmanship was simply unheard of and unseen. Only the students who are also in Class A, because they see Xiaoyi practicing swordsmanship every day, are not surprised that he has such strength. However, they also became the ones who admired Xiaoyi the most. In these 3 months, they witnessed the swordsmanship of Xiaoyi, which evolved from the initial sound of breaking the wind to a sharp slash that could roll up the breeze in strong wind. As the assessment progressed, the weak were eliminated, leaving only the elites. However, none of these elites could stop his sword when facing Summer Knights. Of course, in addition to Summer Knights, there were also several students who maintained a complete victory in this assessment. Compared with previous years, their performance is good, but compared to the excellence of Summer Knights, the performance of these people is much inferior. Especially after playing against Xiaoyi, their performance was not much better than that of the others, which highlighted the gap between them and Xiaoyi. In the hearts of the teachers, perhaps only the genius who just graduated last year can be compared with Xiaoyi. Allah, is it my turn so soon? Little brother Xiaoyi, remember to be merciful. Matsumoto Ranjiku, who was standing opposite Xiaoyi, said to him with a smile on his face. Ah, don't worry, Sister Ranju, I'll pay attention. Xiaoyi nodded. When fighting with other people, Xiaoyi didn't have any mood swings, just regarded it as a tool to practice breathing of all things. As for whether the other party will be injured by the semi-finished product flying slashy cut, this is not in Xiaoyi's consideration. On the one hand, the wind slash he performed had not yet reached the level of flying slash, and although it could repel people, it was not enough to kill people. On the other hand, the academy is experienced in handling injuries in matches. At the edge of each ring, there was a Reaper of the 4th Division, ready to treat the injured cadets at any time. The 4th Division is the healing team and the Gotiei 13 team, and the team members have mastered the return path. As long as it is not a serious injury of broken hands and feet, the general wound will be healed by them quickly. However, when Natsuki faced Ranjiko Matsumoto again, he would never use the previous half-finished slash to fight. At present, Xiaoyi only relies on seeing and smelling domineering to touch a little wind breath to cut out the sword wind with a certain power. He did not fully control the power of the sword wind. If the sword wind really hurts Matsumoto Ranju, it is not what he wants to see. Start. The moment the referee announced the start of the battle, the smile on Ranjiko Matsumoto's face disappeared instantly, and as soon as his eyes froze, he began to run in an arc to attack Natsuki. What a speed! Seeing Matsumoto Ranju's movements, Xiaoyi's heart tightened. The battle of the god of death is a contest of Ryatsu. This sentence was said by Aizen Sasuke himself. It is similar to what Mr. Pirate Kai said, domineering is the existence above everything. The higher the level of Lingwei, the more obvious the gap between them. It's like the gap between Summer Knights and Matsumoto Ranju. The spiritual power when entering the Summer Knight is the 10th class spiritual power, while Matsumoto Ranjiku is the 8th class spiritual power. After 3 months of study, Xiaoyi had broken through the level of 9th level spiritual power in obtaining primary achievement rewards in cultivating during this time. Although Matsumoto Ranju failed to break through to the 7th level Lingwei, her strength in the 8th level Lingwei stage has also improved a lot. Judging from the Lingwei level alone, Matsumoto Ranju significantly surpasses Xiaoyi in terms of speed and strength. Xiaoyi clenched the bamboo sword in both hands, trying his best to resist Matsumoto Ranju's attack. Due to the huge difference in strength, every time he blocked an attack from Matsumoto Ranjiku, he would be knocked back a few steps. It's very strange. Seeing the battle between Natsuya and Matsumoto Ranjiku, not only the teachers frowned, but even the students who had failed became extremely strange. To be able to come here and become the opponent of Summer Knights, Matsumoto Ranjiku's strength is beyond doubt. But if the difference in strength between other students and Matsumoto Ranju is, it is not obvious. Especially the 2 students who were also 8th rank spiritual powers, they had fought both with Matsumoto Ranju and with Xiaoyi, and the sense of disobedience in their hearts was even more obvious. In front of Xiaoyi, they didn't behave like this. No, it should be said that they were also the losers who were cut out of the ring by Xiaoyi's sword. And now Matsumoto Ranju actually suppressed him in the battle with Xiaoyi? Are you kidding? Is Summer Knight really that weak? Or is Matsumoto Ranju really that strong? Is this acting? Contrary to the feelings of these people, Matsumoto Ranju felt that the battle with Natsuyi was too enjoyable. The sword in her hand seemed to have become an extension of her hands, and the parts that she couldn't figure out or felt awkward about the sword during training gradually became smoother. Judging from the scene, it seems that Runju's offensive is becoming more and more fierce, and it seems that if he goes one step further, he can completely defeat Xiaoyi. But although Xiaoyi seems to be full of danger, he can always turn danger into safety and escape from Matsumoto Ranjiku's sword. This is guiding battle? At this time, a slashing teacher next to the ring finally saw some clues and said in an uncertain tone. Hearing this teacher's words, the teachers next to them were shocked, and after observing carefully for a while, they nodded in unison. Indeed, it is a guiding battle. Although these teachers sensed the truth about Natsui's battle with Matsumoto Ranju, their strength against Natsuyo took it to another level. Guidance battles usually only occur between the two, which is very different in strength. Because of the huge gap between the two sides, the instructor can guide the mentee to exert their own limits and surpass themselves again and again. This is not only about strength but also about having enough eyesight to identify the flaws of the mentee and gradually guide them to breakthrough. Even the teachers of Mao's Spiritual Academy were only a handful of those who could conduct guidance battles. This means that Xiaoya's attainments in basic slashing techniques may have reached or even surpassed the level of some slashing teachers. When Xiaoya's domineering appearance noticed that Matsumoto Ranju's heritage was almost exhausted, he turned slightly sideways, cleverly avoiding Matsumoto Ranju's 3 attacks, and the bamboo sword in his hand gently hit Matsumoto Ranju's head. Sister Ranju, you lost. M.O. Matsumoto Ranju rubbed the place where he was knocked by Xiaoyi and let out a soft cry. Little brother Xiaoyi, you are really strong. Sister Ranju is not weak. Xiaoyi said with a smile, among the students who fought against me, there are only 2 or 3 at most who can compare their swordsmanship with Sister Ranju. These words were not Natsuyi comforting Matsumoto Ranju. Matsumoto Ranju's own talent should not be underestimated. She had 8th class spiritual power when she entered the school, and her ranking was also among the best in this class A, judging from the increase of Ryatsu on the body alone, whether it is speed or strength. Natsu Knight is not as good as Matsumoto Ranju. However, Natsuya's haki can gain insight into Matsumoto Ranju's attacks, coupled with his cultivation in basic slashing techniques, to guide Matsumoto Ranjuku to complete a breakthrough. It can be said that in the current year-old class, if it comes to slashing techniques, Matsumoto Ranju is second only to Xiaoyi. Natsui, win. When Natsui's conversation with Matsumoto Ranjiku was over, the referee directly announced the result of the fight. The first assessment of first-year students is over. Congratulations to Xiaoyi, he has become the chief student of the first year with his absolute strength. Ding! At the moment when the referee announced the end of the assessment, a bell suddenly rang in Xiaoyi's mind. This is a new achievement? Xiaoyi felt a burst of joy in his heart. Although he hadn't calmed down to check it yet, during this time, Xiaoyi had realized the pirate achievement system in his mind, and only when he achieved some kind of achievement, he would only send a notice and give an achievement reward. Obviously, becoming the chief student of the first year can be regarded as a new achievement in the eyes of the achievement system. The achievements of the chief student are obviously closely related to the achievements of entering the naval training camp and may also be regarded as a follow-up achievement of the naval training camp. The reward for this achievement should be more generous than the achievement of entering the naval training camp. Last time I got a month of cultivation experience. This time, I don't know how much cultivation experience I can get, whether I can comprehend the breadth of all things, and become a swordsman who can slash through the air. Xiaoyi gently stroked the bamboo sword stuck in his waist. In the world of the god of death, with the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, Xiaoyi is confident that he will comprehend the breath of the wind within a year, and turn the wind slashed by the sword into the slash of the wind. If you can get this achievement reward again, even if you fail to become a swordsman, you can greatly shorten the time it takes for Xiaoyi to become a swordsman in the world of death. At that time, although Xiaoyi's spiritual power was still lacking, with his swordsmanship that could slash through the air, his strength was comparable to that of the officials in the Gotiei 13 who had liberated the Zanpakuto. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi closed her eyes and her mind sank into her mind. Congratulations to the host for becoming the chief of this navy and unlocking the achievement of the naval rookie. Do you get the Navy Rookie achievement reward? Yes. With the confirmation of Summer Night, a white ball of light floated out of the pirate achievement system, and the 4 big characters Navy Rookie vaguely appeared on it. Although this is only the lowest level of white achievement, it is 10 times larger than the white light spot that entered the naval training base for the first time obtained on a summer night. Obviously, the more difficult the achievement, the greater the reward. The difference between the difficulty of entering the naval training base and becoming the chief student of the same class is so big. Xiaoya's mind moved, and in an instant, 4 options appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary achievement reward Navy Rookie and rewarding the year's cultivation results. Please select the cultivation project. 1. Physical skills. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. Compared with the first choice, the cultivation time this time increased from 1 month to a year, a full 12 times more, which was enough to match the difficulty of the achievement. In addition, among the 4 cultivation options chosen, 1, 2, and 4 all exude a bright luster, and only the third option, Devil Fruit ability, is dim and cannot be chosen. Choice 2, swordsmanship. Xia Yi did not hesitate to say her choice. In the next instant, the white ball of light of the Navy rookie melted into Xia Yi's soul, and the memory of practicing swordsmanship for 365 days without interruption was also integrated. If in the world of the God of Death, if you want to achieve the effect of uninterrupted cultivation for this year, Xia Yi may need at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. Buzz. When he opened his eyes, Xia Yi's clenched hand suddenly tightened, stroking the handle of the bamboo sword on his waist. At that moment, he seemed to feel the breathing of the air around him, and instinctively realized that just by waving the sword in his hand along the gap between these air breaths, he could send out a flying slash. Half a sound, Xia Yi suppressed the urge to swing the sword and let go of the hand holding the hilt of the bamboo sword. Ha! Finally mastered. Now I barely have some self-protection power, right? After the teacher announced the end of the assessment and everyone disbanded, Xia Yi did not stay on the playground, and after saying goodbye to Matsumoto Runju, he walked to the dormitory. Usually at this time, Xia Yi would go to the training ground to practice swordsmanship, but now, having absorbed the memory of practicing swordsmanship for a year in a row, Xia Yi felt a little mentally tired. Therefore, he decided to take a day off to adjust his form. Xia Yi, did you really decide to skip to the 2nd grade? The teaching director of Mao Spiritual Arts, who was at the Spiritual Academy, looked at the grade skip application in his hand carefully and asked Xia Yi. Yes, teacher. I'm sure. Xia Yi nodded slightly, his tone firm. I think I have almost mastered the slashing techniques taught by the 1st grade teachers. As for the white fight, maybe I will be involved in the future, but I don't want to be distracted at the moment. The content taught in the 1st year of Mao Ryujutsu Academy is mainly swordsmanship and white fighting. Maybe after obtaining the Navy 6 styles, Fishman Karate, and the tricks of Garp, Zifa and others in the future, Xia Yi will consider allocating part of his cultivation time to taijutsu. But now, his goal is to graduate from Mao Spiritual Academy as soon as possible, accumulate enough achievements, and make his strength stronger. Judging from the current situation, although Suriitii is peaceful on the surface, there is actually an undercurrent. Aizen Sasuke has already obtained the fingertips of the Spirit King in Matsumoto Runju's soul, and may have already completed the production of collapsed jade. Next, what Aizen Sasuke is going to carry out is the blurring experiment of the God of Death. In the coming decades, the Suriitii will usher in great changes. After the captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikafune, was promoted to the 0 Division, Aizen obtained information about the Spirit King's palace, and his actions were bound to be more aggressive. At that time, Suriting will lose 6 captains due to Aizen's actions, namely the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 12th Divisions. Xia Yi hopes that in this turmoil, he can have the strength to compete for the captain. If he guessed correctly, the captain of the Gotiei 13 team must be on the same level as the admiral in the pirate world. Once Natsuya becomes the captain of the Gotiei 13 team, the system will recognize him as having achieved the achievement of admiral. Admiral, as the top combat force in the pirate world, is at least a golden achievement. At that time, Xia Yi's strength will definitely improve greatly. If you miss this best opportunity, when he reaches the captain level, the difficulty will increase by more than 1 level. Perhaps, only after the end of the 1000-year blood war will Xia Yi have a chance to become the captain. But at that time, he will face not only Aizen Sasuke, but also the more powerful Uebok. If you don't have a strong enough achievement reward, let alone become a captain, it is a problem to survive. Therefore, Xia Yi is eager to brush more achievements, get more achievement rewards, and improve his strength as soon as possible. Graduating from Mao Spiritual Academy and improving his status in the squad are all things that can be recognized as achievements by the system in his eyes. Moreover, as your status in the squad improves, the achievement level will also rise, and the rewards you will receive after opening the achievement rewards will inevitably be more generous. Not to mention anything else, just being able to get rewards for cultivation experience can double Xia Yi's growth rate. The lowest level of white rewards, Summer Knights, can also get a month to a year of cultivation results. So, what will be the more advanced achievement rewards? 3, 5, or 10 years? It can be said that even if the achievement rewards obtained in the future are only the results of cultivation, with the accumulation of time, Xia Yi can at least become a powerful swordsman at the level of a vice captain. Okay, since you have decided, then I approve your application. From tomorrow, you can go to Class A in the 2nd year. The director of instruction stamped Xia Yi's application form and returned it to Xia Yi. However, this year's 2nd year students have been learning for 3 months, and if you want to learn, you can only ask the professor to teach you yourself. Well, thank you, director. Xia Yi took the application form with both hands and expressed his gratitude to the teaching director. After leaving the office of the teaching director, Natsuyi did not hesitate and went directly to the training ground of the 2nd grade. As for the 1st grade, Xia Yi believed that the director would explain it to the teacher. Anyway, in the 1st year of Class A, Xia Yi was not deeply impressed by the other students except for being more familiar with Matsumoto Runju. In his opinion, opinion, those who are not remembered by him are probably just miscellaneous fish in the future. After all, what kind of outstanding character can a person who has not yet impressed him with more than 400 episodes of Bleach? No, it should be said that this year coincided with the summer night. In addition to Matsumoto Ranju, there was another person he had an impression on. It's just that the man is a man, and he doesn't have much intersection with Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was confident that she would not be worse than the other party in the future, so she didn't spend much time getting to know others. If you bloom, the butterflies will come. As for Matsumoto Ranjaku, Natsuya just needs to make sure that Ikemara Jin can survive from Aizen Sasuke in the end, which is the best reward for Matsumoto Ranju. It was indeed not as expected on a summer night. Moving from first grade to second grade does not activate achievements. Obviously, in the eyes of the pirate achievement system, whether it is the first year or the sixth year, as long as you are in the Mao Spiritual Academy, you are a reserve navy. This further inspired Xiaoye's determination to graduate early. With the assistance of the Haki of seeing and smelling, Xiaoye's instantaneous cultivation proceeded very smoothly. Similarly, during the 3-month assessment, Xiaoye submitted an application for skipping grades again. I remember, the last time I jumped so fast was the little guy named Ikemara Jin last year. Looking at the application form in his hand, the figure of the silver-haired boy involuntarily appeared in the head of the teaching director's mind, slowly overlapping with Xiaoye's figure. Both are the same, young and amazing. When Ikemara Jin graduated last year, the director of teaching said that a genius like Ikemara Jin may only appear in 100 years. He never expected that in less than a year, Mao Spiritual Academy would usher in another super genius. Of course, the genius of Ikemaro Jin and Natsu Knight is different. Ikemaro's silver is an all-round genius. Whether it is Ryatsu, instantaneous steps, white fighting, ghost path or slashing techniques, Ikemaro's silver is powerful in all directions. And summer nights are another kind of genius. In terms of Ryatsu and instantaneous steps, there is still a big gap between Natsuya and Ikemaro Jin. But in terms of slashing skills, Xiaoye can completely make up for such a gap. At the end of the day, the Shinigami is still a violent institution that maintains the rule of the Seriidii. Since it is a violent institution, what everyone values most is naturally combat effectiveness. At a higher level, the director of instruction did not know much about it. However, at least during his time at Mao Spiritual Academy, the director of teaching believed that Ikemaro Jin's strength was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoye. After all, the strength of Ikemaro's silver is still within the understanding of most Shinigami. Geniuses like Ikemaro Jin, although rare in the Soul Society, are not without them. Not to mention anything else, who can become the captain of the Gotai 13 team is not a genius who grew up in the spotlight. The life experience of every captain, if written into a novel, is a legendary chapter. And what about summer nights? From the perspective of Lingwei level, Xiaoye can only be regarded as a generally high level. However, Xiaoye's talent in swordsmanship has long exceeded conventional understanding. Until now, the head of instruction had never heard of anyone who could use the slashing technique to such an extent. You know, this is only the most basic slashing technique in the Seirei court, not the advanced swordsmanship of those secret schools. The instructor has seen many Shinigami who can slash, but in the final analysis, the slashes made by those Shinigami are only flying slashes that can only be cut by relying on the powerful Ryatsu or the ability of Zanpakuto. And summer nights, the director of instruction shook his head. With Xiaoye's current spiritual pressure, it was impossible to send out that kind of powerful slash. I don't know how Xiaoye's strength will improve if he gets the secret inheritance of other swordsmanship schools in the future. At least, Shiguan is not the limit of summer nights. He stamped his own seal on the application, and the director of teaching handed it to Xiaoye. Go. If you feel that you have mastered the content taught by the academy, you can come to me at any time, and I will give you the green light directly. No need to wait for 3 months. The words of the teaching director were not specifically for the green light for summer nights, but for those geniuses. In the past few hundred years, Mao Spiritual Art Academy has formed a mature mechanism. The predecessor of Mao Ryujutsu Academy was the Yuan Zisai established by Captain Yamamoto, and every member in it can be said to be a student of Captain Yamamoto. After Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni strongly settled in Seriidii and became the only orthodox armed force in Seriidii, Moto Jisai was also renamed Mao Ryujutsu Academy and became an academy for cultivating reserve gods of death. Without Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni as the dean, the teaching in Mao Spiritual Academy is naturally only the foundation of the foundation. If the Shinigami want to learn something deeper, they can only enter the Gotai 13 team, guided by the seniors in the squad. For ordinary or average geniuses, the 6 years of Mao Spiritual Academy can just allow them to master the 4 skills of the god of death and have a certain combat effectiveness. However, for those demons, it doesn't take 6 years for them to master the knowledge of Mao Spiritual Academy. By graduating from Mao Spiritual Academy early, they were able to receive more in-depth guidance from the seniors of the squad more quickly, so as to quickly improve their strength. Therefore, the mechanism of skipping grades came into being. The assessment 4 times a year is the promotion assessment of the demons. According to this regulation, those geniuses can graduate from Mao Spiritual Academy and enter the Gotiai 13 team in just 1.5 years at the earliest. But in this world, there are still some more demonic geniuses. A year and a half also seems too long for them. This was the case with last year's market balls. And this year, in the opinion of the teaching director, the same is true for summer nights. With Xiaoye's mastery of the knowledge of Mao Spiritual Academy, even if half a year has passed now, the teaching director feels that, as long as he opens his mouth to Xiaoye, in the remaining half year, Xiaoye has a chance to equal last year's record of Ikimara Jin. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoye took the application form and expressed her gratitude to the teaching director. This sentence from the teaching director can save a lot of time for summer nights. In the next 4 grades, Natsuya will be able to clear the level as quickly as possible and enter the Gotiai 13 team, thus achieving new achievements again. In the 3rd grade Ghost Path course, Xiaoye only stayed for a month and he completely mastered the Ghost Path within the 40 numbers. The 4th grade failed to stop Xiaoye's pace, and in less than a month he became a 5th grader. This promotion speed sparked heated discussions among the teachers and students of Mao Spiritual Academy. At present, what everyone is most concerned about is whether Summer Night can match or even surpass the shortest school record set by Ikimara Bank last year. Last year's demonic genius Ikimara Jin completed 6 years of training at Mao Spiritual Academy in just 1 year and successfully joined the 5th division. I heard that today's Ikimara Jin has been reused by the vice captain of the 5th division Aizen, and Xiaoye has been enrolled in this academy for 8 months. Up to now, summer nights are still hovering between the 5th and 6th grades. If Xiaoye can complete the cultivation of these 2 grades within 4 months, then he will be able to equal the record left by Ikimara Jin. If Xiaoye can graduate early, it may even break the school record of Mao Spiritual Art Academy again. Of course, there are many people who pay attention to summer nights, but there are also people who are skeptical about him. From the perspective of combatability, the first 4 grades of Mao Spiritual Art Academy have taught all the most basic 4 skills of the God of Death, slaying white instant ghosts. For ordinary Shinigami, the content learned in these 4 grades is enough to support their lifelong use. The cultivation of the 5th grade is Blade Zen, which mainly plays a role in enhancing the connection between the God of Death and the light fight. In this regard, the powerful Shinigami clearly has a great advantage. The stronger the Ryatsu, the faster you can establish contact with Asada, and thus use your soul to conceive the Zanpakuto much faster than those with weaker Ryatsu. By the time Ikimara Jin graduated from Mao Ryujutsu Academy, his Ryatsu had reached the 4th rank, which was at the level of a high-ranking official in the Gotiai 13 team, and Xiaoye has only just stepped into the 8th level of spiritual power so far. Those who are not optimistic about Natsuya's breakthrough of Ikimara's silver record believe that even if the compatibility between Natsuya and Asada is very high, with his spiritual power, it is almost impossible to conceive a spirit that can talk to himself in just 4 months. However, those who support Xiaoye believe that whether it is a 5th grade or a 6th grader, the content of the assessment is to fight with experimental voids. Judging from the strength shown by Xiaoye so far, let alone experimental void, even the real void is definitely not his opponent. In other words, as long as Xiaoye is willing, he can directly choose to participate in the graduation assessment with the 6th grade. Students after mastering the Blade Zen successfully pass the assessment of Mao Spiritual Arts and become a real God of Death. However, when at Mao Spiritual Academy, students can devote themselves to cultivation without having to think about other matters. Once you enter the Gotiai 13 team and become a true God of Death, you need to take on the duties of the squad. Bang! For example, the 13th division is a purification unit, and the team members need to go to the present world to station them, carry out soul burials for the dead souls, and send them to the Soul Society. At the same time, it is also necessary to purify those voids that devour human souls in this world, as well as those who have fallen into this world for some reason. The 10th division is a patrol guard unit, responsible for patrolling various places in the Siriitii and dealing with various emergencies. Therefore, most students are usually willing to stay in the 5th and 6th grades for a longer period of time to have more time to nurture the spirits of the shallow hitters. Because of this, almost every year among the students who graduate from Mao Ryujutsu Academy, there will be 1 or 2 genius Shinigami who have completed the first stage of the liberation of the Zanpakuto. Until the summer night. Well, the 8th level of spiritual power is quite good for an ordinary God of Death. However, in a genius like Xiaoye, the 8th rank Lingwei seem to be a little hindered. Students of the 6th rank and above usually only need 1 year to nurture the spirit of the light to the point where they can talk to themselves and complete the primary liberation of the Zanpakuto. The summer night of the 8th level of spiritual power is estimated to take about 5 years to complete the conception of the shallow spirit. Now, it's up to you to choose summer nights. Should he choose to break the record set by Ikimara Jin, or will he lurk in the Mao Ryujutsu Academy? No one can know. After all, none of them are summer nights. You're here. To be honest, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Xiaoye walked into the classroom of Class A of the 5th grade, before he could submit the application form in his hand, the teacher teacher who taught Blade Zen had already spoken. Obviously, he didn't need that application. As long as Xia Yi appeared here, it meant that he had officially become a fifth-year student at Mao Spiritual Academy. The cultivation of the 5th grade is mainly to strengthen the connection with shallow fighting, which is Blade Zen. Let's go. I'll take you to the storage room to get a shallow batter first. When you get the shallow beating, I will teach you how to practice Blade Zen. Seeing that the teacher was so quick, Xia Yi hurriedly followed. More than 10 minutes later, the 5th grade teacher opened a dusty door and led Xia Yi into the warehouse. Through the light shining through the gate, Xia Yi saw a lot of shallow and chaotic things placed on the ground in the warehouse. Still others are neatly placed on shelves. Go, Summer Night. From these shallow hits, look for the one that belongs to you. Speaking of this, the teacher paused for a moment. If you can sense which shallow strike is the most attractive to you, don't hesitate to choose this zanpakuto directly. If you don't feel a knife that fits after walking around the warehouse, then pick a random one. Hearing the teacher say this, Xia Yi was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Well, I see, teacher. In the Siriidii, all the zanpakuto used by the god of death were bred by the shallow beating forged by the sword god Namiya Wangyu. Depending on the materials used to create the asaka and the strength of its owner, the quality and power of the zanpakuto will also vary. Those weaker zanpakuto, after the death of their master, will disappear with their owner, and the zanpakuto will return to its original shallow fighting state, quietly waiting for the next god of death to be conceived again. And those powerful zanpakuto, even if the owner falls, is at most just asleep and will not die with the death of the master. Only when they sense the birth of a new Grim Reaper that they will wake up from their slumber and establish contact with their new owners. These zanpakuto are known as the strongest. For example, Captain Yamamoto's zanpakuto is the strongest zanpakuto in the heat system. Even if Captain Yamamoto passed away, if there is a god of death who is compatible with the flowing blade in the future, the flowing blade will still appear again. All the zanpakuto, known as the strongest, are recorded in the Great Spirit Book Corridor of Siriidii, and each appearance means the rise of a new legend. Similarly, the Shinigami who inherited the strongest zanpakuto also have a significant gap in the cultivation of Blade Zen. The strongest zanpakuto will take the initiative to communicate with the god of death. As long as the god of death meets its requirements, then whether it is the first solution or the bankai, it is a breeze. And those shallow fights that need to give birth to their own spirits, the god of death must cultivate them to the point where they can communicate with themselves, in order to be regarded as the first step in completing the first solution. In the future, if you want to cultivate the spirit of the zanpakuto to the point where it can be solved, even the most genius Shinigami will take at least 10 years. This teacher has been teaching at Maoria Jutsu Academy for over 100 years, so he naturally has a wealth of knowledge about zanpakuto. Natsuya's talent in slashing may be able to have some connection with the strongest zanpakuto in the slashing system. What's more, even if there is no so-called the strongest zanpakuto in the slashing system now, the shallow fight chosen by Natsuya in the future may not be able to be cultivated into the strongest slashing type zanpakuto. At this moment, Natsuya paced through the warehouse where Asada was placed, closing his eyes and trying to sense the connection with the many Asada. However, to his disappointment, he had already circled the warehouse 3 times and still couldn't resonate with any of the zanpakuto. Outside the door of the warehouse, the teacher noticed Xiaoye's actions, and the hope in his eyes gradually dissipated. Think about it. For the god of death, the most important thing is Ryatsu. Insufficient spiritual pressure naturally slow progress in the cultivation of Blade Zen. What's more, the Ryatsu of many Shinigami is simply not enough for them to communicate with the spirits in the shallow hit to a certain extent. Whether the zanpakuto can be liberated can be regarded as the dividing line of combat power among the gods of death. Not to mention the magical abilities brought about by the liberation of the zanpakuto, the improvement of Ryatsu alone can make the difference in strength between the two sides huge. Xia Yi shook her head. Unable to sense a zanpakuto that could resonate with him, he inevitably felt a little disappointed. This means that Natsuya did not win the favor of the strongest zanpakuto. Fortunately, however, Natsuyo did not pin all her hopes on the zanpakuto. So far, what has brought him great improvement is not the Shinigami 4 skills cultivation in the Reaper world, but the achievement rewards from the pirate achievement system. Do you want to choose anyone? Xia Yi looked around at the shallow hit, whispered to himself in his heart, and walked towards the nearest shallow hit. Since he couldn't find a shallow punch that resonated with him, then every handle here was the same for him. Just as Xia Ye's hand was about to hold the sword in front of him, his body paused slightly. By the way, seeing and smelling domineering, isn't it possible to sense the breath? Seeing and smelling haki is one of the strongest 3-color haki in the pirate world. Although the haki of seeing and hearing cannot enhance attack and defense like armed haki, nor can it cause deterrence or real damage to the enemy like overlord haki, but this does not mean that the domineering is weak. In a way, seeing and smelling haki is even more important than armed haki. Cultivating the domineering energy of seeing and smelling to the extreme, it can even foresee the future. And those beings with special talents can listen to the sounds of all things, or read minds and memories. Like Princess Otoheim, it can even distort people's consciousness. Xia Xiaoyi thought if his haki had such an ability, maybe no matter which Zanpakuto he picked up, he could be directly liberated. Although the current haki has not yet reached such an advanced stage, it is still possible to sense the strength of these shallow hits of the spirit. Thinking of this, a red light flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes, and the domineering aura spread when he saw and smelled. The next moment, he felt countless aura of different strengths and weaknesses emerging around him. Most of the shallow breath is like a fingertip-sized flame, which can be extinguished with a light blow. Some of the more powerful auras were about the size of a ping-pong ball, scattered in the warehouse. Among them, the most powerful aura was the size of a fist, and compared to other shallow blows, this aura seemed to be extremely active. Outside the gate, the 5th grade teacher was a little disappointed when he saw Xiaoyi randomly choosing a shallow punch. But soon, he noticed that Xiaoyi seemed to have sensed something and began to walk straight in a certain direction. Seeing this scene, the teacher's heart was shocked. Is there a Zanpakuto calling for summer nights? Or did Xiaoyi feel a shallow beating that resonated with him? If it is the former, it means that Natsuya may become the new owner of the strongest Zanpakuto, and it is not a problem at all to become a captain-level existence in the future, or even a strong one among the captains. And if it is the latter, it proves that Natsuya at least has the ability to give birth to the spirit of the Zanpakuto, and will at least be a high-ranking officer or even a vice-captain in the future. Xiaoyi took this shallow punch from the shelf, and a prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing the teacher's footsteps behind her, Xiaoyi didn't check what she had achieved at this moment. Anyway, as long as the achievement system recognizes your achievements in the world of death, you can receive the achievement reward at any time. Yes, Summer Night, you really didn't disappoint me. Although it is not clear whether the shallow fight that resonates with Natsuyi is the well-known Zanpakuto with the name of the strongest, or whether it is a shallow fight. That requires Natsuyi to give birth to a spirit by himself, but this all represents the future of Xiaoyi, which is definitely much higher than that of ordinary Shinigami. Now let's go back to the classroom first, and I'll teach you the practice of Blade Zen. Yes, teacher. Unlike other grades that require training in fighting, the most important thing for the 5th-year students of Mao Ryujutsu Academy is to establish a connection with their own Asada and use their souls to give birth to Asada's spirit. Therefore, the 5th graders spend most of their time practicing Blade Zen in the classroom. Of course, not all students will stay in the classroom. Those students who have established contact with the spirits of Asada and have begun to give birth to the spirits in them can practice Blade Zen no matter where they are, and do not need to return to the classroom frequently. Relatively speaking, the classroom is filled with students who have encountered difficulties in practicing Blade Zen. In this way, when they encounter problems in the process of Blade Zen practice, they can ask the teacher for advice at any time. After returning to the classroom, Xiaoyi imitated the other students and sat cross-legged, placing the light hid horizontally on her lap. On summer nights, before learning Blade Zen, you need to make yourself as calm as water. I believe you can do this. After all, every time you swing your sword, you have a bit of this feeling. Xiaoyi nodded slightly, understanding the teacher's intentions in his heart. Seeing and smelling domineering, it originally required itself to be calm before it could be used. Once the mood fluctuates too much, the domineering will sometimes be ineffective, and in severe cases, it may even be unusable. And the domineering nature of summer nights comes from the rewards of the pirate achievement system. Although he didn't know how the power of the two worlds was displayed in him, there was no doubt that he could use seeing and smelling haki. In this case, as long as Xiaoyi displayed his domineering spirit, his state of mind would be as peaceful as an ancient well. This means that in terms of practicing Blade Zen, Xiaoyi has a great advantage over other students with the characteristics of seeing and smelling domineering. Next, you need to rely on your own perception to feel the spirit in the shallow hit. When you can sense the spirit in the shallow hit, you can start the next stage of practice. However, it's not a problem for you. After all, when you choose shallow strike, you have already formed a connection with the spirit in it. On summer nights, there was silence. Where did he establish contact with the spirit in the shallow fight? It's just that relying on the sensing ability of seeing and smelling domineering, he sensed the spirit in the shallow fight and chose the shallow fight with the strongest spiritual power. However, seeing and smelling domineering is also his own strength. There is actually no essential difference between using the haki of seeing and hearing to connect with the spirit of the shallow hit and using the Blade Zen to establish a connection with the spirit in the shallow fight. After turning on the haki of seeing and smelling, Xiaoyi began to follow the teacher's guidance and try to contact the spirit of the shallow hit, hoping to give birth to the spirit of the shallow hit. However, to his surprise, the spirit in the shallow hit did not respond to his touch. This is understandable to Xiaoyi. The relationship between the god of death and the spirit of the shallow beating is like licking a dog and a goddess. The god of death is like a licking dog, desperately trying to establish a good relationship with the goddess. Some of the gods of death are young and rich, strong Ryatsu, some are talented, compatible with the strongest Zanpakuto, and some stand firm, lick to the end, and finally impress the goddess, so that the two sides can continue to contact. This Zanpakuto had no resonance with Xiaoyi at all. It was simply the lady who was directly taken away by Xiaoyi. In this case, when Natsuya first came into contact with the spirit of the shallow hit, it was normal for the spirit not to react. After working hard for a while, seeing that the spirit of Asada was still indifferent, Xiaoyi stopped paying attention to the spirit in Isuchi but turned his attention to the pirate achievement system in his soul. When choosing a shallow hit, Xiaoyi heard a ding, obviously because he got a shallow hit and inadvertently completed an achievement. However, the previous situation was not suitable for him to be distracted from seeing what he had accomplished, and now, it's just the right time for him to check it out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devil fruit. Do you use devil fruits? After using them, you will receive the golden achievement Devil Fruit Ability Holder. It's not an achievement but a hint to get a devil fruit? Seeing this prompt, Xiaoyi felt both surprised and reasonable in her heart. The Zanpakuto of the Shinigami world has countless magical and powerful abilities. Moreover, each Zanpakuto has an only one owner. The same is true in the world of pirates, where devil fruits possess various fantastic abilities. Each devil fruit's ability respawns somewhere in the world unless the owner dies. The Bleach world has the Yanra Mirror Classic that can replicate the abilities of other Zanpakuto, and the pirate world also has the Dark Fruit that can plunder the abilities of those with devil fruit abilities. He got a shallow hit, and for the pirate achievement system, he did get the devil fruit. Obtaining devil fruits is not an achievement, however. Once you use devil fruits and become a devil fruit ability, it is considered a golden achievement. The devil fruits ability is a powerful force that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Haki. Even, for most people in the pirate world, the strength increase brought about by devil fruit abilities is often higher than the increase brought about by cultivating Haki. It's just that he didn't know if he had used the devil fruit and became a devil fruit ability, whether he would still be restrained by the sea tower stone and the seawater. But in any case, for the current summer night, this is undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. He didn't hesitate at all, and silently muttered in his heart, "Use." With his thoughts, golden light gushed out of the pirate achievement system, following Natsuya's soul and beginning to merge into the Zanpakuto lying on his knees. In the Haki induction of Xiaoye's sight and smell, the spirit in the shallow hit grew rapidly after absorbing these golden light spots. In just a few breaths, the strength of this spirit gradually expanded from a fist-sized soul flame to the size of a basketball, and finally grew into a huge water tank. The Ryatsu contained in this spirit even exceeded the existing Xiaoyi several times through the induction of the domineering energy of seeing and smelling. You know, the current summer night already has the 8th level of spiritual power. Even if you enter the Gotiei 13 team, you can also call it an elite soldier. The spiritual power of the shallow hit spirit is several times that of Xiaoyi, which means at least the 6th level of spiritual power or above. No wonder those Shinigami who successfully liberated Zanpakuto can serve as seat officers in various divisions. Obviously, in order to cultivate the spirit of the shallow hit to be able to communicate with himself and gain the approval of the Zanpakuto, so as to complete the initial solution of the Zanpakuto, the Shinigami's own spiritual pressure must also reach at least the 6th level of spiritual power. The spiritual power below the 6th rank cannot give birth to the 6th level shallow spirit. And now, with the pirate achievement system, Xiaoyi has directly completed the conception of the spirit in the shallow hit. Now, all you need to do is communicate with the spirit in the Asada on a summer night and understand its name, and you can complete the initial solution of the Zanpakuto. However, when Xiaoye's domineering energy swept by, he suddenly found that although the spirit in his shallow attack had been conceived to the extent that it could be interpreted, he still had Ryatsu and was unconscious. It was as if the spirit in this shallow hit was just an empty shell. At this moment, the sound of ding sounded in Xiaoye's mind again. He focused his attention on his soul again and found an extra golden ball of light in his soul. On the ball of light, the character Devil Fruit Power faintly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the Devil Fruit Ability achievement. Do you receive achievement rewards? I see, I'm waiting for me here. Xiaoyi smiled. The shallow hit you obtained before is considered to have obtained a devil fruit. After using it, it means that you have swallowed the devil fruit and become a person with ability. However, the ability of devil fruit needs to be extracted from the pirate achievement system. Well, all of this is very systematic. Shaking his head secretly in his heart, Xiaoyi did not hesitate. This is his first golden achievement after obtaining the camp gift package. Through the camp gift package, he has already opened the Haki of seeing and smelling. Then, the devil fruit ability extracted this time must not be inferior. According to the rules of the two worlds, among the shallow hits he had previously selected, spirit was the most spiritual one that Xiaoyi sensed. Correspondingly, under the judgment of the pirate achievement system, the nightmare fruit ability he extracted must be top-notch. Claim the achievement reward. With Xiaoye's thoughts, this golden ball of light began to transform into the form of a fruit, gradually changing. Purple bananas, blue pineapples, orange apples, yellow bananas, pink twin fruits. Of these devil fruits, Xiaoyi only knew some of them, and many more were versions he had never seen before. For those fruits he didn't know, Xiaoyi couldn't judge them. But as far as he was familiar with, all of these fruits were powerful. Natural thunder fruit, natural burning burning fruit, natural sparkling fruit, superhuman, barrier fruit, superhuman shock fruit, superhuman memory fruit, animal ancient species dinosaur form, animal species phantom beast species phoenix form, animal species phantom beast species great Buddha form. The closer the ball of light is to the light hit, the faster the change becomes. In the end, even Natsu Knight had difficulty distinguishing the appearance of the devil fruit. He had a strong premonition that the moment the devil fruit ability touched the spirit in the light hit, the devil fruit that appeared would determine the ability he obtained. Buzz. At a certain moment, the golden light cluster merged with the spirit in the shallow hit on Xiaoye's knees. In an instant, in the domineering aura of Xiaoye, the blue spirit of the light hit turned into a dazzling golden light in an instant. What is the ability? Xiaoye stretched out his hand to block this dazzling light, but unfortunately this light burst out from the depths of his soul. Even if he crossed his hands in front of his forehead, he could not stop this dazzling light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you used the devil fruit and became a Flashman. Flashman? Hearing the system's prompt, Xiaoye was extremely happy in his heart. The Flashman is the ability of the natural shining fruit. In the pirate world, it is Kizaru Porcellino, one of the 3 naval generals, who became the Flashman. As if sensing Xiaoye's thoughts, his shallow spirit suddenly turned into a man in a yellow and white striped suit, wearing a cloak of naval justice, and his face looked quite obscene. Kizaru Porcellino. When Xiaoye pronounced this name in his mouth, he suddenly felt that his environment had changed suddenly. The blue sky and white clouds, the green grass and trees, the white majestic buildings came into view, and even the huge seagull logo on the city wall was clear. This is the Admiralty, Marin Fando. Looking around, Xiaoye quickly realized that he was in the naval headquarters of the pirate world. Aren't you in the world of the god of death? Why did you come to the naval headquarters of the pirate world all at once? But soon, Xiaoye reacted. This should be the mental space he connected to Zanpakuto. After all, if it was a real Marin Fando, there would be tens of thousands of naval garrisons here at any time. And now, except for himself, there was no one around. No, it should be said that it was not empty. Xiaoye looked up and saw a man wearing a naval justice cloak sitting on a stone chair on the steps behind the Marin Fando execution table. Wow! Under Xiaoye's gaze, the figure emitted a dazzling golden light. Immediately, a lazy and wanting to beat voice came from behind Xiaoye. Oh no, I wasn't even ready to tell you my name before you said it. This is really, it's a headache. The first time Xiaoye turned around, he saw Kizaru condensed by golden light, Porcellino. It's really you. Natsuye was surprised. From Porcellino's tone, he could feel that the spirit born from the Zanpakuto in front of him was most likely the memory of the admiral in his memory. In the world of pirates, devil fruits are miracles bred by people's fantasies, and contain the will of the devil. This devil's will is actually the fantasy and desire of countless people for a certain ability. In order to develop a devil fruit's ability to an awakened state, the master must have a will that is strong enough to resist and fully control this will. In the world of Bleach, the devil fruit's abilities are transformed into the power of the Zanpakuto, and the devil's will also evolves into the spirit of the Zanpakuto. But Xiaoye never expected that this spirit would turn out to be Porcellino. It's an interesting world. The yellow glasses on Porcellino's face flashed with a hint of white. The Zanpakuto is conceived by the soul of the god of death, born with the god of death, and dies with the god of death. I thought I could be lazy, but I didn't expect to be called by your name before I started resting. In the world of the god of death, power comes from the soul, and the name is a symbol of the soul. In other words, in the world of the god of death, the name is the embodiment of power. The Zanpakuto of the god of death is the best embodiment of this law. Through a conversation with Zanpakuto, the Shinigami was able to learn the name of the Zanpakuto, so he called it and used its power. At this moment, Xiaoye's spiritual power is only 8th rank, and to complete the primary liberation of Zanpakuto, at least the 6th level spiritual power is required. I thought it would take 5 or even 10 years for Natsuya to grow to the point of liberating Zanpakuto, but Porcellino was not surprised by this result. After all, with Xiaoye's current spiritual power, even if Porcellino wanted to tell him his name, he couldn't hear it clearly. However, he never expected that as soon as he was born, Xiaoye would call his name. Thus, a paradox arises. Although Natsuya's Ryatsu was not enough for him to use Zanpakuto's initial solution, Natsuya did complete the cultivation of the first stage of Zanpakuto's liberation. It turns out that I got stuck with a bug. Xiaoye couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as his Zanpakuto is one of those familiar names in the world of Shinigami, then this bug will inevitably be triggered. However, Natsuyo clearly did not resonate with the Zanpakuto, who were called the strongest. Of course, he was also very fortunate that the ability he obtained from the achievement of Devil Fruit ability happened to be known to him. Otherwise, he may have to go through a period of dog-licking career like other Shinigami before he can learn the true name of his Zanpakuto and complete the initial understanding of Zanpakuto. Then can I use the power of the first solution now? Oh no, didn't I say it before? With your current Ryatsu, you can't fully exert my power. Shinigami and Zanpakuto are two sides of the same coin. The liberation of the Zanpakuto means the fusion of the spirit of the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto, thereby improving Ryatsu and being able to use the ability of the Zanpakuto. Since it is a fusion, then the Ryatsu of the god of death naturally needs to dominate. Obviously, the current Summer Knight could not carry the Ryatsu of Porcellino at all. Ha, don't tell me you don't know what a half-beginning solution is. Hearing Porcellino's words, Natsuya smiled and said, as my Zanpakuto, you should have my memory. Not to mention the half-bankai, he even has a half-bankai. Ayasegawa Yumichika's Vine Peacock is deliberately misnamed Zanpakuto, which provokes the half-beginning solution shown by Zanpakuto. Renji Aburai's Baboon King Serpent Tail Maru and Hitsugaya Toshiro's Daikuren Hyaranmaru are both incomplete bankai, which can also be called half-bankai. Aburui's Zanpakuto Snake Tail Maru, according to Ichibai of the military headquarters, was the one who deliberately told him the wrong name. But Natsuki expressed serious doubts about this, thinking that it was Ichibai of the Warlord Department who changed the name of Snake Tail Maru with his Zanpakuto White Pen and one-word ability. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro, the situation is similar to that of Natsuya. It is a special pattern formed by Zanpakuto and its owner who cannot fully exert their own abilities. Of course, Hyaranmaru is too strong, so even with an incomplete bankai, Toshiro Hitsugaya has power comparable to that of other captains. If you want to be lazy, I have no problem. I can assure you that I will not call your name at will unless necessary. But as soon as I call your name, you must lend me your power. Hi. Natsuya communicated with his Zanpakuto for the first time, and both sides got what they wanted. Natsuya gains the power of some of the shining fruits, and Porcellino also gets the leisure he wants. However, Xia Yi knew in her heart that his relationship with Porcellino would not remain like this forever. Rather, Porcellino hopes to always be like this, while Xia Yi wants to give up this agreement after reaching a certain level of strength. After all, if the god of death wants to practice bankai, he wants to make Zanpakuto completely surrender to himself and become a mount that enhances his combat power. To put it figuratively, the Shinigami and Zanpakuto belong to friendly cooperation in the initial interpretation stage. If the god of death wants to use the power of the Zanpakuto, he will lend it to the Zanpakuto by calling out the name of the Zanpakuto. In the bankai stage, the Shinigami directly incorporated the Zanpakuto, making the power of the Zanpakuto a part of his own power. The gods of death who have completed bankai training can directly mobilize the power of the Zanpakuto to fuse with themselves to complete the first solution without calling the name of the Zanpakuto. Although Porcellino seems lazy, it seems that he only wants to be a salary thief. But in fact, to become the highest combat power of the Navy, Porcellino naturally hides his own arrogance in his heart. Once, after the end of Whitebeard, Beast Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling seemed to have signs of joining forces, and Porcellino even asked Dekainu for orders to snipe Beast Kaido. Although it is generally believed that they are on the same level, the expressiveness of the Pirate Emperor is often stronger than that of the generals. As a wage thief, you can say that Porcellino is lazy, but by no means he is not strong. Once Xia Yi had the idea of forcibly subduing Porcellino, then he had to defeat Porcellino with absolute strength in order to gain his approval. Otherwise, just knowing Kizaru Porcellino's name is not enough to make Porcellino Natsui's mount to enhance his strength and help Natsuya complete his bankai cultivation. Genius. Sure enough, I read it right. When Natsuya's shallow spirit was conceived by the devil fruit of the pirate achievement system, the teacher who taught Natsui's Blade Zen practice was full of joy. The cultivation of Blade Zen can be disguised. However, when talking to Zanpakuto for the first time, the fluctuations in Ryatsu on Shinigami cannot be disguised. Natsuya successfully communicated with the spirit in the first Blade Zen, proving that his Zanpakuto is definitely one of the strongest. It's a pity that Xia spiritual power is still too weak now. Even if he talks to the spirit in the Zanpakuto, he can't hear the name of the Zanpakuto. If you can hear the name of the Zanpakuto, you can judge which Zanpakuto is in the world. According to the records of the Suriitii, there are only a few Zanpakuto, which are currently known as the strongest. The strongest Zanpakuto in the heat system, the flowing blade, is like fire. The strongest Zanpakuto of the Raiden system, Yenling Maru. The strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow system, Hyrin Maru. The most beautiful Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki. The strongest Zanpakuto in the biological system, Hungry Corridor. Among them, the flowing blade is the Zanpakuto created by Captain Yamamoto, which is always in his hands. Yenling Maru is the Zanpakuto of the first team Vice Captain Shojiro Sparrow, and he also has an owner. The Hungry Corridor is the Zanpakuto of the 7th generation Kenpachi Yashiki Kenpachi, who fell asleep after he was killed by the 8th Kenpachi mole Jo Shuya. The owner of the Ice Wheel Pill has long been dead for hundreds of years. In other words, the Zanpakuto in Xiaoye's hand may be one of the sleeves of Shirayuki, Hyarinmaru, or the Hungry Corridor. Of course, this teacher also knew that the Zanpakuto recorded by Mao's Spiritual Academy was not comprehensive. Natsuya's Zanpakuto may also be the strongest Zanpakuto of a certain series outside the records. But in any case, the Shinigami with the strongest Zanpakuto, when he grows up, must be a strong man in the captain rank. Xia Yi, how is it? Xia Xiaoyi opened her eyes and saw the teacher bending down and asking eagerly, "Well, teacher, I was lucky and had good communication with it." Natsu got up on a night and inserted the Zanpakuto back into his waist. Indeed, in Xiaoye's opinion, his luck is very good. Although in the later stage of the pirate world, the animal system and phantom beast species are the children of the version. However, the prestige of the natural system has not diminished from beginning to end. Flash fruit, this is the first speed in the pirate world. Speed is power, this is Porcelino's mantra. A sentence is like thunder, a supernova with one kick. Even the thunder fruit, which is known as the strongest natural system, is inferior to the flash fruit in terms of speed. It can be said that except for the phantom beast species whose physical strength is not as good as sit-ups, the flash fruit is the top in all aspects. Being able to obtain the ability of the flash fruit from the achievement of the devil fruit ability was extremely pleasant in Xiaoye's heart. Very good, since you have established contact with Zanpakuto, you don't have to come to the classroom again for the 5th grade Blade Zen cultivation in the future. Hearing the teacher's words, the students of Class A in the 5th year looked at Xiaoyi with a little more envy. This is genius. What if they entered Mao Spiritual Academy a few years earlier than Xiaoyi? In just 2 hours, Xiaoyi had completely surpassed them. Among the dozens of them, there were not a few who reached the 8th rank of Ryatsu. But if they can achieve the achievements of summer nights, it is really self-deceptive. Summer nights seem to be the ideal self in their hearts. Pity. Fantasy is fantasy after all. The reality is that genius is a summer night. Even if they are not even qualified to be supporting roles around Xiaoyi. Perhaps, in the future, what they can show off to their friends is that they have been classmates with Xiaoyi for 2 hours, and witness Xiaoyi establish a connection with their own shallow fighting. If you want to be promoted to a 6th grade, I can issue you a certificate immediately. Hearing the teacher's words, the students couldn't help but gasp. Until today, some teachers and students of Mao Ryujutsu Academy were still speculating whether Natsu Knight would be able to surpass the record set by Ikemaro Jin last year. But now, seeing that Xiaoyi took less than 2 hours to establish contact with the spirit of the light hit and complete the cultivation of the 5th grade, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. However, these students did not understand what the teacher was saying. It stands to reason that even if the connection with the spirit in the Asada is completed, the students will still need to spend a period of time to conceive the spirit of the Asada and cultivate it into their own Zanpakuto. Xiaoyi has now established contact with Asada, but the teacher does not let him stay in the 5th grade to give birth to Asada, but directly says that he can issue him a certificate of completion of the course and promote him to the 6th grade. Could it be that the teacher wants Natsuki to break the record of Ikemaro Jin? How to choose a summer night? You should refuse, right? After all, the 6th graders are students who have completed all the studies at Mao Ryujutsu Academy, and it is not an exaggeration to call them preparatory Shinigami. The 6th grade curriculum is all about fighting. The battle with the experimental void. The assessment is also the real virtual battle. Therefore, in order to improve her strength, Xiaoyi should choose to refuse and continue to stay in the 5th grade for a longer period of time. It's okay. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoyi did not hesitate to the teacher's proposal and directly nodded in agreement. Then it will trouble the teacher. The teacher's proposal just fits Xiaoye's heart. His shallow fighting, under the effect of the pirate achievement system, has transformed into a Zanpakuto. And, if nothing else, it is also the strongest Zanpakuto in the flash system. In addition, Natsuya can also perform half-beginning solution, and he stays in the 5th grade, and there is no other benefit except to exchange time for the improvement of Ryatsu. For summer nights, if you want to improve your Ryatsu quickly, completing the achievements of the system is the most cost-effective choice. In the system's achievement rewards, the success of cultivation obtained by Xiaoyi not only improves skills, but also increases the Ryatsu caused by the time of hard work. Just like the achievement of Navy Rookie obtained last summer night, the results of that year's cultivation not only made him a swordsman, but also promoted his Ryatsu to the 8th level of spiritual power. In 1 year, Xiaoye's spiritual power was raised to the 2nd rank. Although the higher the level of the spiritual power, the more difficult it is to break through. But if Xiaoyi stays at the Mao Spiritual Academy for 6 years, his spiritual power can reach at least the 6th level, which is enough to meet the requirements of complete liberation of the first solution. However, this is undoubtedly the stupidest choice. Xiaoye's talent in the Shinigami realm can only be considered moderate. If it weren't for the pirate achievement system, the position of vice captain would be his limit. It can even be said that in Xiaoye's life, Lingwei could not even reach the 4th rank, and at most he could only be regarded as a good official. He has come to this point, and the help of the pirate achievement system accounts for at least 95% of the credit. Only by graduating as soon as possible, achieving more achievements, and receiving more rewards can Xiaoye's strength be stronger. Half a day later, Xiaoyi came to the office of the teaching director again. Sure enough, seeing the application in Xiaoye's hand, the teaching director's eyes were not only full of shock, but also showed a hint of awe. Just kidding, as the teaching director, he definitely couldn't know what the 5th grade teacher knew. After reviewing and signing the application form for Xiaoyi, the teaching director immediately reported Xiaoyi Xiaoye's situation again. As a subordinate training institution of the Gotiai 13 team, once a genius appears at Maoria Jutsu Academy, the teachers will report the matter to the Gotiai 13 team. If these talents are favored by certain divisions, they usually take the initiative to contact them before they graduate, trying to absorb them into their own teams. Generally speaking, if one team makes the first move, the other teams will no longer compete. However, if the genius is strong enough, it is not impossible for multiple teams to invite him. Naturally, if students are not satisfied with inviting their own team, they can also choose to join their favorite team after completing the graduation assessment. However, as a rule, few people will refuse such an olive branch. Joining a new squad and having the care of seniors around you will inevitably make people feel more at ease. Relatively speaking, if you rush to an unfamiliar squad, even if you have outstanding strength and potential, you can fight back with your strength in case you are bullied. But if the strength is not enough, bullying of the weak is always present no matter where they are. In the fan team, the bullying suffered by the weak is far more serious than in Mao Spiritual Academy. Although there is bullying in the academy, after all, it is a place to cultivate the god of death, and the teachers will not let the students be too presumptuous. However, in the faction, because battles can occur at any time, life and death are involved. Therefore, the inner pressure of the bottom gods of death can often only be released in a few ways. In this case, even if the officers, vice captains, and even the captains know that there is bullying in the team, as long as it is not in front of their eyes, they are almost unwilling to intervene. Even, some officials themselves may be the masterminds of bullying. Xiaoyu remembers that in the future, it seems that there will be a god of death in the 9th division who has been bullied, and after being forced to transfer to the team, he will become a villain boss, causing a lot of damage to Suriidai. Most of the students will try to extend their days at Maoria Jutsu Academy as much as possible. Just like the future vice captain of the 9th division, Hisaki Shubei, after skipping to the 6th grade, he participated in many graduation assessments, and although he passed, he chose not to graduate because he felt that his strength was insufficient. Shaking his head, the director of teaching looked at Xiaoye's distant back, and his thoughts were suppressed. Not to mention a few more years. With Xiaoye's current strength and slashing techniques, even if he graduates immediately, he is afraid that he will be second only to Shiguan in the team. Give Xiaoye a year or two, and it is not difficult to become a seat officer in the squad. Within 10 years, Xiaoye will definitely have the strength of a high-ranking official. Are you Xiaoye? The 6th grade teacher took the application form in Xiaoye's hand and looked at him. If I remember correctly, you were only a 4th-year student yesterday. Even if you want to skip a grade, you should be a 5th grader. Speaking of this, the teacher's eyes stayed on the Zanpakuto on Natsu's waist. What the 5th graders need to do is to make a connection with the spirit in the Asada through Blade Zen, so as to start using their own soul to conceive the spirit of Asada, and cultivate the Asada into their own Zanpakuto. Now that Xiaoye appeared here, he also had a shallow beating on his body, and there were only two possibilities. First, Xiaoye is not only a genius in slashing techniques, but also a wizard in the cultivation of Blade Zen. In less than half a day, he had mastered the cultivation of Blade Zen and successfully established contact with Asada, so staying in the 5th grade would not help him much. Second, Xiaoye did not practice Blade Zen at all, gave up the road of Zanpakuto, and concentrated on the practice of slashing techniques, wanting to practice swordsmanship to the extreme. After all, before the advent of the Zanpakuto, the cultivation of Kendo and Ghost Path was the mainstream of Suriidai. Even after the appearance of the Zanpakuto, the strength of the Shinigami has improved greatly, but the slashing technique is still an indispensable part of the 4 Shinigami skills. Forget it. Shaking his head, the teacher did not ask Xiaoye. After all, he was just an ordinary teacher at Mao's Spiritual Academy. Here, his duty is to take care of the cadets as they train for combat so that they do not get injured or killed in battle. As for the rest, the number of students in a grade is as small as 178 and sometimes as often as more than 200. No more than 30 students enter the 13th team of the Guard every year. The rest were almost all incorporated into the Void Circle Expeditionary Force. Over the decades, he didn't know how many students he had sent away. At first, he also felt sad for the cadets who embarked on the path of death, but as time passed, my heart gradually became numb. Even if he was killed by the experimental void during training, he would not frown. After all, in the 6th year, he couldn't even beat the experimental void, and he entered the Gotiai 13 team or was incorporated into the Void Circle Expeditionary Force, and the result was just a dead end. I need to take an assessment of you and then assign your class based on your grades. To explain in advance, the cultivation of the 6th grade is not as gentle as that of the other grades. In other grades, if you fail the assessment, let alone if your life is in danger, there are very few injuries. But for 6th graders, every time they fail the assessment, they may die in the assessment. If you are not afraid of death, I can arrange an assessment for you now. But if you're afraid, I can arrange you to Class D in the 6th year and let you take the assessment with them next time. How? Class D in the 6th grade can be regarded as the worst class in the 6th grade. This gap is completely a gap in strength. For hundreds of years, the people of Class see have occasionally had lucky people break out, successfully pass the graduation assessment, and finally successfully enter the Gotai 13 team. But there is no one in Class D. I'm willing to take the assessment, teacher. Natsuyi put his hand on the Zanpakuto on his waist and said in a firm tone. The god of death is the one who entrusts his life to the Zanpakuto. If I am afraid of battle, why should I come to Maoria Jutsu Academy to study to become a god of death? Very good, let's not say anything else. Your courage really impresses me. I hope you can continue to maintain this mentality in the future. We're here. Looking up on a summer night, there was a white hemispherical building with a radius of nearly 100 meters in front of him. Rumble. With the operation of the 6th grade teacher, the door in front of him slowly opened, revealing a square passage. Xiaoyu responded, past the teacher, and walked into the passage. Passing through this passage, what catches the eye of a summer night is a white world. Inside this building, it seems to be a gladiatorial arena-like scene. The most central position, and the lowest point, is a circular lawn. The lawn is surrounded by rows of stepped seats. At this time, there were several people standing sparsely on the steps of the seats. Next to these people, the teacher who had brought Xiaoyi before was talking to other people. Are you an experimenter from the 12th division? Xiaoyi only glanced at the white coats on these people, and there was a guess in his heart. The experimental void used by the 6th graders to train was not a real virtual reality, but a product created by the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th division based on transforming the soul. Compared with the real void, although these experimental voids have the appearance of the void, their strength is far inferior. Even the newly fallen void can burst out with powerful power because of its obsession. And these virtual are just artificial souls, incomplete, and even obsession is missing, so how can they have great power? As researchers, they naturally hope that the experimental product will be closer to the real virtual. Therefore, every time the 6th graders fight the experimental void, the researchers will record the data. Assessment, start. Xiaoye's ears rang in the voice of the 12th division experimenters on the steps. As the sound fell, a door on the opposite side of Xiaoyu was opened. On. A terrifying roar came from the passage. Dong 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 dong. After the low roar stopped, it was followed by the sound of some kind of creature running quickly. Soon, a green-skinned, white bone mask and an experiment the size of a calf appeared in front of Xiaoye's eyes. On. Seeing Xiaoye, the experimental void adjusted its direction slightly and charged at him. Ugh. Xiaoye pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and the Ryatsu burst out under his feet, instantly appearing in front of the experimental void, and the Zanpakuto in his hand crossed over. Sneer. Xiaoye's Zanpakuto was like cutting through rags, directly splitting this experimental void in two. Bright red blood splattered out of experimental void's body, but when it was about to touch Xiaoye, it turned into a white spirit child and dissipated like experimental void's body. Although this was the first real battle on Summer Night, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The gods of death and the 13th team of the Gotai all have at least 10th level spiritual power, and have certain accomplishments in slaying white instant ghosts. This standard was not set arbitrarily by the Gotai 13 team. The void in the virtual circle and the fallen void in the present world are also 10 degrees of spiritual power. Only the god of death, who also possesses the 10th level of spiritual power and is proficient in the 4 skills of slaying white instant ghosts, can purify it in the battle with the void. Otherwise, the gods of death with insufficient strength, no matter how many there are, will not only not be able to purify the void and maintain the balance of the world, but may become couriers, giving the void to them, boosting their power and increasing the difficulty of others to purify the void. After all, for Su, the powerful Ryatsu gods are their most delicious food, and, due to the nature of the void, they devour souls to strengthen themselves. When the void devours a soul of sufficient strength, the transformation will occur. The spiritual power of the small void is between the 10th and 8th ranks. The spiritual power of the medium-sized void is between the 8th and 6th ranks. Killian Daxu is much stronger than the medium-sized void, and the level of spiritual power is level 4, but because of its lack of autonomy, large size, and lack of attack methods, usually high-ranking officials can easily kill it. The level of the spiritual power of the Ichuka's level Great Void is comparable to that of the captains of the 13th team of the Saraiti Court, and it is a third-class spiritual power. The highest level of Vastad level Great Void has spiritual power above the second level. The experimental void used by the Mao Spiritual Academy to train students has neither a source of power as obsession, nor the characteristic of devouring soul growth, and the spiritual power level is about 15 levels. As a training object for 6th graders, the experimental void is not bad. However, Xiaoye's spiritual power has reached the 8th level. Even in the 13 teams of Gotai, the 8th rank Reiwei can be regarded as an elite god of death. Hiss. Such a gap in strength made this experimental void almost like a newborn baby in front of Xiaoye. On. 3 consecutive roars let Xiaoye know that this assessment is not over yet. Sure enough, within a few breaths, 3 more experimental voids that were exactly the same as before appeared from the passage and rushed towards Xiaoye. Too weak. Sensing these 3 experimental void Ryatsu, after observing their actions, disappointment disappointment appeared in Xiaoye's heart. For his first battle, Xiaoye also fantasized about this time. Before, he thought he was the kind of person who liked to bully the weak with the strong. After all, who doesn't want to be invincible? Who doesn't want to be undefeated? Wushuang mowing the grass, how magnificent is that momentum? But now it seems that the battle he longs for is actually a close contest. When he really fought with the experimental void, Xiaoye realized that in the face of such a weak void, he was not even interested in doing it. I can't raise the slightest fighting spirit at all. Shaking his head, Xiaoye raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and suddenly waved it at the 3 experiments. Ugh! With the swing of Xiaoye's Zanpakuto, a white slash more than 3 meters wide cut through the sky, instantly cutting the 3 experiments in front of him in half and bombarding the walls of the gladiatorial arena. Smoke and dust billowed, gravel were scattered. When the smoke cleared, a trace more than a meter deep was left on the wall in front of Xiaoye. Teacher, I'm not interested in fighting these things. If the next battle targets are all like this, then please release them all at once. Hearing Xiaoye's words, the 6th grade teacher hesitated for a moment and turned his eyes to the experimenters beside him. These experiments are all products of the Technology Development Bureau. From the moment they were born, they were destined to be nothing more than mortal consumables. However, based on Xiaoye's previous combat performance, experimental void could not test his true strength at all. The assessment of the 6th grade is relatively simple. Killing an experimental void can be regarded as passing the assessment, will not be cleared, and successfully enter Class D. Kill 3 experimental voids, the results are good, and you can be assigned to Class C. Kill 6 experimental voids to enter Class B, and killing more than 10 experimental voids can be assigned to Class A. The previous 6th grade teacher's idea was that Xiaoye had not fully precipitated, directly stepped from the 5th grade to the 6th grade, and lacked practical experience, so he could kill 5 experimental voids at most, and hold on for a period of time under the attack of 10 experimental voids. Such results are enough for him to enter Class B directly, but he never expected that the summer night was far more terrifying than he imagined. Not to mention 10, even if the captain of the Technology Development Bureau was invited to release all the experimental voids in this gladiatorial arena, it would only make Xiaoye swing a few more knives. This kind of sword pressure cut by relying on the realm of swordsmanship already belongs to the supermodel at this stage. Even some teachers of Mao Ryujutsu Academy had to admit that if they did not liberate the Zanpakuto, they might not be Natsu's opponents now. Even if the Zanpakuto is liberated, the chances of victory are slim. So, should we follow Xiaoye's suggestion and directly release the subsequent 15 experimental voids together, or should we directly stop the assessment and announce that Xiaoye has passed? Lord Moriyama, what do you think? The researcher, known as Moriyama, stroked his chin and glanced at the damage to the walls of the gladiatorial arena, then shook his head. Forget it. With the strength of this student, it is meaningless to send more experiments. It is just a waste of resources. Although it is not difficult for us to create experimental virtuality, but the most taboo thing in scientific research is waste. That's it. Okay, then I'll take him away first. Xiaoye didn't know the content of the conversation between the teacher and the experimenter, but when he saw the teacher waving to him and the exit opened, he understood that his assessment was over. Putting the Zanpakuto back in its sheath, Natsuya left the gladiatorial arena. Yes, summer night. Your strength is enough to get you into Class A for 6 years. Come with me, I'll take you to meet your classmates. Xiaoye was silent, just silently followed the teacher. This was not because he was dissatisfied with the teacher, but because since he left the gladiatorial ring, there was another ding in his mind. Xiaoye was curious about what he had achieved, so he divided part of his mind to go to the soul space to check, causing him to not be able to concentrate on listening to the teacher. However, Natsu's performance caused a misunderstanding among the teacher who took him. So, the teacher said in a deep voice, Xiaoye, I understand that your strength is very strong, and it can even be said that in the entire Mao Spiritual Art Academy, no student can match you. But you have to know that if you enter the 13th team of the guard after graduation, the danger you face is far from being comparable to those inferior voids in the assessment just now. The real virtual is more terrifying than the experimental virtual world, not only in strength but also in wisdom. Some voids, because of their own depraved obsessions, are extremely distorted, act cruelly, and are also good at setting traps to lure death into the bait. In this case, only your companions can be your support in times of crisis, and the classmates you are with at Mao Spiritual Academy will be your most reliable partner in the future. I know, teacher. Touched by the teacher's words, Xiaoye no longer paid attention to what he had achieved, and responded perfunctorily after withdrawing his mind. He understood the teacher's good intentions, and perhaps for others, these were wise sayings, the experience of a god of death who had experienced decades or even hundreds of years. Whether it is entering the Gotiai 13 team or being incorporated into the Virtual Circle Expeditionary Force, mutual trust and recognition are the guarantee of survival. However, for summer nights, these experiences are meaningless at all. Only the weak will come in groups. The strong are naturally arrogant. Xiaoye's gaze is by no means limited to the stage of captain. again. What's more, he didn't feel like he would stay in 6th grade for long. 10 days? January? At most, in the next graduation assessment, Xiaoyi will really leave Mao Spiritual Academy. In less than 3 months, unless they are sincere, how deep can friends on paper be? Okay. Hearing Xiaoyi's response, the teacher knew that he hadn't really listened to him. There was nothing he could do about it. I just hope that those little guys in the class can correct their mentality and sincerely intersect with the summer night. After all, in the future, they may be the only ones who can survive under the protection of Xiaoyi, and there will be no situation where Xiaoyi needs their help. After walking into the classroom and asking Xiaoyi to introduce himself, the 6th grade teacher said to him, "The cultivation of the 6th grade mainly depends on yourself. If you encounter problems in cultivation, you can directly come to the classroom and ask the teachers." Speaking of this, the teacher paused for a moment and then continued, "Of course, if you have no problems in cultivation, you cannot come to the classroom. Come with me. After all, I'm afraid I won't be able to answer your doubts." This sentence is not the modesty of the 6th grade teacher, but his own true thoughts. Xiaoyi's slashing attainments can cut out sword pressure, which far exceeds his understanding. Even if it weren't for his identity, he himself wanted to ask Xiaoyi for advice on swordsmanship. However, you must participate in the assessment. Well, I see, teacher. Sure enough, it was not as the teacher expected. After entering Class A in the 6th year, Xiaoyi did not communicate much with his classmates. On the one hand, Xiaoyi's reputation is thunderous, making these students feel the distance between themselves and the genius. Although Xiaoyi had only been at Mao Spiritual Academy for less than a year, his reputation as a genius of slashing techniques had already spread throughout the academy. Just kidding, this is the existence of sword pressure that can be swung with basic slashing techniques. Sword pressing is something that the students learned only after asking the teacher after seeing the slash on summer nights. This is not that teachers do not teach, but that even some teachers do not know about the existence of sword pressure. Even those who know about sword pressing have seen it with their own eyes. According to the teachers of the Mao Ryujutsu Academy, if you want to cut the sword press, you must have a high level of attainment in slashing techniques, or the Zanpakuto has special powers, or you need captain-level Ryatsu to do it. Among them, the former is the most authentic sword press, while the latter two are only strong bricks at best. Of course, this does not mean that sword pressing is necessarily stronger than the slash used with Ryatsu. No matter what the ability is, the key lies in the user's performance. The stronger the slashing attainment, the stronger the sword pressure will be. Similarly, the stronger the Ryatsu, the stronger the slash made with Ryatsu. Just like Ichigo Kurosaki, who restored Ryatsu, the sword press he cut casually was mistaken for Crescent Moon Heavenly Rush by Kogo Jinjo. This is naturally because Ichigo Kurosaki's attainments in slashing are extraordinary, but when he says, "This is not a crescent moon sky, but just a sword press," it can be seen that compared with the slashing attainment, Ichigo Kurosaki's Ryatsu is more powerful. Go in. If the kendo attainment is strong enough, then in turn, its own sword pressure strength should exceed the slash sent by using Ryatsu. Generally speaking, geniuses are often arrogant, especially geniuses like Summer Nights. These students still remember last year's Ikemaru Silver. Xiaoyi was on par with Ikemaru Jin in terms of strength, and he must have a similar personality, and they didn't want to experience the feeling of last year again. On the other hand, this is also deliberately done by Summer Nights. He didn't want to waste time communicating with these unfamiliar students, so whenever he felt that a student wanted to get close to him, he would quietly avoid it, not giving others space to communicate with himself. After staying in the classroom for 3 days, Xiaoyi never came to the classroom again after confirming that what the 6th grade teacher taught was useless to her, but went back and forth between the dormitory and the training ground. Ha ha ha! In the night, the figure of Xiaoyi flickered in the training ground, and white lights weaved a gorgeous scene on the training ground. These rays are not condensed on the Zanpakuto using sword press or Ryatsu on summer nights, but the reflection of moonlight shining on the blade. Although Xiaoyi has comprehended the breadth of all things and has become a swordsman who can slash through the air, his current slashing technique is still only based on the basic slashing technique of the Mao Spiritual Academy and the basic swordsmanship taught at the naval training base. Combining the gravity of the god of death and the heavy swordsmanship of the pirate world, Xiaoyi wanted to merge the masterpiece of swordsmanship in the two worlds. He had to practice himself and integrate it himself. After all, the rewards in the pirate achievement system are all things from the pirate world. Realms can be universal, and devil fruits can also be transformed into Zanpakuto's abilities. With the pirate world ability rewarded by the pirate system alone, Natsuya may be able to reach the realm of Captain Yamamoto. After all, the strength of the One Piece world belongs to the first echelon, and even the 5 elders are at this level. And Imu is the god of the pirate world, the same grade as Captain Yamamoto. However, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni of the Shinigami world is not the strongest. The captain of the Zero Division, Ichibai, and the ancestor of the Annihilation Division, Uebach, are far stronger than Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni. Needless to say, everything in the Soul Society is named by him, and even the name of the Zanpakuto can be rewritten by him. The power of the Exterminator is based on the Exterminator exterminators, and the stronger the exterminators, the stronger the power that returns to Yhwach after their death. The 1,000-year development of the Invisible Empire, as well as the heart of the Spirit King, the left hand of the Spirit King, and the bird, all fall under the banner of the exterminator and become the nourishment of Yhwach, making him the closest person to the Spirit King. If he wants to grow to such a state, Xia Yi must merge the power of the two worlds and break through the limits of his soul, which is possible. Swordsmanship is the path that Xia Yi is currently choosing. If he can fuse the skills of the pirate world with the power of the Shinigami world, he will definitely be able to break through the boundaries of his own swordsmanship and become his strongest means. Xia Yi's figure suddenly stopped from the top speed. His eyes were on the corner of the training ground. Oh, it's really sensitive enough. In the dark shadows, a figure about the height of a summer night walked out. The Black Death Overlord costume made Xia Yi understand that this person with a similar body shape was the god of death of the Gotii 13 team. The short silver-white hair, squinted eyes, and the corners of his mouth almost grinning to the ears made Xia Yi instantly recognize the identity of the visitor. Natsuyi had thought that he would meet Ikamaru Jin, but he didn't expect that the first meeting would be at this time. Senior Ikamaru Silver, do you know me? Ha ha. Xia Yi smiled slightly. The teachers in the academy often compare me to my seniors. How can I not know my seniors? Xia Yi's words were not all deceiving Ikamaru Jin. When Natsuyi began to show his talent for slashing and jumped at an impressive speed, some people were already comparing him to Ikamaru Jin on the same level. There are many people who say it, not to mention that Xia Yi already knows Ikamaru Jin. Even if he doesn't know anything about Ikamaru Jin, under the influence of those people, he will learn some information about Ikamaru Jin. However, hasn't the senior already joined the 5th division? Why are you back to the academy? Oh no, I don't want to come back. Ikamaru Jin scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. But who let the genius reputation of Xia Yi's Jr. have already spread to the team? So, Vice Captain Aizen asked me to test you. If you pass the test, Junior, you will be invited to join the 5th division. Aizen? Xia Yi frowned slightly. The genius of Mao's spiritual academy is bound to attract the attention of the Shinigami of the Gotii 13 team. If you are really favored, there are people in the team who are qualified to recruit the god of death, and they will send invitations to them to add strength to their team. Xia Yi knew this. However, he didn't expect that the first person to come to him was Aizen Sasuke. I thought that with his slashing talent, although he was not valued by Captain Yamamoto, at least Captain Yamamoto's two disciples, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake, should have something to say. Even, Sister Hua of the 4th division may have high hopes for herself because of her talent for slashing techniques. After all, Natsuyi learned that the reason why Retsuuno Hana stepped down as the captain of the 11th division and became the captain of the 4th division instead was because she had lost to Zaraki in Flowing Soul Street. Sword 8 is the name of the strongest god of death that Uno Hana Retsu boasted of when he called himself 8,000 streams. This shows how arrogant the flower retention of the Uno flower was at that time. Even after being defeated by Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni, she still considers herself the strongest Shinigami. She did not lose to Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni in swordsmanship but to Flowing Blades. However, in the battle on Flowing Soul Street, Retsu Unohana not only failed but also suffered a crushing defeat. In order to cater to Retsu Unohana, Zaraki unconsciously suppressed his own Ryatsu and fought fiercely with Retsu Unohana. In that battle, both Retsu Washinohana and Zaraki considered themselves losers. Retsu Unohana felt that he couldn't even make his opponent happy, and he didn't deserve the name of Sword 8. In order to be able to make Zaraki happy in the next battle, she turned to cultivating the return path in order to support the outbreak for a longer time. Zaraki's side didn't realize that he had unconsciously suppressed Ryatsu, but felt that he had experienced a hearty battle and was finally defeated by Unohana Retsu. Boom! If Retsu Unohana thinks that she can become a god of death with the potential of Kenpachi after training, she will also take the initiative to throw an olive branch to him. But now it seems that the one who values himself the most is still Aizen Sasuke. Perhaps, Ikamaru Silver is one of them? Natsuya doesn't believe that the current Ikamaru Jinkai can't find out the relationship between him and Matsumoto Runju. And Matsumoto Runju is the weakness of Ikamaru Silver. Natsuyi had been in contact with Matsumoto Runju, and whether it was reasonable, Ikamaru Jin had to come to see Natsuyi in person to judge his heart and whether it would pose a threat to Matsumoto Runju. If there is no threat, it may even help Matsumoto Runju, then Ikamaru Jin may not take any action. But once it is confirmed that Natsuya poses a threat to Matsumoto Runju, Ikamaru Jin will definitely destroy Natsuya before he grows. How to test? Since it is the god of death, it is naturally dash. Fight. The last three words seemed to echo in Xia Yi's ears. No, not as if it were in the years of summer nights. Ikamaru Jin's figure instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared. What a quick instant. Xia Yi was shocked. You know, because of his reasons, Ikamaru Jin only entered Mao's spiritual academy 1 year earlier than he and Matsumoto Ranjaku. But judging from the instantaneous level that Ikamaru Jin is currently showing, even some teachers of Mao's spiritual art academy can't compare. Fortunately, Natsuya's vigilance against Ikamaru Jin, or Aizen, was at its highest, and the moment he noticed Ikamaru Jin's existence, he had already turned on his domineering, so he was not too surprised by Ikamaru Jin's raid. Bell. The sound of blades colliding sounded, and sparks bloomed between Natsu Knight and Ikamaru Jin. The reaction was good. Ikamaru-in opened his narrowed eyes slightly. Natsu's reaction seemed to have insight into his movements, and he pulled out his sword in advance and blocked it in front of his Zanpakuto. So, what about this? As soon as the words fell, the Zanpakuto in Ikamaru Jin's hand suddenly stabbed out, instantly turning into a phantom of dozens of Zanpakuto, enveloping the summer night in it. Natsuyi held the sword in both hands and struggled to resist Ikamaru Jin's attack. However, even if he sensed Ikamaru Jin's movements with his domineering spirit and prepared for defense in advance, Natsuyi still retreated under Ikamaru Jin's attack. The gap in attack speed between the two is too obvious. Ikamaru Jin's Zanpakuto Divine Gun is known as the fastest attack Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Even if the Zanpakuto was not liberated, Ikamaru Jin, who can give birth to the Divine Gun, has the characteristics of extreme speed. Of Ikamaru Jin's 10 attacks, Natsuyi barely blocks 6 or 7 times at most, and he could only choose to retreat and dodge the rest of the attacks. It's so strong. Xia Yi secretly marveled in his heart as he retreated. Ikamaru Jin did enter Mao's Spiritual Academy a year earlier than himself, and also joined the 5th Division more than half a year earlier. Although Xia Yi had achieved a year and a month of cultivation achievements, his cultivation time was 1 month longer than Ikamaru Jin. Even so, Xia Yi was at a disadvantage in this slashing duel. No, it's not just a disadvantage. You know, Xia Yi is still turning on the domineering spirit at this moment. With the perception of seeing and smelling domineering, Xia Yi was barely able to resist and dodge Ikamaru Jin's attack. Once he lost his domineering spirit, he was afraid that he would not be able to take a few knives from Ikamaru Jin at all. My heart is full of grievances. As a swordsman who understands the breadth of all things, the sword wielded by Xia Yi not only has the sharp power of cutting iron, but also can slash in the air with the breath of all things. However, in the battle with Ikamaru Jin, Natsuya's 2 advantages could not be brought into play at all. The sword in Ikamaru Jin's hand is not an ordinary thing, but a Zanpakuto created by the sword god Nimeo Wangyu. Even if it is just a light blow, it is not inferior to the good knife in the pirate world. Byakuya Kochiki once mentioned that the Zanpakuto in the hands of the god of death is the ultimate compression of the spiritual power of the god of death. Otherwise, the Zanpakuto condensed by the god of death with his own spiritual pressure will inevitably form a huge spiritual power blade. Kenpachi Zaraki also said that the blade of the Zanpakuto is the strongest cohesion point of the spirit pressure of the god of death. If one person's surface Ryatsu strength exceeds the Ryatsu strength of another person's Zanpakuto blade, then he doesn't even need to make any defensive moves, and the opponent's attack can't cause damage to him. Just like when Zaraki Kenpachi and Kurosaki Ichigo first met, Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu couldn't even cut through Zaraki Kenpachi's skin. Moreover, the Zanpakuto and the Shinigami are 2 sides of the same body. The Shinigami's Zanpakuto will continue to evolve as the Shinigami grows. The Zanpakuto after the first solution can be comparable in strength to the Great Speed Sword of the pirate world, while the Zanpakuto after Bankai is not inferior to the Supreme Great Blade. At this moment, Ikamaru Jin's Zanpakuto spiritual power had been nurtured to the point where it could be understood, enough to be comparable to the Great Quick Knife. However, Natsuya's attainments in breathing of all things were not enough for him to perceive the breath of the Zanpakuto, so it was difficult to cut it off. And the flying slash was even more impossible for Natsuyi to talk about. Natsuyi was forced to retreat by Ikamaru Jin's attack, and there was no time to slash at all. Is this a genius? For the first time, he clearly realized the talent gap between himself and Ikamaru Jin. Even though he had the blessing of the pirate achievement system, the current comparison of strength still made him feel a lot of pressure. Under the same cultivation time, Natsuyi was left far behind by Ikamaru Jin. He knew that in order to gain an advantage in the battle with Ikamaru Jin, he had to give full play to his strengths. Thinking of this, Natsuyi relied on the perception of seeing and smelling domineering to resist and dodge Ikamaru Jin's attacks, while silently reciting the ghost spell in his heart. The 8th of the Binding Path Reprimand. Xia Yi whispered in a low voice, and with a wave of his left hand, he immediately placed a repulsive barrier between him and Ikamaru Jin. Bang 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 dash. Ugh. The white sword shadow bombarded ripples on the transparent repulsion barrier, and finally this barrier was broken by Ikamaru Jin. Still, this also bought a second for Xia Yi. Whoosh! Ryatsu burst out under his feet, and Xia Yi used an instantaneous step to instantly retreat 5 meters, widening the distance between him and Ikamaru Jin. Seeing that Ikamaru Jin was locked on with domineering, he raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high. Chop! With a shout from Xia Yi, the slash that was violently slashed turned into a white crescent moon and attacked Chaichi Marujin. Boom! Ikamaru Jin held a knife in one hand to resist this crescent slash. The huge force pushed Ikamaru Jin back, and his feet made 2 marks on the ground. Boom! The white Ryatsu Ryatsu erupted on Ikemaro Jin's body, quickly spreading to his Zanpakuto. Immediately, Ikemaro Jin swung it violently, easily dissolving this crescent slash, leaving a ravine more than 10 meters long on the ground. This guy, he's weird. Ikemaro Jin held a sword in one hand, squinted his eyes slightly, and looked at Xiaoyi cautiously. He felt that the reason why Xiaoyi was weird was not just because of the slashes he made. As the judge who came to assess Xiaoyi, Ikemaro Jin knew Xiaoyi well. In Mao Ryujutsu Academy, Natsuya was used by teachers and classmates to compare himself. Compared with his all-round strength, Natsuya is famous for his slashing technique. Within less than half a year of enrollment, he has cultivated the basic slashing technique to the point where he can cut out sword pressing and can be called a kendo genius. Therefore, Ikemaro Jin has already expected Natsu's slash. What made Ikemaro Jin feel cautious was the weird aura he felt when fighting Natsu. Obviously, his sword speed was faster than Xiaoyi's, and it stands to reason that he could defeat him in an instant. However, Natsuyi seemed to be able to see into all his attacks, and he was able to successfully block every time he took out his sword, and even dodged his own attacks just right. It felt like no matter how his attacks were used, they were in vain. Could it be that this is the ability of the Zanpakuto on summer nights? But Ikemaro Jin did not sense that Natsuya had liberated the Zanpakuto. Can you learn such a power yourself? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ikemaro Jin's mind, but he quickly suppressed all of them, because, one after another slashes were coming towards him in front of him. The first slash was easily blocked by Ikemaro Jin, and Natsuyi was not surprised by this. At this moment, Xiaoyi's attainments in breathing of all things are still shallow, and he has barely entered the realm of swordsman. And what about the silver of the city balls? Although he has been a true god of death for less than a year, his Ryatsu has reached the 5th rank at this moment. Therefore, although Natsuya's slash posed a threat to Ikemaro Jin, it was not fatal, because Ikemaro Jin has completed the initial cultivation of the Zanpakuto. As long as he liberates the Zanpakuto, the gap between the two will become more and more obvious. Helplessly, Ikemaro Jinmoto is a genius, and since entering the 5th division, he has taught him to Aizen Sasuke, who has reached the limit of the god of death. And what about summer nights? If it weren't for the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, coupled with the realm of swordsman, he would not be comparable to Ikemaro Jin at all. From this point, we can see the strength of the domineering spirit. Therefore, Xiaoyi did not hesitate to lock the haki on Ikemaro Jin, and swung 3 slashes in a row directly at Ikemaro Jin, and then began to chant the ghost spell. O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, all things, flapping your wings and flying high. He who bears the name of mankind, truth and temperance, stand only on the wall of sinless dreams with his minions. The 33rd of the broken path. As Xiaoyi chanted, the azure flames converged into a fiery fireball in his palm. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's face changed drastically. His domineering spirit sensed Ikemaro Jin's movements. At that moment, he immediately turned sideways and sent the fireball in his hand towards the location where Ikemaro Jin was. Songhua Fall. Shoot him, sharpshooter. The voice of the summer night sounded almost at the same time as Ikemaro Jin's voice. Then, the white light flickered away. In the thick smoke, Xiaoyi felt a powerful force hit him and knocked him out. When he saw the blade against his Zanpakuto, his brows furrowed immediately. Are you kidding? Is Ikemaro Jin trying to kill him? If I remember correctly, Ikemaro Jin mentioned that this battle was just an assessment of him by the 5th division. In other words, this is actually Aizen Sasuke's test for him. But what is happening now? Ikemaro Jin actually liberated the Zanpakuto. The powerful Ryatsu erupting from Ikemaro Jin made Natsuki feel breathless at close range. It is conservatively estimated that the strength of Ikemaro Silver's Ryatsu has probably reached the 4th grade. Ikemaro Yin's own spiritual power has a 5th rank, which is already the spiritual power of the vice-captain level. And now that he has liberated the Zanpakuto, his spiritual power has skyrocketed, although he may not reach the 4th rank, but it is not far away. Even if he didn't liberate the Zanpakuto, Ikemaro Jin could steadily suppress Natsuki, and now that he had liberated the Zanpakuto, although Natsuya had seen and heard domineering, he couldn't react in time. Xiaoyi felt a light in his hand, and the white blade of his Zanpakuto retracted, and in the thick smoke, Ikemaro Jin's figure gradually appeared. Under the influence of Ikemaro Jin's Ryatsu, the exploding flame was instantly pushed away. Natsuya's eyes quickly locked on the seemingly pocket-sized Zanpakuto in Ikemaro Jin's hand. Sharpshoot. With Xiaoyi's current ability, even if he has the perception of seeing and hearing domineering, it is still extremely dangerous in the face of the initial solution of the Ikemaro Silver Divine Gun. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. The higher the level of Lingwei, the more obvious the gap becomes. Xiaoyi's spiritual power was still some distance from the 7th rank, and compared with Ikemaro Yin's 5th grade spiritual power, the gap was too big. What's more, now Ikemaro Jin has liberated the Zanpakuto. Although the fight between the two attracted a lot of attention, and the teachers of the academy would come to check it out for a minute at most, Natsuya was not sure if she could survive the 2 minutes under Ikemaro Jin's attack. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyi looked solemn and placed the Zanpakuto on his chest, covering his left hand with his left hand. Shine Tian Tsung
Songyun. With Xiaoye's explosion, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly bloomed with golden light.
Starting from the hilt, with a touch of Xiaoye's left hand, the blade of the Zanpakuto instantly turned into a lightsaber condensed by golden light. This is the half-beginning solution of the Summer Night Tian Song Cloud Sword. Shining Fruit, as one of the top natural devil fruits in the One Piece world, also belongs to the level of strongest after the Shinigami world becomes Zanpakuto.
Well, the Flash is the strongest Zanpakuto. In One Piece, the basic ability of the nature system is the ability to elementalize physical attacks.
As long as you become a person with the ability of a natural devil fruit, if the opponent does not have an element that can resist it or master the power of Haki, it will not be able to cause any damage to the person with the ability of nature. Unfortunately, with Xiaoye's current Ryatsu, it is impossible to fully release the ability of the Shining Fruit. After negotiation with Porcellino, Natsui's half-initiated ability is Kizaru Porcellino's weapon Skycloud Sword. It just so happens that Summer Nights are also mainly swordsmanship at present.
Seeing that Natsui had liberated the Zanpakuto, Ikemara Jin stopped.
Even he was after the 6th level spiritual power that he gave birth to the spirit in the Zanpakuto to the extent that it could be liberated. And Xiaoye is just an 8th level spiritual power, and after liberating the Zanpakuto, he can only barely reach the 6th level spiritual power, which is worthy of meeting the conditions for breeding the Zanpakuto spirit.
Sure enough, Summer Knights are not simple people. Oh no, Xiaoye really surprised me. Ikemaro Jin dispersed the Ryatsu on his body, released the initial solution of the Zanpakuto, and sheathed the Zanpakuto.
Despite this, Natsui still did not let go of his defensive posture.
What? Senior Ikemaro Jin, are you ready to admit defeat?
Although his strength is not as good as others, Xiaoye's mouth will not admit defeat.
I lost. Contrary to Natsui's expectations, Ikemaro Jin faced Natsui's provocation, smiling and not caring about winning or losing this battle.
Even in his opinion, the current contest with Xiaoye does not matter whether you win or lose. Ikemaro Jin spread his hands. Xiaoye, your strength has exceeded the level of the students of Mao Spiritual Academy.
Continuing to stay at Mao Spiritual Academy will only stagnate your strength. So, do you want to join the 5th Division?
I can recommend you to Vice Captain Aizen. As long as you are willing to join the 5th Division, I can promise you a position of Shiguan.
Shiguan? As soon as he heard Ikemaro Jin's words, even Natsui couldn't help but be shocked.
You know, among the 13 teams of Gotei, in addition to the 11th team, other divisions also have the term seniority. The 11th team is a combat-oriented faction, pursuing the principle of the capable are the best, the mediocre are the bottom.
Combat is the core of the 11th team.
If you don't have enough strength, even if you become a seat official, vice captain, or even captain, you may be replaced by a stronger one. In other divisions, the selection and promotion of the officer is determined by the captain. The captain holds the right to select and replace the vice captain. The vice captain also has the right to select and replace the seat officer. Of course, whether it is selection or replacement, the vice captain needs to be recognized by the captain. Otherwise, the captain can deprive the officer of his position with a single word. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that the captain is the supreme existence in a division.
Normally, captains rarely pay attention to the reaper below the rank of officer.
After all, those Shinigami soldiers who can't even liberate the Zanpakuto are often prone to death in combat missions. If too much affection is invested in these players, the captain will feel the same grief once they are killed. Young captains may be able to withstand it, but captains who have experienced the frequent deaths of their players have already learned how to protect themselves. Therefore, the selection of the seat officer, unless the captain personally appoints it, the nomination of the vice captain is often recognized by the captain. However, Natsuki knew that in the 5th Division, although Aizen Sasuke was the vice captain, the captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako, did not trust Aizen. The fundamental reason why Aizen Sasuke became the vice captain of the 5th Division was that the captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako, wanted to keep him by his side and personally monitor his movements. But judging from the subsequent developments, it is impossible to know whether Mako Hirako really sensed something from Sasuke Aizen, or whether Sasuke Aizen deliberately made him feel this way. However, these have nothing to do with Natsuya. At least until he has grown up, he doesn't want to have much contact with troublesome characters like Sasuke Aizen. On the one hand, Natsuya has not yet reached the domineering spirit of listening to the voice of all things or foreseeing the future, and cannot stay awake in Aizen Sasuke's Kyoka Suigetsu. On the other hand, Natsuya himself is an outlier in the Bleach world due to the pirate achievement system, and if it arouses Aizen's research interest, Natsuya cannot guarantee that he will not become his test subject. Therefore, in the face of Ikemaro Jin's invitation, Xiaoye shook his head and refused without hesitation.
I'm sorry, Ikemaro Jin senpai,
he said calmly, I already have a squad I want to join, and I can only live up to the kindness of my seniors.
That's right.
After hearing this, Ikemaro Jin inserted his hands into the cuffs of the Death Overlord suit, was silent for a few seconds, and then grinned. Yes, a genius like Xiaoye's Jr. must have already planned his future path. It seems that the invitation from my side is
is abrupt. There was a hint of regret in his tone. It's just that I don't know which squad the junior wants to join, Xiaoyi. Of course it's the 11th team, Xiaoyi replied without hesitation. Seeing that Ikamaru Jin had no intention of continuing to fight, Natsuyi also lifted the liberation, and the golden light dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the Zanpakuto. He inserted the Zanpakuto back into his waist and continued, Senior Ikamaru Jin, almost all of my talents are focused on slashing techniques, and the cultivation of slashing techniques. Fighting is definitely the fastest way to progress. He paused, his eyes firm. The 11th team is a combat division, which is easier to get in touch with actual combat, which is suitable for my future development. So, as long as I can successfully graduate from Mao Spiritual Art Academy, Team 11 is my best choice. With these words, Natsuya was not deceiving Ikamaru Jin, although he knew in his heart that he wanted to become the captain of a certain faction of the Gotai 13 team in the shortest possible time. Joining the 3rd Division, 5th Division, 7th Division, 9th Division, and 10th Division were the best choices. In the coming decades, Sosuke Aizen's blurring experiment will infect the 3rd Division Captain Fengshilo Juro, the 5th Division Captain Hirako Mako, the 7th Division Captain Ekawa Rabu, and the 9th Division Captain Rokucha Kensai, allowing them to become the Kamen Army with the help of Kasuke Urahara and Yoruchi Shifuan. Therefore, the captains of the 5 divisions, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 12th, will be vacated. As for the 2nd Division, it was formerly the secret mobile unit of the 4 Maple Courtyards, and even if Xiaoyi was strong, he could not become the captain of the 2nd Division. As for the 12th Division, no matter how strong Xiaoyi was, he could not compete with Nirvana. After all, the 12th Division is the Technology Development Bureau, and only scientific research ability can win the recognition of its officers and soldiers. The 10th Division is the artificial was taught empty white incident created by Aizen Sasuke, which will definitely make the captain of the 10th Division, Shiha, be involved in it. Therefore, if Xiaoyi wants to become the captain, it is the best choice to join the 5 divisions of 3, 5, 7, 9, and 10. However, before that, he must improve his strength to the point where he can be nominated as captain. Becoming an official squad member and being promoted to a seat officer, a high-ranking officer, a vice captain, and a captain will inevitably activate a certain achievement and make Xiaoyi receive generous rewards. If you want to join other squads, even if you are strong enough, you need time to accumulate qualifications. Take the future captain of the 10th Division, Toshiro Hitsugaya, who has surpassed Ranjiku Matsumoto when he entered the 10th Division, but the vice captain is still Ranjiku Matsumoto. Although Toshiro Hitsugaya was trained by Ishin to become an alternate captain, he was still only 3 seats. Only the 11th team is respected by strength. As long as Xiaoyi is strong enough, he can challenge the officer, vice captain and even the captain at any time, and if he can defeat the opponent, he can be replaced. Even if Xiaoyi fails to defeat the captain of the 11th team in the end to become the captain, as long as he shows the strength of the captain level in the battle with the captain, the first thing that comes to mind for the other captains when the captain's position is vacant will inevitably be Xiaoyi. No way, if there were only 1 or 2 captains missing, then the captains of the Gotai 13 team would not be so nervous. In the Gotai 13 team, in addition to the official captain, there are many captain-level powerhouses. In an emergency, they can have these people as acting captains first. In the case of not being in a hurry, after a few decades, each division can also cultivate its own captain. However, this change caused Siriitii to lose 6 captains and a great demon Taoist chief, which was a heart-wrenching blow to the Gotai 13 team, and Siriitii must fill the captain's vacancy as soon as possible to enhance the confidence of the Shinigami at the bottom. Moreover, if Xiaoyi has not been promoted to vice captain in the 11th team within 10 years, then he can apply to be transferred to several other divisions as the 3rd seat or vice captain. Next, Natsuya only needs to avoid participating in the investigation when Aizen Sasuke sends the captains of each squad away, then his chance of becoming the captain will be certain. 11th team? This is quite suitable for Xiaoyi's classmates, so I wish Xiaoyi all the best and can join the 11th team. Goodbye. After saying that, Ikamaru Jin waved his hand at Xiaoyi, turned around and disappeared into the night. When he sensed that Ikamaru Jin had left the range of his own perception, Xiaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The battle just now made Natsuya deeply aware of the gap between himself and Ikamaru Jin. Even though he already had the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, he was still suppressed by the other party in the fight with Ikamaru Jin. The gap between the two sides is too big. Although Natsuya's haki could sense Ikamaru Jin's movements, his body could not fully react. Even if he liberated his Zanpakuto in the middle of the summer night, he understood that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose by himself. The gap between the 8th rank and the 5th level is a factor, and the other party's name is Ikamaru Jin, which is the biggest factor. In the world of Shinigami, there are only a handful of talented people who can be compared to Ikamaru Jin. Even if Ikamaru Jin sacrificed part of his soul in order to repair Matsumoto Ranjiko's soul, resulting in his own soul failure, his talent should not be underestimated. In the face of a 5th-class spiritual
spiritual power enemy, Natsuyi is confident that even if he cannot defeat his opponent, he can retreat with his whole body.
After all, seeing and smelling domineering is one of the three major domineering in the pirate world, and its strength should not be underestimated.
In the pirate world, if you want to become a naval general, it is essential to master one of the three types of haki.
Only by mastering the two-color haki can you be promoted to vice admiral.
The reason why Natsuyi was so embarrassed was
entirely because the opponent of the 5th rank Lingwei was Ikemaro Jin.
And this confrontation with Ikemaro Jin also made Natsuyi realize his shortcomings. The Lingwei was too low, resulting in the sword power he swung in close combat. For ordinary people, Xiaoye's strength and speed are enough, but unfortunately, after reaching a certain level, who is not a genius, especially the position of vice captain, although it is personally designated by the captain, may not be the strongest in the team, but those who can be valued by the captain, even if they appear a little weaker for a while, will eventually have the opportunity to grow. Improving speed and strength, the improvement of Lingwei level is undoubtedly the most effective way.
Xiaoye's spiritual power talent is not outstanding.
If there was no pirate achievement system, he might need decades or even more than 100 years to reach the level of 6th level spiritual power and liberate the Zanpakuto.
The current vice captain's 4th rank spiritual power is the limit of Summer Night.
If you want to improve yourself, you only need to complete one achievement after another recognized by the pirate achievement system, and you can use the power of this system to raise your own upper limit.
Perhaps I can increase my strength and speed by slashing. At this time, what came to Natsui's mind was the scene of Ichigo Kurosaki fighting the 40th blade Ulquiorra and the crescent moon Tenshu wrapped around the sword body.
If I can also attach the slash to the Zanpakuto, the attack power can definitely be more than doubled, he thought. In addition, I can also try the move of the crescent moon on the face. Stroking his chin, Natsuki decided that in the next few days, the focus of cultivation would be around these two directions.
After sending away the teachers who came to check the movement, Natsuki did not continue his cultivation, but returned to the dormitory. It wasn't because he wanted to be lazy, but when Ikemaro Jin told him that he had passed the assessment and was invited to join the 5th division, a ding sounded in his mind. Obviously this was the pirate achievement system that determined that he had achieved a certain achievement. Therefore, Xiaoyi wanted to return to the dormitory to open the achievement reward. If there were no accidents, this achievement
reward would definitely greatly improve his strength. Just fought with Ikemaro Jin, as a genius, it is reasonable to gain something.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiaoyi immersed his mind in his soul.
Soon, he saw a third light in his soul space.
So far, there have been 3 levels of light in the pirate achievement system. The lowest level achievement is white light, and its effect
is to allow Xiaoyi to obtain the results of pirate world cultivation for a month to a year. The second is the highest level of golden achievement that Xiaoyi currently considers, and the ability to open each golden achievement is extremely powerful. Xiaoyi has opened the golden achievement twice, once from the faction reward package to get the haki of seeing and smelling, and the other time from the devil fruit ability achievement. Now, he finally saw the third color, the blue achievement. The blue achievement is stronger than the white achievement, but not as good as the golden achievement. Judging from the size of the blue light ball, it is also considered medium to high among blue achievements. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement recognition of the alternate admiral. The voice of the system sounded. Although you have not officially become a navy yet, your efforts and talents have been recognized by the alternate admiral of the navy.
Do you want to open the achievement gift package? Recognition of the alternate general? Natsui's eyes lit up, and he nodded after thinking for a while. Ikemaro Jin was ordered by Aizen Sasuke to assess himself, which showed that he had entered Aizen's field of vision. As the vice captain, Aizen can also be
called alternate general when converted to the pirate world. What's more, Aizen Sasuke later became the captain of the 5th division.
Since Ikemaro Jin is assessing on behalf of Aizen, his recognition can also be regarded as Aizen's recognition to some extent.
Of course, the pirate achievement system regards Ikemaro Jin as a standby general, which is understandable.
However, since the day this unreliable
system began to become reliable, Xiaoyi had made up his mind that no matter how this system worked, as long as it could still make a sound and bring achievement rewards to itself, then there was no need to worry too much. Anyway, with his current situation, he couldn't understand the mystery.
Instead of that, it is better to relax your mind and enjoy the convenience brought by the system first. As for the future, leave it to your future self to face it. Ding!
With Xiaoye's thoughts, the blue light ball in the pirate achievement system instantly turned into countless blue light spots and merged into his soul. Congratulations, the host has obtained the results of 6 months of cultivation of the Navy's Type 6 iron block. It was another half a year of cultivation memories pouring in, making Xiaoye's spiritual pressure break through from the 8th to the 7th level. Moreover, unlike the previous practice of only practicing swordsmanship, the results of one of the 6 forms of cultivation this time, Iron Nugget, also made Xiaoye's body shape change somewhat. If the last moment of Summer Night still felt like a handsome boy similar to Ikemara Jin than now. He has a little wider shoulders and the muscles on his body look more toned and angular.
Even his height is 3 centimeters higher than before. So strong.
Opening his eyes, Xiaoyi held his hands empty, feeling the strength of his body, almost able to squeeze the air out. Although he tried several times but failed to really pinch the air, this was enough to show how much his body had changed. Obviously, for Xiaoyi, the most important role of the iron nugget was to significantly improve his spiritual power talent. The creatures in the Soul Society actually do not have a body in the true sense. Their bodies are all made up of spirit children. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the more spirit children the body of the god of death can hold. The Navy Type 6 is undoubtedly the cornerstone of the Navy's establishment of the largest force in the pirate world. When the body is exercised to a certain extent, the Navy can begin to practice the Navy 6 styles. The Navy 6 styles are not only the combat moves of the middle and lower navies, but also the advanced skills of exercising the body. Every soldier who has successfully cultivated the Navy Type 6 should be at least a strong person at the level of Brigadier General. If you can understand the secret meaning of the 6 styles, Return of Life, you can further improve your physical strength. In the world of the gods of death, the stronger the body strength of the gods of death, the more spirit children they condense, which in turn can enhance their own spiritual pressure. Although Xiaoyi has only half a year of iron nugget cultivation results, this is enough to break the shackles of his potential talent and greatly improve his Reaper potential. If Xiaoyi's Reaper potential was only at the level of the 5th rank Lingwei vice captain before, then now that he had learned iron nuggets, the 4th rank Lingwei had no difficulty for him. If Natsuki had fully cultivated the Navy's 6 styles to increase his physical strength, it would be entirely possible for him to show captain-level combat power like Kenpachi Zaraki, and even without liberating the Zanpakuto. In the world of pirates, the strong pay attention to courage. After adapting to her suddenly stronger body, Xiaoyi fell into deep thought. For now, focusing on the cultivation system of the pirate world is indeed the most effective way to improve him. Therefore, Natsuya began to consider whether he should gradually adjust his style of behavior and move closer to the pirate world. Courage can be transformed into domineering in the pirate world to enhance one's own strength. Especially those strong people who have Overlord Haki rely on their own courage to increase the strength of Overlord Haki. With the pirate achievement system, Xiaoyi firmly believes that one day in the future he will definitely have the Overlord Haki. At that time, if his courage is insufficient, then his Overlord domineering aura may only be reduced to a tool for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. Although there is an option to cultivate Haki in the pirate achievement system, it is clear that such cultivation is only helpful for seeing and smelling Haki in armament Haki. The courage of the Overlord's domineering is the spiritual power that can have an impact on reality through the integration of one's own experience, knowledge, strength, and mentality. If there is not enough courage to control it, then the so-called Overlord domineering may not be as useful as the spiritual power outburst of the god of death. So, from now on, I'll start setting a goal for myself. Join the 11th team and become the captain of the 11th team. Xiaoye's hand suddenly clenched and made a slight sound. Whether it is Kenpachi Kutyashiki, Kenpachi Mole, Kenpachi Gasuk, Kenpachi Anaganjo, or Kenpachi Zaraki, everything in front of me will be defeated by me and become a stepping stone for me to embark on the road of Kenpachi. The goal of Summer Night is to become the strongest. Coincidentally, in the Sirii court, the first captain of the 11th first team, Yuchiria Uno Hana, left behind the legend of Kenpachi. Only the strongest god of death can be called Sword 8. Although Kenpachi eventually became the name of the captain of the 11th division, it is undeniable that the Shinigami recognized the strongest Shinigami Kenpachi. As for whether the other captains of the 11th team are the strongest gods of death, Xiaoyi doesn't know. But what he thought in his heart was to surpass Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and become the strongest god of death, so that the name of Kenpachi was worthy of its name. At this time, Xiaoyi didn't know who the captain of the 11th team was. As far as he knows, it may be the 5 of Kenpachi Kayashiki, Kenpachi Mole City, Kenpachi Gasuk, Kenpachi Anaganjo, and Kenpachi Zaraki. Among these 5 people, the current strongest should be Kenpachi Kayoshiki. His strength even made Ichibai, the military commander of the Zero Division, violate the invitation mechanism of the Zero Division and take the initiative to invite Kenpachi Kayoshiki to join the Zero Division. The so-called invitation mechanism of the Zero Division requires the god of death to create something that the Soul Society originally did not have. In the Soul Society, in order to be eligible to accept the invitation of the Zero Division and become the guardian of the Guardian Spirit King. At present, the other 3 in the Zero Division, except for Ichibai of the Soldier Headquarters, are the sword god Nemea Wangyu who created the Zanpakuto, the Uri Mamoru Shutara Senjimara who created the Death Overlord outfit, and the Spring Tang demon Karinji Tenshiro who created the Return. The remaining one is the current captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikafune. In the future, when Kiryu Hikafune was promoted, he created the Valley King of the Temporary Soul. Kenpachi was not a scientific researcher and did not create anything new, but he still accepted the invitation of the Zero Division. It can be seen seen that the strength of Kenpachi in the house is cut. It was precisely because of his strength that the nobles of the central 46 rooms forbade Kenpachi from freeing himself from the Zanpakuto Bankai within the boundaries of the Suriitii. Mole City Kenpachi became the 8th generation Kenpachi after defeating Kenpachi Kayoshiki. Of course, it is said that Kenpachi defeated Kenpachi Kayoshiki because he took advantage of others. Moreover, in the battle with Kenpachi Kakoyashiki, the latter did not liberate his Zanpakuto at all due to the ban in the central 46 rooms. Relatively speaking, Mole City Kenpachi used his Bankai, and in the end both of them were seriously injured, and if Kenpachi was willing to cut off the house, he could completely die with Mole City Kenpachi. However, this is also undeniably the strength of Mole City Kenpachi. Wosuk Kenpachi, the shame of this Kenpachi, was originally the vice-captain of Kenpachi of the cutout Yashiki, and after Kenpachi surrendered in Mole City and was imprisoned, he became the 9th generation Kenpachi, and his strength was not as good as the captain level at all. Kenpachi of Anaganjo became the 10th generation of Kenpachi after defeating Kenpachi Gasuk, although he also has the strength of the captain level, but he is not a strong person among the captains. Zaraki Kenpachi, in a complete state, it is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest Kenpachi. However, at this stage, Saragi is still far from fully awakening and releasing his own spiritual power. Without Retsu Unohana's Bankai, Saraki would not have been able to fully recover in a short period of time. He can only gradually liberate his Ryatsu in the confrontation with strong enemies again and again. Excluding Wosuk Kenpachi and Ghost 5 City Kenpachi, the remaining 3 Kenpachi are not simple characters. But that's the most fun, isn't it? The corners of Xiaoye's mouth rose slightly. After confirming her own style, Natsui also felt a change in mentality. It's a kind of self-confidence that springs from the bottom of your heart and a firm belief that you can achieve your goals in the future. On the path you choose, all obstacles will be cleared by yourself one by one. Summer night, this way. On the playground, as soon as he saw Xiaoye's figure, the 6th grade teacher immediately waved to him. Here it is, teacher. Xiaoye responded and walked up to the teacher. Today is the assessment day of the 6th grade, and of course summer nights are among them. There were more than 20 classmates who participated in the assessment with him. Around them, several gods of death dressed in black death overlord costumes stood aside expressionlessly. These gods of death are the examiners of this assessment, and at the same time serve as the escorts of the students. After 6 years of training, the students already have a certain combat effectiveness, and surwriting naturally will not put them in danger easily. Even if they do not graduate successfully, being incorporated into the Virtual Circle Expeditionary Force can allow these students to make some contributions to the world. This time your assessment location is in the present Rice Flower Town. Xiaoye, as you are taking the assessment for the first time, you need to pay special attention to the fact that the object of your assessment is not those weak experimental weaknesses in the school. It's the real void. Whether it is strength or wisdom, it is not inferior to death in the slightest. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. When in danger, run away as soon as possible. Nomura-sensei. At this time, a loud shout directly interrupted the teacher's words. I saw a god of death wearing a black death overlord costume with his hands in his pockets, and said to the teacher with a dissatisfied face, since you choose to become a god of death, you must take on the responsibilities and obligations of the god of death. In the face of virtual time, what death should do is to purify it. Even if you encounter a void that is beyond your own ability, you should not blindly run away, but should seek support as soon as possible and try to hold back the void to prevent it from causing harm to more people. If you are afraid of death, then what kind of death will you be? Mr. Nomura was speechless about this. Indeed, the Suriitai itself was formed by 5 great nobles to maintain the balance of the world's spirits. After Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni entered the Suriitai court, this responsibility was taken over by the 13th Gotiei team formed by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. As the god of death said, the responsibility of the god of death is to maintain the balance of the 3 realms of the present world, the void circle and the soul world, by purifying the void. Nomura-sensei did not want them to suffer casualties out of concern for his students, but for the members of the Gotiei 13 team, it was their duty to fight against the virtual. If you see an enemy who can't be defeated and only think about escaping, which division will be willing to accept such a person? Boom. Besides, this kind of thing, just talk about it in private, openly in front of them, isn't it ignoring them? Although these team members also graduated from Maoria Jutsu Academy, and Nomura-sensei was also one of their teachers, Maoria Jutsu Academy and Gotiei 13 belonged to 2 systems and did not belong to each other. Well, think about it, the Maoria Jutsu Academy, which cultivates the god of death, is naturally inferior to the Gotiei 13 team in terms of status. After becoming the god of death, how many of these Grim Reaper soldiers will be in awe of the teacher who was once powerful in their eyes? Sorry, I made a slip of the tongue. Natsuki looked at Nomura-sensei's bowed head and apologized, and shook his head gently. Speaking of which, Xiaoye suddenly realized that she had been in Mao's spiritual academy for almost a year, and she only remembered 6 teachers. The 1st grade teacher taught the slashing technique, the 2nd grade taught the instantaneous step, the 3rd grade teacher taught ghosts, the 4th grade teacher taught combat, the 6th grade teacher, and the teaching director. The 5th grade teacher has only met once, for a short time, and is not impressive. And these 6 teachers, he didn't know until today that the 6th grade teacher was called Nomura. As for the other teachers, Xia Yi didn't even know their names, only vaguely remembered their appearance. Come to think of it, I seem to be the same as these Shinigami, lacking respect for the teachers of Mao Spiritual Art Academy. However, Xia Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Although he is not a pirate, he is also determined to pursue his own freedom in the world of Shinigami and become the freest person in the world of Shinigami. If you want to get to know the people around you, then take the initiative to get to know them. If you don't want to make deep friends, you don't need to waste time. Without letting Xia Yi wait too long, the group of Shinigami who looked like the leader of the team stood up, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and stabbed towards the void in front of him. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out from the void in front of him, and several wooden doors appeared, slowly opening to both sides, revealing a circular space passage through the boundary gate. In the world of Shinigami, there are 4 separate worlds. Hell is the ultimate destination of all wicked people. It grows by absorbing the souls of the wicked and may eventually devour the entire world. However, that day is still far away. This world is the vessel world of the world of death, specially designed for the life of the living. The Soul Society is the dwelling place for people's souls after death. The virtual circle is the place where the soul inhabits after falling into the void. These 4 worlds are all separated by the broken boundary. The passages of the various worlds in the broken boundary are called black cavities. The void in the virtual circle is born with the ability to open the black cavity and travel back and forth between the virtual circle, the present world, and the soul world. The god of death, on the other hand, needs to use a series of means to build a stable channel in order to pass through the broken realm. This ability is known as the boundary gate. Normally, when the Shinigami use the boundary gate, they need to report it in advance and use it only after obtaining permission. Of course, some nobles have their own unique boundary gate, which is not monitored by the Gotii 13. Keep up. After the door was opened, the god of death walked in first, followed by Xia Yi and others. The passage of the broken boundary was like the intestines of some kind of creature, and it was dark. In front of them, a black hell butterfly led everyone. Although they were far faster than the hell butterfly, no one could surpass it. After all, in this disordered time and space, only the hell butterfly could discern the direction. Without the guidance of the hell butterfly, and their spiritual pressure was not enough to sense the exit of the broken realm, then they would be lost in the broken realm and eventually disappear into this nothingness. Since ancient times, there have been few gods of death lost in the broken world, but one appears almost every once in a while. It can be said that since the creation of the 3 realms, Siriiti's research on the broken realm has continued for millions of years. In the 12th division, there has always been a department that monitors the broken boundary, and the scientific researchers in it are all Shinigami with a deep understanding of time and space. Among the 13 Gotii teams, perhaps only the seat officials of the 12th division are determined by scientific research ability rather than strength. It's almost here. It didn't take long to rush through the boundary. In less than a minute, everyone saw a flashing white dot of light in front of the passage, which was the exit of the boundary gate in the present world. After stepping out of the gate, what caught the eye of Xia Yi was not the modern city with high-rise buildings, glazed gold cups, and brilliant lights, but wooden houses, thatched houses, and extremely simple dwellings built of a few branches that were not much different from the Soul Society. Except for a few people, the people around them were yellow and thin, and their clothes were ragged. Xia Yi's heart was shocked. He actually forgot that there were still nearly 100 years left before that era. The development of human science and technology only began in the next 30 years or so. If nothing else, the current world is still in the warring states period. The appearance of Xia Yi and the others did not cause the slightest movement from the people of Manhwa town. Without Ryatsu, humans in this world could not see or touch the spirit body. Xia Yi's domineering aura unfolded, enveloping the town. There were about 800 people in this town. Perhaps in the next 100 years, a town of hundreds of people could only be regarded as a dilapidated village, but in this era, a town of nearly 1,000 people could be said to be a city. Calling this place a town was obviously judged by the Shinigami gods of Siriting based on the scale of the Soul Society flowing Soul Street. It can be said that this is the most densely populated area within tens of kilometers nearby. If there is a void entering the present world from the virtual circle for predation, this is undoubtedly the best choice for descending within 100 miles. Okay, students. The examiner's voice interrupted Xia Yi's thoughts. Your assessment this time is to stay here for a month. Next, I will divide this place into 9 areas, and each of you will be responsible for one area, burying the souls of the dead souls in your respective areas and extraditioning them to the Soul Society. If there is a void descending in the area you are responsible for, you need to be responsible for purifying it. There are only 2 criteria for passing the assessment. One is to perform the duties of the God of Death and survive successfully. Of course, if you encounter an invincible void, you can call us
plus 4. Support. However, in that case, you will be judged as unqualified. The second is that if more than 5 souls are devoured by the void in each area within this month, it will also be judged as unqualified. 9 areas? More than 20 students, including Xiaoyi, heard this and jumped onto the roof. Although Rice Flower City is not large, it is divided into 9 areas, and the size of each area is about 500 meters in circumference. If 3 people guard an area, once someone encounters a void, they only need to resist for more than 10 seconds to wait for the support of their companions, and the danger is not great. But this is limited to encountering a virtual situation that they can deal with. Examiner, if the area we are responsible for does not come in vain within this month, will it also be considered to pass the assessment? One of the students asked. Because this god of death had a conflict with Nomura sensei in the academy, everyone was a little afraid of him. Not bad. The Grim Reaper glanced at the questioning student and nodded. Luck, to some extent, is also part of strength. In the same task, some people encounter the enemy's strong men, and some people encounter the enemy's small minions, and the consequences of the two are different. Since it is an assessment, it ultimately depends on your record. If there is no void descending to the area where you are stationed, you can pass the assessment, but correspondingly, you will not enjoy the treatment of purifying the void. Similarly, if you are in an area that is attacked by multiple voids, and you have the ability to purify the plural void, then your graduation assessment will get a big bonus point. You may not understand it now, but when you enter the 13th team of the Godai, you will find that the fight that kills the void and the fight that fails to kill the void pass the assessment are completely different in the squad. Then my lord, if the void from the adjacent area breaks into the area we are responsible for, which side is this? Seeing that the assessor seemed to be easier to talk to, some students took the initiative to ask. Naturally, it is the void that is purified in that area, which side is considered to belong. If you can't even keep the void that has come to your area, then you are not qualified to get extra points for the assessment at all. In addition, if someone deliberately leads the virtual of their own area to other areas, causing students in other areas to die, I will also be treated as unqualified. Thank you, examiner, for clarifying your doubts. Then, you, and you, are in charge of Area 1. You too, in charge of Area 2. Soon, the cadets, assigned by the assessment officer, rushed to their own areas. Xiaoyi was assigned to Area 7, and with him were 2 18 or 19-year-old boys. Xiaoyi, this assessment can be regarded as the two of us touching your light. After coming to Area 7, the two students smiled and said to Xiaoyi. Although Xiaoyi did not stay long in the 6th grade, his reputation at Mao Spiritual Academy was not small. They could question Xiaoyi's height, but they would definitely not doubt his strength. There is a saying that even the teachers once said that Xiaoyi already has the power of the official Grim Reaper. And among the Grim Reaper, Xiaoyi's strength should not be underestimated. If you ask who can pass 100% of this assessment, everyone on the field will undoubtedly choose Xiaoyi. This can be seen from the envious eyes cast by others. This assessment, being able to be in the same group as Xiaoyi, means that the two of them, like Xiaoyi, have obtained the graduation seal of Mao Spiritual Art Academy in advance. My name is Fujita Toyojin, and this is Yusuke Otomo. In this assessment, we completely obey the command of Xiaoyi's classmates. Obviously, Fujita Toyojin and Otomo Yusuke still know their positioning. They are just pendants on the thighs of summer nights. Just obey the command. Fujita-san, Otomo-san. Since you said so, then I'm welcome. In the next month, the patrol and soul burial will be left to the two classmates. If there is a void, I will arrive as soon as possible. For the kindness of Fujita Toyojin and Otomo Yusuke, Natsuyi did not refuse. After all, for him, wasting time on patrols that didn't make much sense was simply wasting his life. In an area within a radius of 500 meters, he only needed to release his domineering energy to perceive all the movements in this area. Therefore, entrusting them with the task of patrol and soul burial was the most cost-effective choice. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. These little things are left to us. After watching Fujita and the two leave, Natsuya found an open space, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and swung his sword towards the sky. Every time he swung his sword, he would slash a white slash. However, at this time, Natsuya's slash was not as powerful as when he fought Ikemara Jin, and the distance he flew was not far. Although his spiritual power had reached the 7th rank and was only one step away from being completely understood, the enemies he would face in the future, the disadvantage of his spiritual power level in a short period of time made him feel pressured. In such a situation, the move that Xiaoyi had previously used to attach slashing power to the sword was put on his agenda again. As long as he can successfully practice this move, in the future, in close combat, each of his slashes can increase the power of the slash on the basis of the original strength, and his strength will be greatly improved. Moreover, the power of the slash will increase as his understanding of the breadth of all things deepens. This is a move he can hone throughout his life. The key to this move is to align the slash you swing with the sword you swing to make the power of the two superimpose to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. With the assistance of seeing and smelling haki, coupled with
with the ability of breathing all things. Xiaoyi can adjust according to his sword and slash at any time, so that every swing of the knife is improving. According to his estimate, after thousands of fine-tuning, he will be able to complete this move. Xiaoyi's cultivation process was seen by many students and examiners, but none of them expressed their opinions. The students were used to Xiaoyi's behavior. When he was at Maoria Jutsu Academy, they often saw him training hard at the training ground. As for the Shinigami who were assessed, they had heard of Natsu's reputation and knew that the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Lord Aizen, had invited Natsu, but he refused.
I heard that Natsu wanted to join the 11th team.
Judging from his current performance, it was indeed similar to the style of that group of combat fanatics. However, the members of Team 11 preferred to fight with Void or other Shinigami, and Xiaoyi's current state seemed to be mainly focused on cultivation. Perhaps it was because the students of Mao's spiritual arts
academy were weak and could not arouse Natsu's enthusiasm for fighting.
Not to mention Xiaoyi, even if it was them, except for the leading examiner, the other Shinigami did not seem to be Xiaoyi's opponent.
This is not an exaggeration.
Xiaoyi's slashing technique has reached a point where he can use sword pressure.
Even if he doesn't use sword pressure, their battle with Summer Knight may not be able to win. After all, among the Shinigami assessed by
their team, only 3 of them are above the 7th rank, and the rest of the Lingwei are only rank 8th, which can be regarded as the elite Shinigami in the 13th team of Gotiei. Compared with Xiaoyi, the difference in strength is obvious. Buzz. On this day, Xiaoyi practiced the fusion of swordsmanship and slashing as usual, and suddenly felt a strong malice.
Is it virtual?
He felt a chill in his heart, and immediately jumped up from the ground, using instantaneous skills to build a foothold under his feet, suspended in the void, and looked in the direction of the malice sensed by the haki of seeing and smelling.
Xiaoyi's movements quickly attracted the attention of the assessing gods of death.
In the past few days, Xiaoyi has been cultivating almost all except for sleeping. Although his slashing distance gradually shortened made it unclear what he was cultivating, they knew that Xiaoyi's achievements today could not be summed up by a single sentence of genius. They thought that even if they had the same swordsmanship talent as Xiaoyi, without this kind of perseverance, it would be impossible to reach Xiaoyi's current state. Come to think of it, even if Xiaoyi didn't have that swordsmanship talent, with such perseverance, his future achievements would not be too low. Now, Xiaoyi suddenly stopped cultivating and appeared in the air. Obviously he sensed something. Looking along Xiaoyi's line of sight, many gods of death quickly discovered that a thin black line appeared in the space ahead. Immediately, the black thread seemed to have been torn from the inside, and a gap more than 3 meters wide and more than 2 meters high was directly torn in the space.
Black cavity.
This is the space passage between the virtual world and the Soul Society. A spider-like void more than 3 meters high appeared from the black cavity and fell straight to the ground, smashing a big pit. Xiaoyi's strength is indeed strong. I didn't expect his Ryatsu perception ability to be so outstanding. Witnessing this scene, the gods of death at the scene couldn't help but be even more surprised. The gods of death have Ryatsu, and naturally they also have the ability to sense Ryatsu.
However, for ordinary Shinigami, they can usually only sense Ryatsu within a few meters around them.
Of course, this is also related to the strength of the Ryatsu on both sides.
For example, if the captain-level powerhouse releases his Ryatsu with all his might, I'm afraid most of the Shinigami in the entire Seriidii can sense it.
In addition, there are also the number 58 binding path grabbing the toe chasing sparrow and the number 77 binding path Tian Ting Kong Luo, both of which can significantly increase the Ryatsu perception range of the gods of death and can lock in the Ryatsu of the gods of death within the range. And now, Xiaoyi's Ryatsu perception ability is not inferior to those who use the toe grabbing and chasing sparrow state.
Is this a genius?
Once again, these Grim Reaper assessors deeply realized the huge gap between themselves and the genius. What they need to do with the help of various auxiliary means is just a daily norm for geniuses. At this moment, Xiaoyi didn't know what the gods of death who were paying attention to him were thinking.
It's too strong.
The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his mood was directly proportional to it.
The first void in Riceflower City landed in the Area 7, in charge of Xiaoyi and others.
As a villain chosen by the god of death in the judgment of the pirate achievement system he operated, this void is obviously closely related to the pirate.
This means that killing this first void will definitely open up new achievements in the naval camp.
New achievements are equivalent to new abilities or more cultivation results, thereby increasing strength. Although in this era, the scale of Riceflower City will inevitably attract the void in the virtual circle to prey on human souls, but who can be sure that one day the void will descend on the area he is responsible for? Or which neighboring area may not be able to deal with the void and can only guide it to Area 7? Xiaoyi had already been prepared. If the void did not come to the area he was responsible for within 20 days, then no matter what, he would snatch the void that came from other
areas after the 21st day.
After all, with the talent he showed, the assessors would never disqualify him from the assessment if they said a few words about him at most. Now, the first void that came to the city happened to be in Area 7, saving the trouble trouble of summer nights. He was secretly glad in his heart, and his feet broke out instantly, quickly flying towards this void. Whoosh! Under the full explosion of summer night, the distance of more than 200 meters passed in less than 5 seconds. The momentum of the summer night immediately attracted the attention of this void. If those who had just fallen into the void might still be able to maintain their memory and wisdom, but those who had returned from the void circle had already devoured other voids, and their souls were full of chaotic memories, and even some of them lost their minds, leaving only the instinct to devour their souls. At this time, the Ryatsu released by Xiaoyi made this void turn his attention to the food in front of him, and no longer cared about the humans around him. Cut. Without extra words, more than 10 meters away from this virtual one, Xiaoyi swung his Zanpakuto. Phew! The white crescent slash split the void in half, and before even the scream before death, it turned into a white spirit and dissipated. Xiaoyi's slash did not dissipate after killing the void, but bombarded the ground, leaving traces several meters deep. Ding! Sure enough, as Xiaoyi expected, after killing this void queen, there was a soft sound in his mind. Summer night classmate. At this time, Fujita Toyojin arrived at the scene and greeted Xiaoyi. Sure enough, it is you. This void has just arrived, and it was killed by Xiaoyi's classmates. If it were me, I am afraid it would take a lot of time. Although Fujita Toyojin's spiritual power barely reached the 10th rank, which was much worse than this one, after 6 years of cultivation at Mao Spiritual Arts, he mastered the 4 skills of slashing, instanting, walking, ghost, and death, making the god of death's fighting style several times stronger than the straight way of void. In the case of the same Ryatsu, the god of death can kill the void alone. Of course, this situation is no longer applicable after the Achuka's level. Every Desu that can evolve to the level of Achuka's has gone through countless battles, devoured hundreds of Desu, and formed the strongest sense of autonomy, and its spiritual power level has reached the 2nd level. The average captains still have a gap compared to Achuka's in terms of Ryatsu, and the great void of the Vastad level has a first-class spiritual power. In battles above the captain level, Reaper and Void are already standing on the same starting line, and their strength depends on the individual. The captain has defeated Achuka's, and Achuka's has also defeated Captain Reaper. But Summer Night, next time if the void falls, can you stop killing so quickly? Let me and Otomo get used to the battle with the void first? To be honest, if we don't really fight with Su, even if we pass the graduation assessment and become a real god of death, we don't have the confidence. Okay. Faced with Fujita Toyojin's request, Xiaoyi nodded without refusing. Anyway, the achievement he wanted had been achieved. Come to think of it, the lowest level small void, in addition to opening the achievement of killing the first pirate, can only complete new achievements when the number reaches a certain level, and this certain number may not be less than 100. In this way, it is better to provide Fujita Toyojin and Otomo Yusuke with the opportunity to increase their combat experience. I'll pay attention. I won't make a move until you still have the ability to fight. Open. Well, then I'm sorry to trouble you, Xiaoyi. Fujita Toyojin was overjoyed when he heard Xiaoyi's promise. After all, not all gods of death believe that the dignity of men is more important than death, like Shiba Heian. This idea of choosing death rather than allowing others to interfere in his own battle was understood and respected by Natsu. However, Fujita and Otomo obviously did not have such a consciousness. Naturally, Xiaoyi would not stand by and let them die in the battle with Su. Even if they don't have the same team in the future, it doesn't matter. Letting his teammates die now is undoubtedly a manifestation of Xiaoyi's lack of ability, and it may become a stain on him in the future. After parting with Fujita, Natsuyi returned to his place of cultivation. However, he did not continue to practice, but sat cross-legged and posed in the posture of practicing Blade Zen. Now that he has achieved new achievements, Xiaoyi naturally won't put it on the shelf. The sooner you get the achievement reward, the sooner you can become stronger. The increased strength will help you achieve more achievements and get more rewards, thus forming a virtuous circle. The other gods of death saw Xiaoyi's posture and had no other ideas. Although this is the first time in a few days that Xiaoyi has practiced Blade Zen in front of everyone, for those Shinigami who have not yet completed the liberation of Zanpakuto, the cultivation of Blade Zen is undoubtedly the top priority. After all, liberating the Zanpakuto is an important stage in the improvement of Shinigami's strength. Those who can complete the liberation of the Zanpakuto are at least seat officials in the fan and belong to the middle and high levels. Xiaoyi has only now begun to practice Blade Zen, which shows that he attaches great importance to swordsmanship. The first kill is a purple achievement? As the mind was immersed in the soul, the pirate achievement system gave Natsuya a surprise. The purple ball of light, emitting a soft light, floated in front of Xiaoyi. Congratulations to the host for achieving the purple achievement First Blood. First Blood, host kills a pirate during a navy assessment. Do you want to open the achievement package? Xiaoyi saw the special features of purple achievements at a glance. Obviously this was a higher level achievement above blue achievements. This is like a camp reward, a welfare reward. He thought to himself that the first plunder of the pirate line and the first resistance of the revolutionary army line would definitely be rewarded with purple achievements. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoye's mind moved, and he decisively chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for getting the Bacanian blood.
Bacanians? Bang! When he heard about the rewards of the pirate achievement system, Natsuki couldn't help but cheer.
When it comes to the Bacania tribe, few people know about it, but when it comes to Bartholomew Big Bear, I'm afraid everyone knows it.
Bartholomew Big Bear, one of the 7 warlords, is second only to the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Jorikol Mihawk. He can also reach the level of alternate general in the Navy. Among them, the superhuman meatball fruit is important, but the power of his bloodline should not be underestimated.
The Bacania race is a race with giant blood.
The giants are the largest race in the pirate world, and their strength is unparalleled. In this world, many people who are
different in size from ordinary people have more or less giant blood flowing in their bodies. In terms of strength alone, there are only a handful of people who can match them. Half of Big Bear's Bacania bloodline meant that he had a quarter of the giant blood, and Xiaoye's acquisition of the Bacania bloodline now was equivalent to having half of the giant blood, which would undoubtedly greatly increase his strength. The purple light dot melted into Xiaoye's soul, transforming his body and making him feel a surge of heat.
This feeling lasted for 3 minutes and gradually dissipated.
When he opened his eyes and shook his palm lightly, he was able to squeeze the air into a slight air explosion. My strength has increased by at least 30 times.
Feeling the change in his own strength, Xiaoye couldn't help but cry and laugh.
In order to improve the strength of close combat, he went all out to practice the fusion of slashing and sword swinging. Who would have thought that when he had not fully mastered these skills, he would gain the blood of the Bacania tribe, which increased his strength by as much as 30 times. He estimated that in the bloodline of the pirate world, the fur clan was 7 or 8 times stronger than the humans, but not 10 times as strong as the fishmen.
However, the fur tribe
could control static electricity through their own hair and transform into more powerful moonlion on the night of the full moon, which was far more powerful than the mere fishmen. Further up, the strength of the Bacania and Lunaria tribes is almost 20 times that of humans.
The bloodline of the giants can be described as the strongest bloodline in the
pirate world, and its strength may even reach more than 50 times that of humans. Even the ghost race of the Yonko and 100 Beasts Kaido is only comparable to the giants. For the soldiers of the giant race, if they are willing to join the navy, the position is often lieutenant general. However, due to their size, it is difficult for the giants to cultivate into domineering powerhouses, which makes them slightly insufficient in high-end power. The reason why Xiaoye felt that his strength had increased by more than 30 times was mainly because he was still young and his physique had not reached its limit,
so the multiplier seemed even more exaggerated.
Once his physique reached its limit, this half of the giant blood could only increase his strength 20 times.
White, blue, purple, gold. Currently, there are 4 levels of achievement in the pirate achievement system. White achievement is the embodiment of cultivation time. Blue achievements can obtain the level of taijutsu of the Navy 6 style.
Golden achievements can open top abilities such as Devil Fruit and 3-color hockey. The ability obtained by the purple achievement, although stronger than the Navy Type 6, is inferior to hockey and Devil Fruit. Perhaps, the secret 6 King Guns and a Return of Life of the Navy's 6 styles are also purple level achievement rewards. The bloodline of the giant race and the bloodline of the ghost race are probably all attributed to the golden achievement. After adapting to his own strength, Xiaoye felt that even if he faced Ikemara Jin now, he might be able to cut it away with a single knife. Now, he is a 7th class spiritual power, while Ikemara's silver is a 5th class spiritual power, and the gap between the two is already obvious. However, the gap between the 7th level spiritual power and the 5th level spiritual power is far less exaggerated than 30 times. Even if the Zanpakuto is liberated, the increase in spiritual pressure is only 3 to 5 times. What's more, the current Xiaoye Lingwei has been improved, and the ability of the shining fruit that can be used by the halftime solution has also been greatly enhanced. In the life and death battle, Xiaoye was not sure of the odds of winning, but if it was just a competition, he felt that he could easily hang Ikemaru-in and fight him now. Xiaoye stood up, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and waved it casually. The huge air wave churned up, directly blasting out a fan-shaped area more than 3 meters wide and tens of centimeters deep on the ground beside him. With this blow, Xiaoye did not gather Ryatsu, nor did he use the breath of all things to swing the slash. He just swung his sword normally. However, this swing alone caused such a terrifying sword pressure, which shows how much Xiaoye's power has increased. What made Xiaoye even more excited was that after his body was enhanced, his own Ryatsu far exceeded his previous self in terms of quality and quantity. It's a pity that the concentration of Ryatsu in this world is too low. If he was in Siriidai at this moment, Xiaoye felt that he only needed to absorb Reiko to fill himself, and Ryatsu was estimated to reach the 5th rank, which was the level of the vice captain. In the pirate world, this probably means that he has touched the realm of the alternate general and the deputy of the Yonko. If in the future, Xiaoye gets the real giant bloodline, or Kaido's ghost bloodline, or Douglas' bloodline, he can at least reach the 4th level of spiritual power. Although it is still not as good as the 3rd class spiritual power of the captain level, it can be regarded as the first person under under the captain. Of course, whether in the world of pirates or the world of Bleach, the victory or defeat of a battle does not depend solely on the strength of either side. In the world of pirates, taijutsu, haki, secret techniques, and the ability of devil fruits are all key factors that affect the outcome of battles. In the world of Shinigami, the abilities of Ryatsu, Sashira Shunki and Zanpakuto are also the means of victory for the gods of death. But no matter which world you are in, powerful forces always have a certain advantage in battle. Summer Knights are getting stronger again. When they saw the scene of Summer Night cultivation, whether it was the students or the gods of death who were assessed, such thoughts flashed in their hearts. A hint of sourness welled up in their hearts, but they quickly suppressed these emotions. Can't compare. Yubai will only make his heart heavier, and maybe he will make himself like a red nose, and he has to be careful of those gods of death who can summon bats at night. In the days that followed, Xiaoye's life returned to its former state. One slash after another soared into the sky. Compared with the previous slashes, the slashes that Xiaoye swung after the power increased, whether it was speed, power, or size, increased by more than one level. This brought some small troubles to Xiaoye's cultivation. Fortunately, when he gradually adapted to his suddenly increased strength, the progress of his cultivation began to accelerate again. Although with the current power of Xiaoye, there are not many people who can add slashing power to the sword, but once such a trick is successfully cultivated, it will be of great help to Xiaoye's strength improvement. And now Xiaoye had nothing else to do, so he continued to focus on the practice of tricks. During this time, the number 7 area they were responsible for in Xiaoye also came to the two voids. These two times, Natsuyi did not make a move, but Fujita Toyojin and Otomo Yusuke teamed up to purify it. After killing Su with his own hands, Xiaoye could feel that whether it was Fujita Toyojin or Otomo Yusuke, the self-confidence of both of them had improved significantly. Obviously, the strength that can kill the void makes them feel that they can gain a firm foothold in the future squad and will not become the target of bullying. Congratulations, you have passed this assessment. At this moment, at the training ground of Mao Spiritual Arts, there were only 7 people standing in front of the assessing officer. Among the 27 students who participated in the assessment, 2 died, 7 were injured, and 11 were insufficient in strength, nearly a quarter pass rate. However, although the number of Shinigami who passed was not large, each of them could be said to be the elite of the cadets. Even Fujita and Otomo, who were in the same group as Natsuya and were regarded as hugged to the thighs by everyone, successfully killed Su. Next, you can tell the team you want to go to, and the team members and I will be responsible for sending you to your respective teams. Of course, if a team takes a fancy to you, maybe they will send team members to pick you up directly. As he said this, the Grim Reaper's gaze fell on Xiaoye. In this assessment, only Xiaoye's strength exceeded the standard, and the others barely met the standard. Even if there are other gods of death who are favored by the big people of the Gotii 13 team, I'm afraid only Natsuyi can stand out, right? Besides, they had heard that the vice-captain of Aizen of the 5th Division was very optimistic about Xiaoye and sent someone to the academy to invite him. Come to think of it, if Xiaoye enters the 5th Division, he may soon become the same official as Aizen. However, his strength seems to have reached its limit, and there is little possibility of a further breakthrough. And what about Summer Knights? This is undoubtedly in existence with the potential of a vice-captain. There is even a possibility of becoming a captain in the future. My lord, I want to go to the 11th Division. When the god of death looked at him, Xiaoye thought he was asking himself, so he didn't think much about it and said directly, 11th Division? Isn't it the 5th Division? I did receive an invitation from Vice-Captain Aizen before. Natsuyi shook his head. However, the 5th Division is a support team, and it is not suitable for me. In contrast, the 11th Squad is a combat division, and I think this one is more in line with me. Okay. The god of death was stunned for a moment. Although I don't understand why Xiaoye gave up such a beautiful road to Qingyun and chose that arrogant squad, maybe this is the unique preference of geniuses. Or maybe it's because the 5th Division has the existence of Ikamaru Jin? After all, there was a time when Natsu Knight and Ikamaru Jin were compared. Ikamaru Jin graduated from Mao Ryujutsu Academy within a year, setting the earliest graduation record for the academy. And now, this record was broken by Summer Knight in less than a year. Come to think of it, there may be some unhappiness between Summer Knights and Ikamaru Silver, right? Thinking of this, the god of death didn't ask any more questions, but turned to the other people. Is there anyone else who wants to join the 11th first team? If there is, I will take you there together. The remaining 6 students looked at each other and finally shook their heads in unison. Indeed, Xiaoye is a genius. If nothing else, he might become the strongest person these ordinary Shinigami can reach in their lives. If they can have some classmates with Xiaoye, they may take the risk of joining the 11th team with him to get some care from Xiaoye. Unfortunately, Xiaoye jumped to join Class A for 6 years halfway, and usually practiced on the training ground, and did not have much contact with everyone. In this case, it is naturally impossible for them to bet their lives on the friendship between Xiaoye and their classmates. After all, the death rate of the 11 is the highest among the Gotii 13. With their strength, if no one takes care of them, they are likely to die in a battle. Even Toyojin Fujita and Yusukuro Tomo, who participated in the assessment in the same group as Natsuyi, gave up the idea of joining the same team, not to mention others.
Okay, in that case, Xiaoyi, let's go.
I'll take you to the 11th squad.
As for the others, you guys will be responsible.
Oh, did Xia Yejuan finally choose the 11th team? In the captain's room of the 5th division, Aizen Sasuke slightly adjusted his glasses and listened to Ikamaru Jin's report.
Yes, Aizen's vice-captain.
Ikamaru Jin's tone was a bit of a joke. It seems that Natsuya-san doesn't value the vice-captain Aizen, and he feels that he can win that position in the 11th team with his own strength.
Genius, it's normal to be a little arrogant. For Ikamaru Jin's ridicule, Aizen Sasuke didn't care, just smiled slightly. By the way, Silver, I remember when you went to invite Xia Yejuan, you assessed him, right? What is the strength of Xia Yejuan?
Oh no, Captain Aizen, you finally asked me.
Otherwise, I thought you never took Xia Yi to heart.
The smile on Ikamaru Jin's face converged slightly, although I am reluctant to admit it. Xia Yi-san is indeed a more genius than me.
The battle with Natsuya 2 months ago came to Ikamaru Jin's mind.
No matter from which point of view, there is no doubt that he is above the Summer Knight. Ryatsu, physique, speed, strength, skill, all-encompassing suppression. It stands to reason that with such a gap, he should be able to defeat Xia Yi in an instant. Not to mention that Xia Yi was not as good as him, even those opponents who were stronger than him were not killed by him in the end. However, in the battle with Natsuyi, Ikamaru Jin felt as if everything about himself was seen through by Natsuyi. What kind of combat talent is this? Even after he liberated the Zanpakuto, Natsuyi was able to easily block it.
Other than that, Ikamaru Jin absolutely did not forget that at the end of the battle, Natsuyo also liberated the Zanpakuto.
But at that time, Xia Yi's spiritual power was only 8th rank. This is not just an example, but it can prove that Xia Yi is no ordinary Grim Reaper.
Genius than Silver?
Aizen Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, "It seems that I was indeed too conceited before." Without a doubt, Aizen is definitely the best among geniuses. In less than 100 years, he has reached the peak of death. It is precisely because the gap with other Shinigami is so great that it is difficult for Aizen Sasuke to resonate with other Shinigami.
Even a genius like Ikamaru Jin is insignificant in Aizen's eyes.
He closed the market for Meruem, but he wanted to see what kind of surprises Ikamaru Jin could bring to him.
As for the Summer Knight, although it is rumored that Natsuya can match Ikamaru Jin, in Aizen's opinion, Natsuya's Ryatsu has always been a hard injury.
Even though Natsuya had a good talent for slashing techniques, the upper limit of Ryatsu was destined to limit his development.
However, after hearing Ikamaru Jin's comment, Aizen Sasuke became a little interested in Natsuyo. Similarly, Natsuya's growth also made Aizen think more about the students of Mao Ryujutsu Academy.
It seems that I have to take some time to go to Mao Spiritual Academy in the future.
Although Aizen Sasuke has reached the limit of Shinigami, he also has to be cautious about what he wants to do in Seriitii.
After all, the strength of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is not at all something that Aizen can easily touch now. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the strongest god of death in Seriitii for thousands of years, this is not groundless, but the result of him killing it with the knife in his hand. Perhaps in terms of the ability to slay the White Instant Ghost, the gap between Aizen Sasuke and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is not big.
However, in terms of Zanpakuto's abilities, the gap between the two makes it almost impossible for Aizen to defeat Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Indeed, with the ability of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Aizen Sasuke can escape from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. But if Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni completely unleashes his power regardless of the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke could be hit hard in an instant. This is the gap between the strongest Zanpakuto in the Genjutsu system and the strongest Zanpakuto in the Heat system.
Although it is unlikely that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni will completely liberate all his forces after 1,000 years, as long as there is a glimmer of possibility, Aizen Sasuke is unwilling to take this risk. At least until he completes his goal, he will not expose himself to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Therefore, in order to reduce the risk of exposure, he decided to take time out of Mao Ryujutsu Academy every year to broaden the students' horizons, understand the capabilities of Zanpakuto in advance, and stimulate their desire to improve.
As for the Summer Knight, Aizen Sasuke's index finger gently tapped on the table.
When he stands in front of me, I'll find a chance to fight him. Otherwise, missing such a genius may affect my plans.
Aizen Sasuke's ability to completely control the opponent's 5 senses.
This ability is called Complete Hypnosis by Sasuke Aizen. For example, now, Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin are talking generously in the captain's room of the 5th division, but the captain of the 5th division, Mako Harako, next to them, did not react.
Perhaps for Harako Mako, today's captain's room is just a little noisy with mosquitoes. Xia Yejuan, this is the 11th team.
The god of death who led the Summer Knight stopped at the gate of the 11th team.
Well, thank you.
After nodding and thanking the god of death who brought him, Xia Yi stepped into the door of the 11th team. To Xia Yi's surprise, after entering the 11th team, he was not warmly welcomed by the players. On the contrary, there was not even a guard guard at the gate. Xiaoyi released his domineering energy and quickly walked towards the place where Ryatsu was most intense. On the training ground, the gathered gods of death finally noticed Xiaoyi. "Oh, which child are you? This is not a place to play, leave quickly." The 11th team member who first noticed Xiaoyi waved his hand casually, wanting him to retreat and leave here. Then, he turned his head again and looked at the two gods of death who were surrounded in the center fighting fiercely. The 11th team is a fighting team, and even if the soldiers are not avid fighters, in such an atmosphere, they are undoubtedly full of passion for fighting. Today, there was a challenge from the officials, which attracted many gods of death to watch. On weekdays, almost no one came to the 11th team, and even the Grim Reaper guarding the gate was attracted to the training ground, which allowed Xiaoyi to come here unimpeded. "I am a student who just graduated today and is preparing to join the 11th first team. Excuse me, where should I register now?" "Oh," when the surrounding gods of death heard Xiaoyi's words, they suddenly realized, "Yes, I remember that today last month was the assessment day of the Mao Spiritual Academy, and after calculation, it was indeed a new person coming today. But, little guy, shouldn't you go to the 4th division?" Hearing Xiaoyi's words, these gods of death couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. No way. Xiaoyi was now wearing a white cadet uniform, less than 1.4 meters tall, looking very petite, and had no deterrent effect at all. Such a person, even if he is a genius, should go to those divisions that do not fight much. As for the current appearance of Xiaoyi, it doesn't get along with the group of rough men of their 11th team at all, right? Compared to replying, "I still think fighting with Zanpakuto is more suitable for me." Xiaoyi patted the Zanpakuto on his waist and said to several people with a smile. Seeing Xiaoyi's expression, the god of death who was about to tease him was stunned for a moment, and then patted him on the shoulder. "Ha, that's right. Men, you should fight hard." Those replied, "It's really not worth learning." The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched slightly. "Are you kidding? How can such words be said?" Not to mention the current captain of the 4th division, even the first generation of the 11th division Kenpachi did not dare to be so presumptuous. Among the entire Gotai 13 teams, the one who has the most contact with the 4th division is undoubtedly the 11th division. Whether it is the battle with the void or the competition between the team members, many wounded are sent to the 4th division almost every day. If the 4 divisions' deaths knew that the members of the 11th division actually said that they were, wouldn't the Shinigami of the 11th division receive special care when they went to the 4th division in the future? Of course, as a medical ambulance team, the soldiers of the 4th division will never smash their signboards. But during the treatment process, some of the returnees who are not skilled enough, or newcomers who have just joined the 4th division, will definitely impress the members of the 11th division. After this battle is over, I will personally take you into the team. Thank you, senior. By the way, are there conflicts between the two seniors in front? It seems that their battle is really hard. Hey, are you talking nonsense? Hearing Xiaoyi's question, the familiar god of death said, "Fighting, only by doing your best is respect for the enemy and yourself. Now that we have decided to draw our swords against each other, we must be prepared to fight to the death. Come on, Tanaka, don't take the juniors crookedly." The other god of death glanced at the god of death named Tanaka, and said to Xiaoyi with a smile, "Junior, don't be fooled by this guy Tanaka. Normally, the internal competition of our 11th team is not so exaggerated. Everyone just distinguishes the winner and loser. These two are fighting so fiercely because they are fighting for the throne of the seat." As if worried that Xiaoyi would not understand, the god of death kindly explained, "The battle for the throne is the only challenge in the 11th team that allows death. The members of the 11th team can directly launch a battle for the throne from the seat officer, the vice captain, and even the captain, and as long as they win, they can take the other party's place. Even the captain is no exception. Therefore, in order to maintain their position, the challenged will do their best to fight the challenger. In such a situation, there is no difference between the two sides and the enemy, so it is normal for there to be casualties in battle. So, juniors, remember that in the future, if you are not sure to save your life, don't start a battle for the throne. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you lose." Xiaoyi can feel the kindness of others. However, maybe he is going to disappoint this senior. He came to the 11th team and did not just enjoy the fun of fighting like the low-level soldiers, but because in the 11th team, as long as you have the strength, it is the fastest way to promotion. Boom! Not to mention the officer and the vice captain, even the captain is not impossible. As far as Natsuyi knows, the fastest to rise in the 11th team is the 11th generation Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi. This guy went from joining the 11th team to becoming the captain in just a few minutes. By the way, senior, who is the current captain of our squadron? Due to the uncertainty of time, Natsuyi did not know who the current captain of the 11th team was. He only knew that the 7th generation Kenpachi Yashiki Kenpachi was the captain who had been in the captain for a long time. After the killing of Kenpachi in the house, Kenpachi Mole City served as the captain for less than 3 years, and was imprisoned in the infernal hell for surrendering and wanting to destroy the Siriidii. Then Gasuk, the vice captain of Kenpachi, became the 9th generation captain Kenpachi Gasuk, and he was also the weakest captain in the history of the 11th team. Since he was the weakest, Gasuk Kenpachi may not have stayed for a year
higher in the captain's position before he was killed by Onyanjo, and Onyanjo thus became the 10th generation Kenpachi.
How long Ghost Yen City reigned, Xiaoyi is not clear, but 100 years before the start of the Bleach plot, the captain of the 11th team was already Kenpachi Zaraki. In other words, the 11th team has changed 3 captains in just 5 years. Well, with Zaraki, it's 4. Knowing who is the captain of the 11th team now can make the challenge of Summer Night more targeted.
You don't know?
As soon as the god of death finished speaking, he patted his forehead. I'm sorry, I forgot that you just graduated from Mao Spiritual Academy today, and you don't know much about the Gotiei 13 team yet.
If you want to join our squad, I'm afraid it's just because we belong to the combat squad.
By the way, I remember that Mao Spiritual Academy recently produced a genius.
Are you familiar with that genius?
If you are familiar with it, I can take you to the vice captain and ask the deputy captain to approve you to go to Mao Spiritual Arts and invite him to join our team.
Senior, you say, is it possible that I am the genius you mentioned?
On summer nights, he was speechless. He didn't expect that the 2 seniors who talked to him first didn't seem to be very reliable. They said so much and still couldn't clearly answer the question he wanted to know.
It doesn't look like it.
The 2 members of the 11th team looked up and down at Xiaoyi and shook their heads in unison.
He. Xiaoyi rolled his eyes.
2 seniors, tell me about the captain and vice captain of our team, lest I can't recognize anyone after that and bump into the captain and vice captain.
This junior is really not cute.
Obviously, Xiaoyi's words made the 2 seniors feel a little offended.
However, they will not do anything to Xiaoyi because of this.
On the one hand, as Xiaoyi mentioned before, he is the genius that is popular at Mao Spiritual Academy this year.
Although they say they don't believe it, what if it really is?
After becoming a god of death for so many years, especially in this 11th team that fights all year round, they know best what a desperate existence a genius is. For the gods of death who can enter the Gotiei 13 team, they can be regarded as talented in the eyes of their companions in the Void Circle Expeditionary Force. However, the limit they could reach in the future was probably only 7th or 8th level spiritual power. Only those who can achieve the 6th level spiritual power, complete the liberation of the Zanpakuto, and become a seat official are truly geniuses.
Boom! Among 100 people, there may not be a single such existence.
But even such a genius, in front of a higher level genius, has just touched the threshold. On the other hand, due to Xiaoyi's young age, the situation seems a bit contradictory, but it is also logical. They despised Xiaoyi because of his young age, thinking that even if he was strong, he might not be as strong as he was. However, they also began to value his future because he was able to pass the assessment of Mao Ryujutsu Academy at a young age and enter the Gotiei 13 team. At least, they don't think that the future summer nights will be inferior to themselves. If they bullied Xiaoyi now, when he grew up, they would definitely regret it. Bad people are not stupid, but smarter than ordinary people, and know what kind of people should be messed with and what kind of people should not be messed with. Of course, here, Xiaoyi didn't think that these 2 seniors were bad people. It can only be said that whether it is in the world of pirates or the world of Bleach, simply defining a person's good or bad will not work.
The current captain of our 11th squad is Lord Ghost Castle. The vice captain is Maki Ichinos. Is it Onigon Castle and Maki Ichinos?
Xiaoyi nodded, thinking to himself, this is undoubtedly the best start for himself. The 9th generation Kenhachi helps Kenpachi, is the 11th team. Oh no, it should be said that he is the weakest captain since the founding of the Gotiei 13 team. He did not have the strength of a captain at all, although he became the captain because of the particularity of the 11th team, but he was despised by the captains of other divisions, and even when Kayaraka Shunsui mentioned the 5 assistants and swords, he did not mention his name.
Guiyan City was able to stay in the position of captain of the 11th team for a period of time, and he must have completed the cultivation of Bankai.
Xiaoyi guessed that the strength of Ghost Strict City might be comparable to that of Madarame, and it belonged to the group that had just touched the threshold of the captain level. With such strength, Xiaoyi believes that it will not be difficult to defeat him after he beats the vice captain and opens the rewards of the pirate achievement system. When Xiaoyi becomes the captain of the 11th first team, he will inevitably receive the golden achievement of Admiral. At that time, Xiaoyi's strength will be strong again and will be strong enough to gain a foothold in the captaincy. Even if the follow-up Zaraki comes, Natsuyi may not be able to defeat him at that time. As for whether he can defeat Maki Ichinos, Natsuyi has no doubts about this. Maki Ichinos' Zanpakuto is a flash-type Najika, which can use the reflection of light to hide itself and can also control the light to condense into a light blade to attack. In the future, because Kenpachi of Oniganjo was killed by Zaraki, Maki Ichinos, who could not accept this fact, defected from Siri-IT and became a subordinate of the leader of Bavin, Karaya God. At that time, Maki Ichinos had not yet cultivated Bankai, and obviously his upper limit was only the level of vice captain.
Coincidentally, Natsuya's Zanpakuto Shining Fruit is the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system, and he is extremely restrained against Ichinos Maki. It can be said that even if Natsuya's Ryatsu has not yet reached the 5th rank Reiwei of the vice captain level, the chances of winning against Maki Ichinos are not low.
Just as Xiaoyi was immersed in his thoughts, the battle on the training ground was coming to an end. Kill! With their respective shouts, the two broke out with all their Ryatsu, betting on the final blow of their lives. After the fierce collision, the smoke and dust dispersed, and in the training ground, the two gods of death were covered in blood and gasped. Damn it! The god of death on the left seemed to want to do something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spat out, staggered, and fell to the ground. I won this battle. The standing Shinigami raised the Zanpakuto and announced loudly, "Oh, oh, oh." The onlookers saw that the victory was decided and raised their hands to cheer for the winner. Even on summer nights, I was infected by this emotion. I have to say that the gods of death of the 11th team are really pure. They worship the strong and follow the strong. Ah, very good. At this moment, a loud voice came, almost overwhelming the cheers of the players. Hojo, as the captain of the 11th division, I acknowledge that your challenge is valid. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyi turned her head and looked towards the source of the sound, but because of her height, she could only see everyone's backs. So, Xiaoyi used the spirit to condense under his feet, let himself slowly float up, and finally surpassed these coaxing gods of death. At this time, Xiaoyi saw clearly the person who spoke. He is nearly 3 meters tall, his physique is so strong that he seems not to be human, his bulging belly is particularly prominent, his face is fierce, his black hair protrudes outward like a sea urchin, and his beard makes his image even more hideous. He is the captain of the 11th team, the 10th generation Kenpachi, and the Ghost City Sword. Kenpachi is the title of the strongest god of death in Saraiti. The previous generations of Kenpachi also lived up to their name and lived up to this title. Unfortunately, since the 8th generation Kenpachi Mole City Kenpachi was imprisoned in the infernal hell, the 2 generations of Kenpachi of Gossack and Kenpachi of Ghost Strict City have overshadowed the name of Kenpachi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, does anyone else dare to challenge Shiguan? After greeting the winner, Ghost Yenching Kenpachi grinned, looking even more hideous. Or you can challenge me too. Although in the 11th team, as long as they are strong enough, they can challenge anyone who is higher than themselves, but this is not always possible. To challenge the captain, it must be witnessed by at least 200 team members to count. To challenge the chair officer, more than 100 team members are required to testify. Because of this, every challenge of the 11th first team is watched by the team members as much as possible. Open. On the one hand, they are to observe the battles of the strong and get improved from them. On the other hand, they want to know the strength of the strong in the squad so that when they encounter danger in the mission, they know which adult to ask for help. In the end, they also attended as witnesses. Now the number of members of the 11th team gathered here exceeds 200, and they have met the requirements of challenging the captain. This is also the reason why Ghost Strict City asked such a question. Of course, the reason why Ghost Strict City said this was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In the entire 11th team, he was the only one who successfully practiced Bankai. The other team members, even his vice-captain Maki Ichinos, were just insignificant in the eyes of Onion City. He was sure that whether it was 1-on-1, or 1-on-10, or 1-on-100, he could achieve the final victory. After cultivating into Bankai, Ghost Strict City understood the strength of this power. This gap cannot be bridged by quantity. In his heart, only the other 12 captains deserve his attention. Ah, Captain, how can we be your opponents? Hearing Guiyan City's words, the members of the 11th team immediately sweated on their foreheads one by one and responded awkwardly. As soldiers of the 11th Brigade, they love to fight, but they don't want to fight the captain of Oniganjo. Ghost City's strength far exceeded their average, and usually, he was able to control the strength of his shots well in order to conduct combat training. However, unfortunately, in Kenpachi's heart, there was no idea of training his subordinates at all. Fighting with his subordinates is more like a means of fun for him. In particular, interrupting the hands and feet of his subordinates and listening to their painful screams made Gyanjo Kenpachi feel extremely excited. The members of the 11th first team, except for the new members who naively looked forward to getting the captain's guidance, the other old fritters had already understood the nature of Ghost Strict City, and naturally they would not ask for trouble. Of course, if no one can relieve the boredom of Ghost Yen City for a long time, he will directly select some subordinates to accompany him to pass the time. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the old fritters will basically remind the newcomers not to compete with the captain. However, no new players joined the 11th team during this time, and the last newcomer seemed to have been seriously injured by Onion City before waiting for the rescue of the 4th division, and 2 died, and the rest were transferred to other teams. For a while, except for the compliments of the gods of death closest to Ghost Strict City, no one stood up. Tisk, it's really boring. Seeing this, Ghost Yenching frowned, thinking about finding a few people to play with. However, at this moment, a child's voice suddenly came. I'll do it. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, the gods of death around the training ground turned their gaze to the source of the sound. Among a group of rough men, summer nights stand out. No way, Xiaoyu was not tall enough, and with the help of Lingzi under his feet, he was half a body taller than the surrounding gods of death. In addition, the gods of death in Team 11 are all wearing black Deathmaster costumes, while Xiaoyu is still wearing White Mao Spiritual Academy uniforms because he has not yet registered and has not received the Deathmaster master costume. Oh, this kid really has courage. Is there this person in our team? Are you stupid? It can be seen from the clothes that this guy has probably just graduated from Mao Spiritual Academy. Tisk, graduating at such a young age, it seems to be a genius. What should I do? Do you want to stop him? As the gods of death around Xia Yi dispersed and made room for him, he dispersed the spirit children under his feet and walked towards the center of the training ground. Standing in front of Ghost Strict City, Xia Yi looked up. This perspective made him feel invisible pressure. From Ghost Strict City, he could feel the huge spiritual pressure. The gap is still too big. However, soon. Captain, I want to challenge Shiguan. As Xia Yi's words fell, the surrounding gods of death gasped. Even the gods of death who had been going to remind him before were looking at him with shocked eyes at this time. Shiguan, this is not a role that anyone can play. In each division, including the vice captain, there are only 20 officers in total. The basic condition for serving as a seat official is that the liberation of the Zanpakuto must be completed. If there are no 20 Shinigami in the squad who can liberate the Zanpakuto, the position of the seat officer will be vacant. Of course, if the number of people is small, there will naturally be more. In some powerful squads, the number of Shinigami who can complete the Zanpakuto initiation exceeds 20, and they will naturally be hired on a merit-based basis. As a combat division in the Gotii 13, the overall strength of the 11th team is second only to the first team in the Gotii 13. Many of the officers of the division came out of the 11th team. It can be said that the gods of death who can serve as seat officials in the 11th team are all strong among the top. As soon as Xia Yi opened his mouth, he wanted to challenge Shiguan, which meant that he had successfully cultivated to the first solution, and his strength was stronger than most people on the field. Such strength, even if you fight against the captain, will not fall easily. Ha ha, funny, funny. The laughter in Ghost Strict City shook the sky, and the sound was so loud that Xia Yi's ears buzzed. Kid, what's your name? Captain, my name is Xia Yi. I just graduated today and am ready to join the 11th team. Very good, Summer Night, right? I'm very optimistic about you. I hope you can bring me some fun. After saying that, Ghost Yenqing turned around and yelled loudly at the surrounding gods of death. Who is that? The newcomer challenged. Hurry up and come out. The last one in the ranking, be conscious. Hearing Ghost Yen City's words, Xia Yi couldn't help but shake her head in her heart. I don't even remember the name of my own team officer. Or I know but don't want to say it. Such a captain is really bad. But forget it, if it were herself, Xia Yi might not be able to remember the names and faces of all the gods of death in the team. With Natsu's current strength, challenging the vice captain Maki Ichinos is not small. But he was worried that if he defeated Maki Ichinos and became the vice captain of the 11th first team, he would have no achievement reward if he challenged the lower officials. In order to pull the wool of the system a few more times, Xia Yi decided to fight all the way from the last seat to the vice captain. In this way, he can unlock all the official achievements of the Navy Department and get more achievement rewards. Anyway, there are no more than 20 people at most. 10 minutes. No, it's better to be modest, half an hour. Calculated, more than a minute is more than enough for everyone. Here comes the captain. When Xia Yi was silently calculating how long it would take him to complete the challenge of achieving the naval title, the last seat of the 11th team finally appeared. This is a middle-aged bald man who looks like he is in his 30s, and he bowed slightly to Xia Yi and said, I am the last seat of the 11th squad Ozawa Noguchi. Please advise me. New member of Team 11, Xia Yi, please give me a lot of advice. The opponent was polite, and Xia Yi naturally did not dare to be rude. After also bowing to the other party, Xia Yi also introduced himself. Summer Night? Why is this name so familiar? When the name was reported on the Summer Night, several of the gods of death in the 11th team couldn't help but scratch their heads, feeling that the name seemed familiar. Natsu Yi, isn't this the genius who has recently been praised in Maoria Jutsu Academy to be comparable to Ikemaro Jin? Yes, when I heard you say this, I remembered. I didn't expect him to join our 11th team. Soon, the gods of death in the 11th team recognized Xia Yi. Over the past year, legends about summer nights have spread widely among the Gotii 13 teams, and have become a topic of conversation for many Shinigami after dinner. However, these rumors are a bit exaggerated and unbelievable. What a rare swordsmanship genius in thousands of years. Only 1 month of basic slashing techniques can cut out the sword pressure that only captain-level powerhouses can use. What else could rival last year's genius Ikemaro-jin, or even surpass Ikemaro-jin's Shinigami? As we all know, Ikemaro-jin, as the person who broke the shortest graduation time of Maoria Jutsu Academy, is no longer as simple as a genius. Instead, it can be called a demon. Anyone who has followed Ikemaro-jin knows that after joining the 5th division, he became a seat official in less than a month. Today, Ikemaro-jin's status is already 5 seats in the 5th division. Comparing Summer Nights with Ikemaro Silver, people who have never seen Summer Nights always feel too exaggerated, and now it seems that perhaps their understanding of genius is not deep enough. Or in other words, they have never seen a real genius at all. Summer Night, definitely not inferior to the genius of Ikemaro-jin. It turns out to be him. No wonder he wants to challenge Shiguan as soon as he joins the 11th team. If it's a Summer Night, it should be fine. I don't
no, but I remember that Xiaoyi entered the Mao Spiritual Academy less than a year ago, right? Indeed, there should be a month left to calculate the time. Tisk, it's amazing, this is a record for Lord Ikemaru Jin.
The discussion of the surrounding gods of death was not small, and Ozawa Noguchi naturally knew the identity of Natsuya from their conversation.
Your Excellency Xiaoyi. Perhaps, in the future, I will be able to be proud of this battle with Your Excellency Xiaoyi. Ozawa Noguchi pulled out his Zanpakuto with a solemn expression. To be able to become the seat official of the 11th team, even if it is only the last seat, Ozawa Noguchi's strength should not be underestimated. However, as the surrounding players said, if the opponent is Xiaoyi, he may really not be an opponent.
After all, according to rumors, Xiaoyi is a strong swordsman who can perform sword pressure.
Let's surge the waves.
With Ozawa Noguchi's shout, a rich Ryatsu erupted from his body, and the Zanpakuto in his hand began to change its form. In an instant, the Zanpakuto in Ozawa Noguchi's hand turned into a dark blue double-edged hand.
Without hesitation, Ozawa Noguchi directly liberated his Zanpakuto and did his best.
The spiritual pressure surged under his feet, and Ozawa Noguchi raised his hands high and attacked Xiaoyi.
Pouring the sea. The white Ryatsu converged on Ozawa Noguchi's hands, rolling towards the summer night like a wave.
Hey! In the face of Ozawa Noguchi's attack, Natsuya slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and then slashed it without hesitation. The loud noise was deafening, and the wave rolled up by Ozawa Noguchi was instantly scattered by Xiaoyi's sword. Immediately afterwards, Natsuya's Zanpakuto seemed to have not encountered any resistance, and directly touched Ozawa Noguchi's hands.
Bang!
Just like a fly slapping a fly, Ozawa Noguchi had almost no power to resist and was blown out by Xiaoyi's sword.
Poof!
Yes! With just one sword, Ozawa Noguchi was defeated by Xiaoyi, and after rolling a few times, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly returned to its original form. Ozawa Noguchi was directly defeated by Xiaoyi's attack and lost his original state.
It's so strong.
Ozawa Noguchi struggled to roll over, his hands on the ground, still shaking. The wound between his fingers continued to ooze blood, and at this moment, his gaze towards Xiaoyi showed a little fear.
What is this power? Is this clearly the power that a child should have? In terms of strength, I'm afraid that Your Excellency Xiaoyi can already be compared with Lord Ghost Strict City, right? At least, Ozawa Noguchi was not beaten so badly in front of the captain of Oni-Yen City.
Very weak. Completely different from Ozawa Noguchi, Natsuya realized in only one collision that even the last seat of the 11th team seemed too fragile in his eyes. Of course, Natsuya understood that this was mainly because he had just awakened the
Bacanian bloodline with half of the giant bloodline, giving him 30 times more power than ordinary people.
Otherwise, when he fought with Ozawano, he would probably have to use a flying slash to defeat him in a short period of time. The bloodline of the Bacania clan does have an extremely significant effect on his strength improvement, and it is not inferior to the feeling of obtaining the haki of seeing and smelling. This is not to say that the bloodline of the Bacania clan can be compared with the haki of seeing and smelling. From the perspective of the level of the achievement system, the bloodline of the Bacania clan is just a purple achievement, while the haki of seeing and smelling is a golden achievement, and the gap between the two is obvious. However, Xiaoyi's haki has not yet undergone enough cultivation and is still in its infancy. Once the bloodline of the Bacania tribe is integrated into his body, it will take effect immediately, directly increasing his strength.
When Xiaoyi's body is fully developed, the increase brought by the Bacania bloodline will reach its limit.
The haki is different. It can develop powerful abilities such as listening to the voice of all things, foreseeing the future, changing the will of others,
and reading minds.
Now, 30 times the power allows Natsuya to easily slash sword press, and opponents like Ozawa Noguchi can't even withstand his sword.
Ozawa Noguchi, I lost.
He got up from the ground and said with a wry smile. He thought that Xiaoyi was still young. Even if he was super strong, he still had the power to fight, but the reality was far more cruel than he imagined.
Even
if he had liberated the Zanpakuto, it was still difficult to resist even Xiaoyi's sword. Even Ozawa Noguchi thought to himself, if he hadn't liberated the Zanpakuto, I was afraid that the sword just now would have killed him, right?
It's too strong. Is this guy really 10 years old?
On the training ground of the 11th team, many gods of death were shocked by Xiaoyi's sword. Although Ozawa Noguchi is the seat official of the 11th team, his strength can be regarded as the top 21 powerhouse in the team.
But such a strong man was defeated by Xiaoyi with a casual sword? This gap is really too big. Ha ha ha, okay. Our 11th team finally has a guy worth paying attention to.
Ghost Yenching Kenpachi patted his thigh, pointed at Xiaoyi and laughed. Little ghost, I think your strength is too unreasonable to stay at the end.
How is it? Do you want to continue the challenge?
As long as you want, even if you challenge me, I can spare you from death. Speaking of this, there was a hint of cunning in Kenpachi's eyes. He longed for Natsuki to challenge him now. I have to say that the appearance of Summer Nights made Ghost Yenchang Kenpachi feel a long-lost sense of crisis in his heart. As the captain of the 11th team, he has lived an unprecedented chic life over the years. As long as he does not violate the rules rules of the Seriitii, he can act recklessly and no one cares. In order to maintain his position, Kenpachi of Oniganjo often competes with his teammates. Whenever he finds a subordinate who may threaten his position, he will find ways to get the other party to challenge him and take the opportunity to eliminate him. The ferocity and brutality of Guiyan City Kenpachi are vividly displayed through these things. Of course, if the opponent has not challenged him, as the captain, he naturally cannot be too obvious and take action against potential threat players. In this case, Gyanjo, Kenpachi will use a series of means to make these players who may threaten his team transfer. In this way, he can ensure that the 11th team will always be his word. There is no doubt that although it was just a battle, Xiaoye's performance had already made Ghost Yenchang Jianba vigilant. Well, Lord Oniganjo, I choose to continue the challenge. Natsuyi nodded. As for challenging you, I think I'll wait until I defeat Vice Captain Ichinos. If I can't even beat Deputy Captain Ichinos, then challenging you, Lord Oniin Castle, is simply beyond my own strength. Only by standing closest to you and challenging you can I be worthy of my respect for you. To be honest, Ghost Castle's proposal made Natsuye's heart flutter. Unfortunately, his strength is still a long way from Ghost City. What made Natsuyi even more confused was that after defeating Noguchi Ozawa, the last seat of the 11th team, he didn't hear the prompt sound of the pirate achievement system. Isn't it an achievement to defeat the last seat in the team? Xiaoyi frowned slightly, and things developed beyond his expectations. If he couldn't complete the achievement in the next battle, then his strength might not continue to improve in a short period of time, which was extremely detrimental to his plan. But now that Xiaoyi has come this far, even if he grits his teeth, he must finish it. The big deal is to find a way after defeating Maki Ichinos and becoming the vice captain of the 11th first team. Otherwise, after glancing at Ghost Yenching Jianba, Xiaoye's heart was awe-inspiring, and he actually sensed that Ghost Yen City Sword 8 had murderous intent on himself in the sense of seeing and smelling domineering. Very good. That summer night, let me see your limits. Come on, go and call all the officials who are not here. Just say, let them see what it means to be a genius. Yes, Lord Ghost Yenchung. Boom. Snap. Poof. Under the gaze of many gods of death, one after another, Shiguan fell under Xiaoye's sword. Because Xiaoyi dared to launch a continuous challenge to the officials, none of the Shi officials dared to underestimate him. At the beginning of the battle, everyone showed their strongest side. Unfortunately, in front of Natsuyi, they were no different from Ozawa Noguchi. It's too strong. With just a swing of the sword, you have defeated so many officials. Can Your Excellency Xiaoyi really challenge the captain of Ghost Strict City? At this time, many Shinigami no longer regarded Lord Ghost Strict City's words as a joke. Xiaoyi did have the strength to challenge the captain of Ghost Strict City. How many is this? It's the 12th. TSK, Your Excellency Xiaoye's shot seems to be getting heavier and heavier. Well, I noticed it too. It is estimated that the top 10 officials are strong, forcing His Excellency Xiaoyi to use stronger forces to deal with it. It's the same. Although we can't see much difference, Your Excellency Xiaoyi used more power, which shows that the strength of these Shiguan is indeed gradually improving. In the center of the training ground, as many gods of death said, Xiaoye's shots became heavier and heavier. This is not because the strength of the officials is increasing, forcing Xiaoyi to go all out. The real reason is that Xiaoyi defeated more than a dozen Shi officials one after another, but never heard the prompt sound of the pirate achievement system, and gradually felt irritated in his heart, eager to end the battle as soon as possible to find out what was wrong with his system. In the fan of the Bleach world, Shiguan's strength is equivalent to that of the general powerhouse in the pirate world. The top 5 officers have strength comparable to that of the vice admiral of the Admiralty. Although the seats of these Reaper seats in the follow-up battle are getting lower and lower, in front of Xiaoyi, they are not significantly different from the previous ones. With such a mentality, Xiaoyi naturally hoped to end the battle quickly. Next, when hearing Xiaoye's expressionless voice, a god of death couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Is this still the god of death? Did he go to bed too early or get up too late? Okay, Yano. A slender hand gently rested on the shoulder of the god of death and whispered in his ear, there is not much difference in strength between you people. Just go out like this. Your fate is not much different from the other people in front of you. I'll go. The Grim Reaper turned his head, his pupils contracting suddenly. Vice Captain Ichinos. Sorry, no need to apologize, Yano. Not to mention you, even me, in the face of such a genius, I will inevitably feel jealous in my heart. Maki Ichinos' words were obviously not comforting the god of death named Yano. In these dozen battles, Xiaoyi just swung his knife at random. That huge force pierced the officials of the 11th team one by one. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fighting spirit of the 11th first team. As a combat team, they advocate head-to-head confrontation, so most of the Zanpakuto held by the Shinigami of the 11th team are direct attack. When facing enemies of equal strength, they can win with superb combat skills and rich practical experience. However, once they encounter opponents who are far stronger than them, this becomes their shortcoming. Even if their Ryatsu was one level higher than Xiaoye's, the 30-fold difference in strength still made them unable to withstand Xiaoye's casual blows. Perhaps, the ghost path-type Zanpakuto will have some advantages when fighting against Natsuyi.
Unfortunately, the Zanpakuto of the Onido system is considered inferior to the 11th team.
Therefore, in general, Shinigami who have a ghostly Zanpakuto either do not use their own Zanpakuto or move to other divisions. Of course, strength is always the key to speaking. Those who are transferred are all weak without exception, and the powerful god of death, even if the Zanpakuto is a ghost path, can also have a corresponding identity and status in the 11th team.
Maki Ichinos is such a person.
Even though his Zanpakuto is a flash-type person, he is still the vice-captain of the 11th team.
I am the vice-captain of the 11th team, Maki Ichinos. Please give me more advice.
I am the 5th seat of the 11th team, Summer Knight. Please advise.
Facing Maki Ichinos, Natsuyo did not dare to take it lightly.
After all, Maki Ichinos is the vice-captain of Team 11 number 1, and Lingwei has reached the 5th rank, which is 2 ranks higher than Natsu.
The further Lingwei became, the more obvious the gap between each level became.
Especially above the 3rd level of spiritual power, not to mention cross-level, the strength of spiritual pressure between the same level and the comparison between the 20 to the 3rd level is simply exaggerated. Leaving behind his worries about the failure of the pirate achievement system, Natsuya pointed the Zanpakuto at Maki Ichinos.
Wow!
The figure flashed, and Natsui instantly appeared in front of Maki Ichinos, and the Zanpakuto in his hand pointed directly at Maki Ichinos and slashed down.
Bell!
The sound of metal colliding sounded, but this time Maki Ichinos, who blocked Natsuya's attack, was not directly defeated like the previous officials.
However, in terms of strength, Maki Ichinos under normal conditions still cannot be compared with Natsuyo.
Therefore, despite Ichinos Maki blocking Natsui's attack, he was forced to retreat, leaving 2 shallow marks on the ground with his feet.
What a powerful force! Maki Ichinos was secretly surprised. If my Ryatsu was on the same level as this guy, I'm afraid I will be defeated too.
But, the Ryatsu in his body exploded instantly, and Maki Ichinos' body bloomed with white flames due to the gathering of spirit children.
After stabilizing his footing, he no longer retreated, but turned into an afterimage and attacked Xiaoyi. Bell!
Under the increase of Ryatsu, Maki Ichinos' speed and strength have been greatly improved. The collision of this sword caused a circle of airwaves, and several cracks appeared under the feet of Natsuya and Ichinos Maki due to the force of the collision.
Bell bell bell.
Natsuya and Ichinos Maki's Zanpakuto drew afterimages, colliding with each other and making a crisp sound.
Thank you. How strong is Maki Ichinos? Strong. If he is not strong, he will definitely not become the vice-captain of the 11th team.
But this level is not very strong for Xiaoyi. At this time, the speed of Ichinos Maki swinging his sword was comparable to that of Ikamaru Jin that he encountered on a summer night a few months ago. At that time, Xiaoyi, with his domineering, was able to retreat with his whole body, and now his strength has increased 30 times compared to then, even if he does not rely on the domineering of seeing and smelling. He can clearly capture the trajectory of Ichinos Maki out of the knife and does not fall behind in the battle with Ichinos Maki. At this moment, Xiaoyi also understood how much water Ikamaru had applied to himself. Well, it was the moisture on the power that skyrocketed after the Ryatsu erupted. It is also a 5th level spiritual power. Although there is a difference in the increase between the two sides, it will never be outrageous to the point of 30 times. Although Ikamaru Jin is much younger than Ichinos Maki, he is not inferior to Ichinos Maki in terms of Ryatsu and swordsmanship. In the atmosphere of the summer night at this time, the pressure felt by Maki Ichinos was far less than the sense of oppression that Ikamaru Jin gave him at the beginning. This guy, his attacks were all blocked by Natsu one by one, and even Maki Ichinos had to admit that Natsu's trickiness instantly increased a lot. If he continues to maintain his current state, he will definitely not be able to drag out the summer night. He knew this in his heart. His current speed and strength are bursting out by the increase in Ryatsu, and Xiaoyi seemed to be able to compete with him with his physical strength alone. When his Ryatsu was almost consumed, Xiaoyi could easily win. Even Maki Ichinos felt that the gap in physical fitness made him powerless. However, this gap is unavoidable, and the gap between people is sometimes even more pronounced than between dogs and people. Physical talent, spiritual power, understanding, soul root. Maybe there is not much difference between everyone in a certain item, but when each item is superimposed, the difference between talentless, mediocre, genius and demon is formed. I have been a god of death for more than 20 years. I have experienced thousands of battles, and I have never slackened in my usual cultivation. I don't believe that my more than 20 years of hard work are not as good as the genius of less than a year. Maki Ichinos' gaze was slightly heavy. Although from the previous confrontation with Xiaoyi, he has realized that it is only a matter of time before he is surpassed. But now, he must not admit defeat. Thinking of this, Maki Ichinos suddenly changed his battle strategy. He no longer forced Natsu to confront him, but used instantaneous steps to rotate around Natsu, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Instantaneous? Natsuyo's eyes turned as Ichinos Maki moved. I have to say that if the opponent is not Natsuyi, Maki Ichinos' choice is undoubtedly correct. After all, Xiaoyi only stayed at the Mao Spiritual Academy academy for a year, even if he learned everything taught by his teachers, due to lack of time to practice, his skills were difficult to compare with those gods of death who had been cultivating for decades. Unfortunately, however, this trick did not have any effect on Summer Night. Indeed, Xiaoya's cultivation of slashing fists and ghosts is much worse than that of Maki Ichino's, who has been a god of death for more than 20 years. But what Xiaoyi mastered was not just the things of the Shinigami world. Although the cultivation results obtained in the pirate achievement system only experienced a brief moment in the Shinigami world, the memories of those cultivations and the strengthening effect of the body were not false. What's more, Summer Nights also have such a trick as seeing and smelling domineering. Without the slightest hesitation, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiaoya's eyes, and the domineering aura of seeing and smelling immediately spread. With the help of the domineering spirit, every movement trajectory of Maki Ichino's could not be hidden in front of Natsui at all. And Maki Ichino's instantaneous speed still did not reach the point where Natsui could not react. Therefore, at this moment, the battle between Maki Ichino's and Natsui, although it seemed that Maki Ichino's attacked Natsui violently like a storm, was ultimately resisted by Natsui unscathed. This guy is really tough. A minute later, Maki Ichino's stopped attacking and stood in front of Natsuyo, panting. Although it was only a minute of fierce confrontation, for Maki Ichino's, this intensity of confrontation was equivalent to an hour of high-intensity training, and the spiritual power and physical strength consumed were extremely huge. It seems that I am too conceited. Adjusting his breathing, Maki Ichino said to Natsui, "Originally, I thought that such a gesture could force you to do more, but now it seems that if I don't go all out, I may even be defeated by you. Xia Yejuan, be careful in the next battle. After all, if I attack with all my might, I can't guarantee that I will be able to restrain my strength at the moment of killing you." "Don't worry, Deputy Captain Ichino's. My strength is not as weak as you think." "Really? Then I'm welcome." After releasing the harsh words, Maki Ichino's took a deep breath, clenched the handle of the Zanpakuto with both hands, and the Ryatsu of his whole body instantly exploded. Shine, Hongxia. With Maki Ichino's roar, the Ryatsu on his body instantly became dreamy, and the Ryatsu suddenly increased several times. The surging Ryatsu spread around the Ichino's Maki tree, forming a substantial shockwave that looked like an invisible airwave sweeping around it from above. Of course, with Maki Ichino's current Ryatsu, although the wind pressure generated by it caused some trouble to the surrounding Shinigami, it was not enough for them to avoid it. At most, he protected his arms in front of his eyes to prevent the sand and dust from being blown into his eyes by the airwaves caused by the Ryatsu caused by Ichino's Maju. Liberation language is the same as mine. Hearing the liberation words of Ichino's Maki Zanpakuto, Natsui was stunned for a moment. To be honest, in Natsui's memory, it seems that there are no two Zanpakuto liberation words that are the same. However, Xiaoyi didn't have much idea about this. Ultimately, the so-called liberation language is actually an agreement between Shinigami and Zanpakuto as a key to call out Zanpakuto and use its power. The most important thing to liberate the Zanpakuto is still the name of the Zanpakuto. As long as the spirit of the Zanpakuto tells the god of death his name, then the liberation word can be completely decided by the god of death or the Zanpakuto. Normally, most of the Zanpakuto's liberation words are related to their own abilities, coupled with the personality differences between the Shinigami and Zanpakuto, so everyone's liberation words will be similar, but rarely similar. When Natsui was approved by Porcellino before and allowed him to use his abilities, Porcellino found it troublesome, so he asked Natsui to set the liberation language himself, and Natsui felt that since Porcellino had become the strongest flash-type Zanpakuto, it was most appropriate to use Shine as a liberation word. Now colliding with Maki Ichino's liberation words, although Natsui was a little surprised, she didn't feel anything wrong. The same liberation language, the same flash Zanpakuto, who was weak and who was embarrassed. Shine, holy light rainbow. As the Zanpakuto was liberated, Maki Ichino's drew a circle with both hands, and hundreds of Reiko's sword blades condensed by flashes formed a circle in the trajectory that Hongxia stroked, and then under his control, they rushed towards the Summer Night. Xiaoyi instantly left the position where he was standing, and dozens of sword shadows crashed into the place where he had just gained, and deep pits suddenly appeared on the ground. Summer Night held the Zanpakuto in his hand, and between swinging it, white slashes came out one after another, colliding fiercely with the holy light rainbow sword shadow released by Ichino's Maki, and bursts of roaring sounds broke out in an instant. Although Xiaoya's understanding of the breadth of all things was not yet deep, his strength had increased 30 times, which greatly increased the power of the slashes he swung. Each slash could easily shatter more than a dozen sword shadows. However, to his dismay, the number of sword shadows emitted by Maki Ichino's was too large. With Natsui's current sword swing speed, it was impossible to completely eliminate these sword shadows before they attacked him. More importantly, while Xiaoyi was entangled by the holy light rainbow Xia, Maki Ichino's, the owner of the rainbow Xia, was watching from the sidelines, ready to seize any flaws in Xiaoyi at any time and give him a stronger attack. Boom! With a move in his mind, Xiaoyi decided not to continue swinging the sword, but while retreating to avoid the sword shadow's attack, he held the Zanpakuto horizontally on his chest, stroked the
blade with his left hand, and the Ryatsu instantly exploded. Shined Taiyan Kanjian. As Xiaoye's hand slid by, the Zanpakuto instantly turned into a lightsaber condensed by golden light, the Skycloud Sword. And it seems that due to the improvement of Xiaoye's spiritual pressure, he can now not only control the Skycloud Sword in his hand, but also slightly control the power of light, and even the holy light rainbow haze emitted by Maki Ichinos is no exception. In the world of pirates, powerful fruit abilities have a significant restraint effect on low-level fruit abilities. For example, the burnt fruit and the bark fruit are the most representative examples. Ace and Jinbe confronted each other for 7 days and nights, and escaped from the hands of Admiral Akiji Kuzan, which shows Ace's strength. The duel between Green Pheasant Kuzan and Red Dog Sikarsky lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before finally deciding the winner. It can be seen that their strength is comparable. According to this comparison, the strength gap between Ace and Sikarsky, although not completely defeated, can also escape. However, the reality is that Sikarsky hit Ace hard with just one move. This is the absolute suppression of the upper fruit by the lower fruit. Now, the battle between Natsuya and Maki Ichinos is quite similar to the situation between Ace and Sikarsky. However, Natsu's strength is not as good as Sikarsky's, and even in terms of seeing and smelling domineering, Natsuya's strength is inferior to Ichinos' Maki. Therefore, the battle between Natsuya and Maki Ichinos will obviously not be as simple as Sikarsky's easy killing of Ace, but there is no problem at all to compete with Maki Ichinos for control of light. The strongest of a certain system is not empty. Its most fundamental power, heavenly appearance, can control the corresponding elements, thereby amplifying itself and suppressing enemies. As the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system, after liberation, Xiaoyi will naturally be able to control the light the strongest. Even if Ichinos Maki has more spiritual power than Xiaoyi, in terms of controlling the energy of light, Natsuyi is unmatched. Boom boom boom. A violent roar suddenly sounded, and in an instant, Ichinos Maki Maso's holy light rainbow cloud was detonated by the summer night. Feeling that his trick was broken, Maki Ichinos was shocked. He hadn't even figured out how his trick was destroyed by Xiaoyi. He only understood that after liberating the Zanpakuto on summer night, he had lost control of the sword shadow condensed by the holy light rainbow haze. In the flames, Maki Ichinos vaguely saw Natsuyi swinging his knife at his location. At this time, Ichinos Maki didn't care about anything else, and immediately displayed his hidden ability, invisibility. In an instant, the air around Ichinos Maki fluctuated slightly, and his figure disappeared from the training ground. This is Maki Ichinos' ability to hide himself by manipulating the refraction of the light around him. He knew that his ability was always despised by many members of the 11th First Team, so he never used it in front of everyone. But at this moment, he understood that if he continued to hide, he might be defeated by Xiaoyi in an instant. It is conceivable that a genius like Xiaoyi entering the 11th team will never be willing to stop at the position of vice-captain. Even through the official challenge launched by Natsui as soon as he entered the 11th team, Maki Ichinos could guess that Natsui's target must be the captain of Ghost Strict City. Looking at the entire Gotai 13 team, only the captain of the 11th team can take office with enough strength to defeat the original captain. The captains of the other 12 divisions must be nominated by more than 3 captains, and more than 6 captains must personally prove that they have the power of the captain, or perform the Bankai of the Zanpakuto in the presence of 3 or more captains to become captains. Once defeated by Natsuyi, his target must be Captain Ghost Strict City. As a loyal supporter of the captain of Oni Strict City, Maki Ichinos knows that if he cannot stop all the gods of death that are unfavorable to the captain of Oni Strict City, he must at least let the captain of Oni Strict City understand the enemy's methods and increase his chances of winning in possible future battles. After all, in the Gotai 13 team, the Zanpakuto with unknown abilities is always feared, and those gods of death whose names and abilities are known, unless they reach the level of Captain Yamamoto, even if they are captains, they will face trouble if their abilities are targeted. In fact, even Captain Yamamoto would always give priority to finding ways to weaken him in the various crises encountered by Siriidii. For example, Aizen Sasuke did not dare to declare war on Siriidii until he created the fire-extinguishing Prince Wandawise and blocked Mr. Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Another example is the ancestor of the Annihilation Division, Yuhabak, who once asked people to pretend to be himself to die, and took away his Bankai when Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni laxity revealed his flaws. Even if he may be disgusted and rejected by the other Shinigami of Team 11 in the future, he must let Natsuki show as much power as possible. Boom! A white crescent moon flew out, drawing a deep ditch of tens of meters on the ground. Seeing that Maki Ichinos successfully dodged his attack, Natsui was not surprised. Although the increase in strength greatly increases the power of Xiaoye's slashes, there is no significant change in speed. Coupled with the fact that the distance between the two sides is far enough, it is not difficult for Maki Ichinos to avoid it after realizing the existence of summer nights. In fact, in the world of pirates, even the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Jorikol Mihawk, many people have been able to successfully dodge. Natsui, who lost the figure of Maki Ichino's, showed a faint smile.
Ichino's Maki-S move was a lethal killer move for those Shinigami who had not cultivated their spiritual awareness to a sufficient extent. Unfortunately, such a method was useless to Xiaoyi, not to mention that Natsui's control of light is far above that of Ichino's Maki. Even if it is this little trick, Natsuya can easily sense the place where the light is strongest. In the spiritual perception of light on a summer night, the Ichino's Maki is like a bright light bulb, which stands out. Furthermore, Xiaoya's Haki is also a kind of supersense that transcends vision, and the illusion caused by polarized light alone cannot hide Xiaoya's Haki at all. He raised the Tensong Cloud sword in his hand and slashed down at the location where Ichino's Maki was. Boom! The golden light condensed and was cut out by Xiaoyi, instantly turning into a slash more than 10 meters high, instantly submerging the entire area.
Ha! Hurry up! I can't hide it at all.
Maki Ichino's just wanted to take advantage of his stealth to launch a surprise attack on Natsui, but he didn't expect Natsui to deliver such a powerful blow. It looked as if Xiaoyi had seen through his disguise. More importantly, the speed and power of this blow at this time on Xiaoyi were at least 3 times stronger than the previous slash. At the critical moment, Maki Ichino's finally unleashed his strongest attack. A large amount of light was absorbed by him, first breaking the polarization he had applied to his own camouflage. The surrounding light was a little dim due to the absorption of Ichino's Maki, but in stark contrast, after absorbing a large amount of light, Ichino's Maki himself emitted dazzling colorful Ryatsu, which converged on his Zanpakuto.
The glow shines, broken jade rainbow.
The colorful sword light collided with the golden slash, and a violent roar burst out in an instant. However, Maki Ichino's broken jade rainbow Hazia was ultimately unable to withstand the slash of the summer night and was completely overwhelmed by the golden slash. As the slash dispersed, Ichino's Maki fell from the sky, covered in blood, and his breath became much weaker.
This slash is really terrifying. Isn't even Vice Captain Ichino's an opponent of His Excellency Natsui?
As soon as I joined the team, I challenged all the way to become the vice captain, and Your Excellency Xiaoyi really set a promotion record for the 13th team of the Godai.
Hiss, it's too exaggerated.
Witnessing all this, the gods of death of Team 11 turned their gaze to Xiaoyi one after another, with a bit of reverence in their eyes. In the 11th team, the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, you can gain the support of many gods of death. They don't care about the character of the strong, they only care about whether the person who can lead them into battle is strong enough.
Even a brutal figure like Oni Yanchang still has many followers in the 11th team.
Come to think of it, this trend also originated from the first generation of Sword 8 Flower 8000 streams. Who would expect a woman who was famous for killing and bears the title of big villain to be a good person? How could a good person run to flowing Soul Street at night to kill people for fun? What a joke! How brutal is the Ghost City Sword 8? Can it be as fierce as the 8000 flowers of the Rabbit Flower? Similarly, in Xiaoya's more than a dozen battles today, each of them showed his absolute strength. Although Xiaoyi still looks small, in the 11th team, only strength is real. Even the vice-captain Maki Ichino's was defeated by Natsuyi, and since then, Natsuyi is no longer a newcomer to the 11th team, but a veritable vice-captain, Natsui-sama. However, despite this, everyone in Team 11 turned their attention to Kenpachi Anaganjo, who was sitting on the ground. It stands to reason that according to the tradition of the 11th first team, Natsuyo defeated vice-captain Maki Ichino's in front of more than 100 team members, and should naturally be regarded as the current vice-captain. But over the years, the vice-captain of the Saraitai Gotai 13 team has generally been appointed by the captain himself, which has long become a consensus in everyone's minds. No one is stupid enough to see why Xiaoyi, a genius, entered the 11th team. After today's battle, everyone knows it well. What's more, Xiaoyi never seemed to intend to hide his abilities. If he didn't do this, with his talent, he would be able to challenge the strength of the captain of Ghost Strict City within 3 to 5 years. But the current situation is, it's not that everyone looks down on Xiaoyi, but they know the huge gap between captain and non-captain level. Once Xiaoyi shows his strength in front of the captain of Ghost Strict City, what will the captain think of him? Of course, although the captain of Ghost Strict City may have a lot of complaints about Xiaoyi in his heart, he could not violate the rules of the 11th first team. After all, he himself is also a beneficiary of this set of rules. If he dares to break the rules of the 11th squad, I'm afraid the captains of the other divisions will not show mercy to him. Very good, Summer Night Kid, you are very good. Ghost Yanchang Kenpachi's face was full of fierce smiles, and the cold light in his eyes flashed, revealing murderous intent. The appearance of Natsui did make him feel a long-lost sense of crisis. Judging from Natsui's battle with Maki Ichino's, Natsui still has a long way to go from him. However, Xiaoya's age and speed of progress made Ghost Strict City Kenpachi feel a tingling scalp. Decade! This little guy, I'm afraid it only takes 10 years to catch up with or even surpass himself. This was the judgment of Kenpachi of Anaganjo, and the reason why he came to such a conclusion was based on the records of the Siriidii, the most genius god of death. If you want to cultivate into Bankai, it will take at least 10 years. I admire your courage, so, I'll give you 5 years to grow. I hope that in 5 years, you can bring bring me even more surprises. Obviously, Ghost Yenching also realized that Xiaoya's straightforward way was much easier to deal with than secretly growing up and finally giving himself a backstab. The reason why he gave Natsuki 5 years was to plant a preconceived notion in the hearts of the members of the 11th team. 5 years later, Natsuki would challenge himself. After all, he was the captain of the 11th team. It is customary for the team members to challenge the captain, and there has never been such a precedent for the captain to challenge the team members. Naturally, it is impossible for Gyanjo Kenpachi to really let Xiaoyi grow to the point of threatening him. 5 years is just the right time, which can not only make other Shinigami look forward to Xiaoyi, but also prevent Xiaoyi from really growing to the level of captain. 5 years later, if Natsuki hadn't challenged him, I'm afraid the members of the 11th division would have scoffed at him, and the rejection of the team members would force Natsuya to have to leave the 11th division. However, Gyanjo Kenpachi may not be clear, and there are some geniuses who are really beyond common sense, so if the time it takes for them to complete their Bankai cultivation is exposed, it will inevitably greatly hit the confidence of ordinary Shinigami. In 10 years, even an ordinary god of death can have a hint of fantasy about trying to realize his dream. However, if others complete their Bankai cultivation in a few months or even a few days, once such news comes out, how many of the gods of death's Taoist hearts will be shattered? For example, the vice-captain of the first team, Shojiro Sparrow, was rejected for following Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's disciples, and as a result, he completed his Bankai training within a month and left a scar on Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's forehead, winning his approval. On the other hand, Urahara Kasuke created a turning god body and completed his Bankai training in just 3 days. Well, Kurosaki Ichigo is one of them, and he did it in 3 days. Of course, whether it is Chojiro Sparrow, Kasuke Urahara, or Ichigo Kurosaki, their Zanpakuto is not only the strongest, but basically in a complete state. Therefore, their Bankai cultivation does not need to completely conceive the spirit of the Zanpakuto, but only needs to subdue the spirit of the Zanpakuto. For ordinary Shinigami, he must first conceive his Zanpakuto spirit to the extent that he can perform Bankai before he can start the practice of Bankai. Otherwise, if even your own Zanpakuto spirit cannot be fully embodied, how can you cultivate Bankai? Natsuya's Zanpakuto is derived from the devil fruit of the pirate world, and it itself gives birth to a complete spirit. This means that Xiaoyi, like the previous ones, as long as he can subdue Porosalino, he can be regarded as completing the cultivation of Bankai. Without giving Natsuya time to think, Kenpachi of Oniganjo stepped forward and came to Maki Ichino's. I'm sorry, Lord Ghost Yenshun. Despite being severely injured, in front of Oni Strict City, Maki Ichino struggled to stand up as if facing a true god, and apologized to Kenpachi of Oni Strict City. I am too incompetent. You are indeed very incompetent. Although Oniganjo understands the loyalty of Maki Ichino's to himself, what is the meaning of the incompetent loyalty? He kicked Maki Ichino's head away, then bent down and directly tore off the sawdust armband on Maki Ichino's arm, which symbolized the vice-captain of the 11th 1st Brigade, and threw it at Natsuki. Kid, from now on, you will be the vice-captain of my 11th team. I'm looking forward to the day you challenge me. After saying that, Ghost Strict City Jin Bata did not return, and left the training ground with great strides. Xiaoyi stretched out his hand to catch the sawgrass armband, and then froze. Because at the moment when he caught the vice-captain's armband, a continuous ding-ding sound suddenly came from his mind. A summer night filled my heart with joy. This voice is very familiar to Xiaoyi. It stands to reason that after entering the 11th team and successfully challenging Shiguan, according to the logic of the pirate achievement system, he should be able to obtain an achievement of the Major General level. However, Summer Night's system did not respond. Even if you defeated Maki Ichino's before, you did not receive a prompt to achieve the achievement. Now that he has just obtained the armband representing the vice-captain, he has received many prompt sounds. Obviously, becoming a naval general also requires the recognition of the commander. Like many challenges before Xiaoyi, Guiyan City Kenpachi never spoke. According to the Bleach world, Natsuki defeated the vice-captain of the 11th team, so he was naturally the vice-captain of the 11th team. However, in the pirate world, without an order from the top of the navy, even if you are strong and defeat the vice-admiral Motobu, you cannot directly become a vice-admiral. Just now, Kenpachi Onijo threw the armband symbolizing the identity of the vice-captain of the 11th team to Natsuki, which in the eyes of the pirate achievement system, is equivalent to the position given to Natsuki by the top of the navy. Therefore, this was recognized by the pirate achievement system, which inspired many achievement rewards. However, this is not the time to check out these rewards. After confirming that his system was still working and that he had achieved the desired achievement, Xiaoyi threw a smile in the direction of Ghost City. After dispersing, Xiaoyi sheathed the Zanpakuto. Then I will thank Lord Onyenshun. Congratulations, congratulations. Lord Xiaoyi, you are this. After Kenpachi left Onijan City, the Shinigami who watched Natsuya's battle in the training ground gathered around Natsuya to congratulate him. Some of the gods of death even gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up. 11 teams, the strong are respected. Xiaoyi showed her strength through more than a dozen challenges in one won everyone's recognition. Of course, the more important point is that Natsuki did not hit hard in the battle. Boom! A person who is strong, but not as strong as the captain of Ghost Strict City, who has inflicted heavy damage on his opponents, will naturally be recognized and welcomed by everyone. Master Xiaoyi, I will take you to complete the team registration first and issue the Death Master costume. Also, Lord Xiaoyi, do you have a place to live in the sea riding? If not, you can stay in our team's dormitory. Just as everyone was celebrating Xiaoyi, a relatively thin-looking god of death squeezed in front of him and asked Xiaoyi. Boom! Hearing the words of this god of death, everyone in the 11th team suddenly reacted. Lord Xiaoyi has only entered the 11th team today, and he has not yet completed the team registration. Boom! Although the captain of Ghost Strict City had already given the vice-captain's armband to Xiaoyi, if the captains of other divisions also offered the same conditions, they might not attract Xiaoyi. After all, in the 11th team, Lord Xiaoyi still has the 5-year threat of Captain Ghost Yen City. And going to other squads, Lord Summer Knight will not only have one less big threat but also get guidance from other squad leaders. Therefore, after the god of death spoke, the other gods of death around Xiaoyi also responded. Yes, Master Xiaoyi, you and Suzuki should go and complete the team registration first. Also, Suzuki, after you complete the registration, remember to take Lord Xiaoyi to familiarize yourself with the environment of our squad. Then Lord Xiaoyi, we won't disturb you anymore, let's take our leave first. Well, see you tomorrow. In the face of these sensible soldiers, Xiaoyi also smiled and waved goodbye to them. Afterwards, Natsui said to the god of death named Suzuki, I was born in the flowing Soul Street and I don't have the ability to buy a house in the Syria court now, so let's stay in the team house for the time being. Okay, Lord Xiaoyi, please come here. I'll take you to complete the registration first, and after receiving the Death Overlord costume, I will take you to the team house. I'm sorry to trouble you, Suzuki. Sure enough, when your strength reaches a certain level, the people around you are all well-wishers. Xiaoyi stretched out and lay on the soft big bed. I have to say that the difference between the treatment of the vice-captain and the treatment of the students is too great. At Mao Spiritual Art Academy, although Xiaoyi enjoyed the best treatment because of her talent, the dormitory was just a single room where one person lived alone. In the 11th team, the dormitory on summer nights is a 2-story villa with a pond and yard. For these people who showed favor to him today, Xiaoyi knew in his heart that they were not all good people. It's just that in front of them, they all temporarily restrained their fangs and only showed kindness. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. With excitement, Xiaoyi sank his mind into his mind. In an instant, more than a dozen light clusters emitting light were reflected in Xiaoyi's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully promoted to the Navy headquarters, became a Navy soldier, and obtained the achievement Navy Soldier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the corporal achievement. Have you opened the achievement package? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sergeant achievement. Have you opened the achievement package? Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the sergeant achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the warrant officer achievement. The ranks of the Navy are divided into 7 ranks: soldiers, non-commissioned officers, lieutenants, colonels, generals, marshals and commanders-in-chief. Soldiers are subdivided into 3rd class, private and 1st class. Non-commissioned officers include corporals, sergeants and sergeants. Lieutenants include 2nd lieutenants, lieutenants and captains. Colonel officers are majors, lieutenant. Colonels and colonels. Generals also have major generals, lieutenant generals and generals. Marshal and commander-in-chief each have only one rank. The marshal is the marshal of the Navy, and the commander-in-chief of the army commands the army. In addition, between each 2 ranks, there are special ranks such as warrant officer, brigadier colonel, brigadier general, and general alternate. Each time you are promoted, you can receive an achievement gift package on summer nights. The rank of captain in the world of Bleach is equivalent to the position of general in the world of pirates, and the vice-captain is equivalent to alternate general. From a 3rd-class soldier to a general alternate, Natsuya has obtained 15 achievement packages. In these 15 achievement packages, from private to sergeant are 6 white achievements of different sizes, warrant officer to colonel are 7 different blue achievements, and major general, lieutenant general, and general alternate are 3 purple achievements. It is worth noting that the purple achievement of general alternate also flashes with a faint golden light. Out of curiosity, Xiaoyi inquired about the pirate achievement system and learned that this purple achievement with gold has a small probability of opening the special property of gold rewards. After browsing through all the achievements, Summer Night sets its sights on the smallest white achievement. The rewards for achievement packs vary, including abilities, constitutions, and training time, so there is no simultaneous option at all. Summer Night is used to saving the best options for last. Do you want to open the achievement package? Yes. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary achievement reward 3rd-class soldier and obtaining a month's cultivation results. Please choose a cultivation project. 1. Physical skills. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. The first few times when the achievement rewards were turned on, Xiaoyi could only
choose taijutsu and swordsmanship, since obtaining the haki of seeing and smelling, the last haki option, can also be selected. Now, Xiaoyi has obtained the shining fruit and has also become a devil fruit ability, so the third option, devil fruit ability, has also become optional. In terms of physical skills, I have the blood of the Bacania tribe, and my talent has increased dozens of times, but at the moment I lack physical training, and the effect is not great. In terms of swordsmanship, the increase in strength gives me the possibility of threatening the vice captain in slashing, which is enough to use in a short period of time. In terms of domineering, seeing and smelling domineering has greatly increased my strength, especially when hard power is defeated by the enemy. It can play a huge role. You can consider putting the cultivation of seeing and smelling domineering on the agenda. The cultivation of devil fruit ability, translated into the world of the god of death, is probably the practice of Zanpakuto Bankai. Try the effect. If it's good, you can raise the priority to before haki. I choose 3 to cultivate devil fruit abilities. Bang! Boom! With Xiaoya's thoughts, this white ball of achievement light shattered, turned into countless white spots of light, and melted into his soul. In an instant, the memory of fighting with Porcelino for a month came to Xiaoya's mind. Congratulations to the host for starting the primary achievement, Private Soldier, and obtaining a month's cultivation results. I choose 3. Congratulations to the host for starting the primary achievement, First Class Soldier, and obtaining. Choose 3. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary achievement reward Corporal and getting 3. With 6 consecutive primary achievements, Xiaoyi obtained the cultivation results of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 7 months, and 10 months respectively. In total, this is 2 years and 3 months. During this period of cultivation, Xiaoya's spiritual power has broken through to the 6th rank, and he has the ability to completely dissolve the shining fruit. During the battle with Porcelino, he also mastered powerful skills such as elementalization, laser, and lightspeed kick. The main reason why Natsuya chose to use all the subsequent white achievement rewards for the cultivation of devil fruit abilities was that in the battle with Porcelino, the progress he gained was not limited to the ability of the shining fruit. After all, Porcelino is one of the top combat forces of the Navy, and it should not be underestimated in both martial arts and swordsmanship. Especially in terms of swordsmanship, Porcelino once fought fiercely with the king of Hades Rayleigh in the Sabaody Islands, and Rayleigh is undoubtedly a great swordsman level existence, and he is a top powerhouse among them. It can be seen that Porcelino's swordsmanship has also reached the level of great swordsman and can be called a master of swordsmanship. The battle with Porcelino significantly improved Natsuyo's progress in taijutsu, swordsmanship, seeing and smelling haki, and devil fruit abilities. At least, if Natsuya was allowed to face Maki Ichinos now, he felt that he could easily defeat the opponent without the need to liberate the Zanpakuto at all. No matter which world, fighting is the best way to improve strength. For the next achievement gift package, choose all the devil fruit cultivation. Xiaoyi thought to himself, although choosing devil fruit cultivation may not progress as fast as cultivating alone in other aspects, fighting can allow Xiaoyi to fully master all his abilities, allowing him to exert more power in battle. After all, no matter how strong the cultivation is, if it cannot be shown in battle, it is not much different from no cultivation. After deciding, Xiaoyi turned his gaze to the blue achievement ball of light. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate achievement, Ensign, and obtaining the Navy 6 shaving dot. He was slightly stunned. It's actually Navy style? The first blue achievement was actually the Navy 6 style, and Xiaoyi couldn't help but think in his heart whether this was a profit or a loss. If the blue achievement is a cultivation achievement, it will take at least 1 year to start. Judging from Xiaoya's current ability, after a year, the progress will be very significant. However, the Navy's Type 6 belongs to the taijutsu, which greatly enriches Xiaoya's combat methods and allows him to make up for the shortcomings of fighting in vain, which is not a loss. Congratulations to the host for starting the intermediate achievement, Navy Lieutenant, and obtaining the moon step and paper painting. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate achievement, Navy Captain, and obtaining the Longio and finger gun. At this point, the Navy Type 6 of the Summer Night has been fully mastered. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate achievement, Naval Warrant Officer, and obtaining 2 years of cultivation results. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate achievement, Navy Major, and winning the Ryatsu on Xiaoya's body suddenly increased by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of spiritual power. This is roughly the stage of the 13th team of Gotiai, and the vice captains of some squadrons are roughly at this stage. It can be said that now Natsuya has gained a firm foothold in the position of vice captain and stands side by side with Ikamaru Jin. Even if he meets Ikamaru Jin again at this time, Natsuya is confident that he will be completely defeated. That's right, Ikamaru Jin is indeed a demon-level genius, but summer nights are unreasonable, hanging 13. In just 1 day, Natsuya has never been as good as Ikamaru Jin, and has reached a level comparable to or even surpassed. What's more, he still has 3 purple achievements of Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral and General Alternate that have not been opened.
If any great abilities are opened from these 3 purple achievements, Xiaoyi may not be able to go further.
Hakirong, let me see your limits.
A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and Xiaoyi instantly opened the first purple achievement. After all, these 3 purple achievements may be the highest achievements he can achieve in the next few decades. The golden achievement, which belongs to the level of Admiral, is also a great feat that only captains can accomplish in the world of death. If Xiaoyi's strength has not yet reached the captain level after opening these 3 purple achievements, then he will miss the easiest golden achievement to achieve, and if he wants to get another golden achievement, the difficulty will increase significantly. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced achievement Rear Admiral and obtaining 10 years of cultivation results. Please choose the cultivation project. 1. Taiju. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil Fruit ability. 4. Domineering. Sure enough, it is a high-level achievement, even the lowest level. It can produce 10 years of cultivation results. Xiaoyi was happy in his heart. In 10 years, the particularity of the pirate achievement system can at least be comparable to other people's 30 years. Then, choose swordsmanship. I don't believe it. After 10 years of cultivation, I still can't cultivate to become a great swordsman. After 10 years of taijutsu training, Xiaoyi may be able to master many derivative skills of the 6 styles and the secrets of life return, and 6 king spears. But these tricks are just to make up for his shortcomings, and the improvement of strength is not very great. Cultivating the devil fruit ability. Within 10 years, it is indeed possible for Xiaoyi to cultivate the shining fruit to the level of awakening, that is, the Bankai of the Shinigami world. However, Xiaoyi is now a 5th level spiritual power, and in 10 years, with his talent, he may be able to break through to the 4th level of spiritual power. As the strongest series of Zanpakuto, even if it is a 3rd-class spiritual power at the captain level, it is impossible to completely liberate it in the current situation of summer nights. At most, it is like Hitsugaya Toshiro, who gets a semi-finished Bankai. If it is a 4th-class spiritual power, I am afraid that Summer Night will not even be able to master the ability of Bankai. Cultivating domineering. Now Xiaoyi has only mastered seeing and smelling domineering, and in 10 years, he can cultivate it to an advanced stage, and maybe he can also comprehend abilities such as foreseeing the future. But the enemy he wants to defeat most at the moment is the current captain of Team 11, Kenpachi Anijo. The gap between the 3rd-class and 4th-class spirit powers is too big. Even if Xiaoyi mastered the haki of foreseeing the future and was able to save his life in the hands of Kenpachi of Ghost Strict City, he could not really defeat him. This did not fundamentally change for Xiaoyi. However, if he breaks through to the realm of a great swordsman within 10 years, even if he only has a 4th-rank spiritual power, with the blessing of 30 times his strength, he can truly enter the captain level. Although the other captains may not be able to defeat them, there is still no problem in dealing with Ghost Yin City. I choose 2. Swordsmanship. With Xiaoyi's thoughts, this purple light instantly melted into his soul. At the next moment, the memory of 10 years of uninterrupted cultivation poured into Xiaoyi's mind, and the part of the purple light mass also merged into his body, beginning to strengthen his body. From the outside, Xiaoyi's body seemed to have undergone a transformation in an instant. His face looked more resolute, his body became much stronger, and more importantly, there was a hint of sharpness in Xiaoyi's gaze. That gaze was like a sharp sword, which made people feel afraid. After a long time, the cold light in Xiaoyi's eyes gradually dissipated and he regained his soft demeanor. Lingwei has reached the 4th level, and his swordsmanship has finally broken through to the realm of the great swordsman. A high-level achievement that has made Summer Night such a significant progress. There is indeed something commendable about the pirate achievement system. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples on both sides. To be honest, this was the first time he had received 10 years of cultivation memory. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong before, I'm afraid Xiaoyi would have gotten up and continued to practice swordsmanship. It seems that these 2 purple achievements can only be delayed for a while before being turned on. Xiaoyi has only been in the world of death for 2 years, and with the memories of his previous life, it has only been 30 years. In the first few months, the cultivation memory of 1 or 2 years was quite bearable, but this sudden 10-year cultivation memory occupied almost 1/3 of his mind, almost causing him to fall into autism. Xiaoyi thought that if he gave himself another 10-year retreat, I was afraid that he would really become the tool person who only knew how to practice. However, this does not affect the overall situation. Now, although Xiaoyi's Ryatsu has not yet reached the captain level, he has not yet completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai. But this is the 11th team. At the same time, it is also the only squad in the Saraitai that determines status by strength. Boom! As long as Xiaoyi can defeat Ghost Strict City, he is the veritable captain of the 11th team. Even Gasuk, the vice-captain of Kenpachi in the house, can become the 9th generation Kenpachi after Kenpachi was imprisoned in the infernal hell in Mole City. So if he can defeat Onion City and become the 11th generation Kenpachi, what is the problem? It wasn't until Zaraki's Zanpakuto was fully restored in the battle with Uno Hana Yachirio that he truly heard the name of Zanpakuto and completed the liberation of Zanpakuto. Until then, this Zanpakuto had been embodied by his
his side, accompanying him. She was given a name by Zaraki that impressed him, Yasenryu. And what about Natsuya?
Although he was able to liberate the Zanpakuto, it was because his Ryatsu could not reach the level of Bankai for the time being.
However, as long as Natsuya showed absolute strength, no one in the 11th team dared to disobey.
Although the Gotei 13 team belonged to the same organization, they were actually just a military institution used by Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni to maintain the stability of the Suriitii.
As long as their respective squadrons performed their respective
functions and maintain the peace and stability of the Suriitii, each squad is like a different institution, not subordinate to each other or interfering with each other. Nominally, from the 2nd Division to the 13th Division, they are all under the control of the 1st team.
However, Captain Yamamoto generally does not interfere
in the internal affairs of each division. Therefore, the current position of captain of the 11th team has been regarded as something in the pocket by Xiaoyi.
Lord Xiaoyi.
The next morning, as soon as Xiaoyi went out, he saw Suzuki waiting at the door for a long time.
Suzuki, what are you doing here?
Master Xiaoyi, you just became the vice captain of the 11th team yesterday, and in addition to everyone who witnessed your heroic appearance on the training ground, there are many companions of the 11th team who do not know you.
I will follow Lord Xiaoyi to prevent those ignorant people from offending you.
Seeing Suzuki's respectful appearance in front of him, Xiaoyi understood in his heart and nodded slightly. There is also bullying in the Gotei 13 team.
Moreover, since everyone's strength is not weak, the degree of bullying is even more serious than that of Mao Spiritual Academy. Team 11 is no exception.
Judging from yesterday's contact, Suzuki is a civilian member of the 11th team, responsible for picking up new team members, registering them, assigning dormitories, distributing Death Overlord outfits, etc. In this barbarian division that only knows how to fight, such a position is undoubtedly at the bottom of the chain of contempt.
It is conceivable that Suzuki usually encounters in the 11th first team.
The weak always gather around the strong and use the strength of the strong to protect themselves, while also solving some small troubles for the strong. In the previous 11th division, the various small groups were fixed
between them, and there would be no small groups to accept Suzuki at all.
But now it is different. The appearance of Natsu Knight added a group to the 11th division, and this group was second only to the captain of Oniganjo. While the other Shinigami were watching, Suzuki did not hesitate to express his loyalty to Natsuyi. For Suzuki, it was impossible for him to attract the attention of Captain Natsuyi. Instead of continuing to endure the current state and being bullied, it would be better to take refuge in Natsuya's vice-captain. After all, before Captain Ghost Castle and Natsuyi had decided whether to win or lose, the Shinigami of other groups did not dare to embarrass themselves. After all, the former vice-captain Maki Ichinos is still lying in the 4th division, who would be stupid enough to provoke a promising
powerhouse like Natsui?
Based on Natsuya's talent, he will definitely become the top captain of the Gotei 13 team in the future.
Even
if he doesn't become the captain of the 11th squadron, he may go to other divisions to serve as captain. If you provoke such a big person, Natsuya may forget who they are in the future, and there will be other Shinigami who want to take the opportunity to cling to them.
Suzuki, are you sure you want to follow me?
Xiaoyi asked. You know, although I am now the vice-captain of the 11th team, judging from the attitude of the captain of Ghost Strict City yesterday, he seems to be a little dissatisfied with me.
Aren't you afraid that the captain of Ghost Strict City will put on your little shoes?
He. Suzuki laughed dryly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Since I chose Lord Xiaoyi, I naturally handed over my life to you.
Besides, in the eyes of a big man like Lord Ghost Strict City, I'm afraid there is no shadow below.
Ha,
you're quite honest. Xiaoyi smiled slightly. However, I may be disappointing you, Suzuki.
This time, I plan to let you into the sight of the captain of Ghost Strict City.
Ha! Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and then his eyebrows were overjoyed. Is Lord Xiaoyi accepting himself?
It's just that what did Lord Xiaoyi want to do to ask himself to come into the sight of the captain of Ghost Strict City? Please make it clear to Lord Xiaoyi.
Go and inform Lord Ghost Strict City and everyone in the squad.
Tell them that I plan to challenge Captain Oniganjo tomorrow with Kenpachi, and I hope that the members of Team 11 in Suriitii will come to witness my battle with Captain Oniganjo.
Suzuki's face turned pale instantly. What's going on with Lord Xiaoyi?
It is undeniable that Lord Natsuyo does have the potential to become a captain. However, the potential is only an illusory existence that has not yet been fully transformed into strength, and the gap between the current Summer Night Lord and the Lord Ghost Strict City is too far.
Is it seeking death to challenge Lord Ghost Yin City so rashly?
You know, in the 11th team, even if it is a challenge between the officials, there will be room. But the challenge of Sword 8 is deathmatch. This is a sacred duel where only one side survives victoriously, and the loser is a matter of life and death. Kenpachi is the title of the strongest god of death in the Suriitii.
In every era, only one Sword 8 can be born. The appearance of the next generation of Kenpachi must have stepped on the bones of the previous generation of Kenpachi to ascend to the throne.
At the beginning, the 8,000 Flowers of the Rabbit was so eager for the name of Sword Sword 8 to be stronger than the next. Unfortunately, since the Uno Hana Yasenryu lost to Zaraki and changed his name to Uno Hana Retsu, although the will of Kenpachi is still inherited, there are very few people who really have the name of the strongest.
Lord Xiaoyi, can't you really think about it again?
Lord Gaianchang is a strong man who has completed Bankai cultivation.
For so many years, none of the enemies of Captain Ghost City have survived.
His strength cannot be compared with that of Vice Captain Ichino's.
Suzuki swallowed and tried to convince Natsuyo.
Suzuki, you know the strength of Captain Onianjo, but how can you know if the power I showed yesterday is all I have?
Suzuki was shocked. The power shown by Master Xiaoyi yesterday was not all of him?
He looked carefully and found that today's Xiaoyi seemed to have changed a lot compared with yesterday. If you say that yesterday's summer night adult still looked like a child, so today's Lord Xiaoyi, although his appearance has not changed much, as long as his eyes are focused on his face, he can feel the invisible coercion, as if he may be beheaded at any time. At the same time, Suzuki realized that the Ryatsu emitted by Master Xiaoyi at this moment was many times stronger than yesterday. As a civilian member of the 11th team, although Suzuki is only the god of death of the 9th class Lingwei, he can still feel that the spirit
power of Lord Xiaoyi is not much different from the other members of the 11th army, and yesterday he was only a 7th class Lingwei.
But only one night has passed, and Master Natsuki's spiritual power actually feels stronger than Lord Ichino's. Sure enough, he is worthy of being Lord Xiaoyi, and he can't judge his strength with common sense.
However, even such a Natsu Knight Lord is not the opponent of Gue Yanchang Lord.
No. Suzuki's mind flashed with what Xiaoyi had said to him before.
How do you know that the power I showed yesterday is all I have?
This sentence seems to apply to this moment as well.
Is the power shown by Lord Xiaoyi now really all he has?
Thinking of this, Suzuki suddenly realized. I understand, Lord Xiaoyi. I will inform Captain Ghost Strict City and other team members. Soon, the news that the vice captain of Xiaoyi won 17 consecutive battles and became the vice captain had not yet fully spread, and the news that the vice captain of Xiaoyi would challenge the captain of Ghost Yen City tomorrow once again aroused the exclamation of many gods of death.
Is this news true?
It is undeniable that Lord Natsuya can defeat Master Maki Ichino's, and his strength is indeed strong.
But compared with the captain of Ghost Strict City, it is still too far away.
Lord Xiaoyi can't be so unwise. Yes, if this news is true, Master Xiaoyi should have directly challenged Captain Ghost Yen City yesterday. It's impossible for Lord Natsu Knight's strength to improve to the point where he can defeat the captain of Ghost Strict City just every other day, right? Well, there are always some people who can guess the truth of the matter. Unfortunately, even the god of death who said this sentence may not believe that what he says is the truth. Then except for Lord Xiaoyi, who else is likely to spread such outrageous rumors? The figure of Captain Ghost Strict City flashed in the minds of some gods of death, and according to his personality, it was indeed possible to do such a thing. After all, before the summer night, the 11th team seemed unable to retain any genius, and those who showed the slightest sign would quietly disappear or switch to other teams. It seems natural that such a genius as Xiaoyi was targeted by the captain of Ghost Strict City. However, the gods of death who thought of this also had doubts in their hearts. Since the captain of Ghost Strict City wants to attack Xiaoyi, why did he say yesterday that he would wait for the vice captain of Xiaoyi to challenge him in 5 years? Could it be that someone else is provoking the relationship between Captain Ghost Strict City and Deputy Captain Xiaoyi? However, looking at this scene, it doesn't seem to be fake. More importantly, up to now, the vice captain of Xiaoyi has not come out to refute the rumors. Perhaps, is all this true? No matter what the Shinigami of the 11th team thinks, they all gather at the training ground the next day. In the 11th team, anything can be joked about, but the challenge is definitely not to be underestimated, especially about the challenge of Sword 8. Kenpachi is the title of the strongest god of death in the Soraiti. Although the last 2 generations of Kenpachi have no chance with the strongest Shinigami, this is still the belief of all the Shinigami of the 11th team. There is no doubt that Summer Knight has more potential to become the strongest Shinigami than the captain of Ghost Strict City. If Natsuki can really defeat the captain of Onianjo City and become the new Sword 8 of the 11th team, it will definitely be a huge encouragement to the Shinigami who identify with him. In any world, there are only a handful of people who can reach the top. However, there are countless people who aspire to reach the top. After realizing their own limits, these people will pin their dreams on others, eager to assist those who can realize this dream and indirectly complete their ideals. The gods of death of the 11th team are exactly like this. The same is true for the followers around Grimjo, the 60th blade of the 10 blades of the future. When these team members arrived at the training ground and saw Xiaoyi who was already waiting in the center of the field, they were all shocked. Since the vice captain of Xiaoyi was present, it means that yesterday's rumors were not fiction, but true? Alas, do you think that the vice captain of Natsu Knight easily defeated Ichino's Sansei the day before yesterday, so he felt that the gap between the captain and the vice captain was not big? A team member frowned and said to his friend beside him, after Maki Ichino's was defeated by Natsuyi, the seat was reduced to 3 seats in the 11th first team. Maybe
Xiaoyi. After all, the deputy captain of Xiaoyi has just graduated from the Mao Spiritual Academy. Unlike us, he has not really seen the captains make a move, and it is reasonable to have such a view. Indeed, the strongest people the students of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy have ever seen are just the teachers in the academy, and most of those teachers are just elite reaper of the 7th and 8th ranks. The teachers of Class A and Class B are slightly stronger, and they are all teachers with the strength of the 6th rank or above and the rank of the official. However, even so, in front of Xiaoyi, they are insignificant. Then do we want to remind the deputy captain of Xiaoyi? It's late. If it was okay yesterday, everyone is here now. Even if it's a rumor, it's a fact now. In this case, asking the vice captain of Xiaoyi to withdraw the challenge is not only a teasing to everyone, but also an insult to the challenge rules of the 11th team. At that time, how should the deputy captain of Xiaoyi gain a foothold in the 11th team? Indeed, the 11th team is a fighting team. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of the 11th team, the challenge system is its core. Only in this way can we ensure that the 11th team from top to bottom, including the captain and the officer, are all strong in the team. Hearing this scene, the surrounding gods of death shook their heads inside. They still have a good impression of summer nights. Although Xiaoyi is not very old, his style of behavior is very appetizing to everyone. Especially the day before yesterday, Xiaoyi played 17 games in a row and won the position of vice captain of the 11th team and won a large number of supporters. Now that the deputy captain of Xiaoyi is here, the fact of the challenge has been confirmed. Captain Ghost Strict City will not let go of this opportunity. What? They only hoped that Xiaoyi's strength was strong enough to be able to retreat in the duel with the captain of Ghost Strict City. As for the idea of expecting the captain of Ghost Strict City to have pity on Xiaoyi and let him go, everyone knew in their hearts that it was almost impossible. Captain Ghost Yanqing is here. With the exclamation of a god of death at the entrance of the training ground, all the gods of death in the training ground all turned their eyes to the entrance. Under everyone's gaze, the strong figure of Guayan City Kenpachi appeared in front of him. The height of nearly 3 meters almost blocks the entrance to the training ground. Captain Ghost Strict City, Lord Ghost Yancheng. Seeing Kenpachi appear in the Demon Strict City Palace, everyone in the training ground bowed to him in honor. Even summer nights are no exception. This is not simply a respect for Oni Strict City, but a reverence for the captain of the Gotiai 13 team and the name of Kenpachi. Ha 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 dash. Summer night kid, I heard that you are going to challenge me? Ghost Yanqing Jianba stared at Xiaoyi with a gloomy face, and his whole body erupted with surging spiritual pressure. In fact, Ghost Strict City was quite jealous of summer nights in his heart, and after defeating Ichino's Maki on summer nights the day before yesterday, he put down his cruel words and set a 5-year appointment. But that was the fear of the summer night of the future. In his eyes, the current summer night still seems too immature. Suddenly learning that Xiaoyi was going to challenge himself, on the one hand, Gaiancheng Kenpachi was happy to be able to solve this trouble, but on the other hand, he also felt that his dignity was insulted. A milk baby who had just graduated from Mayung Spiritual Art Academy dared to challenge him directly? How much do you look down on me? The Ryatsu formed by the convergence of third-class spiritual power turned into a pillar of sky-high momentum, and the coercion generated instantly made the surrounding gods of death turn red, breathe hard, and retreat one after another. After the captain-level Ryatsu broke out, even the vice-captain of the 5th-rank Lingwei would feel uncomfortable, not to mention these only 6th-rank Lingwei Shiguan and the 8th-rank Lingwei soldiers. After they retreated to a distance of more than 10 meters, they gradually returned to normal. At this moment, they looked at Ghost Strict City Kenpachi's eyes, showing a little fear. This is the captain who stands at the top of the Gotiai 13 team. At the same time, they looked at Xiaoyi's eyes with a little pity. They were affected by being so far away from Captain Ghost Strict City, so could Xiaoyi, who faced Captain Ghost Strict City, continue to act under this powerful spiritual pressure? However, to everyone's surprise, in front of Kenpachi of Ghost Strict City, Xiaoyi's performance was far better than theirs. When the future captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamaru Jin, and the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, fought, the deputy captain of the 3rd Division, Kira Izuru, was scolded by Hitsugaya and retreated 3 kilometers away. Otherwise he would not be able to control his Ryatsu so as not to hurt Kira Izuru. But at this moment, what Xiaoyi has is not only the 4th-class spiritual power, but also a body 30 times more powerful than ordinary people. Under the combination of the two, Gyanjo Kenpachi's spiritual pressure had no effect on Xiaoyi, although it was not as gentle as the breeze. Ah, I'm sorry, Captain Ghost Strict City. Xiaoyi pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and pointed at Onion City. If you think I underestimate you, then please use your knife to prove it to me. Otherwise, what you are saying at the moment seems to me to be nothing more than barking words. Arrogance. With a roar, the figure of Kenpachi of Ghost Strict City disappeared instantly, appearing in front of Xiaoyi, and the Zanpakuto in his hand pointed directly at Xiaoyi and slashed down. Although Xiaoyi was full of contempt for Ghost Strict City, when he really entered the battle, he would not underestimate Ghost Strict City Kenpachi. After all, Ghost Strict City is also a captain-level powerhouse who has completed Bankai cultivation. Even
Even if his strength is slightly lacking compared to other captains, he may not be inferior to the 3 seats of the future 11th team. Therefore, Xiaoya's haki has been turned on from the beginning. This attack of Gaiancheng Kenpachi was naturally noticed by Xiaoya's domineering spirit. He slashed out with a horizontal sword, and Natsuya's Zanpakuto and Anaganjo Kenpachi's Zanpakuto collided fiercely in the air, and the two had a huge difference in size, and during the confrontation, Anianjo Kenpachi's Zanpakuto pressed down, while Natsui's Zanpakuto struggled to resist. A circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye erupted from the place where the two Zanpakuto collided, and the surrounding ground collapsed directly around them, and countless cracks spread outward. So strong. In the training ground, fortunately, Gyanjo Kenpachi released Ryatsu before, causing the Shinigami watching to retreat far away. Otherwise, the shockwave generated by this round of confrontation between Xiaoyi and Gyanjo Kenpachi may injure many gods of death. Although no one was injured, they couldn't help but yearn for it after seeing the movement caused by the battle between Natsuya and Kenpachi of Anaganjo. Not only the captain of Ghost Strict City, but also Lord Xiaoyi has such great power? It seems that yesterday's rumors may really be released by Lord Xiaoyi himself. Lord Xiaoyi does have the strength to challenge Lord Ghost Yenchang. I knew. Suzuki's gaze bloomed with fiery enthusiasm and the two figures facing each other fiercely in front of him. He understood that what he saw yesterday was by no means all that Lord Xiaoyi had. In this wave, he made the right bet. If he can get the attention of Lord Xiaoyi, then those who have bullied him before will definitely not dare to be unscrupulous in front of him in the future. Boom 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 boom. The battle between Xiaoyi and Ghost Yen City is unpretentious. The two sides directly chose the simplest and most effective way to fight, standing and slashing each other. They went all out, waving the Zanpakuto in their hands, vowing to cut each other under the knife. Every collision of the Zanpakuto was accompanied by a violent roar, creating shockwaves that destroyed the surrounding environment. Damn it! Ghost Yenching's face was distorted, and all his strength was concentrated on the Zanpakuto, and he slashed fiercely at Xiaoyi. However, unfortunately, this knife was also blocked by Xiaoyi, which was no different from the previous dozens of knives. The little point in front of him didn't look half as tall as himself, and the Ryatsu was only a 4th-class spiritual power at the level of the vice-captain. But the power of this little devil is surprisingly strong. The physique of Ghost Strict City itself is abnormal, and it has strength far beyond ordinary people. Even so, there is a qualitative gap between his Ryatsu and Summer Knights. An ordinary vice-captain can't even take a single blade from Ghost Strict City, let alone Ghost Strict City under the blessing of spiritual pressure. But even so, Ghost Strict City still felt a little suppressed when it collided with Xiaoya's sword. If it weren't for the fact that Ghost Strict City was much taller than Xiaoyi, and he wielded his sword more amplitudely, exerting his strongest strength, I am afraid he would have been repelled by Xiaoyi at this moment. This kid really has the strength to compete head-on with himself. Another violent collision. This time, the ground at the foot of Xiaoyi and Ghost Yen City could no longer withstand the strength of the two, and exploded, shaking the two of them back to both sides. Summer Night Ghost, I have to say, I underestimate you. The hand holding the Zanpakuto trembled slightly, and his expression became solemn. Even if there is a huge gap in Ryatsu, the physical strength brought by the blood of the Bacanian tribe in the Summer Night makes up for it. However, if you think you can compete with me based on this alone, then you are underestimating me. Trample it, barbarian bull. With the shout of Kenpachi of Anaganjo, his spiritual pressure suddenly increased by 3 times, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a huge 2-handed octagonal hammer. Watch me smash your fantasies to pieces with a hammer. Before the words fell, Ghost Yenching Jianba jumped high, and the huge spiritual pressure converged on the brute bull hammer in both hands, blooming with dazzling light, and blasted down the Summer Night. The huge hammer shadow fell, and sparks rubbed in the air, like a meteorite falling from the sky, as if it was about to destroy everything below. No, Captain Ghost Yen City has liberated the Zanpakuto, everyone run. Seeing this scene, the faces of the gods of death in the training ground changed drastically, and they all showed their fastest speed and quickly fled from the training ground, until they could not feel the aftermath of the battle of the captain of Ghost Strict City, and then they dared to turn around and continue to watch the battle between the captain of Ghost Strict City and the deputy captain of Xiaoyi. This is the battle of the Sword 8 of the 11th team, and as a member of the 11th team, they have the responsibility and obligation to witness the battle of the Sword 8. Lord Xiaoyi is in danger. Looking at the big fireball falling from the sky, many gods of death couldn't help but sigh. Captain Anaganjo's Zanpakuto is a direct attack type, which can greatly enhance his strength after liberation. Coupled with the weight of the barbarian bull itself, almost no one can beat it. At least, some Shinigami who have seen the captain of Ghost Strict City liberate the Zanpakuto said that even Killian Daxu will be beaten to death by Captain Ghost Strict City. As for the more advanced Ichuka's Great Void and Vastad Great Void, the captain of Ghost Strict City has not encountered it so far. Although the vice-captain of Xiaoyi is strong, it is still difficult to compete with the power of the captain of Ghost Strict City in this posture. After all, judging from the battle the day before yesterday, the Zanpakuto of the vice-captain of Natsuya is the the same as the Zanpakuto of the former Vice-Captain Maki Ichino's, both of which are Flash-type Zanpakuto, and the improvement of physical fitness after liberation is obviously not comparable to the barbarian cow of Lord Oniganjo. Sure enough, there is no simple role that can become a captain except for the 9th generation Kenpachi.
Feeling the power of Ghost Strict City's move, Xiaoye's expression couldn't help but become a little solemn. This is just the beginning of the solution.
If it is replaced with Bankai, the power may be several times stronger. After all, the liberation of the Zanpakuto is step to the improvement of the Shinigami spirit pressure. The first solution can increase the Ryatsu of the Shinigami by 3 to 5 times, and allow the Shinigami to use some of the Zanpakuto's abilities. Bankai, on the other hand, can increase the Ryatsu of the Shinigami by 5 to 10 times, and the Shinigami can fully master the ability of the Zanpakuto.
Ha 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 ha.
Previously, when Guien City Kenpachi was liberated, the increase in Ryatsu was only 3 times, and from this point of view, the increase in Ryatsu of Oniganjo was obviously the most ordinary. However, the biggest increase brought to him by Oniganjo's Zanpakuto was the huge strength and the sudden increase in weight after the change, which made Oniganjo's strength at the moment comparable to those captains who could bring a quadruple increase in Ryatsu. When Kayaraka Shunsui mentioned the multiple captains of the 11th team, he only skipped Gasa Kenpachi, but mentioned Oniganjo.
This is enough to show that although Oniganjo was defeated by Zaraki, he can still attract Kayaraka Shunsui attention among the captains of the Gotiei 13 team.
In the battle between Oniganjo and Zaraki, Natsui guessed that perhaps Oniganjo did not take Zaraki in his eyes at all, so he did not even liberate the Zanpakuto, and was finally killed by Zaraki.
If Oniganjo liberates the Zanpakuto in the battle,
and shows his true strength, presumably even if he loses to Zaraki, with Zaraki's belligerent personality, he will definitely leave room for Oniganjo to play. This is probably the reason why Ichino's Maki has always been dissatisfied with Zaraki. Perhaps in the view of Maki Ichino's, if the captain of Ghost Strict City can display his true strength, he will not be defeated by
Zaraki at all.
Of course, no one can predict what the future will be. Now, facing the power of Ghost Strict City, it is summer nights. Shine, Pora Seleno. When Xiaoye's spiritual power reached the 6th rank or above, his Zanpakuto liberation language naturally changed.
At the 8th level of spiritual power,
Xiaoye could only use part of Palyasolino's power, and he chose Borisolino's Skycloud Sword. Therefore, at that time, Xiaoye's liberation language was to call Skycloud Cloud. Now, Xiaoye's spiritual power has reached the 4th level, and naturally he can fully use the Shining Fruit's initial solution. Therefore, when liberating the Zanpakuto, Natsui directly called out the name of Palyasolino. With his call, the Zanpakuto in his hand turned into golden light and merged into Natsuya's body, making his whole body emit a dazzling golden light. Boom! Golden Ryatsu burst out from Xiaoye's body, and although the Ryatsu pillar rising into the sky was much weaker than Ghost Strict City, it was terrifying enough. He clasped his hands together, made a sword gesture with his right hand, and spread his hands to the side. Suddenly, between his hands, a golden long sword was pulled out.
Tian Song Cloud Sword. This is a half-beginning solution that when Xiaoye is in the 8th level of spiritual power, he needs to call the name of the Zanpakuto to cast it. But for the current summer night, this is just the use of the Shining Fruit ability. When Xiaoye condensed the Tian Song Cloud Sword, a power completely different from Ryatsu suddenly burst out from him. At this moment, all the gods of death who were watching Xiaoye couldn't help but let out a muffled snort. In their eyes, Xiaoye seemed to have turned into a sword that exuded an endless sharp aura, and even if he just looked at him, his eyes would be hurt by the piercing sharp aura. Great Swordsman.
The sword intent of the great swordsman of the pirate world showed a more mysterious power in the world of the god of death. Of course, this was just the sword intent that Xiaoye inadvertently revealed, and the gods of death who protected their eyes after the Ryatsu were no longer affected. Xiaoye raised his head and gently waved the Tian Song Cloud Sword in his hand. A golden slash tens of meters long roared out, instantly colliding with the falling fireball. In an instant, the surrounding space within 100 meters seemed to shake. Then, the light in the sky seemed to dim for a moment, and at the place where the slash collided with the giant hammer, the surrounding air seemed to instantly annihilate, forming a vacuum, and the air seemed to be absorbed inward like a backflow. Then, it suddenly exploded. It seemed as if a second sun had risen in the sky. As the light gradually dissipated, the sound of explosions and shockwaves intertwined, reaching the ears of many gods of death.
Run quickly, everyone! Feeling the horror of this shock wave, the expressions of the officials watching the battle of the 11th team changed drastically, and they pulled out the Zanpakuto from their waists, released the Ryatsu, stood in front to resist the shockwave, and bought time for the other weaker Shinigami to retreat.
In the 11th team, there are naturally people who bully the weak. However, in times of crisis, the strong players of the 11th team also showed great unity.
That's exactly what happened at this time.
The other team members also quickly found the correct position according to their own strength and used instantaneous escape with slow and weak players. Seeing this scene, Xiaoye's hand raised for a moment, but in the end he still didn't make a move. The aftermath of this move against Ghost Strict City may injure some of the Shinigami, but it will never endanger life. In Xiaoye's view, letting these team members experience a crisis of joint resistance before he becomes the captain of the 11th team will help enhance their understanding of each other. This will undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future rectification of the 11th team. As for Ghost Strict City, Xiaoye didn't pay attention to the members of the 11th team anymore, but turned his gaze to the sky. After the exploding fireworks dissipated, the figure of Ghost Strict City appeared in front of everyone again. However, compared with the arrogant Ghost Strict City before, he now looks a little embarrassed. Most of his Death Overlord outfit was damaged, and the Captain Haori was like a rag, leaving only a few broken rags tied around his waist. A huge wound pierced through Ghost Yen City's chest and abdomen, and a large amount of blood gushed out of it, dyeing him into a bloody man. With the blessing of 30 times the strength and the realm of the great swordsman, Xiaoye's slashing power had reached the level of a general, that is, the captain level of the Shinigami world. Ghost Strict City Sword 8 only used the first solution. How could he block Xiaoye's sword? Therefore, his initial secret was cut down by Xiaoye, and the remaining power directly tore through the defenses of Ghost Strict City, causing it to be severely damaged. Damn it! Feeling the passage of life, Guoyen City's eyes flashed with endless frustration and fear of death. What was annoyed was his conceit, thinking that he could solve Xiaoye with the first solution. If he was Bankai, even if his strength was not as good as Xiaoye's, he would not have failed so badly. As for the fear of death, it is even more obvious. There is no shortage of people in the world who are not afraid of death, but there is absolutely no Ghost Strict City among them. He is murderous, tyrannical, and even hits the team members to vent his anger. Taking advantage of his position, he also humiliated and abused many female Shinigami of the 11th Division, causing many female Shinigami to leave the team, making the 11th Division the only squad without a female Shinigami in the Gotai 13 team. However, this does not mean that he is not afraid of death. He knew that as long as he was still the captain of the 11th team, as long as he was still the strongest in the team, then he was the king of the 11th team. When the summer night came, Ghost Strict City really wanted to kill him. However, not long ago, Captain Yamamoto had warned Ghost Strict City to restrain himself, and summer nights are the most high-profile gods of the year. Therefore, after learning that Natsume had joined the 11th first team, Onianjo could only take some measures to try to get Natsume to take the initiative to challenge himself. However, he never expected that in just 2 days, he would be defeated by Xiaoye. Seeing Xiaoye raise the Zanpakuto in his hand again, Onion City's face changed dramatically in an instant. Wait, I admit defeat. He was afraid that Xiaoye would give him another blow, so he hurriedly landed and admitted defeat directly to Xiaoye. In order to show his sincerity, Oniganjo even lifted the Zanpakuto that liberated himself. At this time, the aftermath of the battle had dissipated, and the members of the 11th team who were watching the battle naturally heard the voice of Onianjo and witnessed his actions. Suddenly, many gods of death looked at Ghost Yen City with incredible eyes. Lord Ghost Yenshing, how can this be? Lord Ghost Yenshing, this is not a competition, but a challenge of the strongest god of death, Sword 8. How can you admit defeat? For a time, the gods of death of Team 11 questioned Ghost Strict City. The challenge of Kenpachi is of great significance to the 11th first team. Kenpachi is the title of the strongest god of death in the Suraiti. Of course, the strongest Shinigami here does not include Captain Yamamoto. Even the first generation of Sword 8 Flowers Yuchiryu was defeated by Captain Yamamoto before joining the Gotai 13 team and forming the Combat Division 11 team. Therefore, calling Sword 8 the strongest god of death may not be more appropriate to say that he is the title of the strongest god of death. In every era, there is only one strongest. Therefore, the new Sword 8 is all stepping on the bones of the previous generation of Sword 8 to reach the top. Oniganjo is the 10th generation of Kenpachi, whether his slashing technique is really the strongest in Suriitai or not, but since he inherited the name of Kenpachi, he must shoulder this glory and responsibility. He used his life as the cornerstone of his descendants to make the Sword 8 stronger from generation to generation, which is the fate of Sword 8. The first generation of the Flower of the Rabbit is like this. The same goes for the 7th generation Kenpachi and the Kenpachi Yashiki. Ashino Hana Yachiriya chose Zaraki as the next generation of Kenpachi, and finally she used her life to awaken Zaraki's power, making Zaraki Kenpachi truly become the strongest god of death. Kenpachi Kayashiki was unable to perform Bankai because he was confined to the 3 spirits of the Suriitai court, and fought against Mole City Shuanya's Bankai, and in the end both were defeated. However, he did not choose to die with Mole City Shuanya, but calmly accepted his death and handed over the name and responsibility of Kenpachi to Mole City Shuanya. Therefore, for thousands of years, the gods of death of the 11th team have been proud to follow the Kenpachi and are willing to pay their lives for it. This is the will that the 11th team has passed down for thousands of years. Now, Ghost Yen City actually begged for mercy from Xiaoye? There is no doubt that such a move in Ghost Strict City is simply an insult to the title of Sword 8. Damn it! Ghost Strict City, which was defeated by Xiaoye, was already in a bad mood, and when he heard the words of these gods of death, he was even more angry and his face turned pale. He immediately turned around and yelled at everyone, "Shut up! Are you GM
Jianpachi, or am I Jianpachi? If I hear you say half a word of nonsense, I will kill you immediately. Suddenly, the entire 11th team of death fell silent. They never expected that Ghost Strict City would be so shameless. Facing Xiaoyi, who was stronger than him, he bowed his knees and only begged for his life, but to these gods of death who were not as strong as him, he threatened them with death and forced them to shut up. Unfortunately, Ghost 5 City obviously underestimated the weight of Sword 8 in the hearts of the 11th First Team. Despite the threat, many Shinigami still stood up and angrily roared at Ghost Strict City. Ghost Yin City, you don't deserve to be called Sword 8 at all. You are the shame of the 11th Team. Lord Xiaoyi, kill him, kill him, kill him. Angry voices echoed throughout the training ground. You are looking for death. Ghost Strict City was furious, ignoring his own injuries, and raised his Zanpakuto, wanting to kill these gods of death who disobeyed him one by one. Bankai dash. However, before Ghost Strict City's liberation words were finished, Xiaoyi's figure suddenly appeared behind him. In the terrified gaze of Ghost Strict City, a large amount of blood splattered from his lock knot and soul spit, and the spiritual pressure quickly escaped like a flood. Flash flowers. This is a trick that combines instantaneous steps and slashing techniques. The principle is to rush in front of the enemy instantly and quickly draw the sword to complete the first attack. Then, use the spin instant to move behind the enemy and make a second attack. These two attacks target the soul spit of the Shinigami controlling the spirit son and the lock knot of storing the spirit child. Once the Shinigami's knot and soul spit are destroyed, then he will lose the ability to store and control the spirit child. In simple terms, a destroyed Grim Reaper will lose its power. In the Surighty, only the captain-level powerhouse can use Shining Flower. The reason why Xiaoyi was able to perform this trick was not only his own great swordsman-level swordsmanship, but also the shaving of one of the 6 styles. The instantaneous combination of shaving makes Xiaoyi show skills that are not inferior to Slalom Instantaneous without the cultivation of Slalom Instantaneous. How is it possible? Ghost Strict City's pupils contracted suddenly, and he fell to his knees with a plop. The Death Overlord outfit on his body gradually turned white. This means that the power of the God of Death in Ghost Strict City is dissipating. Losing the power of death, he could no longer suppress his injuries, and the Death Overlord's outfit that had just turned white was quickly stained red with blood. Ghost Strict City, I think you just got something wrong. Natsuyi gently put the Zanpakuto back in its sheath, turned his back to Anaganjo, and squinted at him and said, from the moment you were defeated under me, the name of Kenpachi and the position of captain of the 11th First Team have already belonged to me. How dare you use my title to attack my teammates? What reason do I have to forgive you? The look of despair in Ghost Yenching's eyes became more and more intense. Please, help me. I don't want to die yet. I'm sorry, Lord Ghost Yenchung. Xiaoyi shook his head. With your current injury, even if Captain Uno Hana of the 4th Division comes, he will not be able to save you. Enjoy your last days. When Xiaoyi said this, the despair in Ghost Yen City's eyes instantly turned into madness. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi little ghost, the name of Sword 8 is just a curse. Since the birth of this name, the successive sword Pashi has never had a good end. Whether it's Lord Kayashiki, Lord Mole City, or me. Next, it's you. I curse you, Summer Night Imp. You will be a stepping stone for the next Kenpachi and experience a more miserable fate than mine. I curse you to fall into hell after death and never be reborn. As the Ryatsu of Anaganjo gradually dissipated, the Shinigami of Team 11 were silent for a moment and then raised their hands to celebrate the birth of the new Kenpachi. Hooray! Long life Captain Summer Night, 80,000 years old Summer Night Sword. Among this group, there are those who call Xiaoyi the captain, and those who call him Jianpachi, but whether they are called captain or Jianpachi, everyone's faces are full of smiles. The previous 11 squad, led by the moody captain of Onion City, simply became the laughingstock of the other 12 divisions. Unfortunately, although the other squad captains in the Gotiei 13 team are not necessarily very good, at least they are all qualified leaders and will not bully the gods of death in the team at will. Or, on the contrary, if the Grim Reaper in his team is bullied, the captains may stand up for them. Only the sentence of the 8 generals of Ghost Yenching obedient to the outside and heavy punch to the inside is vividly displayed. Especially because of the aggression of Kenpachi on the female team members of the Demon Castle, the female Shinigami in the Suriai court changed color when they heard about Team 11 soldiers. Originally, the few female Shinigami in the 11th team chose to change teams in order to protect themselves. So far, the 11th team has not had a female Reaper for several years. This made many single members of the 11th First Team full of resentment towards Anaganjo City. Although in the original 11th team, even if there is a female god of death, everyone is still a single dog. But at least seeing one or two beauties during training can also make everyone's mood comfortable. Now that Ghost City has been killed by Xiaoyi, the attitudes of the gods of death who had expected him before have also changed. People like them can follow a rotten person like Ghost Strict City. Naturally, only strength is justice. But now, Xiaoyi's strength far exceeded that of Ghost Strict City, and naturally won their support. Not to mention the Grim Reaper who were dissatisfied with Ghost Strict City. No matter how bad a summer night is, it will not be worse than Ghost Strict City. What's more, Xiaoyi now looks like he is only 13
13 or 14 years old. Even if he wants to mutilate the female god of death, he doesn't have that ability.
In addition, Guy Yancheng's performance before his death really disappointed everyone in the 11th team.
Not only did he tarnish the title of Kenpachi, but he also wanted to kill them with Bankai.
How could someone miss him like such a captain?
Amid the cheers of these gods of death, 3 prompt tones sounded in Xiaoya's mind.
Oh, a summer night filled my heart with joy.
Defeating Anaganjo and becoming the captain of the 11th squad must be considered to have defeated the admiral and become an admiral in the pirate achievement system. The achievement of the general level is definitely the top golden achievement.
You can get 2 at once.
As long as he digests these 2 golden achievements, Natsuyi will be able to gain a firm foothold as the captain of the Gotiei 13 team. Even when he encounters Zaraki, who comes to challenge him in the future, Natsuya is fully capable of defeating him. This is not Natsuyo's conceit, but the Ryatsu sealed by Zaraki in order to better enjoy the fight, and only after repeated defeats, even on the verge of death, can it be slowly unsealed.
As for now, it's not that Natsuya boasts. Even if he loses to Zaraki, he will not be defeated by Zaraki.
And after he absorbed all the 2 purple advanced achievement rewards and the 2 golden top rewards, not to mention the molar at this time, even if it was a complete morale tree, Xiaoyi still had the ability to compete.
No, it is not.
Suddenly, Xiaoyi realized that he didn't seem to have heard it wrong just now. It was indeed 3 prompt tones. This means that after defeating Onion City, Natsuya got 3 achievements that exceeded his expectations. Suppressing the mood of wanting to check the achievements at this moment, Xiaoyi began to command the members of the 11th Division, sending the members who had been injured in the aftermath of the battle to the 4th Division for treatment. Looking at the team members working together, Xiaoyi was about to sink his mind into his soul to check the achievement, but suddenly sensed that a powerful Ryatsu was rapidly approaching. At the moment, Xiaoyi used the domineering energy of seeing and smelling, and quickly sensed the spiritual pressure of the Comer. This swift and violent terrifying Ryatsu, if nothing else, should be the vice-captain of the first team, Shojiro Sparrow, right? Although it was a question, Xiaoyi was full of confidence in her judgment. In the world of pirates, the only thing that can match the shining fruit in speed is the thunder fruit. Moreover, compared with the shining fruit, the derivative ability of the thunder fruit is more superior. Thunder and lightning not only have characteristics such as fury and paralysis. It can be said that the thunder fruit is the strongest natural devil fruit that combines speed, attack, and control. In the world of Shinigami, Shojiro Shibabu's Zanpakuto Ganryumaru is the strongest Zanpakuto in the thunder system, and its status is comparable to that of the thunder fruit in the pirate world. When extracting the ability to draw the devil fruit, Xiaoyi also wondered, if he drew the frozen fruit, would it be comparable to the ice wheel pill? Extracting the pulp fruit, can you resist Captain Yamamoto's moves? If you extract the thunder fruit, can you compete for the title of the strongest Zanpakuto in the thunder system? After careful comparison, it seems that the frozen fruit and the bark fruit in front of them are slightly inferior to the ice wheel pill and the flowing blade like fire. Only the thunder fruit, if it can be played properly, will definitely be able to surpass Yenling pill. Fortunately, Natsuyi finally drew the shining fruit, making it the latest flash system strongest Zanpakuto in the Siriai court. In the world of the god of death, freezing and magma are not particularly powerful abilities, but flash, with its speed, is among the best in any world. As for the slight lack of offensive and defensive capabilities, there is no way to make up for it. Domineering is one of them. Ryatsu is the second. As long as Xiaoya's domineering strength and spiritual power level increase, attaching it to the flash will naturally increase the flash's attack ability by several levels. These, Xiaoyi is not in a hurry. What he has is time to slowly improve. What's more, at this time, he still has the minimum guaranteed achievement of 2 golds and 2 purples that has not yet been opened. The achievements of the unknown level will not be lower than blue. Wow! A figure instantly appeared behind Xiaoyi, bowed slightly and said to him, Lord Xiaoyi, you have successfully defeated the captain of Ghost Strict City this time, and the captain specially invites you to participate in the captain's meeting. May I ask if you will go with me to meet the captain now, or will you go again after a while? Looking at the respectful Kwebu Chojiro, Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who would have thought that this seemingly humble old man would actually be the owner of the strongest Zanpakuto of the Thunder system, and his combat power would also be among the best among the captains of the Gotiei 13 team? I have to say that Chojiro Sparrow's acting skills are really outstanding. If it weren't for the 1000-year blood war, Natsuyi wouldn't have known that the deputy captain of the division, who had just completed Bankai training and was knocked away by Ichigo Kurosaki, was actually the key figure who successfully attacked and assassinated Uebak, the ancestor of the Annihilation Division, thousands of years ago, and helped Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni establish the victory. However, unfortunately, due to insufficient intelligence, Shojiro Shibo was taken away from the Bankai after being attacked by the Extermination Division, and eventually died in front of Captain Yamamoto. Otherwise, with the strength of Chojiro Sparrow, not to mention fighting the immunity guard after being promoted by sanctification, there is almost no Knights of the Star Cross who can resist him. Perhaps, others can only vaguely sense glance through the dress of the vice captain of the Sparrow Department that he has the same strength as the captain. After all, in the case that only the captain can wear the white captain Haori, the white formation Haori of the vice captain of the Sparrow Department is the same as the captain's Haori. The other vice captains can only wear an armband that symbolizes the meaning of the squad. In addition, the vice captain of the Sparrow Department never overstepped his bounds in receiving people. Although his strength is no less than that of other captains, he always considers himself the vice captain of the Ichiban team. Perhaps because of this, he has become a little transparent in the 13th division. This even indirectly affected his Zanpakuto, so that in the Zanpakuto anecdotes, the reason for his rebellion was that he was the strongest Zanpakuto in the Thunder system, and no one knew about it. Just go now. Xiaoyi knew in his heart why Captain Yamamoto had summoned him to the first team. After all, the 11th team was still part of the 13th team of the Suraitai Gotii. Although the unique captain selection mechanism was not within the management of Captain Yamamoto, the appearance of a new captain must be reported to Captain Yamamoto. Natsui understood his position. Although the words of the vice captain of the Sparrow Department seemed to imply that it was okay to delay time, Natsui did not think he was so self-righteous that he let Captain Yamamoto wait for him. What's more, he guessed that once he met the captain, he would hold a captain's meeting. Just like when Kisuke Urahara became the captain of the 12th division in the future, he took office in the presence of many captains. Now that he is the captain of the 11th first team, Natsui naturally needs to get to know each other with other captains. After all, they will all work together for decades or even centuries to come. Furthermore, if he shows disdain or disrespect for Captain Yamamoto, I am afraid it will make the vice captain of the Sparrow Department feel embarrassed. Summer Night is not a ghostly city. Although he aspires to become an invincible existence in the world of death and even transcends it, he still thinks that there is nothing wrong with respecting certain people and things. Okay, Captain Summer Night, please come with me. After the deputy captain of the Sparrow Department responded, a smile appeared on his face. The figure of the vice captain of the Sparrow Department disappeared in an instant, and then Xiaoya's figure was shattered like a phantom. Sure enough, he is a genius who has been famous in the Sei-Righty before graduating. Sparrow Nagajiro's eyes moved slightly, and his inner evaluation of Xiaoyi increased. Again, as a genius who can cut off the sword press after 3 months of practice, Natsui naturally attracted the attention of the big people of the Gotii 13 team. Among them, the captain of the 4th division, the first generation Kenpachi no Hanaretsu, paid special attention to him. However, she had gone to Maoria Jutsu Academy to see Natsu Knight once, and finally decided that his limit was not as good as Zaraki's, so she didn't pay much attention. She is the first Kenpachi who has been dead since her defeat under Zaraki. The only reason she is alive now is to become stronger, completely activate Zaraki's potential so that he can truly exert his strength, complete a hearty deathmatch, and become the founder of Zaraki's next level. Xiaoya's kendo talent is indeed extremely outstanding, but who made him appear so many years late? Moreover, compared with a naturally strong man like Zaragi, there are too many uncertainties in the process of Xiaoyi, which needs to be gradually improved. Another person who pays attention to Summer Nights is naturally the captain of the Gotii 13 team, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. As the strongest god of death in the millennium, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni founded the Gotii 13 team, which changed the pattern of Suraitai for a million years. It can be said that in addition to the Spirit King and the ancestor of the 5 nobles, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni is the most patterned figure in the world of Shinigami. However, as he grew older, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni naturally wanted to think about the future of the Gotii 13. Kayaraku Shunsui was his most valued and proud disciple, but that didn't stop him from wanting to train him when he encountered a genius. He never felt that there were too many strong people in the Gotii 13 team. On a summer night, naturally, in such a situation, it attracted the attention of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. Unlike Uno Hanaretsu's obsession with Kenpachi, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was more concerned about whether Natsuya was willing to dedicate his strength to protect the Suraitai. However, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni never expected that Natsuya would become the vice captain with 17 consecutive victories on the first day of entering the 11th team. On the third day, he challenged Ghost Strict City and won. Not only did Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni not expect it, but all the gods of death in Suraiti, including the students and teachers of Maoria Jutsu Academy, did not expect that Natsuyi actually had the strength to defeat the captain of the 11th division. Is the teenage captain really qualified for this position? Perhaps this is what Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni is thinking at the moment. He had considered cultivating Xiaoyi, and in the future, Xiaoyi could indeed become the captain of a certain squad under his arrangement. Everything came too fast. Therefore, after Natsuki killed Onion City, Captain Yamamoto asked Chojiro Sparrow to summon Natsuki to meet him, wanting to see this young genius in person. Chief Jiro Sparrow naturally understands Captain Yamamoto's intentions. As the first person to meet Xiaoyi, Captain Yamamoto would inevitably ask him what he thought of Xiaoyi. At present, whether it is the means or strength of dealing with things, Nagajiro Sparrow believes that Summer Knights are indeed more suitable for serving as squad leaders than Ghost Strict City.
It's here, Captain Summer Knight.
At the door of the conference room, Chief Jiro Sparrow said to Natsuyi, "The captain is inside."
"Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you."
Xiaoyi nodded to the vice captain of the Sparrow department, then took a few steps forward and pushed open the door of the Ichiban team conference room. As the door slowly opened, Xiaoyi suddenly felt an indescribable coercion coming to his face.
Flame. It's still a flame.
At this moment, Xiaoyi seemed to understand the feelings of the protagonist Xing in Kung Fu when he opened the door of the world's #1 killer, the Fire Cloud Evil God. However, what Xing felt was an endless sea of blood, and what Xiaoyi experienced was a terrifying flame that was about to burn the whole world like the sun.
It was as if his body and consciousness would be completely annihilated in the next moment.
"Are you the Summer Knight who became the captain of the 11th team after just 3 days in the division?" As a vicissitudes and powerful voice sounded in Xiaoyi's ears, everything he had felt before disappeared in an instant, as if it was just an illusion in his heart. What appeared again in front of his eyes was a slightly dark empty hall, and standing in the hall was an old man with a scar on his forehead and white eyebrows and beard. He was slightly hunched over, holding a wooden cane in both hands, and if it weren't for the captain's Haori on his body, outsiders would probably think he was an old man who would fall down with a slight touch. But Xiaoyi knew that what she felt in her spiritual sense before was not an illusion, but something that was true. Perhaps it was Captain Yamamoto who gave him the dismount, so that he understood how high the sky was and how thick the earth was.
"It's me, Captain."
Xiaoyi bowed respectfully to Captain Yamamoto. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, the strongest god of death in 1,000 years, and the owner of the strongest Zanpakuto flowing blade in the heat system. It can be said that in the world of Shinigami, the strength of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni can be ranked among the top 3. The only one who can be sure that his strength is above him is Yuhabak, who opened his eyes after the saint's farewell. Even the captain of the Zero Division, Ichibai Hikuchibu, Natsuya, was skeptical about whether he could defeat the old man Yamamoto. After all, no matter how you look at it, the old man Yamamoto's flowing blade is a Zanpakuto that is very restrained by Ichibai. A white pen can dye everything black and give it a new name, and before he opened his eyes, Yuhabak was changed to ant by the soldier's headquarters. However, the Ryatsu ink of the white pen is probably evaporated by the 15 million degrees of high temperature before it comes into contact with Captain Yamamoto, and it cannot affect Captain Yamamoto at all. Even if he returns from resurrection, Tashibak, who is stronger than 1,000 years ago, must first use a strategy to deceive Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni with his death, and only after obtaining his Bankai can he truly stand fearlessly in front of him.
Not bad. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni opened a gap slightly.
The sword intent on Xiaoye's body, in the entire Suriai court, he had only seen it on the past Uno Hana Ichiryu. From this point of view, Xiaoye's kendo attainments are indeed extraordinary. However, even with this level of swordsmanship, if it is not restrained by ability, it is not difficult to dominate among the vice-captains.
But to be on an equal footing with the captains, there is still a big gap.
After all, in the battle of the god of death, Ryatsu occupies the vast majority of the advantage. The difference in strength between the captain-level powerhouse of the 3rd-class Lingwei and the vice-captain of the 4th-rank Lingwei lies not only in the initial solution and Bankai of the Zanpakuto, but also in the qualitative change between the 2 levels of Ryatsu.
It can be said that even an ordinary captain-level powerhouse can easily defeat the vice-captain-level powerhouse who liberated the Zanpakuto without liberating it. Natsuya's battle with Union City ended too quickly.
Therefore, even Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni did not have time to personally observe their battle at the scene, and could only roughly judge the situation of the battle by relying on the Ryatsu released by both sides.
The Ryatsu of Onigan City broke out first, which meant that he was suppressed by Natsuya without liberating the Zanpakuto.
After the Ryatsu of Onigan City broke out, it plummeted in an instant, which meant that he was still severely injured by Natsu Knight after liberating the Zanpakuto. Even if the Ryatsu released by Ghost Strict City before was not Bankai, it might be able to instantly kill the captain after the first solution, and only the captains after the Bankai could do this. This shows that Xiaoye's offensive ability has at least reached the level of the captain's Bankai.
This made Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni very concerned. Is it the ability of the Zanpakuto, or other factors? Of course, no matter how Natsuyi did it, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni would not explore the secret.
What? Draw your sword.
Are you kidding?
Let me see your sword path.
Yes.
Although Xiaoyi was a little surprised by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's words, he was not surprised. After Zaraki became the captain of the 11th first team, Captain Yamamoto competed with him alone.
Perhaps because Yamamoto realized that Zaraki's
instincts went far beyond traditional swordsmanship schools. He only taught Zaraki a two-handed kendo that could better play to his strengths. Now that I have replaced Zaraki as the captain of the 11th team, it is undoubtedly normal for Captain Yamamoto to want to know my strength.
Then, Captain, Xiaoyi is rude.
After apologizing to Captain Yamamoto, I pulled out my Zanpakuto and slashed at him with a the sword.
Wow!
A slash more than 10 meters high quickly hit Captain Yamamoto, leaving scorched marks on the floor of the conference room. In the face of this attack, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's whole body trembled slightly, and the wooden staff in his hand instantly turned into a brown spirit and spread out, revealing the Zanpakuto with a purple handle.
The white light flashed, and in the next moment, this slash was cut in half by Captain Yamamoto from the center, and the slash slashed from both sides of him and hit the back wall of the conference room. This wall was slashed to open two huge gaps, and from the gaps, the remnants of the slash still extended forward.
Nice slash!
Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni nodded slightly.
Judging from the power of this slash, it is no less than the normal attacks of the captains. Of course, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni can also judge from this that in addition to his swordsmanship attainments, Natsu's body is also a little unusual. With the body of an ordinary person, even if the sword path realm is comparable to that of the 8,000 flowers of the Uma flower, it is impossible to cut such a powerful attack.
The strength of this slash obviously did not match Xiaoya's sword realm.
What?
Unless, Xiaoya's own strength far exceeds that of ordinary death. Such a situation is not without precedent in the Suraitai. The boy who once defeated the Uno Hanayachiri, his physical strength is not inferior to that of Xiaoyi, and the reason why he is so powerful is precisely because his Ryatsu has already reached its peak. Xiaoyi was not surprised that Captain Yamamoto was able to easily cut off his own attacks. After all, after 10 years of swordsmanship practice, he had broken through to the realm of a great swordsman, but at this level, his progress was not significant. If you compare the great swordsman of the pirate world, Natsu Knight may be comparable to the strength of the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Bista. Although Foil
Bista is also at the level of Imperial Vice President or General Candidate, in this level, he seems to be a bit at the bottom, and there is still a long way to go from the Shogun. The reason why Natsuya is stronger than Bista is because he has the blood of the Bacanian tribe flowing through him, which makes his strength far beyond ordinary people, and he is close to the threshold of General. Even the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Jorakol Maihawk, was deflected by him, and now his slash was cut in half by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni, which is not unacceptable.
Continue. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni said to Xiaoyi. Yes. Xiaoya's figure flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni, and the Zanpakuto in his hand pointed straight down.
From Captain Yamamoto's easy slash, Xiaoyi quickly realized that it was meaningless to use slashes to fight Captain Yamamoto.
Captain Yamamoto asked him to make a move,
because he wanted to know his true strength, and Xiaoyi himself was eager to know how far there was between him and the strongest Grim Reaper of the Millennium.
Ha!
Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni raised his sword to block, but the power coming from the Summer Night Sword exceeded his expectations. The intensity of this attack was a full 2 times higher than the previous slash. Generally speaking, the power of the sword press slashed by the swordsman's kendo realm is usually weaker than the power of the sword in close combat, because no matter what, the sword press is cut out of the power through kendo skills, and the farther the distance, the weaker the power is. However, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni felt that the power from his hands was comparable to the attacks
of some captains after liberating the Zanpakuto.
A small Zanpakuto was actually cut out of the power of a heavy weapon by Xiaoyi.
Concentrating on it, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni quickly noticed that there was still a layer of white shimmer lingering on Natsu's Zanpakuto. This is slash? With Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's eyesight, he quickly understood the mystery of Natsuya's move. Genius inspiration. If Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni was satisfied with Natsu's performance before, now seeing Natsu's move, he felt even more very satisfied in his heart.
The Summer Night surrounded Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni, using the combination of instantaneous step and shaving to show the effect of a whirlwind instantaneous step, and the Zanpakuto in his hand brought white
slashing light, colliding with Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's Zanpakuto.
The shockwave generated by the collision of the Zanpakuto continued to destroy the surrounding ground and sealing one after another. The perfect combination of slashing and sword swing speed makes each sword not only carry its own strength but also has the blessing of slashing, so that the attack power is multiplied. This ingenuity and the talent to turn it into reality is really amazing. After confirming that Natsuya had fully mastered this technique, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni's Ryatsu exploded and directly bounced Natsuya away.
It's okay.
He sheathed the Zanpakuto, and the surrounding spirits gathered, transforming the Zanpakuto into a staff again, and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni said to Xiaoyi, "Summer Night Kid, I recognize your strength.
In the next time, if you have time, you can come to Aten to find me."
He paused and added, "Although I may not have much to point you out in kendo, there is no problem in practicing with you."
Originally, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni wanted to take Xiaoyi as a disciple. However, after a simple move with Xiaoyi, he gave up this idea. From holding the sword to now, it has only been a year. Although they are all swordsmanship, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni can still feel that there seems to be some species between Natsuya's swordsmanship and the swordsmanship of the Soul Society. Although Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni
Shinigami is not as proficient in all the swordsmanship schools of the Soul Society as Uno Hana Yakiryu. His strength reaches his level, and he can see a rough idea with a few moves. The slashing technique of the gods of death, because they have to fight with the void, is the path of power, which can give full play to the advantages of their own Ryatsu. The stronger the Ryatsu, the stronger the slashing technique. Xiaoye's swordsmanship, on the other hand, follows the path of technique, which is somewhat similar to the Uno Hana Yasenryu, but its realm is more profound. This kind of skill seems to be able to exert several times the power of its own power through exquisite techniques, making up for the shortcomings of the lack of Ryatsu. Although Ryatsu has improved Natsuyatsu's sword skills to a certain extent, it is far from as significant as the Shinigami's slashing technique. Xiaoye's sword path is rooted in his own kendo realm. The higher the kendo realm, the stronger the power of the slash. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni felt that he really had nothing to point him out except to give Xiaoye some combat experience. After all, this kendo was come out by Xiaoye himself, and if he hastily joined his own understanding to guide Xiaoye, I am afraid that he would eventually teach Xiaoye to be a four dislikes. Since Xiaoye can cultivate to such a state alone, then trust him. Yes, Captain. Xiaoye didn't know Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's thoughts, although he felt a little regretful that he was not accepted as a disciple by Captain Yamamoto, but it was a big gain to be able to accept the guidance of Captain Yamamoto at any time. I've already sent someone to prepare your Captain Hayori. Next, you just wait here for a while, and when your Captain Hayori arrives, you will attend the captain's meeting together and meet the other captains. The sound of the mallet hitting the wooden board echoed in all corners of the Soriety. This is the voice of the summoning captain's meeting. Hearing this sound, the gods of death of each squad raised their heads and looked in the direction of the first team. Did something big happen? It's been more than 10 years since the last captain's meeting, right? Some of the gods of death had serious expressions on their faces. Normally, the 13 Gotii teams are responsible for their own duties and rarely intersect. Every time a captain's meeting is held, it is a major event in the Soriety and has a profound impact. Compared with ordinary team members, the captains of each division did not show any abnormalities. After all, they had already expected this captain's meeting to be held. This morning, although the captains could not clearly sense the specific situation due to the distance, they could still perceive the surge and disappearance of the ghost-strict city Sword 8 spiritual pressure. Combined with the situation of the 11th team, it is not surprising that someone challenged Kenpachi of Ghost-strict City and successfully defeated it. It is conceivable that this captain's meeting is to let everyone know the new captain of the 11th first team. Aizen, get ready, you and I will go to the captain's meeting later. In the 5th division, Hirako Mako said to Aizen Sasuke beside him. Okay, Captain. Aizen Sasuke gently supported his glasses. Over the years, Aizen Sasuke has used his Zanpakuto abilities to understand almost the entire Suriitai thoroughly. Although there are many Shinigami in the Gotii 13 team, at least the seat officials who can liberate the Zanpakuto, Aizen Sasuke knows their names and the abilities of the Zanpakuto. This was also his preparation to guard against the Zanpakuto that might restrain Kyoka Suijatsu. However, Aizen Sasuke was sure that he had never sensed the Ryatsu he had fought with Kenpachi and Anaganjo this morning. Is it a new wandering powerhouse, or are there other organizations or powerhouses in the Surii court that I haven't discovered? Just right, you can take this opportunity to test it, find a reason to compete, and release the Mirror Flower Water Moon. At present, after Aizen obtained the fingertips of the Spirit King in Matsumoto Ranjiko's body, his collapsed jade production progress is nearing its end. The more moments like this, the less Aizen Sasuke wants anything to happen beyond his control. Apparently, the new captain of the 11 is one of them. Hirako Mako glanced at Aizen and didn't say anything more. Since the first time she saw Aizen Sasuke, Hirako Mako has developed a disgust for him in her heart, and she always feels that Aizen Sasuke is hiding something. However, as the captain of the 3rd division, he naturally would not embarrass Aizen Sasuke because of his personal emotions. Therefore, Hirako Mako directly appointed Aizen Sasuke as the vice-captain, on the one hand, to see what secrets this guy he hated hid, and, on the other hand, because he thought that by putting Aizen under his nose, even if Aizen had any conspiracy, he could suppress it in time. In the past few years when Aizen Sasuke served as the vice-captain of the 5th division, he has been conscientious, and he has handled many things even better than Mako Hirako. It can be said that if you make a list of the most popular in the 5th division, Aizen Sasuke will definitely be at the top, and there is an absolute gap with the 2nd place. This made Hirako Mako's heart more and more irritable. He began to wonder if something was wrong with him, and he would actually have doubts about Aizen Sasuke. On the other hand, the dislike for Aizen Sasuke did not diminish because of his performance, but he felt more and more like Aizen next to him as a fake. However, when Hirako Mako perceived it seriously, she felt that there seemed to be a problem with her spiritual sense. Aizen is indigo. Therefore, Mako Hirako's attitude towards Sasuke Aizen became more and more bad. He hoped that with such a bad attitude, he could make Aizen Sasuke show some of his feet. Unfortunately, so far, he has not found any evidence of problems with Aizen Sasuke. However, for Hirako Mako, sometimes there is no evidence, which is another
another kind of evidence. Captain Hirako was getting more and more sensitive. Aizen-sama. Next to Aizen Sasuke, Ikemara Jin narrowed his eyes and asked, should we kill him? If this continues, I'm afraid Captain Hirako will really notice something. Don't worry, Silver.
Aizen Sasuke smiled faintly. With Captain Hirako's ability, it is not enough to perceive the real
of Kyoka Suigetsu.
Indeed, because of the Zanpakuto, which is also a genjutsu system, Mako Hirako was able to slightly perceive the difference between the real Sasuke Aizen and the person named Sasuke Aizen who was following her. However, without Aizen taking the initiative to reveal her abilities, Mako Hirako could not understand what was going on anyway. What needs to be dealt with now is the upcoming captain of the 11th first team. Silver, I'll ask Captain Heiko to go to the first team to attend the captain's meeting. Please go to the 11th team to inquire about the captain's news.
Got it, Aizen-sama. Then, I'm taking my leave. Ikemaro Jin's departure did not cause any change in the expressions of Mako Hirako and the surrounding gods of death, as if in
their eyes, Ikemaro Jin was like a non-existent character.
This is exactly the ability of Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto Kagami Hana, Suigetsu, completely hypnotic. As long as they have seen the liberation of Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto once, their five senses will always be controlled by Aizen.
Everything you see, hear, smell, taste, and touch is an illusion that Aizen Sasuke weaves for you. After walking out of the 5th division, Ikemaro Jin glanced back at the station, and there was another layer of understanding of the horror of Aizen Sasuke in his heart.
Perhaps, my hope of breaking the game is pinned on this new 11th division captain?
Such an inexplicable thought suddenly came to Ikemaro Jin's mind, but soon, this thought was dispelled by him shaking his head. From the moment he tried to survive in Flowing Soul Street, Ikemaro Jin understood that in this world he could not pin his hope of survival on others. After Ranjaku was attacked by Aizen Sasuke, he realized more deeply that in this world, for some beings, what does it matter to kill you? Therefore, even if he was reluctant to give up, he resolutely left Runju and embarked on the road of pursuing power and avenging Runju. Aizen Sasuke's life belongs to him, and no one can take it away. The door of the Ichiban team's conference room slowly opened, and Xiaoyu walked into the conference room wearing the Captain Haori embroidered with the word 11 embroidered on his back. Compared with the last time he entered here, Captain Yamamoto's seat remained the same, and even his expression did not seem to change. The floor, roof, and damage from the morning battle in the conference room have all been repaired. Of course, if you look closely, you can still find some traces of repair. Captain Yamamoto sat in the deepest part of the conference room, while the captains of the other 12 divisions were separated on either side. Xiaoyi looked around, and familiar faces came into view. The captain of the 2nd division is still the black purple leather jacket with a yellow shirt, and short hair to the ears. 3rd division Captain Fujihashi Tower Juro, 4th division Captain Uno Hanaretsu, 5th division Captain Hirako Mako, 6th division Captain Kochiki Jinsuzu, 7th division Captain Ikawa Rabu, 8th division Captain Kayaraka Shunsui, 9th division Captain Rokucha Kensai, 10th division Captain Shiaishin, 12th division Captain Hikafune Kiryu, 13th division Captain Jeshiro Yukitake. Although they were all familiar faces, Xiaoyi did not show any emotions that he should not have, and walked to the center of the conference room without squinting, bending down to salute Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto nodded slightly and opened his eyes. Everyone, this is the newcomer I want to introduce to you today. He is the teenager who defeated the former captain of the 11th First Team, Guiyan City, in the presence of more than 200 team members this morning, summer night. After my assessment, I think Xiaoyi has the ability to become the captain of the 11th team. There is no doubt about this. On the one hand, Captain Yamamoto would never lie to deceive them, and such behavior was meaningless. On the other hand, as a captain-level powerhouse, they can naturally see the traces of repair in the conference room. Fighting with Captain Yamamoto can cause such damage to the surrounding environment is enough to make these captains recognize the strength of Xiaoyi in their hearts. Although from the perspective of spiritual sense, Xiaoyi's spiritual pressure is only the level of the vice-captain of the 4th class spiritual power. But in front of Captain Yamamoto, it is probably difficult for the deputy captain to even stand, let alone raise his sword to fight. It's really not simple. The captain of the 2nd division, Shifenjin Yoichi, exclaimed, although I have long heard from Maoria Jutsu Academy that a genius swordsman student has appeared this year, I didn't expect that the kendo of the little brother of Summer Night has reached such a point. The other captains also expressed their admiration, especially the Rottenwood Silver Bell. As the captain of the 6th division and the head of the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, he couldn't help but secretly regret it in his heart at this moment. He had heard of Xiaoyi's reputation before, but he didn't pay enough attention to it. If he had known that Xiaoyi's talent was so amazing, he would definitely go to Mao Spiritual Academy and adopt Xiaoyi as his adopted son. In the Soul Society, adopted sons are almost indistinguishable from biological children. Almost all all the families in Flowing Soul Street are a community of strangers, and the same is true for seawriting.
Compared with blood relations, they are more concerned about the inheritance of surnames, families, and wills.
Kochiki Jinsuzu was an era later than Captain Yamamoto, and now it has passed 1,000 years. Due to the limitations of his own strength, Kochiki Jinling knew that his time was running out. In the same era as him, such as the head of the Saifenjin family, Saifenjin Shiri, has long since retired, and now his daughter Saifenjin Yoichi controls the family. However, Kochiki Inling only has 2 children, and the eldest son Kochiki Tsainchuan has mediocre talent, and some time ago he hurt his foundation due to forcibly cultivating Bankai, and it is estimated that he will live shorter than Kochiki Inling. The eldest daughter, Rina Kochiki, is innocent and not at all a temperament that can calm down and practice. As one of the top 4 nobles of the Saraiti, Kochiki Jinsuzu knew that other families were eyeing the Kochiki family. If one day he can't hold on, the Kochiki family will have no successor, and those families will devour the Kochiki family like hungry wolves.
Just like the former Jibwa family, the 5 nobles who were once prominent now only have a few big cats and kittens left. This is also due to the strong entry of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni into the Suriitii, the establishment of the 13th Guard Team, and the establishment of a series of rules. Otherwise, how could Jiboisan and Jibo Haiyan grow up safely? After the death of Kochiki Jinling, if the Kochiki family does not have a strong person who can withstand the scene, the future fate may not be much better than that of the Jibwa family. Now, what Kochiki Jinsuzu longs for most is to cultivate a qualified successor for the Kochiki family before he dies. Now Natsuyi has become the captain of the 11th First Team, and all the Kochiki family can give him is the position of the head of the Kochiki family and the identity of the captain of the 6th Division, which is not attractive to Natsuyi. It stands to reason that the future Natsuyi may even reach the realm of Captain Yamamoto. Identity and status, in the face of strength, are just accessories after all, where, compared to the seniors, I still look immature. In the face of the praise of these captains, Xiaoyi shook his head and did not take these words seriously. In fact, these captains were indeed surprised by Xiaoyi, but they stood in a higher position, and their recognition of their juniors also had their backgrounds. Boom! As for the strength, well, although Natsuki defeated Kenpachi of Anjin City and won the recognition of Captain Yamamoto, in their eyes, who is not the pride of heaven. Everyone has their own pride and will not easily think that their strength is inferior to that of Natsui. They are more likely to feel that Kenpachi is too weak, not even as good as Natsui, a teenager who has not yet reached the rank of captain. However, they don't really think that Natsui is weak. At least, outside of the captains, there is no doubt that Natsui is the first without suspense, and the humble attitude shown by Natsui has greatly changed the impression of these captains of him. Compared with Kenpachi of Ghost Castle, although Natsui is younger, he knows etiquette and knows how to advance and retreat, so he is more loved by everyone. Therefore, the captains at the scene had no objection to Xiaoye's position as the captain of the 11th First Team. After meeting with the captains, Natsuyi consciously retreated to the queue on the right, stood at the end, and listened quietly to Captain Yamamoto's speech. In fact, the main purpose of this captain meeting was to familiarize Natsuyi, the new captain of the 11th First Team, with other captains. After everyone got to know each other, Captain Yamamoto's speech was nothing more than a reminder to always remember to protect the Suriitii and carefully perform the duties of their respective divisions to maintain peace here. After the meeting was adjourned, Natsuki rejected the invitation of Yoichi of Saifenjin, Kochiki Jinsuzu and others, and returned to the 11th team alone. From today onwards, it will be a base camp for summer nights. Captain's Summer Night. Captain's Summer Night. Seeing the captain Haori on Xiaoye's body, the gods of death of the 11th team greeted him one after another. At this time, more than 5 hours had passed since Xiaoye defeated Ghost Yen City. The news about the change of the captain of the 11th team has already spread in the Suriitii. Those team members who had never witnessed Xiaoye's battle with Ghost Strict City naturally learned about Xiaoye's existence from their companions. Unlike Ghost Strict City, Xiaoye would nod seriously in response to these team members who greeted him. By the way, what happened over there? How did I hear the argument? As he passed by the training ground, Natsuyi suddenly asked Suzuki beside him. This, Suzuki hesitated for a moment and replied, "Captain, it's Ichino's Sans." Maki Ichinos, who was the vice-captain of the 11th team before Natsuyi, was naturally reduced to 3 seats after losing to Natsuyi. However, today on Summer Night he successfully defeated Oniganjo and became the captain of the 11th team, and according to the rules, Maki Ichino should become the vice-captain again. But considering what Maki Ichino said on the training ground, and the armband representing the vice-captain on the left arm of the captain of Natsuya had not yet been handed over to him, Suzuki still called Maki Ichino's 3 seats. He had some conflicts with other team members. Oh, Xiaoye raised his eyebrows slightly. Maki Ichino's, he is more familiar with this man than many of the Shinigami of the 11th Division. In Natsuyo's memory, future Zaraki defeated Onigan Castle, and all the team members were celebrating the new captain, but only Maki Ichino stood up and thought that Zaraki was not brave, and finally even defected to Suriitii, following Baon's leader Kayagami to take revenge on Zaraki. Now, the person who defeated Ghost Strict City has been replaced by himself. Will this guy also be dissatisfied with himself? Let's go, take me to see.
After saying that, Xiaoyi turned around and walked towards the training ground.
Boom!
In terms of strength, the current 11th team, because of the riotous operation of Ghost Strict City, some of the strong Shinigami have left, and only a few can satisfy Xiaoyi.
Maki Ichinos is one of them.
As the captain of the 11th team was dispatched for combat missions throughout the Siriidii.
Xiaoyi didn't want to become the captain, and she had to come forward personally for any task. In that case, wouldn't he be as tired as a dog? Now that he has acquired the ability of Shining Fruit, learning from this senior's style may also win the recognition of Porcellino, right?
But if you want a fish, the premise is that the 11th team must have enough strong players.
Boom!
Otherwise, if even the appearance of a Killian needs to be dispatched on a summer night, it is not fishing, it is simply asking for trouble.
Impossible.
Lord Ghost Yen City is the strongest, Xiaoyi is just a vice-captain. How can he be the opponent of Ghost Yen City?
Boom!
It must be Xiaoyi who used despicable means to defeat the adults of Ghost Strict City by that guy. Before Natsuya and Suzuki entered the training ground, they heard the sound of Maki Ichinos arguing.
Enough, Ichinos.
A god of death stood up and said to Maki Ichinos in a deep voice, "Yesterday you were treated in the 4th division, so you couldn't witness Natsuya-sama challenge the captain of Onianjo, but we were all there.
Shall we not know if Lord Xiaoyi used despicable means?
On the contrary, it is the captain of Ghost Strict City, full of ugliness, which simply insults the name of Sword 8. Captain Natsuya is the captain of the 11th team to challenge and defeat the captain of Ghost Strict City, and we are all witnesses of this battle. Today's Lord Xiaoyi is already the captain of our 11th team. Maki Ichinos, if you slander Captain Summer Night again, don't blame us for being rude. You. When Maki Ichinos saw the team members who had respected him in the past, his attitude suddenly changed, and his expression couldn't help but change. Ichinos-sans, please adjust your mentality as soon as possible, and after Captain Natsuya returns from the first team, you may still be able to become our vice-captain. But if you are stubborn, even if Captain Xiaoyi asks you to be the vice-captain of the 11th team, we will not be convinced of you.
Do I need your obedience?
Perhaps angered by the attitude of these team members, Maki Ichinos suddenly released his Ryatsu. In the 11th team, the strong are the kings. I'm going to challenge Xiaoyi now, and after I defeat him and become the captain of the 11th first team, you guys will wait and see what else you have to say.
Oh, Ichinos-sans, I just heard that you were going to challenge me?
Just after Maki Ichinos finished saying this, Natsuya's voice suddenly sounded behind him.
Captain Summer Night. Lord Xiaoyi. Captain Summer Night.
Hearing Natsuya's voice, the Shinigami who were arguing at the training ground noticed Natsu behind Ichinos Maki. This is not because their eyes are not good, but because Natsu's height is really not enough. Even in the training ground, it is obscured by Ichinos Maki's figure. Until Natsu speaks, they find Xiaoyi and bow to him one after another.
Well, everyone has worked hard.
After responding to everyone with a smile, Natsuya gradually put away his smile and looked up at Maki Ichinos. Ichinos-sans, this is the 11th team. The challenge is an extremely sacred thing in our team, and I don't want you, who may become the vice-captain, to tarnish the meaning of the challenge in the 11th team. Now that you take back what you said before, I can pretend I didn't hear you and appoint you as the vice-captain of the 11th team. However, if you insist on challenging me, I will also respond to your determination with a sword with murderous intent. Cold sweat oozed from Ichinos' face, a hint of fear in his eyes, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Obviously I haven't seen Natsu for a day, but at this moment, Natsu's feeling for Ichinos Maki is much stronger than the oppression brought by Lord Oniganjo. Could it be that what those guys said before was true? Did Natsuya really defeat and kill the captain of Ghost Strict City?
Such a thought suddenly flashed through Maki Ichinos' mind,
but immediately, this idea was abandoned by Maki Ichinos.
He had just played against Xiaoyi the day before yesterday.
Although he lost, Natsuya defeated him with the liberation of the Zanpakuto.
And if he fought with Lord Oniganjo, Lord Oni Strict City did not need to liberate Zanpakuto at all. As long as he was a little more serious, he could easily defeat or even kill him. Judging from the strength shown by Xiaoyi the day before yesterday, it could not be compared with Lord Ghost Yen City at all. However, seeing Natsu's heavy face, Maki Ichinos couldn't mention the word challenge again no matter what. After all, the battle the day before yesterday had proved that he was not Xiaoyi's opponent at all. Now, if he challenged Xiaoyi again, he would definitely be counterattacked by Xiaoyi with all his might and killed directly. However, he wanted to take back what he had said before, but he couldn't do anything. Lord Oniganjo was kind to him, and no matter what, he didn't believe that Lord Oniganjo would be the kind of person described by those companions.
Seeing that Maki Ichinos was silent, Natsuya also understood his thoughts.
At that moment, Natsu said, Ichinos, I know that the failure of Captain Ghost Strict City is a big blow to you.
Boom!
But, as you said before, the 11th team is a team where the strong are respected.
I am always welcome to challenge me and take my place in my current position.
However, before you defeat me, I hope you can follow the tradition of the 11th 1st Division and obey the orders of the strong. Otherwise, I don't mind expelling you from the 11th team. I hope you take care of yourself."
After saying that, Natsuki ignored Ichino's maki and turned to leave.
He had just become the captain of the 11th squad and had a lot to do. Now what he has to do is to familiarize himself with the various affairs of the 11th team as soon as possible. Because of his own reasons, the 11th team has been without the captain and vice-captain for 3 days, and many tasks that require the 11th team to be dispatched have been put on hold.
If no one is arranged to deal with it, I am afraid that many souls will be devoured by the void in the flowing soul street.
In the training ground, after Natsuya left, these gods of death glanced at Maki Ichinos, shook their heads, and left the training ground, leaving him alone in place.
If Maki Ichinos can't change his mentality, then Natsuya will never let him stay in the 11 team in order to keep this unstable factor.
This is the attitude of Xia Yi. Coming to the captain's room, Xia Yi looked through some of the team affairs before the 11th team. To his surprise, in these materials, the frequency of Ghost Strict City missions is extremely high. Because of this, the death gods of the 11th team on the mission have not yet been injured or killed by the gods of death when the anger of Ghost Strict City burns.
Maki Ichinos was rescued by Onianjo in a certain mission, and he was grateful and loyal to Onianjo.
By the time Xia Yi finished reading these materials, he also had a more specific understanding of the operation of the 11th team. The residents of the Soul Society's flowing Soul Street are an important means used by the god of death to maintain the balance of the 3 realms. They judged how much void the Void Circle Expeditionary Force needed to purify by counting the souls swallowed by the void, or how many souls in the flowing Soul Street they wanted to destroy through the void that disappeared in the Void Circle, in order to maintain the balance of the 3 realms. Most of the combat missions of the 11th team were to rush to the scene for purification as soon as they appeared in the Soul Society. As for how to know when and where a void has descended on the Soul Society, this is the responsibility of the 12th Division's Technology Development Bureau. As long as the space fluctuation with the black cavity open is detected, the 12th Division will notify the 11th team through the Hell Butterfly, and the 11th Division will decide how many Shinigami to send to carry out the mission based on the information provided by the 12th Division. Fortunately, although the captain, vice-captain, and 3 seats of the 11th team were not there in the past 3 days, Suzuki, as a civilian personnel, still arranged for other Shinigami to carry out the mission. Due to the relationship between Summer Knights, Suzuki, a civilian Reaper who had been bullied in the 11th squad, has now become the captain's left and right hands, and the Grim Reaper of the 11th squad naturally dare not neglect the mission. Suzuki's clever thing is that he did not ask Xia Yi for credit for helping Xia Yi deal with these 3 days, but just quietly waiting for Xia Yi to find out.
"Not bad, Suzuki, you're doing a great job." Sure enough, Natsuya was very satisfied with Suzuki's approach. This means that he can safely leave it to Suzuki in terms of handling team affairs.
From now on, you will be responsible for the affairs of the 11th team, and if anyone does not follow your instructions, come to me directly.
This is my honor, Lord Xia Yi.
Suzuki was full of joy, bowed deeply to Xia Yi, and couldn't help but smile on his face.
Sure enough, Lord Summer Knight is completely different from Lord Ghost Strict City. Under Lord Oniganjo,
the members of Team 11 often vented their anger on Suzuki if they were dissatisfied with the assigned tasks, but Lord Oniganjo turned a blind eye to this. But Lord Xia Yi is willing to stand up for himself.
In this way, his status in the 11th team will be greatly improved. Not only will he no longer become everyone's punching bag, but those
gods of death must come to please themselves in order to get the task they want, and let themselves assign some dangerous tasks to them. The other squadron Reapers, eager for a safe mission, hoping to reduce the danger. The Shinigami of Team 11th hope to be able to access the dangerous mission of doing their best. Well, that's the spirit of the 11th First Team. Next, you go and notify everyone in the team now and let them gather at the training ground. As the new captain of the 11th team, it is necessary for me to let everyone know me again, and at the same time establish a new spirit for our 11th team.
The spirit of the squad?
Xia Yi closed the information in his hand and leaned back on the back of the chair.
The 11th team is a combat-oriented team,
so the players must agree with the true meaning of the battle from the bottom of their hearts. The previous captain of the house was doing a good job. The captain of Mole City has not been in office for a long time, so I won't comment on it. But over the years, due to the rule of the captain of Ghost Strict City, the 11th team has become a tyrannical and murderous team, which makes me very dissatisfied. Therefore, the 11th Division must make some changes.
After receiving support from Natsuya, Suzuki's strengths were fully utilized.
In less than 5 minutes, almost all the Shinigami from the 11th team station gathered on the training ground. This made Xia Yi feel a little regretful.
If Suzuki was stronger and could liberate the Zanpakuto, Natsuya even intended to appoint him as the vice-captain of the 11th Division.
Think about it, in that case, unless you encounter a big void above Killian, you can almost be a shopkeeper. The great void above Killian descended on the Soul Society, and according to the data of previous years, it was about 10 times a year on average.
Since his body had not yet grown up, in order
to enhance his majesty, Xiaoyi stood in the void, half a position taller than the 11th team of Shinigami gathered on the ground. Everyone, I am the new captain of the 11th team, Xiaoyi.
It's nice to meet you. Gathering everyone here, I just want to say one thing.
Majestic Ryatsu erupted from Xiaoyi's body. Together with it, there was also the sword intent from the great swordsman of the pirate world. Under the effect of the spiritual pressure, the sharp sword intent was like a substantive sword blade, exuding a palpitating, terrifying aura. The gods of death, including Maki Ichinos, were suppressed so much that they did not dare to move under the terrifying sword intent of the summer night, for fear that if they made the slightest move, they would be cut down by this sword intent. The 11th team is a team that only the strong can gain a foothold. And my definition of the strong and the weak is not only in terms of strength, but in terms of action. The strong swing the knife at the stronger. The weak are violent towards the weaker. I hope that everyone in the 11th team is a strong person who can swing a knife at the stronger, not a coward who commits violence against the weak.
Do you want to be strong people who exude courage and brilliance, or are you willing to be shameful perpetrators who only bully the weak?
Under Xiaoyi's questioning, many gods of death bowed their heads and asked themselves,
what kind of death do they want to become?
During the period when the captain of Oniganjo was in command, due to his personality problems, the members of the 11th team gradually became irritable. In order to vent their fear of Lord Oniganjo, they choose to bully beings weaker than themselves to divert their anxiety. According to Xiaoyi's statement at this moment, most of them are undoubtedly weak perpetrators.
Now, the captain of Ghost Strict City has been killed by Xiaoyi, without the fear of being injured and dying at any time. Will they still be like this?
Lord Xiaoyi, we don't want to be weak, we want to be strong.
Finally, when someone said this, the infected gods of death loudly expressed their desire to become truly strong. We want to be strong. Be strong. Strong man. Strong man.
Seeing the gods of death in front of him shouting in unison, Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. He knew in his heart that among the gods of death who were shouting now, there were still many people who were just infected by the atmosphere and had to go with the flow.
But Xiaoyi is also convinced that the environment changes people.
As long as most of the Shinigami of the 11th team adheres to this philosophy, the remaining few will follow the trend.
Few.
As for those Shinigami who cannot adapt to this concept, they will naturally choose to withdraw from the 11th team.
Very good.
I have felt your voices and beliefs. Natsu lowered his head, his eyes falling on Maki Ichinos, who was at the front. In the shouts of everyone just now, although Maki Ichinos was also moved in his heart, he did not shout along with the crowd.
Ichinos, do you have any objections to the strong concept of the 11th team that I have set?
No.
Ichinos Maki shook his head.
Although he still couldn't believe the fact that Lord Oni Strict City was killed by Natsuyi, he had to admit that the spiritual concept of Team 11 proposed by Natsu Knight was far better than the strong are respected that wantonly trampled on the dignity of the lives of the weak when Lord Oniganjo was in Oni Strict City. He is not an unreasonable person and cannot say anything against his heart.
So, are you willing to practice and supervise the members of the 11th team to maintain this philosophy? If you want, then you are the vice captain of the 11th team.
Maki Ichinos was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Natsuyi-sama.
Natsuyi didn't let Ichinos Maki continue, raised his hand and pressed it, stopping his words. Then, everyone, the position of vice captain of the 11th team is temporarily vacant.
Now, everyone can go on tasks or practice. By the way, from now on, I will set aside one day a month to guide everyone's cultivation, and at that time, everyone can come to the training ground when they have time, communicate together, and make progress together.
Really? Captain's summer night.
Hearing Xiaoyi say this, the gods of death on the training ground showed incredible expressions.
After leaving Maoriajutsu Academy, the Shinigami wanted to learn new knowledge, and they could basically rely on the teachings of the seniors of each squadron.
In a division, the most powerful is naturally the captain of each division.
After becoming a captain, you will be eligible to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor once.
In the Great Spirit Book Corridor, everything since the birth of the Soul Society is recorded, including various major events, ghost spells, swordsmanship schools, etc. Captains can find esoteric ghost spells or swordsmanship schools that suit them in the Great Spirit Book Corridor to improve their strength. Similarly, captains can pass on what they have learned to others they recognize. Xiaoyi had not yet gone to the Great Spirit Book Corridor, and except for the swordsmanship, he had learned everything else under the guidance of the teacher of the Mao Spiritual Art Academy. As for the skills obtained in the pirate achievement system, Xiaoyi did not intend to teach them easily. After all, he had not yet cultivated them to a profound realm. Even if he wanted to teach it, it would only be a taijutsu like the Navy's 6 styles. As for the three-color domineering, Xiaoyi himself has not fully mastered it, and he can't start teaching it.
Moreover, the three-color domineering is an important means for him to deal with Aizen Sasuke and the Invisible Empire in the future, and the more he hides, the better. When he was the captain of Ghost Strict City, he never thought about teaching the team members what to practice. Everyone's current strength is basically all based on their own hard work. If they can get the guidance of the captain, their strength will definitely improve greatly. Now that Xiaoyi is
is willing to take 1 day a month to guide their
cultivation. How can they not be excited? The pursuit of the strong is the innate nature of human beings. Enhancing one's own strength is an unchanging pursuit engraved in the genes.
At this moment, Captain Xiaoyi alone realized their two dreams. Although Captain Xiaoyi is still only a verbal promise and has not really started, since he has already spoken, he will not change his mind easily. Among the other squads, there are only 2 or 3 people who can be personally guided by the captain. Of course, Xiaoyi was naturally able to understand the concerns of the team members. Therefore, he directly gave everyone a shot in the arm. Well, our team is the 11th team, and from now on the 11th day of every month, I will guide everyone's cultivation on the training ground. Of course, everyone knows that I may still be far from being in other aspects except for swordsmanship. He paused slightly and continued. So, recently, I can probably only guide you in swordsmanship. As for the ghost path, white fight and instantaneous step, everyone may have to wait a little longer.
This is already good. Captain Summer Knight's swordsmanship is the strongest I've ever seen.
We are grateful to be able to get Lord Xiaoyi's swordsmanship guidance. That's right. Swordsmanship is the romance of men, and ghost path is something that women only practice. The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly became warm. Seeing this, Xiaoyi smiled slightly and took Suzuki out of the training ground when no one was around.
At night, Natsui's dormitory became a taller and larger villa.
After the death of Anaganjo, Suzuki led people to reorganize it, and when Natsui moved in, it was completely new inside and out, and there was no trace of anyone living there.
Not bad.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction.
Suzuki is indeed the civilian reaper who can stay the longest in the 11th team, and he is reliable. If Suzuki lived in the ancient Dragon Kingdom, he would definitely be the Emperor's personal eunuch.
Closing his eyes, Natsui sank his mind into the soul space.
Despite defeating Onion City in the morning and hearing 3 chimes, Natsui
has been busy until now to see what achievements he has achieved. When he defeated Maki Ichinos and became the vice-captain of the 11th first team, Natsui opened 11 achievement rewards, leaving only the 2 purple achievements of Vice Admiral and Alternate General
unopened.
Among them, the Alternate General achievement, purple with gold, is considered the highest level of advanced achievements. Now, in the soul space of Xiaoyi, in addition to these 2 purple achievements, there are 3 more golden top achievements.
Ding, congratulations
to the host for defeating the Admiral and obtaining the top achievement, General Killer. Ding, congratulations to the host for passing the World Conscription with absolute strength and obtaining the top achievement, Admiral. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating the World's Greatest Swordsman and obtaining the top achievement, World's #1 Swordsman.
Do you want to open the achievement reward? Yes or no? Kill Ghost Strict City and let Natsui get 3 golden achievements.
The 2 achievements of General Killer and Admiral were already expected by him, and the top achievement of the world's #1 swordsman was beyond Xiaoyi's expectations. In the world of pirates, the so-called world's greatest swordsman refers to the title that can only be obtained by those who defeat all swordsmen and are recognized by all swordsmen.
This is the case with Hawkeye Joriko Mihawk.
In the previous era, many strong people competed against each other. One Piece Roger, Hades Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki, Red Earl Leadfield, Frost Moon Ryoma, etc. are all figures standing at the top of the great swordsman, but none of them can convince others and become the world's #1 swordsman. Only Mihawk of this era is the strongest man who truly stands at the peak of swordsman and has been recognized and chased by all swordsmen, becoming the world's #1 swordsman. It can be said that Joriko Mihawk himself is the world's top powerhouse.
However, in the pirate world, it is still unknown whether Natsuya will be able to defeat Hawkeye Mihawk and become the world's #1 swordsman unless he really reaches his peak.
However, in the world of Shinigami, there is a bug. Sword 8" is the title of the strongest Shinigami set by Uno Hana Yachiryu, that is, the title of the world's largest swordsman in the world of death. However, the first generation of Sword 8 Flower Yachiryu was defeated by Zaragi and felt that he was no longer worthy of continuing to serve as Sword 8. And Zaraki, who defeated the 8,000 streams of Ashinohana, is now wandering in the flowing Soul Street, suppressing Ryatsu, and enjoying the pleasure of fighting with people everywhere. Kenpachi had already died, and Kenpachi chose to surrender. In the past 100 years, the 11th team has changed 4 captains. There are no heroes at that time, making the boy famous, which is probably a portrayal of Kenpachi in Ghost Strict City. Although he has the name of Sword 8, he does not have the real Sword 8 strength. Xiaoyi killed Ghost Yen City and inherited the position of Sword 8. In the logic of the pirate achievement system, Sword 8 is actually equivalent to the world's #1 swordsman, which is no problem. Because of this top title was accidentally won by Xiaoyi. 3 top-level gold achievements, 2 high-level purple achievements. In terms of naval titles, the only achievements I can achieve are the Marshal and the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. Among them, the Admiral must be the captain of the Gotiei 13 team, and the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army is very likely to become the captain of the 0 Division. I have almost no chance of getting these 2 achievements. In other words, in the future, I am unlikely to get new achievements for these 5 achievements. As long as I open all 5 achievements, my strength should be enough for me to survive future crises and complete more achievements. Golden achievements mean that you will definitely be able to obtain the achievements of imperial abilities, Haki, tricks, powerful bloodline, devil fruit abilities. Then, let's start unboxing. Start with purple first. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced achievement Vice Admiral and obtaining 15 years of cultivation results. Please choose a cultivation project. 1. Taiju. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. The achievements of the Vice Admiral are more than the achievements of the Rear Admiral and the results of 5 years of cultivation. My current swordsmanship has already reached the level of a great swordsman, and the next achievement of the world's #1 swordsman is likely to be related to swordsmanship. With my current strength, cultivating devil fruits wants to make Palyasolino surrender in order to achieve the awakening of devil fruits, that is, the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, which is not small. As for the cultivation of domineering, at present, I only master the domineering of seeing and smelling, which is the least cost-effective choice. Therefore, my choice to practice physical arts at the moment is the most cost-effective decision. Natsuya's physical talent in the God of Death was not outstanding, but since obtaining the bloodline of the Bacania tribe, the strength of the body has been significantly improved, and Xiaoye's talent in the God of Death has also increased, breaking the original boundaries, which has made his spiritual power reach the level of vice captain, that is, the imperial deputy or general candidate in the pirate world. The improvement of physical strength, the mastery of the domineering spirit, the realm of the swordsman, and the enhancement of the spiritual pressure of the God of Death have made Xiaoye's strength successfully rank among the generals and emperors, that is, the captain level of the world of death. However, if you want to truly break through to the third-class spiritual power of the captain level, it is not an easy task. Unless, Xiaoye can open the top bloodline from the golden achievement, break through the shackles of her own body, and raise her upper limit. This is both the easiest goal and the most difficult challenge. After all, Xiaoye, who has the ability of the emperor, cannot guarantee that he can open the top bloodline. The current situation is that Xiaoye has gathered the Navy 6 styles from his previous achievements. The Navy 6 styles are not only 6 combat moves, but also extraordinary martial arts for the Navy to improve their physical strength and break through their limits. If ordinary people can master the Navy 6 styles and comprehend its secret life return, they can reach the level of Commodore General of the Navy headquarters. And, if you master the domineering again, you can even enter the rank of general and become a strong among major generals or lieutenant generals. Xiaoye has the blood of the Bacania tribe, and his body is 30 times that of ordinary people. If he comprehends the secret of the 6 styles again, he will definitely be able to break through the limit. Therefore, he did not hesitate much and decisively chose one. I choose cultivate physical skills. With Xiaoye's thoughts, the purple light cluster symbolizing Vice Admiral quickly melted into his soul. In the next moment, Xiaoye's mind flashed the memory of his 15 years of unremitting practice of the Navy's 6 styles. Because of the clear goal, Xiaoye did not develop the 6 styles at the beginning, but focused on the cultivation of the basic 6 styles, and fully understood the mysteries of the 6 styles after he became proficient. Unexpectedly, when he successfully comprehended the secret of the 6 styles, the return of life, there was no need to prey on the Sea Kings, and the cultivation space would automatically condense the nutrients needed to replenish the body, so that Xiaoye's body would continue to strengthen. Under the ability to return life, it took Xiaoye 5 years to comprehend the secret of the 6 styles. In the next 8 years, Xiaoye's body broke through again with the blessing of life return, making his spiritual power truly reach the 3rd level, that is, the level of an ordinary captain. In the following 2 years, Xiaoye began to develop derivative skills for the 6 styles to increase his combat methods. Iron nuggets, iron blocks, steel, broken dragon teeth, finger gun, spot, dialing, flying finger gun, longio, shiyu, line, wolves, paper painting, martial body, afterimage, monthly step, empty walking, shaving, razor, 6 formula secret, 6 king guns. When he opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flashed in Xiaoye's eyes, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. The 3rd level spiritual power made his strength improve a lot compared to before. After Reiwi reached the 3rd rank, Natsuya realized that he didn't have to worry about being threatened when Aizen Sasuke hadn't made a move yet. After all, compared to other captains, he hadn't seen Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto liberated, and he might not have much movement in battles with other captains, but it would be different if he fought himself. It's not that Natsuya is arrogant, although the shining fruit is not the top in terms of attack power, but in terms of speed, even the thunder fruit is slightly inferior. To defeat Aizen Sasuke, Natsuya doesn't have this confidence yet, but he has confidence in escaping its pursuit. Since it's safe, let's go to Mayung Spiritual Academy tomorrow and ask Runju's opinion. After traveling to the Soul Society, Xiaoye owed only one person's love in his heart, Matsumoto Runju. When he was weak, he had to stay away from Matsumoto Runju, afraid of being implicated and in danger, and at the same time worried that he did not have enough strength to protect her. But now, he is already one of the 13 people standing at the peak of the Seriitii, the dignified captain of the 11th team. Can't he protect a little Matsumoto Runju? Even, if possible, Natsuki was eager to win Ikimara's silver in his heart. If he could defeat Aizen Sasuke in a dignified manner, why should he wrongfully lurk around Aizen like a poisonous snake? What's more, in the next few decades, Ikimaro Jin will have the strength of a captain, and he will be able to grow to a second-class spiritual power in the future, and the Bankai God Killer gun almost killed Aizen Sasuke on the spot. If he can take Ikimara's silver as his subordinate, Xiaoyi feels that such a sense of accomplishment will inevitably improve his future king's capacity by a large margin, and it will also have a significant effect on the enhancement of the future overlord's domineering. Now that he already had this idea, Xiaoyi naturally would not delay. Early the next morning, he said hello to Suzuki and walked straight towards Mao Spiritual Academy. That's a summer night? It was only 4 days since he left Mao Spiritual Academy, and the legend of Xiaoyi in the academy still had not faded. However, no matter how everyone guessed, they would never have imagined that when Xiaoyi returned to Mao Spiritual Academy just a few days later, he would have been dressed as the Captain Haori. The captain of the Gotii 13 team is the pinnacle of Seriitii. Therefore, when the first student recognized Natsuyo, the entire Mao Ryujutsu Academy teachers and students went crazy about it. The news that Natsuya became the captain of the 11th team and returned to the Mao Spiritual Academy spread at a rapid pace in an instant. Many teachers and students came one after another, wanting to see Natsui's demeanor. However, they only dared to stop in the distance. Whether it was the Ryatsuan Natsui at this moment, or Haori, who represented the captain's position, they were ruthlessly reminding them of how big the gap between the two sides was. Mao Spiritual Arts, 2nd year Class A. I'm tired. Matsumoto Ranjiku returned to his seat and lay down heavily on the table. The curriculum in the 2nd grade is mainly about learning instantaneous. There is no doubt that if you want to master the instant, you have to put in more effort. If the 1st grade slashing technique tired the hands, then the 2nd grade instantaneous step put a huge burden on the feet. As one of the 3 strongest lingwei in Class A, Matsumoto Runju was paid special attention by the teacher, and after an instantaneous practical class, Matsumoto Runju felt that his legs were about to lose consciousness. At this moment, a girl excitedly walked up to Matsumoto Runju and asked her, "Hey, Runju, do you remember Natsui's classmates? Summer night?" Hearing his classmates' words, Matsumoto Runju was stunned, and then the figure of Xiaoyi appeared in his mind. The wonder of the world seems to be reincarnated. That year, when Matsumoto Ranjiku was about to faint from starvation, he was rescued by Ikimaro Jin, and the two became family members and struggled to survive in Flowing Soul Street. After he left, seeing the summer night that was about to faint, Matsumoto Runju extended a helping hand again. During that year, although Matsumoto Runju and Xiaoyi were not relatives, they were more like family. However, neither side said anything. Therefore, after coming to District 1, Xiaoyi took the initiative to leave. Now that he met Xiaoyi again at Mao Spiritual Academy, Matsumoto Runju's heart was full of joy. However, as Natsuyi gradually showed his talent, it was difficult for Matsumoto Ranjiku to speak his heart. The higher the success of the summer night, the happier Matsumoto Runju became for her. But it also means that the distance between the two is constantly widening. Sure enough, in less than a year, Xiaoyi had completed 6 years of study at Mao Spiritual Academy and graduated early. Xiaoyi, like Yin, is a legend of Mao Spiritual Academy. Come to think of it, even if they join the Gotii 13 team, they will definitely live like a fish in water. But Matsumoto Runju is still struggling with how to cultivate instantaneousness. Alas! Thinking of this, Matsumoto Runju couldn't help but sigh. By the time he graduated from Mao Spiritual Art Academy, Yin and Xiaoyi would probably have become big names in the team. However, Matsumoto Runju was still curious about this classmate's sudden mention of summer nights. After all, in the 3 months of the 1st grade, Xiaoyi had almost no communication with other classmates except her. So, Matsumoto Runju raised his head and asked, "What's wrong with Xiaoyi? I heard that Xiaoyi's classmate is back, and speaking of this, the female classmate looked around and whispered to Matsumoto Runju, "Summer night classmate is still wearing the captain of the 11th team, Haori." Matsumoto Runju's head buzzed, stood up suddenly, and looked at the female classmate in front of him in shock. As a reserve for the god of death, the students of Mao Ryujutsu Academy have limited knowledge of the Gotii 13, but their understanding of Captain Haori cannot be mistaken. The Death Lord of the god of death is all black. In the entire Gotii 13 team, only the 13 captains standing at the top were wearing white Haori. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the 11th division is a division that respects the strong. As long as it is strong enough, even if it is a new member, it can challenge and replace the opponent's seat. Even if you are a captain, as long as you are defeated, you can become the new captain of the 11th team. Matsumoto Ranjiku knew that with the talent of Silver and Summer Nights, they would soon be able to make a name for themselves in the squad. But she never imagined imagined that Xiaoyi had become the captain of the 11th team after only a few days of graduation. This is simply incredible, right? Even in a dream, Matsumoto Ranju did not dare to fantasize like this. Do you want to go and take a look? The girl looked at Matsumoto Ranjiku expectantly. In the first grade, she was one of the people who paid attention to summer nights. It's just that summer nights are really unsociable. Except for cultivation, he has hardly interacted with other classmates. No, there is none. According to the girl's observation, Matsumoto Ranju and Natsuyi should be acquainted, and the relationship is not shallow. Even if they are rarely seen chatting together, whenever Xiaoyi comes to the training ground, he will smile and nod to Matsumoto Ranju for the first time before devoting himself to training. Because of this, the girl took the initiative to become friends with Matsumoto Ranju. Now, Natsuya has become a big man in the Gotiei 13 team, and even if others want to see him, they may only be able to watch him communicate with the teachers from a distance. But if you can go with Matsumoto Ranjiku, you may be able to see Captain Natsuya up close, and even leave a good impression in front of him. Hearing the girl's proposal, Matsumoto Ranju felt a little shaken. Since Xiaoyi skipped a grade, they haven't seen each other for more than half a year. But thinking about it carefully, Matsumoto Ranju still shook his head. Forget it. Since Xiaoyi has come to Mao's spiritual arts, he must have his own things to deal with, so let's not disturb him. Okay. The girl heard Matsumoto Ranjiko's words and felt a little disappointed. She suspected in her heart that Captain Natsuya came to Mao's spiritual academy this time, perhaps for Matsumoto Ranjiku. As for her going to see Captain Natsuya alone, the girl had no such plan. She understood that if she didn't have Matsumoto Ranju by her side, she would just be like other classmates, and she could only look at Captain Xiaoyi with envious eyes from a distance. But if you stay in the classroom with Matsumoto Ranju, maybe you will have unexpected gains. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the classroom of Class A of the second grade, and it seemed that many people rushed over together. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't figure out what was going on. Several curious classmates walked out of the classroom to see the situation, but they didn't expect them to become a bigger source of noise. Captain Summer Night is here. But now, Captain Xiaoyi, this is the classroom of Class A of the second grade. The head of instruction smiled and led the way for Xiaoyi. At this moment, he was extremely sure in his heart that he had turned on the green light for Xiaoyi's promotion before. Seeing Xiaoyi again, even he was shocked by the Captain Hayori on Xiaoyi. In so many years of teaching experience, the students who graduated from Mao Spiritual Art Academy are not big people who have not become captains. However, it is indeed an unprecedented first person like Xiaoyi who has just graduated to become a captain. This is undoubtedly an honor to be proud of. Thank you, Director. Xiaoyi nodded slightly to the teaching director and expressed his gratitude. He knew in his heart where Class A was in the second year, but he would never be stupid enough to refuse the director's kindness. It's Captain Summer Night. Captain Summer Night is here. As the students poured out of the classroom, Xiaoyi smiled. For one of the students who spoke, Xiaoyi still had some impressions. After all, this grade was the class he had been in for the longest time at Mao Ryujutsu Academy. At the beginning, Xiaoyi, in addition to mastering a little bit of Haki Hachi, also had a month of Pirate Swordsmanship Foundation, and in order to improve his strength, he practiced desperately. In this class, Xiaoyi stayed for 3 months, until he became the chief and only achieved the next achievement, laying the foundation for his rapid growth. Lord Xiaoyi. When the student saw Xiaoyi smiling at him, he bent down with excitement and saluted. Before today, no matter how genius Xiaoyi was, he was just a classmate. But from today onwards, Xiaoyi's title has become adult and captain, which is not only a reverence for his identity, but also a fear of his strength. After all, that was the pinnacle treatment pursued by countless gods of death, and only standing above those 13 people could there be such glory. Seeing that Xiaoyi wanted to enter the classroom, the student hurriedly stepped aside, for fear that he would hinder his way. Xiaoyi, why are you here? As soon as he walked into the classroom, Xiaoyi saw Matsumoto Ranju for the first time. A year later, Matsumoto Ranju has begun to grow her hair. Hearing her call her name, Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. I'm here to pick you up. Matsumoto Ranjiko seems to have a question mark on his head. What does this sentence mean in the summer night? Let's go first, talk as we go. Although she didn't know much about the situation yet, Matsumoto Ranju trusted Xiaoyi very much, got up and followed him, and left the classroom together. Subsequently, they went to the academy's warehouse and chose a shallow pashi, and Matsumoto Ranjiku held the shallow pegging in both hands and left Mao Spiritual Academy with Natsuya in a daze. Xiaoyi, what's going on? Although he already had some premonitions in his heart, Matsumoto Ranju still couldn't help but ask Xiaoyi a question. Ha, Sister Ranju, isn't this obvious? Seeing Matsumoto Ranju's confused face, Xiaoyi smiled and said, you have been invited by me to the 11th team in advance and become an official member of the 11th team. But, when Matsumoto Ranju heard the confirmed news, his face showed a half-happy and half-worried expression. She was happy that she had entered the Gotiei 13 team a few years earlier than expected, and was a few points closer to Natsu Knight and Jin. But he was also entangled in the fact that he hadn't even learned what Mao Spiritual Academy taught and became an
official god of death, could he take on that responsibility? But Xiaoyi, is my strength enough for me to complete my duties as a god of death? Indeed. For this, Natsuyi did not lie to Matsumoto Runju.
Although the world is relatively peaceful now, it is very dangerous to lack strength in the crisis in the next 100 years.
Matsumoto Runju, as a vessel at the fingertips of the Spirit King, is extraordinary.
Although she was damaged by the origin of her soul due to the peeling of the Spirit King's fingertips, her state recovered a lot after Ikemara Jin's soul was repaired. If Matsumoto Runju had the potential to become a captain in the past, then now she has the potential to become a vice-captain. Xiaoyi had already made plans for Matsumoto Runju's cultivation in his heart. If she is allowed to grow according to the original trajectory, then she will only be an ordinary vice-captain after all. The upper limit of Ryatsu, except for the collapsed jade, Xiaoyi was temporarily powerless. But in other aspects of cultivation, he is confident that he can make Matsumoto Runju stronger. Although the upper limit of her spiritual power is limited to the vice-captain level, her combat effectiveness is not impossible to break through the limit of the vice-captain.
But don't worry, Sister Runju, I'll teach you.
Natsuyo knew that Matsumoto Ranjiko's Zanpakuto Grey Cat was not a head-on combat type, but a flying or controlling Zanpakuto similar to Sunban Sakura.
In his opinion, the ash of the Grey Cat is essentially the ash instantly transformed into the Bankai of Ikemara Ginzapakuto.
Once the Grey Cat is liberated, Matsumoto Ranjiku can swing the hilt of the sword in his hand to deal damage to the location where Grey is. Therefore, Natsuyo's goal is to teach Matsumoto Ranjiku the swordsmanship of the pirate world, and strive to cultivate her into a swordsman who can swing flying slashes.
At that time, combined with the characteristics of Matsumoto Ranjiku's Zanpakuto Grey Cat, as long as there is Grey Cat dust, Matsumoto Ranjiku can release a powerful slashing rain. Even if a captain-level powerhouse is surrounded by Matsumoto Ranjiku's Grey Cat, he will definitely be hit hard, let alone not die. After all, although in terms of destructive power, the Shinigami's Zanpakuto abilities may not be inferior to those
of Devil Fruits, or even better, but in terms of physicality, the overall strength of the Shinigami world is still not comparable to that of the pirate world, except for a few special individuals.
You wouldn't think that what I taught you as the captain would be worse than what the teachers at Mao Spiritual Art Academy taught, right? Seeing the smile on Natsui's mouth, Matsumoto Ranjiko couldn't help but smile.
However, she still couldn't help but reach out and gently rub Natsui's hair.
Ah, Natsui has grown up.
Hey, Runju, let go, let go. At this moment, Xiaoyi felt extremely resentful of his height. A year ago, he was half a head shorter than Matsumoto Runju, but now, after a year of exercise and growth, Xiaoyi's height has jumped to 1 meter 4. But Matsumoto Runju was in the stage of rapid physical development, and he was actually a few centimeters taller than him.
After playing for a while, Matsumoto Ranjiko stopped.
Although she regarded Xiaoyi as a family member in her heart and played with him wantonly, she also knew that Natsuyi was the captain of the 11th team of the Gotei 13 team and must maintain her dignity in front of other gods of death. If others saw her rubbing Xiaoyi's hair like this, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip.
However, Matsumoto Ranjiku knew in her heart that if she
didn't seize the opportunity to rub it a few more times, she would have no way to start rubbing it again until Xiaoyi's height exceeded herself. By the way, Summer Night, have you ever seen silver?
At this moment, Matsumoto Runju's eyes flashed with light. Ha, that's great.
When she saw Xiaoyi nodding, Matsumoto Ranjiko patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she hadn't seen Ian yet, learning the news of Ian from Xiaoyi still made her happy in her heart.
Can I? That Summer Night? No, Sister Runju.
Xiaoyi knew what Matsumoto Runju was trying to say, and quickly interrupted her.
Sister Runju, if Ikemaro Jin wants to see you, he will take the initiative to come to you.
If he takes the initiative to keep his distance from you, then you have to pretend not to know him.
With Natsuya's current strength, he has not yet been able to confront Aizen Sasuke head-on. Although he was eager to win Ikemara Jin, he was unwilling to put
Ranjiku Matsumoto in a crisis because of some of Ranjiko's actions before he was fully sure.
In order to make Matsumoto Runju understand the seriousness
of the matter, Natsuki stopped and said to her in a deep voice, Sister Runju, you mentioned your relationship with Ikemara Jin to me before.
I know.
Ikemara Jin cares about you as much as you care about him. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to leave Sister Runju alone.
Natsuyi is close to Matsumoto Ranjiku, and Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ikemara Jin are also close, but there is not much intersection between Natsu Knight and Ikemara Jin. Natsuyi called Matsumoto Ranjiku
Sister Ranjiku out of gratitude for her life-saving grace, and he wanted to take Ikemara Jin for his own use, so naturally it was impossible to call him brother, so he kept calling Ikemara Jin by name.
Boom! I have only one explanation for this.
That's Ikemara Jin has encountered a crisis where he has to leave Sister Runju, and he wants to face and solve it all alone. Before he fails to solve the crisis, if you rush to contact him, I am afraid it will disrupt his plans and put him in a bigger predicament.
Matsumoto Ranjiko's face instantly turned turned pale. As a teenage girl, suddenly learning about these things had a huge impact on her heart. At the same time, she also realized the reason for Yin's departure from Xiaoye's speculation. That, Natsu, you are the captain now, can't you protect the silver? In the end, after Matsumoto Ranjiku saw Natsu, his mood eased a little and asked him. As the captain of the 11th First Team, Natsu, both in terms of identity and strength, is standing at the peak in the Suraiti. If Natsu comes forward, my sister Runju, are you thinking too highly of me? Xiaoye gave Matsumoto Runju a roll of his eyes. No matter how genius I am, after all, I have only practiced for a year. In Sister Runju's opinion, maybe my strength is already strong. But where do you think I can rank among the captains? Every captain is a strong person who has completed Bankai cultivation. And until now, my Bankai cultivation has not been completed. Ha, then how did you become the captain? Just kill the previous captain. But didn't you say that you haven't completed your Bankai cultivation yet? How can you kill the captain? Can I be a genius who can kill the captain without even completing Bankai? After Natsu's detailed explanation, Matsumoto Runju finally agreed to wait until Natsu to practice for a few more years, and then consider Ikamaru Jin's proposal when he was strong enough. Matsumoto Ranjiku breathed a sigh of relief. In her original trajectory of fate, with some clues, she had vaguely guessed that contact with Ikamaru Jin might bring him trouble and danger, so she had been holding back her longing for Ikamaru Jin and did not go to see him. Although Matsumoto Ranjiku is young, she understands the truth, and since she has realized this, she will naturally not cause trouble to Natsui and Ikamaru Jin again. However, Xiaoye's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. He sensed Ikamaru Jin's Ryatsu. Turning on the haki of seeing and smelling, Xiaoye followed the direction of Ikamaru Jin's Ryatsu, and quickly sensed that two Ryatsu were approaching. One was Ikamaru Jin, and compared with last time, his aura had not changed much. What made Xiaoye feel solemn was that another Ryatsu that was walking with Ikamaru Jin gave him a strange feeling. The Ryatsu was as thick as a mountain, and it was ethereal like a cloud, making it difficult to fathom. Aizen Sosuke, based on his speed with each other, if nothing else, they would meet at the third lane intersection. Xiaoye glanced at Matsumoto Runju, his face remained unchanged, and he quickened his pace slightly. However, to Natsuyo's disappointment, the speed of Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin also increased, and the two sides would still meet at the entrance of the lane. Then, Natsuya tried to change the direction of his way and took Matsumoto Ranjiku on a detour. But no matter how Natsuya adjusted, Aizen Sasuke could always change the frequency of his advance to ensure that he met them at a certain intersection. Aizen Sasuke, what is the intention of this guy so deliberately wanting to see me? Do you want to give me a mirror flower and water moon? At this moment, Natsuya has realized that he is being targeted by Aizen Sasuke. Unless he explodes directly and uses instantaneous steps to quickly leave with Matsumoto Ranjiku, they will inevitably meet somewhere soon. Since he couldn't figure out why Aizen wanted to see him, Natsuya decided not to think about it anymore. If the other party wants to see him, then meet him. Anyway, under the current situation, Natsuya is still sure to escape in front of Aizen's right side. However, what made Natsu even more curious was that Aizen Sasuke's spiritual sense was so powerful. Although he had never chosen to cultivate domineering in the cultivation options of the pirate achievement system, after a period of cultivation, Natsu's haki had naturally improved. Now, the sensing range of Xiaoye's domineering has reached 5 kilometers. As for the stronger perception ability, it is enough for Natsuya to predict the opponent's next move through the opponent's actions. Although it does not reach the level of foreseeing the future, it can give him a great advantage in battle. At this time, the straight line distance between Aizen Sasuke and him was about 1,000 meters, and it was by sensing Ikamaru Jin's Ryatsu that Natsuki activated his haki of seeing and hearing. Aizen Sasuke was able to adjust his speed leisurely according to his speed with Ikamaru Jin at this distance to ensure that he was intercepted at a certain intersection, which showed that he could also sense Natsuyatsu's Ryatsu and judge Natsuyatsu's forward speed through the changes in Ryatsu. After making up his mind, Natsuya decided not to deliberately change the speed, but slowly walked towards the 11th team with Matsumoto Ranjiku. Of course, Xiaoye did not withdraw his haki. For now, he had not found a god of death who could detect the sense of haki. Seeing and hearing haki perceive Aizen's actions, he can make Natsuki take precautions in advance and avoid being unknowingly seen by Aizen Sasuke to see the liberation of Zanpakuto. It's coming! With the code words in Xiaoye's heart, in the alley ahead, Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin walked out one after another. Behind Aizen Sasuke, Ikamaru Jin also bowed slightly, hidden in the shadows, and would be ignored if he was not careful. But whether it is a summer night or Matsumoto Ranjiku, it is impossible to ignore Ikamaru's silver. If there had been no explanation from Xiaoye before, maybe Matsumoto Ranjiku would excitedly call Ikamaru Jin's name at this moment. However, now, Matsumoto Ranjiku has controlled his emotions well and has not focused on Ikamaru Jin, avoiding showing an unexpected look. The two were expressionless, but the market was very different. The moment he saw the two of them on summer night, Ikamaru Jin's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Fortunately, at this time, Aizen
Sasuke turned his back to Ikamaru-jin and did not notice the change in Ikamaru-jin at all. Soon, Ikamaru-jin discovered a potential blind spot. Natsuya wore the Captain Hayori, who symbolized the identity of the captain of the Gotei 13 team.
More than 10 days ago, the student who barely supported him in his own hands, but now he has become a high-ranking captain?
Such a change made Ikamaru-jin feel a little nervous. Is this true? Just when Ikamaru-jin doubted his life, Aizen Sasuke's actions made him realize that everything in front of him was real.
I saw Aizen Sasuke respectfully step aside, bent down slightly and said to Shiai, Deputy Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sasuke, I have seen Captain Natsuya. The 5th Division has 5 seats in the Market Ball Silver, and I have seen the captain of the Summer Night. You are the vice captain of the 5th Division?
When he saw Aizen Sasuke taking the initiative to greet him, Natsuya pretended not to know him.
If I remember correctly, half a month ago, you asked Ikamaru-jin to go to Maoria Jutsu Academy to assess me and invite me to join the 5th Division, right? Matsumoto Runju was stunned.
She had no idea that Xiaoyi had already met him before this.
Moreover, listening to Xiaoyi's tone, they seem to have fought again. Is Silver okay?
Although now seeing Ikamaru-jin standing in front of him intact, Matsumoto Ranjiko still couldn't help but worry about him. Although Jin completed his studies at Maoria Jutsu Academy in just 1 year and became a genius, Matsumoto Ranjiko still did not feel that Jin could be compared to Natsuya, who already had the strength of a captain. She didn't know that just 10 days ago, Xiaoyi had been suppressed by Ikamaru-jin.
Yes, I knew that Captain Summer Night was extraordinary at that time, and I wanted to ask Jindai to send me an invitation to Captain Summer Night. Now it seems that I am still too conceited.
Speaking of this, Aizen Sasuke's eyes revealed a bit of inquiry.
Ikamaru-jin evaluates Natsuyo as more genius than me. Aizen Sasuke knows Ikamaru Silver very well. Since Ikamaru-jin called Natsuya genius, there must be a genius flaw. It has not yet grown.
It is estimated that Xiaoya's strength at that time was almost the same as that of Silver. But in just a dozen days, Natsuya reached the level of being able to defeat Kenpachi of Unienjo, and such progress was something that even Aizen Sasuke could not do. Therefore, Aizen became curious about Natsuyo, who could do all of this. Could it be that Xiaoyi also has something similar to collapsed jade in his hand? However, at the moment of making eye contact with Natsuya, Aizen Sasuke denied the speculation.
The Ryatsu on Xiaoyi's body is extremely pure.
This Ryatsu has no trace of impurities, as if it has been accumulated through decades of penance. Additionally, Aizen observed that Natsuyo's control over Ryatsu was also quite high, not inferior to that of the veteran captain. This means that the foundation of Summer Nights is very solid.
Lord Xiaoyi, you don't need my guidance at all. You yourself are already the top figure of the Gotei 13 team.
So, I came here today to apologize to Captain Summer Night.
Vice Captain Aizen, your words are too much. At that time, I was just an ordinary student at Mao Spiritual Academy.
It's really my honor that Captain Aizen can take a fancy to me. When Xiaoyi said this, he was by no means polite. Because Aizen Sasuke was optimistic about him, he obtained an intermediate blue achievement recognition of the alternate general. For Xiaoyi at that time, any improvement was of great significance. Without the foreshadowing of those small achievements before, how could he accumulate a lot of money and finally defeat Ghost Strict City and become the captain of the 11th team? Of course, if you say how grateful you are, it may not be. After all, what that blue achievement brought was just an iron nugget of one of the 6 naval styles. However, the 11th division is more suitable for me than the 5th division, so I declined the invitation of the Vice Captain Aizen. Speaking of this, Xiaoya's expression was solemn. The Ryatsu on his body fluctuated slightly, and he asked Aizenji, you carefully arranged the meeting between us. I'm afraid it's not just to apologize to me, right? Although Aizen is euphemistic, Natsuya does not intend to be ambiguous. On the contrary, if Natsuya is too tactful, it will make Aizen Sasuke perceive more things. From the perspective of identity, Natsuya is the captain, and Aizen Sasuke is the vice captain.
In terms of strength, Natsu Knight is also superficially higher than Aizen Sasuke. How has the strong ever considered the feelings of the weak?
Furthermore, Natsuya was sure that Aizen Sasuke could not reveal his true power here.
If that's the case, why hesitate? Just come on. Aizen Sasuke's body trembled slightly, as if he was shocked by the Ryatsu emitted by the Summer Night.
Ikamaru-jin, who was behind him, took a step back and unconsciously put his hand on the Zanpakuto on his waist.
Captain Summer Night, what does this mean? Vice Captain Aizen, do you still want to continue to pretend to be stupid? Seeing that Aizen Sasuke still looked innocent, Natsuki frowned. Vice Captain Aizen, maybe you don't know that my spiritual sense is inherently different. As early as when I left Maoria Jutsu Academy, I was already aware of your Ryatsu, Vice Captain Aizen. I changed the route and speed of my journey several times, and I always meet the Vice Captain Aizen somewhere. I don't believe that just an apology can make Vice Captain Aizen deliberately arrange such a scene. There is still the spiritual sense shown by the Vice Captain Aizen is by no means something that ordinary vice captains can have. Hearing Natsui's words, Aizen Sasuke raised his head slightly and adjusted his glasses. As early as when he noticed that Natsui had changed his way many times, he vaguely guessed what Natsui had noticed. However, he didn't understand why Natsui was so wary of himself. However, the moment Natsuya mentioned that his spiritual sense was beyond the reach of ordinary vice-captains, Aizen Sasuke instantly understood in his heart. Natsuya took this position after killing the former captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi Kaganjo, by force.
Therefore, others can also compete for the position of captain of the 11th team by challenging and defeating him. Today's Captain Summer Night is obviously the time when he is most wary of other non-captain powerhouses. Realizing that he was not an ordinary vice-captain, but a god of death who might have captain-level strength, this made him so wary of himself. This also gave Aizen Sasuke a preliminary understanding of Natsuya's strength. Although he has the strength of a captain, he lacks combat experience and will inevitably instinctively be vigilant against all potential threats. This reaction is normal. Aizen Sasuke has gone through such a stage before, but what he is wary of is not his own strength, but his own Zanpakuto ability. Now it seems that he has crossed that stage and reached the point where he can do whatever he wants, and Xiaoyi has just begun to be wary of those non-captain level reapers, who have captain level strength.
Consciously having insight into the psychology of summer nights, Aizen Sasuke quickly shook his head. Captain Xiaoyi, you misunderstood. Like you, I can sense your spiritual pressure, but it's just because my spiritual sense is stronger than that of ordinary Shinigami. In terms of strength, I am still far from the level of the captain. As for me coming to you today, I am completely following the will of our captain. Natsui frowned slightly. Hirako Mako asked Aizen Sasuke to come to her? Is this true? Although he met with the other captains at the captain's meeting yesterday, except for Yoruchi Shifuan and Kuchiki Jinsuzu chatting a few words, the other captains had little communication with him. Captain Hirako has something to do. He won't come to me in person, but will send the deputy captain of the 5th Division to see me? Are you looking down on me?
No. Although Captain Hirako is usually a little unreliable, he will never look down on Captain Natsu Knight. Aizen Sasuke waved his hand repeatedly. The 11th Division is a combat team, and our 5th Division is a rescue team. Previously, because of the captain of Oni Strict City, there was not much communication between our 5th Division and the 11th Division. Now the 11th team is led by Captain Natsui, and in order to better perform their respective duties, Captain Hirako asked me to discuss with you how to make the two teams work better together. Before it is determined whether the 5th Division and the 11th team can cooperate, it is inconvenient for Captain Hirako to come forward in person.
With these words, Aizen Sasuke is not deceiving Natsuyo.
As a combat team, the 11th Division is usually the first to notify them when facing a battle.
The 5th Division,
on the other hand, is a rescue team, and when other teams encounter emergencies and need support, they will ask the 5th Division for help and send the Shinigami to support. Generally speaking, the 11th Division, as a combat squadron, is often the object that needs the most support. However, during the period when Kenpachi Anaganjo served as the captain of the 11th Division, he did not care about the casualties of the Shinigami in his team, and the other captains also complained about his personality and way of doing things, so no one took the initiative to mention to him that the 11th Division could apply for support from the 5th Division.
Now Natsuya has become the new captain, and although he has only met at the captain's meeting, Mako Hirako is still very optimistic about him.
Therefore, Mako Hirako hopes to recooperate with the 5th Division and the 11th team.
However, in the eyes of Mako Hirako, this kind of thing is beneficial to the 11th first team, and as the captain of the 5th Division, naturally he does not want
to come forward in person, and it will be embarrassing if he is rejected by Xiaoyi.
Let the vice-captain come forward to communicate better and leave more choices. However, Mako Hirako didn't expect that Aizen Sasuke did not go to the 11th team, but came straight to find Natsui under his banner.
I originally planned to go directly to Team 11th, but I sensed Captain Natsuya's Ryatsu halfway through, so I took the liberty to meet Captain Natsuya first and ask for your opinion on the cooperation between our two divisions.
Aizen Sasuke said. Although Natsui understood that Aizen Sasuke was lying, his reasons were also reasonable. Even Natsui couldn't find the flaws in Aizen Sasuke.
Kyoka Shuagetsu, the strongest Zanpakuto of the Genjutsu system that can manipulate people's five senses, has given Aizen Sasuke the ability to see into people's hearts, and his vision is as big as an ideal.
In the final analysis, he is like the relationship between Captain Yamamoto and the flowing blade. Only Aizen Sasuke can give birth to such a powerful Genjutsu Zanpakuto. I see. Now that Aizen Sasuke had a reasonable excuse, Natsuya no longer showed an embarrassing attitude towards him. After restraining the Ryatsu, Natsuya took Matsumoto Ranjiku past Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin, and said to Aizen, "It's about the duties of the two divisions, and I really can't make decisions at will. Keep up. When the 11th team arrives, I will arrange for the civilian personnel in the squad to hand over to you and discuss the cooperation between the two squads. After it is decided, it will be up to Captain Hirako and me to make the final decision." Yes, Captain Natsuya. The corners of Aizen's mouth rose slightly, bowed to Natsuya, followed Natsui with Ikamaru Jin, and walked towards the 11th division. Captain Summer Night. Captain Natsuya. When When Natsuya arrived at Team 11th, many Shinigami respectfully greeted him. When Aizen Sasuke saw this scene, his evaluation of Natsuya rose a few points. Again. After all, Natsuya had only been the captain of the 11th team for a day, and the respect of these Shinigami in the garrison was obviously not superficial hypocrisy. This makes Aizen Sasuke no longer regard Natsuya as a real child, but a character who needs his attention and is on an equal footing with other captains. More precisely, he is a person who deserves more attention than those captains. After all, those captains have seen the liberation of his Zanpakuto, and as long as Aizen is intentional, he can manipulate their five senses at any time. However, Natsuya is different. He appeared too quickly and grew beyond Aizen's understanding. Just like the newly sprouted sapling he had seen the night before, after a nap and dawn, it had grown into a towering tree. Aizen felt like a lot of time had been stolen. Could it be that Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto had the ability to intercept future power, so he was able to grow so amazingly? Lord Summer Night. Suzuki came over. Seeing Suzuki coming, Natsuya stopped and said to Suzuki, "The one behind me is the vice captain of Aizen of the 5th Division." He came this time to discuss cooperation between the two divisions on behalf of the 5th Division and our 11th Division. Vice Captain Aizen, this is Suzuki from our 11th Squad who specializes in handling various emergency tasks. Next, you two can discuss specific matters, and finally come to the training ground to find me after the final discussion. After saying that, Natsuya ignored. Aizen Sasuke and Ikemara Jin took Matsumoto Runju to complete the registration, received the Death Master costume, and walked towards the training ground. Sister Runju, the battle of the god of death can basically be subdivided into slash, instantaneous, white, and ghost. Natsuya explained to Matsumoto Runju, among them, I think instantaneous is the most important. As long as you are fast enough, you can avoid the enemy's attack before it arrives, and at the same time, you can preemptively strike before the enemy reacts. The most important thing is that if you feel like you can't cope, you can also escape with speed. So, for the next period of time, I will mainly teach you the cultivation of instantaneous steps. Only when your instantaneous steps reach a certain level of attainment will you be taught other things. Forming a fighting style based on instantaneous steps, slashing techniques, white fighting, and ghost paths as supplements. This is a training plan tailored for Matsumoto Runju on summer nights. For Xiaoye's proposal, Matsumoto Runju did not refuse. She knew the gap between herself and Xiaoye, so she only needed to complete the cultivation task assigned by Xiaoye. Without enough strength, she didn't even have the courage to talk to Jin. Just when Natsuya was instructing Matsumoto Runju to practice, he suddenly sensed that Aizen and the others' Ryatsu was gradually approaching. Not only Aizen, but also Ikemara Jin and Suzuki's Ryatsu were among them, and many Shinigami from various affairs teams came towards the training ground. It can be said that in the hockey of the summer night, except for those guarding everywhere, almost all the gods of death in the 11th team station gathered. Suzuki, what are you going to do? Captain Summer Night, this is what Vice Captain Aizen means. When Natsuya's eyes fell on Sasuke Aizen, he still had a gentle smile on his face. Captain Natsuya, regarding the cooperation between the 5th Division and the 11th Division, Suzuki and I have basically discussed it. However, since it is support, our 5th Division also needs to understand the strength of the 11th 1st Division. In this way, we can decide who to send to support according to the situation of the 11th 1st Brigade's request for help. After all, if the people we send to support are not as good as the members of your squad, not only will we not be able to rescue, but even we ourselves will be in crisis. Therefore, I asked His Excellency Suzuki to invite a number of members of the 11th 1st Brigade to come here and officially see their demeanor. It just so happens that there are 5 seats from our 5th Division who came with me. Our 5th Division is naturally not comparable to the 11th 1st team, so please ask the officers of your team below 10 seats to give some guidance. As for the more than 10 seats in your team, I will be responsible. Speaking of this, Aizen Sasuke smiled slightly. After all, I am also the vice captain of the 5th Division, and although I am not good at fighting, I can't make our 5th Division lose face. In order to avoid accidents in the competition, I also asked Lord Xiaoye to serve as a referee to stop the players who were about to be injured in time. Xiaoye's gaze tightened slightly. At this time, if he didn't know Aizen Sasuke's intentions, he would really be sorry for his identity as a traverser. Sasuke Aizen apparently wanted to see his Zanpakuto liberation, trying to get himself on display so as not to sabotage some of his plans. After all, Kyokusu Uegetsu's ability can manipulate people's 5 senses. As long as Aizen Sasuke is willing, he can make the entire Suriitai court believe that a certain Shinigami somewhere at a certain time is him. In this case, if there is a person whose 5 senses are not hypnotized by him, and is still one of the captains of the Gotei 13 team, it will inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary variables. Even Aizen Sasuke couldn't monitor Natsuya's Ryatsu all the time, and when he wanted to go somewhere, he didn't control the situation somewhere. Therefore, the best way is to give Summer Nights a mirror. Do you want to refuse? Xiaoye glanced at the surrounding team members and found that their eyes were shining with eagerness to try. They usually fight with the members of this team, and they are almost tired of it. Now there are suddenly 2 new opponents,
and everyone is willing to go up and try the strength of other teams. However, only Natsuki knew that although the 5th division currently only had Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin, if they really wanted to compete, Ikamaru Jin alone could almost bring down the 11th First Division. At present, the 11th team, except for himself, only Maki Ichino's is worth seeing.
However, Maki Ichino's is at most equal to Ikamaru Jin.
In terms of potential, Maki Ichino's and Ikamaru Jin are not comparable at all.
What is your opinion?
Xiaoyi looked at the team members who followed the three of them.
Before fighting, I think you should have a basic understanding of your opponents.
Next to this Aizen vice captain is a genius who completed and graduated from Mao Ryujutsu Academy within a year and now occupies the position of 5th in the 5th division.
More than 10 days ago, Ikamaru Goseki went to Mao Ryujutsu Academy to invite me to join the 5th division and competed with me.
According to my understanding of the strength of Ikamaru's 5 seats, only Ichino Sans, in the entire 11 team, can barely match it. As for Vice Captain Aizen, although I don't know much about him, I can see that Vice Captain Aizen is extraordinary just by Ikamaru's attitude towards him. Even if the Vice Captain Aizen has the strength of a captain, I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, do you still want to compete with Ikamaru Goseki and Aizen's vice captain?
After listening to Xiaoye's words, many of the Shinigami of the 11th team had shocked expressions on their faces.
The 5 seats of the 5th division can be compared with the 3 seats of our division. Is this still the 5th division? Are we still the strongest combat squad in the Gotai 13?
For a while, everyone's hearts were full of fear. The 11th squad is a combat team, and it is also the most combat-effective squad among the Gotai 13 squad except for the Ichiban squad.
This is the pride of all the 11th team of Shinigami.
However, Xiaoye's words instantly shattered their confidence. They didn't think that Captain Natsuya would deceive everyone with such a lie that could be broken with one poke.
Since Natsuya-sama said that the strength of Ikamaru Jin Gosei could be compared with Ichino's 3 seats,
then in the entire 11th team, except for the Ichino Sans, there was no one else who could match Ikamaru Jin's 5 seats. At this time, fighting with the 2 seat officers of the 5th division was just self-inflicted. Aizen Sasuke slightly supported his glasses, curious about how Natsuki judged his captain-level strength.
Is it just relying on the Ryatsu he sensed before, and then adjusting his speed and direction according to Natsuyatsu's Ryatsu?
If you think about it carefully, even some captains
may not be able to do this.
However, since Captain Natsuya is wary of himself, shouldn't the battle he proposed be followed by a battle that
analyzes his strength through combat?
How can you listen to what he said, but instead prevent the team members from fighting him?
Everyone, don't be so frustrated.
Natsuya's voice interrupted Aizen's thoughts. The reason why you are lacking is because of the lack of guidance.
After entering the 11th team,
if you can get guidance, everyone's strength will definitely improve by 1 or 2 levels in a short period of time.
Let's do it. Trimester,
he said firmly. During these 3 months, I will stay at the training ground of the squad, and if everyone in the 11th squad has any questions
about cultivation, you can come and ask me at any time, and I will personally guide you.
Speaking of this, Natsuki turned to Aizen. So, Vice Captain Aizen, this exchange between the 5th division and the 11th division is scheduled to take place in 3 months. The objects of communication are not limited to Vice Captain Aizen and
Ikamaru Gose.
I believe that everyone is very curious about the strength of each other's squads, so it is better to let everyone play and give everyone a chance to show.
I understand, Captain Natsuya. Aizen Sasuke nodded, understanding in his heart. It seems that since Natsuya became the captain of the 11th squad, he has regarded this team as his face.
As the second battle squad in the Gotai 13 team, if its members are defeated by all the officers of the other squads, it will inevitably damage the
squad's majesty and morale.
Therefore, Natsuya would rather sacrifice 3 months of his cultivation time to guide the Shinigami of the 11th squad, improve their basic strength, and expand the scale of the battle to the entire squadron. In this way, it will ensure that the 11th squad has the upper hand in battle.
This idea is really clever. Of course, the strength of Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin far exceeded that of the ordinary Shinigami of the 11th team, but this does not mean that the 11th team is really weak. After all, they fought out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The fighting ability and will
of the 11th team are definitely the strongest among the Gotai 13 teams. Even if the members of the other teams are slightly superior in strength, if they really fight, they may not be able to defeat the members of the 11th team.
The strongest fighting squad is not empty-handed.
Thinking about it, in the battle in 3 months, the 5th division may become a stepping stone for the 11th division led by Natsuya to re-establish its position.
But what does this have to do with Aizen Sasuke? He just needs to make
sure that when he comes on the field to liberate the Zanpakuto, Captain Natsuya can see it.
As for the rest of the 5th division,
I'm sorry, but now the captain of the 5th division is the Captain Hirako, who was very wary of himself. Thinking of this, Aizen Sasuke showed his trademark smile. I'll say it to Captain Heiko.
I'm looking forward to such an exchange. Maybe we can still see the exchange between Captain Hirako and Captain Natsuya. Natsuki just said and didn't say much. much. I'm afraid this can really happen. If the 5th division is suppressed too much by the 11th first team, in order to vent his anger on the players, he may really want to have a friendly match with Natsu. However, Natsu didn't care about Hirako Mako's battle. 3 months is enough for him to digest a few achievement rewards. If he opens the reward of cultivation results and chooses to cultivate hockey, then decades will be enough for him to cultivate hockey to the realm of foreseeing the future. At that time, he can foresee when Aizen Sasuke will release the Zanpakuto and just close his eyes or avoid it sideways at that moment. Well, I look forward to your communication in 3 months. After Aizen and Ikamaru Jin left, the Shinigami of Team 11 stared at Natsuyo with hot eyes. Captain. Okay, I see. Xiaoyi patted his forehead gently. It's time to fill in your responsibilities. Now, everyone should form a circle first, and if you have any questions, you can ask them at any time. Yes, Captain. While Natsu was explaining swordsmanship to the Shinigami of the 11th team, Matsumoto Ranjiku obediently stood behind Natsu, listening intently to every word he said. Silver, what do you think of Captain Summer Knight? After leaving the 11th team, Aizen Sasuke asked Ikamaru Jin. Oh no, Vice Captain Aizen, do you think Captain Natsuya will pose a threat to you? At this time, Ikamaru Jin was no longer the silence he had in front of Natsuyo and Matsumoto Ranjiku, but asked Aizen in a teasing tone. I remember that Vice Captain Aizen asked me a similar question before. It looks like this is the first time you've repeated the same question to me. Ikamaru Silver folded his hands in his long sleeves, and the corners of his mouth almost grinned to the base of his ears. By Aizen's side, Ikamaru Jin has been with him for more than a year. However, as his contact with Aizen deepened, Ikamaru Jin became more aware of the gap between himself and Aizen. Just learning about Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto ability made him feel puzzled. If this continues, for decades, or even hundreds of years, he may not be able to defeat Aizen and regain what he lost from Ranjiku. Aizen Sasuke's emphasis on summer nights made Ikamaru Jin breathe a sigh of relief. At least from the current situation, Aizen Sasuke does not seem to be without flaws. He was jealous of summer nights. Ah, I remember the last time you said that Xia Yejuan is a genius even more than you. So this time, what do you think of Captain Xia Yi? Aizen Sasuke sensed the joy in Ikamaru Jin's tone and just smiled slightly. In his eyes, Ikamaru's silver still seems too immature. Whether it is strength or emotion, he can see through it at a glance. However, Ikamaru Jin is growing rapidly. Compared with the killing intent that almost overflowed when they first met, Ikamaru Jin has now restrained a lot. This made Aizen Sasuke feel a sense of accomplishment in cultivation. He was never afraid of someone surpassing him. In his opinion, the world is too boring. If no one can be his opponent, then it is also a pleasant thing to cultivate an opponent yourself. I'm sorry, Aizen-sama. Gu-don. Ikamaru Jin shook his head. I can't understand. This is not Ikamaru Jin perfunctory indigo. It's that he really can't understand summer nights. In the battle more than 10 days ago, Ikamaru Jin could feel that Natsuyi had done his best. The 8th level spiritual power can liberate the Zanpakuto, which is the biggest trump card at that time in the summer night. But it didn't take long for Xiaoye's Ryatsu to catch up with or even surpass himself when they met again. According to Ikamaru Jin's spiritual sense, Xiaoye's spiritual pressure at this moment has reached the 4th level of spiritual power. Even a genius like Ikamaru Jin felt that it would take at least a year or two before he could raise Lingwei to the 4th rank. You can see this clearly. I'm satisfied, Silver. As Aizen Sasuke walked, he explained to Ikamaru Jin, Captain Natsuya has a very high degree of control over Lingzi, although he only shows 4th class spiritual power. But I estimate that Captain Xiaoye's spiritual power has definitely reached the captain level, or even higher. Speaking of this, the corners of Aizen's mouth rose slightly. Silver, sometimes you have to admit that the world is extremely unfair. We need to practice step by step to reach our limits. If you want to go further, you have to pay a lot of money before there is a possibility of breaking through the boundaries. However, there are people who are born at the top of all deaths. When Aizen Sasuke said this, the image of a man with a hairstyle like a sea urchin involuntarily appeared in his mind. During the blurring experiment, in order not to attract Tsuraitai attention, Aizen Sasuke went to the block behind Ryukin Street and used the Reiko there to conduct experiments. One day, the Ryatsu of the test subject attracted the man. Although not directly confronted, Aizen Sasuke must admit that apart from Captain Yamamoto, it was the only existence that made him feel threatened to his life. Even the captain of the 4th division, Udanahana, did not give Aizen Sasuke such a strong sense of crisis. Although the man displayed strength similar to that of an ordinary captain, but Sasuke Aizen felt the terrifying Ryatsu hidden in the depths of his soul through the extensive Reiko. Today's summer night has some similarities with that man. However, compared to that man, Xiaoyi was obviously much weaker. What that man showed was the 3rd class spiritual power, and what he hides inside is not inferior to the 1st class spiritual power of Captain Yamamoto. What Captain Xiaoyi showed was a 4th class spiritual power, and inside he was a 3rd class spiritual power. The silver pill in the market moved. He felt that Aizen Sasuke seemed to have seen someone similar to Natsu, so he would evaluate Natsu artsy like that. However, Ikemaro-jin understood that Natsuya was not a person who was born with strong spiritual power. Although Natsuya's Reiwi had now soared to the third-rank Reiwi of the captain level, the last time he fought Natsuya, Ikemaro-jin felt that he was not hiding it in the slightest. Therefore, Aizen's guess about Natsuya was obviously wrong. However, Ikemaro-jin would not remind Aizen, but nodded approvingly. Yes, it's really envious and jealous. Let's go, Silver. You may not be worse than him in the future. The news that the 5th Division and the 11th Squad would have an exchange match in 3 months quickly spread throughout the Gotai 13 team. Prior to this, each squad performed its own duties without interfering with each other, and even the subordinate Shinigami rarely had friction with the Shinigami of other divisions. Therefore, everyone did not have much feeling about the gap between their respective divisions and other divisions. In fact, each squad still knew the overall strength of the Gotai 13 team. Needless to say, as the main force of the Gotai 13th team, led by Captain Yamamoto, the Vice-Captain Nagajiro Sparrow and the 3 seats of Kisaragi Taigo and other strong people, it is undoubtedly the strongest team in the 13th division. Next is the 11th team, which is known for its battles. The captain of the 11th team is called Kenpachi, which is the title of the strongest god of death in the Serie Iti. Previously, everyone was only aware of the strength of the 11th division, but now that they learned that the 5th division and the 11th division would communicate, it immediately aroused everyone's curiosity to find out how different the two divisions were. What's more, he even wanted to encourage the captain to let his squad also participate in the exchange, vowing to compete with other squads. For a while, the Serie court was very lively. Most of the 11th team that triggered this exchange, except for the god of death who went out to carry out the mission, gathered at the training ground to ask Xiaoyi for advice on the slashing technique and tried to master the skills he taught. Even Matsumoto Ranjaku, although the main cultivation focused on instantaneous steps, but under the influence of his ears and eyes, the slashing technique has made a lot of progress. Almost. That night, Xiaoyi sat cross-legged on the bed and once again put her consciousness into the soul space. It had been a month since the last time she absorbed the purple achievement reward, and after this a month of adjustment, Xiaoyi felt that she was ready for retreat cultivation. That kind of lonely solo penance for more than 10 years, after entering the soul, almost crazy people, but the improvement of strength was also addictive. The most terrifying thing about cultivation is that after putting in several times, 10 times, or even 100 times the effort, it is not rewarded. In Xiaoyi's pirate achievement system, the rewards for the results of cultivation are real. As long as you work hard, you can get positive feedback, and even the bottleneck between the swordsman and the great swordsman cannot be stopped. It can be seen that in the world of pirates, how many strong people can reach the realm of great swordsman. Every great swordsman is a well-known figure on the sea. If you comprehend the two-color domineering, you are a proper general candidate, or the level of a pirate emperor's deputy. In front of him, Xiaoyi saw a purple and gold high-level achievement, as well as 3 gold top achievements. Ding, do you want to open the advanced achievement alternate general? With Xiaoyi's thoughts, this purple and golden light cluster instantly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny points of light and integrating into Xiaoyi's soul. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi was overjoyed. There is no systematic prompt when opening the achievement reward, and it is directly integrated into the soul experience, and Xiaoyi has experienced it once. That was the first golden achievement he opened, the naval camp gift package for joining the Navy. That time, he got the hockey of the 3-color hockey. Sure enough, as the light cluster directly integrated into the soul, Xiaoyi suddenly felt as if he had mastered a means to materialize and explode his will. This is overlord domineering. Without the need for systematic explanations, Xiaoyi instantly understood what the reward he received for opening the achievement was, as the most special overlord domineering. In the 3-color hockey, in the pirate world, it symbolizes king. Everyone who has overlord domineering has at least become the overlord of the sea. For example, the Empress Boya Hankook and Doflamingo in the 7 warlords are considered to be weaker characters. Looking up, Hades Rayleigh, Douglas, Barrett, Golden Lion Shiki, as well as Yonkos, Admiral Sengoku, and One Piece Roger. Which one is not a strong man standing at the top of the sea? Good luck, good luck. Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. 3-color domineering, this is an ability that can only be turned on by top golden achievements, and he has obtained it from the alternate general, a high-level achievement with gold and purple, which is equivalent to getting an additional golden top achievement. I don't know what the strength of my current overlord domineering is. Xiaoyi turned on a top ability and instantly felt unwell. It's like picking up a straight stick with its own handguards when you were a child, and you can't wait to swing it at the weeds and wildflowers on the side of the road a few times, and try the sharpness of the long sword in your hand. Now that Xiaoyi has obtained such a handsome overlord's domineering, how could he not want to test it? However, he also realized that too many eyes had gathered around him. If the Shinigami of Team 11 are any abnormal, it is undoubtedly conveying to others that there is something wrong with them. Of course, if it was just this, Xia Yi didn't care. If you want to become a king, you need to have the courage to carry the will of the king. Kings never worry about the leakage of their own information, and they are full of absolute confidence in themselves. But now Xia Yi, because he knows the many secrets of the world of death, has not yet cultivated such self-confidence. However, Natsuki did not think that if others knew about his abilities, he would be at a disadvantage. Whether it is the haki of seeing and smelling, or the elementalization of shining fruits, it can allow him to avoid most crises. What made him hold back his mind was the domineering nature of the overlord. In the pirate world, the overlord's domineering energy represents the spirit of the king, and the owner can carry out all-round impact on a certain range of the surrounding area, and those who are not determined will be directly stunned. That's right. As the overlord's domineering aura increases, the range and intensity of the impact will also increase. When the spirit reaches a certain level, the overlord domineering can cause substantial damage to the material of the present world. But the world of Bleach is very different from the world of pirates. The people in the Soul Society are all souls, dead without a body. Without physical protection, the impact of the overlord's domineering on the gods of death may be much more serious than Xia Yi imagined. If there is an enemy, Xia Yi will certainly not show mercy. But now there are only Matsumoto Ranjiku and the Shinigami of the 11th First Team. How could Xia Yi use them to test his overlord domineering? After getting the overlord haki, I can feel that my soul is much tougher. If I could endure the loneliness of 20 years of seclusion before, then now I can endure at least 50 years of loneliness. That's right, after many rewards for cultivation results, Xia Yi found that there were actually some invisible conditions for receiving cultivation results. If the will is insufficient, suddenly obtaining 10 or decades of penance may cause a lot of shock to the soul, and may even lead to a breakdown of the will. In that case, let's open another achievement reward. With this idea, Xia Yi set his sights on a golden light cluster. Ding, are you starting the top achievement, General Killer? Congratulations to the host for opening the top achievement, General Killer, obtaining the domineering skill of seeing and smelling, and the cultivation results for 30 years. Please select the cultivation project. 1. Taiju. Boom. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. Oh. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Xia Yi raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he knew that one achievement could actually open two kinds of rewards. However, after seeing these two rewards, Xia Yi can also understand. Seeing and smelling kill is an advanced derivative use of seeing and smelling haki, which can completely erase the enemy's perception ability. If he had such an ability earlier, Aizen Sasuke would not have sensed his breath no matter how strong his spiritual senses were. Of course, more importantly, seeing and smelling is the precursor ability of the stronger ability seeing and smelling overlord killing after the fusion of seeing and smelling domineering and overlord domineering. Simply seeing and hearing cannot be rewarded with top achievements. According to Xia Yi's speculation, the cultivation results opened by the golden achievement should be more than 50 years. The second reward is only 30 years, and the combination of the two is considered a complete top achievement reward. I choose 4, cultivate domineering. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yi quickly made a decision. It can be said that after he obtained the overlord haki, what he most longed for was the results of cultivation. Although there is still a lack of armed haki for the current summer night, its own spiritual power can also play a similar auxiliary effect to the armed haki, and it is the top priority to improve the attainments of the overlord haki. At the very least, you must be able to be flexible and control the released object without affecting others around you. The golden light cluster slowly dispersed and merged into the soul of the summer night. Compared with the previous light cluster that transformed the soul of the summer night and awakened the overlord's domineering energy, this golden light cluster was obviously much smoother. When he opened his eyes, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the whole person's aura instantly became extremely domineering, and his eyes were even more majestic. However, when this aura spread outward, Xia Yi quickly restrained himself and returned to his usual appearance. Sure enough, after awakening the overlord's haki, the memory brought by the cultivation results reduced the burden on Xia Yi's soul a lot. Even, this cultivation not only significantly improved his overlord domineering, but also caused Xia Yi's soul to undergo a qualitative change, and he hardly felt any impact. He glanced at the two remaining golden light clusters in the soul space, and finally resisted the temptation and did not continue to open the achievement reward. Overlord domineering itself can improve the owner's qualifications. What's more, after 30 years of domineering cultivation, the strength and usage skills of Xia Yi's overlord domineering have been greatly improved. At the same time, Xia Yi's spiritual power was also significantly enhanced. Then, although it has not yet reached the level of second-class spiritual power, compared to before, Ryatsu was at least 3 times stronger. He pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and gently brushed his fingers over the blade. Among the achievement rewards in the pirate achievement system, there is one that is the cultivation of devil fruit abilities. It stands to reason that this is the cultivation option that allows me to complete the awakening of my devil fruit ability. If it's in the One Piece world, this option is definitely a must choose. After all, the awakening
of the devil fruit is a huge increase in strength for those with abilities. But this is not the real pirate world, but the world of the god of death.
The shining fruit has become my Zanpakuto.
According to the pirate achievement system's judgment on devil fruit abilities, the Bankai of the Shinigami world Zanpakuto corresponds to the awakening of the devil fruit abilities in the One Piece world. In the world of Shinigami, practicing Bankai requires manifesting the Zanpaku knife so that it surrenders to itself and contributes wholeheartedly.
I see. With my current ability, I should be able to give it a try and see if I can defeat Porcellino and complete the cultivation of Bankai.
If it had been before, even if Xiaoyi had such an idea, she would choose to adjust her state to the peak, and then she would challenge her Zanpakuto and practice Bankai.
However, after awakening the Overlord's Haki, Xiaoyi's execution was greatly improved. If your heart is moved, act immediately. I don't want to delay at all.
At that moment, Xiaoyi placed the Zanpakuto horizontally on his lap, and his mind sank into the soul space.
The still empty Admiralty Marinfondo. The sky is blue, the wind is sunny.
Natsuyo's figure appears on the execution table, while Porcellino sits high in the stands.
Mamama, Your Excellency Xiaoyi, can't you be considerate of the difficulties of the empty nester? Zanpakuto and death are one and the same, and what Natsuya wants to do in the soul space, Porcellino naturally knows. Don't say that, Uncle Porcellino.
Xiaoyi looked up at Porcellino, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
After a significant increase in strength, this is his second time seeing Porcellino.
I know your difficulties, so I came here to find you. I know, Uncle Porcellino, you have always wanted to fish, you don't want to go to work,
then just give me all your power.
In this way, Uncle Porcellino can lie down and retire at any time.
Oh,
it's been a long time, Summer Night Kid, you're getting more and more sharp-tongued. Porcellino leaned forward with his upper body, his lewd expression and slow tone, making it impossible to feel that he had any motivation at all.
However, there is something you are wrong, Summer Night Kid.
Although I enjoy the joy of fishing at work, since joining the Navy, I have never failed in the mission.
Why do you think the old man can become a naval admiral?
Unfortunately, the old man has a task, and it is when you want to convince the old man that the old man must go all out. So, Summer Night Kid, now while the old man hasn't made a move yet, you still have a chance to regret it. At that time, I can't control myself, maybe I'll kill you.
Bankai training for Zanpakuto varies from knife to sword and from person to person. Every captain does not have a smooth journey when practicing Zanpakuto's Bankai.
If you don't have enough strength and start practicing Bankai hastily, you may cause irreversible damage to the god of death. Just like the vice captain of the 6th Division, Sojin Kochiki, his spiritual pressure has not yet reached the 3rd level, but he boldly started the Bankai training of the Zanpakuto and finally suffered defeat, received backlash, and was seriously injured. Even the captain of the 4th Division, Uno Hana, could not do anything about his injury.
Don't worry, Uncle Porcellino. Xiaoyi waved his hand. If I am not sure enough, how could I bother you? After all, just as you know me, I know you very well. Come on, Uncle. Maybe, after this time, you can really retire. Shinigami and Zanpakuto complement each other.
However, before the Shinigami had completed the cultivation of the Zanpakuto Bankai, the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto were still two-sided. When the god of death wants to use the power of the Zanpakuto, he must call out the name of the Zanpakuto and get a response from the Zanpakuto in order to borrow its power.
At this stage, the Shinigami needs to rely on the cooperation of the Zanpakuto to use the Zanpakuto's abilities.
And when the god of death completes the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, the god of death and the Zanpakuto can be regarded as one. At this time, the god of death completely conquered the Zanpakuto, controlled its abilities, and was able to mobilize the power of the Zanpakuto with a thought in his heart. The most notable example is that those captains who have completed Zanpakuto Bankai training no longer need to call out the name of Zanpakuto when liberating Zanpakuto, and can be directly liberated.
Summer Night said that Porcellino could retire, which was a sign of his confidence in his conquest of Porcellino. It's scary.
Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Porcellino stood up but laughed at himself. Xiaoyi's little brother has only been cultivating for less than a year, and he is full of confidence in defeating the old man.
Give you some more time, I'm afraid I'm going to be swept into the garbage heap, right?
A few black lines appeared on Xiaoyi's forehead.
Uncle, are you treating me as one of those guys in the Sabaody Islands? One bite is so scary, one kick is a supernova.
Also, have you forgotten? Although I have only practiced in the death world for less than a year, the rewards I have received can be practiced for more than 50 years.
Well, who knows that kind of thing?
After all, unless you choose the devil fruit cultivation option, I will have the memory of cultivating with you. Otherwise, if you choose other cultivation options, I don't feel anything here. At most, it is only when you perceive your spiritual pressure increase at some point that you will guess that you have carried out a cultivation. Hearing what Porcellino said, Xiaoyi nodded suddenly.
Sure enough, to some extent, Zanpakuto and himself are one and the same.
But in the pirate achievement system, he is the host, and Porcellino is just the demonic will and the devil fruit embodied by different worlds.
So, brother Xiaoyi, have you ever been kicked by light? Hearing Porcellino's mantra, Xiaoyi's eyes froze slightly.
From what Porcellino called himself, he could already feel the change in his attitude.
From Your Excellency Xiaoyi, to Xiaoyi Little Ghost, to Xiaoyi Xiao Brother, and finally Xiaoyi Xiao Brother, each title is a gradual change in Porcelino's attitude.
However, now on summer nights, I have no intention of thinking about these changes for the time being, because Porcelino's attack has already begun. The golden light condensed behind Xiaoyu's figure into the figure of Porcelino, and the golden light shone on his right foot. But this kick directly kicked through Xiaoyu's body, and the powerful force bombarded the place where he was standing, erupting into a violent explosion. However, Porcelino's move did not cause much harm to Summer Night. At this time, Xiaoyu's body emitted a golden light, and Porcelino's feet passed through his body, bringing up a little golden light, but it seemed to have been kicked into a phantom. After Porcelino's feet passed through his body, the light recondensed into the form of a Summer Night.
Uncle, have you forgotten that elementalization is not your patent alone? Summer Night stretched out his left hand and pointed his index finger at Porcelino.
The golden light condensed at his fingertips, and suddenly fired beams of light at Porcelino.
Laser! Wow!
In an instant, more than a dozen golden beams penetrated Porcelino's body.
Boom 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 boom.
After piercing Porcelino's body, these laser beams shot towards the sea, erupting into violent flames that formed a mushroom cloud more than 10 meters high. Tisk! Xiaoyi sighed softly, although his hockey foresaw Porcelino's attack in advance, and made a response and countermeasure. However, Porcelino's reaction was too fast. Before Natsui's laser penetrated him, he had already elementalized and successfully avoided Natsui's attack. Sure enough, Porcelino, who was hit by Xiaoyi, instantly turned into golden light and dispersed, and then recondensed and formed on the top of Xiaoyi's head. His hands were crossed, and countless golden lights gathered behind him.
8-foot Jade Magatama. Hey, you used such a trick at the beginning, Uncle, are you serious?
Seeing Porcelino perform such a big move, Xiaoyi was also very surprised. In his opinion, after the battle between the two sides has been tempted, they should compete in physical skills, swordsmanship, devil fruit abilities and domineering, and they will have to fight for at least 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner. Since possessing the blood of the Bacania tribe, Natsuya's physical strength and resilience are second only to those with the strongest physique in the pirate world. Therefore, he is naturally confident that he can play with Porcelino for a few days. However, judging from Porcelino's current performance, it is clear that he has omitted the temptation and directly burst out with the strongest combat power to confront Xiaoyi. Such a fierce battle will undoubtedly quickly consume the physical strength of both sides, which is already a life and death battle in the pirate world.
In that case, then I'm not welcome.
Seeing countless golden light clusters condensed in the sky, Xiaoyi's face froze, and his hands were folded.
Sky clouds.
As soon as his hands were unfolded, a sword made of golden light appeared in Xiaoyi's hand. Then, he waved the lightsaber in his hand at the light cluster that rained down from the sky.
Shiyu! Boom 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 dash.
In an instant, countless white slashes swung from the summer night, like a torrential rain flowing upstream, colliding with Porcelino's 8-foot Jade Magatama and erupting into a deafening roar.
Wow!
The figure flashed, and Xiaoyi instantly broke through the 8-foot Jade Magatama and appeared in front of Porcelino, and the Tiansong Cloud sword in his hand emitted golden and white light and slashed down fiercely.
Bell!
This sword, of course, was also blocked by Porcelino. 2 different Tiansong Cloud swords collided, and the strong shockwave instantly swept around, causing devastating damage. However, this time the collision of swordsmanship, Xiaoyi won. The perfect combination of swordsmanship and slashing power makes the power of the sky cloud swung by Xiaoyi more than twice as strong as a simple swing or slash.
In an instant, Porcelino was cut off by Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi cast instantaneous and moon steps at the same time, and his Ryatsu and physical strength exploded in an all-round way, allowing his speed to break through the sound barrier, and the air was knocked out of white mist, appearing beside him at a speed that overwhelmed Porcelino, and the sword slashed again.
Wow, snorkel. Next, it's time for the summer night.
Under the suppression of taijutsu, swordsmanship, and air movement speed, Porcelino was like a sandbag, being continuously attacked by summer nights. Seeing the smell of domineering captures the position where Porcelino was repulsed, Xiaoyi arrived one step ahead and swung his sword, so that Porcelino could only resist, and there was no room for a counterattack.
This kid Xiaoyi is growing up so fast. Porcelino was shocked.
Although he is a shining fruit ability bred with the help of the power of the system, under the power system of the god of death, Porcelino can also be said to be a Zanpakuto bred by Natsuya's soul power. He understood that it was not difficult to surpass himself by having a systematic summer night and growing at an extremely astonishing rate.
But how long has it been since Xiaoyi has grown to such a point? If I don't take it seriously, I might really be defeated by Xiaoyi's little brother.
Although Porcelino's shining fruit ability is only embodied, it lacks the two-color domineering of the original admiral, making his strength still a thin line compared to the real Admiral Kizaru Porcelino. But just by using the ability of the shining fruit, he was enough to be among the generals. Of course, he is one with Xiaoyi, who has Haki, and Porcelino can also use Haki if seen.
When Natsuya obtained the armed Haki, he was truly complete at that time, becoming Admiral Kizaru Porcellino. As for Overlord Haki, since it is not in Porcellino's setting, he naturally cannot use it. But even the complete Kizaru Porcellino without the Overlord's domineering spirit is still at the peak of the general's existence. Well, the attack power is slightly lacking, but the speed is invincible. No matter who you face, you can tie it. Of course, the lack of attack power here is compared to those top powerhouses. Except for a few strong players with Overlord color entanglement, there are really only a handful of people who can be compared with Porcellino in terms of attack power. After being repelled by Xiaoyi, Porcellino put down the Tian Tsong Cloud sword in his hand, and his hands were empty on his chest, condensing a mirror of light. Not only in front of Porcellino, but at this time, the sky, the ground, and around the two of them seemed to emerge countless light mirrors. Xiaoyi's heart was shocked. He had already mastered the domineering spirit of foreseeing the future, and the scene in front of him allowed him to see countless golden rays connecting between the mirrors, forming a path for Porcellino to move at the speed of light. Porcellino's figure will teleport in front of these mirrors, attacking himself almost simultaneously. This move is simply an upgraded version of the Hokage World 4th Hokage Flying Thunder God technique. Sure enough, the future came as predicted by the Haki of the Summer Night. At lightning speed, Porcellino appeared in front of hundreds of light mirrors almost simultaneously, and each of Porcellino's fingertips condensed with golden light. In the next instant, hundreds of powerful laser beams will pierce through Xiaoye's body. At this critical moment, a red light flashed in Xiaoye's eyes, and the domineering aura spread out, instantly capturing the breath of Porcellino, and his mind moved. Kill when you see and hear. Boom, 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 boom. As Xiaoye's Haki completely shielded his own aura and erased Porcellino's perception, Porcellino's countless figures instantly dissipated, and the laser light that had condensed halfway exploded, and bursts of roar sounded in the air. Theoretically, Porcellino can move at the speed of light. However, if he directly entered the speed of light, he would not be able to control his own speed at all, and if he was not careful, he might rush out of the planet and die in the vast universe. Therefore, the speed of Porcellino is closely related to the strength and range of its own Haki. The maximum distance he moved was the range radiated by the Haki of seeing and smelling. Once outside of this range, he must exit elementalization and reuse Haki to locate him. The Yatagara mirror was developed by Porcellino, and through the mirror reflection beam as a channel, each light mirror as a node, truly realized the extremely fast movement of light. However, now that Porcellino's Haki perception was blocked by Xiaoyi, and without the assistance of Haki of Scene, Porcellino could not accurately locate the Yata mirror at all, and this move was naturally broken by Xiaoyi. It's really scary. In the smoke, Porcellino's voice came. Xiaoyejuan, physical skills, swordsmanship, domineering, you have far surpassed me. But what I rely on to survive is never these, but the ability of the shining fruit. Xiaoyi slashed out with a sword, scattering the smoke and dust generated by the explosion around him, and looked up at the sky. At this time, Porcellino stood in the air, his hands crossed and slowly raised above his head. Let everything be gone dash. TSK, it really deserves my Zanpakuto. On the bed, Xiaoyi opened her eyes and her eyes fell on the Zanpakuto on her knees. While Natsuya's Zanpakuto ability originates from the shining fruit of the pirate world, this is not the pirate world. Porcellino is not the admiral of the pirate world. He is a system assistant, according to the rules of the Bleach world, a Zanpakuto spirit bred by Natsuya's soul and devil fruit abilities. During the battle with Porcellino, Natsuya always regarded him as the admiral in his memory. But at the end of the battle, Porcellino surprised Natsu. The so-called flash, the ability is not limited to the point shown by Admiral Porcellino. You know, summer nights are traversers. In his previous life, he watched anime, played games, and read novels, and there were countless abilities about light. As long as Xiaoyi has a heart, it is not difficult to reproduce these tricks in this world. It really surprised me. Natsu reached out and stroked the Zanpakuto, and the next moment, it turned into golden light and melted into Natsu's body. Feeling the power that was completely complete, Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction on the corner of his mouth. Like the 8th generation Kenpachi Mole Castle Kenpachi, Natsuya's Zanpakuto can always remain in its Bankai form. Mole City Kenpachi's Zanpakuto Yulu Takuru. The Zanpakuto will disappear after Bankai, but it can maintain the Bankai state, allowing Mole City Shuang to integrate his own spirit into the outside world and control the objects fused by the spirit child. This is definitely a bug-like ability. As long as Mole City Shuangya is given time, he can integrate Raizo into the space of the Soul Society and complete the control of the entire Soul Society. And Natsui's Zanpakuto can also remain in Bankai all the time. Xiaoyi was not surprised by this. What? Because his Zanpakuto ability comes from the shining fruit of the pirate world. Its complete form allows Natsuya to transform into a flashman, and after awakening, she can fully control the energy of light. Therefore, Natsuya's Bankai state will not be like Mole City Kenpachi, who will lose the ability to exercise after Bankai, and his soul will no longer be the same as that of ordinary people. Even if Xiaoyi transforms into a complete flashman, he can de-elementalize at any time and restore his body. Therefore,
Therefore, Natsuyi always maintains a Bankai state, which is his strongest form. He estimated that his state at this time could barely be called invincible. Well, even the strong people such as Captain Yamamoto, Sosuke Aizen, Tamahabak with closed eyes, and Ichibai of the Ministry of War cannot kill themselves. As long as he is not erased at the first time, he can escape. After a period of adaptation, golden light emanated from Xiaoye's body and condensed on his knees, forming the appearance of a Zanpakuto. Hey, Loki, Loki. After releasing the Bankai state, Natsuyi reached out and stroked his Zanpakuto, laughing softly. At this moment, if he hadn't had some self-control, his laughter would probably have resounded throughout the 11th Squad Station. After coming to the world of death for more than a year, Xiaoye finally felt that she had gained a firm foothold, and she no longer had the sense of crisis that she could die at any time. At this time, he seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and the whole person was much more relaxed. Sister Runju, if you're tired, rest for a while. The next day, watching Matsumoto Runju gritted his teeth and practiced instantaneous steps, Xiaoye couldn't help but persuade him. Hearing this, Matsumoto Runju looked at Xiaoye in shock. Xiaoye, are you okay? You are not Xiaoye. Tell me who you are. Get out of Xiaoye quickly. Ha, what's wrong with me? Seeing Matsumoto Runju react like this, Xiaoye was stunned. Let her relax. How could she be so surprised? No, I just feel like you've changed a lot today. Is there any? Xiaoye was puzzled. He knew that after completing the Bankai practice, the sense of urgency had disappeared, and his style of behavior had naturally changed a lot. But does this really shock Matsumoto Runju? Definitely. Matsumoto Runju nodded. In the past, on summer nights, I always hoped that I would practice all day long, wanting me to improve my strength as soon as possible, as if we would definitely encounter some kind of crisis in the future, and we must seize the time to become stronger. And now, you will actually let me rest? Xiaoye turned his head awkwardly. Indeed, because he knew the crises he might encounter in the future, Natsudo's sense of urgency made Matsumoto Ranjiku also involved. This is too heavy for a little girl her age. However, Matsumoto Runju also understood that if she didn't want to be a burden to Natsui and Jin, she had to cultivate to become stronger, and it was best to fight side by side with Natsui and Een. Therefore, no matter how hard her practice is and no matter how tired her body is, she has never relaxed herself. I'm sorry, Sister Runju, I put too much pressure on you before. After relaxing, Xiaoye instantly understood how much psychological burden her previous supervision of Matsumoto Runju had brought her. But now, Xiaoye patted the Zanpakuto on his waist and said to Matsumoto Runju, last night I completed the Bankai training of the Zanpakuto. In other words, now I am fully capable of protecting Sister Lanju. So, Sister Runju doesn't have to work so hard, practice slowly, and enjoy playing time with other friends. Really? Matsumoto Ranjiku was overjoyed. Of course, she was not happy because Xiaoye said that she could relax, but she was happy about the improvement of Xiaoye's strength. She hopes everyone can be happy. Really? Xiaoye nodded. In 2 months, our division will have an exchange match with the 5th division. At that time, I will invite Ikemara Jin to be my vice-captain of the 11th First Team. At that time, Sister Runju, you can be with Ikemaru Jin openly. Matsumoto Ranjiko's eyes twinkle with stars, as if he was fantasizing about a better life in the future. Hey, she believes in summer nights. Before Natsui had completed his Zanpakuto Bankai training, he was already able to defeat the captain of Team 11 Ban. Now that Xiaoye has completed the cultivation of Bankai, her strength has reached a higher level, and she will definitely be able to protect her in Een. That's great. Looking at Matsumoto Runju's smile, Xiaoye smiled unconsciously. This feeling of being able to protect your family is really intoxicating. Since I have reached out my hand, let me protect the happiness of Ikemara Jin and Runju. Even Sosuke Aizen can't take such happiness away from me. Seeing Matsumoto Ranjiku begin to rest, Natsuyi moved his gaze to the training ground, looking at the members of the 11th team who were practicing desperately. In just 1 month, almost all of the 11th team of Shinigami accepted Xiaoye's guidance. During this month, the strength of the 11th team has improved significantly. The strength mentioned here mainly refers to their combat ability, not spiritual power. After all, not everyone is a genius, and the upper limit of most of the gods of death is actually limited by their own spiritual power. However, after years of fighting, the members of the 11th team honed their good sense of combat and some fighting instincts. Natsui's guidance to the team members is based on their characteristics, helping them amplify their strengths, avoid their shortcomings, and then combine them with the swordsmanship skills of the pirate world for training. When these players master and integrate it, they can improve their strength by at least 30%. It is not impossible for more genius team members to double their combat effectiveness. In the next 2 months, they will continue to improve more or less. In this way, he can barely be regarded as a qualified combat squad member in Xiaoye's heart. The 11th team must not only maintain a strong desire to fight, but also have the fighting strength to match it. Xiaoye brother, I'm here to play with you. Just as Xiaoye was satisfied with the progress of the team members, a familiar voice came from his ears. Xiaoye looked up and saw the captain of the 2nd division, Si Feng Yuan, waving to him from a distance.
Lord Yi. Seeing Sifenjaiwan Yi, Xiaoyi immediately restrained her smile, her face became cold, and she nodded to her to say hello. Although she has a good impression of Sifenjaiwan Yoichi because of her memory, Xiaoyi knows better that Sifenjaiwan Yanaki likes to tease children the most, making them grit their teeth and be helpless towards her, which is the fun of her life. Whether it was Ayabi Tip behind her, or Byakuya Kuchiki, or even Ichigo Kurosaki in the future, they were all Yoruichi's playthings in Shifenjin. However, among these three, Tip Aya did not feel anything wrong because of her admiration and respect for Yoruichi in the Four Maple Courtyard. Byakuya Kuchiki eventually became expressionless and lost interest in Yoruichi of Shifuan. Ichigo Kurosaki grew up rapidly, transforming from a simple little boy to a serious mature teenager. If Xiaoyi was older and his body had grown to an adult appearance, he would naturally not mind having a casual conversation with Sifenjaiwan Yoichi. But now, he still has a face like a lady, and it is impossible to laugh and become a plaything of Yanaki in Shifenjin. Therefore, dealing with Sifenjaiwan Yoichi seriously can avoid some unnecessary troubles. Tisk. Sure enough, seeing Xiaoyi's appearance, Sifenjaiwan's smile suddenly froze. She hates this one-size-fits-all way of communicating. I thought that Xiaoyi would be more lively and fun as a child, but I didn't expect it to become so calm, not even as interesting as Hirako and the others. Of course, although Sifenjin Yoichi thought so in her heart, she would not be rude because of this. Little brother Xiaoyi, I heard that you are going to communicate with Hirako in the squad? Xiaoyi nodded. The 11th team is a combat team, and the 5th division is a rescue team. Therefore, it is necessary for us to understand the strength of the soldiers on both sides, so that when the 5th division receives the news of help, it can reasonably allocate the team members to rescue to avoid causing more unnecessary casualties. That's true. Sifeng Yuan suddenly realized at night. It turns out that the communication between the 5th division and the 11th division is caused by this. However, it is precisely because the captain of the 11th team is Natsuyi that Hirako Mako will do this. After all, before the summer night, the 11th team almost never sent a signal for help from the cross division. Although Xiaoyi is young, his strength may still be a little worse, but if the casualties of the members of the 11th team are too large, it is not a good thing for Xiaoyi. Suddenly, Sifenjaiwan's eyes lit up. She noticed Matsumoto Runju next to Xiaoyi. At that moment, she took a few steps forward, reached out and hugged Xiaoyi's head, and asked in his ear, Tisk, Xiaoyi's little brother, are you really dishonest? Who is this little girl? I think she is still practicing instantaneous steps, and she probably hasn't graduated from Mao Spiritual Art Academy yet, right? Suddenly attacked by the knight of the Four Maple Courtyard, Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment. However, Xiaoyi was not a little Chunan who had never seen the world. Although he was surprised, he did not lose his temper because of this. Captain of the Four Maple Academy, Runju was a genius who I was directly invited to join the 11th team by the Mao Spiritual Academy. Don't look at Runju being young now. Her spiritual pressure is not weaker than that of ordinary gods of death. Instead of letting her waste time in Mao Spiritual Academy, it would be better to join my squad as soon as possible and teach her personally, so that she can grow faster and better. I think the captain of the Four Maple Academies thinks so too. With this last sentence, Xiaoyi did not look at Sifenjaiwan Yoichi, but looked directly at Tip Aya and said, this little sister was taken by the captain of the Four Maple Academies at a young age, and she must be extremely important, right? Who is your little sister? Tip Aya glared at Xiaoyi, angry in her heart. However, in the face of Lord Yoichi, she naturally would not be so rude to confront a captain, so as not to give Lord Yi an additional reputation for improper discipline. Despite this, Aya's disgust for summer nights has never dissipated. Lord Yoichi has never hugged her like that. You little ghost, you're so cute. Sifenjaiwan Yi was stunned for a moment, and then rubbed Xiaoyi's hair vigorously. As an adult, Sifenjin Yoichi not only heard the joke from Xiaoyi's tone, but also had a hint of threat. Bringing the Tip Aya with her, you can indeed see that Sifenjin Yoichi attaches great importance to her. When Xiaoyi mentioned Matsumoto Runju, he made his position clear to Sifenjin Yoichi. His importance to Matsumoto Runju will never be lower than that of a pair of tips in the night of Shifenjin. If Shifuan Yoichi thinks about Matsumoto Ranjiku, then he must bear the awareness that Aya will be treated the same way. Because of this, the Four Maple Courtyards will say that summer nights are not cute. However, Sifenjin Yoichi can also understand this. Natsu Knight and Matsumoto Ranjiku both came out of Flowing Soul Street, and although she grew up in Siriitii, she was not ignorant of the people of Flowing Soul Street. In Flowing Soul Street, especially those neighborhoods far away from Siriitii, it became more and more chaotic. If you want to survive in such a place, you must have a brain and strength. Obviously, power was a means they only mastered after entering Mao Ryujutsu Academy, and for Natsuyi and Matsumoto Ranjiku, the former could only rely on their own ingenuity. Sifenjaiwan Ye didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiaoyi being wary of them. Perhaps, after spending a little more time in a peaceful environment like Siriitii, Natsui's mentality will change. Judging from Xiaoyi's willingness to teach the gods of death in the squad, he is obviously not the kind of person who only cares about his own pleasure and does not care about others. Of
course, considering Xiaoya's current age, he may not even know what pleasure is.
Captain Siphon Jaiwan, you haven't said what happened to you in the 11th team. Can I come to play with you if I have nothing to do?
Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, Captain Sifeng Academy, I want to practice, I don't have so much time to play with you.
It's really not cute.
Sure enough, Xiaoya's strategy worked. His serious appearance made Siphon Jaiwan Yoichi's ridicule have no sense of accomplishment. Indeed, if Natsuyi does not pretend to be reserved, he can have a good relationship with Shifenjin Yoichi and Shifenjin, and he can also have some intersection with the future protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki. But this is not the character of Summer Night at all. When watching anime, Natsuyi likes the personality of Yoruchi and Siphon Jaiwan, but he doesn't want to be his plaything. As for the future, it depends on how you choose your future self. After awakening the Overlord's domineering, Xiaoyi felt that her heart was becoming more and more free, and she would do what she wanted to do immediately, and she would never force herself to do what she didn't want to do. Well, this time it's still about you. After letting go of the Summer Night, Siphon Jaiwan Ye said, during this time, the communication between the 5th Division and your division has attracted a lot of attention. Some of the squad Reapers, wanting to join the exchange and clearly recognize their gap with other squadrons, the Reapers. However, everyone is not very familiar with you yet, so let me, the person with the strongest affinity, ask for your opinion.
Regarding the exchange of the squad in 2 months, are you willing to join a few more squads? I have no objection.
Natsu shook his head. The communication between the various divisions will help everyone better understand the Gotai 13 team, be able to know their own gap with other Shinigami, and also promote possible cooperation in the future. However, if there are too many people, the venue for our 11th team will not be enough. Leave this to me. Siphonjin patted his chest at night. As one of the 4 nobles of Siriting, it was easy for the Siphonjin family to find a suitable venue as a place to communicate. In that case, then trouble the captain of the 4 Maple Academy. By the way, I don't know which squadrons will participate in the exchange this time. Except for the first team, the 4th and 12th divisions, other teams will participate.
Xia Yi nodded.
The first team is the general team, which is undoubtedly the strongest team, and there is no need to participate in the exchange at all. The 4th division is a treatment division, and its combat effectiveness is generally considered to be the weakest in the 13th division, and the officers of the 4th division are not evaluated by combat ability but by their healing ability. Although the 4th division does not participate in the exchange, their Shinigami will go to the exchange venue. After all, the Shinigami injured in the exchange needed the Shinigami of the 4th division to heal, which was some form of participation. The 12th division is a scientific research team, similar to the 4th division, and their evaluation criteria for officers are not strength but scientific research ability. In that case, then trouble the captain of the 4 Maple Academy. After determining the venue and time, I will take the team members to participate on time. Sifeng Yuanya looked at Xiaoyi from one side and vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. But if you think about it carefully, you can't figure out what went wrong. It wasn't until she left the 11th division that she heard Tip-Aya mention that it was obviously their division and the 5th division that caused trouble but let Lord Yoichi run errands, that she suddenly realized that she had been thrown off the burden. But, even so, Sifeng Yuan Yi just shook his head and smiled. Okay, broken bees. She gently stroked Aya's head and said with a smile, this matter was originally an exchange between the 11th and 5th divisions. After all, this is a private matter between Captain Xiaoyi and Captain Hirako, just because the team members below want to participate, and the other captains have no friendship with Captain Xiaoyi, so I asked Captain Xiaoyi for his opinion. Since I have promised the other captains, and the captain of Xiaoyi has also agreed to let everyone communicate together, then, as an intermediary, it is only natural for me to arrange the exchange venue and invite everyone to participate. If I don't do it, do I still need Captain Summer Night to invite other teams? If you want to play and want people to invite you, don't the other captains need face? Tip-Aya snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. She knew in her heart that Lord Yi had no time to spend with her when she was busy. Although she is not an unreasonable person, this does not mean that she will not vent her anger on Xiaoyi. However, she also knows how big the gap between her current strength and the captain is. If you can't provoke Captain Summer Night, it will only cause trouble for Lord Yoruchi. Wait until you have the strength of a captain in the future, and then teach that annoying guy a lesson. Everyone, hard work will not lie, and sweat will not deceive. Standing in front of the members of the 11th team, Xiaoyi said in a deep voice, after 3 months of cultivation, everyone's strength is the reward for hard work and sweat. Today is the day to test everyone's results. As the strongest combat squad in the Gotai 13th team, do you have the confidence to win for me and for the 11th team? Yes, yes, yes. The team members raised their hands high and warmly responded to the expectations of the Summer Night. The 11th team is the strongest. Then, let's go. Xiaoyi waved his hand and took the lead in leading everyone to leave the 11th team and go to the designated location of the 4 Maple Courtyard Night 1. Today is the day for the Gotai 13 to communicate. Natsu Knight walked at the front, followed by Matsumoto Ranjaku and Suzuki left and right, and behind were Maki Ichinos and other officials. After 3 months of training, the members of the 11th team are now in high spirits, and their mental outlook has changed significantly from 3 months ago. Especially halfway through, Xiaoyi and his party encountered the 13th Division, which was in stark contrast to the scattered 13th Division.
Captain's Summer Night. Captain Yukitake. Together?
After a simple conversation, the two teams came together.
Captain's Summer Night is amazing. Shishiro Yukitake looked at the gap between his players and the members of the 11th First Team, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Today's 11th First Team is much stronger than before.
Unlike our team, Captain Xiaoyi laughed.
It's okay.
Xiaoyi will not be humble about her achievements. As the captain, he has a very different impact on the 11 team than Oniganjo as the captain.
However, this is also the result of holding a breath in everyone's hearts.
I let them get angry, and naturally they can maintain a strong fighting spirit.
As for the Guifan team,
Xiaoyi shook his head. Captain Yukitake, the responsibilities of our two divisions are different, so naturally we can't generalize. The Guifan Corps is a purification force, scattered and stationed all over the world to protect humans from being preyed upon, and what is most needed is autonomy. If you let the soldiers of your team have the same requirements as the soldiers of our combat team, I am afraid it will violate the duties of your team.
Xiaoyi's words were not to excuse Yukitake Shishiro.
It is because the gods of death in the 13th Division do need to have strong autonomy. After all, many times, only 1 or 2 Shinigami will be stationed in a place, and if they encounter an attack from the void or encounter something difficult to solve, they need to judge whether to ask Suriitai for help on their own. If they were replaced by the Shinigami of the 11th team, they would probably only think of fighting and had almost no idea of asking for help. But if you think about it, this is not surprising. After all, the death rate of the Shinigami profession itself is high, and this is even more true for the combat team. If you don't love fighting, enjoy fighting, or want to quickly improve your strength, who would choose to join the 11th team?
Yukitake Shishiro smiled slightly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the atmosphere of his team. As long as everyone in the team can be happy, it is more important than anything else.
In the 13th Division, Natsuyi did not see more familiar faces. Obviously, at this time, Shiba Heian had not yet entered the Suriitai and became the vice-captain of the 13th Division. As everyone moved forward, they
met several other divisions on the way.
However, these divisions did not converge with the 11th Division like the 13th Division, but were led by the Freedom Captains and kept a certain distance from the other divisions. When the Shinigami of these divisions saw the 11th team, they couldn't help but compare their own teams with them, and finally shook their heads after coming to a conclusion.
Obviously, although
the exchange match has not yet started, judging from the morale of the teams, everyone can feel that the Shinigami of some teams feel a sense of oppression just by getting together and moving forward. Kenpachi has been the captain of the 11th team for more than 20 years, and most of the Shinigami know what the 11th team looked like
during that time.
Although Captain Natsui has only been the captain of the 11th team for 3 months, he has brought such a huge change to this team that it is enough to make those Shinigami who have only heard of his name but have never seen him in person have a deeper understanding of him. At least, as ordinary Shinigami, they understand that if they do not truly support their captain, they will not be able to have such an momentum. The venue prepared by the 4 Maple Courtyard family for this exchange of the 13th Guard was a wide flat land. There was a ring with a length and width of 100 meters in the center, and 13 seats were arranged on the main seat of the ring, and the surrounding area was divided into 13 areas, each with the number of each squadron. Among them, the position of the 4th Division was the widest, occupying almost 1/3 of the entire venue. The Shinigami of the other divisions had no objection to this. After all, they all knew that the extra location of the 4th Division might be the
place where they would lie down and receive treatment after the battle.
If the venue was insufficient and someone could not be treated in time, they might spread their grievances on the 4 phone family. Suzuki, you cooperate with Ichino's Sans, and take everyone to the venue to take their places.
Yes, Lord Xiaoyi. Suzuki bowed to Natsuyi and left with Maki Ichino's.
On the other side, Shishiro Yukitake also asked his vice-captain to take the team members to find a venue.
Ah, Yukitake, I thought you would be absent this time.
A bold voice sounded, and Xiaoyi turned around and saw Kayaraka Shunsui wearing a hat and a colorful feather, who was walking this way with the vice-captain Yayan Marulisa.
Ah, I've been in good health lately, and if I don't do it, it's no problem to walk and sit down.
Seeing his friend, Joshiro Yukitake also had a smile on his face.
Hello, Captain Summer Night. It's not the first time I've seen you, but every time I see Captain Natsui, I can feel God's injustice. After greeting Yukitake Shishiro, Kayaraka Shunsui waved to Natsui.
If we give Captain Xiaoyi a few more years, I'm afraid we old antiques won't have a way to survive.
What the Kill Band leader said is not right. Natsui shook his head. Kayaraka Shunsui is not a simple existence, and his strength can be ranked among the top 3 in the Gotiei 13 team.
After the death of Captain Yamamoto, it was Kayaraka Shunsui who succeeded as the captain, carrying the future of the Gotiei 13 and leading the remaining Shinigami to compete with the Invisible Empire.
If the leader of the Kill Band is considered an antique, then what is Captain Yamamoto? Besides, if I surpass the leader of the Kyo band, shouldn't you be happy that the Gotiei 13 team has one more strongman? Could it be that the head of the Kyo band thinks I will betray the Gotiei 13 team, or will you betray and worry about being hunted down by me?
Was said by Xiaoyi. Jingle Shunsui was suddenly speechless, and he folded his hands together to apologize to Xiaoyi.
Captain Xiaoyi, spare me. I want to live a few hundred more years.
After a joke, the relationship between the two seemed to be much closer. This made Xiaoyi sigh that Jingle Chungwei is a person who is difficult to get tired of.
Yuki take, summer night, let's go over together.
The old man seems to be almost there.
The old man in the mouth of Kayaraku Chunsui naturally refers to Captain Yamamoto.
Well, let's go together.
Xiaoyi did not refuse.
The 13 seats on the main seat of the ring are obviously the positions of the captains of the Gotiei 13 team.
Let the captains sit there, on the one hand,
so that the gods of death can show their strength in front of them. On the other hand, it is also so that when their squadron is in danger, the captains can take action in time to prevent casualties. Of course, whether the captains make a move or not depends entirely on their mood. Because these 13 seats were side by side and were not arranged in order, the captains did not follow the order of the seats, so several people sat together in a close relationship. Natsuyi, Yuki Take Shishiro, and Kayaraka Shunsui came together, and naturally they sat very close.
Next to him was the captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Further to the side, there was Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division.
Kuchiki Jinsuzu looked at Xiaoyu, who was chatting with Kayaraka Shunsui, and wanted to speak several times, but he could never say a word. Today, the Kuchiki family is supported by him alone. If he wants to continue the glory of the Kuchiki family, he must cultivate a captain-level powerhouse for the Kuchiki family before his death. At this time, in front of the Kuchiki silver bell, there were two paths to choose from. The first is that his daughter is an adult and can recruit a captain as a son-in-law to join the Kuchiki family, so that after his death, the son-in-law can inherit the position of head of the family and the captain of the 6th Division. The second is to accept a genius who can reach the captain level in a short period of time as the adopted son of the Kuchiki family.
And Summer Night is the most optimistic choice in Kuchiki Inling's heart. But, it's just that, not to mention whether Xiaoyi can marry. Judging from his age, Xiaoyi is obviously still a minor, and there is still some distance from starting a family, and Kuchiki Inling can't afford to wait. As for accepting Xiaoyi as an adopted son, this is even more impossible. Xiaoyi himself was the top captain of the Siriidii. How could he be willing to let an elder who could point fingers at him at any time on his head? Alas! In the end, Kuchiki Inling shook his head inside, no longer hoping to bring Xiaoyi into the Kuchiki family. However, looking at the age, Xiaoyi is about the same age as his grandson Byakuya, so maybe they can have more contact. If the Kuchiki family declines day by day in the future, Byakuya will not be without support. Xiaoyi didn't know about it.
He chatted with Kayaraka Shunsui precisely because he didn't want to have too much contact with Kuchiki Jinsuzu.
He felt a lack of common language between him and Kuchiki Jinsuzu.
Moreover, Xiaoyi felt that the ending of Kuchiki Hibiki was really a pity. Before being betrayed, Kuchiki Hibikawa took the lead and was very humble with his soldiers during the battle, firmly believing that his Zanpakuto could bring peace to the Siriitii and was willing to give his life for it. Unfortunately, Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto abilities were too feared, leading some to frame him in prison. At that time, Kuchiki Hibiki still believed that his father-in-law Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Siriting would clear his grievances. Unfortunately, when he heard the ridicule and jokes of the gods of death guarding him, he realized the truth about his imprisonment. He couldn't bear it anymore and killed the guards and framed him, leaving only the others alone. Because Kuchiki Hibikawa thought that these people were deceived by those who framed him before they took action against him. In the trial court, those who were in high positions ignored the framing suffered by Kuchiki Hibikawa and insisted on convicting him, and finally Kuchiki Hibiki's persistence collapsed and he picked up the Zanpakuto and launched a rebellion against Siriitii, but was sealed. If he did not intersect with Kuchiki Inling when he took Kuchiki Hibiki as a subordinate in the future, there would be no burden in his heart. Anyway, after Kuchiki Shangha entered the Kuchiki family, he was not only subject to many constraints, but also because he was the son-in-law of Kuchiki Inling, he made many contributions but was suppressed. Although his strength has reached the captain level, he is only 3 seats in the 6th division. And the Kuchiki family has not changed because of Kuchiki Shangha's marriage, but there is one more stain. In this way, Xiaoyi cut off the Kuchiki Shangha, and maybe the Kuchiki family would secretly thank him. The captain is here. Soon, Captain Yamamoto led the first team of Shinigami into the venue, and all the Grim Reapers stood up one after another to pay tribute to the strongest Grim Reaper in 1,000 years. The first team does not participate in the exchange of various divisions. Their duty is to maintain order in this exchange. Even the referee was the vice-captain of the first team. The gods of death off the field may be a little confused about this, but the captains in the seats have no opinion. Just kidding. Although the vice-captain of the Sparrow department is so low-key that people almost forget his existence, his Ryatsu is at least a second-class spiritual power at the level of a centennial captain. Oh, even among the many captains, there are only a handful of those with second-class spiritual power. What's more, the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department followed Captain Yamamoto before the establishment of the Gotai 13 team, helping him defeat the Emperor of the Empire of Light, Uebach, in the battle 1,000 years ago. Everyone, in response to the expectations of the members of each division, the captains of the 13th Gotai team have specially prepared this venue for exchange and display. I am the vice-captain of the first team, Shojiro Sparrow, and I am also the referee of this exchange match. Any team member can take the stage to accept or initiate a challenge. This exchange match is not limited to means, if any team members fall into the ring or cannot fight back, I or the captains will stop the battle. It is a failure. Now, the exchange match of the 13th team of the Guardian Court has officially begun. Are there any team members who are willing to go on stage? Me, I'm up. After the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department announced the start, many Shinigami raised their hands in anticipation of being selected. Seeing so many team members raising their hands enthusiastically, the vice-captain of the Bird Department also felt difficult to choose for a while. In the end, a god of death from Team 11 was impatient and directly jumped into the ring using instantaneous steps. Damn, this guy got ahead of me. Several thoughtful Reaper of the 11th team couldn't help but be angry when they saw Hojo Yuhon take the stage first. I'm Hiro Hojo from the 11th Squadron. Please give me a lot of advice. After all, this is an exchange between the divisions, and although they also aspire to be the first to play, they don't want to give the captains the impression of fighting in the nest. Reminded by Hiro Hojo, the players who wanted to play took an instant and rushed towards the ring. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures flashed and rushed towards the ring. Ha! This first battle is mine. A Reaper of the 10th Division was the first to enter the ring, waving his hand at the figure behind him, his face full of smiles. Seeing this, the gods of death who were one step slower could only sigh. What do you mean? Their strength is not strong, and if they want to be in the limelight in front of the captain, they can only shoot at the beginning of the battle. Otherwise, in the future, unless those genius combat performances can attract the attention of the captains, people like them are almost destined to be a round of tours, and it is impossible to be remembered by the big guys. And the first game, whether won or lost, will always leave an impression on the captain's heart. Although there is no prize set for this exchange competition for them, ordinary Shinigami, being remembered by the big guys, occasionally mentioning a sentence may change the future, which is the biggest reward. After bowing slightly to the captains, the 10th Division member who came to the stage said to Hiro Hojo, 10th Division Takahashi Masayasa Takahashi, please give me more advice. Seeing that both sides were ready, the vice-captain of the Bird Department waved his hand. I announce, the game begins. Hiro Hojo shouted, rushed towards Shoyasu Takahashi, and pulled out his Zanpakuto. Takahashi Shoyasu was startled by Hojo's shouting, and hurriedly pulled out his Zanpakuto, and before he could react, Hojo Yuhon had already approached him. One side went all out, but the other side hurriedly responded, and Takahashi was hit by Hiro Hojo's knife and leaned back unconsciously. Hiro Hojo took the opportunity to step forward and swung his sword again. Bell. A Zanpakuto flew into the sky, and after a few laps in the air, it fell heavily to the ground, making a crisp sound. Looking at the center of the ring again, Hiro Hojo's Zanpakuto was already against Takahashi's neck. 11th team, Hiro Hojo, win. Good, Hojo. Seeing that his team was winning, the people of the 11th team immediately cheered for him. On the contrary, on the side of the 10th Division, due to the defeat of Masayasa Takahashi, everyone's eyes were full of anger when they looked at him. This simply lost the face of the 10th Division. After the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department announced the victory, Hojo sheathed the Zanpakuto and raised his head slightly. Next, Captain Xiaoyi, the soldiers of your squad, the swordsmanship is not inferior, and the will to fight is even more amazing. At the seat, Jingle Chunsui sighed to Xiaoyi. Fights in the ring have been fought more than 100 times. During this period, more than a dozen members of the 11th team also played. Perhaps it was everyone's tacit understanding. The first to play in each team was the ordinary team members of the 10th class Lingwei. The winner can choose to continue the fight or go straight to the battle. The other team members will choose to end the game after feeling that they cannot win. Only the gods of death in the 11th team, no matter how tired they are physically and mentally, as long as they are still standing, they will choose to continue fighting. These dozen or so members of the 11th team were all carried off the field in the end. For those who lost the battle, the Shinigami of the 11th team were the only ones who did not laugh at them, but would give them encouragement and give them a thumbs up. This made the Shinigami of the other teams feel a little fearful when they looked at the 11th team. It's really helpless. Xiaoyi sighed. The 11th team, as a fighting team, the most important thing is the will to fight. As the first line of defense of the Seriidii, we must have the courage to draw our swords and fight in the face of a strong enemy. Of course, if you want everyone in the 11th team to maintain this will to fight, the most important thing is to let everyone understand the meaning of their fight and what they are protecting. Speaking of this, Xiaoyi looked up at Jingle Chunsui, Kyo band leader. I understand that there is light and darkness in this world. In order to protect their own interests, interests. Some beings even do not hesitate to do things that violate public order and good customs and challenge the bottom line of human morality. I hope that this kind of thing will never happen to the members of the 11th team. Otherwise, when everyone realizes what they are guarding, morale collapses, and it is simply a matter of breeze. If someone issues a call to repeat the story of Captain Yamamoto, it is not impossible. Hearing Xiaoye's words, the three captains around him immediately fell silent. They all understood the deep meaning conveyed in Xiaoye's words. Yukite Jushiro is a lower-ranking nobleman of Suriidai, Kairaku Shunsui is a high-ranking nobleman, and Kuchiki Jinsuzu is the head of one of the four nobles. As nobles, they can naturally better understand how some nobles can become brutal by relying on their status. If all the nobles are killed, there will inevitably be wronged. But if you kill four and put one, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. As for the reenactment of Captain Yamamoto's story mentioned by Xiaoye, the three of them were even more shocked. More than 1,000 years ago, the nobles of Suriidai were even more presumptuous and unscrupulous than they are now. At that time, the life of non-aristocrats was no different from that of the people of Flowing Soul Street, and they were always persecuted by certain nobles. Until later, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni unified the strong people of the Soul Society with absolute strength, established a killer group, invaded the Surie court, and slaughtered many evil nobles. If it weren't for the later realization that he was not suitable for management, and at the same time, in order to maintain the stability of the Suriidai, he only took over the defense work and did not intervene in the management, leaving the nobles with a chance to breathe, and the current Suriidai might have become the territory of the gods of death, and the nobles would have disappeared long ago. Obviously, Natsui's words were intended to warn the nobles of the Suriidai through them that if they did not want to repeat the mistakes of 1,000 years ago, they should not easily touch the 11 first team. Of course, the reason why Kairaku Shunsui and the others are silent is that Xiaoye does have the potential to be compared with Captain Yamamoto. Summer Night Kid, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Just before Jingle Shunsui and the others spoke, an old but powerful voice sounded behind them. It was Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni. The Shinigami currently on the field can't even liberate the Zanpakuto, and in the eyes of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni, their battle is tantamount to a child's play. However, as the captain of the Gotiei 13th team, he could not dampen the confidence of these young people, and the will to fight shown by the members of the 11th team also made Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni feel very pleased. This is how death should be. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you must not flinch and draw your sword to fight. However, he didn't expect that as a junior he was optimistic about Xiaoye would have such radical ideas. Indeed, when he was young, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni was eager to clean up the dirt of Suriidai. Years of experience have taught him that sometimes some details can be ignored for the sake of the bigger picture. Captain, you have been in a high place for a long time, maybe you have forgotten the pain at the bottom? And I'm different, I was still struggling in the quagmire last year. Xiaoye didn't get up, just leaned back and stared up at Yamamoto Genryosei Shigekuni. Matsumoto Runju is my important family. Before entering Mao's spiritual academy, she was attacked by death and almost died. Captain, I must investigate this matter to the end. Anyone who wants to stop my investigation will be regarded as an enemy by me, including the captain. If the captain can give me a satisfactory explanation, I will conscientiously perform the duties of the 11th squad, be the captain of the 11th squad, and protect the Suriidai with me in Runju. But, what if I finally find out and the captain is standing opposite me? Although Natsuki knew very well that the person who hurt Matsumoto Ranjiku was Aizen Sasuke, he also did not believe that Aizen Sasuke could single-handedly deceive the entire Gotiei 13 team for hundreds of years. Around Aizen Sasuke, there must be loyal followers. Not to mention the others, when Aizen Sasuke went out, the god of death who was monitored by Mako Hirako for him was one of them. After all, Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto Kagami Hanasu Ajetsu is not creating illusions, but the ability to control the five senses. He can make people think of a mosquito as a dragon, and it feels like a dragon, and the feeling of Ryatsu is like a dragon. But this has to be based on having a mosquito. Sasuke Aizen cannot create out of thin air. If you really think that Aizen's subordinates only have Ikimara Jin and Tosinya, it is really naive. Aizen can grow to the peak of the god of death and knows the many secrets of the Soul Society. He must have spent a lot of time in the Great Spirit Book corridor. Under normal circumstances, even the captains of each squad only have one chance to enter the Great Spirit Book corridor, and there is a time limit. Only the Tsunaya family, which manages the Great Spirit Book corridor, has the privilege of entering at any time. It can be said that the Tsunaya family may be one of the aristocrats who cooperated with Aizen. Although Natsuki can't use Aizen Sasuke now, if the Tsunayoshiro family is caught by him, Natsuya will definitely not be soft. Besides, if the nobles in the Suraitai follow the logic of the pirate achievement system, are they equivalent to the celestial dragons of the pirate world? Will killing the world aristocrat celestial dragon also activate the achievement? Moreover, this achievement is at least a purple high-level achievement. I just don't know, if I really kill the nobles, will the central 46th room want me and turn my
myself into a pirate? In that case, can you directly start the pirate career route without relying on blur? These thoughts flashed through Xiaoya's mind. He had already mastered the Bankai of the Zanpakuto, and even if Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni wanted to do it, Natsuya was confident that he could escape with Matsumoto Runju.
Of course, at the moment, Xiaoyi still lacks the means to open the door through the boundary. If he had mastered a door through the realm and could freely travel between the Soul Society and the present world, then he would have no weaknesses.
Can't beat it, can't it be avoided? With the anger between Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto, after all, Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto Kagami Shuagetsu is not to create illusions, but to manipulate the five senses.
He can make people think of a mosquito as a dragon, and the feeling of touching it is also a dragon, and the feeling of Ryatsu is like that of a dragon.
But the premise is that there must be a mosquito. Sasuke Aizen cannot create out of thin air.
If you really think that Aizen's subordinates only have Ikemara Jin and Tozen, it would be really naive and ridiculous. Aizen was able to grow to the peak of the god of death and master the many secrets of the Soul Society, and definitely spent a lot of time in the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Normally, even the captains of each squad have only one chance to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor, and they are limited by time. Only the Tsunaya family, which manages the Great Spirit Book Corridor, can enter at any time. It can be said that the Tsunaya family may be one of the nobles who cooperated with Aizen.
Now Natsuya can't shake Aizen Sasuke for the time being, but if the Tsunayo family is caught by him, Natsuya will never show mercy.
Besides, if the nobles in the Suraitai follow the logic of the pirate achievement system, are they the celestial dragons in the pirate world? If you kill the world nobleman celestial dragon, can you activate the achievement? And, at least it's a purple high-level achievement. However, if I really kill the nobles, will the Central 46th Room want me and make me a pirate? In that case, can I start a pirate career route without blurring? These thoughts flashed through Xiaoya's mind. Now that he has mastered the Bankai of the Zanpakuto, even if Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni wants to do it, Natsuya is confident that he can escape with Matsumoto Runju. Of course, at present, Summer Knights still lack the means to open the door through the boundary. Once he mastered a gate through the realm and could travel back and forth between the Soul Society and the present world at will, then he had no weaknesses.
If you can't beat it, can't you hide?
Seeing that the atmosphere between Xiaoyi and Captain Yamamoto was becoming more and more tense, Kayaraka Shunsui said, "Mama,
old man, if you are so angry now, doesn't it confirm what Xiaoyi said? The Suriting court is not worthy of his protection?
If there is really a problem with the Suriitii, what we need to do is to change it little by little."
Didn't you do the same thing back then, old man, and have already succeeded? I believe in you and believe in us.
Seriously, what Xiaoyi said just now was a reminder to me. If the Suriitii I protect is to allow those guys to kill others at will, then such a Suriitii might as well be destroyed.
Speaking of this, Jingle Shuansue's tone couldn't help but be a little lower. He remembered the misfortune of his eldest brother and sister-in-law. If it was those guys who were protected, would there be any meaning to exist in this world? Kayaraku.
A hint of worry flashed in Yukate's eyes.
As a close friend of Kayaraku Chunsui, he is also a witness to the transformation of Kayaraku Chunsui from a prodigal son.
The head of the Kayaraku family and the head of the Ayase family both died for some reason, and the Kayaraku family still survived, and Kayaraku Shunsui at that time was a disciple of Captain Yamamoto, who hurriedly took over the position of the head of the family and maintained his position as a superior nobleman. The Ayase family is a matrilineal family, and after the death of Kayaraka Shuansue's sister-in-law, her daughter did not inherit the position of head of the family, which eventually led to the disappearance of the Ayase family in the history of the Soul Society. The nobles behaved like hyenas. However, the Central 46 rooms are made up of a group of hyenas. The 13th team of the guard even had to accept the leadership of the Central 46th room, although Kayaraka Shunsui understands Yamamoto's obsession with protecting the Suriitii. But over the years, those nobles have caused a lot of trouble, right? It is precisely because of the old man Yamamoto that these things have not been followed. Otherwise, Suriitii would not say that there would be rebellions at the end of 3 days, but small-scale attacks on nobles would definitely become a common phenomenon.
Jingle, are you going to resist the old man?
This, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's gaze narrowed slightly, and in an instant, Jingle Shunsui felt the teacher's anger, as if it could break out at any time.
Captain.
Just when Xiaoyu was about to stand up and face Captain Yamamoto with Kayaraka Shunsui, Kachiki Jinsuzu suddenly spoke. Now is the time for everyone to communicate with the 13 teams of Godai, and other matters will be discussed after the exchange match. The problems that exist in the Suriting court will not disappear because we don't mention them. As the head of the Kuchiki family, it is indeed my problem that I failed to manage the nobles well and set an example for other nobles.
Captain Xiaoyi, if you find something, can you leave it to me to deal with?
The old man will definitely give Captain Xiaoyi a satisfactory explanation.
Kuchiki Inling's words instantly dispelled the heavy atmosphere of several people around him.
As the head of the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, he shoulders the responsibility of guiding the nobles to maintain their glory. family, and of course has his own norms. If some nobles are exposed for their evil deeds, the Kuchiki family also has the right to punish them. Although Natsuki knew in his heart that it was almost impossible for the Kuchiki family to sanction the Tsuneyeo family, but since Kuchiki Jinsuzu expressed his position in front of him, Xiaoyi was also willing to give him a face. Seeing that Xiaoyi's attitude had eased slightly, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni snorted coldly and then said nothing more and returned to his seat with his cane. Since the voices of Xiaoyi and the others were not small, the captains present naturally heard the content of their dispute with Captain Yamamoto. They were not ignorant of the darkness of Suriitii. However, as the high-ranking members of the nobility, they did not dare to let the darkness affect them, so they chose to ignore it. As long as they don't provoke them, everyone can live in harmony. Now, Xiaoyi's more sincere attitude has impressed many captains, especially Mako Hirako and Luka Chuanchi, who came out of Flowing Soul Street. Their affection for Xiaoyi is rapidly heating up. However, they also understand that it is still Captain Yamamoto who really provides protection for these nobles. Everything is for the Suriitii. This is Captain Yamamoto's belief. Any attempt to subvert the Suriitii will be met with a strong counterattack from him. Therefore, they are not optimistic about Natsuki, but this does not prevent them from believing that Natsuyo will bring some positive changes to the current Suriitii. Judging from the current situation, the leader of the Kyo band, Captain Yukitake, and Captain Kuchiki are all on the side of Natsuyi. Even if Captain Yamamoto's previous attitude was harsh, everyone could tell that he valued Natsuki. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I am afraid he would have been sent away directly. And Captain Yamamoto only warned Natsuki a few words, and most of his anger was vented on the Kyo band leader, which is enough to show Yamamoto's love for Natsuki. Perhaps, Captain Yamamoto is also eager for change, but for him, the stability of Suriitii is the most important thing, so he pins the change on Natsuki for the change of the Soul Society? Natsuki shook his head and put this thought aside. No matter what Captain Yamamoto had in mind, he would only act according to his own wishes. Even if he had to confront Captain Yamamoto in the end, he didn't care. The conflict between the captains did not affect the other Shinigami. Everyone only saw Captain Yamamoto suddenly leave the table, and after saying a few words with Captain Kyo, Captain Yukitake, Captain Natsuya, and Captain Kuchiki, he returned to his seat again. They didn't know that a confrontation between the captains just now was about to break out. As time went by, the Shinigami on the field became stronger and stronger. At this time, those who entered the ring were all seat officials in various divisions who could liberate Zanpakuto. Such a battle finally aroused a trace of interest from the captains. Although these young battles still seemed immature in their eyes, the abilities of various Zanpakuto opened their eyes. Similarly, whether the power of the Zanpakuto can be exerted depends on the fighting experience and instinct of the Shinigami. Among the 6th class Ryatsu, that did not liberate the Zanpakuto, the 11 first team dominated the 11 first team, and almost every 11 first team Shinigami could defeat more than 3 opponents. However, at this stage, although the Shi officials of the 11th first team still have a certain advantage, the gap is no longer obvious compared to the Shi officials of other divisions. Even, some of the 11th first team Shinigami have been defeated before they can win. This can't be helped. The 11th team's officers, most of the Zanpakuto's abilities are direct attack, and after liberation, they have a high bonus to physical strength, but they lack fancy abilities. This characteristic allows the 11th team officers to quickly end the battle when fighting against other division officers. But if you encounter the ability to restrain, you will fall into passivity and eventually lose. Compared with the previous battles of the soldiers, the number of battles of the officers was much less. After all, each squad only had a maximum of 20 officers, and some squadrons even had vacancies. The actual number of strong people who can complete the liberation of the Zanpakuto is very small. At this time, when the thin body stepped into the ring, Natsuya's eyes lit up. Ikimaru Jin is on the field. Not surprisingly, as a genius, Ikimaru Jin easily defeated the 5 seats of the 11 IBA team without even liberating the Zanpakuto. Sure enough, Captain Natsuya is right. This guy has the power to fight Ichino Sans. Although they failed, the 5 seats of the 11th team were not surprised. As early as 3 months ago, when Ikimaru Jin and Aizen vice-captains went to the 11th team, Captain Natsuya had already told them that although Ikimaru Jin had 5 seats, his strength was not inferior to that of Ichino Sans. After 3 months of penance, his strength has improved significantly, yet he still doesn't think he can match Ichino Sans. After all, he hasn't even been able to force out the liberation of the Ikimaru Jin Zanpakuto, which is enough to show how stark the gap between the two sides is. Ikimaru Jin was not surprised by Natsuya's perception of his own strength. After all, he had already liberated the Zanpakuto when he assessed Natsuya. Although he still had some strength that had not been shown, with Natsuya's current strength he could easily judge Ikimaru Jin's strength range. However, what puzzled Ikimaru Jin was how could the 3 seats of the 11th first team be so weak? If I remember correctly, this 3rd seat was the vice-captain of the 11th first team before Captain Natsuya joined the 11th first team. Such strength does not seem to match the combat team.
After seeing Ikemaro-jin's victory, Captain Hirako leaned forward slightly on Natsui and looked at Mako Hirako, who was sitting in the third position to the left of Captain Yamamoto. Hearing Natsuya's call, Hirako Mako raised her eyebrows. Captain Natsuya, you can't afford to lose, right? This exchange battle was originally a contest between the
5th Division led by Mako Hirako and the 11th Division led by Natsuya, with the aim of allowing the Shinigami of the two divisions to better understand each other. Before Ikemaro-jin made a move, the Shinigami of the 5th Division hardly got any benefit from the members of the 11th Division, causing Mako Hirako's face to look
a little gloomy.
As the captain of the rescue team, he originally wanted to pull Xiaoyi so as not to be held accountable for the heavy casualties of the subordinates of the division, but he did not expect that the strength of the members of the 11th first team exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the appearance of Ikemaro-jin made Mako Hirako restore some face. Otherwise, as a rescue team, the supporting troops are not as good as the troops that need support, which is simply a joke.
Now that Ikemaro-jin has defeated the 11th team in a row, Xiaoyi came to find himself. Is it because he is anxious? Although the two
divisions only communicate and do not set rewards for winning or losing, for the captains, the brilliance of face is the greatest pleasure.
Where? Xiaoyi smiled slightly.
Hirako Mako is a straightforward person, and if he can become a friend, he will feel free to hand over his back to the other party. I just think that Captain Hirako's 5th Division is full of talents, and my 11th squad has lost a lot of powerful Shinigami
because of the previous captain.
Natsui said, at present, the 11th squad is in dire need of a Shinigami who can stand on its own. I think the 5 seats of the Ikemaro in your squad are good, and I would like to ask Captain Hirako for help.
Oh, Hirako Mako's eyes shrank, and her expression was serious. Do you want to invite Ikemaro Goseki to join the 11th first team?
Yes, the position of vice captain of the 11th team is still vacant, and I think Ikemaro Gosei has the ability to hold this position.
Vice captain. Hirako Mako showed a surprised look. I have to say that Natsui is really generous enough. Captain Natsuya, you have to go to Ikemaro Goseki in person to say this.
Although I am their captain, I have no right to make decisions for them, but I can promise you, as long as Ikemaro-jin agrees, you can take him away directly after the exchange match.
Thank you. Natsui thanked Hirako Mako, and then turned his gaze to the ring.
At this time, it was Ichinos Maki of the 11th team who was fighting against Ikemaro-jin.
Both sides have used their true strength to liberate their respective Zanpakuto, and the eruption of Ryatsu makes the spirit in his body shine. In the opening stage of the battle, Ichinos Maki once suppressed Ikemaro-jin with his Zanpakuto ability.
However, when Ikemaro-jin became familiar with Ichinos Maki's abilities, Ichinos' stealth ability could no longer pose a threat to him. The sharpshooter after the first release can be extended by tens of meters, and with a light swing, Ikemaro-jin included the entire ring in the attack range, forcing Ichinos Maki to confront him
head-on.
The long and short blade was unpredictable in Ikemaro-jin's hands, allowing Ichinos Maki to concentrate on it, and if he was not careful, he would be easily defeated by Ikemaro-jin.
In the end, Maki Ichinos was defeated by Ikemaro-jin. Natsui couldn't help but applaud this wonderful matchup. I'm sorry, Captain Natsui, I lost. Ichinos Maki knelt down on one knee and bowed his head to apologize to Natsui.
As the former vice-captain of the 11th first team, he was defeated by the 5 seats of the 5th division, which was simply a disgrace to the 11th first team.
It doesn't have to be like this, Ichino say. Xiaoyi waved his hand gently. Losing to Ikemaro Gosei is actually not something unacceptable.
After all, not long ago, I was just defeated by Ikemaro Gingo.
As long as you are better now than you were yesterday, it is not a failure.
After comforting Maki Ichinos, Natsuyo's gaze turned to Ikemaro-jin. Silver, come and join the 11th first team. I hope you can serve as the vice-captain of the 11th first team.
Ikemaro-in looked up and looked at the summer night in surprise.
He didn't expect that after defeating the former vice-captain of the 11th first team, Natsui would invite him to become the vice-captain of the 11th first team.
Silver, come and be my vice-captain.
Natsui once again repeated the previous invitation. Captain Hirako of your team also said that as long as you agree, you can transfer your team membership to the 11th team at any time. I can assure you that as long as you join the 11th team and become the vice-captain, then I will guide you in your swordsmanship cultivation at any time. Speaking of this, Xiaoyi paused slightly. You have fought with me before, so you should know my attainments in swordsmanship. After fighting with you, I have made a breakthrough in swordsmanship, so I was able to defeat the former captain of the 11th army. With your talent, there is absolutely no problem in cultivating to my current state. What do you think?
Ikemaru's Silver fell silent. It is undeniable that Natsui's proposal is very attractive to him.
Over the past year or so, Ikemaro-jin has gradually realized the gap between himself and Aizen Sasuke. Under Aizen's guidance, everything he learned did not go beyond Aizen's scope, and the only thing he could rely on was his own Zanpakuto's ability.
And the swordsmanship of Summer Nights, Ikemaro-in has already seen it.
It was a kendo technique that was completely different from the slashing technique he learned from Aizen. If you can master such swordsmanship, you will definitely add confidence to your chances of winning.
Want to accept this invitation? But if he leaves Aizen's side, will he still have a chance to discover Aizen's flaws? Seeing that Ikemaru-in did not refuse immediately, Xia Yi was overjoyed. Silver, I call you that, you won't mind, will you? No, the market is silver, and shakes its head. Although he should be slightly older in terms of age, in the world of Shinigami, strength is the key to determining seniority.
Not to mention that Xia Yi just called him by his name. Even if he called him by an insulting nickname, he couldn't help it. Unless he can surpass Xia Yi in strength, then he is qualified to reject the goodwill or malice that others impose on him. Jin, I know that Vice Captain Aizen has a kindness to you, so you are very grateful to him and want to repay him. But that doesn't mean you have to be subordinate to Vice Captain Aizen all the time.
On the contrary, only if your strength improves, your reward to Aizen's Vice Captain will be more meaningful. Think about it, if one day your strength completely surpasses that of Vice Captain Aizen, wouldn't your reward for him be more generous?
I think if Vice Captain Aizen knew that you had such an idea, he would definitely support you to leave the 5th Division and come to the 11th Division as the Vice Captain.
After all, in the 5th Division, you are only 3 seats at most,
and in the 11th team, you will become the Vice Captain of one person and above thousands of people. Even, in the future, after your strength improves, you can directly challenge me and become the new captain of the 11th team after defeating me.
What do you think, Vice Captain Aizen? The last sentence, Natsuki said to Aizen Sasuke.
At some point, Aizen Sasuke had already come to the bottom of the ring.
Yes, Silver. Aizen smiled and said to Ikemara Jin, I have taught you everything I can teach you.
Moreover, Captain Xia Yi's attainments in swordsmanship are unmatched even by me. Following Captain Xia Yi can allow you to achieve greater growth. In addition, I am also very interested in Captain Xia Yi's swordsmanship, and after you achieve something, I can also spy on the mystery of Captain Xia Yi's swordsmanship through you.
That's right.
Ikemara Jin took a deep look at Aizen Sasuke. It seemed that Aizen was indeed full of interest in Natsugo's swordsmanship.
Captain Summer Knight, please give me more advice in the future. Ha ha ha, it's my honor. With Ikemara Jin's consent, Natsuki laughed and took out the armband of the vice captain of the 11th First Team from his pocket and threw it at Ikemaro Jin. Ichino-sans, you first take the vice captain Ikemaru to the 11th First Team to get to know everyone. Yes, Captain Summer Knight. For his failure to become the vice captain of the 11th First Team, Maki Ichinos didn't have much idea.
After all, the 11th team is the strongest, and Ikemaro Jin defeated him in the ring, proving that Ikemaro Jin's strength was above him. In addition, the age gap between the two made Ichinos Maki understand that although he continued to serve as the vice captain of the 11th team, he may not be able to continue to maintain
his current position after Captain Natsuya invited Ikemaro Jin to join.
Ikemaro Jin was already a famous genius before the appearance of Captain Natsuya, and completed his studies
at Mao Ryujutsu Academy in just 1 year, and joined the 5th Division after successfully graduating.
A year later, Ikemaro Jin is already in the 5th position of the 5th Division, and today he is the vice captain of the 11th First Team. Come to think of it, if you give Ikemaro Jin another 10 years, he may not be able to reach the level of the captains.
As for himself, Maki Ichinos knew in his heart that the vice captain was already his limit.
Maybe he can go further on the road of vice captain in the future, but becoming a captain is an unattainable dream.
Congratulations.
Kayaraka Shunsui was the first to congratulate Natsuki, Ikemaro's talent. Even I feel ashamed of myself. I think that after a while, the 11th
team may have one more strong person with the strength of the captain.
The strongest of the Gotei 13 is the captain of each division. Generally speaking, those who have third-class spiritual power and have completed the Zanpakuto Bankai are qualified to serve as captains. However, in some cases, if the captain of the Gotei 13 team is full, those who have not become captains but have third-class spiritual power and Zanpakuto Bankai training are said to have the strength of captains.
At present, the recognized non-captain level strength is the vice-captain of the first team.
Ikemaro Jin already has a 5th-class spiritual power at a young age, and will inevitably become a captain-level powerhouse in the next 10 to 20 years. For the god of death who has lived for more than 1,000 years, 10 or 20 years is just an instant. At that time, the 11th division will be the only team in the 13th division to have 2 captain-level powerhouses.
Ha, this is also why everyone deliberately let me. Xia Yi smiled.
Indeed, the god of death with captain-level potential is extremely sought after in various divisions. For the captains, their status is respected, and they naturally need to perform their duties as captains, and no one wants to be restrained. If you can have a captain-level powerhouse under your command to handle affairs, you can be freed from the captain's duties and be chic and comfortable. Why not do it? Ikemaro Jin was awarded the vice-captain's armband by the captain of the 11th team Summer Knight and became the vice-captain of the 11th team, and the climax of this exchange match also followed.
Although there is no additional reward for the winner of the exchange match, if you are favored by the captain, isn't it the greatest reward to become a vice-captain like Ikemaro Jin? For a while, the vice-captains of each division ended one after another.
Nozomi Omida of the 2nd division defeated defeated the 3rd Jinjinjiro of the 6th Division and then was defeated by the 3 RD Division's Sentetsu Sakujo. After Sentetsu of the shooting field, the vice-captain of the 12th Division, Saruki Hizuri, was defeated by the vice-captain of the 7th Division, Katsuba Yuman. Then, the 9th Division's vice-captain Konanbai came on the field but also lost at the hands of Katsuba Yuman. However, Kotsubaki Yuman, who had defeated 2 vice-captains in a row, realized that he could not complete a 3-game winning streak and chose to end the game. The next to play was Lisa Yamaru, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, but she was defeated by a young man with brown skin and blue eye patches in the 9th Division. Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in my 9th Division. This surprised the captain of the 9th Division, Luka Kenksi. With the strength of this young man, if he shows it, he will definitely be reused by Luka Kenksi. Even if he can't compete with Konanbai for the position of vice-captain due to personal relationships, at least 3 seats. Xia Yi chuckled. What are you kidding? With the strength of Lu Che Quanxi, do you want Dong Xian to work for him? It's simply too much to think. Today's Dong Xian Yao may have completed the cultivation of Bankai. If Xia Yi guessed correctly, the blindfold worn by Dong Xian Yao at this time must be from the hand of Aizen Sasuke, which concealed Dong Xian's spiritual pressure in the 4th level of spiritual power. If the blindfold is removed, Dong Xian Yao's strength is definitely stronger than Lu Che Quanxi's. So far, among the teams participating in the exchange tournament this time, only the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Sasuke Aizen, and the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Susumi Kochiki, have not yet left. Everyone knows that the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Susumi Kochiki, is not in good physical condition, and I am afraid he will not play in this exchange match. Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Sasuke Aizen on the side of the ring. During the exchange match, Sasuke Aizen has been around the ring, helping the injured Shinigami to send them to the 4th Division for treatment with hanging stars, which attracted a lot of popularity. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, Aizen Sasuke gently adjusted his glasses, and the smile on the corner of his mouth made countless female Shinigami fall in love with him. Open. Aizen is a guy. In the captain's seat, Natsuya stared at Aizen Sasuke, who appeared at the end, and already understood in his heart why the exchange between the 5th Division and the 11th team turned into an exchange between the Gotei 13 Shinigami, and Aizen Sasuke was undoubtedly the driving force behind it. Only in this way can Aizen Sasuke successfully control the minds of most of the Shinigami in Saraiti, causing them to fall into his mirror flower water moon. 9th Division Dong Xian Yao, please advise. In the ring, Tozen, who had dirty braids, was about to pull out his Zanpakuto and point at Aizen Sasuke. Oh no, it's really a headache. Aizen Sasuke smiled helplessly and shook his head. My Zanpakuto Kagami flower water moon, once liberated, will release a fog that will envelop the entire battlefield, confuse the enemy's vision, and let those enemies who fall into the fog kill each other because they can't see the situation clearly. However, Your Excellency Tozen, you are blind, so naturally you are not affected by my Zanpakuto ability. You can be said to be my biggest nemesis. Despite this, many captains do not think that Aizen Sasuke has no chance of winning. Dong Xian Yao once defeated the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Yayanmaru Lisa, although there is a relationship of restraint, but Tozen Yao's strength is undoubtedly also the vice-captain of the 4th class Lingwei. Aizen Sasuke has an excellent reputation in the Gotei 13 team and has helped many people. Although Hirako Mako has a grudge against him in her heart, she has to admit that she can't find a flaw in Aizen Sasuke. Among the inductions of many captains, Aizen Sasuke's Ryatsu was extremely stable. Even if the opposite Tozen wanted to liberate the Zanpakuto, the Ryatsu skyrocketed, forming a sky-high Ryatsu pillar of light. Aizen Sasuke still did not change at all. This means that he has almost perfect control over his spiritual sun. Even, what he shows may just be the appearance he wants to show everyone. Under this calm lake, there may be an abyss hidden. The captains were shocked. Perhaps, the spirit of the vice-captain of Aizen has been promoted to the 3rd class captain level of spiritual power. However, I don't know if he has completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, but no matter what, always give it a try. What if I win? Under the gaze of many gods of death, Aizen Sasuke pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. The tip of the knife hung down, holding the handle of the Zanpakuto upside down, and pronouncing the words of liberation in his mouth. Break it, mirror flower water moon. In an instant, the ring was filled with thick fog, and the gods of death could only vaguely hear the sounds coming from the fog, relying on these sounds to imagine the fierce battle in the fog. Tweet chung chung, buzz. As Dong Xian wanted to drink low, a slight trembling sound sounded from the Zanpakuto in his hand. The captains of Xia Yi, who were closer to Dong Xian, could feel an invisible fluctuation that was disturbing their senses and trying to hypnotize them. However, because the gap between the two sides was too large, this genjutsu could not affect them at all. The genjutsu system Zanpakuto? It's really rare. The duel between two genjutsu type Zanpakuto is indeed very interesting. However, as Vice Captain Aizen said, his ability is completely restrained by the 9th Division's Tozen, and it is not easy to win. The captains in their seats listened to the movement in the fog and thought about it. Aizen's Vice
captain's Zanpakuto ability seems to be really useless to Tozen.
He can directly spot the figure of the vice captain Aizen and get close to fight him. Hearing the conversation of these captains, Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After his haki broke through to foresee the future, the scope and accuracy of his exploration were greatly improved. Otherwise, how could he achieve the effect of foreseeing the future? Now, what Xiaoyi saw was no different from other captains, and the ring was full of white mist.
Open. But Xiaoyi's haki could clearly sense the Ryatsu of Aizen Sasuke and Tosenyaku, and it didn't move at all.
The movement they heard, the Ryatsu collision they sensed in the fog, were all illusions under the control of Aizen Sasuke. Mirror flowers and water moons can control people's five senses, completely hypnosis. And seeing and smelling domineering is the sixth sense that transcends the five human senses. What's more, Xiaoyi cultivated the haki of seeing and smelling to the advanced stage. As long as he turns on the domineering nature of seeing and smelling, he will naturally not be fooled by the mirror flower water moon.
Because of this, Natsuya dared to enter the game and face Aizen Sasuke's Kyoka Suigetsu.
In this way, he can divert Aizen Sasuke's gaze, and at most he can only understand himself through Ikemara Jin. Of course, Xiaoyi also knew in his heart that this might not be the limit of Aizen Sasuke.
Always like this, Aizen Sasuke never showed his Bankai.
Perhaps, the beginning of Jingawa Shueiwei is to control the five senses, and complete liberation is to control the sixth sense? It's just that the gods of death have almost no sixth sense abilities, so Aizen Sasuke's Bankai has not worked. Perhaps, Kyoka Susuke's Bankai can materialize the damage in the Genjutsu and make the Genjutsu a reality, but this ability is obviously far inferior to Aizen Sasuke himself, so he didn't use it. In any case, Natsuya at least understood that he could not be affected by Kyoka Susuke, which was enough. After a while, if he cultivated his haki to the realm of reading minds and listening to the voice of all things, then he would be able to completely ignore Aizen Sasuke's Kyoka Suigetsu. Before Aizen completely fuses the collapsed jade, there will be no big change in strength, and at this stage, it will take at least more than 100 years.
And what about Xiaoyi?
As long as he achieves the corresponding achievement, his strength changes almost every day, and the improvement is huge.
More than 100 years, for Xiaoyi, it is enough for him to grow.
After turning off the haki of seeing and smelling, Natsuya, like the other captains, enjoyed the opera created by Aizen Sasuke.
I lost.
The white mist dissipated, Aizen Sasuke shook his head and smiled bitterly, and the Zanpakuto that Tozen wanted was right in
front of his neck. 9th Division, Donson wants to win.
Seeing that the captains did not say a word, the vice captain of the Sparrow Department stepped forward to separate Tozen from Aizen, raised Tozen's hand, and announced the final winner of this exchange match.
Oh, Dong Xian, Dong Xian.
Suddenly, the gods of death in the field cheered for Dong Xian. Although it was not the people of his own team who stood in the ring in the end,
judging from the battles, Toxian did want more strength than those vice captains. After so many battles, only Chitetsu and Toxian had to defeat two vice captains in a row. Obviously, the gold content of Risayakan Maru and Sasuke Aizen is far better than that of Saragamaki Hiyori and Konambai.
Anyone who knows them knows that the reason why the vice captain can become the vice captain is because of the close relationship between the captain. Then, I announced that this exchange match. Wait, vice captain of the Bird Club. Just as Chojiro was about to announce the successful conclusion of the exchange match, Aizen Sasuke spoke.
What's wrong? Aizen's vice captain.
Deputy captain of the Sparrow Department, it is rare for the 13th team to hold such an exchange. Under normal circumstances, it is rare for the captains to gather together.
Why don't you take this opportunity to let everyone see the strength of the captains?
After all, although we know the strength of the captain, how much worse we are compared to the captains, and we have countless in our hearts. If we can see the tip of the iceberg of the captains, it will also give us a clearer goal and direction to work on. The vice captain of the Sparrow Department hesitated for a moment and looked at the 13 captains in his seat. He was just a vice captain, and it was not up to him to decide whether to fight or not.
Captain Yamamoto, what do you think? Aizen asked Captain Yamamoto.
The conversation between the two was not small, and with the ability of the
captains, they could naturally hear their communication.
Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the 13 captains were different. The captain of the 6th Division, Kochiki Jinsuzu, frowned, obviously feeling that it was unseemly to fight in front of everyone.
The captain of
the 2nd Division, Yoruchi Shiffenjin, and the captain of the 9th Division, Kensai Rokura, looked eager to try.
The captain of the 7th
Division, Ikawa Rabu, was expressionless, and it was difficult to see what he was thinking. The captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikafune, yawned. Only Captain Yamamoto and Retsu Unohana of the 4th Division were threatening her, and the others did not arouse her interest. The captain of the 13th Division, Shishiro Yukitake, showed worry. He had the intention to let everyone experience the strength of the captain, but his physical condition was not good, and if he fell ill after playing, it would not be good to leave an unreliable impression on everyone. In the battle of the captains, if the strength is similar, it is not impossible to fight for a few hours without being able to determine the winner or loser.
Xiaoyi spoke at. This time, I saw him stand up, his figure flashed, and he appeared in the ring. This exchange match was originally jointly initiated by our 11th team and the 5th division. Then, let's have an exchange battle with Captain Heizi as the end.
How, Captain Hirako? Ha, this couldn't be better. Hirako Mako's mouth was wide open, revealing her neat white teeth, and she jumped directly from her seat to the opposite side of Natsuya.
Seeing this, the
vice captain of the Sparrow Department, Sasuke Aizen, and Tozen asked the three of them to leave the ring in a hurry to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the captain's battle. Natsuyi invited Mako Hirako as the final match of the exchange match, which made many captains appreciate him even more. As captains, although they are eager to fight, they will not be so high profile, as if they are performing acrobatics, making people think of themselves as spectators. However, Vice Captain Aizen made such a suggestion at this time, and if they didn't react at all, it was bound to disappoint the Shinigami in the team. Now, Natsuyi directly invited Mako Hirako to take on the final battle with the exchange of the 11th team and the 5th division, which not only satisfied the curiosity of the team members, but also maintained the demeanor of the captains, which can be called the best of both worlds.
Summer Night Ghost, I won't show mercy. Hirako Mako pulled out her Zanpakuto and looked sideways at Natsuyi. If you are beaten and cried by me next, I won't come to comfort you.
Xiaoya's face suddenly froze. This guy Mako Hirako was really angry. Although he knew in his heart that Mako Hirako had no malice, he still felt a burst of unhappiness.
However, he couldn't do anything about this situation.
Toshiro Hitsugaya has been the captain for many years, and is still regarded as a child by other captains. And he was younger than Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Xiaoyi knew in his heart that it might take him 30 to 50 years to grow into a young man. In desperation, ordinary people can become old men in 30 to 50 years, but the soul essence of the god of death is very high. The stronger the Ryatsu, the longer the lifespan, and the longer the growth time. If Xiaoyi didn't work hard to improve herself, it might really take 30 years. But he will never give up improving his spiritual power because of the growth of his body.
He is different from the winter lion of the Japanese valley.
Hitsugaya Toshiro can't carry his own power, but Natsuya can perfectly control himself, and there will never be a half Bankai situation like Hitsugaya Toshiro. What's more, Xiaoya's strength is not only reflected in Ryatsu, but also in physical strength, domineering, and various tricks, which can greatly increase his upper limit of strength. Captain Hirako, I hope that after the exchange, you can still walk out of the ring with a smile. Originally, Xiaoyi just wanted to have a simple competition with Hirako Mako, but at this moment, he had an urge to beat Hirako to cry. After saying that, Xiaoyi pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed at Hirako Mako. Wow! The slash more than 10 meters high flew out in an instant, almost instantly crossing the distance between Xiaoyi and Hirako Mako, and attacking Hirako Mako. Bell! Hirako Mako blocked with a sword, and his originally nonchalant expression instantly became serious, and the huge force from the slash forced him to hold the hilt of the sword with his other hand. Even so, Mako Hirako was forced to retreat by this slash, and her feet made 2 deep marks on the ground. What a powerful slash! Seeing this scene, all the gods of death, including the captains, widened their eyes. Mako Hirako has been the captain of the 5th division for decades, and his spiritual power is the closest to the second-class spiritual power. Even if he doesn't liberate the Zanpakuto, his strength can be ranked in the middle of the captain. But now, Hirako Mako was repelled by Natsuya's random slash. Although everyone knew that Xiaoyi was a genius in kendo, he was already able to cut through the sword pressure when he was at the Mao Spiritual Academy, but it was so strong that it really exceeded everyone's expectations. Before, everyone thought that Xiaoyi could kill Ghost Strict City Kenpachi because Ghost Strict City was too useless, but looking at it from another position, it doesn't seem to be any different. Finally, Hirako Mako's Ryatsu exploded. Her whole body was shrouded in white Ryatsu, and after a low shout, she pushed Natsuki's slash into the sky. This slashing spiral ascended to the sky and exploded in the air, producing shock waves.
So strong, this is the attack of the 11th team's Summer Night captain?
Outside the ring, many gods of death protected their hands on their heads to resist the violent wind pressure. Otherwise, they didn't expect that Captain Xiaoyi could burst out with such power with a light slash. And all this is still the aftermath of the slash that broke out in the air at a long distance. The captain's blow was already the peak of the vice-captain's reach. At this moment, many gods of death were full of frustration and loss, but some also had a stronger fighting spirit in their hearts. Just like the people of the 11th team, they cheered with excitement. However, they had already accepted Captain Xiaoyi's guidance and began to practice the kendo skills he taught. According to Captain Xiaoyi, as long as he practices hard, even if he can't reach his level in the future, he can cut through steel, soft Ryatsu, and cut handsome slashes. You guy, really? As soon as Hirako Mako bounced Xiaoyi's slash blow, she saw Xiaoyi appear in front of her in an instant, and quickly resisted his attack. Bell bell. A series of sparks flashed around Mako Hirako on a summer night, and every time Mars appeared, a circle of shock waves spread outward, and the ground under their feet was shattered by a huge force.
Captain Hirako, what are you talking about? Don't you see that I only hold a sword in one hand now?
Natsuyi blinked his eyes, pretended to be innocent and and looked at Mako Hirako, and then stared at the hilt of his sword in surprise. "Oh, Captain Hirako, is my strength too strong that you mistakenly think that I went all out? I'm so sorry, Captain Hirako, I didn't know you were so weak." "Damn brat, how can you have so much strength?" Hirako Mako gritted her teeth in her heart. Obviously he had the upper hand in height, but in every collision of swords, he was forced to retreat. You know, he is now fully exploding Ryatsu. Even with the blessing of Ryatsu, he was actually at a disadvantage in the battle with Xiaoyi. Moreover, Xiaoyi's kendo skills are also terrifyingly strong. Obviously, Xiaoyi's attack speed was not fast, but he had no chance to attack at all, and he could only barely fight back. This guy is really only a teenager? Being able to cultivate to the captain realm, Hirako Mako is naturally a genius. However, it took him more than 200 years of hard work to get to where he is today, and Xiaoyi's kendo skills, in the opinion of Mako Hirako, require at least more than 100 years of cultivation to have such combat ability and a keen sense of combat smell. However, the growth of Summer Nights is traceable. A year ago, when Xiaoyi first entered the Mao Spiritual Academy, she knew almost nothing. In just 3 months, he showed his talent in kendo, and then he became unstoppable. He knew that Xiaoyi's strength would definitely surpass him in the future, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyi would easily suppress himself now. Of course, although she thought so in her heart, Mako Hirako's mouth would not miss the opportunity. "Heh, what are you kidding? Who do you think is fighting you?" Hirako Mako sideways avoided Natsuya's attack and then called out the liberation words of her Zanpakuto. "Fall down, reverse brush." "I see." Ryatsu suddenly broke out, and in an instant, the heavens and the earth in Xiaoyi's eyes seemed to be upside down, and Hirako Mako stood in midair under his head and feet. At the same time, Mako Hirako's Zanpakuto also changes, with the hilt transforming into a golden ring that rotates around his wrist. Wow! Xiaoyi slashed out with a sword, obviously attacking Hirako Mako, but strangely flew backwards. Lu Cheichuanchi, Fengqiao Lu Juro, Ikawa Luowu and others sitting in the captain's seats noticed something was wrong. They never expected that the battle between Hirako Mako and Xiaoyi would be forced out of the first solution by Xiaoyi so quickly. When they saw Xiaoyi slashing behind them, the three of them were the first to react. Fengqiao Lu Juro got up and immediately liberated his Zanpakuto, playing it Kinshiro. In an instant, Fengqiao Lu Juro's Zanpakuto turned into a long golden whip with a diamond-shaped gauntlet and a petal-like four-pointed star at the front. He waved his hand casually, and this long whip attacked Xiaoyi's slash. The sharp slash directly knocked Fengqiao Lu Juro's long whip away, and continued to fly out of the ring. Boom! Judging from the power of the previous slash on the summer night, if this slash fell on the crowd outside the ring, it would inevitably cause a large number of casualties of the god of death. Fortunately, Fengqiao Lu Juro stopped him, and the captain of the 9th Division, Lu Cheichuanchi, and the captain of the 7th Division, Ikawa Luowu, had already rushed to the front of the crowd in an instant. Ashes and dust, the wind breaks. Crush him, Tengamaru. With the outbreak of the two Ryatsu, Luka Kensai and Ikawa Rob also completed the liberation of the Zanpakuto. Explosive bomb rush. A white light condensed on Lucha Fist's short Zanpakuto and was swung out by him. The white shockwave collided with the slash, emitting a huge roar, and the scattered wind blew the nearby Shinigami backward. However, Xiaoyi's slash had not yet been shattered, and although it had shrunk a lot, it still flew forward. At this time, Ikawa Luowu had already made a move. The huge mace collided with the slash, and finally shattered Xiaoyi's slash. TSK, what an amazing slash. Although everyone did not use all their strength, this slash that required the three captains to liberate the Zanpakuto to completely shatter made many Shinigami have a deeper understanding of Natsui's strength. Seeing this scene, several captains stood up one after another, and after a few flashes, they stood around the ring. Obviously, the aftermath of Natsuya's battle with Mako Hirako has already posed a threat to the surrounding gods of death. If they were not present to supervise, if the two in the ring fought seriously, I am afraid that it would cause the Shinigami of Siriitii to suffer heavy losses. Sure enough, he is the captain of the 11th team. But what the hell is going on? Why did Captain Xiaoyi suddenly swing his sword backwards? Although everyone was surprised by the strength of Captain Xiaoyi, they were even more curious about why Xiaoyi suddenly launched a slash behind him. Could it be that this has something to do with Captain Hirako's Zanpakuto ability? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why after Captain Hirako liberated the Zanpakuto, Captain Natsuya's attack no longer pointed at Captain Hirako, but turned behind him. Hahaha, have you seen how powerful I am? Looking at Natsuya's movements, from the initial attack to raising hands and feet, sometimes forward, sometimes retreating, Hirako Mako showed a smug smile. My Zanpakuto is called Reverse Brush. Its ability can completely reverse the direction of all actions. You want to move forward, but you're actually going backwards. I want to use my left hand, but it is my right hand that responds to you. Your vision and sense of direction have been completely reversed, and you have lost the power to fight back. If I want to, I can even let you hear my words are the complete opposite. This is really a good ability. Xiaoyi looked up at Hirako Mako, although she had already known Hirako Mako's ability, but after experiencing it firsthand, it was still difficult to change her behavior habits. The more people who integrate cultivation into their bone marrow, the more they will be affected by the breath emitted by Hirako Mako's Zanpakuto. Boom dash. However, Captain Hirako, unfortunately, your ability doesn't seem to have any effect on me. After saying that, Xiaoya's movements suddenly became natural, getting rid of the previous sluggishness and stiffness. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Hirako Mako was so shocked that her eyes almost flew out of her eye sockets. Even those who did not understand his abilities, and even those captains who had been recruited many times, could not regain control of their bodies in just a few seconds. Boom! If you want to recover from the influence of the reverse brush, you must completely reverse your consciousness from your usual habits. This kind of thing is impossible to do in a short period of time. Of course, Captain Hirako, it's also thanks to you giving me time to adapt, Natsuye explained as she approached Hirako Mako. He remembered that the future Mako Hirako successfully injured Aizen Sasuke at first in the battle with Aizen Sasuke, but when Aizen became familiar with the ability of reverse blow, he instantly took control of the opposite consciousness and killed Hirako Mako in one blow. If you had attacked me from the beginning, I would have fallen under your sword. Bang! Unfortunately, I have absolute control over my body, and after a little familiarity, I can forcibly control my body to restore my action and combat ability. Boom! What Xiaoyi said was the secret meaning of return of life that he understood from the Taijutsu Naval 6 styles. After realizing the return of life, Xiaoyi could even use her consciousness to control her hair, not to mention her body with nervous rebellion. As long as consciousness is fully controlled, what does the body's actions have to do with its own will? He can let his consciousness control his body to perform the opposite action just like playing a game. Although this cannot maintain the peak combat power, it is still enough to exert a lot of strength in the battle with Mako Hirako. Captain Hirako, your ability seems to me more suitable for first killing. That is, the moment you liberate the Zanpakuto, you launch a fierce attack on the enemy and cut the enemy under the sword. Otherwise, once your ability is cracked, your advantage will be gone. Speaking of this, Natsuya pointed the Zanpakuto at Mako Hirako. As a return gift to Captain Hirako, please also take a look at my Zanpakuto's ability. Hearing Xiaoya's words, the surrounding gods of death, along with the captains, couldn't help but cheer up. With his swordsmanship, he can suppress Captain Hirako's Summer Night. What amazing ability will Zanpakuto show? Shine Pora Seleno. With Xiaoya's shout, the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a golden light and merged into his body, causing the Ryatsu to suddenly increase by 5 times, and the rich Ryatsu condensed into a golden brilliance on the surface of his body. My Zanpakuto, my name is Pora Seleno. It's the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system. Its ability is to turn me into light. So, Captain Hirako, have you ever been kicked by light? As soon as Xiaoyi finished speaking, his figure turned into countless golden points of light and instantly appeared beside Hirako Mako. At this moment, most of the golden light points converged into the form of Xiaoyi, and his right leg was still shining with golden light. Immediately, Xiaoyi kicked out, and Mako Hirako was kicked away by this leg. Bang bang bang. The huge force caused Mako Hirako's body to rub against the air, and waves of air erupted. This is the sonic boom produced by Mako Hirako's body when it exceeds the speed of sound. Then, during the flight, Mako Hirako spurted out a mouthful of blood and was kicked in the stomach by Natsuye, feeling that her intestines were almost knotted. At this moment, Hirako Mako was instantly beaten back to a normal state, and the liberation of the Zanpakuto was forcibly lifted. Yada mirror. What? Another bombardment, and Mako Hirako suffered a heavy blow again. After a while, several figures appeared beside Mako Hirako, and someone waved above his eyes. Captain Hirako, are you okay? Ahem, ahem. Of course it's okay. Hirako Mako coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, and struggled to get up. It's just a kick. How big of a problem can it be? Then I'm relieved. Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. If Captain Hirako was kicked to death by me, then I will become a murderer. Hirako Mako blared at Xiaoyi. This guy is really upset. As the captain of the 5th Division, how could he be kicked to death? However, Hirako Mako, who was covering her stomach, thought of the strength just now, and thought to herself, if she did it a few more times, maybe she might really be kicked to death. Of course, what shocked Hirako Mako even more was the speed of Summer Nights. It wasn't until he was kicked by Xiaoyi that he realized he had been hit. What kind of speed is this? Not only is it fast, but it is also so powerful. Are you just a teenager? Do you want to let people live? Several people returned to the ring, and Captain Yamamoto announced the end of the exchange meeting, and everyone slowly dispersed. Although Captain Yamamoto did not announce the winner of Captain Natsuya and Captain Heiko, everyone was not a fool. Under normal circumstances, there is a certain gap between Captain Hirako and Captain Natsuya, and as a result, he was forced to be the first to liberate Zanpakuto. In the state of initial solution, Captain Hirako could not resist at all in the hands of Captain Natsu Knight. The powerful captains witnessed the scene where Captain Hirako was kicked away by Captain Natsu Knight. The ordinary gods of death only saw a flash of golden light, and Captain Hirako disappeared into the ring. Then, Captain Summer Night turned into golden light and dissipated. When Captain Natsuya and Captain Heiko came back, Captain Natsuya looked like there was no change, but there were still still a few bright red bloodstains on Captain Hirako's clothes. What made everyone even more talked about was that after the meeting, the Shinigami of the 4th Division rumored that Captain Hirako had secretly found Captain Unohana. Obviously, Captain Hirako was injured, and he was not lightly injured. Otherwise, the 5th Division is not without a god of death who can repair injuries, so why go to the 4th Division to ask Captain Unohana to take action in person? The biggest possibility is that Captain Hirako's injuries are very serious, and only Captain Unohana can heal them. There is no doubt that in the next period of time, the exchange match of the 13th Division will become the focus of everyone's discussion. Those who perform well in the ring will surely become the object of everyone's pursuit, and those who perform poorly depend on the atmosphere of their team. A team with a good atmosphere may have someone to guide them in their practice and help them become stronger. Teams with poor atmosphere, they may be bullied more seriously than before. This can naturally be thought of on summer nights. However, he can only manage his 11th team. The affairs of other divisions must be handled by their captains, vice-captains and officers. Even if he is the captain of the 11th squad, he has no command over other divisions. Perhaps, his voice can alleviate the bullying suffered by these people. But when he left, these people must be greeted by more serious bullying. If you want to completely change the atmosphere of the Gotei 13 team, perhaps it will only be possible after he becomes the captain. Suzuki, you lead everyone back to the team, sort out the team affairs, assign tomorrow's tasks, and pay attention to avoiding those injured team members so that they can rest for a few more days. Yes, Captain Summer Night. Ichino-sans, you take a few people to the 4th Division to take care of our wounded. There are many patients in the 4th Division today, and they may not be taken care of enough, so you should pay more attention and pay attention to the recovery of the team members at any time. Yes, Captain. After the task was assigned, Natsuya turned his gaze to Ikemara Jin. Silver, everyone else has their own tasks, so I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the 11th first team first. Yes, Captain Summer Night. Seeing that Ikemaro-in agreed, Xiaoyi said to Matsumoto Runju again, Runju, you follow too. Although you have been in the 11th team for 3 months, you have spent most of your time cultivating and have not been able to really familiarize yourself with the team, so you can come with me. Yes, Captain Summer Night. Matsumoto Runju immediately cheered, blinked at Xiaoyi, and followed him excitedly. He knew in his heart that Xiaoyi was preparing to have a showdown with In. Ikemaru-in frowned slightly. Although Ikemaro-jin was happy to be close to Ranjiku again, it would undoubtedly make Ranjiku appear in Aizen Sasuke's field of vision again. If Aizen Sasuke knew about the relationship between him and Runju, would Runju be in danger? Although Ikemaro-jin was still a little worried in his heart, it was clear that now was not the time to think about it. Xiaoyi walked in front and did not notice the change in Ikemaro Silver's eyes. However, Xiaoyi thought that he could still understand Ikemaro-jin's thoughts a little. After all, the two of them can be said to be sympathetic to each other. If someone he cares about is injured, he will definitely do everything he can to avoid possible dangers in the future and nip all potential crises in the bud. After entering the captain's room, Xiaoyi unfolded his haki to confirm that there were no other deaths around, and a white light flashed from his fingertips. Mirror gate. In an instant, a transparent barrier appeared in the captain's room, and then gradually disappeared. Okay, there are no other people's Ryatsu around, and with the defensive barrier, no one else can come in. Great! Hearing Natsuya's words, Matsumoto Ranjiku was immediately excited, jumped on Ikemaro-jin, and hugged his neck tightly. Silver, I miss you so much. Matsumoto Ranju's actions made Ikemaro-jin a little stunned. However, he instinctively hugged Matsumoto Ranjiku to prevent her from falling. What's going on? The last time I saw Matsumoto Ranjiku, Ikemaro-jin was also worried that she would expose their relationship. At that time, Matsumoto Ranjiku didn't seem to know himself, and although he avoided the crisis of exposure, he made Ikemaro-jin mistakenly think that she was angry with him and pretended not to know him. And now, judging from the performance of the chrysanthemum, she is not angry with him. Sit down first, let's talk slowly. Sitting cross-legged on Summer Night, Ikemaro-jin tried to break Runju's hand several times, but was hugged tightly by Matsumoto Runju again. Okay, Sister Runju. Seeing this, Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. Ikemaro is now the vice-captain of the 11th first team, and he will not leave for a long time in the future. Hey! Matsumoto Ranjiku smiled, obediently let go of his hand, and sat opposite Ikemaro-jin on a summer night. Sister Runju? Ikemaro-jin looked at Xiaoyi, and then at Matsumoto Runju, and there was also some vague speculation in his heart about the name of Xiaoyi. Let me introduce myself again. Hello, Ikemaro-in. My name is Xiaoyi. Well, it was the new family that almost starved to death on Luhan Street and was rescued by Sister Runju. Really? The silver of the pills suddenly realized. No wonder after he became the captain of the 11th team, he immediately took Runju out of Mao's spiritual arts. Hey! Hearing Xiaoyi call himself family, Matsumoto Runju laughed heartily again. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Then Xiaoyi, is it okay to call you like this? Matsumoto Ranjiku approached Ikemaro-jin, who couldn't help but reach out and rub her hair, asking Natsuyi. Xiaoyi nodded. Although we haven't gotten along with each other. I learned about you and her from Sister Runju. Ikamaru, you suddenly left Sister Runju and became a god of death. I guess you have encountered some kind of crisis that forces you to leave her side to protect her.
Indeed, the market ball's Silver narrowed its eyes.
Although he is not familiar with Xiaoyi, he believes in Runju. Since Xiaoyi is a family member recognized by Runju, he is also willing to believe him. More importantly, Ikamaru Jin believes that summer nights can protect the chrysanthemums. On the day of the attack on Runju, I was in the grass not far away, and I witnessed what the god of death took from Runju's body. Speaking of this, Ikamaru Jin's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent.
Silver. Matsumoto Ranjiku held Ikamaru Jin's hand tightly. When he was attacked, Matsumoto Ranjiku fainted instantly, not knowing what happened behind him. But if she watched Yin be hurt, how could she bear it? At that time, the pain in Yin's heart was far 10 times stronger than what he had endured. That person, if I'm not mistaken, the god of death who hurt Runju is the vice captain of Aizen of the 5th division, right?
Hearing Xiaoyi say this,
Matsumoto Runju exclaimed, and then hurriedly covered her small mouth.
Xiaoyi, are you mistaken? I've seen Aizen's vice captain several times, and I feel that others are very good. Also, many team members also think that the vice captain Aizen is very good.
Sister Lanju, the essence of a person cannot be fully defined by its external manifestations alone.
After all, how can you be sure that what he is showing is just for you to see, and those things he doesn't want you to know won't be known to others at all? In other words, the person who knows the truth is either Aizen Sasuke's person or someone who has disappeared? How could this happen? Although Matsumoto Runju is still young, he is by no means stupid.
Isn't the so-called disappearing person just silenced?
Thinking of this, Matsumoto Ranjiku hurriedly held Ikamaru Jin's hand. That's Silver, you.
Don't worry, Runju, I'm fine.
After comforting Matsumoto Runju softly, Ikamaru Jin turned his head to look at Xiaoyi.
How did you guess? Is it difficult?
Xiaoyi shrugged. If it were me, whoever hurt Sister Runju, I would definitely take revenge at all costs.
Of course, if I don't have enough strength, then I will lurk around my enemies and wait for an opportunity.
When I saw you a few times, you always followed the deputy captain Aizen. If I still can't think of who hurt Sister Runju, then I'm really a fool. Of course, what really confirms that Vice Captain Aizen is the murderer is the battle between Vice Captain Aizen and Vice Captain Aizen in the ring not long ago.
Ikamaru Yin raised his head and stared at Xiaoyi.
Over the past year, although Ikamaru Jin has not fully seen through Aizen Sasuke Zanpakuto's abilities, there have been some speculations.
My spiritual sense is stronger than that of ordinary people. Ikamaru Silver nodded.
The last time Aizen Sasuke took him to meet Natsui, the speed was constantly changing on the road, and later Ikamaru Jin realized that it was because Natsuya sensed Aizen Sasuke's breath and had to follow the change.
I know this. No, you don't know.
My spiritual sense and what you understand as spiritual awareness are two different things. Natsuki shook his head and said, when the Vice Captain Aizen and the Shinigami of the 9th Division fought, my eyes saw them fighting, and I also felt their Ryatsu collision. However, my spiritual sense told me that Vice Captain Aizen and that Shinigami of the 9th Division didn't really fight at all. They were just standing in the ring. I guess that Vice Captain Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is not as he said. It can form a fog that confuses the sense of direction, allowing enemies to kill each other in the fog.
Instead, it can control human perception, including sight and hearing. More importantly, Aizen's strength is not as simple as he shows.
The battle of the God of Death is a contest of Ryatsu. No matter how strong the ability is, if the difference between the two sides of the battle is too large, the weak Zanpakuto's ability is basically no threat to the strong, especially with the ability of rules or auxiliaries.
When a captain-level powerhouse faces a non-captain level, why can he easily defeat the vice-captain without releasing the Zanpakuto?
This is because the gap between the two sides is too large, and the ability that the vice-captain has mastered after liberating the Zanpakuto is almost ineffective against the captain, or even has no effect at all. However, Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto ability, except for me, even the captains, including Captain Yamamoto, could not detect anything unusual. This shows that Aizen Sasuke's Ryatsu, even if it is not as good as Captain Yamamoto, is not weak. At this time, not only Matsumoto Ranjiku, but also Ikamaru Jin was shocked by Xiaoyi's speculation. Although Ikamaru Jin had some speculation about Aizen's strength, he had always only thought that he was as strong among the captains, but he didn't expect Aizen Sasuke to be on par with Captain Yamamoto. After all, Aizen Sasuke secretly made so many actions, he must be jealous of the Suriitai Gotii 13 team. But judging from Natsui's statement, it seems that the Vice-Captain Aizen does not need to be so afraid of the Gotii 13.
So, what is the purpose of his hiding his identity? Don't think about it. Seeing Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjiku showing puzzled expressions, Natsui said, I'm just saying that Aizen's spiritual power can be comparable to that of Captain Yamamoto, not that Aizen Sasuke's strength can be comparable to that of Captain Yamamoto.
You should have experienced this, Silver. You are now a 5th level spiritual power, but aren't those 4th level spiritual power vice-captains inferior to you? The Silver of the Pills suddenly realized the root of the God of Death lies in Ryatsu. However, how to transform
transform Ryatsu into strength still depends on the individual. Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto is the most powerful flowing blade in the heat system, and there is no doubt that it is also the Zanpakuto with the most amazing attack power since the birth of the Soul Society. And Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto, no matter how powerful it is only an auxiliary Zanpakuto after all, and if it confronts Captain Yamamoto head-on, the result will inevitably be very different. Ikamaru, I understand, you are following Aizen Sasuke in the hope of finding his flaws and then delivering a fatal blow at the right time. But now that I've grown up, you don't have to take that risk anymore. Why don't you practice with me? With your talent, coupled with learning my kendo, Ikamaru's future strength may not be comparable to Aizen Sasuke. After hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjiko's eyes flashed with anticipation and threw it at Ikamaru's silver. Although Ikamaru Jin has now been invited by Xiaoyi to serve as the vice-captain of the 11th team, but this does not mean that he is willing to leave Aizen Sasuke and join Natsu's side. Natsu knew that Ikamaru Jin's real purpose was to kill Aizen Sasuke and regain the snatched Runju. If Natsuya couldn't give Ikamaru Jin a chance to kill Aizen, it would be impossible for him to break away from Aizen's control. Ikamaru Jin's talent, even in the Soul Society, can be regarded as the best. However, Aizen's talent is also at the top of the Soul Society. As far as Xiaoyi knew, at present, among the 13 teams of the Suraiden Guardian, there are probably only 4 people who have reached the first rank. Captain Yamamoto has no doubt that he has already reached the limit of death and is a super strong man. Even, Captain Yamamoto's Bankai state has broken through the limit of the God of Death and reached a higher level. The captain of the 4th Division, Uno Hanaretsu, as the first generation of Kenpachi, obviously became a first-class spiritual powerhouse. But compared with Captain Yamamoto, who has reached the limit of death, there are still many gaps. The captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikafune, created a temporary soul and used it as a food supplement to improve his spiritual pressure, and finally reached the first level of spiritual power. Furthermore, I'm afraid it's Aizen Sasuke. Moreover, unlike Retsu Unohana and Kiryu Hikafune, Sasuke Aizen elevates all of his abilities to the limits of the Shinigami. Slash technique, instantaneous steps, ghost path, white fighting, Aizen Sasuke has honed these to the peak. However, since his Zanpakuto does not possess a massive increase in strength that directly increases his strength, Sasuke Aizen is unable to break through the limits of the Shinigami by freeing the Zanpakuto. Because of this, Aizen Sasuke envisioned using the power of the void to complete the blurring of the God of Death in order to break through his own limits. Collapsed Jade is an item that Aizen Sasuke researched and created and can break the boundaries of his soul. The most important of them is the power of the Spirit King's fingertips that Aizen Sasuke seized from Matsumoto Ranjiku's soul. The power of the Spirit King is the most original almighty power in this world. Therefore, Aizen Sasuke uses the collapsed jade created by the Spirit King's fingertips, which has the ability to read the wishes of the surrounding creatures and manifest them. Of course, Aizen Sasuke has only been with the Spirit King's fingertips for less than 2 years, and perhaps even the manufacture of collapsed jade has not yet been completed. And Aizen Sasuke broke through the limit of the God of Death and was promoted to a higher dimension, which was more than 100 years later when he successfully captured the collapsed jade among Urahara Ki's assistants. It was only realized after it was completely fused with the collapsed jade he held. During this period of 100 years, Aizen Sasuke may have made some breakthroughs in his experience, but other hard powers, there has been almost no change. In other words, Ikamaru Jin has more than 100 years to catch up with Aizen Sasuke. Even so, Xiaoyi still maintained a pessimistic attitude towards whether Ikamaru Jin could break through to the first-class spiritual power in this 100 years. First-class spiritual power, this is the pinnacle of death. Once you reach the peak of first-class spiritual power, it is the limit of the God of Death. Even Ikamaru Jin, who has followed Aizen Sasuke for more than 100 years, may have only relied on the help of collapsed jade to reach this state. Then the fatal knife was stabbed. Without the support of Bangyu, in 100 years, Ikamaru-in would probably only be able to reach the second level of spiritual power. Is it just comparable to Aizen? The market pills Silver chanted in a low voice. Natsu nodded in response. After all, Aizen has reached the limit of Shinigami's superpower, and he has mastered the means that can influence the perception of many captains. I suspect that even if I tell Captain Yamamoto this, Aizen can still make Captain Yamamoto and others regard me as him. Then let them attack me, and he can continue to hide in my image in the Suraidi. So, if we want to fight Aizen, we must not only be prepared to face him. It would not be surprising if the entire Gotei 13 team became our enemies in the future. Aizen Sasuke can use the power of the Gotei 13 team, and we can only rely on ourselves. Even, in the battle with Aizen, we can only choose the one-on-one way. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the two of you will be influenced by Sasuke Aizen and treat me as him, thus pointing the Zanpakuto at me. I said that you can't be compared with Aizen. It's all because you have successfully cultivated a spiritual awareness like me. If you can't cultivate spiritual awareness like me, then you have almost no chance of winning the battle with Aizen Sasuke. Although Natsu wanted to pull Ikamaru Jin into his camp, he would not deceive Ikamaru Jin. Without cracking the mirror flower water moon, no one can confront Aizen Sasuke. After all, you don't know whether your blade is pointing at the real Aizen Sasuke or an important person you care about. Ikemaro Jin shook his head. For me, anything that can't kill Aizen is meaningless. I can continue to be the vice captain of the 11th Army, but on Aizen's side, I never want to give up. In the end, Ikemaro Jin made a decision. In order to be able to kill Aizen Sasuke, he made his own choice. Captain Xia Yi, Runju will ask you. After saying that, Ikemaro Jin bowed deeply to Xia Yi and made a request to him. The market is silver in the heart. He is the family of Runju, and Xia Yi is also Runju's family. However, he and Xia Yi are not family. Silver. I just hope everyone is safe. Runju, I'm sorry. Ikemaro Jin looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku, and his eyes showed apology. He naturally knew Lanju's thoughts. However, for Ikemaro Jin, when Ranjaku was injured by Aizen Sasuke 2 years ago, he hid in the shadows and did not dare to appear. Although Xia Yi was protecting Lanju in front of him now, if he wanted, he could also rely on Xia Yi's protection. From the spiritual sense of the summer night that he can perceive Aizen Sasuke, Ikemaro Jin understands that Natsuya may be the only person who can compete with Aizen Sasuke in the future. He is also the one who can truly protect him and Runju. But Ikemaro Jin, who had already escaped once, didn't want to escape again this time. I will kill Aizen and avenge Runju. Okay, I see. For Ikemaro Jin's choice, Xia Yi sighed, but he could also understand. If Ikemaro Jin is willing to be attached to himself, then he is no longer Ikemaro Jin. Ikemaro Silver is a snake, and it is also a poisonous snake that knows how to lurk and converge its fangs. Even if his strength is insufficient, he will lurk around Aizen Sasuke, staring at Aizen for 100 years, until the day he reveals his flaws and releases his sharpest fangs. I won't stop your choice. About Sister Runju, don't worry, with me here, Aizen Sasuke will definitely not be able to get close to the 11th team. You're welcome. I'm also called Sister Lanju. It's none of your business. However, even if you insist on going your own way, you still have to learn swordsmanship. When you cultivate swordsmanship to a certain level, it can also help you hide your true abilities. Besides, the other members of the 11th team are learning my swordsmanship. If you don't learn it, it will be too strange. Maybe Aizen will think that I have noticed that you are his pawn and deliberately did not teach you swordsmanship. For this, Ikemaro Jin did not refuse. In order to become stronger, he can go to Aizen Sasuke's side and ask his enemies for advice, let alone summer nights. Time flies, and another 5 years have passed. With the addition of Ikemaro Jin, Xiaoya's 5 years can be described as extremely relaxed, and he has hardly made many moves. Okay. After 4 years of cultivation, Ikemaro Jin has stepped into the 4th class spiritual power, only one line away from the 3rd class spiritual power of the captain level. Perhaps, in the next 5 to 10 years, Ikemaro Jin's spiritual power will be able to break through. At that time, if Ikemaro Jin could successfully control his Zanpakuto and complete the cultivation of Bankai, he would have the strength of a captain. In Kendo, Ikemaro Jin is also a genius. In just 4 years, he has practiced swordsmanship to the extreme, and has almost comprehended the breadth of all things and become a swordsman who can cut through steel. Of course, Natsuyo is not sure if Ikemaro Jin will be able to comprehend the breadth of all things in the world of Shinigami. Xia Yi can become a swordsman. It is a breakthrough in the cultivation space of the pirate achievement system. That space, if there is no accident, absolutely simulates the environment of the pirate world, so that everything Xia Yi gets in the pirate achievement system can become stronger through cultivation. Ikemaro Jin is one of the most talented in the pirate world swordsmanship skills taught by Natsuya. If he can comprehend cutting iron in the world of death and become a swordsman, then the boundary between the two worlds will not be so clear. And Xia Yi can also sort out one or two things, combine with the rules of this world, and try to let the people around him also practice. In the 11th team, in addition to Ikemaro Jin, the biggest improvement was not Maki Ichino's in the 3rd seat, but Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was personally guided by Natsui. After 5 years of tempering, Matsumoto Ranjiko's spiritual power has reached the 6th rank, and she has successfully given birth to her own Zanpakuto spirit, so that her shallow fight has truly evolved into a Zanpakuto. As long as she knows the name of her Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Ranjiko's strength will usher in a huge leap. Even so, with her skillful swordsmanship, Matsumoto Ranjaku is one of the few strong players in the 11th team after Shiguan. Summer night, silver, silver. The crisp voice echoed in the 11th team, and the corners of the players' mouths rose involuntarily when they heard this sound. In the entire 11th first team, the only one who can directly call the names of Captain Natsuya and Vice Captain Ikemaro Jin is Matsumoto Ranjaku. In the past 5 years, Matsumoto Ranjaku has mingled with the members of the 11th first team and has been loved by everyone. Of course, as a member of the combat squad, Matsumoto Ranjaku can win everyone's recognition, naturally because she has such strength. Otherwise, even if she is the sister of Captain Xia Yi, everyone will not give her a good face. Listening to Miss Runju's tone, it seemed that there was something exciting that she wanted to share with Captain Natsuya and Vice Captain Ikemaro Jin. Miss Runju, Captain Natsuya, and Vice Captain Ikemaro Jin seem to have gone to
to the training ground. Seeing the soldiers of Natsuya and Ikemarajin, when Matsumoto Ranjiku approached, he informed her of the whereabouts of Natsuya and Ikemarajin. Oh, by the way, today is the day of Xiaoyi to teach everyone about swordsmanship. Hearing the words of these team members, Matsumoto Ranju was shocked. Thank you. After thanking the god of death in the guard captain's room, Matsumoto Ranjiku turned around and ran towards the training ground of the 11th first team. On the training ground, many of the Shinigami of the 11th team were either practicing in fighting, or fighting against the enemy, or practicing alone, in an orderly manner. And Natsuyi and Ikemarajin strolled in the training ground, stopping from time to time to observe everyone's kendo skills. If you find that there is a mistake in your cultivation, you will step forward to point it out and guide the correction. Silver, summer night. From a distance, Xiaoyi heard the voice of Matsumoto Ranju. Looking up, I saw a young girl of 16 or 17 years old, running towards this side excitedly. Ranju, you are no longer a child, you have to pay attention to your image, don't always be so loud. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi couldn't help but look straight and reprimanded. In the past 5 years, the height of Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ikemaro Jin has increased year by year. Ikemaro Silver is now more than 1.7 meters, and Matsumoto Ranjiku is not much shorter, although less than 1.7 meters, at least 1.68 meters. In the past 5 years, Xiaoyi has only grown by 2 centimeters, from 1.45 meters to 1.47 meters, not even 1.5 meters. At this moment, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a little helpless about the growth of the Soul Society. Children who have been buried by their souls in this world and enter the Soul Society have grown at a rate similar to that of the present world and can grow into a young man in more than 10 years. And if it is a child born directly in the Soul Society, if there is Ryatsu, the growth rate depends on the strength of Ryatsu. Xiaoyi's original spiritual power was not strong, not even as good as Matsumoto Ranju. Not surprisingly, 5 years is enough for him to grow into an adult. However, after several transformations of the pirate achievement system, especially the change of the soul essence of the three-color haki, Natsuya's soul essence has been greatly improved. Therefore, his soul body seems to be regarded as the native soul of the Soul Society, and its growth rate has been stretched several times. Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ikemara Jin had already begun to show off their eyebrows, but Xiaoyi still looked like a teenager, which made him feel a little unhappy. Because of this, since Matsumoto Ranju surpassed him in height, Xiaoyi never called her sister Ranju again, but called her by her name. Ah, I'm sorry, Xiaoyi, I forgot you were still a child. Matsumoto Ranju didn't care about Xiaoyi's reminder, but touched his head, and when he saw Xiaoyi's angry but helpless appearance, his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Ikemaro Jin smiled and watched the interaction between Natsuyi and Ranju. These years in the 11th team were the days when Ikemaro Jin felt the most relaxed and happy. At the same time, this is also the beautiful vision he hopes to protect as he persists in the Aizen office. I have to say that the more I get along with the simple and straightforward Shinigami like the 11 gang, the more I hate the days when Ikemaro Jin is always vigilant when he is around Aizen Sasuke to guard against the days when others are plotting. For the others, Ikemaro Jin didn't take it to heart, but the guy named Dong Xianya was regarded as a great enemy by Ikemaro Jin. As far as Ikemaro Jin knew, Tozen has completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai and has the strength of a captain. When he went out with Aizen Sasuke to conduct blurring experiments, many Shinigami were unaware of Tozen's Bankai and easily became test subjects. This ability, even Ikemaro Jin finds it very tricky. However, over the years, he has not made much progress in the cultivation of seeing, hearing, and coloring spiritual awareness taught by Xiaoyi. This kind of perception ability, which needs to be cultivated blindfolded, is more than 10 times more difficult than swordsmanship. At least in swordsmanship, Ikemaro Jin can still sense the road ahead. As for the so-called seeing and smelling colors, except for a slight increase in reaction when encountering a surprise attack, Ikemaro Jin could not feel anything else at all. He thought to himself that if Dong Xian came to cultivate the color of seeing and smelling, he might not need much energy to awaken the color of seeing and smelling easily. Even in his opinion, Dong Xian's perception of the outside world was no less than the primary color domineering described by Xiaoyi. Ranju. Feeling the naughty hand above his head, Xiaoyi shouted angrily, and the Ryatsu instantly exploded, bounced Matsumoto Ranju's hand away. You'd better tell me the good news that makes me feel happy. Xiaoyi continued, Ranju, I remember that I haven't guided your cultivation for a long time. He paused, I hope you haven't slackened off during this time. Otherwise, hearing Natsuya's words, Matsumoto Ranjiku's body couldn't help but shrink slightly. Her gaze turned to Ikemara Jin, hoping to get his help. Obviously, for Matsumoto Ranju, Natsuya's guidance was not a good memory. Ikemaro Jin saw Ranjiko's eyes asking for help on the side and couldn't help but turn his head away from looking at Matsumoto Ranju. Although he knew in his heart that Natsuya's guidance might be painful for Ranju, every point could make Ranjiku make significant progress in swordsmanship and increase her combat experience, which was definitely beneficial to her. How could he let Ranju miss such an opportunity because of his soft heart? Even if he wasn't in some kind of bottleneck now, he needed needed to comprehend something by himself to break through, and he wanted to have a few battles with Xiaoyi to improve his kendo skills. Over the years, Xiaoyi's swordsmanship had become more and more terrifying. If he could still see some details in Xiaoyi's sword path before, then now he can't even see the tale of Xiaoyi's swordsmanship. Ikemaro Jin sighed in his heart. 5 years ago, Natsuya still needed to liberate the Zanpakuto to defeat the captains of the other Gotai 13 teams, but now, with only kendo, without liberating the Zanpakuto, Natsuya could easily defeat the captains of other divisions. The 100-meter high slash was even more powerful than the bankai of some captains. Ikemaro Jin's intuition was not wrong. In the past 5 years, Natsuya had opened the remaining 3 top golden achievements, which greatly improved his strength. That's right, not 2 top gold achievements, but 3. In addition to the 2 golden achievements that have not been opened before, Natsuya got a top achievement of Devil Fruit Awakening after completing the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai. This achievement allowed Natsuya to open the armed haki. Since then, Natsuya's 3-color haki has fully awakened. The achievement of the world's greatest swordsman allowed Natsuya to master the swordsmanship skills of the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye Jorikol Mihawk in the pirate world. At this point, Natsuya, who combines the swordsmanship skills of the 2 great swordsmen, has truly become the world's greatest swordsman in the pirate world and the Shinigami world. It is precisely because of the improvement of kendo that Ikemaro Jin, who has not yet broken through the realm of cutting iron, feels that the gap between himself and Xiaoyi is like the difference between floating in the blue sky. Seeing that Ikemaro Jin did not lend a helping hand, Matsumoto Ranjiko couldn't help but pout. When I was practicing Blade Zen today, I heard Zanpakuto's response to me. Oh, it's true? Natsu Knight and Ikemaro Jin asked in surprise almost at the same time, their eyes all on Matsumoto Ranju. Getting a response from Zanpakuto meant that Matsumoto Ranju was not far from completing the first solution of Zanpakuto. Even then, Ranjiku, have you heard your Zanpakuto's name? Ikemaro Jin couldn't wait to ask. The communication between the god of death and the Zanpakuto is divided into 2 situations. One is that the Zanpakuto of the god of death feels that his master is unreliable, so he is reluctant to tell him his name. In this case, it is necessary to communicate more with the god of death and improve the relationship so that he can learn the name from the god of death and complete the cultivation of the first solution. The second situation is that the god of death takes the initiative to tell the god of death his name. However, if the spirit of the god of death does not meet the requirements of Zanpakuto's liberation, the god of death cannot hear the name of the god of death. Even if the Zanpakuto says the name, it will be muffled in the ears of the god of death. Now that Matsumoto Ranju has received a response from Zanpakuto, the 2 want to figure out which type of Zanpakuto Matsumoto Ranjiku belongs to. After that, they will carry out targeted training according to the characteristics of Matsumoto Ranjiku Zanpakuto to help her liberate the Zanpakuto as soon as possible and improve her own strength. Others may not know, but as a participant in Aizen Sasuke's experiment, Ikemaro Jin knows very well that Aizen Sasuke's movements have become more rampant recently, and more than 100 Shinigami have already encountered accidents. Although his and Natsuyo's existence prevented Aizen Sasuke from having a chance to attack Matsumoto Ranjiku, the increasingly tense atmosphere in Siriai still made Natsuyo and Ikemaro Jin involuntarily hope that Matsumoto Ranjiku could increase their strength as soon as possible to deal with the turmoil that may break out in the future. The principle of liberation of the Zanpakuto is somewhat similar to the temporary soul invented by Kiryu Hikifune of the 12th Division. It can be said that the temporary soul created by Kiryu Hikifune is actually based on the product of the change in Ryatsu when the Zanpakuto was liberated. In the world of death, the name is power, and the soul is the source of power. However, the power of an individual's soul is limited. In pursuit of greater power, countless predecessors constantly explored the mysteries of the soul. Eventually, they realized that since an individual soul has a limit, it is possible to merge other souls with their own souls to break through this limitation and reach a higher level. The Zanpakuto is a masterpiece created by Namiya Wangyu. Its prototype originated from the soul of the great void above Killian, and Wangyu returned it to its original state, forged it into a shallow fight, and established a deep bond with the soul of the god of death through the rebirth of the soul of the god of death itself. When the frequency of the souls of both sides reaches a certain level, the communication can be completed so as to complete the temporary soul fusion by understanding the name of the Zanpakuto. Therefore, when the Shinigami liberates the Zanpakuto, its own Ryatsu can be increased by 3 to 5 times. Bankai, on the other hand, is a deeper fusion of the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto spirit, which increases the Ryatsu of the Shinigami by 5 to 10 times. However, although the emergence of the Zanpakuto provides an important opportunity for the progress of the strength of the Shinigami, the soul of the Shinigami and the spirit of the Zanpakuto can only be temporarily fused, and the Shinigami needs to have a certain amount of Ryatsu, whether it is the first solution or the Bankai. Unless the Zanpakuto's ability is very special, once liberated, it will
continue to consume the Ryatsu of the Shinigami. Once the Ryakatsu of the Reikato falls below a certain critical value, the fused souls will be separated again, which is manifested in the liberation state of the Shinigami being forced to release the Zanpakuto. In any case, the liberation of the Zanpakuto is the first threshold that the Shinigami must cross. After crossing over, no matter which squad you go to, you will start as a Shiguan and become a high-ranking member of the Shinigami. Therefore, Natsuya and Ikemaro Jin are very concerned about Matsumoto Ranjiku's cultivation progress. Well, I heard it. Matsumoto Ranjiku smiled and gently stroked the Zanpakuto at his waist. This kid said, her name is Grey Cat. Grey Cat? Natsuya and Ikemaro Jin couldn't help but rejoice. Now that Matsumoto Ranjiku knows the name of her Zanpakuto, it means that she has crossed the gap between ordinary Shinigami and Shiguan. At the same time, hearing the name of Grey Cat, Ikemaro Jin lowered his head slightly in contemplation, as if he felt a trace of connection. He remembered that Runju's soul was mutilated because it was taken away by Aizen Sasuke, and it was he who repaired it with his own soul for Runju that allowed her to survive. Obviously, the ash of this Grey Cat may be the essence of his soul, and Ranjiku is a cat. Thinking of this, Ikemaro Jin looked up at Runju and nodded silently. Yes, Runju is indeed a cat. Persian cat. As for the summer night, he already knew that Matsumoto Rankika's Zanpakuto was called Grey Cat, and he also knew that the ash of Ranjiku's Grey Cat was the ash after Ikemaro Ginzapakuto's Bankai. Runju, do you want to give it a try? Seeing Matsumoto Runju's appearance, Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked a little embarrassed. She really wanted to try her Zanpakuto's ability, but if she fought with Natsuyi, she would inevitably be beaten and cried, right? It didn't matter if she cried when she was a child, everyone would sympathize with her and denounce Natsuyi together. But now that she is a big girl, if she is beaten and cried again, not only will she not get sympathy, but she will also be laughed at for a long time, right? Don't worry. Xiaoyi saw Matsumoto Ranjiko's thoughts at a glance, couldn't help but roll his eyes, and said to her, I won't hit you, I'm just testing your Zanpakuto's ability. You said that. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Matsumoto Runju immediately smiled. Come on, Silver, you come to be the referee. If Xiaoyi dares to hit me, you can help me beat him. Hee, okay. Ikemaro Jin did not hesitate to Matsumoto Ranjiko's proposal, although he knew that even if he made a move, he would not be able to stop Natsuyi, but he would still do it without hesitation. Seeing that Xiaoyi and Miss Ranjiku were about to start a battle, the others on the training ground ended their battles or practices, tacitly, leaving room for the two to compete. Standing opposite Natsuyi, Matsumoto Ranjiku took a deep breath and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Then, Matsumoto Ranjiku pressed his left hand on the blade of the Zanpakuto and shouted in a low voice, whisper, Grey Cat. This was the first time Matsumoto Ranjiku had liberated Zanpakuto, and in the face of the surge in her own Ryatsu, she seemed a little uncontrollable, and the escaped Ryatsu formed a swaying flame-like light on the surface of her body. The Zanpakuto in Matsumoto Ranjiku's hand turned into countless fine dusts, and although they gathered together, everyone could still see them. But with her control, these dusts gradually dispersed and became invisible to the naked eye, and only through spiritual sense could they sense that at this moment, Matsumoto Ranjiko's surroundings were surrounded by dots of Ryatsu. After slightly adapting to the ability of the Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Ranjiko's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Summer night, my Zanpakuto's ability is to be able to turn into ashes, and these ashes can obey my mind control, and then dash. Hoo dash. The wind swept in, and countless dusts flew towards the summer night in the wind. As the summer night approached, Matsumoto Ranjika held the hilt of the Zanpakuto high and slashed downwards. Bell. In an instant, countless sparks burst out around Xiaoyi, as if hundreds or even thousands of sharp blades were attacking Xiaoyi at the same time. Not bad, right? She said proudly, this is the ability of the Grey Cat. Matsumoto Ranjiko raised the hilt of the Zanpakuto again and said, triumphantly, as long as I swing the hilt of the sword in my hand, all the places where the Grey Cat's dust is will be cut at the same time. After saying that, Matsumoto Ranju's mind moved, and countless grey mist condensed around her. Moreover, these ashes can also form a defensive barrier, which has good defensive capabilities. Well, a very good Zanpakuto. Xiaoyi nodded. Then, Xiaoyi took a few steps forward, raised his right hand, interlocked his thumb and index finger, and flicked it lightly at the grey mist in front of Matsumoto Ranju. In an instant, the grey mist wall condensed by the Grey Cat in front of Matsumoto Ranju was directly punched out of a big hole by this snap of his fingers, revealing Matsumoto Ranju's ignorant appearance. Seeing this, Xiaoyi covered the corners of his mouth and pretended to cough a few times. Of course, there are no shortcomings. He didn't expect Matsumoto Ranju's Grey Cat defense to be so fragile, and he broke such a big hole with a light flick. I hope this won't hit Ranju's confidence, right? Whether it is attack or defense, the strength can only be regarded as average. He thought to himself, for ordinary gods of death, this is a good ability, but for the captains, it is still too weak. Also, Ranju, you can try. The amount of ash that you turn into after the liberation
of Zanpakuto is fixed, or will it increase with the improvement of your Ryatsu?
This is related to Matsumoto Runju's potential.
If the amount of gray mist turned into after the gray cat is liberated will increase with her Ryatsu increase, then Matsumoto Runju may not be able to cultivate with the help of Daibai's template.
Although the gray cat has some gaps with Senbenzakura in terms of attack power and quantity, it also has its own advantages. As long as Matsumoto Ranjaku
swings the hilt of the sword in his hand, he can cut where the gray mist is, as if the gray cat's ash and her hilt can attack regardless of the distance. In the future, if Matsumoto Runju becomes a swordsman and can send out flying slashes, then there is no doubt that the ash transformed by the gray cat will become the blade of her countless flying slashes.
At that time, even if Matsumoto
Runju may not be able to reach the third-class spiritual power of the captain level, I am afraid that he will be able to have strength comparable to that of ordinary captains.
This is much stronger than Matsumoto Runju in Xiaoye's memory. Of course, the current Matsumoto Runju is still far from that stage.
How can it be that I am weak? It's obvious that Xiaoye is too strong, okay? Matsumoto Runju rolled his eyes and said to Xiaoye with a puffed face. Everyone in the 11th team on the side agreed with this and nodded their heads.
Are you kidding? Didn't you see that after Matsumoto Ranjiku swung out the hilt of the knife, countless sparks appeared on Captain Natsui?
Even if they had to go all out, they would collide with opponents of equal strength and the Zanpakuto would spark. In other words, the sparks on Captain Natsuya's body were no different from the countless times they brandished their Zanpakuto to attack Captain Natsuya. But even so, their attacks still couldn't break through Captain Natsuya's defenses.
The original Captain Natsuya, they could still see a few points, but since when? Their Zanpakuto can't even break through Captain Natsuya's physical defense, which is extremely desperate. I'm afraid that only a non-human body like Captain Natsuya can easily break Matsumoto Runju's Zanpakuto defense with a snap of his fingers.
If it were them, it is estimated that they would be helpless against Matsumoto Runju.
Although Matsumoto Ranjuku had some rebuttal to Natsuya's words, she listened carefully to his advice.
After attempting to inject Ryatsu into the hilt of the Zanpakuto in her hand immediately emitted wisps of gray mist.
Not bad.
Seeing this, Natsuya nodded in satisfaction. It seems that there is a big correlation between the amount of your Zanpakuto gray mist and Ryatsu. Now you are only a 6th level spiritual power, and the gray mist turned into the Zanpakuto is only a thin layer. When you liberate the Zanpakuto, the gray mist will be overwhelming like a sandstorm, and there is almost nothing that the entire Siriidii can match you.
When Matsumoto Runju heard the future depicted by Natsuya,
she couldn't help but smile. When she entered Mao Spiritual Academy, she was also known as a member of the genius. Otherwise, it is impossible to be placed in Class A. But there is also a difference between geniuses. Like her, who practiced for 6 years to reach the 6th level of spiritual power and completed the liberation of the Zanpakuto, she was regarded as an ordinary genius.
And the City Ball Silver is the best among geniuses, until the summer night.
Well, a genius of Ikamaru Jin's level has only just touched the threshold for Xiaoye. In front of Natsu Knight and Ikamaru Jin, Matsumoto Ranjiku did not feel that he was a genius at all, but felt that he was as stupid as a pig. The 6 styles she learned were just shaving and moon steps, and with instantaneous steps, whether from the ground or in the air, her speed was significantly improved. The market is different, and the 6 styles have been mastered. Even the iron blocks he is the least good at have reached a level that can withstand normal sword attacks.
Let's improve your spiritual power first.
Seeing this, Xiaoye shook his head and no longer had too many requirements for Matsumoto Runju. After all, Matsumoto Runju's potential was there, and if she didn't take back the Spirit King's fingertips to replenish her soul, it would be almost impossible for her to reach the 3rd rank of Ling Might. However, Xiaoye didn't think about how strong Matsumoto Runju would become. He just hoped that in the future, when he encountered a crisis, Matsumoto Runju could hold on a little and give him some time to rescue. Of course, Natsuya can always protect Matsumoto Runju by his side, but he knows better that Matsumoto Runju is an independent individual. She has her own thoughts and freedom.
Fortunately, Ikamaru Jin is in the 11th team, and Matsumoto Ranjiku has no heart to think about other things. After Ikamaru Jin leaves the 11th first team, Matsumoto Ranjiku's mentality will inevitably change.
At that time, Waka Matsumoto Ranjiku is still as lazy as Natsuya remembers, and she may replace Ikamaru Jin as the vice-captain of the 11th first team.
But if Matsumoto Runju wants to go out and fight, Natsuya will not deliberately keep her by his side.
As long as he was within the range of his hockey sense, he could take action at any time.
And, if nothing else, that man might come to the 11th team soon, right? I don't know how many knives Saraki can withstand now. Bang bang, bang.
Suddenly, the sound of a mallet hitting the board came, which stunned all the gods of death who heard the sound.
This is an emergency assembly edict? What happened again?
Hurry up, gather, gather, gather. Suddenly, the gods of death from each division of the Siriting Court rushed to the station of their respective divisions. On the side of the 11th team, there were also the gods of death who rushed over in an instant, stopped at the training ground, and found their place to join the team.
Ichinos, please leave leave it to you on the squad.
I took Ian to the first team to attend the captain's meeting.
Natsuya frowned, said to Maki who arrived, and then nodded to Ikamaru Jin. Jin, let's go. Wow. After a few flashes, the figures of Natsuya and Ikamaru Jin disappeared from the 11th team. Jin, during this time, has Aizen's movements become less restrained? Natsuya hurried on his way while asking Ikamaru Jin.
Well, recently, I alone participated in the experiment of 13 Shinigami who died in Aizen's experiment.
Ikamaru Jin followed Natsuya closely behind and explained to him, Captain Natsuya, do you think this emergency assembly edict is related to the exposure of Aizen's affairs? Unlikely. Xiaoyi shook his head.
In his memory, it was not until more than 100 years later that Aizen stepped onto the stage in order to get the broken jade in Urahara Ki's assistant. Before that, even those as smart as Kasuke Urahara and as powerful as the Shifenjin family were all played with by Aizen Sasuke.
Kasuke Urahara and Yoruchi Yoroan even had to flee the Soul Society and take refuge in the present world.
It can be said that in the first half of Aizen's life he has always used wisdom to tease others. It was not until he completely perfected the collapsed jade and fused it with the collapsed jade that he abandoned wisdom and turned to power to conquer all living beings.
Alas!
Therefore, although this emergency gathering may be related to Aizen Sasuke, it is absolutely impossible to involve it. Even Natsuya thought to himself that maybe Aizen Sasuke had noticed some signs, so he took this opportunity to conduct a few more experiments and shift all the responsibility to others.
This is simply Aizen's specialty.
Controlling everything through Kagami Suigetsu. For Aizen Sasuke, it doesn't matter whether the prisoner is wronged or not, as long as everyone thinks that the prisoner is the prisoner. After arriving at the first team, Ikamaru Jin and Natsuya separated, and the vice-captains went to the waiting room to wait. The captains went to the conference room together to participate in the meeting. Step. As soon as he entered the conference room, Xiaoyi felt a heaviness, as if he had been pressed against a mountain. This made his pace suddenly stop. Although such Ryatsu had little effect on him, it was Captain Yamamoto who released
Ryatsu, so that was another matter.
Under normal circumstances, Captain Yamamoto's control of Ryatsu is extremely strict and will not get out of control at all.
Obviously, this incident made him attach great importance to it.
Walking into the conference room, there were already 6 captains present. But under the shroud of the oppression of Captain Yamamoto, everyone was not in the mood to chat. They just nodded to each other, and Xiaoyi stood in the last position on the left.
Whoosh dash, kill.
The sound of breaking the wind kept coming, and in less than a minute, the 5 captains behind arrived one after another. After everyone stepped into the conference room, they all showed serious expressions and returned to their positions. Even Yoruchi, who was usually the most active, became silent at this time, quietly waiting for Captain Yamamoto to speak. Seeing that the captains had all arrived, Captain Yamamoto opened his eyes, gently lifted the crutches in his hand, and tapped them on the ground. Everyone, last night, a vicious incident
occurred in Siriitii.
A thief broke into Kasumi's house and attacked the superior nobleman Kasumi's family. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the 13th Gotiei team.
Bell.
The Central 46th Room ordered this morning to ask the Gotiei 13 team to arrest the thieves as soon as possible to give an explanation to the nobles. I'm sorry, Captain, this is my dereliction of duty. The one who stood up and admitted his mistake was the captain of the 7th Division, Ikawa Luowu. In desperation, the 7th Division, as the inner court guard, is mainly responsible for protecting the safety of the inner court where the nobles live. Some thieves attacked the nobles, but the 7th Division failed to capture them, which was indeed a dereliction of duty. In fact, Ikawa Ra was also at a loss at this time. As an inner court guard, he often dealt with the nobles and naturally understood their style.
If someone annoys the
nobles, they will inevitably be retaliated.
Even if the nobles themselves have no ideas, the lackeys below will get rid of those who make them unhappy in order to please the nobles.
On weekdays, the 7th Division led by Ikawa Ra can always temporarily detain those who clash with the nobles before the conflict occurs, not to the nobles, but to protect those who may be injured. Because of this, over the years, there have been few rumors of persecution to death by the nobles in the inner court of the Suritai. But he never thought that he would carry such a big pot on his back today. More importantly, last night he clearly sensed the signs of a Ryatsu collision at Kasumi Aji's house, but when he went to support, he was stopped by Kasumi Aji's family and could not enter. Later, the thieves escaped, and Ikawa Ra's team also encountered many obstacles, and finally lost track of the thief. Hearing this, Natsuya obviously understood the real reason for this emergency edict. In the history of the Soul Society, the weapons of the God of Death are
not limited to the Zanpakuto.
Back then, it was the ancestors of the Kasumi Daji family who studied the weapons of the God of Death with Nemea Wangyu.
However, the ancestors of the Kasumi Daji family had completely different ideas from Nemea Wangyu. The Zanpakuto created by Nemea Wangyu is mainly based on the God of Death, supplemented by the Zanpakuto. Therefore, after the death of most Zanpakuto, the spirit in the sword will also die and return to its original shallow state. Only those strongest Zanpakuto can still retain their consciousness after the death of the god of death, waiting for the next suitable god of death. The ancestors of the Kasumi Daji family believed that the god of death would die, but the weapon should be passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, he put the god of death in the position of assistant, put the weapon in the lead, and used the Ryatsu of the god of death to cultivate the strongest weapon that could be passed down to the world. This weapon was called the taper sword by the ancestors of the Kasumi Daji family. At that time, the Suraitai was arguing endlessly over which weapon to let the Shinigami choose. For most nobles, all they pursue is the power to protect themselves, and as for the lives of the gods of death, they are just consumables, and there are new ones that die. However, for some nobles who genuinely care about the future of the Suraitai, the evil nature of the taper sword is too obvious, and if the gods of death are allowed to use it, it is likely to be backlashed in the future. It happened that at that time, the guards of the Kasumi Daji family lost control when they used the taper sword, causing a lot of turmoil to the Suraitai. In the end, Nemea Otsu's Zanpakuto was chosen as the weapon of the Shinigami. With such merits, Wang Yu of Nemiya won the invitation of the Zero Division, successfully entered the Spirit King's palace, and was promoted to a member of the Zero Division. However, the taper knife of the Xiadella family was eliminated. To make matters worse, due to its instability, Suraitai forbids the Kasumi family from continuing their research. I'll do it. In recent years, the casualties of the Shinigami of the Gotiei 13 team have been somewhat unusual. However, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni did not receive a report from his subordinate squadron. No squad seems to realize that the death toll of the Grim Reaper is dozens of times higher than before. Only when the Ichiban team has all the data of the gods of death can this anomaly be detected through the death toll of each division. Regarding this kind of act of killing the god of death in secret, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni thought to himself that only those cruel nobles who stayed in the inner court would do such a thing. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni sent the first team of 3 seats Kisaragi Taigo to the inner court to investigate, trying to find out which one was the problem. However, what he didn't expect was that after a while, he did not receive a reply from Kisaragi Taiwu, but instead received a question from the central 46th room. Although Captain Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami in the Millennium, the Gotiei 13 team is also the strongest violent law enforcement force in the Suraiti. But he knew in his heart that he only had the strength to protect, but not the ability to govern. Therefore, after entering the Suraitai strongly, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni did not act domineeringly, but only took over the defense of the Suraitai, and the management power was still in the hands of the nobles. It should be said that it was in the hands of the central 46 rooms of the parliament composed of nobles. Inexplicably, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni felt that the thief called by the Kasumi Daji family might be his disciple Kisaragi Taiwu. He didn't know what Kisaragi Taiwu found out before he broke into Xia's house. But now that Kisaragi Taiwu has not returned, the central 46 room has provided evidence of the thief's invasion, and according to the agreement between the two parties, the 13th team of the Gotiei must find out the thief in order to give an explanation to the nobles. Even if he wanted to defend Kisaragi Taiwu, he had to find Kisaragi Taiwu first and understand the situation he had found, so that he could hold the nobles accountable in turn. Captain Luowu, during this time, please be sure to increase the patrol density of the inner court. Even if you can't catch the thieves, you must prevent the thieves from attacking the nobles again. Yes, Captain. Then, I'll take my leave. After bowing to Captain Yamamoto, Koa Luowu quickly turned around and left. At this moment, he must always pay attention to the inner court. Otherwise, if a nobleman is attacked again because he is away, he really can't explain. After Aikawa Ra left, the spiritual pressure on Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni suddenly relaxed, and the mood of the people around him eased. The previous state of Captain Yamamoto made people panic, as if he was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. Everyone, the death rate of the Reaper in various divisions has been dozens of times higher than before. Hearing this, many captains were surprised, but no one spoke. Natsi knew the truth about the deaths of these gods of death. The other captains didn't care much about the god of death at the bottom. As long as it is not his own relatives and friends who die, who will have so much time to feel sorry for other gods of death. Captain Yoichi, Captain Kyo, Captain Jibwa, your 3 squadrons immediately start investigating this matter. Yes. Shifen and Yoichi, Jingle Shunsui, and Jibwa Ishin immediately responded. The 2nd division is a covert mobile unit primarily responsible for detection, torture, intelligence, and assassination. The 8th division is an intelligence unit mainly responsible for the external intelligence of the Suraitai. The 10th division is a patrol guard unit that is mainly responsible for patrolling and guarding the outer court of the Suraitai. Captain Summer Night. Yes, Captain. Hearing the call of Captain Yamamoto, Xiayi immediately stepped forward. The 11th team has entered a state of readiness, and once it receives the order to attack, it is ready to fight at any time. Yes, Captain. After the arrangements were completed, Captain Yamamoto said to the other captains should also pay more attention to this matter, and if they encounter any abnormal situation, report it to me immediately, so as not to cause more
casualties of the god of death.
Yes, Captain. Adjournment. How is it? Last night, someone attacked the family residence of a high-ranking nobleman.
After leaving the first team, Ikemaru-jin asked Natsuya about the main content of the meeting.
Then it actually has nothing to do with Aizen?
No, this matter is still somewhat related. Xiaoyi shook his head. According to the changes in the number of deaths of the gods of death in each division, the captain speculates that there is a force lurking inside the Syriac court that secretly kills the gods of death. Therefore, he asked the 2nd Division, the 8th Division and the 10th Division to jointly investigate and ordered our 11th Division to enter a state of combat readiness, and once the order was received, it would attack immediately. This force that mutilates the god of death is undoubtedly related to Aizen Sasuke. I suspect that Aizen Sasuke was absolutely aware of the existence of this force, so he increased the frequency of experiments during this time. Xiaoyi said in a deep voice, come to think of it, in the end, those Shinigami who were regarded as test subjects by Aizen Sasuke will be counted on the head of that force, and they cannot be involved in Aizen at all.
Ikemaru Silver nodded. This is indeed in line with Aizen Sasuke's style. No matter what he does, indigo can always be dripping. Xiaoyi patted Ikemaru-yin's elbow, and his brows beat slightly. Damn height. With me here, Aizen Sasuke will never pose any threat to our 11th team.
If my haki senses Aizen Sasuke's aura around the 11th first team, it will definitely give him a big surprise.
Ikemaru Silver nodded. The time spent with Natsuya is almost the same as the time spent following Aizen. Regarding the relationship between Aizen and Natsuya, Ikemaru-jin also has his own opinion.
Indeed, in his eyes, Aizen Sasuke was like a deep sea, making people feel suffocated as if they were in an abyss next to him.
And summer nights are like the sun in the sky, warm as spring, fiery as fire. But the closer you get, the more you can feel the horror of summer nights.
As for who is stronger or weaker between Natsuya and Aizen Sasuke, Ikemaru-jin's current strength and insight cannot be judged.
However, he knew that Natsui's haki could ignore Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto Kagami Hanashuagetsu's abilities, while Natsui's Zanpakuto was the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system, which could greatly improve his strength.
At this point, summer nights have the upper hand. In terms of slashing techniques, Xiaoyi is undoubtedly the strongest.
Even Aizen Sasuke can't be compared to Natsuya.
As for other aspects, Aizen Sasuke has hundreds of years more experience than Natsui after all, and his ghost path and combat experience are better than Natsui's.
The duel between the two, who wins and who loses, Ikemaru-jin is not surprised.
But he knew that once Aizen Sasuke fought against Natsuyo, it would inevitably be exposed. At that time, Aizen Sasuke will inevitably not be able to continue to stay in the Siriidii, and can only leave the Soul Society and go to the present world or the virtual circle. The preparation of the entire Gotii 13 team made many Shinigami feel a solemn atmosphere. Especially after the captains mentioned that the number of deaths of the god of death had surged recently, everyone suddenly realized that their companions, whom they had not seen for a long time, had already been killed. This kind of crisis, where they didn't even know when their companions were killed, made the Shinigami of the Gotii 13 team tremble, and they had to call their names almost every day to make sure that no one had disappeared without everyone noticing. That night, Xiaoyi sat cross-legged on the bed, using the practice of blade zen instead of sleeping, but suddenly sensed the collision and fluctuation of Ryatsu coming from the inner court. At that moment, Xiaoyi immediately got up, put on the Captain Haori next to him, opened the window, and jumped out directly. As soon as Xiaoyi jumped on the roof, he saw Ikemaru-in coming with several officials.
Captain, I seem to feel a Ryatsu fluctuation in that direction just now. For Ikemaru-in to be able to sense Ryatsu fluctuations, Natsu Knight was not surprised.
After all, Ikemaru-in was only one step away from the third-class spiritual power, and after 5 years of haki cultivation, although he did not succeed in cultivating the haki of seeing and smelling, it also made Ikemaru-jin's spirit feel greatly improved. However, he could only vaguely sense a general direction, the specific situation, unless he approached, or the Shinigami spirit pressure that broke out was stronger. There is a collision of captain-level Ryatsu in that direction. One of them is Captain Ikawa Luowu of the 7th Division. After explaining to Ikemaru-jin, Natsui said, looking at the battle over there, Captain Ikawa Luowu seems to be at a disadvantage. I'll go to press the formation for Captain Ikawa Luowu first, on the side of the 11th first team. You will take care of it for the time being. If you receive the order to attack, you will immediately break out Ryatsu, and I will come over in the shortest possible time. After seeing Ikemaru-jin agree, Xiaoyi did not hesitate, his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from the sight of Ikemaru-jin and the others.
This Ryatsu was violent and chaotic. This should be the Kisaragi Taiwu controlled by the taper knife of the Xiada Lu family, that's right.
On the way to the inner court, Xiaoyi kept thinking about the people and things related to the taper knife incident. Taigo Kisaragi is the third seed in the first team and was coached by Captain Yamamoto for a period of time. If that's right, Kisaragi Taiwu's future should be bright. Unfortunately, in an investigation incident, Kisaragi Taigo fell into the trap of the Kasumi Daji family, was controlled by the taper sword parasitic on him, and was finally forced to assassinate Captain Yamamoto. Obviously, Mr. Yamamoto Yamamoto was deeply heartbroken by such a tragedy for his youngest disciple, but he had to end the life of Kisaragi Taigo with his own hands. In order to prevent Taigo Kisaragi from becoming a criminal on the charge of assassinating the captain, Mr. Yamamoto even gave up his plan to continue tracking down the Kasumi family. After all, Kisaragi Taiwo still has a family waiting for him. Once Kisaragi Taigo becomes a sinner, his family will obviously be implicated and in severe cases, even sentenced to death. At best, they were assigned to the expeditionary force in the virtual circle. It was not until more than 100 years later that Kisaragi Taigo's son, who changed his name and surname, returned to surwriting from the Void Circle Expeditionary Force and served as the captain of the 3rd Division, causing a series of turmoil until the death of Kasumi Daji's housekeeper, Kumoyujuku. Tianbei Zayuzuk, this guy is a pity. He was sincere and never put on a show in front of his subordinates. In order to better integrate with everyone, even if he couldn't drink, he had many gatherings with the team members and got drunk. It is precisely because of the enthusiasm of Tenpei Zayasuk that the members of the 3rd Division were able to quickly come out of the shadow of Ikemaro Jin's betrayal. If it weren't for being deceived by the Kasumi family, Tenpei Zayasuk would definitely be a qualified captain. If he can be accepted, the future 11th team will definitely have an extra captain-level powerhouse. When Xiaoyi arrived at the scene of the battle, Ikawa Luowu had already been defeated by the opponent and fell to the ground covered in blood. Xiaoyi was not surprised by this. Ikawa Ra was just an ordinary captain, and the ability of the Zanpakuto is only a direct attack. The reason why Kisaragi Taigo was favored by Captain Yamamoto and became his disciple is obviously not a simple role, at least with the strength of a captain. Coupled with the fact that Kisaragi Taiwo, who was controlled by the taper knife at this moment, the strength of Kisaragi Taiwo increased greatly, and Ikawa Luowu was not his opponent at all. Perhaps it was because he sensed the Ryatsu of the summer night, or the taper knife that controlled Taigo Kisaragi gave priority to killing Captain Yamamoto. As the Siadala family, who created the taper knife, if they did not have the means to control the taper knife, they would underestimate their ancestors. However, perhaps it was the taper knife that failed in the competition with the Zanpakuto, and everyone thought that the taper knife's rampage was extremely dangerous, so after the status of the Zanpakuto was established, the production method and control method of the taper knife were completely erased. After thousands of years of secret research, the Siadala family finally remade a new taper knife. Recent research has entered a new stage, and relying solely on servants to cultivate taper blades cannot meet the expectations of the Kasumi Aji family, so they secretly attacked the god of death of the Gotiei 13 team. However, they did not expect that time would pass so quickly that the god of death from the Siriai court would track down them. If it weren't for this god of death who didn't know anything about the taper knife and was designed by the Siada family to be the host of the taper knife and was temporarily controlled after absorbing the Ryatsu, the Kama Delu family would have been in crisis long ago. Because of this, the Kasumi Daji family did not dare to let the Gotiei 13 continue to investigate, so they disguised themselves as victims of the thief invasion and launched a meeting of nobles to target the Gotiei 13 teams. The entanglement between the nobles and the Gotiei 13 has formed established rules long before 1,000 years. However, for some nobles, creating trouble for the Gotiei 13 and enhancing their influence in the Siriitii can better reflect the majesty of the nobility. Of course, they also used this to test Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni's attitude towards Siriitii. A gentleman can deceive the side and grasp the weakness of others to control others, which is the specialty of the nobles. Sure enough, as the Kasumi family expected, although the 13th Gotiei team may have noticed something, under the order of the central 46th room, they still had to protect the Kasumi family in turn. At this time, they released Taigo Kisaragi, who was controlled by the taper knife, to assassinate Captain Yamamoto, which could not only get him out of this incident but also give Captain Yamamoto a warning. Squatting down, Xiaoyi stretched out his hand and pressed it on Ikawa Luowu's body, and the green Ryatsu emanated from between the palms, initially stabilizing Ikawa Luowu's injury. As part of the ghost path, the cultivation of the return path is also involved in summer nights. In particular, he himself has comprehended the secret of life return and has insight into the secret of transforming the spirit into physical strength, so that although Xiaoyi did not spend much time on the cultivation of returning to the path, he also achieved extraordinary attainments. Okay, in just a few seconds, the wounds on Ikawa Ra's body had been healed by Natsu. As for the deeper Ryatsu consumption, Natsuya did not recover for it. He was not yet able to completely recover the two seriously injured captains at will, like the captain of the 4th Division, Retsuwa Shinohana. Now, Ikawa Ra's life was no longer in danger, and Natsuya naturally wouldn't waste too much time here. He felt the irritable aura of Kisaragi Taigo, and soon found that not far from this breath, Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu was suppressed to the limit and seemed to explode at any time. If nothing else, in a few seconds, Kisaragi Taigo would meet Captain Yamamoto and was finally killed by Captain Yamamoto. Xiaoyi gently patted the Zanpakuto on his waist, and in an instant, the Zanpakuto turned into a golden light and merged into his body. In an instant, Xiaoyi completely controlled controlled the ability of the shining fruit, his body was elementalized, and his mind moved, turning into golden light and flying into the distance.
In the night, a humanoid monster ran wildly on the ground, occasionally roaring violently, wielding octopus-like tentacles to frantically destroy everything around it. From time to time, a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes, and he held his head intact and screamed in pain, but he instantly fell into madness. With a flash of golden light, Xiaoye's figure appeared in front of the monster. Looking at Kisaragi Taiwu in front of him, although Xiaoye had expected it in his heart, he was still shocked by Kisaragi Taiwu's appearance at the moment. As the captain of the 11th team, Xiaoye had been to the first team several times. In addition to the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department, he had also seen Kisaragi Taiwu's 3 seats. However, at this time, Kisaragi Taiwu's whole body was bloated several times, and his body was tightly wrapped by muscular tentacles like a dragon, leaving only a small half of his face and left shoulder to maintain his human form. And these tentacles all came out of the strange weapon taper knife in his right hand. Kisaragi Taiwu's Ryatsu was being absorbed by the taper knife in his hand, breeding more tentacles and inserting them into his body. Boom! Seeing Xiaoye, Kisaragi Taipu broke out and swung his knife at him. The majestic Ryatsu slashed out of the taper knife, and the blood-colored sword pressure exuded a terrifying aura, directly attacking Xiaoye. Flashy. Faced with this slash, Xiaoye stretched out his hand, grabbed this blood-colored slash, and used his 5 fingers hard to bang. In an instant, this slash was directly crushed by him. You know, Xiaoye's current kendo attainments are undoubtedly the world's #1 swordsman. The slash sent by Kisaragi Taiwu seemed to him to be full of loopholes, and there was no threat at all. If the future 40-blade Ulquiorra pinched Ichigo Kurosaki's crescent moon puff with powerful Ryatsu and the physical strength of the Vastad level Great Void, then this hand before Natsuki was precisely by virtue of his own kendo realm to seize the flaw of this slash, causing it to collapse on its own due to the disintegration of the force. I'm sorry, this road is not working. After crushing the slash, Natsuki did not withdraw his hand, but bent his thumb, middle finger, ring finger and little finger, leaving only the tip of his index finger emitting a golden light. The golden light instantly shot out from Xiaoye's fingertips, bombarding Kisaragi Taiwu's body, instantly piercing his right hand and causing an explosion. The huge force of bang lifted Kisaragi Taiwu flying, and his right hand was also blown away. Kisaragi Taiwu, who had lost the taper knife, finally regained consciousness and let out a terrible scream. The tentacles on his body, because they lost contact with the taper knife, danced wildly, absorbing the spiritual pressure of Kisaragi Taiwu more and more violently, trying to grow again, growing towards the taper blade and reconnecting with it. The same was true on the other side of the taper knife. In just a few breaths, it completely devoured the small half of Kisaragi Taiwu's small arm, growing more tentacles as small as vines, spreading towards Kisaragi Taiwu. Dirty things. Xiaoye frowned, feeling disgusted by the breath of the taper knife in his heart. The pirate world is not without evil swords, and the Demon Knife series is recognized as evil. However, even the first generation of Ghost Toru did not have such a disgusting aura. Xiaoye felt something in his heart, so naturally he would not let such a filthy thing act recklessly in front of him. At the moment, Xiaoye's eyes flashed with a red light. In an instant, the surroundings were silent, and everything seemed to be bowing its head. A red lightning bolt suddenly appeared and hit the taper knife hard. Under the impact of red lightning, this taper knife instantly turned into dust like gravel. This is the domineering of the Overlord. No, this is not only the Overlord's domineering, but also the Overlord's color entanglement that cultivates the Overlord's domineering to the extreme. No, it's not just Overlord entanglement. It is the perfect fusion of Overlord's domineering and seeing and hearing domineering. See and smell the Overlord kill. Xiaoye did not personally touch the taper knife, but let his Overlord domineering follow the perception of seeing and hearing, and directly wrapped around the taper knife to attack, and finally completely destroyed this taper knife. In the world of pirates, tricolor hockey encompasses attack, defense, and dodge. Seeing and smelling domineering is the pinnacle of dodging. Whether it is for seeing the future, listening to the sound of all things, or reading minds and modifying memories, its essence is to protect people from harm. The armed color domineering is mainly defense. Whether it is the hardening of the body surface, or the flow and internal destruction, although it can increase attack power, the essence of the armed color is still defense. Hardening is like putting armor on yourself, and flow can better release force. As for internal destruction, it is actually a further tempering of oneself. In the world of pirates, most people use it to attack after realizing the internal destruction of the armed color. However, there are also people who use the internal destruction of armed hockey to temper their bones, thereby cultivating traits such as Iron Fist, Black Fist, and Steel Bone, which makes a qualitative leap in their attack and defense power. Overlord domineering, although the initial stage is only a deterrent, the intermediate stage is just to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, and the advanced stage can ignore the gap in the number of people. And when it reaches the top, the attack power of Overlord hockey will cause devastating damage to the material of the present world, and its power far exceeds that of armed hockey. Otherwise, why is it named Overlord?
overlord. The hegemony has never convinced people with reason, but with strength.
This taper knife is indeed extraordinary, and it can control a captain-level powerhouse like Ryue Taiwu. But under the overlord's domineering aura of the summer night, it only ended up in ashes.
When the taper knife was destroyed by Xia Yi, the tentacles wrapped around Kisaragi Taiwu who sucked his Ryatsu also lost their vitality, and, although they were still dancing, they were no longer as violent as before, but like a snake body whose head was cut off, dying and struggling. By the time Natsuya walked to Kisaragi Taigo, the tentacles had already begun to wither and eventually turned to black ashes and drifted away. At this moment, although Kisaragi Taiwu got rid of the control of the taper knife, his origin was also seriously damaged due to the Ryatsu being absorbed by the taper knife for a long time. When he fought against the will of the taper knife before, he was still able to stay awake for a short time. However, as soon as he relaxed, he passed out. The wounds on his body that were pierced by the tentacles of the taper knife flowed out of blood after the tentacles turned to ashes, staining the Death Overlord costume on his body red. If not treated in time, I am afraid that life will not be saved. Xia Yi immediately squatted down, his hands emitting green light, forming a square barrier that enveloped Kisaragi Taiwu in it. The green light dots melted into Kisaragi Taiwu's body like bubbles, and it didn't take long for the injury to be healed by Xia Yi.
But the deeper injuries, Xia Yi couldn't do anything. The taper knife is the knife of the demonic path, using death as food for its growth. A taper knife that can control a captain-level powerhouse. I don't know how much Ryatsu it absorbed before it finally took shape. Even though Kisaragi Taiwu's physical trauma has been repaired, most of his soul essence has been absorbed by the taper knife. According to Xia Yi's perception, the spiritual power of Ryue Taiwu almost reached the peak of the third-class spiritual power during the rampage. But at this moment, Ryue Taiwu's spiritual power had fallen to about the 12th rank.
It can be said that if there is no effective means to restore the origin of the soul, Ryue Taiwu will be considered useless. The 12th level spiritual power could not support the liberation of the Zanpakuto at all. Even if the attainment of the Zanchuan ghost was high, it could only play at the level of the 4th or 5th year of the Mao spiritual arts. At this moment, Xia Yi felt a shadow hanging over him, and when he looked up, Captain Yamamoto was standing in front of him. Captain, when I arrived, Kisaragi Sanshi seemed to be controlled by a strange knife.
However, that knife has been destroyed by me.
Speaking of this, Xia Yi shook his head. That knife gives me an extremely evil feeling. I was going to keep it and see if the 12th division can research something. But even if I broke Kisaragi Sanshi's arm and threw the knife more than 10 meters away, the flesh buds on his body were still frantically absorbing his Ryatsu. So, in the end, I could only destroy that knife to save Kisaragi Sanshi.
Thank you, Xia Yi. After Captain Yamamoto thanked Xia Yi, he bent down slightly and picked up Kisaragi Taiwu.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have completely lost a disciple.
That's true. If it weren't for Natsuki's timely help when Kisaragi Taigo walked up to
Captain Yamamoto, he would have been swallowed by the taper knife and reduced to a knife slave. At that time, in order to end the pain of his disciple, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni had to personally send him on his way even if he was reluctant to give up.
Let's stop here for the time being. After saying that, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was ready to leave with Kisaragi Taigo in his arms. Although Kisaragi Taigo's life was no longer in danger after the treatment of summer nights, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni still hoped to send him to the 4th division and ask
Captain Uno Hana for help to see if he could recover from his injuries. From the captain's strength plummeting to being inferior to that of even ordinary death, Kisaragi Taigo's waking up would probably be difficult to accept.
If he could recover more, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's heart would feel a little better. Captain Yamamoto.
Seeing that Captain Yamamoto was leaving, Natsuya said in a deep voice, what Kisaragi Sanseki has experienced may be related to the recent increase in the number of deaths
of Shinigami. He continued to analyze. Those who disappeared were probably swallowed by this strange sword and disappeared by Ryatsu. Just saying that it is probably not appropriate.
Although Natsuya knew that many of the deaths of the gods of death in the Gotai 13 team were used by Aizen as the object of blurring experiments, since they couldn't deal with Aizen Sasuke. Now, let's simply deal with the Kasumi family first. This kind of nobleman who uses death as an experimental subject and does not treat death as a human being at all has no need to exist. Summer night, I have already said that this matter ends here. As the captain of the 13th team of the Gotai, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni naturally understood the filth of the nobles. If it was 1,000 years ago, his disciples had suffered such treatment, he would have destroyed the other party without hesitation. However, the 1,000-year-old guardian allowed his killing heart to be replaced by guardian heart. The responsibility of guarding the Suraitai has long been rooted in the depths of Captain Yamamoto's soul. All beings that may pose a threat to the stability of the
Suraitai will be erased by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni himself. There is no doubt that the Central 46 room used the attack incident of the Kasumi family to put
pressure on the 13th Gotai team, and if Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni investigated the Kasumi family in turn at this time, it would inevitably be opposed by all the nobles.
nobles. In the Saraiti, the Kasumi family is a victim, and the 13th Gotiei team does not strengthen protection, but wants to investigate the attacked nobles. What is the reason?
Captain, you should go and tell those who have been killed by this evil sword,
Natsuye said firmly. Now it seems that Kisaragi-sanchi must know something.
I will work with you to send Kisaragi-sanchi to the 4th Division and ask Captain Unohana
to treat it.
When Kisaragi-sanchi wakes up, I will personally ask him about what happened to this matter. No matter who it is, since they dare to take action against the god of death, they must be prepared to meet the wrath of the god of death.
The majestic Ryatsu erupted from Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and pressed towards Xiaoyi. Boom! Xiaoyi also immediately burst out with his own Ryatsu, confronting Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu. Two white Ryatsu air columns rose into the sky, breaking through the thick clouds and forming a large hole. Under the powerful Ryatsu, the ground around Natsuya and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was destroyed by the collision of the two Ryatsu, and the earth collapsed, turning the gravel into gravel, and only Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto's foothold remained intact. In less than a minute, the captains who sensed the conflict between Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto arrived one after another. What's going on?
The captain of the 10th Division, Jibwa, glanced at Captain Yamamoto and then turned to look at Xiaoyi.
How can Captain Summer Night and Captain Yamamoto be here at the same time? I'm not sure. Kochiki Inling shook his head slightly. I just arrived here.
I vaguely felt that there was a conflict of Ryatsu here.
But it's not Captain Natsuyatsu's Ryatsu, it's Captain Ekawa Ro and a strange Ryatsu.
Even so, Kochiki Jinsuzo slowly walked behind Captain Yamamoto.
What?
As the captain of the 6th Division and the head of the Kochiki family, Kochiki Jinsuzo has been fighting side by side with Captain Yamamoto. No matter what the conflict between Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto started, since he was already on the opposite side of the captain, no matter how optimistic Kochiki Jinling was, as long as the captain gave an order, he would not hesitate to take action.
Seeing that many captains were present one after another, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni snorted coldly. These slouchy guys.
When the captain's meeting was held, everyone rushed to the time, and he just released a little Ryatsu here, and in just 1 minute, almost everything he could reach arrived.
Captain, Kisaragi's condition doesn't seem to be very good. Let me see it first. Uno Hanaretsu was like Yamato Nadeshiko and said softly in the ear of Captain Yamamoto.
If you don't know the true identity of Uno Hanaretsu, I am afraid you will think that she is a gentle and fragrant person. But only those who understand her essence know that Uno Hana Yachiryu is actually a madman who enjoys fighting and killing. However, being able to suppress her nature for hundreds of years, who can say that she is not truly gentle?
Well, please, Captain Uno Hana. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni put away the Ryatsu and handed over Kisaragi Taiwu to Uno Hanaretsu.
The green Ryatsu emanated from Uno Hanaretsu's hand and wrapped Kisaragi Taigo.
Sensing the situation of Kisaragi Taiwu, Uno Hanalai looked up at Xiaoyi in astonishment.
With her attainments in returning to the path, she could naturally easily distinguish Kisaragi Taiwu's current condition and the traces of being treated on his body. This ability to return may be comparable to that of the Vice Captain Kayanosuke Yamada, who has left the 4th Division. As for why Uno Hanalai thought that Xiaoyi had been treated, first of all, it was natural that there was still Xiaoyi's Ryatsu in Kisaragi Taiwu's body. Secondly, before she arrived, there were only Xiaoyi and Captain Yamamoto on the field.
Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was too tyrannical and was not suitable for use in the return path at all.
Seeing that Captain Yamamoto took back the Ryatsu, Xiaoyi also dispersed. Captain Yamamoto and Xiaoyi both put away their fighting stances, and the other captains also breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he didn't make a move, the Ryatsu emitted by Captain Yamamoto was indeed frightening.
By the way, Captain Uno Hana. Coming to Captain Unohana, Xiaoyi seemed to remember something. Captain Ekoa Luowu of the 7th Division, who was injured and
unconscious over there before. I gave him some emergency treatment, and the follow-up treatment will require Captain Unohana's action.
The level of Captain Xiaoyi's return is probably not even matched by the deputy captain of our 4th Division. It can make Captain Xiaoyi feel tricky. It seems that Captain Ekoa Luowu's injury is not light. While treating Kisaragi Taiwu, Uno Hanaretsu asked Xiaoyi, however, if Captain Ekoa Luowu's situation is the same as Kisaragi's 3 seats. I'm afraid even I can't do anything.
Ha? Is it that serious?
Shibo scratched his head in confusion. In his memory, Captain Uno Hana came to the rescue and almost never missed.
But now, Kisaragi Sanseki is obviously not in danger of life. Why is Captain Uno Hana so cautious? Well, maybe it's more serious than I imagined. Uno Hanalai said in a deep voice, Kisaragi's injury is not an ordinary physical injury, but a soul injury.
It's as if Kisaragi's soul, Ryatsu, was taken away by something terrible.
Even I can't do anything about this situation. What? Take away the soul?
Hearing Uno Hanaretsu's answer, not only Jibo Ishin, but also the other captains were shocked.
Are you kidding?
The Soul Society is the world of the dead, and the creatures here, along with those born in the Soul Society, are souls. The soul is taken away, as if the internal organs of this world have been hollowed out, which is terrifying.
What kind of hateful person would it take to do such a thing. It's simply anti-human. Captain Yunahana is right. I see.
Xia Yi nodded and said, injuring Kisaragi Sanshi like this is an extremely strange weapon. Then, Xia Yi began to describe the appearance and abilities of the taper knife to the captains. Of course, the most important thing is the horror of the taper knife that uses the god of death as food and controls the god of death in turn. After listening to Xia Yi's words, suddenly, the faces of several of the many captains changed.
The captain of the 2nd Division, the 4 maple courtyards are one night. Captain of the 4th Division, Mao no Hua Lai. The captain of the 6th Division, the silver bell of rotten wood. Captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Shunsui. Captain of the 12th Division, towing the boat Kiryu. And the captain of the 13th Division, Shijiro Yukitake.
These people were either born into nobles themselves and had already learned about the existence of the taper knife from the family inheritance, or they were researchers, and there must be relevant records about the taper knife in the Technology Development Bureau.
However, when it came to
matters involving nobles, although they understood it in their hearts, they did not choose to speak out. In particular, when they mentioned the previous words of the Kasumi Daji family being attacked and accusing the Gotiei 13 of being incompetent, many doubts inevitably appeared in their hearts. They all looked at Captain Yamamoto in unison. According to the information they had, they naturally knew that the taper knife was a weapon created by the ancestors of the Kasumi Daji family, and it almost became the exclusive weapon of the god of death. Now it seems that the Kasumi Daji family obviously did not take the ban of the Siriitii to heart. In other words, they carried out the ban of the Siriitii on the surface, but quietly restarted their research on the taper sword in private. No wonder the Shinigami of the Gotiei 13 team suffered such heavy casualties during this time. Presumably the Kasumi Daji family encountered a bottleneck in the research of the taper knife and urgently needed more gods of death to conduct experiments, and even let the gods of death directly become the nourishment for the growth of the taper knife. Xia Yi didn't know about this, since he had discovered the terrifying weapon that devoured the god of death. He naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. At this moment, they obviously understood why Xia Yi had a conflict with the captain before. However, Captain Yamamoto himself was a symbol of the will of the Gotiei 13 team. If he didn't agree to continue tracking down Natsui's affairs, then I am afraid that this matter could only be put on hold.
Captain, I'm also a god of death. My family is also the god of death.
Xia Yi looked directly at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and said firmly, for this kind of existence that may threaten the lives of my family, I will never allow it to hunt the god of death in secret. If the person I care about tomorrow is hurt because of my retreat today, then even killing the guy who made this terrifying magic knife won't make me feel better by half a mile. The duty of the 13th Gotiei team is to protect the Siriitii. And the Siriitii is not the Siriitii of a certain family, but the Siriitii of all of us. If some people really regard Siriitii and the people in it as private property, wantonly killing or capturing the gods of death for experiments, and the Gotiei 13 team turns a blind eye to this, then I'm sorry, this is not the Siriitii I want to protect, and the Gotiei 13 team is not the Gotiei 13 team in my heart.
Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni looked at the firmness in the eyes of the young summer knight, and couldn't help but think of his youthful dreams in his heart. But as he grows older, what justice and heroes have all been suppressed to the depths of memory. Now the only thing that supports this physical activity called Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is the long-decayed guardian heart. Captain Xia Yi, if the old man doesn't let you continue to investigate, will you betray the 13th team of the Guardian? Isn't it obvious? Xia Yi smiled. When his strength is insufficient, he will also consider his own safety and gains and losses. Now that his strength has greatly increased and he has awakened to the Overlord's domineering, he will naturally do what he wants to do. What's more, if he betrays the 13th team of Gotiei, he may also get some achievements. As far as summer knights are concerned, it should be the top achievement of gold. After all, this is the defection of a general. Just like Akiji Kuzan left the navy and became a pirate, even if he joined the Yonko level pirate group, he could be on an equal footing with the head of the group. Even if Akiji Kuzan established a pirate group himself and pulled up a group of subordinates, it would immediately be an imperial pirate group. Of course, what supported Xiaoye's idea was his own strength. Arrogant. As if infected by the spirit of summer nights, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni snorted coldly, but did not say the sentence end here again. After leaving such a sentence, he left with his cane. What does Mr. Yamamoto mean by this? Shibo frowned. Isn't this something that all the gods of death know? What the old man means is that as long as we don't threaten the safety of the Siriitii and don't destroy the stability of the Siriitii, he won't take action against us. Kayaraka Shunsui raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pulled his hat. It seems that the old man Yamamoto is not so confused. Xia Yejuan, the courage you showed tonight really shocked me. Jingle Shunsui came to Xia Ye's side, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, I don't dare to do it directly with the old man, but you did what I wanted to do but didn't dare to do. It's so handsome. Kyo band leader, there are some things we can talk about later. I have some questions I want to ask you. Tell me. me, what does Xia Yejuan want to know?
Jingle Shunsui sat up straight and said to Xia Yi. His original idea was to communicate with Xia Yi so as not to make the turmoil caused by Xia Yi too intense. Although the old man Yamamoto has acquiesced to everyone continuing to track down the taper knife incident, everyone understands in their hearts that this is actually the old man's special preference for summer nights. Only if Xia Yi went to investigate, the movement caused would not make the old man unhappy. In other words, it was them. Well, they are aristocrats themselves, and they all have strong family support behind them. Even if they have the heart to continue the investigation, they will be stopped by the elders in the family. In the final analysis, in the hearts of most nobles, the Suraitai is still their Suraiti. The so-called god of death is nothing more than their watchdog. Whatever the facts, the nobles will always portray it as a situation that works in their favor. Moreover, it is easy to erase information that is unfavorable to oneself. For example, the real reason why the old man Yamamoto settled in Suriitai. For another example, 1,000 years ago, Suriitai was almost destroyed by the Empire of Light. Also, the truth about the 5 nobles betraying the Spirit King and imprisoning the Spirit King. The Soul Society has been around for millions of years since its birth. The powerful headed by the 5 nobles firmly occupy the center of the Soul Society.
He established the only city, used the Soul Shield to block ordinary souls from entering the Suriitai, and established rules of rule in his favor in the Suriitai, continuing the family's glory for millions of years.
It can be said that the Suraiting is like the Pangu city of the pirate world, and the nobles are the celestial dragons of the pirate world.
Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni has only been stationed in the Suriitai for only 1,000 years. How can it be compared with the existence of the nobles for 1,000,000 years?
Even today, 1,000 years later, there are still some aristocrats who fantasize that they live in an era where the aristocracy controls everything. However, under the suppression of the Gotiai 13, they could only demonstrate the authority of the nobility in the family residence. The emergence of the taper knife must be fueled by these nobles behind it. They desperately hope for a force to confront the god of death. Even if it is impossible to expel the god of death from the Suriitai, it must have the right to speak by force.
Ultimately, it was also a power struggle between the nobles and the Gotiai 13.
On the surface, the wind and waves are calm, but secretly there may have been an undercurrent, and there have been countless confrontations. Perhaps it is in the actions of the nobles that test the bottom line of Captain Yamamoto. 1,000 years ago, the nobles, who were intimidated by Captain Yamamoto, obediently acted as tools to maintain the operation of the Suraiti. Now, 1,000 years later, the status of the central 46 rooms composed of nobles is already half a level higher than that of the 13 guards. Of course, status is status, and what the Gotiai 13 team identifies is not the nobles, but Captain Yamamoto. If Captain Yamamoto intends to erase the existence of the nobility, then most of the Shinigami of the Gotiai 13 team will follow in his footsteps and subvert the Suriitai. After all, most of the nobles who are willing to join the Gotiai 13 team have a heart of justice or protection.
It is completely different from those nobles who eat without food. This can be seen from the expressions on the faces of Kochiki Ginsu, Kayaraka Shunsui, Yukitake Shishiro, and others after learning about the taper knife.
Since Jingle Shunsui is willing to answer Xia Ye's doubts, Xia Yi will naturally not refuse.
After all he knows is the part shown in the anime. Kyo bandleader, I noticed your previous expressions, and it seems that you are no stranger to the kind of weapon that can devour the death god spirit press. Now, please tell me what it is.
Tisk, it's really troublesome. In the night, Xia Yi couldn't help but feel unhappy on the way back to the 11th team. Kayaraka Shunsui told him a lot, not only about the taper sword, but also how the nobles got along with the Gotiai 13. 1,000 years ago, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni strongly controlled the Suriitai, and he did not subvert the rule with invincible force. But for the stability of the Suriitai, he took over the guard work, and nominally, the managers of the Suriitai were still nobles. However, the nobles could not do whatever they wanted, and the decree they wanted to pass must be decided by the council of the 46 rooms of the central government. It can be said that it is this kind of practice that allows some nobles to see the courage of Captain Yamamoto. Therefore, he joined the command of Captain Yamamoto and became one of the 13 Gotiai teams.
The predecessor of the 2nd Division was the secret mobile unit of the 4 Maple Courtyard family.
The 6th Division was an aristocratic division, which was eventually controlled by the Kochiki family, one of the 5 nobles. As for Kayaraka Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro, they were originally students of Mr. Yamamoto, and after joining the Gotiai 13 team, they became the heads of their respective families.
Being able to become a disciple of Captain Yamamoto is itself a gesture of goodwill by their family to Captain Yamamoto. It is precisely because some nobles in Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni took a step back that the current situation of Suraitai was created.
Without conclusive evidence, even if Natsuya broke into Kasumi's house and found evidence of their making taper knives, it would not be possible for the nobles of Suriitai to recognize it and then impose sanctions on the Kasumi family. As nobles, they are very familiar with the methods of framing and framing. If Natsuya
Siaya really did this, all the nobles would feel sad. The next time the Gotii 13 wants to attack a certain family, can they first exterminate it and then forge evidence of extermination? In this way, it will naturally shake the foundation of the Seriitii, which is unacceptable to both the nobles and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Therefore, if Natsu wants to take action against the Kasumi family, he must first find evidence of their resumption of making taper knives, especially evidence of making runaway taper knives. If the Kasumi Daji family has improved the defects of the taper knife, then the appearance of the taper knife is not only not their sin, but a great contribution to the Seriitii. If it's in the pirate world. Xiaoyi said this, paused for a moment, and shook his head. In that chaotic and disorderly pirate world, Xiaoyi only needs to take direct action. The big deal is not to be a navy anymore. But he knew in his heart that this was just an imagination. If he was really in the pirate world, how he should act. Xiaoyi couldn't be sure what choice he would make. However, he would never kill people and exterminate his family for no reason. What's more, the well-educated Xiaoyi knew that unrestrained power was just a slave to power, and what he did and thought was often a mental imbalance caused by the inability of his mind to suppress the power. By the way, at this time, Xiaoyi suddenly thought of something, stopped abruptly, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the first team. A few minutes later, Natsuyi got the information he needed from Captain Yamamoto and immediately went to Kisaragi Taigo's house. For the Kasumi Daji family, Kisaragi Taiwu, who was parasitized by the taper sword, would surely die. However, the loss suffered by the Kasumi Daji family at the hands of Kisaragi Taiwu was just his death, and it could not calm their anger. In Tenbei Zayasuk's childhood memory, after his father was killed by Captain Yamamoto, his home was attacked. Fortunately, he was lucky and escaped a disaster. After graduating normally, he entered the Gotii 13 team, but was incorporated into the Void Circle Expeditionary Force with more students. The Legion commander of the Void Circle Expeditionary Force is comparable to the captain of the Seraiti Gotii 13th team. However, in the past 100 years, almost all the people in the Void Circle Expeditionary Force have been exiled sinners or eliminated gods of death, so they are inherently inferior to the captains of the Gotii 13 team. Just like the Gotii 13 are the nobles of the capital, and they are just dirt buns in the countryside. Captain Yamamoto will never hurt the families of his subordinates. The only ones who can act like this and dare to do this are the nobles of the inner court. What Xiaoyi must do now is to rush to Kisaragi Taigo's house and protect his wife and children. Without the slightest hesitation, the summer night flickered in an instant, and in less than 3 minutes he had arrived at the place where Kisaragi Taigo lived. As the third seat of the Ichiban team, and the god of death who has completed Bankai training and has captain-level strength, he has an independent courtyard in the Seraiti. But he doesn't seem to want his wife and children to be implicated because of this. Therefore, his wife and children do not live in the courtyard of the Ichiban team, but live on the more remote streets of the Seriitii. Even, his wife only knew that Kisaragi Taigo was an ordinary god of death, and did not know that he was the third seat of the Ichiban team with captain-level strength. In front of the gate of the small courtyard, Xiaoyi's figure suddenly appeared. The child who was about to open the door was startled by the sudden summer night, took a few steps back, and sat on the ground. This child is shorter than Xiaoyi, but from his slightly curly hair, Xiaoyi can still see a bit of the appearance of Tianbei Shouju in the future. Shio, what's wrong? Hearing the child's exclamation, a woman walked out of the house, and the moment she saw Xiaoyi, her face immediately became nervous. Shio, be good, you go to the house first. She took a few steps forward, carried the child into the house, and walked up to Xiaoyi with a face full of apprehension. No one who lives in Seraiti does not know the meaning of the Death Overlord costume in Captain Haori. They all know that the god of death wearing the Death Overlord costume is the armed force protecting the Seriitii, and the one wearing the Captain Haori is the captain who stands at the peak of the Gotii 13 team. Captain, is something wrong with my Awu? Hearing this, Xiaoyi was suddenly shocked. It turned out that the woman was suspecting that her husband had died in the line of duty. If you think about it, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. Just like those soldiers who joined the army in their previous lives, if they did not go home one day, but were visited by senior leaders in person, the first reaction of their relatives was often not joy, but worry about whether their children had died. Obviously, now Kisaragi Taigo's wife is suspecting that her husband has been killed, and the captain came as if to convey this unfortunate news. Because of this, she will carry the child back to the house first and bear this heavy grief alone. Ma'am, you misunderstood. Although Kisaragi-kun was injured, his life was not in danger. Now I'm relieved. Hearing that her husband had no worries about his life, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. So, Captain, what is the purpose of your trip? The reason why Kisaragi-kun was injured this time is related to a certain nobleman in the inner court. I'm worried that those nobles will secretly be against you, so I came to ask you if you would like to take refuge in our squadron. Of course, if you don't want to, I will also guard here and don't let anyone hurt you. Xiaoya's words made the woman reply without hesitation. My lord, we are willing to take refuge in the
the fleet. Please wait a moment, I will prepare immediately.
Well, it's okay to take your time. With me here, unless Captain Yamamoto comes in person, no one can hurt you.
Xia Yi knew in her heart that her young appearance made people who didn't know her naturally lack trust. However, the identity of the Captain Haori is enough to make others jealous of him.
This is the prestige accumulated by the Gotiai 13 team over the millennia.
After bowing to Xia Yi, the woman turned around and entered the house and began to pack her things. From her movements, Xia Yi could feel her urgency. Closing his eyes, Xia Yi leaned against the doorpost of the small courtyard, exuding a domineering aura to ensure that no one could pose a threat to Kisaragi Taiwa's family within this range.
These guys are really here.
It didn't take long for Xia Yi to see and smell the domineering energy, and he felt that 7 people with abnormal spiritual pressure were rushing towards this side quickly.
Although their strength is not as good as Kisaragi Taiwu, the manic Ryatsu was obviously in the same vein.
Xia Yi's heart soared with murderous intent, and he almost wanted to directly use seeing and smelling overlord killing to kill all these people. But then, Xia Yi thought of the troubles he had previously caused to obtain evidence that the Xia Dalla family had made taper knives, and these people happened to be living evidence.
The evidence sent to the door must not be missed.
Therefore, Xia Yi was not in a hurry to make a move, but quietly waited for their arrival.
My lord, I've packed up.
At this time, Kisaragi Teiwu's wife carried a package and pulled the child out.
Madam, I may have to ask you to wait a moment.
I sensed that a strange Ryatsu was coming quickly, probably the minions of those nobles. Wait until I catch them all, and then let's go together.
Well, okay.
Hearing Xia Yi's words, Kisaragi Taiwa's wife unconsciously pulled the child closer, slightly closer to Xia Yi.
Seeing this, Xia Yi nodded.
It is undeniable that despite the hatred in her heart, she did not go astray. She just wanted to take revenge on Captain Yamamoto, and did not implicate anyone except Kasumi Aji's family.
From this point of view, her upbringing environment is obviously good and correct, shaping her firm 3 views.
Xia Yi didn't wait too long, and several figures quickly appeared around the courtyard.
Oh,
seeing the clothes on these people, Xia Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. These guys really came prepared. They were all dressed in black, and at first glance they were almost indistinguishable from the Death Overlord costume of the God of Death. Obviously, even if the Kasumi Daji family wanted to eliminate the threat or clean up the remnants, they had considered shifting the responsibility to the God of Death of the Gotiai 13 team.
It's not good. I've fallen for the plan. Run away. When they saw Natsuki wearing Captain Haori, these dead warriors obviously realized that the family's plan had been discovered. Boom.
Normally, even if there is a Shinigami protecting Kisaragi Taigo's family, they can kill him together.
Boom.
But now, it is the captain wearing Captain Haori who protects Kisaragi Taigo's family, and all they can do is escape. They are dead soldiers, and their lives are worthless. But the taper knife in their hands was the treasure of the Xia Dalla family, and if they lost one, their whole family could not bear such a loss. After all, it has been banned, and the Xia Dalla family has not cultivated a genius like the ancestor who created the taper knife for so many years. Therefore, the Xia Dalla family could only barely cultivate a few taper knives based on the incomplete information.
This is the seed of the rise of the Xia Dalla family again. The taper knife in their hands has not yet been cultivated to the final stage, and when facing Shiguan, they dominate the outnumbered, and they may not lose.
But when encountering a strong captain level, many guards of the Kasumi Daji family yesterday have proved with their lives how big the gap between the captain and the non-captain is. The Kasuma Dalla family also retains several powerful taper knives that had been passed down, and after paying a considerable price, they
successfully controlled the attackers. Otherwise, the Kasuma Dalla family may face a catastrophe. Now here, I met a real captain.
At this time, these dead soldiers had only one thought in their hearts: escape.
Can you escape?
Seeing that these dead soldiers wanted to escape, Xia Yi snorted coldly. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying coercion erupted on him, and under his control, he accurately swept past these 7 dead soldiers. The little boy only had a cold snort in his mind at this moment, and he stunned all the enemies. In the future, I will also become such a person. Xia Yi didn't know that in the hearts of Kisaragi Taiwa's children, a seed of desire for strength had been quietly planted. At this time, Xia Yi's overlord domineering had reached a level that was enough to cause damage to real matter. As long as he was willing, even the seed officer would not be able to withstand his courage and would be stunned.
And if the overlord domineering was entangled and attacked, there would only be a handful of captains who could undertake it.
After stunning these dead warriors, Xia Yi raised his left index finger and chanted the ghost spell in his mouth.
Black and white net,
22 bridges, 66 crowns. Footprints, distant thunder, spikes, return to the ground, night ambush, sea of clouds, blue Q. Paint the Taiyuan all over and go straight to the sky.
The 77th of the binding path, the sky is empty.
The Ryatsu on Xia Yi's fingertips turned into black lines, spreading in front of him, and finally condensed into a box emitting white light.
Number 77 binding road Tiantang Konluo was able to turn his
Ryatsu into a network and communicate with the person who was captured by him. When used in conjunction with number 58 binding road toe chasing sparrow, it can track location and communicate communicate in real time. For Xiaoyi, the perception ability of grabbing his toes and chasing the sparrow was not even as good as his haki of seeing and hearing. Following the Ryatsu perceived by the haki of seeing and smelling, Xiaoyi quickly connected his Ryatsu network with Ikemaru Jin's Ryatsu.
Ikemaru, you lead a team to come to me. In Team 11 field, Ikemaru Jin heard Natsuya's voice and sensed his location through the Ryatsu link, and without hesitation, he led several Shinigami to quickly rush to Natsuya's location using instantaneous steps.
Dispersing the ghost path in his hand, Xiaoyi turned to Kisaragi Taiwu's wife and children and said, "Madam, I have informed my subordinates, and they are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Don't worry, since I have grabbed the tail, I will directly uproot the nobles behind you and will not let you be threatened in any way."
"Thank you, sir."
"No, it is all a dereliction of duty on the part of the 13th Gotii team.
If I can't provide you with shelter anymore, then the name of this court is just an empty word."
Xiaoyi shook his head. The crimes committed by the nobles require ordinary people to bear the consequences, which in itself is puzzling. He had never seen or been persecuted by the nobles before because his own strength discouraged those nobles. At the same time, as the 11th team of the combat squad, the members had a strong desire to fight and were regarded as barbarians by the nobles, so the nobles did not dare to test whether the gods of death and the 11th team dared to fight back.
However, in other divisions, the gods of death are often persecuted by the nobility. Tozen Kaname of the 9th division, who was born blind, is the nemesis of Aizen Suk's Kagami Hana Shuagetsu. But Tozen is the most loyal subordinate to Aizen Sasuke. Why? Isn't it because Dongxian wanted her best friend Gu Quan to be killed by the nobles, but the nobles who killed her were not punished in any way? Gu Quan's dream is to uphold justice.
But in the end, the justice she upheld betrayed her.
Therefore, the justice in Tozen's heart conflicted
with what happened to Gu Quan, and eventually he also turned his back on his justice and pinned his hopes of revenge on Aizen Sasuke.
"My lord, is my father as handsome as you?"
Hearing Xiaoyi say this, the child in the woman's arms asked in surprise.
"Well, your father is also a handsome god of death."
Xiaoyi smiled and rubbed the little guy's head.
"Are you kidding?
Don't rub it more now, and you can't rub it when this child grows up to surpass you. In less than 200 years, the little Ashio has grown into a sloppy middle-aged man. Who knows how many years it will take him to grow up? And if Xiaoyi wants to grow into a young man, it will take at least 20 years.
This is really unpleasant." Boom! What about me? Can I become a handsome Grim Reaper in the future? Ashio blinked his eyes and asked Xiaoyi again. "Ha, your name is Ashio, right?"
Xiaoyi responded with a smile. "Ashio, if you want to become a handsome god of death, you have to go through very hard training.
Otherwise, you can't defeat the enemy to protect everyone, then it's not handsome. Not good. Well, no matter how hard the practice is, I will persevere."
Xiao Ashio raised his fists high and cheered for himself.
"Then I'll wait and see." Xiaoyi patted the hilt of the little guy's sword and encouraged, "I am the captain of the 11th first team, Xiaoyi. If you want to become a more handsome Shinigami, welcome to join my squad."
Speaking of this, Xiaoyi turned around, pointed his thumb to the 11 behind him, and said to Xiao Ashio, "The 11th team is the only squad in the Gotii 13 that can directly challenge the captain. As long as you have enough strength, you can challenge me in the presence of more than 200 team members. If you win, you can replace me and become the captain of the 11th team."
Bang! Wow, is it really possible? Xiao Ashio's eyes flashed. "Master Xiaoyi, can I also become a captain?" "Why not? To be a human being, you have to have dreams. What if it happens?"
Speaking of this, Xiaoyi stretched out his right little finger to Xiao Ashio.
"Let's make an agreement. If you want to be the captain, come to the 11th team to challenge me." Boom!
"I can assure you that I won't lose to anyone until you defeat me. However, if you can't defeat me, then you have to play for me in my squad for at least 100 years. 100 years is not a short time for an ordinary god of death."
Boom!
"But for those captain-level powerhouses who may have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, 100 years is not a long time." Xiaoyi reached this agreement with Xiao Ashio to prepare for the 1,000-year bloody war for more than 100 years in the future. As long as there are enough strong people in the Suriitii, the damage caused by the exterminator to the Suriiting will be reduced. Even if the annihilator is suppressed by the god of death, Yulabak will activate the sanctification in advance and sacrifice part of the annihilation division to enhance the strength of his god's amnesty guard. After all, in Yuhabaka's view, a few people, including the god's amnesty guard, are just resources for him to realize his dream of being a spirit king. Yulabak was able to break into the spirit king's palace, which was a script set by the spirit king himself, and Xiaoyi would not stop him, because the spirit king wanted to die, and Xiaoyi also longed to be the one who killed the spirit king. Not surprisingly, the judgment of the spirit king in the pirate achievement system must be the king of the world Luna god Imu in the pirate world. If he succeeds in killing the spirit king, Xiaoyi will definitely be able to obtain the top achievement, god killing. Perhaps, this achievement will help him break through the shackles of the Reaper world and allow him to make the ultimate leap. In the world of pirates, to kill the moon god Imu, you must first solve the 5 elders. The moon god Imu can make the 5 elders so obedient, and his strength must surpass them not a little. It can be said that if Xiaoyi really travel to the pirate world, he would not have much confidence when facing Emu. However, in the world of death, the Spirit King pursues death and liberation and will not fight back at all. At the same time, the Zero Division, which guards the Spirit King, will also be defeated by the God's Amnesty Guard. As long as Xia Yi seized the opportunity and gave the Spirit King a fatal blow, he could complete this achievement. It can be said that the difficulty is greatly reduced. At that time, Summer Knight, who has absorbed this last achievement, may be able to easily defeat Uebach without the cooperation of Ichigo Kurosaki, Sosuke Aizen, Yuryu Ishida, and others. Okay, agreed. Swish. At the moment when Xia Yi and Xiao Shio pulled the hook, Ikimaruin appeared beside Xia Yi with 7 or 8 gods of death. Captain Summer Knight. Lord Xia Yi. Well, everyone has worked hard. In response to everyone, Xia Yi pointed to the 7 unconscious dead men and said, these guys disguise themselves as death gods to attack ordinary people, and they are guilty of many crimes. Deputy Captain Ikimaru, you send them to the captain of the 2nd Division 4 Maple Courtyard. They are good at torture, and see if you can ask some news from their mouths. What about you, Captain? I'll send them to the 4th Division first, and by the way, I'll go see the situation of Kisaragi-sans. I may not go back tonight. When you return to the team, by the way, tell Runju, so that she doesn't say anything I do. The corners of the market ball Silver's mouth rose slightly. Although he couldn't beat Xia Yi, Lanju listened to him. The 4th way to bind the road gray rope. The thumb of his right hand stands side by side with his index finger, and Ikimaru Jin's fingertips shine yellow. With a wave of his hand, the yellow light turned into several rays of light and shadow, entangled all 7 people who were unconscious. The screams of his subordinates changed Xia Yi's face. Looking back, Xia Yi found that a god of death from the 11th team had just touched the knife of the death warrior in his hand, and was stabbed into his arm by the tentacles extending from the handle of the knife, and the Ryatsu was sucked up wildly. Xia Yi cursed secretly in his heart, his figure flashed, and instantly appeared beside his subordinates. His right fist seemed to be dyed black, and he slammed down at the taper knife that was absorbing spiritual pressure. The arm domineering energy destroyed internally directly smashed the taper knife into pieces, and the tentacles on the handle of the knife were no exception, instantly turning into charred ashes and dispersing. Everyone, be careful. At this time, Xia Yi said to the others while treating the injured subordinate, these guys' weapons are very strange. They can absorb the Ryatsu of the god of death. The recent frequent deaths of the god of death are probably caused by this weapon. Everyone must be careful not to touch these weird weapons. Wait for me to seal them first, and then protect them as evidence. Yes, Lord Xia Yi, sorry for hurting you. Natsuki guiltily apologized to the injured god of death. Where, Lord Xia Yi, I was too careless. Hearing Xia Yi's words, the god of death quickly shook his head. The abilities of Zanpakuto and Su are extremely weird and powerful. Before you find out the enemy's ability, you can either destroy the enemy strongly, or you can test it cautiously, and only after you find out the enemy's ability will you have corresponding countermeasures. This is what you often say to us, Captain Summer Knight. Failing to be vigilant during the mission was my mistake and had nothing to do with Captain Summer Knight. Xia Yi shook her head and didn't speak. Indeed, these are the words he often says to the members of the 11th team. Boom! But the purpose of his words was to minimize the casualties of the players. However, this time, he stunned these dead warriors because he directly used the Overlord Haki and failed to notice the taper knife in their hands, which was obviously his mistake. Before the taper knife is activated, it is not much different from the shallow strike. Once activated, the blade extends its tentacles and inserts into the body of the god of death, absorbing the host's Ryatsu. The ability of the taper knife will increase with the absorbed Ryatsu. Poof! This is the case with the taper knife in the hand of Ryue Taiwu. In the absence of the taper knife, compared with Kisaragi Taiwu and Ikawa Luowu, I am afraid that Ikawa Luowu is slightly stronger. Boom! Poof! But after absorbing Kisaragi Taigo's Ryatsu, Ikawa Ra was defeated by Kisaragi Taigo in a short period of time. The gods of death rely on the Zanpakuto to improve their strength. As long as the Ryatsu is enough, they can be used many times without harm to themselves. And the taper knife, even if it is a captain-level powerhouse, after being devoured by the spiritual pressure, if it cannot suppress the runaway taper knife, it will be completely swallowed by it. It can be said that the taper knife almost regards death as a disposable consumable. After treating the subordinate's injuries, Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't hurt the source. You just need to rest for a few more days later. Well, thank you, Captain. Patting the arms of the team members, Xia Yi stepped forward and took off the taper knife in the hands of these dead soldiers with his own hands. When Xia Yi's hand touched these taper knives, they also wanted to stretch out their tentacles to devour his spiritual pressure just like the previous one. Unfortunately, no matter how these tentacles struggled, they couldn't even pierce the skin on Xia Yi's arms, and naturally they couldn't absorb his spiritual pressure. The other gods of death were not too surprised when they saw this. Just kidding, if their captain was injured by this weapon, it would be too inferior. Although these tentacles did no harm to him, looking at their appearance, Xia Yi still felt uncomfortable in his heart. At that moment, Xia Yi snorted coldly, and the Overlord's domineering aura instantly emanated. Suddenly, the tentacles of the 6 taper knives in Xiaoye's hand instantly froze, as if sensing some kind of terrifying aura, and immediately retracted into the hilt. The 63rd of the binding path. The 63rd binding path of abandoning the chant came out of Xiaoye's mouth. In an instant, Xiaoye's spiritual power formed 4 golden chains in the air, and under his control, the 6 taper knives were tied together. Silver, I'll give you this thing and send it to the 2nd Division with these dead soldiers. With these dead warriors, coupled with these 6 taper knives, Xiaoye no longer has any worries about Xia Dalu's family. Ikamaru Jin realized the seriousness of the matter, pulled out the Zanpakuto, stabbed the tip of the knife into the chain, held the taper knife, and rushed to the 2nd Division station with several other team members carrying death soldiers. So, let's go. Go to the 4th Division first to see Kisaragi's 3 seats, so that you can be more at ease. Sorry to trouble you. Kisaragi Taiwu's wife bowed slightly to Xiaoye and expressed her gratitude. Indeed, now everything is just what Xiaoye said. If they don't see Kisaragi Taiwu with their own eyes, how can their mother and daughter rest in peace? Thank you, Captain Summer Knight. In the 4th Division, Kisaragi Taiwu said to Xiaoye gratefully. On the one hand, he was grateful for Xiaoye's life-saving grace. Although he lost an arm, he was able to survive, and Kisaragi Taiwu knew in his heart that this was already a great luck for him. After being controlled by the taper knife, Kisaragi Taiwu suddenly felt that he had no escape, and life and death were a foregone conclusion. Whether it is the soul that can be swallowed by the taper knife at any time, or the consciousness that is controlled by it to assassinate Yamamoto-sensei, it is an existence that he cannot resist. He faced only 2 endings. One was completely devoured by the taper knife, and the other was reluctantly killed by Yamamoto-sensei. On the other hand, Xiaoye took the initiative to protect his family. To be honest, even Mr. Yamamoto did not expect such a move. Perhaps in Captain Yamamoto's view, since he no longer intends to pursue it, the nobles should also know how to restrain themselves and hide things that should not appear. However, Mr. Yamamoto was obviously not an aristocrat, and he could not understand the thoughts and actions of those nobles. It can be said that Mr. Yamamoto used the thinking of ordinary people to speculate on the aristocracy, which is a mistake in itself. He took the ordinary people of Suraitai to heart, but the nobles did not. They will only regard ordinary people as their slaves and slaughter them at will. Although under the management of the Gotiai 13, the situation in Syria was much better than it was under the rule of the nobility. 1,000 years ago, there was still a significant part of the nobles in the inner court who had never regarded ordinary people as humans. It is common for the dead soldiers and their family to be trained since childhood, the adopted servants, and to kill at will when they are in a bad mood. How could such a nobleman easily let go of those who offended him? Kisaragi Taiwu's own soul origin suffered a heavy blow, and its strength was greatly damaged. If his family suffers because of him, and he cannot take revenge because of his loss of strength, then for him, it is truly cruel. Therefore, the gratitude in my heart for Xiaoye can no longer be expressed in words. It's too much, like 3 seats in the moon. Xiaoye held down Kisaragi Taiwu, who wanted to get up. If it weren't for Kisaragi Sanchi taking risks, the consequences would be unimaginable, and I am afraid that more gods of death would suffer. Speaking of thanks, it should be me who thanked Kisaragi Sanchi for those ordinary gods of death. Your family, I have asked the 3 seats of the 11th squad to guard them day and night. You don't need to worry about their safety. Thank you. Kisaragi Taiwu thanks Xiaoye again. The 11th team's 3 seats, Maki Ichinos, still knows Kisaragi Taigo. Before joining the 11th team on summer night, Maki Ichinos was the vice captain. Since defeating Onigo City on a summer night, Maki Ichinos seems to be mood swings and unwilling to continue as vice captain. Later, although he figured it out, at the exchange match, Natsuyi directly invited the genius boy Ikamarijin of the 5th division to join the 11th first team, resulting in Maki Ichinos having to succumb to 3 seats. However, Maki Ichinos is a powerful Shinigami who truly possesses the strength of a vice captain. What's more, over the years, Captain Xiaoye has been teaching the members of the 11th squad to practice, which has greatly improved their strength and truly shown the demeanor of the strongest division. It can be said that as long as the captain-level powerhouse does not come out, Taiwu's family will not be in danger. And whether the Kasumi Daji family has a captain-level strong person, Ryue Taiwu knows best. It was precisely because of his carelessness that his heart was shaken when he saw the cruelty of the Xiadala family making the taper knife, so he fell into the trap and was controlled by the powerful taper knife. If it weren't for this, he alone would be able to destroy the Xiadala family. As for the Kasumi Daji family, Xiaoye said this, and paused slightly. It depends on whether the 2nd division can get some evidence from those dead soldiers. If I can find the confession of the Kasumi Daiji family forging taper knives in violation of the ban, I will propose to Captain Yamamoto tomorrow to arrest and imprison the Kasumi Daiji. Even if there is no progress on the side of the 2nd division, I will always pay attention to the Kasumi Daji family and make sure they pay for the crimes they have committed. With this sentence, Xiaoye is not comforting Ryue Taiwu. Now that he has intervened in the taper knife incident, he has naturally offended the Xiadala family. Although Xiaoye was not too worried about the Kasumi Daji family, after all, in the Syriai court, there were very very few strong people who could match him, but others are different. Some nobles are like rats in the gutter, and no one knows what they will do in secret. If they use the rules of the Suraitai to set a trap, I am afraid that if Xia Yi wants to protect the people around him, he can only fight against the Suraitai alone. Therefore, Xia Yi naturally wants to stifle possible crises in the cradle in the future. This is his domineering. Of course, Ruoxia Dalu's family has the potential to grow into a strong man at the peak, and Xia Yi may give the other party a chance to test his own ability. Unfortunately, although the taper knife is evil, its upper limit is only at the level of an ordinary captain. Even the centennial captain level of the second-rank Lingwei could not match it. Such an enemy, Xia Yi didn't want to waste time dealing with it. At this moment, the sound of a mallet hitting the board sounded abruptly. Emergency edict. Hearing this sound, the corners of Xia Yi's mouth rose slightly. Kisaragi-sans, it seems that the second division has made progress. You are recuperating in the fourth division first, and I will go to the first team. Yes, Lord Xia Yi. In the conference room of the Ichiban team, Captain Yamamoto slammed the cane in his hand on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Captains, I noticed a sudden increase in the number of casualties among the Shinigami of the Gotei 13 team not long ago, so I asked the 3 seats of the Ichiban team, Taigo Kisaragi, to conduct a secret investigation." After half a year of investigation, Kisaragi-sanchi finally confirmed that there was a serious suspicion of the Kasumi Aji family, the superior nobleman of the Suriitai. Therefore, Kisaragi-sanchi sneaked into Kasumi Daji's house the night before yesterday to investigate and was seriously injured. Subsequently, a dead soldier raised by the nobility went to silence Kisaragi's family and was captured alive by the captain of the 11th team Summer Night. Hearing this, all the captains looked at Xia Yi in surprise. When Xia Yi asked to continue the investigation, they were all by their side. But even they never thought of protecting Kisaragi Taiwu's family. On the one hand, they didn't expect the Xia Dala family to be so bad, because judging from the attitude of Captain Yamamoto, there is no direct evidence, and there is pressure from the central 46th room. They are all ready to end here. The Kasumi family obviously thought so, and they all knew that Captain Yamamoto would choose to make concessions for the stability of Suraiti. However, even so, they still sent death warriors to attack Kisaragi-san's family, which made many captains disgust with the Kasumi Daji family in their hearts. Kuchiki Inling let out a sigh. The Kuchiki family is the head of the 5 nobles of Suraiti. The Kuchiki family has always hoped that they can set an example for the nobles and become an example of a more harmonious relationship between the nobility and the common people. However, there are always some nobles who are holding back the Kuchiki family. In Kuchiki Jinsuzu's view, failing to let other nobles follow his example is a failure for the Kuchiki family. On the other hand, captains are accustomed to being high, they care about their subordinates, but are indifferent to their families. According to the investigation of the 2nd Division, these gods of death are all from the higher-ranking noble Kasumi Aji family, and the weapons they use are the taper knives that have been strictly prohibited by the Suraitai court from continuing to study. No problem. The Kasadala family blatantly violated the ban of the Suraiting court and privately restarted the study of the taper knife. The facts are clear and the evidence is conclusive. Captain of the 4 Maple Academy, Captain Kuchiki, Captain of Summer Night. Captain Natsuyu walked out of the queue with Yoruchi of Shifenjin and Kuchiki Inling. Because Captain Ekawa Luowu of the 7th Division is seriously injured and has not yet healed, the 3 of you lead the team members to surround Kasumi Daji's house. I will immediately report to the central 46th room about the incident of the taper, and after receiving the order from the central 46th room, I will immediately take down the Xiadala family and make sure that none of them can escape. Yes, Captain. Xia Yi sighed in his heart. The most serious crime of the Kasumi Dala family was obviously to use the life of the god of death to give birth to the taper knife. But in Captain Yamamoto's words, he did not mention this in the slightest. The charge of taking down the Kasumi Daji family turned out to be a violation of the prohibition of the Suriitai. This can be understood by Xia Yi. After all, the Suriitai was jointly governed by the Gotei 13 team and the nobles. The 13th Gotei team is responsible for external defense, while the nobles are responsible for internal governance, jointly maintaining the peace of the Suriitai and the stability of the 3 realms. Moreover, Captain Yamamoto asked the 2 nobles, Yoichi Shifuin and Kuchiki Jinsuzu, to lead the team to surround the Kasumi Aji family, which obviously had its own considerations. What? Shifenjin Yoruchi, as the head of the Shifenjin family, one of the 4 nobles, the death of the Kasumi Daji family was confirmed by the interrogation of the 2nd Division. Kuchiki Jinsuzu is also the head of the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, and is a model of nobility. Let the 2 of them lead the team to to surround the Xiaoda family, and the other nobles have nothing to say. After all, it can't be that two big nobles can unite to bully a superior nobleman, right? As for Xia Yi, this matter was originally what he insisted on continuing to investigate, and he was also the captain of the 11th team. Matters involving battles are naturally the work of the 11th First Team. If the Ruasha Dejia family is tied up, the 2nd Division and the 6th Division can come forward to arrest them. And once the Kasumi family chooses to resist, that is the moment when the 11th team begins to carry out its mission. In addition to the 6th Division, the 2nd Division and the 11th Division took almost no time to quickly rush to Kasumi Daji's house and surround them. The members of the 11th team are ready to fight at any time, and with just one order, everyone will quickly gather together. The 2nd Division has a special penal army that completely obeys the command of the captain. Only the 6th Division, due to the poor state of the vice-captain Susumi Kuchiki, could only be organized by the 3 seats of Jinjinjiro, so some time was delayed. Lord Saifanjaiwan, Lord Kuchiki, I don't know what crime my Kasumi Daji family has committed, and you two are troubled to come here in person? Master Xiadalu, you know what you have done. Saifanjaiwan Yi held his chest with both hands and talked to the head of the Xiadalu family, leaving no room. You violated the prohibition of the Suriting Court and restarted the production of the taper knife, and the evidence of your Kasumi Daji's crimes has been sent to the Central 46 room. If you are tied up, I can still look at your noble status and give you some face. The head of the family on Xiada Road suddenly changed his expression. Lord Saifanjaiwan, don't wrongfully accuse the good man. All the records about the taper knife and our family have been destroyed. Oh, if Lord Saifenjiwan and Lord Kuchiki feel that they want to destroy my Kasumi Daji family based on trumped-up charges alone, then I have to go to the Central 46 room to ask, what else do you dare not do? You know, my Xiadala family is also one of the 12 high-level nobles. The Central 46 rooms of the Suritai are composed of the 4 great nobles of the Suriitii, the 12 upper nobles, and the elders of 30 lower noble families. Among them, the great nobles occupy the most seats and have the heaviest voice. The upper nobility is second only to the great nobility and higher than the lower aristocracy. The decline of a high-ranking aristocratic family will definitely cause a lot of turmoil in the inner court of the Suriitii. At the same time, the 2 great nobles jointly targeted a superior nobleman, which would also make other higher-ranking noble families feel the crisis, so they joined forces to protect themselves. However, what made the head of the Kasumi Daji family feel bad was that neither Yoichi of the 4 Maple Courtyard nor the Kuchiki Silver Bell flinched because of his words. Could it be that these people really have the evidence? But how is this possible? Suddenly, the head of Xiada Lu seemed to remember something and lowered his head to the housekeeper behind him and asked, Yunjing, has the servant who was sent out to silence him come back before? Come to think of it, if it is exposed, I am afraid that there will only be these few people. Master, I'll ask. Hearing Yunjing Yajue say this, the head of the Xiada Lu family immediately knew that if he did not do something, the Xiada Lu family would probably be gone. At that moment, the head of the Xiadala family took a deep look at his housekeeper and patted Yunjing Yajue on the shoulder. Butler Yunjing, don't worry, your child, I will treat him well. Hearing the head of the family ask, Yunjing Yajue suddenly changed color. However, before he could react, he felt that there was an extra short sword in his hand. This is? As the housekeeper of Xiadalu's family, Yunjing Yajue is naturally no stranger to taper knives. What? Even the production of the restarted taper knife, I am afraid that some processes are not even clear to the head of Xiadalu. At this moment, the taper knife in his hand was still sent by Yunjing Yajue to the hands of the head of the Xiada Road family tonight, because this is a relatively perfect taper knife made by the Xiadala family so far. Of course, no matter how perfect it is, the taper knife cannot change the characteristics of the spirit pressure that will instinctively devour the spirit pressure of the god of death. In particular, after activating the ability of the taper knife, in order to make its own abilities stronger, will increase the devouring of Ryatsu. If the god of death is not strong enough to suppress the power of the taper knife to devour the instinct, he will be swallowed up by the taper knife. Unfortunately, when the head of the Xiadala family handed this taper knife to Yunjing Yaoju, he had already activated the ability of the taper knife with his own spiritual pressure. Therefore, when this taper knife touched Yunjing Yaojue, 4 or 5 tentacles had already been inserted into Yunjing Yaojue's arm, frantically devouring Yunjing Yaojue's spiritual pressure. Yunjing Yaojue screamed in fear, frantically shaking his right hand, as if he wanted to shake off the taper knife. But how is this possible? Yunjing Yaojue is just an ordinary person, he has no cultivation, and he has the spiritual power of the 17th level, but he doesn't understand it at all. A person like him is not even qualified to become a taper knife nourishment in normal times, and at this moment, he is parasitized by the taper knife. How can he get rid of it? At this moment, with Yunjing Yajue's movements, sword lights burst out from the taper knife, and even the head of the Xiadala family was hit by a sword light in his lower abdomen, and blood was dripping. Hurry up, hurry up! Butler Yunjing violated the prohibition of the Suriting Court and studied the taper knife privately, and went crazy after the incident broke out. Everyone, on, catch him, don't let him escape. Ruin the reputation of my Xiaodala family for thousands of years. Falling to the ground, although the head of the Xiaodala family was injured, at this moment, there was no fear on his face, but he also said to the gods of death who surrounded the Xiaodala family. At this time, Xia Yi and the others were also shocked by the actions of the head of the Xiaodalu family. This guy, so blatantly blaming his housekeeper, let the housekeeper of Xiaodalu's family take the blame for the family? Indeed, at this time, Yunjing Yaojue had a bit of a sense of being broken after the conspiracy was exposed. But this guy, when they are blind? Or did he feel that the Gotiai 13 team had dispatched 3 divisions, and he only needed to hand over a substitute to let the Kasumi Daji family get out safely in this incident? Xia Yi looked at Sifang Yuan Yaniki and Kuchiki Yinling, but saw that the faces of these two people were a little entangled at the moment. Obviously, in their opinion, it seems reasonable that the head of the Kasumi Daji family, as a high-ranking nobleman, has launched a housekeeper to take the blame for violating the ban. At this moment, they were torn between whether to let go of the Kasumi family according to the rules between the nobles, or to follow the order of the captain and wait for the verdict of the central 46th room on the Kasumi family. This is a nobleman. Xia Yi shook his head. Every world seems to be like this. People who stand on high ground, in order to make themselves and their families land safely, they will inevitably set some unspoken rules with those who stand on the same height as themselves. 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Heshi, no one can be sure that they have always been able to stand at the top. Therefore, when everyone has the same scruples, they are willing to reach out when their own interests are not involved. In this way, when they are down, there will be other families who will reach out to let them land safely. In this way, ups and downs, but those who stand at the highest level are still those people. Launching scapegoats, admitting their mistakes, and turning the page on their sins are also the most common means among the nobility. For example, a few decades ago, a concubine of the Tsunayoshiro family, one of the 4 nobles, abused his fiancée to death, even if the stolen goods were captured. But after the Tsunayoshiro family launched a servant to confess, didn't the central 46th room still recognize it? Even the clansmen of that small family had no opinion. In other words, they did not dare to have an opinion, because they are not nobles. After saying that, Xia Yi pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Ah, go die, die, die. However, in just a few seconds, Yunjing Yaojue had been devoured by the taper knife in his hand. As if he felt that he could no longer live, Yunjing Yaojue aimed the taper knife in his hand at the head of the Xiaodala family, wanting to kill him and go to the underworld with him. Seeing this scene, Xia Yi inexplicably wanted to laugh. At this moment, it was the head of the Xiaodalu family who asked Yunjing Yaoju to carry the black pot to exonerate the Xiaodalu family. But in the future, more than 100 years later, in Xia Yi's memory, it was Yunjing Yaojue who presided over the production of the taper knife, which in turn let the Xiaodalu family carry the black pot for himself and control the heir of the Xiaodalu family. If it weren't for Ichigo Kurosaki's intrusion, it would really have allowed him to successfully seize the family business of the Kasumi Daji family. Xia Yi's figure instantly appeared behind Yunjing Yaojue. Yunjing Yaojue's body suddenly burst out with dozens of bloody lights, and finally fell to the ground. After his death, Yunjing Yaojue's body was completely devoured by the taper knife, leaving only a few robes with better quality. Ha, thank you, Captain Summer Night. The head of the Xiaodalu family stood up from the ground, regardless of his own injuries, and smiled at Xia Yi. If it weren't for Captain Xia Yi, I'm afraid our Xiaodalu family would have been harmed by this thing inside and out. In order to thank Captain Xia Yi for his great kindness to our Xiaodalu family, I have prepared a big gift for Captain Xia Yi. No, the head of the Xiaoda Road family. Xia Yi took a few steps back, dodged the hands of the head of the Kasumi Daji family who wanted to shake hands with him, and said coldly, Captain Yamamoto has an order. If the Xiaodala family is captured, it can give you the dignity of a nobleman. But if the Kasumi Daji family resists stubbornly, the 11th team can capture all the Kasumi Daji families by force. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. It's a pity that your housekeeper on Xiaodalu actually dared to resist just now. Also, did you try to attack me before? As a tribute to the head of the Xiaodalu family, I will give my all. Lord Xia Yi, what are you talking about? At this moment, no matter how stupid the head of the Xiaodala family was, he understood what Xia Yi wanted to do. Seeing that Natsuya aimed the Zanpakuto at himself, the head of the Kasumi Daji family hurriedly turned around, wanting to see Yoichi Shiffenjin and Kuchiki Insuzu. Captain Summer Night. Kuchiki Inling spoke, but before he could say anything, he was grabbed by Siphonjai Yi. Ha, Lord Inling, don't you think the sun over there is dazzling? Kuchiki Inling was stunned for a moment and looked up at the sky. There is not even a moon. How can it be said that the sun is dazzling? But then, Kuchiki Inling sighed. That's all. I see. Sorry. He is old, and the future belongs to these young people, so leave it to the young people. Yes, I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and I have never seen such a dazzling sun. The words of Shiffenjin Yoichi and Kuchiki Inling made the head of the Kasumi Road family change drastically. Kuchiki-sama. Before the head of the Xiaodalu family could finish speaking, he felt a powerful coercion that erupted from
Xiaoye's body. In an instant, red lightning erupted in the void. Such power made the head of the Kasumi Daji family feel like he had returned to the demon surrounded by flames 1,000 years ago. Under the fury of Xiaoye, his overlord domineering aura directly completely enveloped the Xia Lu family. Xiaoye's current domineering appearance, although it has not yet reached the level of reading minds, checking memories, and listening to the sounds of all things, there is still no problem in sensing a person's basic emotions. With the guidance of seeing and hearing domineering, those who had fluctuations in their hearts because of Yunjing Yajua's death must be the participants in the taper knife incident. For the others, Xiaoye controlled the strength of the overlord's haki and only stunned them. As for these people, Xiaoye was directly full of intensity, and their souls were directly shaken and dispersed by them, causing their spiritual bodies to emit white light and begin to turn into spirit children and disperse. These people, empty spiritual power, but did not cultivate, did not absorb spiritual children, although because they were in the green place of the spiritual court, their bodies were not much different from ordinary people. After the soul dies, the spirit body naturally turns into a spirit child and disperses. If they are strong people above the captain level, even if their souls die, their bodies will not naturally turn into spirit children because they are too solid to disperse. In order to allow the spirits of the gods of death above the captain level to participate in the world's spirit reincarnation, the Soul Society also has a special team funeral ceremony. However, everyone doesn't know that the so-called team funeral ceremony cremates the strong people above the captain level, and their spirit children do not enter the world's spirit child reincarnation, but enter hell. In the world of death, before the three realms were opened, there were only two worlds. One is the present world, where all life and souls live in the same world, and the boundaries between life and death are chaotic. After all, after death, people can still live in a soul state for a period of time, even if there is no first virtual appearance. Such a world is not a healthy world. Alas! In addition to the present world, there is also a mysterious world that specializes in the souls of the wicked, hell. What is a wicked person? This is difficult to define. In this world, there are people who kill people for fun, and after death they fall into hell. The nobles of Suraitai did not treat ordinary people as human beings and killed them wantonly, but there were no rumors that the nobles would go to hell after death. After all, the gates of hell that appear when hell pulls people are not small. If the gate of hell appears in the Suraitai, then it will definitely be a scandal for the self-proclaimed Suraitai and shake the status of the Suraitai. Thank you. After all, at the beginning of the establishment of the Suraitai, it was established for the stability of the world, and if they fell into hell after death, wouldn't this prove that the nobles themselves were heinous bad people? Therefore, Xiaoye suspected that after the five nobles had used the power of the Spirit King to create the three realms, they also used the Spirit King's omnipotent power to make certain rules for the Soul Society that restricted the appearance of the gates of hell, so that they could always maintain their orthodoxy. How is that possible? The head of the Xia Lu family, who was deliberately left behind by Xiaoye, watched all the people in the family suddenly fall to the ground, and some of the clansmen and servants began to dissipate as spirit children, and their pupils almost bulged out in shock. Seeing Xiaoye walking towards him, the head of the Xia Lu family took a few steps back, incoherently. Okay, Dad, I am a high-ranking nobleman of the Suraitai. How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid that the central 46th room will sentence you to death? Xiaoye raised his eyebrows. Then tell me, the 46th room of the central government sentenced me to death. Who dares to kill me? The head of the Xia Road family was stunned. Yes, the central 46th room pronounced the crime of Xiaoye, and in the end, it was also the 13th team of the guard who carried it out. However, with the coercion shown by Xiaoye at this moment, are the captains of the Gotiai 13 team Xiaoye's opponents? The captain-level powerhouse, the head of the Kasumi Daji family, is not unseen. The god of death who infiltrated Kasumi Daji's house the night before yesterday was a strong man with captain-level strength. If it weren't for this, the Xiaodala family would not have been forced to solve the design with a taper knife that has been passed down. But even the god of death with captain-level strength controlled by the taper knife was not as terrifying as Xiaoye is now. I'm afraid that in the entire Suraitai court, only Captain Yamamoto has such power. By the way, Captain Yamamoto. Thinking of that man, the head of the Xiaodala family lit up. Yes, the man who broke through the Suraitai 1,000 years ago and protected the Suraitai when the Empire of Light attacked the Suraitai was definitely better than Xiaoye. Captain Yamamoto, he is the strongest god of death in the Suraitai. You will definitely be killed by the captain. That's really sorry. Even if Captain Yamamoto kills me in the end, you won't be able to see it. Speaking of this, Natsuya raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. No, as long as you let me go, I will plead with the central 46th room and let Captain Yamamoto not take action against you. TSK, what an ugly. Xiaoye shook his head. Xiaodala family head, your current behavior is really a disgrace to the noble class. However, I think you got something wrong. I want to kill you, it's just that I want to kill you. As for what the consequences of killing you are, then you don't need to worry. What's more, even if Captain Yamamoto makes a move, he may not be able to kill me. Blood splattered, and Xiaoye slowly sheathed the Zanpakuto. Little brother Xiaoye, your mind is very dangerous.
house. At this time, Yoichi of the Four Maple Courtyard and the Silver Bell of Kuchiki finally turned around. With their spiritual sense, although they did not see it with their own eyes, they could also know something through those Ryatsu that suddenly disappeared. Siphon Jaiwan Yi put his hands around Xiaoye's neck. Although I also feel that everything the Xiaodaji family has done is deserved. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move just by feeling Mr. Yamamoto's Ryatsu. You actually said that Mr. Yamamoto's shot may not be able to kill you. Tell me, how did you become stronger? Teach me too. Xiaoyi shivered and quickly broke free from the embrace of Siphon Courtyard Yi. Please, Captain Yi, you are not a coquettish material at all. My goosebumps are going to fall to the ground. For Siphon Jaiwan Yoichi's words, Xiaoyi didn't believe it at all. Indeed, those who know Captain Yamamoto will be shocked by his terrifying Ryatsu just by sensing Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu. The existence of the vice-captain level could not even stand in front of Captain Yamamoto after the outbreak of Ryatsu. And what about the Night One of the Four Maple Courtyards? At this time period, even if she is not a second-class spiritual power, she is only one line away from the second-class spiritual power, and she may cross that hurdle at any time. Well, although because of being in charge of the God-given armor, Shifenjin Yoichi did not have a Zanpakuto, but her instantaneous step is currently the strongest in Seriitii, with the title of Instant God Yoichi. It can be said that except for a few captains, even if the other captains are Bankai, they are only played by the Knight of the Four Maple Courtyard. Another one, Siphonjin Yoruchi himself is also a lawless person who will not be bound by the so-called rules. Otherwise, Yoruchi wouldn't have been able to break in directly during the trial of Kasuke Urahara and Grip Ironhouse, and escape from the Soul Society with them. Such a person said that he was frightened by Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu and couldn't move, and Xiaoyi didn't believe it at all. Tisk, it's really cute. Seeing that Xiaoyi was not confused by his beauty, Sifeng Yuanya pouted. However, at this moment, Xiaoye's eyes were not on the Four Maple Courtyard Yoichi who was playing treasures, but at the thin figure wrapped in a black ninja costume on the side. From this little guy's body, Xiaoye's previous appearance and domineering color were sensitive, but he sensed a huge resentment. Is it Bi Shaoling? It is estimated that only Bi Shaoling will make up why the person who is close to Master Yi is not her when he expresses his closeness to others in the Four Maple Courtyard. The last time the Four Maple Courtyard Knight was with Bitip Aya to the 11th team, it was obvious that Bitip Aya hadn't put on the Deathmaster costume yet. This time, it was rumored that Xing Jun's ninja suit had been officially included in the second division by Shifenji Yoichi. Lord Yi, Lord Inling, now that the battle is over, then the matter here will be left to you. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni asked Natsuya to come here, and it was originally for Natsuya to deal with Kasumi's family. Now that the Xiaodala family may have something to do with the taper knife, they have all been killed by Xiaoyi, so naturally he doesn't want to stay here. As for the central 46 rooms, Xiaoyi believed that Captain Yamamoto, Kuchiki Inling, and Siphon Jaiwan would give them an explanation at a later date. Of course, if the so-called Noble Council masters are not reluctant, it is not that Xiaoyi can't learn from Aizen Sasuke and slaughter all the nobles in the 46th room of the central government. Well, Captain Xiaoyi will go back first, just leave it to us here. Kuchiki Inling heard Xiaoyi say this, and nodded in agreement. Unlike young people like Yoichi and Shifenjin, Kuchiki Jinsuzu was obviously still a little uncomfortable with the practice of slaughtering the Kasumi Aji family on summer nights. He didn't know how much turmoil Natsui's actions would cause to the aristocracy of Seriitii, but he knew that the power shown before Xiaoyi, if Xiaoyi wanted to do something, I am afraid that only Captain Yamamoto could stop him in the entire Seriitii. Now, what needs to worry about is the nobles who have always done whatever they want. The other captains, no matter how strong, have 3 points of awe for the nobles in their hearts, coupled with the suppression of Captain Yamamoto, making the Gotii 13 and the nobles like two parallel lines, not intersecting with each other and not interfering with each other. But the appearance of summer nights obviously broke this. Judging from Xiaoye's style of doing things, he advocates using violence to control violence, but Xiaoye really has such strength, and whether Captain Yamamoto would be willing to be an enemy of Natsuya because of some bad nobles, Kuchiki Insuzu was not sure. After all, in the heart of Captain Yamamoto, the stability of Seriitii is greater than anything else. If it is because the conflict with Natsui may destroy the Seriitii, and Natsui has room for negotiation, then there is a high probability that Captain Yamamoto will not have a conflict with Captain Natsuya in the Seriitii. Just like when Aizen Sasuke, Ikamaru Jin, and Tozen wanted the three of them to defect to the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto didn't make a move. Indeed, the anti-membrane created by hundreds of Great Void can isolate the inside and outside of the anti-membrane into two worlds, making all attacks unable to reach the people surrounded by the anti-membrane. However, that anti-film bandits created by Aizen based on this principle were all broken by the 40th Blade Ulquiorra. Although Ulquiorra only broke the anti-membrane bandits after the battle between Grinjo and Kurosaki Ichigo came out of the interdimensional space, judging from his response to Aizen Sasuke becoming the last line of defense in the Void Knight Palace, he can break the anti-membrane bandits at any time. It makes no sense that Ulquiorra can do
what Captain Yamamoto can't do.
Even if the real anti-film strength is above the anti-film bandits, but Xiaoyi doesn't believe it. If Yamamoto Captain Bankai does, he will not be able to defeat the anti-film bandits and leave Aizen and the three of them.
What really made Captain Yamamoto fear was that his Bankai could cause devastating damage to Tsuraitii. Of course, there is also the arrogance of Captain Yamamoto. He feels that as long as he is here, Aizen Sasuke can't make any big waves.
Well, it can be said that before the Thousand-Year Blood War, Captain Yamamoto's several overturns were caused by not really showing his strength. Perhaps, this is Captain Yamamoto wanting to see what kind of response everyone in the 13th team of Gotii would make when encountering foreign enemies if Tsuraitii did not have him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Natsuya to understand that Captain Yamamoto would be defeated by Inaba Kagerusa and would be forced to close his mind by a Zanpakuto that had lost its owner.
Are you kidding?
Even if Inaba Kagelansa fused with Kojo Nozomi to become a complete Yashima Oshur, he was eventually defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki, who had little residual power.
Can't Captain Yamamoto be even inferior to Ichigo Kurosaki at that time? Muramesa's one is even more ridiculous.
I didn't see that after the memory was read by Muramesa and the flowing blades were rebelled, the old man Yamamoto, who lifted the mental barrier, defeated the flowing blade like fire only for nothing, allowing him to get rid of Muramesa's control.
Kuchiki Hibika's Zanpakuto ability can indeed be said to be terrifying. The first solution can amplify Zanpakuto's dissatisfaction with its master, sow discord between Zanpakuto and the god of death, so that Zanpakuto no longer obeys his master's orders, and even attacks the god of death in turn.
Not to mention Bankai, he can materialize the Zanpakuto, amplify their desire to fight, and before being defeated, the Zanpakuto's murderous intent for the god of death will remain at its peak. This is very unfriendly to those Shinigami who have not yet completed the liberation of Zanpakuto, as well as those who have completed the Zanpakuto initiation cultivation. Without the response of the Zanpakutos, their strength dropped by at least 50%. As for the captains, after losing the response of the Zanpakuto, even if they have fully mastered the ability of the Zanpakuto, it will take a period of adaptation to regain the power of the Zanpakuto. That is, the first solution. Bankai, you need to fuse the spirit of the Zanpakuto with the god of death, so you can't use it. However, even without Bankai, it is not difficult for the captains to defeat their Zanpakuto. After all, when they were practicing Bankai, they had not completed their Bankai cultivation, and now they were just practicing Bankai again.
Disobedient children will be good after a few hits, and Bankai will naturally come back.
Skipping the complicated feelings of the Rottenwood Silver Bell, at this moment, the Summer Night is also like an arrow. When killing the head of the Seada Lu family, Xiaoyi heard the sound of ding again for the first time in a long time. This is the notification after the pirate achievement system completes the achievement. To be honest, in the past few years, since Xiaoyi opened the rest of the achievement rewards, Xiaoyi has never completed any achievements. After all, Xiaoyi can already be regarded as the pinnacle in the Navy profession.
As for the achievement of killing the Void, Xiaoyi did not enter the virtual circle, and only the Void that broke into the Soul Society over the years was not enough for the other members of the 11th team to kill, and the 3 or 2 that Xiaoyi picked up were not enough for Xiaoyi to complete the achievement of slaughtering pirates. Xiaoyi was thinking about whether to change careers in order to start new achievements, but now, Xiaoyi has gained an achievement again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the world noble Draconian and obtaining the top achievement God Slayer. Do you want to open the achievement reward?
After coming to the 11th team, Xiaoyi lifted the guard status of the 11th team and came to the courtyard to see what achievements he had obtained.
Killing the celestial dragon can indeed be regarded as a top achievement. Xiaoyi nodded.
In the world of pirates, the status of the celestial dragons is supreme. For the noble celestial dragons of the world, all the non-celestial dragons in this world are their slaves. For fun, they can choose an island each year to play a so-called killing game to kill everyone on the island. The navies, who claim to be just, became lackeys of the celestial dragons and became an impregnable wall to prevent the civilians on the island from escaping. To cover up the crimes of the celestial dragons, the world government will also erase these islands from the world's map. More than 800 years is enough for the world government to implant the concept of the celestial dragons as gods into the hearts of everyone in the world, forming an ideological seal so that no one in the world dares to offend the celestial dragons. Whether it was pirates, revolutionary troops, or slaves tortured by the celestial dragons, even when they resisted the celestial dragons, no one thought of killing the celestial dragons. What they did the most was just knock him unconscious. The so-called D family is the name of the celestial dragons for those who may break free from the ideological seal.
Boom! Why did Princess Otoheim of Fishman Island die?
In addition to someone betraying her, Natsuki felt that it was Princess Otoheim who changed the will of Muscarud Saint and was regarded as a threat that had to be eliminated by the people of the celestial dragons. If this is in the pirate world, Natsuki is the first to kill the celestial dragon, which is indeed a top achievement comparable to that of the Admiral and the Pirate Emperor. Because, even the Admiral and the Pirate Emperor have never killed the celestial dragons. Xia Yi did not hesitate and directly chose to open the achievement reward. Congratulations, the host has opened the God Eater achievement and obtained the steel balloon physique. What? Steel balloon physique? Hearing the system's prompt tone, Xia Yi's breathing felt stagnant for a moment. In the world of pirates, if someone is a natural powerhouse, then this person must be Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling's physique is definitely the strongest physique in the pirate world. At the age of 5, with the force of a mosquito, he directly cut several ribs of the giant soldiers. And strength is just the ability attached to the physique of the steel balloon. Since it is named steel, Charlotte Lingling's physique is naturally mainly defensive. The soldiers of the giant race brandished huge weapons to attack Charlotte Lingling, not only failed to cause any damage to Charlotte Lingling, but the weapons in their hands were shattered. Looking at the countless strong people in the pirate world, which one has no wounds on his body? But Charlotte Lingling has been across the sea for decades, and her skin is not even broken. The other strong people are either cultivating or on the road of cultivation. In order to reach the top, the sweat and effort they put in are not enough for outsiders to understand. But what about Charlotte Lingling? She is a born destroyer. While the other strong men were working hard to cultivate, she was either giving birth to a child or on the way to giving birth. Bang! 39 daughters, 46 sons, a total of 85 children. But even after giving birth to so many children, Charlotte Lingling is still one of the most peak powerhouses. If Charlotte Lingling hadn't wasted her talent, even if it was only 1/10 of the efforts of others, then Charlotte Lingling herself might be able to touch the level of Moon God Emu and Sun God Nika. Ahem. It can be said that Charlotte Lingling's physique is definitely the most precious treasure in the pirate world. This ability was actually opened by himself so easily? In the surprise of the summer night, the golden light mass representing the physique of the steel balloon spread out and blended into the summer night's body. In an instant, Xia Yi felt that her physical strength had improved essentially. Opening his eyes, Xia Yi moved his hand. Obviously, in Xia Yi's own feelings, he didn't use much force, just like the same force as he usually does. However, on summer nights now, you can easily feel the resistance of the air to the movement of your fingers. That feeling was as if the whole world was putting its weight on Xia Yi's body, and if Xia Yi wanted to move, he would be restricted by the world. With a little force, Xia Yi's 5 fingers directly cut through the resistance of the air, making a sonic boom sound in the air. Just like the armed hockey, although it is known for its defense, the strength and attack added to its strength are also very considerable. With his right hand bent over his fingers, Xia Yi flicked his left forearm. It was as if the golden spear was ringing, and Xia Yi's finger that could pierce the mountains and cracked rocks was not even qualified to pop a white seal on his arm. So strong. In this world, who else can kill me? For a moment, Xia Yi's heart was full of pride. Even with it, Xia Yi's Overlord Domineering has made a lot of progress. Overlord Domineering, you can improve the degree of control over Overlord Domineering through cultivation. However, the strength of the Overlord's domineering aura is the appearance of its own courage. If you lack courage, even if you learn to wrap around the Overlord color, the attack power will not be much stronger than the armed domineering. Ah, another pleasant day. In the morning, Xia Yi walked out of the bedroom and stretched out. The strength has been improved again, and Xia Yi's mentality has also changed a lot. If yesterday, summer nights were still a bit "this is the old man Yamamoto's Saraiti," then now summer nights have begun to transform into "my Saraiti." Well, of course, summer nights have not directly evolved to the stage of "I don't eat beef," but it also has a bit of this meaning. In the past, in order to gain stronger strength before the 1,000-year blood war, Xia Yi also had the idea of defecting to the Siriitii and opening several other career routes. Now, Xia Yi said that the steel balloons were all obtained by himself. Charlotte Lingling does not cultivate, and she still works hard to die, and she can become a Yonko. That Xia Yi had been seriously cultivating for 100 years, and with the talent of this system, he did not need Yuhabak, and Xia Yi himself could directly hit the Spirit King's palace and let the Spirit King be liberated. Well, just think about it. Even if Xia Yi had the strength to kill the Spirit King at that time, he still needed to wait until Yuhabak to start the chapter of the Spirit King's ending. Xia Yi wanted to gain the strength to transcend the 2 worlds of pirates and death and become a real god, but he didn't want to destroy this world. When the Spirit King dies, there is no new Spirit King to act as a wedge for the 3 realms to maintain the balance of the 3 realms, and the 3 realms will fall into destruction. As for the incident at Xia De Lu's house last night, Xia Yi didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, the culprit had already been killed, and if those guys in the 46th room of the central government wanted to hold themselves accountable, Xia Yi wouldn't mind sending them to the reunion. However, Captain Yamamoto has never summoned himself until now, and Xia Yi knew that this matter was a turning point. Come to think of it, those nobles were not completely stupid enough to think that they could handle a captain who was in the period of youthful spirit. Then, practice. After relaxing his mentality, Xia Yi lowered his hand, and the smile on his face began to converge, and he walked towards the training ground of the 11th First Team. Since it has been decided to be able to beat Yuhabak in 100 years, Xia Yi naturally has to work hard to cultivate in these 100 years. Coming to the training ground, Xia Yi nodded with the other team members who were cultivating, and began his own training. Steel balloons belong to the top physique, and if you want to tap the potential of your physique, the Navy Type 6 is definitely the most suitable. Therefore, Xiaoye's figure began to flicker in the training ground. Shaving, moon steps, lawn feet, finger guns, paper painting, iron blocks. The gods of death who were training in the training ground of the 11th team had all finished their cultivation at this moment, and looked at Xiaoye's figure in the training ground in a daze. The terrifying sonic boom that could blast out a shockwave with every punch made them have to retreat again and again, so as not to be injured by the shockwave generated by Captain Xiaoye's cultivation. Captain Summer Knight is so strong. Well, it's not just slashing techniques, it's also so strong to fight in vain. Even if he is the captain of the 2nd division, he is probably not the opponent of Captain Xiaoye, right? Shifu Inyoichi is one of the few gods of death in the 13 Gotiei teams who does not use Zanpakuto, and only with his own white hit and instantaneous step, he has risen to the position of captain, which shows Shifenjin Yoichi's attainments in white fighting and instantaneous steps. But at this moment, Captain Xiaoye gave everyone the feeling, as if no matter who was in front of Captain Xiaoye, he would be blown up by his fist. Tisk, if I had 1/10 of the strength of Captain Summer Knight, it would be enough for me to walk sideways in the Siriidii. Heh, you really dare to think. I only hope for 1% to be good. Seeing that the captains are working so hard, the members of the 11th team look at me. I look at you, and they can't help but devote themselves to cultivation again. However, they all tacitly stayed away from the surroundings of Xiaoye. There is no way. The sonic booms and terrifying shockwaves are really shocking. The cultivation effect is too bad. After completing a round of cultivation, Xiaoye closed his eyes and sensed. Except for the increased control over her body, Xiaoye didn't feel much progress. His strength has reached the level he is now, unless he is rewarded with achievements again, otherwise, there will be no obvious improvement in general cultivation for Xiaoye. You can only rely on time to boil slowly like a sea of water. It's a pity, if Kara Izuru grows up, then his Zanpakuto ability is really suitable for assisting me in my cultivation. Now, thinking of this, Xiaoye shook her head. Kara Izuru is the god of death at the same time as Hinamori Momo, Rukia, Abariranji, and others. If nothing else, he may not enter the Mao Spiritual Academy for decades before studying. Kara Izuru's Zanpakuto Wabisuk is a Zanpakuto that can control gravity. As long as you are slashed by Wabisuk, the weight of the hit object will be doubled. If you get hit again, the weight will double again. More importantly, the weight of Wabisuk doubles not by doubling the weight of the object itself, but directly by increasing exponentially. For example, a piece of clothing weighs 0.5 thousand grams, and after being hit once, it becomes 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms twice, and 4 kilograms 3 times. It only takes 10 hits to suddenly increase the weight of the object itself to more than 1,000 times. Although it is said that the ability of the non-captain level Shinigami and Zanpakuto will be weakened on the captain level body due to the gap in Ryatsu, such an ability only needs to cut a dozen more swords. No matter how weak it is, it will eventually crawl on the ground, raise its head and let Kara Izuru harvest easily. What Xiaoye values here is not Wabisuk's combat ability, but Wabisuk's auxiliary cultivation ability. If you let Kara Izuru give yourself dozens or hundreds of knives, the weight applied to cultivate it will be very refreshing, right? Tisk, I'm dizzy too. Thinking of Kara Izuru's ability to Zanpakuto, Natsuyi suddenly patted his head. In the Seer writing, there is a Technology Development Bureau. Come to think of it, with the ability of the researchers of the 12th Division, it should not be difficult to invent and manufacture a gravity device, right? Do what you think. At this moment, Xiaoye no longer continued to practice, but rushed to the 12th Division. Sharpen the knife without mistake in chopping firewood. When the gravity equipment is completed, Xiaoye's cultivation progress will be increased tenfold or even 100-fold. For future cultivation, practice for a few days less, and the impact will not be great. Captain Summer Knight. In the 12th Division, Xiaoye was not embarrassed. After seeing Xiaoye, the doorman of the 12th Division not only did not stop Xiaoye, but also recommended himself as the leader of Xiaoye. Not to mention the Captain Haori on Xiaoye. In the exchange match 5 years ago, everyone has not forgotten that even Captain Hirako of the 5th Division was kicked far away by Captain Natsuyi. Although they also felt that Captain Kiryu of the Hikafune of their squad was invincible in the world, it might be best not to clash with Lord Natsuya. Rare guest. Natsuya did not hide his own Ryatsu, so after Natsuyi entered the 12th Division, the captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikafune, had already sensed the arrival of Natsuyi. Captain Xiaoye, this is the first time you have come to our team. Boom. Captain Takibo, I came this time to ask you to see if your 12th Division can help me make something. Faced with Kiryu Hikafune's politeness, Natsuyi directly said his plan. Let's make something for you. Hikishu Kiryu folded his arms and looked up and down at Xiaoye for a while, and the surprise in his eyes became stronger and stronger. After completing the research on the temporary soul, Kiryu Hikafune applied this technique to himself. It can be said that the current Hikafune Kiryu and Lingwei have reached the first class. What was revealed in the Summer Night was only the third-class spiritual power of an ordinary captain. However, in the induction of Hikafune Kiryu, the spiritual power of the Summer Night was was as deep as the starry sky.
This is not a manifestation of third-class spiritual power.
What made Kiryu Hikifune care more was that the Ryatsu swayed like a flame in the induction of spiritual sense, and for those who had stronger Ryatsu control, the less they would feel. After all, every move of the god of death will cause slight fluctuations in his own Ryatsu. Theoretically, if someone can maintain the stability of Ryatsu while moving or fighting, then such a person has definitely reached a limit in the control of Ryatsu. Even if it is the existence of the exterminator who controls the battle of the spirit child, its own spiritual pressure will still fluctuate.
But Hikifune Kiryu did not sense how much fluctuation it had in the Ryatsu emitted by the Summer Night.
In other words, the fluctuations of Summer Night Ryatsu were perfectly in line with his own actions, and if you sense Summer Night's Ryatsu according to Summer Night's movements, you can feel an inexplicable harmony.
Such a state cannot be achieved by Kiryu Hikifune. Even Captain Yamamoto may not be able to do this.
In Kiryu Hikifune's mind, among the 13 captains of the current Gotai 13 team, I am afraid that only Captain Uno Hanaretsu of the 4th Division has such an exaggerated Ryatsu control.
But now, Hikifune Kiryu actually had such a sensation on Xiaoyi. How not to shock Hikifune Kiryu? Retsu Uno Hana is a contemporary of Captain Yamamoto.
Even if it is later than Captain Yamamoto, it will be 500 to 1,000 years later at most. In other words, Captain Unohana's ability to reach today's state was achieved after nearly 2,000 years of penance.
And the reason why Captain Unohana was able to do this was related to her special experience. Captain Unohana 1,000 years ago was the big villain of the Soul Society, and even if he finally became the captain of the Gotai 13 team, he would go to the flowing soul block to find the strong to fight. After being defeated by Zaraki, Retsu Unohana turned to learn the way back, which is why he has achieved today. But it has been less than 10 years since Xiaoyi became the god of death. Inexplicably, Kiryu Hikifune had a new experience of the word genius. What do you want to do? I want to ask you to help me make a gravity device. Next, Natsuyi began to describe his vision of gravity equipment to Kiryu Hikifune. Gravity?
The thumb and index finger of Kiryu's right hand rubbed against his chin. This is an interesting research topic.
It's a pity that I don't have much research on this.
For researchers, they are not omnipotent, and everyone has different research directions and achievements in their respective fields. Hikifune Kiryu has reached its peak in the study of temporary souls. But in the field of gravity, there is a blank. Well, let me first ask if there are any people in the squad who have studied gravity.
If not, speaking of this, Hikifune Kiryu shook his head and didn't say anything.
But obviously, Natsuyi could understand the meaning of Hikifune Kiryu. Even a scientific research master as strong as Kiryu Hikifune takes a lot of time to tackle an unfamiliar field.
Moreover, it is uncertain whether it will be achieved. After all, not everyone is a scientific research genius like Kasuke Urahara and Nirvana.
Well, to be precise, Kasuke Urahara's genius comes partly from his own Zanpakuto, which makes Kasuke Urahara have a wider range of knowledge, understand everything, and can make something. Even Aizen Sasuke needs the power of the Spirit King to make the broken jade, and Kasuke Urahara can rub it by hand, and he doesn't need the power of the Spirit King. After the 1,000-year blood war, Tsunaya Shirtana wanted to make another collapsed jade, looking for Kasuke Urahara, not Aizen Sasuke. For Tsunaya Takatana, who had already become the head of Tsunayeo at that time, it would definitely be much easier to go to the infernal hell to find Aizen Sasuke than to find Kasuke Urahara. But in the end he chose Kasuke Urahara. Why? Isn't it because Tsunaya Takeda thinks that Kasuke Urahara is better than Aizen Sasuke in making collapsed jade? Looking for Aizen, without the Spirit King accessories, Aizen himself could not remake a collapsed jade. Otherwise, he could make another one himself. Where would he need to grab the one made by Kasuke Urahara? And what about Kasuke Urahara? After throwing out the broken jade he made to lure Aizen, Kasuke Urahara also considered the possibility of his plan failing, and Aizen successfully created the King Key and entered the Spirit King Palace to kill the Spirit King. Therefore, Xiaoryu and Jinta are the backhand used by Kasuke Urahara to cover the bottom. Like Chanwan Yenya, as long as there is a collapsed jade, Xiaoryu and Jinta can evolve into Spirit Kings and become wedges that stabilize the world. Besides, perhaps the current Hikifune Kiryu is starting to prepare for the promotion to the Zero Division, and there is not much time to complete this research. Xiaoyi nodded. Whether it succeeds or not, please take care of the captain of the towing boat. When he came to the 12th Division, Xiaoyi didn't think that things like gravity rooms or gravity bracelets could be obtained in a short period of time. All he needed was for Kiryu Hikifune to establish a gravity research topic in the 12th Division. When Kiryu Hikifune was promoted to the Zero Division and Kasuke Urahara took over the 12th Division, he had a reason to urge Kasuke Urahara to make it for himself. Kasuke Urahara is a lazy character. If he hadn't been driven to the shelves by Yaruchi of the Four Maple Courtyard, I am afraid he would not have become the captain of the 12th Division, and he would only be willing to stay in the 2nd Division and play with those people in the Worm's Nest who were good-looking and talkative. It can be said that Kasuke Urahara was able to develop his own scientific research capabilities, and these talents in the Worm's Nest were indispensable. indispensable. After completing his purpose, Xiaoyi did not stay in the 12th division for more time. Although it is very interesting to be angry with the monkey persimmon with a ball head on the side, Xiaoyi has not yet wasted his time in order to tease the 8 persimmon Rishiri more. Because Xiaoyi has focused on taijutsu in recent times, and with Xiaoyi's current physical strength the movement of cultivation is too great, and if he practices in the training ground, it can easily affect the rest of the 11th team. Therefore, in order not to affect the rest of the 11th team, Xiaoyi did not practice at the training ground, but directly left the Suriting court and went to the flowing Soul Street to find a murderous stone mine that could isolate the spiritual pressure to practice boxing. Well, not to mention, this murderous stone is worthy of being used by the Suriting court to make the moat, and the movement generated by a day's exercise on a summer night can only break a mine. If it is really a purified murderous stone, it will take some effort to destroy it on a summer night. With the improvement of Ikamaru Jin's strength, there is more and more free time on summer nights. Previously, there was the appearance of Killian Davo, and it was necessary to go out on a summer night to ensure that there were no casualties in the 11th team. Now, unless there are multiple Killian voids appearing in different positions, there will be a chance for Xiaoyi to shoot. On this day, Natsuya returned to Suraitai to practice boxing, only to realize that he had missed the scene of witnessing Kiryu Hikafune's promotion to the Zero Division. However, for this point, Xiaoyi not only did not regret it, but also had a little joy. In other words, if nothing else, my gravity-assisted cultivation equipment should be almost completed? This was the first thought in Natsui's mind after learning about Hikafune Kiryu's promotion. It was originally two. Between Xiaoyi and Hikafune Kiryu, they have only met a few times, and they do not have much emotional foundation. Don't worry, compared with Kiryu Hikafune's departure to the Zero Division, Natsuya is more looking forward to making what he needs as soon as possible after Kasuke Urahara becomes the captain of the 12th Division. As for whether there is a possibility that Kasuke Urahara cannot make a gravity room, Natsuya is not worried about this. If even Kasuke Urahara can't make gravity equipment, then it is estimated that no one in the entire Shinigami world can make it. Well, that's enough. If Nirvana specializes in this path, it is possible to create gravity equipment. After all, after Nirvana became the captain of the 12th Division, his research on Soul Together has completely surpassed Kasuke Urahara. He rebelled against the rules of the world of death and created a real soul from scratch. Sleeping number 7 Nyain Dream can already be regarded as a finished product. Just to protect Nirvana, Nirvana eventually died at the hands of Penida. Later, Nirvana used the brain left over from Nirvana Dream to create Sleep number 8, which was no different from the real death. With anticipation, Xiaoyi did not go to Flowing Soul Street to practice in the past few days, but waited for the summons of Captain Yamamoto. Half a month later, Xiaoyi finally heard an urgent summons from the first team to hold a captain's meeting. Silver, let's go. For this captain's meeting, Xiaoyi has been looking forward to it for a long time. Therefore, after hearing the summons, Natsuya directly pulled Ikamaru Jin, his figure flashed, and rushed towards the first team. At the gate of the first team, the figures of Natsu Knight and Ikamaru Jin suddenly appeared, startling the two gods of death guarding the gate. Captain Summer Knight, Deputy Captain Ikamaru. However, after recognizing Xiaoyi and Ikamaru Jin, the two hurriedly stepped forward to salute. However, the expressions on the faces of the two of them at the moment were a little distorted. Because of the speed, Ikamaru Jin, who was pulled by Xiaoyi, was soft silver hair at the moment, like a broom, and his eyes seemed to be covered with mosquito coils. So fast, so strong. Looking at Xiaoyi's back, Ikamaru Jin took a deep breath and calmed his breathing. Boom! From the 11th team to the first team, if Ikamaru Jin goes all out, he may be able to arrive in 3 minutes. If you are a general captain, 1 minute. Captain, but how long did it take to spend a summer night just now? I can't calculate the money in the market. Because, from the moment he was taken away by Xiaoyi, Ikamaru Jin was already weak and dazed by the air explosion brought by Xiaoyi's speed. Even when he arrived at his destination, he took a few breaths to come back to his senses. So how does he know how much time Summer Night spent? But Ikamaru Jin knew that this time was definitely shorter than he expected. How long has it been? He was still a little short of completing the cultivation of Bankai. He also thought that when he completed his Bankai cultivation and truly stepped into the captain level, his strength would be much closer to Xiaoyi's. But now it seems that the strength of the two sides has not only not been closer, but much farther away. Well, okay. However, the pressure in Ikamaru Jin's heart suddenly dissipated without a trace. No matter what he did in the future, as long as Xiaoyi was there would be no problem with the safety of the chrysanthemum. After entering the conference room, Xiaoyi glanced at it. Well, in addition to Captain Yamamoto, there are only 4 people: 2nd Division Captain Yoichi Yoruchi, 4th Division Captain Uno Hana, 8th Division Captain Kayaraka Shunsui, and 13th Division Captain Jushiro Yukitake. The other captains have not yet arrived. Seeing these people, Xiaoyi knew it in his heart. The captain selection of the Gotiei 13th team, except for the 11th team, which can directly challenge the captain in the presence of more than 200 soldiers, the captain selection of other divisions has several hard conditions. First, First, under the witness of the captain and 3 captains, he passed the captain's assessment. Well, generally speaking, the captain's assessment is the Bankai of Zanpakuto. Second, get nominations and recommendations from more than 6 captains, and then 3 of the remaining 6 captains are recognized and can also become captains. Xiaoyi rushed at full speed when he heard the captain's call signal, and he didn't think that the captains of other divisions would arrive at the first team faster than himself. Obviously, the 5 people who stayed here were the ones who conducted the captain assessment of Kasuke Urahara. Among them, Shifen Yoichi is a recommender, Kayaraka Shunsui, Yukitake Jushiro, and Uno Hanaretsu, who are witnesses. Xiaoyi, you won't have come from the 11th team, right? Seeing Xiaoyi, several people present were shocked. How long has the signal to hold a captain's meeting been sent? Why is the summer night already here? Several of them were originally witnesses to the assessment of the new 12th division. Therefore, they were confirming that their successor had the ability to become the captain of the 12th division, so they asked the deputy captain of the Sparrow department to knock on the wooden board to issue a convening order for the captain's meeting. From the time you start tapping on the board to the time you appear here on a summer night, is there a 10 seconds? If Xiaoyi really rushed over from the 11th team after hearing the signal, how fast was Xiaoyi's speed? What others think, Siphon Jaiwenyoi doesn't know, but she felt that maybe her name as Instant God could not be saved. Xiaoyi nodded, not denying it. Of course, he also knew that he cared too much this time, so he was a little faster. However, at the current level of summer nights, they don't care about what is exposed. Those strong people in the pirate world, which one of them has not all been studied by the world government? But what's the use of this? This is the courage of the strong. The strong men in the world of death are not bad, but in terms of courage, they are much worse than those in the pirate world. Of course, this can be understood by Xiaoyi. The strong men in the pirate world are all meat tank, unless the difference in strength is too big, otherwise it is difficult to be killed in seconds. And the people of the Shinigami world, even Kenpachi Zaraki, even though the strength of his body is more than 1 level higher than that of others, but the strength of his all-out attack can break his arm, which is almost impossible in the pirate world. Therefore, compared with the pirate world, it is not an exaggeration to say that the per capita crispy skin of the Shinigami world is not an exaggeration. Because of the high attack and low defense, the people in the Reaper world have an extremely low fault tolerance rate, or almost no fault tolerance rate. Therefore, the battle in the Shinigami world is somewhat similar to the Hokage world next door, and it is all a battle of intelligence. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi now has the strongest physique in the pirate world. It can be said that not to mention in the future, even if Xiaoyi's physique has not yet grown to its peak, it is estimated that there are few people in the entire world of death who can hurt him. Mr. Yamamoto's Bankai is counted as 1. Zaraki Kenpachi after Bankai can be counted as 1. The captain of the Zero Division, the main department of the division, Ichibai, and the ancestor of the Annihilation Division, Yuhabak, are counted as 2. After completely fusing with Collapsed Jade, Aizen Sasuke used Ichigo Kurosaki of the last Crescent Moon Tenshon, which is counted as 2. Nimea Wang used Zanpakuto Sheath Fu, and the captain of the Amnesty Guard Legia Barrows, All Things Penetrate, may also injure the current summer night. And when Xiaoyi's steel balloon physique grew to its peak, Xiaoyi didn't know if Yuhabak after absorbing the Spirit King could hurt himself. After all, unlike Charlotte Lingling, Xiaoyi will not let her steel skin become ineffective due to the outbreak of anorexia. Besides, in addition to the body's defense, Xiaoyi also has armed hockey. From the perspective of expressiveness alone, the blood outfit of the Annihilator Division is also inferior to the armed domineering. At most, it can reach the level of hardening and flowing, which is still a long way from internal destruction. In addition, the spiritual power of the God of Death also has a certain defensive effect. With such confidence, Xiaoyi naturally wouldn't care whether his information would be leaked. To some extent, summer nights can be regarded as nourishing the spirit. Tisk, Xiaoyi, you guy, it's really enviable. Siphon Jaiwenyei smiled and shook his head. I regret now that I didn't find an opportunity to beat you up a few years ago. It's not too late, Lord Night One. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Siphon Jaiwenyei. Although he didn't have any ill feelings towards Siphon Jinyoichi, he didn't like Siphon Jinyoichi to tease himself like a child. Don't. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, Siphon Jaiwenyei hurriedly waved his hand. I am still a little self-aware. It was okay before, but now, I fight with you purely to find myself uncomfortable. Are you kidding? Siphon Jaiwenyei's proudest instantaneous step was turned into scum in front of Xiaoyi. If it really fought, Siphon Jaiwenyei felt that he might not even be able to fight back against Xiaoyi. After all, this used to be Yoichi's favorite battle mode in Shifenjin. Maintaining one's mobility advantage at a speed that surpasses others can often allow Yoruchi to successfully defeat the enemy before the enemy reacts. But once he doesn't have an advantage in speed, he just fights for nothing, and Siphon Jaiwenyei doesn't feel that he is Xiaoyi's opponent. Once when she and Kasuke Urahara went to play on Flowing Soul Street, they happened to see the cultivation of summer nights. The kind of terrifying power that could shatter the murderous stone mine with just 2 fists almost didn't scare Yoichi and Kasuke Urahara stupidly. Is that the state that the human body can reach? Seeing Sifa Yuan Yi like this, Xiaoyi smiled, found his position and stood up, and began to wait.
5 minutes later, the captains came to the first team one after another.
Although with the strength of the captains, after hearing the call-up order, they can reach the first team within a minute. However, everyone also knows that a month ago, the captain of the 12th division, Kiryu Hikafune, was promoted to the 0 division, so this captain's call-up order is likely to determine the candidate for the captain of the 12th division. Therefore, everyone came slowly after explaining what was happening in the team.
Dong dash.
With his cane on the ground, Captain Yamamoto spoke. Everyone, it has been a month since the former 12th division captain Hikafune Kiryu left. Today, the captain of the 2nd division, the 4th Maple Courtyard, recommended to me the former 2nd division 3rd seat Urahara Kisuk to become the captain of the 12th division.
Hearing Captain Yamamoto's words, many captains couldn't help but glance at Sifan Yuan Yi in surprise.
Sure enough, it is one of the 4 nobles, the Shifenjiwen family. Everyone knows what kind of conditions are needed to be promoted to captain. Previously, among the 13 Gotiai teams, except for the first team, only the captains of their respective teams were strong at the captain level. But today, everyone also knows that the 3rd seat of the 2nd division is actually a strong man with captain level strength. The 2nd division can almost be said to be the private armed forces of the 4 Phone Courtyard family, and having one more captain level powerhouse is enough to greatly enhance the influence of the 4 Phone Courtyard family. But even so, Sifenjiwen Yanaki was actually willing to let people go and recommended him to become the captain of the 12th division, which shows the atmosphere of the Sifeng Courtyard family.
And compared with the Sifeng Courtyard. Thinking of this, the eyes of many captains couldn't help but look at Kochiki Yinling. Kochiki Yinling let out a sigh and closed her eyes. They are also the 4 nobles of the Siriidii, and the Kochiki family is still the head of the 4 nobles. However, the captain-level powerhouses of the 4 Maple Courtyard families can be released to become the captains of other divisions, and the Kochiki family still relies only on the Kochiki Silver Bell as a facade, and they are not accepted. Vaguely, the shoulders of the Rottenwood Silver Bell seem to be a little rickety. According to the rules of the 13th team of Gotiai, the captain of the Old Man, Captain Ashinohana, the leader of the Kyo Band, and the captain of Yukitake conducted a captain assessment for him, and unanimously determined that Kisuk Urahara, recommended by the captain of the 2nd division, had the qualifications to become the captain of the 12th division. Come in, Captain Urahara. As Captain Yamamoto's words fell, the door of the conference room opened. Suddenly, many captains looked at the door.
Even summer nights are no exception.
Hello everyone, I am the new captain of the 12th division, Kisuk Urahara.
Like in the memory of Xiaoyi, the light yellow curly hair and a slightly sloppy and green face. After entering the conference room, Kisuk Urahara awkwardly scratched the back of his head with his right hand and bowed to the captains to say hello. The corners of Xiaoye's mouth rose slightly.
Sure enough, you're still young.
Who would have thought that at this moment, this young man who looked slightly restrained would become the appearance of holding the pearl of wisdom more than 100 years later? There is no doubt that the current Kisuk Urahara still has ideals such as blood and justice. I really don't know what happened to Kisuk Urahara in the 100 years after leaving the Soul Society, which led to such a big change. Not only the personality, habits, but even the tone of speech are completely opposite to what it is now. If Kisuk Urahara more than 100 years later is brought here to stand with Kisuk Urahara now, I am afraid that no one will think that they are the same person. Come to think of it, the only thing that can make Kisuk Urahara change so big is probably the Spirit King, right? Whether they knew the truth about the existence of the Spirit King, or had contact with the Spirit King's will, and knew the Spirit King's will, they would act in a style of going with the flow, but secretly they were silently prepared to deal with the most difficult situations. More than 10 years ago, it was a summer night standing there. Now, Xia Yi herself has become the person who watched her join the company. If nothing else, the future summer night will also witness the departure and promotion of many captains.
There are no surprises. Although everyone thinks that Kisuk Urahara's performance does not look very reliable.
But since it was recommended by Yanaki of the 4 Maple Academy, the captain, and the other 3 captains agreed, so they naturally would not object. The captains of the Gotiai 13 team are the core of their respective divisions.
The team with and without the captain is in 2 mental states.
If a squad does not have a captain for a long time, it may not take long for the members of this squad to lose their self-confidence and feel inferior in front of the members of other squads. Therefore, once the captain of the Gotiai 13 team is vacant, he will find a way to stabilize people's hearts by letting the new captain take over as soon as possible.
Of course, if there is no suitable captain, the vice captain of the fan will temporarily become the acting captain.
When the deputy captain's spiritual power is promoted to the 3rd level and the Bankai cultivation is successfully completed, he can apply for the captain assessment, and if he passes, he can truly become the captain of the squad.
Captain's Summer Night.
At the gate of the 12th division, the god of death guarding the gate quickly saluted after seeing Xia Yi. They are no strangers to summer nights. When Captain Hikafune Kiryu was still there, Captain Natsuya would come to the 12th division every once in a while, so basically the Shinigami of the 12th division knew Natsu.
Well, is Captain Captain Urahara back? Here it comes, Captain Summer Night. Take me to see him. Yes, please follow me. Xia Yi nodded.
After the captain's meeting, he deliberately waited for a few hours before coming over, which was left for Kasuke Urahara to sort out the 12th division. After all, not every division is the same as the 11th division. As long as you have enough strength, everyone will obey you. The 12th division is the Technology Development Bureau, where scientific research ability is much more important than strength. After defeating Ghost Strict City, Xia Yi was quickly recognized by the team members. But if it is changed to the 12th division, Kasuke Urahara must also show his hand in scientific research in order to be recognized by everyone in the 12th division. However, what puzzled Xia Yi was that the soldier did not take him to the captain's room of the 12th division, but took him to another location. A few minutes later, Natsu saw Kasuke Urahara at the training ground of the 12th division. At this moment, Xia Yi suddenly remembered that in the anime, after Kasuke Urahara became the captain of the 12th division, what he did for the first time was not to use his wisdom to convince the scientific researchers of the 12th division, but to coax the vice-captain of the 12th division, Saragamaki Nizuri. In the world of the monkey persimmon, he is one of the few people in the 12th division who does not rely on scientific research ability to rise to the top.
She relied on the former captain Kiryu Hikafune.
Because she was adopted by Hikafune Kiryu since she was a child, she was treated like a daughter, and in the sake persimmon world, she also regarded Hikafune Kiryu as her mother. After Kasuke Urahara entered the 12th division, he did everything possible to obstruct him from taking over the affairs of the 12th division.
And now he challenged Kasuke Urahara, wanting to defeat Kasuke Urahara and humiliate Kasuke Urahara in front of everyone in the 12th division.
However, Kasuke Urahara can become the captain, but it is not a half-hearted vice-captain like Saragamaki Hayori who can touch porcelain. No matter how Saragamaki Hayori attacked, Kasuke Urahara just avoided her attack lightly. Kasuke Urahara's approach, although he was unwilling to bully children, was also a promise to Kiryu Hikafune to take good care of Saragamaki Hayori, so he did not fight back but just dodged Saragamaki Hayori's attack. But unfortunately, in the cognition of Saragamaki Nisei at this moment, Kasuke Urahara's behavior is the biggest insult to her.
Cut him off, kill the big snake. After jumping high, Saragamaki Hayori pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and called out the name of the Zanpakuto.
In an instant, the expressions of the members of the 12th division in the training ground suddenly changed. Vice-Captain Rishali, stop it. If the battle between Nisuri and Kasuke Urahara can be described as a joke, whether it is Kasuke Urahara or everyone in the 12th division, then when Saragamaki Nizuri used a knife and liberated the Zanpakuto, the nature changed. For a time, everyone spoke out to stop the 8 persimmon from being in the world. But unfortunately, the current Saragamaki Hayori has been carried away by anger, and the Zanpakuto in her hand, which has become huge and has a toothed blade, was raised high by her and slashed at Urahara Kasuke. Looking at this appearance, it seems that he has a deep blood feud with Kasuke Urahara and wants to kill Kasuke Urahara. Unfortunately, with their strength, it was too late to stop the 8 persimmon day. On the ground, the originally helpless expression on Kasuke Urahara's face dissipated without a trace at this moment.
With Kasuke Urahara's original lazy personality, he doesn't like to show his face and put himself in trouble.
But who made Yoichi Shifuen not want Kasuke Urahara to be so bright and secret as what he learned, and spend his life mediocre in the 2nd division? Even if he was a friend of Yoruchi of Shifenjin, Yoichi could not ignore the interests of Yoruin's family, and abdicated to let Kasuke Urahara become the captain of the 2nd division. It just so happened that Kiryu Hikafune was promoted to the 0 division, and at this moment, among the 13 teams of Gotiei, there was no candidate who could take over as the captain of the 12th division, and Yoruchi Shifuen pushed out Kasuke Urahara. And because of the relationship between Yoruchi Shifuen and Kiryu Hikafune, Kasuke Urahara was asked to take care of Saragamaki Nisori.
Mistake.
Urahara Kasuke's thoughts turned 100 times in his heart. If it's just empty-handed, then no matter how it is played, it can be said to be a game.
If you move the Zanpakuto, the problem will be serious. The 12th division is not the kind of combat team that the 11st division is. In the world of monkey persimmons, are you spoiled by Captain Kiryu of the towboat?
What Kasuke Urahara needs to think about now is what he should do to minimize the impact of this matter. Originally, according to Kasuke Urahara's idea, it was to provoke the anger of Saragamaki Hayori, and then, when Saragamaki Hayori was most
angry, he was deliberately hit by Saragamaki Hayori, so that Saragamaki Hayori and everyone in the 12th division could feel their sincerity. But now, Saragamaki Hayori pulled out the Zanpakuto and liberated it, so naturally he couldn't do that. Not to mention anything else, being hit by Saruki Hayori's fists and kicks was nothing to Kasuke Urahara at all. But if he was directly killed by the big snake in the sake persimmon sun, Kasuke Urahara would be seriously injured if he didn't die. He hasn't reached the point where he can ignore the Zanpakuto.
Rather, I am afraid that only Zaraki Kenpachi among the gods of death can rely on his body to resist attacks below the captain level. According to Zaraki, it was the Ryatsu that he scattered on the surface of his body, which was denser than the blades of most Shinigami Shinigami Zanpakuto, so it was not as powerful as a captain-level attack and he was not even qualified to cut through his skin.
Well, Aizen Sasuke has also shown such traits. Ichigo Kurosaki's attack after Bankai was directly blocked by one of Aizen's index fingers.
Just as Kasuke Urahara was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kasuke Urahara and stretched out his right hand to the monkey Persimmon Hiyori who was cut down from a high place. Under the gaze of many 12th Division Shinigami, this attack by Saragamaki Nisei was directly caught by Xiaoyi.
Captain Urahara, didn't you disturb the game between you, did you?
Xiaoyi turned around, put the monkey persimmon on the snake on the ground and asked Urahara Kasuke.
No, thank you, Captain Summer Knight.
Urahara Kasuke was stunned for a moment and then thanked Xiaoyi.
With the intervention of Summer Knights, this is the best way for Kasuke Urahara to deal with it.
In this way, no matter what the members of the 12th Division think in their hearts, they are all aimed at Captain Xiaoyi.
Of course, those who care about Saragamaki Nisei will naturally thank Captain Natsuya for not really committing the crime of attacking the captain. There is no distinction between high and low. It is a big taboo in the spirit court.
In particular, in the case of insufficient strength.
I don't know what's going on with Captain Xiaoyi coming to the 12th Division.
A few years ago, I asked Captain Kiryu Hikifune to help make gravity equipment, but now that Captain Kiryu Hikifune has stepped down and the
12th Division has been taken over by Captain Urahara, I will ask Captain Urahara if you are willing to continue making gravity equipment for me. Gravity equipment? Kasuke Urahara wondered. Captain Summer Knight, I don't know what the gravity equipment you want is used for.
Although Kasuke Urahara has not done any research on gravity, he has absolute confidence in himself and does not think that researching and making a gravity device can make him rare. What's more, now as the captain of the 12th Division, if he completes the unfinished research and production left by Captain Kiryu Hikifune, it will have a great effect on promoting the recognition of the members of the 12th Division. But before that, he also needed to understand what Xiaoyi wanted to do with this gravity device. He also has his own principles. It is one thing to continue the research of Captain Kiryu Hikifune and get the members of the 12th Division to return as soon as possible. But whether the things you make should be handed over to Captain Summer Knight is another aspect.
Well, that's my problem.
Xiaoyi touched his chin. If I don't tell you the function of the gravity equipment, maybe the gravity equipment you made will be useless to me at all.
That's right, Captain Urahara.
Xiaoyi waved his hand casually, and his hand turned into an afterimage, directly hitting the air with a sonic boom, and a transparent shockwave bombarded the ground of the training ground, leaving a trace more than a meter long.
My body is developing now, and I want to develop all the potential contained in the developing body.
But with my current physical strength, general cultivation, the strength improvement of my body is too weak. So, I thought, if I can make a gravity device that can put me in a gravity environment 10 times or even 100 times in the Surya court, then my cultivation speed may also be increased 10 times or even 100 times. Therefore, Captain Urahara, when you make gravity equipment, it is best to use a gravity chamber that can be cultivated, or a bracelet form that can adjust the strength of gravity that I am subjected to, which is more convenient.
Cultivating in a gravity environment 10 or even 100 times? Kasuke Urahara gasped. With his wisdom, he could easily calculate what kind of impact it would have on the god of death in the gravitational environment.
Perhaps, in a gravity environment of 3 or 5 times, the gods of death below the seat official may be greatly affected and unable to stand. More than 10 times the gravity, even if it is a strong person like Shiguan and the vice captain, his activities will be restricted, and those below Shiguan will probably be directly crushed to death by terrifying gravity.
100 times gravity. This is not even an idea. What about the other captains? Kasuke Urahara is not sure.
If he was alone, he would probably be crushed into pieces within a few minutes.
But, listen, this kind of thing that can cause death, in the eyes of Captain Xiaoyi, is actually an auxiliary item that allows him to cultivate more efficiently? Is this still human language? However, although it was unbelievable, Kasuke Urahara did not doubt Natsui's words.
Once saw Xiaoya's bare-hand hammer explosion of the killing stone mine outside the flowing Soul Street, Urahara Kasuke is one of the few people in the Surya court who knows the achievements of Summer Knight. And according to Captain Summer Knight, he has not yet grown to the peak.
Okay.
Glancing at Xiaoyi, Urahara Kasuke suddenly felt stunned. He forgot, although Captain Xiaoyi has been the captain of the 11th team for more than 10 years, but Captain Xiaoyi is still a teenager who is less than 30 years old. For the god of death, this period is indeed the fastest growth stage.
I know, Captain Summer Knight.
At the moment, Urahara Kasuke said, I will understand the research progress of gravity equipment as soon as possible, and strive to manufacture this gravity equipment as soon as possible.
Kasuke Urahara said this, but it wasn't all because of the Summer Knight.
Judging from Captain Xiaoyi's description alone, the gravity equipment is undoubtedly a very good auxiliary cultivation equipment. Especially for the practice of instantaneous, it has a great promoting effect. Even if other people can't open more than 10 times the gravity to cultivate like Captain Xiaoyi, if they can cultivate in a gravity environment of 2 or 3 times, they can greatly improve their cultivation efficiency. After returning returning to the normal gravity environment, there is definitely a qualitative change in the increase in speed. What's more, under a higher multiple of gravity, the spirit body of the god of death can also be exercised, increasing the strength of the god of death's body, which can allow the body of the god of death to accommodate more spirit children and increase its own strength.
Captain Urahara, how long will it take to complete the production of this gravity device? No. Kasuke Urahara pondered for a while, estimated 50 to 100 years.
Although Kasuke Urahara wants to complete the research project left by Kiryu Hikifune as soon as possible, he also has something he wants to study, and it is impossible to really put all his energy into it. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want the pair of Hikifune Kiryu to miss the appointment, Kasuke Urahara was not a flattering character to play with the monkey Persimmon Hiyori.
It's been too long. Xiaoyi shook his head.
50 years later, Charlotte Lingling became the Emperor of the Sea, and it didn't take 50 years. Although the lifespan of the god of death is different from the lifespan of the pirates, in the pirate world, except for the 5 elders and Emu, others have a lifespan of only 100 years at most, and the longest person who lives is only Dr. Qualiai of Magnetic Drum Island, who is currently 141 years old.
What about the god of death? Captain-level powerhouses, if they don't encounter changes, their 1,000-year lifespan will be just idle. Captain Yamamoto is currently over 3,000 years old.
50 years, in the eyes of other gods of death, is indeed not a long time, but the sum of Xiaoya's 2 lives is only this little age. Plus, Urahara Kasuke has become the captain of the 12th division, and Xiaoyi naturally does not want to wait for these 50 years. If the potential of the invincible physique of the steel balloon cannot be fully tapped, Xiaoyi feels sorry for his luck. That's right, on a summer night, the gold content of the steel balloon is much higher than that of the 3-color hockey.
To open the 3-color hockey, it still takes a long time to cultivate.
And an invincible physique like a steel balloon is born to stand at the top of the world. Even if Charlotte Lingling gave birth to more than 80 children, her vitality was greatly damaged, but she was still the 4 emperors.
But Xiaoya's current physical strength, ordinary cultivation is too weak for his improvement. Let's do it, Captain Urahara.
In terms of gravity equipment, please put more thought into it.
Now, can you make me some weight-bearing equipment first? For example, hand guards, leg guards, vests, etc. Hearing Natsuya's words, Kasuke Urahara touched his chin.
I have to say that Captain Xiaoya's brain is easy to use. Although the load cannot be compared with gravity equipment, before the gravity equipment is studied, the load is indeed the most cost-effective and most suitable substitution.
If only the weight is asked. 3 days, I can finish it in 3 days at most. After thinking about it in his heart, Kasuke Urahara gave Natsuya an answer. 3 days? Not bad.
Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction.
He knew Kasuke Urahara's abilities.
If even Kasuke Urahara has to drag himself to make a little weight, then the summer night may give Kasuke Urahara a little muscle shock.
I'll come back in 3 days. By the way, Captain Urahara, don't worry about whether I can't stand it. Be responsible for how much you can do. Do as much as you want. Well, I understand. Kasuke Urahara nodded.
Just kidding. Those who can hammer and blow up the killing gas stone mine with their bare hands are not yet worried that the weight they have created will crush the other party.
What he should be worried about is whether this guy will be active in the 12th division if he can't make a load that satisfies Xiaoyi. Judging from this person's cultivation movements, the 12th division is really not enough for others to toss.
Say 3 days, just 3 days. Looking at the summer night blocked at the gate of the 12th division, Kasuke Urahara was also happy in his heart. Fortunately, his Zanpakuto Bankai was powerful enough for him to directly make the heaviest metal he could make. Otherwise, if I didn't make Captain Xiaoya's burden well today, I am afraid that I might not be able to get out of the gate of the 12th division.
Haha, Captain Summer Night, I'm about to find you. My weight is ready? Kasuke Urahara nodded.
However, Captain Natsuya, after this thing is made, it will be difficult for even me to move it. So, just wait for you to get it yourself. Hearing Kasuke Urahara say this, Natsuya smiled. Then take me there. I can't wait to wear this thing. Under the leadership of Kasuke Urahara, Natsu came to a laboratory. In the very center of this laboratory, there is a Black Death Overlord costume. Around this Death Overlord outfit, there was a cracked and sunken ground, which looked as if the ground was crushed because it could not bear the weight of the Death Overlord outfit.
That's it. Kasuke Urahara rubbed his brows.
This thing is the heaviest metal I can currently make. I used a total of 0.5 cubic meters of osmium to complete the production of this dress. In terms of weight alone, there are a total of 11.25 tons.
Hearing Kasuke Urahara say this, Natsuya was even more satisfied. 11.25 tons, which is 11,250 kilograms.
His current body, because of the blood of the bear and the physique of Charlotte Lingling, although he is only over 1.6 meters, weighs an exaggerated 96 kilograms. The Death Overlord outfit weighing more than 10,000 kilograms is almost equivalent to Xiaoya's cultivation in a gravity environment of more than 100 times.
No wonder Kasuke Urahara said that even he couldn't pick up the dress he made.
Xiaoyi stepped forward and reached out to grab the Black Death Overlord costume.
Not bad.
Feeling the weight coming from his hands, Xiaoyi was even more happy. With both hands, he slowly lifted the gravity suit. Click, click. As this Death Overlord outfit was slowly lifted by Xiaoyi, the weight was transferred to Xiaoyi's body, causing Xiaoyi's feet to begin to sink into the ground, and small cracks began to spread outward from the soles of Xiaoyi's feet. This guy is really a human? Although it was expected, seeing this scene, Kisuke Urahara's eyes still widened. To let him destroy a stone weighing more than 10,000 kilograms, Kisuke Urahara could easily do it whether he used the ghost path or swung a slash. But if he and Xiaoyi were to pick up a ton of something like Xiaoyi with their own strength alone, Kisuke Urahara shook his head and stopped thinking. However, he also had a hint of curiosity about Xiaoyi. Natsuya is a genius, and this is recognized by all the Shinigami of the Gotei 13 team. The kind of slash that can be swung only by swordsmanship is so far few of the Gotei 13 teams can do it. However, judging from his understanding of Captain Summer Night, genius is probably only a part of Captain Summer Night. Captain Xiaoyi's body is more shocking than his swordsmanship attainments. 3 days ago, Captain Natsuya caught the Zanpakuto liberated by Saragamaki Hiyori with his bare hands, and Kisuke Urahara was surprised enough. But compared to now, it seems that the behavior of the captain of the Summer Night 3 days ago seems to be nothing. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi took off his Captain Hiyori and Death Overlord costume, directly and slowly put on this Gravity Death Overlord costume, and then put on the Captain Hiyori outside. Not bad. Feeling the pressure coming from her body, Xiaoyi was happy in her heart. After walking around the laboratory for a few days, Xiaoyi finally got used to the pressure this clothes brought to him, and he used Life Return to control his body and the weight brought by the clothes against each other. That is, he could be in a state of cultivation at any time, and he could not let himself step on the floor while walking, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Captain Urahara, according to my estimate, this dress has not yet reached my limit. Next, please make me another dress like this. If it's a style, let's design it according to the Hattori of the captain of the squad. Okay, no problem. In 3 days, Captain Xiaoyi will come here again to get it. Thank you, Captain Urahara. After the gravity equipment comes out, I owe you a favor. Solving a problem of cultivation, Xiaoyi can be regarded as letting go of a stone in his heart. Whether it is weight-bearing or gravity equipment, as long as it is used, it has a training effect. This can greatly reduce the cultivation time of summer nights. After all, the cultivation time in the world of death was not the kind that Xiaoyi opened with achievement rewards to directly extract the cultivation results, but needed to cultivate Xiaoyi himself. With this dress, Xiaoyi is equivalent to being in a state of cultivation at any time, and the effect is not too good. This Death Overlord costume, as well as a Captain Hiyori made by Kisuke Urahara for himself 3 days later, are ready to be kept on summer nights. In the future, when the gravity equipment is made, the effect of practicing in such clothes will be much better than practicing under gravity equipment alone. Of course, in that case, it is naturally impossible for Xiaoyi to practice in a gravity environment 10 times or even higher from the beginning. In the same multiple gravity environment, the heavier the object, the weight naturally bears differently. Just the 2 special clothes on summer nights, under twice the gravity, there are more than 40,000 kilograms, and 10 times the gravity, that is, more than 20 tons. Not to mention anything else, if Xiaoyi used 10 times gravity in these 2 clothes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could kill himself without wearing these 2 clothes in seconds. Gravity equipment and 2 special clothes helped the summer night a lot. Because of this, Xiaoyi promised Urahara Kisuke a favor of his own. As for whether Kisuke Urahara will use this favor to make Natsuki deal with Aizen Sasuke in the future, Natsuki doesn't care. Although he can't fight with the peak Aizen Sasuke, there is still Uobak behind. Ha, then I really took advantage of it. Kisuke Urahara scratched the back of his head and smiled. Although in Kisuke Urahara's view, he had almost nothing to use for Xiaoyi's favor, but since Natsuki said so, Kisuke Urahara agreed. Perhaps, it can be used in the future. In the 11th team, Matsumoto Runju wrapped one hand around his chest and touched his chin with the other, walking around the summer night. Black lines appeared on Xiaoyi's forehead. If it weren't for the feeling that he was wearing more than 2 tons of clothes now, and he couldn't control his strength slightly, he would slap Matsumoto Runju into pieces, and Xiaoyi would definitely have slapped him a few times first. I said, aren't you tired of circling around me like this? Compared to this, what I'm more curious about is that you didn't practice today on Xiaoyi? Isn't this strange? Matsumoto Runju frowned and said, from the time I met you until now, I have never seen you rest for more than a day. But since you came back from the 12th division yesterday, I haven't seen you cultivate. Again, you're wrong, summer night. Seeing Matsumoto Runju say this, Xiaoyi glared at her. Then you say, is there a possibility that I am already too strong to practice? Matsumoto Runju's laughter was interrupted by Xiaoyi's words, and he stared at Xiaoyi blankly. If this sentence was said by someone else, Matsumoto Ranjiku would definitely take it as a joke. Just kidding, except for Captain Yamamoto, who else is so strong that he doesn't need to practice. But when this sentence came out of Xiaoyi's mouth, Matsumoto Runju felt that it didn't look like a fake. When Xiaoyi entered the Mao Spiritual Art Academy, it was only a 10th class spiritual power. In just 3 months, Xiaoyi made a name for himself in the swordsmanship. In less than a year, he completed his studies at Mao spiritual academy and successfully graduated. Zanpakuto is the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system. As soon as he entered the Gotei 13 team, he defeated the captain of the 11 and became the new captain of the 11 division. Now, it has been 18 years since Xiaoyi became the captain of the 11th team. At the speed at which Xiaoyi grew to the captain level in 1 year, 18 years was indeed enough for Xiaoyi to reach the end of death. Matsumoto Runju's performance made Xiaoyi unable to do it. He himself didn't expect that Matsumoto Runju had such a great trust in him. She just teased casually, and she actually believed it. Inexplicably, Xiaoyi wanted to laugh and was a little moved. Fortunately, now I have the ability to protect Runju and Een. Fool! Xiaoyi shook his head. Okay, I'm not so strong that I don't need to practice, but I've found a better way to practice. Don't look at me as I haven't done anything now, but in fact, I am in a state of cultivation 24 hours a day. Ha! It's true? Matsumoto Runju's eyes lit up. That summer night, does this method have any effect on silver? Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. Well, when I encounter something good, the first thing that comes to mind is Ikemara Jin, right? The effect, there must be, but it's definitely not as good as me. As for how much the silver has improved, it depends on whether the silver can persist. Then wait, I'll call Een over. After saying that, Matsumoto Runju didn't wait for Xiaoyi to say anything, and left Xiaoyi's captain's room in a hurry. This chaotic chrysanthemum. Seeing this, Xiaoyi shook her head, but she was not ready to change the chrysanthemum. In less than 10 minutes, Ikemaro Jin pulled Matsumoto Runju to Xiaoyi. It seems that in terms of improving strength, Ikemara Jin cares more than Matsumoto Ranjiku, Captain Summer Night. Okay, don't look at me like that, Silver. It's no secret anyway. Before Ikemara Jin could say anything, he was interrupted by Xiaoyi reaching out. You can see, what is the difference between me today and me yesterday? Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Ikemara Jin narrowed his eyes and looked Xiaoyi up and down. There is no doubt about being able to follow Aizen Sasuke and analyze Aizen Sasuke's flaws and Ikemara Jin's eyesight. Soon, Ikemara Jin noticed something unusual on Xiaoyi's body. Okay. For example, in the past, when I didn't make a move, I felt very lazy, as if I didn't care about anything. And now Xiaoyi, although his expression has not changed, his body seems to be in a state of explosion, and it seems that he is fighting something hard. Seeing Ikemara Jin's surprised expression, Xiaoyi knew that Ikemara Jin had seen something. At that moment, Xiaoyi stretched out his right hand to Ikemara Jin. Try? Ikemara Jin looked straight, stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiaoyi's wrist, and then, a huge force came, causing Ikemara Jin's face to change suddenly, and he immediately burst out with his own Ryatsu, and his whole body was surrounded by blue spirits, so he withstood this huge force and did not let himself be crushed by one of Xiaoyi's hands. This is? Ikemara Jin knew very well that this was not Natsuyi using his power to suppress himself. On the contrary, just now, it was Xiaoyi who unloaded his strength and let himself bear such a weight. Soon, Ikemara Jin put his eyes on the Death Overlord outfit and Captain Haori on Natsuyi, because, just when Xiaoyi's right hand was drooping, the long sleeves of his Death Overlord were pressed against the table in front of him, directly pressing out several cracks on this table. That's it, it's just a little bit of sleeves. If Ikemara Jin himself failed to stop the drooping of Xiaoyi's right hand, and let the long sleeves of the Death Overlord outfit accumulate more on the table, then this table would probably be destroyed by this half of the sleeves. Is it clothes? Natsuyi raised his hand, bearing the weight on his clothes again, and nodded to Ikemara Jin. This dress was specially made by me to Captain Urahara of the 12th Division. Among them, the Death Overlord suit and the Captain Haori are added together, and it is estimated to weigh 3 tons. Whether it was Ikemara Jin or Matsumoto Ranjiku, after hearing Xiaoyi's words, they all gasped. 3 tons? This. They really didn't expect that Xiaoyi was wearing 3 tons of clothes and could move freely. If it were for them, if they didn't use Ryatsu to protect their bodies, they would probably be crushed to pieces. Even if you use Ryatsu to protect your body, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. That's what I thought. For Ikemara Jin and Matsumoto Runju, Xiaoyi would not hide anything. You think, if we have always been accustomed to the weight of our clothes, then when MOE needs to fight, we will take off our weight-bearing clothes, and there will definitely be a huge bonus to their speed. At the same time, when wearing weights, we can exercise our bodies all the time and make our bodies stronger. However, with your body, you don't need such a heavy load. If it's a random chrysanthemum, you can try 25 kilograms first. If it's silver, you can use a 50-kilogram weight-bearing suit to get used to it at first. After all, you are different from Runju. You often need to go out on missions to fight. If you can't keep your strength at a certain level, it will be very dangerous to suddenly encounter a big enemy. Ikemaru Silver nodded. Although he wanted to say that with his Zanpakuto's ability, it didn't matter if he carried a heavy load. But now that Runju was by his side, if he says so, Runju will be worried about the mission in the future. It's better to adapt to the 50-kilogram weight-bearing suit first and then slowly climb up. But, looking at Xiaoyi's understated actions, Ikemara Jin still couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people is really ridiculous. Xiaoyi's weight-bearing suit weighed 3 tons, and he didn't see any impact on Xiaoyi's actions. And myself, I can only try 50 respectful special weight-bearing clothes first, so as not to affect my safety due to overload. However, for this cultivation method that Xiaoyi came up with, Ikemaru still recognized it very much. If his future self can bear the burden on Natsui, perhaps Aizen Sasuke is not an invincible figure for himself. He never gave up the idea of reclaiming the soul of Ranju with his own hands. Oh, that's right. Seeing that Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ikemara Jin wanted to leave, Xiaoyi suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped the two of them. Ranju, Silver, I think this cultivation method may be popularized to the members of the 11th team. You go and ask everyone's opinions. If you want to carry out weight-bearing training, you can sign up and then go to the 12th division to customize a batch of weight-bearing clothes with different weights. The 11th team customized a batch of Death Overlord outfits in the 12th division, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire Gotai 13th team. The Death Overlord outfit, like the Zanpakuto, is the standard configuration of the Shinigami. Similarly, Shudara Senjimaru, who made the Death Overlord costume, was also promoted to the 0 division by virtue of this great achievement. Compared with the shallow fight, the production process and material requirements of the Deathmaster suit are much simpler, and the production materials of the Deathmaster suit are retained in the Technology Development Bureau. After the Gods of Death enter the team, they can get their own Death Overlord costumes. Moreover, because the Death Overlord outfit has an extremely close relationship with the power of the Shinigami, the Reaper can use his own Ryatsu to repair, clean, and enhance the defense of the Deathmaster outfit. Therefore, generally speaking, the Gods of Death only have one Death Overlord costume. The Gods of Death of the 11th team ordered the Deathmaster costume, which did arouse everyone's curiosity. However, in the final analysis, the Death Overlord costume is not a particularly important thing for the Gods of Death, so everyone just listens to it as a joke and does not pay much attention to it. Some researchers of the 12th division who were involved in the production of the Death Overlord outfit knew what the members of the 11th division were used for, but as researchers, they were only interested in the unknown things they were studying. As for what these known finished products are used for and by whom, they don't care. It's been a long time since I've been so easy. Walking through the streets, Summer Knights look curiously at everything around them. Although he has been the captain of the 11th team for 18 years, the previous Summer Knights were either cultivating, or looking for a place to practice, or pointing out the members of the 11th team to practice. After getting the heavy suit, not only was Xiaoyi freed from tedious cultivation, but the members of the 11th team also began to adapt to their respective heavy death outfits, and no longer needed Xiaoyi to teach them their swordsmanship. Therefore, Summer Knights have rare free time to see the magnificence of surwriting. In this period of time, we are still in troubled times, and the level of productivity in science and technology is extremely low. Not to mention the surwriting. Even if the first few blocks of flowing Soul Street is close to the surwriting, it is a paradise for the present world. Not to mention the surwriting. This is the place where the nobles live. Whether it is a building or something else, it is far from what people outside the Surai court can imagine. Even in the 20th century, the architecture of surwriting is not bad at all. The lively neighborhood is not inferior to the commercial street 100 years later. The quiet lanes are as dense as the palace compound, and occasionally there are Gods of Death in black death costumes lining up to patrol. Whether it is a merchant, a tourist, or a patrolling God of Death, after seeing Xiaoyi, he does not say respectful salute, but he also avoids it in unison, so as not to collide with Xiaoyi. That Captain Haori is the most obvious feature of the Suraiti. Even those who have never seen the captain of the Gotai 13 team know that most of the Gods of Death are only wearing black Death Overlord costumes. In addition to the Death Overlord costume, there is also a white Haori, which must be the captain standing at the top of the Gotai 13 team. In the eyes of these people, the captain of the Gotai 13 team is no worse than the nobles of the inner court. Even, to some extent, the captain's deterrence is much stronger than that of the nobles. After all, nobility is just a symbol of status, and the captains are a symbol of strength. As far as the current Suriitii is concerned, power is also the same as identity and status. Not to mention the captain, even an ordinary Grim Reaper is a big man that many people dare not offend. This is exactly what Summer Knights mean. He just wanted to see more of the demeanor of the Suriitii, and he had no intention of communicating with these people. After all, he came from that era of the information explosion. What delicious, and fun things were several levels higher than these nobles in Suriitii. I'm afraid that only the present world 100 years later will be a little attractive to Summer Knights. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this familiar laughter, Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that she had unknowingly come to the place where the nobles of the inner court lived. As the captain of the Gotai 13 team, the Gods of Death guarding the inner court naturally did not dare to intercept Xiaoyi. Is this the Sifun courtyard family? Xiaoyi looked up at the courtyard wall, which was not very high. If he wanted, he could jump into the courtyard with a light jump. No problem. If it was that woman, her behavior would not be considered offensive. If it were before, Xiaoyi would basically not have such thoughts. But now, the strength has come up, and the shortcut to cultivation has also been found. If nothing else, Summer Knights will be in a state of idleness for some time to come. Under such circumstances,
suppose Xiaoyi also wants to have some fun to satisfy her curiosity or start to lay out the future? Ah, but Xiaoyi shook his head. Only if he lacked strength he would want to lay out. If you have enough strength and want to do something, just do it. Damn, even if you go to the layout, you just want to see the scenery you want to see one day in the future, either shocked or delighted.
Thinking of this, Xiaoyi smiled, jumped lightly, and jumped on the courtyard wall. However, what surprised Xiaoyi was that when he stepped on the courtyard wall, a figure crashed directly into him. The appearance of Xiaoyi was obviously beyond the expectations of that figure. Fortunately, whether it was Xiaoyi or the figure on the opposite side, he was not a simple person. Brush dash. The figure flickered, and Xiaoyi's figure fell back onto the courtyard wall, and that figure used a roundabout instantaneous step to pass by Xiaoyi's side, and also stood on the courtyard wall with Xiaoyi. But, rumble dash. After all, Xiaoyi had only put on the weightsuit for 2 days, although he could carry the weight of the weightsuit in his usual actions, but he had not been able to take into account the others when he used the moon step backwards before, so the weight of 3 tons was pressed on the courtyard wall, directly crushing the courtyard wall. Sorry. Seeing this, Xiaoyi hurriedly entered the courtyard and apologized with a wry smile at the Kuchiki silver bell under the cherry blossom tree. Captain Kuchiki, because I have been doing some special cultivation recently, I have not been able to control the strength and destroy the courtyard wall of your house. That's right, this courtyard was not what Xiaoyi thought was the 4 maple courtyard family before, but the Kuchiki family, which was also one of the 4 nobles. As for what happened here, Xiaoyi knew the cause and effect at just a glance. The black-skinned woman holding a headband in her hand on the courtyard wall, and the handsome young man who was stunned at the moment, who could be the other two if they weren't Shifenjin Yoichi and Kuchiki Byakuya. Xiaoyi knows that Sifeng Yuan Yi likes to tease innocent teenagers. I also know that when Kuchiki Byakuya was a child, he was played as a toy by Yoichi Shifuan for several years. It's just that he didn't expect that when he came out to hang out today, he would actually encounter the scene of Yoichi teasing Kuchiki Byakuya in the 4 maple courtyards. A little thing, Captain Summer Night doesn't have to take it to heart. Kuchiki Jinsuzu waved his hand, and then said to Kuchiki Byakuya, come and meet Captain Summer Night. Cat demon, I'll settle the score for you later. Hearing his grandfather's words, Kuchiki Byakuya snorted coldly at Shifenjin Yoichi, then came to Xiaoyi and saluted in a polite manner. Kuchiki Byakuya, I have seen Lord Natsu. Although Byakuya Kuchiki had a relatively out-of-the-box personality when he was a teenager, he was also well-educated. Master Baizai has a magnificent head, vigorous vitality, outstanding talent, and will become a great talent in the future. After praising Kuchiki Byakuya for a few words, Natsuyi said to Kuchiki Jinsuzu, there is someone who will succeed Captain Kuchiki. Kuchiki Inling smiled bitterly and shook his head. Indeed, Byakuya Kuchiki's talent is very good, and it is not a problem to be able to reach the captain level in the future and surpass himself. However, Byakuya is too young after all, and the Kuchiki family may not be able to wait for him to grow up. If his body can last for more than 150 years, then the Kuchiki family can indeed be regarded as a successor. But the problem now is that I may only be able to last for decades. Before Kuchiki Jinling could say anything, Shifenjin Yoruchi jumped off the courtyard wall, put his hands on his hips, and said to Kuchiki Byakuya's little brother, this guy Natsuya is a super genius who graduated from Mao's Spiritual Academy and became the captain of the Gotiei 13 team in 1 year. What do you think about being praised by this guy for his outstanding talent? You cat demon, I don't want to talk to you. Byakuya Kuchiki showed a disgusted expression on his face, and he looked away. However, when he looked at Xiaoyi, there was an excited expression in his eyes, as if he was Xiaoyi's little fan. Captain Xiaoyi, I heard that you can cut out the sword pressure with just swordsmanship. Can you teach me? Oh, do you want to learn? Kuchiki Byakuya nodded repeatedly. Xiaoyi glanced at the collapsed courtyard wall, and then at Kuki Byakuya. Although Captain Kuchiki had already said that it was just a trivial matter, Xiaoyi couldn't reveal the matter because of this. Pointing out Kuchiki Byakuya can be regarded as a reward for Kuchiki Insuzu, and it is regarded as his own compensation for destroying the Kuchiki courtyard wall. Besides, Xiaoyi also has a good impression of Kuchiki Byakuya. Then, Byakuya, attack me and let me see your foundation. The swordsmanship of the pirate world is the first and foremost skill. Only by exercising skills to the extreme can we be called swordsmen and qualify to comprehend the breadth of all things. Otherwise, even if you don't even lay the foundation of swordsmanship, even if you comprehend the breadth of all things, how can you hit it? Well, Captain Xiaoyi, please advise. Byakuya Kuchiki took a few steps back, holding the wooden sword in both hands and taking an offensive stance. Shifuan Yoichi did not say anything to ridicule Byakuya Kuchiki at this moment, but stepped back and stood with Kuchiki Jinsuzu to watch the battle between Byakuya Kuchiki and Natsuya. For Xiaoyi to agree to point out Kuchiki Byakuya, whether it is Shifenjin Yoruchi or Kuchiki Jinsuzu, they all feel surprised. From ancient times to the present, those in power have not been monolithic. For their own interests, they will gather into small groups from top to bottom. The nobles of Siritii are no
exception. This is true even for high-ranking nobles.
Millions of years ago, several people who attacked the Spirit King and gained the power of the Spirit King became great nobles standing on the top of the Suriting. Among them, the Shiha family was eventually expelled by the other four nobles because they wanted to announce the crimes of the great nobles, almost annihilating the Shiha family in the history of the Suriting. Among the four nobles, the Tsunaya family is, needless to say, the most cruel and ruthless family. Even though he knew that the Spirit King voluntarily became the wedge that stabilized the three realms, he was still worried that one day the Spirit King would regret it, so he cut off the Spirit King's limbs and took out the Spirit King's internal organs, making the Spirit King a human urn.
In comparison, the Safanjiwan family and the Kuchiki family are much more normal. Both of these want to maintain world stability.
The Shifenjin family has the God-given armor given by the Spirit King to protect the peace of the world by force. The Kuchiki family uses the aristocratic system to regulate the behavior of the nobles, make themselves a model for the nobles and restrain themselves. Therefore, the Sifang family and the Kuchiki family have been in the same position for millions of years, and although the two sides have not cooperated publicly, there is still a tacit understanding secretly.
Why does the Knight of the Four Maple Courtyards frequently go in and out of Kuchiki's house? A person who is hundreds of years old, and he really teases Byakuya Kuchiki alone? Are you kidding?
In order to prevent others from showing their fangs to the Kuchiki family, the Shifenjin family let the other nobles see their own attitude. However, no matter what the Shifu family is, the Kuchiki family needs to have someone who can withstand the scene.
Otherwise, the Kuchiki family, which is a model of aristocracy, has fallen. How can they ask other nobles to take them as a model?
That can only prove that the aristocratic system adhered to by the Kuchiki family is wrong, and Siriidii needs to change.
Xiaoyi stretched out the index finger of his right hand and hooked it at Byakuya Kuchiki.
For Xiaoye's attitude, if it were someone else, Byakuya Kuchiki would definitely let him know the price of looking down on him. But the person in front of him became the legend of the captain of the Gotiai 13 team in just 1 year. At this time, 18 years have passed since Captain Xiaoyi became the captain, and with the talent of Captain Xiaoye, what kind of state has he grown to?
No one knows this question.
However, Byakuya Kuchiki once heard his grandfather say that among the 13 teams of Gotiai, there were few who could match Captain Natsuya.
Even, perhaps only Captain Yamamoto is sure to defeat Captain Natsu.
It is not impossible to give Captain Natsuya a while and say that Captain Natsuya can be comparable to Captain Yamamoto. In the face of such a legend, Byakuya Kuchiki does not feel that he has the right to be insulted by the other party.
To be honest, just standing in front of Captain Natsuya, Byakuya Kuchiki could feel his body trembling.
But Byakuya Kuchiki also knew that it was already a great honor for Captain Natsuya to agree to instruct him, and now that Captain
Natsuya had already sent out an invitation. If he didn't make a move, I am afraid that Captain Natsuya would look down on him, right? Ha!
After shouting to give himself courage, Kuchiki Byakuya held a sword in both hands and rushed towards Xiaoyi. At this time, Natsuya was a head taller than the small Kuchiki Byakuya, and when Kuchiki Byakuya swung his sword, Natsuya just stretched out the index finger of his right hand and blocked the front of Kuchiki Byakuya's sword.
Fingers? For Captain Natsuya to block his sword with his fingers, Byakuya Kuchiki was shocked. How can a flesh and blood body stop the sword? Moreover, if Byakuya Kuchiki was not mistaken, Captain Natsuya's fingers were not wrapped with Ryatsu at all.
Even Grandpa, without using Ryatsu to protect his body, would be injured by a sword. But the admiration for Captain Natsuya in his heart still made Byakuya Kuchiki cut down the sword in his hand. The light hit collided with the Summer Knight's fingers, and Kuchiki Byakuya felt that his sword seemed to have been cut into steel, and the force he cut out was reflected in his hand through the shallow blow in his hand, so that Kuchiki Byakuya's hand holding the sword was numb.
Seeing the trembling shallow beating in Byakuya's hand, Natsuya shook his head.
Master Baya, the most important thing in practicing swordsmanship is to hold the sword in your hand tightly. With the kind of sword holding technique you used before, it's okay to meet an opponent with little difference in strength. But if the other party's strength is stronger than yours and sends your sword flying away with one blow, how else can you deal with it?
For a swordsman, he can't even hold the sword tightly. How can he swing a powerful slash? Kuchiki Baya was blushed by Natsuya's words, and he was ashamed. Please also ask Lord Xiaoyi for guidance. Seeing Byakuya Kuchiki bowing to himself for advice, Natsuya nodded.
First of all, when holding a sword, you need to pay attention to. Natsuya took a few steps forward and began to teach Kuchiki Byakuya how to hold a sword. Everyone's palm is different, the hilt of the sword is different, the way of exerting force is different, and the technique of holding the sword is naturally different. Even on summer nights, during the time of practicing swordsmanship, it took a month to adjust the way he held the sword, and he really learned to hold the sword. Byakuya Kuchiki had a good talent, and after Xiaoye's guidance, he quickly began to try his most comfortable way of holding the sword. Then, every time he swung his sword, Xiaoye asked him to fine-tune the way he held the sword, and the recoil force when he hit the collision with a shallow blow, so that Byakuya Kuchiki changed the way he held the sword again and again to choose the most suitable way for himself and to hold the sword tightly in his hand.
hand. Byakuya Kochiki's shallow hit and Natsuya's index finger collided again.
This time, Byakuya Kochiki's shallow blow finally did not tremble again, and pressed tightly against Xiaoya's fingers.
Seeing this, Xiaoyi smiled and nodded.
Master Kochiki, in terms of the way you hold the sword, you are finally getting started. In the next period of time, you can fight with other people more, and through a lot of fighting, you can turn this way of holding the sword into your own instinct. In that case, you can be regarded as having truly learned to hold the sword and have the foundation to learn further kendo.
Yes, thank you for your guidance, Captain Xiaoyi. Kochiki Byakuya gasped and bowed to Xiaoyi in gratitude.
On this afternoon of fighting with Captain Natsuya, although Byakuya Kochiki only learned how to hold the sword in his hand well, Byakuya Kochiki could also feel that as the way he held the sword changed, he had a more refined control over the slashing technique. He could feel that Captain Xiaoya's attainments in swordsmanship, even if he only caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, felt terrifying. Byakuya Kochiki is sure that he has initially learned to hold a sword, and his strength has increased at least 3 times compared to before. If it is said that before Byakuya Kochiki encountered an enemy stronger than himself, the shallow blow in his hand might be blown away, then now, even if Byakuya Kochiki was blown away by the enemy with a sword, the sword in his hand would not come out. Holding the sword is not only how to hold the sword tightly, but most importantly, when the sword collides with the enemy's sword, the recoil force generated will be completely eliminated, so that your hands will not be shocked by the force of the recoil and cause the sword to let go. It can be said that after learning how to hold a sword, unless the swordsman's arm is completely shattered, the sword in the swordsman's hand will never leave his hand. This is the belief of a swordsman. If you don't even have such a belief, how can you go further in swordsmanship? The reason why Ikemara Jin has not broken through to the realm of a swordsman so far, Natsuya guessed that it may be due to the lack of such a belief. For Ikemara Jin, if he encounters an enemy, he may be injured or even killed if he does not leave his hand, so he will not hesitate to let go of the sword in his hand and then use other methods to deal with the enemy. Natsuya didn't know when Ikemara Jin would find out this, or he would never see through it, or he would see through it, but he wouldn't change his style. For this, Xiaoyi could only believe that Ikemara Jin would go out of his own way. After all, unlike Matsumoto Ranju, once Ikemara Jin decides on something, he will not give up until he achieves his goal. Just like when he saw Aizen Sasuke take away the fragments of Ranju's soul, he vowed to take back what Ranju lost from Aizen Sasuke's hands, and then he really took action. Even if he later joined Natsui's 11th team and became the vice-captain of the 11th team, knowing that Natsui had the means to restrain Aizen Sasuke, he did not open his mouth to let Natsui take action to take back Ranju's soul fragment from Aizen Sasuke's hands. On the contrary, because of the existence of summer nights, Ikemara Jin let go a lot of himself, and he was more attentive than before, secretly collecting information about Aizen Sasuke, wanting to find Aizen Sasuke's flaws, and then killing Aizen Sasuke with his own hands to avenge Ranju. Because Ikemara Jin knew that even if he failed in the end, if he had the protection of summer nights, Ranju's life would not be in danger. Rotten wood is white, but it is different. Through this afternoon of training, Natsuya could feel that Byakuya Kochiki had some kind of inexplicable trust in himself. Based on this trust, he was convinced of what Xiaoyi said. This kind of no doubt will undoubtedly turn into his own belief when Byakuya Kochiki practices swordsmanship. In Natsuya's opinion, if Byakuya Kochiki continued to cultivate like this, perhaps he would comprehend the breadth of all things faster than Ikemara Jin, and become the second swordsman in the Shinigami world besides him. Captain Summer Night. Seeing that Xiaoya's instructions to Kochiki Byakuya were over, Kochiki and Suzu and Shifenjin stepped forward. Thank you very much. The Rottenwood Silver Bell thanks Xiaoyi. As a bystander, he knows how much progress Byakuya Kochiki has made in such a short period of time. More importantly, Natsuya laid a stronger foundation for Byakuya Kochiki, allowing Byakuya Kochiki to achieve higher achievements in slashing techniques. Although half of the power of the God of Death comes from his own Zanpakuto ability, but stronger kendo attainments can greatly increase the lower limit of the strength of the God of Death, even if the Zanpakuto ability has a certain compatibility with the slashing technique, or in other words, as long as the Zanpakuto ability is not a ghost path, then the combination of the Zanpakuto ability can produce a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. In the Sirai court, there are not too many gods of death who want to learn the Sword of Summer Nights. Even the captains were very enthusiastic about Xiaoya's swordsmanship. However, if their strength reaches their level, if they cannot cultivate their sword path to a high level, it will not improve them much. After all, after reaching the captain level, under the increase of Ryatsu, the captain's speed, strength, and perception have all increased to an extremely exaggerated level, and the all-round improvement is an all-round improvement. Even if it is a slash made by the swordsman, the captains can rely on their own powerful Ryatsu to condense the spirit on the Zanpakuto and cut it out, and the power is not weaker than that of the swordsman. Unless he reaches the realm of the great swordsman, the slashing speed and power he emits will be qualitatively improved. Where, this can be regarded as my apology for destroying the wall of Kuchiki's house. Haha, if you can get Captain Xiaoya's guidance by destroying some courtyard walls, then I'm afraid that the entire Siriatii court. Grim Reaper hopes that Captain Xiaoyi will go to the courtyard wall of his house for a while. Siphon Jai Wenye patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder. By the way, Xiaoyi brother, do you want to go to my house? My Sifeng family still has some talents. Forget it. Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. Isn't the Siphon Jaiwan family majoring in white fighting and instantaneous steps? I went to Sifeng Monastery to teach swordsmanship. Are you sure you won't be kicked out? The Shifeng family is the only Shinigami family in the Suritai that cannot rely on the Zanpakuto. Because the Four Maple Courtyard family has a god-given armor inherited from the Spirit King. The ability of every heavenly armor is not weaker than the Bankai of the Zanpakuto. Therefore, the main cultivation of each head of the Four Maple Courtyard is to fight in vain and instantaneously, so that he can better exert the ability of the heavenly gift armor. This, it seems to be the same. Although Xiaoye's kendo attainments are extraordinary, but the compatibility between swordsmanship and the Sifeng family is not high. If Xiaoyi is asked to go to the Sifeng Academy to teach swordsmanship, I am afraid that other nobles will be wondering whether the heavenly weapons of the Sifeng Academy are lost or damaged. Heavenly armor is the basis of the Forfeng Academy family. As a great nobleman, if there is a problem with the heavenly gift armor, the status of the Forfeng Academy family may be threatened. The reason why the great nobles are great nobles is because they have all received the treasures given by the Spirit King. What the nobles recognize is the thing of the Spirit King, not the great nobles themselves. If the treasure given by the Spirit King is lost, then it will not be recognized as a great nobleman. This is the case with the Jibwa family. The god's gift of the Shiha family is the fireworks cannon that can directly ascend the Spirit King's palace from the Spirit Court, and the heavenly pillar carriage that can reach the Spirit King palace from the Spirit King palace, which is a treasure that connects the Spirit King palace and the Spirit King's palace. Of course, the Jibwa family is not actually the Spirit King's thing that has been guarded for generations. It's just that because the Shiba family wanted to make the crimes of the five nobles public, they were targeted by the other four nobles, and were eventually expelled from the Siriatii court, almost exterminated. The current Sirii court only knows the four nobles. Those who can know the five nobles are all nobles who have been passed down for more than 100,000 years. Knowing that the Jibwa family is a great nobleman, there are only four nobles in the Jibwa family left. No matter how big the knight of the Forfeng courtyard was, he didn't dare to joke about the safety of the Forfeng courtyard family. Of course, having said that, Siphon Jaiwan Yanaki was not worried. Although there may be some trouble, but for the Siphon Jaiwan family, it is nothing. Among the four existing nobles in the Suriting, the Shifenjin family is still considered the strongest. In addition to Siphonjin Yoichi, the previous generation of the Siphon Jaiwan family, that is, the father of Siphonjin Yoichi, is still alive. Two captain-level powerhouses sat in charge. Even if it was the Gotiai 13 team, only the Ichiban team led by Captain Yamamoto had the strength to destroy the Shifenjin family. However, although Sifeng Courtyard Yi said so, he never said anything to let Xiaoyi go to Siphon Jaiwan's house again. Captain Kochiki, Byakuya has a good talent in kendo. After he masters the sword grip, if Byakuya is interested, he can go to the 11th team to continue his training. Kuchiki Inling hesitated. Although Byakuya Kochiki was not trained by Byakuki Jinsuzu as the head of the Kochiki family and the captain of the 6th division, because he was too young, no matter what, Byakuya Kochiki is also the only orthodox successor of the Kochiki family at present. The 11th team, in the impression of many gods of death and nobles, is a fighting maniac or a barbarian. Will letting Byakuya go to the 11th team make Byakuya develop bad habits? As for letting Xiaoyi come to Kochiki's house to continue teaching Byakuya, Kochiki Silver Bell couldn't say this. Are you kidding? Who is Summer Knight? Who is Byakuya Kochiki? The two sides are not equal in terms of identity and strength. Besides, it was Kochiki Byakuya who needed Natsuya's swordsmanship guidance, not Natsuya who needed Kochiki Byakuya, a noble disciple. No matter how ignorant Kochiki Jinsuzu was, he couldn't say such a thing. Seeing the Kochiki Silver Bell like this, Xiaoyi didn't feel anything. Captain Rottenwood doesn't have to worry about it. I don't mean to add Byakuya to the 11th first team. I just think that the cultivation of swordsmanship is very important in actual combat. And among the 13 teams of Gotiai, I think in terms of combat experience alone, our 11th team should be the first. Grandpa. Byakuya Kochiki looked at Kochiki Jinsuzu with a prayer in his eyes. At this age, Byakuya Kochiki is in the stage of longing for a legend. And in this time period, which one can compare with Xiaoyi? Whether it is experience or strength, there is no doubt that Xiaoyi has completed the endpoint that 99.99% of the gods of death cannot reach in their lives in just 1 year. This is not a legend, so what else is a legend? Even, in the hearts of many gods of death, Xiaoyi will be another, invincible god of death after Captain Yamamoto. Okay, then I'll trouble Captain Xiaoyi to take care of one or two at that time. Kochiki Jinsuzu let out a sigh and agreed to Kochiki Byakuya's request. In Kochiki Inling's view, if Kochiki Byakuya and Natsui have some friendship, then what happens to Byakuya in the future? Natsui may be able to help one or two. As for the Four Maple Courtyards at one night, no matter what, Siphon
Jaiwan is also the head of the Siphon Jaiwan family.
In many cases, aristocrats make decisions that represent not only individuals but also the families behind them.
Sometimes, it was inconvenient for Yoruchi to help Byakuya, but Summer Knights are different.
He is not a nobleman, and his own strength has made the nobles in the Surites, including the 4 nobles, helpless against him. From a personal standpoint, if Xiaoyi extended a helping hand to Byakuya, it would make the secret enemy even more fearful. After all, it is different from Captain Yamamoto's will to protect.
So far, what Xiaoyi has shown is orderly, but not pedantic.
In other words, the rules of the Surites may or may not be useful for Summer Knights.
Except for Captain Yamamoto, the nobles did not dare to bet on whether Natsuya would regard the rules of the Surites court as nothing.
As uncomfortable as it sounds, that's how things are in the world.
Good people who follow the rules will be pointed at gunpoint.
And the unscrupulous bullies, but no one dares to stroke the tiger's beard.
Goodwill.
Natsuya did not respond to Kuchiki Jinsuzu's request, but looked directly at Kuchiki Byakuya. Byakuya, since you are willing to go to the 11th team to practice swordsmanship, then you should know what you will encounter in the 11th team.
Now come and tell me, do you need my care? Or do you want to rely on your own strength to fight in front of me step by step from an ordinary team member to challenge me?
Byakuya Kuchiki was in his 2nd year of middle school at this moment, and his blood was boiling with Natsuya's words. Captain Natsuya, I want to rely on my own strength to defeat all the enemies in front of me, and finally stand in front of Captain Natsuya and challenge you.
Then Byakuya, I'm waiting for your challenge at that position. Don't make me wait too long.
After saying that, Natsuya patted Byakuya Kuchiki on the shoulder and left the Kuchiki house with a smile from the destroyed courtyard wall.
Ha 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 ha. It's so interesting.
Kuchiki Inling looked at Xiaoyes departing back speechlessly, and then looked at the laughing Siphon Jaiwan Yaniki beside him, and sighed deeply.
This summer night, don't talk about martial arts. I clearly said before that I would not let Byakuya join the 11th team, but listen to what he's saying now. What does it mean that he is waiting for Byakuya's challenge in that position?
If you want to challenge the captain of the 11th team, you must join the 11th team. Only the members of the 11th team can challenge the captain to the Sword 8.
In other words, although Xiaoyi didn't say it, the meaning inside and outside the words was, didn't he want Byakuya to join the 11th team? As for the possibility of Byakuya Kuchiki challenging the success of Summer Night, it's not that Kuchiki Inling doesn't have confidence in his grandson, but for Xiaoyi, he is too confident. Although Natsuya did not explode his Ryatsu when he was fighting Byakuya Kuchiki, Kuchiki Jinsuzu couldn't understand whether Natsuya had broken through the 2nd-class spiritual power. However, from the time Xiaoyi blocked Byakuya's shallow blow with just one finger, Kuchiki Jinsuzu knew that even if Xiaoyi did not reach the 2nd rank, his strength was far from comparable to that of ordinary captains. If Byakuya wants to defeat Xiaoyi, does that mean that Byakuya will always stay in the 11th team? For the entanglement of Kuchiki Inling, Xiaoyi didn't care.
In the end, this is just a bad taste of Summer Nights. As for whether Byakuya Kuchiki will join the 11th first team, it has no impact on Natsuyi.
It's boring.
Lying on the roof of the 11th team captain's room, Xiaoyi murmured. After a period of adaptation, Xiaoyi is now able to fully carry the weight of the Shogun Death Overlord in Captain Haori without affecting the outside world.
With the assistance of Xiaoyi's haki of seeing and smelling, Xiaoyi could even completely follow the direction of the breeze to make his Death Overlord outfit in Captain Haori appear elegant and light in the wind. Similarly, if someone comes into contact with Natsuya, or if Natsuya's Death Overlord outfit in Captain Haori accidentally touch something, they will no longer directly crush the courtyard wall like they did before in the Kuchiki family. It can be said that in most cases, the clothes on Xiaoya's body are no different from other Death Overlord suits, Captain Haori, except for the weight imposed on his body. At present, Xiaoyi is trying to turn this situation into her own instinct. What?
However, this is also within the scope of the ability of life return, and Xiaoyi only needs to ensure that he has maintained the state of life return all the time. Under such circumstances, idle summer nights boring. Writing has also seen it, and most of the plot characters who have an impression have been seen. The tasks of the 11th team will be competed for by those players who have greatly increased their strength as soon as they appear, and there is no room for Summer Night to play at all. It seems that what Xiaoyi can do now is to find a random spot and be in a daze. But after being in a daze for a long time, Xiaoyi will also want to move and have some fun to relieve fatigue. It's only been a few years, and I can't stand the loneliness. If this continues, maybe Aizen Sasuke hasn't started his performance yet, and I'm going to stand on the stage of Suriitii. Xiaoyi shook his head, and it took a lot of perseverance to suppress the idea of wanting to cause trouble in his heart. In the world of pirates, every strong person with overlord domineering is a person who is not willing to be mediocre. In order to implement their beliefs and enhance their capacity, they will move towards their goals, unless they have reached their peak, or their spirits are scattered. Otherwise, the owners of overlord domineering are either doing things or on the way to doing things. Although Xiaoye's overlord domineering was a reward from the pirate achievement system, Xiaoye's will was also invisibly changed by overlord dozens of times times higher than before. In other words, before activating the Overlord Haki, even if Xia Yi wants to do something, he will first consider the consequences of doing it, or he will give up doing it because he is lazy and troublesome. And after having the Overlord's domineering, as long as Xia Yi moves his thoughts, then this idea will quickly make Xia Yi put into action. This is the case without first using the Haki of seeing and smelling to sense the situation in the courtyard of the Kuchiki family. The same is true for wanting to teach Kuchiki Byakuya Kendo to offset the mistake of destroying Kuchiki's courtyard wall, including the temptation of Byakuya Kuchiki on a summer night to join the 11th team to challenge himself. The same is true. The king is free, do whatever he thinks, and is not restrained. The king only needs to implement his actions. As for the series of consequences caused by this action, what about it? Why is the king afraid of challenges? However, Xia Yi felt that all his abilities should be completely controlled by himself, just like seeing and smelling domineering and armed domineering. The Overlord's domineering color should be the same. Although Xia Yi does not reject this impulsive habit like now, she will not let herself be driven by this impulse. In Xia Yi's view, he is his own king. Even if he is Overlord's domineering, he must surrender to himself. Now Xia Yi's lazy posture is his own attempt to surrender to his Overlord's domineering. This can also be regarded as Xia Yi herself testing her capacity. If he couldn't even subdue this characteristic of Overlord's Haki, how could he transcend the world of death? TSK. No, I have to do something. After lying on the roof for a while, Xia Yi suddenly sat up from the roof. Alone, he will have more thoughts in his mind, and if he suppresses one, another will come up. This is repeated, even on a summer night. I feel that my temples are starting to jump suddenly. Think about it. What other interesting people or interesting things are there in the Soul Society? Patting his head, as if to slap the thoughts in his mind away, Xia Yi carefully recalled the information in his mind about the world of death. That's right. Suddenly, Xia Yi seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. How did I forget these guys? Now, they should all be in the Zaraki area, right? Now that he thought of it, Xia Yi no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and disappeared on the roof of the captain's room. In the captain's room, Matsumoto Ranjaku, who sensed the disappearance of Ryatsu on a summer night, sighed, but had to bow his head to deal with the team affairs of the 11th first team, who made her really not so interested in cultivation. Besides, the training ground of the 11th team is full of men, and there is not a single female Shinigami. Even if Matsumoto Ranju is heartbroken, he will feel uncomfortable. It is better to help the summer night in the captain's room, and you can also rub the ice cubes in the captain's room to cool yourself down. Oh, it's been a long time. Flowing Soul Street is still like this. It hasn't changed at all. Walking on the road, Xia Yi sighed. I have to say that the top level of a world can determine the direction of the world. Millions of years ago, the Soul Society looked like this. If nothing else, in the next hundreds of thousands of years, the Soul Society will still look like this. And what about this world? Although it is not as good as the Soul Street of the Soul Society, 100 years later, the current system, resources, population, culture, etc., will surpass the Soul Society in all directions and enter the modern era that Xia Yi is familiar with. Even 100 years later, because of Kasuke Urahara, the 12th division of the Suraitai reproduced the equipment of the present world so that the Suraitai could barely enter the high-tech era, but it was only limited to the Suraiti. Although both Flowing Soul Street and Flowing Soul Court belong to the Soul Society, the high wall around the Soul Court directly divides the Soul Court and the Soul Street into two worlds. People in the Suraiting Court rarely leave the Spirit Court and go to the Flowing Soul Street. Only when the people in the Flowing Soul Street have the potential to become gods of death can they pass the assessment of the Mao Spiritual Art Academy and enter the Suriai Court. Under normal circumstances, only the 11th team of Shinigami killed the void that came to the Flowing Soul Street to hunt everywhere in the Flowing Soul Street. Even so, more than 90% of the people in the Flowing Soul Street had never seen the god of death with their own eyes, and they had only heard of the Suriting but had not seen it with their own eyes. Oh, it seems that he wanted to recall his life in Flowing Soul Street 18 years ago, and Xia Yi followed the route of himself and Matsumoto Ranju to the outer area of Flowing Soul Street. Although Xia Yi wanted to find the people in the Zaraki area to relieve his fatigue, however, he did not have the idea of directly using the ghost path or seeing and smelling domineering to directly lock their positions. Finally found a thing to kill time. How could Xia Yi complete it so easily? Isn't the journey of finding a few people part of the fun? Well, the most important thing is that if this matter is completed too quickly, Xia Yi estimates that she will fall into boredom for a long time. Instead of that, it is better to spend some time every day looking for a few people, just as a leisure time to pass the time. Urahara, you are really sinful. Hurry up and make the gravity device. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when I feel bored, I'll set off a turmoil in the Suriitii instead of Aizen. The broken thoughts in Xia Yi's mouth made Kasuke Urahara in the 12th division sneeze. In this store, I remember giving me 2 buns with Runju. This family, I remember giving me and Runju a bowl of water. Here, I rested with Runju. Is this house dilapidated like this? We were still hiding from the rain in the corner. I stole steamed buns here. This family didn't steal anything, and it was chased for a long time. As Xiaoyi walked, he recalled what he and Runju encountered on the way to the Siriitii. At first, Xiaoyi still had a smile on her face. However, as Xiaoyi walked back, what he had encountered along the way made his expression slowly heavy. The closer it is to the Soul Street, the better the security and the richer the supplies, and people naturally have extra food to help those who have no family shelter. On the contrary, the farther away from the Siriitii, the scarce the supplies, and in order to get food, everyone sneaks around and does everything. That is, most people do not have Ryatsu, they only need a little water to survive. Otherwise, I am afraid that the people in the block behind Luhan Street will start a riot. No, maybe there has been a riot. However, because of the gap in high-level power, as long as Siriiting sent a seat official, it could almost completely suppress the riot in Flowing Soul Street. Not to mention, among the 13 teams of the Siriiting Guardian Court, there are also vice-captains, captains, and even the strongest captains. On the way to the Siriiting Court with Matsumoto Runju to become the god of death because he has been close to the Siriiting, the encounter between Natsuya and Matsumoto Ranjuku is getting better and better. People who are not short of food and have a happy life are willing to lend a helping hand to others. And now, Xiaoyi left from the direction of Siriiting to the more dilapidated direction of Flowing Soul Street, so everything was naturally reversed. From beauty, step by step, because of the lack of materials and the sinister nature of people's hearts, it finally came to an end. In areas where resources are scarce, people attach great importance to the protection of food. Not only is it impossible for them to divide their food, but in order to protect or seize food, fights are common, and it is not impossible to steal, rob, and kill. In such a harsh environment, how can it still require the people in the back area of Luhan Street to maintain good public order? Everything is to survive. Finally, the footsteps of the summer night stopped in a desert. This is where I first appeared. At the same time, it is also the place where the chrysanthemum saved me. Although 19 years have passed, even now, Xiaoyi still remembers the appearance of the steamed buns handed over by Runju when he opened his eyes. Obviously she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore, but she still gave herself the only steamed bun. Later, it was also because of the leadership of Matsumoto Runju that Xiaoyi was able to stumble from here to District 1. If it was just Xiaoyi alone, even if he knew that this was the world of the god of death later and inquired about the direction of Siriitii, he was not sure that he would be able to leave here safely. Maybe he died in a food fight before he even got out of the block. Since when did I forget about this place? Standing where he used to lie, Xiaoyi sighed. The way of heaven is fair, reducing excess and making up for deficiencies. Humanity values selfishness, and losses are not enough to provide for the surplus. The Soul Society is the world of the dead. Everything here is composed of spirit children. Even people's bodies are things condensed by the spirit sun under the influence of human soul consciousness. Whether it is food, trees, mountains, rocks, or rivers, they are all the condensation of the spirit child. However, when creating the Soul Society, the 5 nobles gathered more than 90% of the spirit children of the Soul Society into the Soul Court and used the Soul Mask to isolate the circulation of spirit children between the Soul Court and the Flowing Soul Street. Because of this, the spirit child in the Siriitii can allow the people in the Siriitii to live the dreamlike life of the residents of the Soul Street. The Flowing Soul Street is divided into 81 blocks according to the concentration of spirit children, and the environment gradually deteriorates according to the concentration of spirit children. If you want to change this situation, you must break the soul shield that envelopes the entire Siriiting Court and isolates it from the flow of Lingzi on Flowing Soul Street. Otherwise, without enough spirit children, the materials of Flowing Soul Street would not be enough for so many people to survive. Everything in the Soul Society is made up of spirits, and it stands to reason that trees, rocks, and soil can all be used as food. It's just that ordinary people can't extract spiritual seeds from these things to replenish themselves because they don't have Ryatsu, and the only natural substance they can use is water. Destroy the Soul Mask. Xiaoyi shook his head. The Soul Society is too big. In comparison, the number of Grim Reaper is still too small. It is undeniable that 90% of the concentration of spirit children in the Spirit Court has been gathered in the Spirit Court, making the Spirit Court and the Flowing Soul Street almost 2 worlds. But if it really breaks the Soul Shield and spreads the spirit children in the Siriitii Court to the entire Soul Society, it is not a good thing for ordinary people. The voids in the virtual circle can directly open the black cavity to enter the present world and the soul world to hunt. If the concentration of spirit children in the Soul Society increases, if nothing else, there will be more and more people in the Soul Society who are born with spiritual pressure, and there will be more virtual black cavities in the virtual circle to enter the Soul Society to devour souls. At that time, with the number of Shinigami of the Gotii 13 team, it would be impossible to protect so many people in the Soul Society. Moreover, it is impossible for the nobles in the Siriitii to let all the Shinigami of the Gotii 13 team protect ordinary people. Compared with the lives of ordinary people in the Flowing Soul Street, the nobles still care more about their own lives. Perhaps, that man will have a way. At this time, in Xiaoyi's mind, the figure of Kasuke Urahara suddenly appeared. Since he thought of it, Xiaoyi directly gave up his original original plan. Anyway, looking for Zaraki and the others, you can do it at any time. However, if the situation in Flowing Soul Street had improved one day earlier, perhaps more people would have survived and could live better. At this moment, Xiaoyi no longer hesitated and walked directly in the direction of Siriidii. This time, Xiaoyi did not walk slowly but directly used instantaneous steps in less than 3 minutes, which required Xiaoyi and Matsumoto Runju to walk a distance of a year and was crossed by Xiaoyi. When passing by the Baidao gate, the guy from the Xiandan Fang was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his right elbow resting on his knee and his palm resting on his face and sleeping soundly. Didn't care whether the Xiandan Fang was derelict in his duties. Xiaoyi rushed directly to the 12th Division.
Captain Summer Knight. For Summer Knights, the Reapers, the 12th Division, are no strangers.
Whether it was during the period of Captain Kiryu Hikifune or the current tenure of Captain Urahara, Captain Natsuya appeared in the 12th Division many times.
Well, isn't Captain Urahara here?
Xiaoyi looked up, saw and smelled the domineering opening, and did not perceive the aura of Kasuke Urahara within the scope of his own saw and smell domineering, and immediately raised his head and asked the guards of the 12th Division. The god of death was stunned for a moment and shook his head. I'm sorry, Captain Natsu Knight, I didn't see Captain Urahara leave today.
How about I take you in and ask? Well, that's fine. Xiaoyi nodded.
Although Kasuke Urahara became the captain of the 12th Division, Natsui also knew that not all of Kasuke Urahara's experiments were done in the 12th Division, especially those who are sensitive and touch on the research of the Soul Society ban. Kasuke Urahara will not publicly study it in the 12th Division at all. At most, he recorded some data in his own laboratory with the experimental equipment of the 12th Division. If Kasuke Urahara was not in the 12th Division, Natsui would have to travel all over the Surwriting Court and use the hockey of seeing and smelling to envelop the Surwriting Court to find Kasuke Urahara's underground laboratory. In the plot, Yoruchi once took Ichigo Kurosaki to an underground laboratory originally abandoned by Kasuke Urahara to heal Ichigo Kurosaki with the remaining healing hot springs inside. But there are still 3 caves in the Cunning Rabbit, and Xiaoyi doesn't believe that Kasuke Urahara will only have one laboratory in the Siriidii. It can only be said that the ability is willful. Kasuke Urahara's Bankai allows him to create a laboratory that suits his heart by finding a location at random. Even if it is experimental equipment, in the hands of Kasuke Urahara, it is not a precious thing.
Even Natsuyi suspected that Urahara Kasuke could even make the Spirit King ornament.
Otherwise, even Aizen Sasuke needs the fingertips of the Spirit King to make the collapsed jade, and Kasuke Urahara can hold it by hand, which is too exaggerated. Of course, the Spirit King accessories mentioned here by Xiaoyi are not like the fingertips and arms of Matsumoto Ranjuku and Yukitake Jushiro, nor are they the exterminators of the Divine Amnesty Guard who are directly transformed from the body parts of the Spirit King, but the most essential ability of the Spirit King.
It is what people call almighty power.
Such power will be embodied because of the desire in people's hearts. For example, the collapsed jade produced by Kasuke Urahara is, in his opinion, something that blurs the god of death. In Aizen's view, this is something that can break the limits of death and imaginary limits, and can make people promoted to a higher dimension. Because of the cognitive bias, the effect of collapsed jade in the hands of Kasuke Urahara and Aizen has a lot of deviations. Aizen can use the semi-finished product collapsed jade in his hand to blur the god of death, and he can also make the void death god in the virtual circle become a broken face. Kasuke Urahara, on the other hand, could only use the collapsed jade in his hand to save Mako Harako and others from the mortal death of blurring, and let them master the power of blurring. Instead of looking for it randomly by yourself, which may disturb Kasuke Urahara's experiment, it is better to let the Shinigami of the 12th Division help you find it. After all, as the captain of the 12th Division, even if Kasuke Urahara leaves the team, he will leave his contact information so that the players in the team know how to find himself. Otherwise, once something happens to the 12th Division and the captain needs to deal with it, but the captain cannot be found, Kasuke Norihara will be derelict in his duties. The captain of the 13th Gotiei team is a big man who stands at the top of the Surighty.
However, what kind of status you have naturally needs to fulfill what kind of responsibility. If he does not perform his duties as captain, then there is no doubt that Captain Yamamoto will be held accountable personally.
On the other hand, as long as you perform your squad duties well, it will be regarded as a mess of your squad, and Captain Yamamoto will not care about you.
This is the case with the previous captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi Oniganjo.
Under the leadership of this god of death, Xiaoyi came to the reception room of the 12th Division. Here, there is already a little girl with a yellow twin ponytail waiting.
This is the vice-captain of the 12th Division, Saragamaki Day. Seeing the summer night, the monkey persimmon couldn't help but pout in disgust in the day. However, Saragamaki Nisei also knows that summer nights are different from Urahara Kasuke. Kasuke Urahara would give Hikifune Kiryu's mother face and tolerate herself fooling around, but Natsuyi would not. Even when Kiryu Hikifune's mother was there, this guy dared to intimidate himself. The disgust on the face of the monkey persimmon was gone, and then he bowed to Xiaoyi. Captain Summer Night. Well, Vice Vice Captain Nishiori, I have something to do with Captain Urahara, please inform me.
For the sake Persimmon Day, although he is also a plot character familiar to Xiaoyi does not like the character of the monkey Persimmon Day. Fortunately, in front of her, the ape Persimmon was still a little self-aware, and she did not put her arrogance on Xiaoyi's body. Tell him that if he doesn't come back within an hour, I'll go directly to him, and don't blame me for ruining him then. The monkey Persimmon raised his head and frowned. I have to say that Kasuke Urahara's methods of coaxing children are still possible. Although she would still scold Kasuke Urahara in the open surface, and even call Kasuke Urahara in front of Mako Harako and others, she still felt uncomfortable when she heard Natsui's rude words to Kasuke Urahara. Fortunately, the ape Persimmon also knows the priority of the matter.
With Captain Xiaoyi's current expression, I'm afraid there is something big to look for Urahara.
As the deputy captain of the 12th Division, although Saragamaki Hiyori has no scientific research ability, he has been the vice captain of the
12th Division for more than 30 years, and Kasuke Urahara has not changed the seats of the 12th Division after becoming the 12th Division.
I know, I will ask someone to contact Captain Urahara immediately, so please wait for Captain Xiaoyi for a while.
What's wrong, Urahara? In an open laboratory, Shifenjin looked up at Urahara Kasuke and asked curiously.
After receiving the information carried by a hell butterfly, Kasuke Urahara's face sank, as if something bad had happened and was difficult to deal with. Well, my vice captain just sent me a message saying that Captain Summer Night was looking for me.
Kasuke Urahara nodded.
In this world, he can hide it from anyone, but he will not deceive Siphon Jaiwan half a night.
Sifon Yuanyi smiled and said, are you urging you to make gravity equipment for him quickly?
Speaking of this, Sifon Yuanyi couldn't help but sigh. I have to say that in terms of cultivation, Captain Xiaoyi's talent, I always thought that you were genius enough to invent a divine body that could make the Zanpakuto materialize. But the weight-bearing suit that Captain Xiaoyi came up with, as well as gravity equipment, is an excellent equipment for cultivation. If I could have these things when I was cultivating, then my speed would be at least several times faster than now. The speed has increased several times, which is a very obvious improvement for ordinary reapers. What's more, the Knight of the Four Maple Courtyard is the instantaneous god of the seawriting, and no one can compare with it in terms of instantaneous attainments alone.
Her speed is several times weaker than the improvement of the Captain's Zanpakuto Bankai.
Ha, it's not too late to cultivate now, you haven't reached your peak yet. Hearing what Yoichi said in the Four Maple Courtyards, Kasuke Urahara was also happy. Anyway, I have already made weight-bearing clothes for you from 100 kilograms to 1000 kilograms, and if you spend some time adapting and cultivating, theoretically, Yoichi's speed may be more than 10 times faster than now. Although, the faster the speed, the harder it is to improve. But if Siphon Jaiwan really adapted to the weight of 1 ton, after taking off her weight suit, her speed increased tenfold, which was considered low. After all, Siphon Jaiwan's instantaneous attainments are high enough, and if her physical strength is greatly improved, then her speed will naturally increase exponentially. Urahara, you really think highly of me, and you still weigh 1000 kilograms.
Yaruchi gave Urahara Kasuke a roll of his eyes. Are you kidding?
If you don't use Ryatsu amplification yourself, wearing a 100-kilogram weight suit on your body has already made Yaruchi's life unable to proceed normally. However, speaking of this, Siphon Yoichi touched his chin. Hey, Urahara, you said that Xiaoyi's guy's weight-bearing clothes are 3 tons, and this is not the limit of Xiaoyi, but the limit of materials in clothing.
How strong is that guy on summer night? Urahara Yashisuke lowered his head, silently calculating in his heart. After a long time, Kasuke Urahara shook his head. I can't calculate this. Captain Summer Night's physical strength has completely exceeded my calculations.
The 3-ton weight suit was worn by him, and it had no effect on Captain Xiaoyi's actions. Even, Captain Xiaoyi will urge me to inquire about the research and manufacturing progress of gravity equipment every once in a while. Obviously, for Captain Xiaoyi, the weight-bearing clothing and gravity equipment can be regarded as having an effect on his cultivation. You said before that he blocked the shallow blow of the young master of the Kuchiki family with only 1 finger. I suspect that if Captain Natsuya used Ryatsu for defense, even we would probably not be able to cause him any harm. It's really scary.
Hearing Kasuke Urahara say this, even Yoichi Shifenjin was shocked.
Although she had some doubts about what harm she couldn't do to Natsuyi, Yaruchi also knew that Kasuke Urahara would not talk nonsense. What's more, he was wearing clothes weighing 100 kilograms, and his activities were greatly restricted, and the weight-bearing clothes he wore on Xiaoyi were 30 times more than himself, but no one could detect the slightest abnormality, which was very scary.
Is the difference in strength so big? Boom, boom, boom.
Sifon Courtyard laughed awkwardly. I don't want to know, I was shocked when I thought about it.
Well, but, Kasuke Urahara opened his mouth but finally shook his head and didn't say anything. The strength of Captain Natsuya, Kasuke Urahara has some bottom in his heart. However, what bothered Kasuke Urahara even more was that Captain Natsuya said that if he didn't go to see him as soon as possible, he would come directly to him and say don't blame him for ruining his good deeds. Captain Summer Night, do you know something? Kasuke Urahara can be sure that no one knows about his research at all except for Yaruchi and Shifenjin. destruction. No. Suddenly, in Kisuke Urahara's mind, the woman who always likes to think about small things appeared. Well, it should be said that it was Zanpakuto, the 8th generation of the 11th team, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto Yulu Takuru. Alas. At that time, Kisuke Urahara also knew that the god of death actually had such a terrifying Zanpakuto ability.
Infernal is the 7th floor prison underground of the Suriting, where there is no concept of time and space, as if it was pitch black before the world was opened, and it was a world where even the spirit child did not exist. This is when the Surii court was opened, and the 5 nobles specially created a prison to imprison some unkillable beings. Because of these characteristics, it is also called infernal hell. Anyone who is thrown into the infernal hell is undoubtedly a criminal who has been judged by the Surii court to be a heinous crime, but cannot be killed. Before being imprisoned, these beings will be sealed all their perceptions, plus there is nothing in the endless hell, as long as there is
enough time, the criminals inside will be destroyed by the endless nothingness to destroy their spirits, thus falling into self-destruction. Mole City Kenpachi is the one who once wanted to transform the residents of Flowing Soul Street into combat weapons and destroy the virtual circle. Yulu Takuliu is the Zanpakuto of Mole City Kenpachi, and after its Bankai, it can make Mole City Kenpachi's Ryatsu fuse with everything around it, so as to control what is fused by his own Ryatsu. At present, the entire space of the Soul Society has been fused by the Mole City Sword 8, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the Mole City Sword 8 can manipulate the space of the Soul Society to fight. Except for Captain Yamamoto, a super powerhouse who can directly destroy the Soul Society, few people can pose a threat to Mole City Kenpachi. Even if Kenpachi surrendered in the end and was imprisoned in the infernal hell, he also relied on the power of the Zanpakuto to break his seal and became the only person in the infernal hell who could move freely. Through the connection between Ryatsu and the Soul Society, everything that happened in the Soul Society was seen by Kenpachi of Mole City. Everything Kisuke Urahara has done is no exception. However, through Yulu Takuliu, Kisuke Urahara also knew that the current Mole City Kenpachi only wanted to be an observer and did not want to interfere in the affairs of the Suriitii. It seems that after completely fusing with the Soul Society, Mole City Kenpachi came into contact with the will of the Spirit King and knew something, so he finally gave up his plan and voluntarily imprisoned in the infernal hell. Come to think of it, Captain Natsu Knight may also have similar methods to Mole City Kenpachi, and he can know that he has done some things that violate the ban of the Suriitii. But judging from the relationship with Captain Xiaoyi during this time, Captain Xiaoyi didn't care about his actions. This time he could let Captain Xiaoyi say this kind of thing to threaten himself, let himself go to see him as soon as possible, and think about what Captain Xiaoyi needed to do by himself. It was not a simple matter. Let's go, Yi. Let's go meet Captain Xiaoyi and see what he's doing with me. Absolutely not. In the captain's room of the 12th Division, Kisuke Urahara immediately got up from his seat after listening to Natsuya's request and refused verbally. He thought that what he needed to do to make Natsuya threaten him was not easy, but Kisuke Urahara never expected that Captain Natsuya would actually let himself create that kind of thing. Captain Summer Knight, please leave. I can't make this thing. The 4 maple courtyards on the side looked at Xiaoyi and then at Urahara Kisuke, looking a little confused. She didn't understand why Captain Natsuya asked Kisuke Urahara to make something that could decompose the stones, dirt, and trees of the Soul Society into spirit children, and then make these spirit children into food, which would actually make Kisuke Urahara react so much. When I thought about it in Sifing Courtyard Night, the idea put forward by Xiaoyi could indeed properly solve the lives of the people in Luhan Street. There is no shortage of spirits in the Soul Society. After all, everything in the Soul Society is made up of spirit children. What ordinary people lack is the means to decompose matter into spiritual children and gather them into materials. If Urahara really manufactures such a device, the living standards of the people in Flowing Soul Street will not be able to catch up with Suriitii, but it will be no problem to maintain the level of the first 20 blocks. In this way, the birth of the Soul Street thug can be greatly reduced, and children without families can live better. Why did Urahara refuse such a good thing? However, although it was strange in his heart, Yoruchi of the 4 Maple Courtyard was also firmly on the side of Kisuke Urahara. She believes that no matter what Urahara does, he has his own reasons. Kisuke Urahara's refusal was beyond Xiaoye's expectations. In his opinion, Kisuke Urahara is considered to be the camp of order and goodness, this kind of thing that has significantly improved the lives of ordinary people in the Soul Society. Shouldn't Kisuke Urahara promote it immediately? What the hell is a stern refusal? Could it be that Kisuke Urahara has any opinion on himself? In other words, Kisuke Urahara's order and goodness is just the order of Suriitii and the goodness of the god of death, and the people of Ryukan Street are so unvalued in his eyes? Thinking of this, Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. The surging overlord's domineering aura erupted from Xiaoye's body and pressed towards Urahara Kisuke. Ugh dash. In just an instant, the chair under Kisuke Urahara was shattered by the overlord's domineering aura of the summer night. Kisuke Urahara's face turned pale, and his soul was greatly impacted, and he almost fainted. Urahara Kisuke Ryatsu broke out to resist the spiritual impact of the Summer Night Overlord's haki. Urahara. Seeing Urahara Kisuke like this, Shifenjinya's figure flashed, appeared behind Xiaoyi, and kicked Xiaoyi. However, Xiaoyi just gently stretched out his hand, and grabbed Sifeng Yuanyi's foot so that Sifeng Yuanyi was fixed in the air like a pillar. In such a situation, if Xiaoyi had murderous intentions towards Sifeng Yuanyi, then Sifeng Yuanyi would definitely not be able to live. Wait. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuke hurriedly spoke. Captain Summer Night, listen to my explanation first. Natsuyi let go of his hand, let Shifenjin Yoichi get out of his control, and turned his head to look at Urahara Kisuke. You'd better have a reason to convince me, Captain Urahara. Otherwise, Xiaoyi didn't say the next words. However, his fierce killing intent was to let Kisuke Urahara and Yoichi Shifenjin know that once Kisuke Urahara's reasons could not convince Natsuyi would not be polite to them. Hey, Urahara, what is your probability of convincing Captain Summer Night? At this moment, Yoichi had returned to Kisuke Urahara again and asked Kisuke Urahara gently. While asking, Shifenjin Yoichi took off his Captain Haori and threw it aside. The seemingly light Captain Haori, when he fell to the ground, actually smashed out a loud sound, and the neat stones on the ground were smashed into cracks by this piece of Haori. This is the weight of the Knight of the Four Maple Courtyards. Obviously, now Shifenjin Yoichi threw away his weight suit, and he was also holding on to if Kisuke Urahara failed to persuade Natsuki later, so he had some resistance. I don't know. Urahara Kisuke shook his head. He didn't know much about Captain Summer Night. I only know that Captain Summer Night is from Flowing Soul Street, and he completed his studies from Mao Spiritual Academy within a year, and less than 3 days after entering the 11th team, he defeated the captain of the 11th team, Gyanjo Kenpachi, and became the new captain of the 11th team. In addition, Captain Xiaoyi has a certain degree of paranoia about cultivation. Whether it is the weight-bearing clothing he proposed or the gravity equipment, they are all equipment that has a strong auxiliary effect on cultivation. Even Kisuke Urahara made a weight suit for himself and Yoruchi Shifenjin. Although the two of them also knew that no matter how much they practiced, they would not be able to reach the burden of 3 or 5 tons of Captain Xiaoyi, who regarded nothing as nothing, but no matter what, it could also make their strength improve a lot. Seeing that Xiaoyi had withdrawn his terrifying coercion, Kisuke Urahara and Shifuan Yoichi both breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Xiaoyi, do you know that the world's spirit child reincarnation? Xiaoyi nodded. For ordinary gods of death, purifying the void is their duty. But for those who know the secrets of the world, the existence of the god of death has always had only one purpose: to maintain the balance of the reincarnation of the 3 realms. In addition to purifying the void in this world, the gods of death also have a unit stationed in the void circle, according to the number of spirit children in the 3 realms, to determine how many voids the void expeditionary force wants to destroy to maintain the balance of the spirit children of the 3 realms. Even the captains of the Gotii 13 team knew this secret. Few knew about it. Urahara Kisuke said, in that case, then Captain Summer Night should know that the spirit children of the 3 realms of the present world, the virtual circle, and the soul society will only be stable if they are in a balanced state. The number of residents of Luhan Street is too many. If something is made that can decompose land, stones, and trees into spirit children and gather them into resources, then within a month the soul society will probably be gnawed up by many residents of the Soul Street. When the time comes, Xiaoyi was silent. In this regard, it is true that he has not considered it. Indeed, as Kisuke Urahara said, the soul society can maintain its original appearance without any change in the millions of years it has opened, and the most fundamental reason is that the residents of Flowing Soul Street have no means to decompose and aggregate spirit children. If Kisuke Urahara really made such a thing, with the ability of the residents of Flowing Soul Street, it is not difficult to imagine what the soul society will become. Let's not talk about these decomposed and aggregated spirit children. After being eaten by the residents, these residents did not die to let their spirit children reincarnate. How the spirit children of the 3 realms maintain the balance? Just say that if a large area of land, mountains, rivers, and trees are decomposed, can the soul society still have enough land for everyone to live? Also, if something like this can break down matter, can it break down the soul? If it could, then if this thing fell into the hands of some ambitious people who had spiritual pressure and were not willing to accept the status quo, I am afraid it would cause even greater casualties. At that time, everything Xiaoyi did will be a typical example of doing bad things with good intentions. Sorry, I thought it too simply. I know. Seeing Natsui's apology, Kisuke Urahara and Yoichi Shifenjin both breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Norahara, do you have any good ways to improve the situation in Flowing Soul Street? Now that he knew that his thinking was limited, Xiaoyi directly asked Urahara Kisuke for advice. Well, I think, if you want to improve the situation of Flowing Soul Street, the first and most important thing is to let Flowing Soul Street have good order. I have to say that Kisuke Urahara, as a means in the 5 special combat powers, defined by Uebach as a means by Aizen Sasuke, is naturally not comparable to Summer Nights. Perhaps, because Natsuya knows the future of the Shinigami world more than 100 years later, she can know many things that Kisuke Urahara doesn't know. But Kisuke Urahara's wisdom still surprised Xiaoyi. After pondering for a few seconds, Kisuke Urahara gave Xiaoyi a more reliable plan. No matter what it is, order is the most important prerequisite for all development. For countless years, there has naturally been an order belonging to each block between the blocks of Luhan Street. If you really want to change the status quo of Flowing Soul Street on summer night, then you must change the order of the entire Flowing Soul Street and redistribute the materials of Flowing Soul Street. In fact, the materials in Luhan Street are completely enough for the residents of the entire Luhan Street to live a well-fed and well-dressed life. It's just that most of the materials in Flowing Soul Street are concentrated in the first few blocks, which makes the farther away from the neighborhood of the surrounding, the more scarce the materials become. If you can fully grasp the distribution order of materials on Flowing Soul Street, you can completely transport the excess materials in the front block to remote blocks to be used by the situations there. To be honest, I don't think this matter will be less difficult than establishing the Gotai 13 team. The establishment of the 13 guards can be said to rely almost entirely on Mr. Yamamoto. Kisuke Urahara said this, thinking that even Captain Yamamoto could not do such a thing. There is no way. If you want to do what Kisuke Urahara said, you must build a huge organization. And the area of Flowing Soul Street is countless times larger than that of Suraiting. Don't look at the Suraiting court as the center of the Soul Society, but the area of the Suraitii may only be 4 blocks the size of Flowing Soul Street. Flowing Soul Street is centered on the Suraiting, spreading outward from 4 directions, east, west, north, south, and north, and each direction is divided into 81 districts according to its distance from the Suraiting. In other words, there are a total of 324 blocks on Flowing Soul Street, and the further back you go, the larger the scope of the blocks. If you want to completely maintain the order of Flowing Soul Street, you need at least 100 divisions. Well, of course, because there are not many people with strength among the residents of Flowing Soul Street, perhaps an elite reaper can lead 4 or 5 team members to maintain the order of a block, and in fact, it doesn't take so many divisions. But even if it is few, the number of 50 divisions of the God of Death is a must. Think about Captain Yamamoto. It took 1,000 years to develop the Gotai 13 into what it is now. If Xiaoyi wanted to change the order of the Flowing Soul Street, the time it would take would probably have to be calculated in terms of 10,000 years. That's right. After listening to Kisuke Urahara's explanation, Xiaoyi naturally understood the difficulty of wanting to change the Flowing Soul Street. If Xiaoyi simply wanted to make the people in the current Soul Street live well, without thinking about the future, then he could naturally force the people of the 12th Division to make some equipment that could decompose and aggregate spirit children. But if it is for the long-term consideration of the Soul Society, it is necessary to redistribute the materials of the Soul Street without destroying the environment of the Soul Society. But people are selfish. People in the back block will naturally like this distribution method. The people in the front block would not hand over the materials that originally belonged to them like this. If there was no powerful force to suppress it, the turmoil caused by the Flowing Soul Street would not be much smaller than the destruction of the Suraitii. However, for summer nights, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. In the pirate world, there was once a person who claimed to be a god and ruled the empty island, but anyone who did not respect his rule would be punished by him. Wow! Thunder Fruit Power, Analu. Because of the Thunder Fruit's ability, Analu's haki has a very large range, which can completely envelop the empty island and maintain it all the time. Summer Night is a shining fruit ability. If Xiaoyi can also be like Analu, he can spread his haki to the entire Soul Society, then at that time, Xiaoyi can be like the god of thunder, deterring the Soul Street with one person, and let the people of the Soul Street distribute materials according to his will. However, the ability of the Thunder Fruit is highly compatible with the haki of seeing and smelling, so Analu can easily fuse his haki of seeing and hearing with the perception ability of the Thunder Fruit into a large-scale perception heart network. It is not easy for Xiaoyi to combine his haki and Shining Fruit's abilities to greatly increase the range of his haki perception. At least, the current Summer Night has not been able to do it yet. Sorry, Captain Urahara, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Now that he knew the immaturity of his previous ideas, Xiaoyi naturally had to apologize for his previous use of Overlord haki on Kisuke Urahara, where Captain Xiaoyi is just bent on making the residents of Flowing Soul Street live a better life. Urahara Kisuke shook his head. At the same time, a hint of worry rose in Kisuke Urahara's heart. Strong and has the ability to change the dream of the Soul Society, Xiaoyi will definitely become the person who will cause violent turmoil in the Soul Society in the future. Looking at Xiaoyi's current expression, it doesn't seem like someone who will give up. At that time, there will inevitably be a conflict between Captain Natsuya and Suraiti. As the orthodox of the Soul Society, it is impossible for the nobles to have a new force outside the Suraiti. And Captain Yamamoto, in order to protect the Suraitii, it is impossible to sit idly by and watch Xiaoyi grow up in the Flowing Soul Street. Shook his head, and in the end Kisuke Urahara still didn't say anything. He was just a small captain of the 12th Division, and even if there was any movement on summer nights later, there were those tall people to deal with it. Captain Norahara Urahara, I'll take my leave first.
Now that he has a new plan, Xiaoyi naturally won't stay here and waste time with Urahara Kisuk. When Xiaoyi walked to the door of the captain's room, he suddenly seemed to remember something, stopped, turned back to Kisuk Urahara and said, "By the way, Captain Urahara, please take the gravity equipment to heart."
"Okay, Captain Summer Night. I aim to make gravity equipment within a month."
What Kisuk Urahara hopes most now is to send Xiaoyi away as soon as possible, and he will no longer have contact with Xiaoyi in the future.
He hates trouble the most.
The position of captain of the 12th Division, which he regarded as a trouble, did not cause him much trouble but also provided a lot of help for his research. On the contrary, he was the captain of the summer night of the 11th team, although he had not come to him several times, but each time he brought a lot of trouble to himself. Therefore, Kisuk Urahara also decided that this time, even if he temporarily put his most important research on hold, he would first make the gravity equipment of the summer night to get rid of the summer night.
"That's good. I'll come back in a month." After getting a reply from Kisuk Urahara, Natsuki left the 12th Division without looking back.
All the problems encountered today, in the final analysis, are still just a problem.
Strength or strength.
If Xiaoyi had invincible strength now, he could desperately change the Soul Society directly according to his own ideas.
The physique of the steel balloon is still growing.
Light, like thunder and lightning, also has its own waves. Xiaoyi didn't believe it. Analu could comprehend the perception of thunder and lightning, but he would not comprehend the perception of light. After returning to the 11th team, Natsuki sat cross-legged in the captain's room, placed his Zanpakuto horizontally on his knees, and entered the Blade Zen state. After a while, Xiaoyi opened her eyes and sighed. Just now, he communicated with Poliusolino through Blade Zen and wanted to learn from Poliusolino. Unfortunately, even Poliusolino did not comprehend such an ability as perception of light. Whether Poliusolino of the One Piece world has comprehended the perception of light is unclear to Natsuki. However, this Poliusolino based on the embodiment of the shining fruit ability in Xiaoyi's cognition has been determined by Xiaoyi that it will not. In this way, Xiaoyi could only rely on herself to comprehend. Without hesitation, the Zanpakuto on Xiaoyi's knee directly turned into a golden light and merged into Xiaoyi's body, making Xiaoyi's body emit golden Ryatsu. However, these rays of Ryatsu quickly dissipated. Natsuya's control over Lingzi was enough for him to completely control the surge of Ryatsu after his Bankai.
The Zanpakuto transformed from the shining fruit is similar to Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto Hyarinmaru.
The first solution is to let Xiaoyi have the power to control the flash, and even let Xiaoyi elementalize. Bankai expands the scope and authority of Xiaoyi over flash. In the world of pirates, the most obvious feature of the awakening of devil fruits is that they can assimilate the surrounding environment.
For example, the awakening of the Doflamingo thread fruit allows him to turn an entire island into a line under his control.
Monkey D. Luffy's fruit awakening also allows him to turn everything into rubber and can hold the flames and thunder flashes as toys according to his own wishes. The reason why the devil fruit of the natural system is invincible in the early stage is not only because it requires armed hockey to capture, but also because of the ability of the natural system, which can almost be regarded as a semi-awakened state and is inherently better than the superhuman system and the animal system. Of course, that's what it says, but the extent to which the devil fruit ability can be used still depends on the devil fruit ability. After Bankai, the range of flash that Summer Knights can control has expanded dozens of times. Then, Xiaoyi began to immerse herself in her control of the flash, and began to try to see if she could integrate this perception and control of the flash with the domineering of seeing and hearing to become the covering of her own domineering.
However, this cannot be done overnight.
Fortunately, there is no shortage of time on Summer Nights now. After a month, Xiaoyi returned to Flowing Soul Street again. This time, Xiaoyi did not follow the same path as last time, but changed direction and re-experienced everything in Flowing Soul Street.
The top 10 neighborhoods are the richest neighborhoods.
People here have their own houses and land, and most people have income to make a living. On the street, you can't see homeless children, and even if there are occasionally, you will meet family members who want to adopt. Although the block before number 30 cannot be compared with the block before number 10, it can also keep everyone well fed and clothed, and occasionally there are homeless children, and everyone will not be stingy with the food in their hands.
Blocks 30 to 50 are much worse. Most of the people in this area rely on water alone for survival.
Everyone has no extra supplies to help others. Not only that, but they also have to guard against those who come to rob them of their supplies.
People who can't survive will use deception to get food. If you don't get caught, you can get food that fills you up. If you are caught, you will be beaten severely. If you are a child, you should be treated preferentially and will not be killed. However, no one would want to be the one who was robbed by theft. Therefore, even if it is a child, they will beat it up, at least to show other people who want to steal and rob themselves the fate of their own supplies. The neighborhood after number 60 has an extremely harsh environment. The land here is not suitable for cultivation, and the trees are very drought-tolerant plants, or dead and dry tree trunks, with little green. Even the rivers that can sustain everyone's survival sometimes break off. Each of the people living in these areas can fight desperately to protect their own food or desperately take food from others. In such an environment, evil people are inspired.
Instead of moving towards neighborhoods with better living conditions, these people take pride in surviving in the worst neighborhoods. Every wicked person has a dozen or dozens of followers under his command, and they are either fighting or fighting on the road every day. During this time, I have seen a lot of these groups on summer nights. However, even if these people were fighting, after seeing Xiaoyi, they would quickly end the battle and instead converge and stare vigilantly at Xiaoyi. The people in the flowing Soul Street and the people in the Sirai court seem to be natural oppositions. However, under normal circumstances, the nobles in the Siriting court would not appear in the flowing Soul Street. Only the god of death of the Gotiai 13 team is often seen by people in the flowing Soul Street because they need to clean up the void that has entered the flowing Soul Street. Therefore, most people in the flowing Soul Street think that Siriting belongs to the god of death, so their attitude towards the god of death is both indignant and envious.
Ordinary people without strength are mostly envious.
The armed thugs with power are mostly indignant. Along the way, Xiaoyi walked along, whether it was his indifferent temperament or the Death Overlord costume covered by Captain Haori, all of which let the residents of Flowing Soul Street know that Xiaoyi must be a big man in the Sirai court. It's not that no one wants to do something to Summer Nights. However, all those who wanted to take action against Xiaoyi would eventually be stunned by Xiaoyi's Overlord domineering before such a thought arises. As a soul body, Natsuya's Overlord domineering performance in the Shinigami world is much more powerful and terrifying than in the pirate world. Because the people of the pirate world have bodies, even if they faint due to the impact of the Overlord's haki, they will regain their senses under the protection of their bodies. Oh, and the people of the Soul Society are all soul bodies. Without the protection of the body, Xiaoyi's Overlord domineering can even directly crack their souls and kill them directly. Even if it is just the aftermath of some Overlord domineering, it will stun people in the range. As Xiaoyi walked on Luhan Street, those who survived from Xiaoyi's Overlord's domineering aura would naturally promote Xiaoyi's reputation on Luhan Street. This is to let people in other organizations know that their failure is not because they are weak, but because the enemy is too strong. At the same time, it is also a warning to more people, so that when they encounter Summer Nights, they can measure the difference in strength between the two sides and make the right choice. Although the people in the chaotic neighborhood of Flowing Soul Street fight almost every day, they are probably the most united people. Everyone who can attract many followers, in addition to strong strength, also has unique characteristics that are convincing and work for them. At the beginning, people with iron heads will still want to show their reputation by challenging Summer Nights, but unfortunately, in the end, they all became meritorious for falling at the feet of Summer Nights. Alas, after a long time, there were more people who fell in front of Xiaoyi, and these people also knew about the insurmountable gap between them. And Xiaoyi had no intention of killing them, so after seeing Xiaoyi, those people did not take action against Xiaoyi again. If Xiaoyi had the method of killing these thugs in Flowing Soul Street, then even if these people knew that they were not Xiaoyi's opponents, they would fight Xiaoyi to the death. For millions of years, the nobles of Siraitai had not come to Flowing Soul Street to kill and have fun with the power of their own families, but in the end, they were beaten back by these people in Flowing Soul Street again and again. These people in the block behind Flowing Soul Street are thugs for the people of Siriting, but in a broad sense, these people are also the heroes of the Flowing Soul Street against Siritii. It is precisely because of the existence of these people that those nobles of the Siriting court are curled up in the Siriting, and rarely come to the Flowing Soul Street to go wild. This is a lesson that countless aristocratic children have exchanged their lives for millions of years. The grass has always produced heroes. What's more, after Captain Yamamoto established the Gotiai 13 team 1,000 years ago and took over the defense of the Siritii, the nobles of the Siritii were restricted from entering and leaving the Siritii. Under normal circumstances, the nobles live in the inner court of the Siritii, except for a few nobles with a gate through the boundary. The other nobles can only pass through the 4 gates of the Siritii if they want to enter and exit the Siritii. For these people who didn't provoke him, Xiaoyi didn't care about them. Even, spreading one's reputation through these people may allow that person to come to you. After glancing at these people, Xiaoyi continued to move forward. Hey, is it you who has injured many people in Flowing Soul Street recently? In an alley, 2 figures stopped Xiaoyi. Judging from the faces of the two, they were slightly thin, and bones could even be seen on their cheeks, looking malnourished. This can be understood by Xiaoyi. After all, although Xiaoyi didn't look closely, the neighborhood he was in at this time was behind the 70th. People living here can have a bite to eat. How can there be extra food to increase body fat? Of course, judging from the Ryatsu on these two people at the moment, it was not difficult for them to get enough food. With this level of power, but not relying on this power to plunder other people's food, it is enough to see that these two people are not ordinary thugs. I didn't expect that I had been here for so long, and I didn't wait for the meal, but waited for 2 side dishes. Seeing the 2 people blocking him, Xiaoyi's mood instantly became happy. These 2 people are no strangers to Xiaoyi. They are the 3 seats of the future 11th team, Ikaku Madarame, and the 5 seats of Yumachika Ayasegawa. In Natsuya's memory, gallery. The two of them fought after meeting Zaraki after becoming the captain of the 11th Division, and were recognized by Zaraki Kenpachi, who asked them to go to the Suriitai court to become the god of death. Now, the captain of the 11th squad is Natsui, and it is unknown how long it will be until Zaraki goes to Suriitai to challenge the captain of the 11th squad.
It is estimated that there may be about 10 years before Madara and Iase Yumachika enter the Suriitai court.
Now standing in front of Natsui, Madarame and Iase Yumachika are obviously still very immature.
Dinner? Side dishes? Hearing Natsui's words, the faces of Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumachika changed significantly.
Even the corner of Madaramo could hear the contempt for them in Xiaoye's tone. In addition, from Xiaoye's words, they also knew that the reason why Xiaoye made such a big movement in Flowing Soul Street was to lead out someone in Flowing Soul Street.
That person is the meal of a summer night.
And the two of them suddenly appeared to intercept Xiaoye, who was regarded as a side dish by Xiaoye.
Hey, I hope your strength can match your tone.
Madarame grinned, and a fanatical fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Since he held the sword in his hand and ran rampant in the Flowing Soul Street for decades, he had never encountered an opponent who could fight him.
Yumachika Ayasegawa's strength is good.
But the two of them have been family for decades, and although Madarame is warlike, he is not the kind of person who will point the blade at the family. He is not afraid of the strength of the Summer Knight, but he is afraid that the Summer Knight is not strong enough. At that moment, Madarame pulled out the knife from his waist and pointed it at Xiaoye.
A corner.
A hint of worry flashed in Ayasegawa Yumi's eyes on the side. Over the years, the two of them have not met the god of death. Although there was no battle, they also felt that their strength would not be weaker than those gods of death. The clothes on Xiaoye's body are very different from those of ordinary gods of death. Moreover, judging from Xiaoye's tone and expression, even among the gods of death, Xiaoye is not a simple character. Such an enemy, if only one corner of Madarame was alone, would be very dangerous.
However, Yumi Iase knew the corner of Madarame.
With the personality of Madarame, even if he knows that he is at a disadvantage, what Madarame enjoys is the fun of fighting, not victory.
Sure enough, it was not as Yumachika Iase expected. Faced with Yumachika Ayasegawa's signal, Madara shook his head. Bauchika, it would be a pity if you couldn't fight with such an opponent to your heart's content. Seeing this, Yumachika Ayasegawa could only let out a sigh and took a few steps back. Draw your sword, death. Let's have a good fight. Seeing this scene, Xiaoye smiled. He is still very optimistic about the strength of Madarame's corner. Boom.
But for the character of Madarame, who likes to hide clumsiness, he doesn't like it very much. Madarame likes to play under Zaraki and hopes to follow Zaraki Kenpachi to fight all the time, which is no problem.
Not good.
However, just because he cultivated into Bankai, he was afraid of being transferred from the 11th team to become the captain of other divisions, which made him a little unable to see himself clearly. Indeed, if he can complete the cultivation of Bankai, Madarame can also rank first in the Gotiei 13 team.
However, compared to others, the corner of Madarame is much worse.
What's more, in order to hide his strength, this guy can put the responsibility of death on nothing. Whether it was losing to Ichigo Kurosaki, who was a disaster in the journey, or losing to Shinanbo in the Battle of Cereza Town, causing the destruction of the sealed pillar, it was a dereliction of duty on the part of Madarame. However, Madara's corner thinks it is hidden. In fact, almost all the captains can feel the strength of Madarame's corner.
How could the captains lose their minds and choose him to be the captain?
The most important thing for people is to have self-knowledge. An ant who doesn't even know what kind of color he is, but he tries to make the 9 heavens divine dragon cast his eyes.
What arrogance this is.
Speaking of this, Xiaoye raised his right hand and flicked his fingers.
Bang!
Before Madarame could react, he was pierced through his chest by a huge force, and the whole person was blown away 7 or 8 meters away before he fell to the ground and spewed out a mouthful of blood.
A corner.
Seeing that Madarame was injured, Iase Yumi couldn't care about the difference in strength between the two sides, so he hurriedly came to Madarame's corner, drew his knife in a defensive posture, and looked at Xiaoye solemnly.
Look, I can easily kill you with just a flick of my finger. What the hell is it that gives you the courage to let me draw my sword? Natsui slowly walked towards Madara and Ayasegawa Yumachika, step by step, as if stepping on the hearts of the two. Every time Natsui's footsteps were taken, the heartbeats of Madarame Kaku and Ayasegawa Yumachika could stop their heartbeats, and only when Natsui raised their steps could they open their mouths to breathe. Gongchin, run away.
Madara struggled to get up, trying to buy time for Yumachika Ayasegawa to escape.
For his willfulness to put Yumachika Iase in a dangerous situation, it is false for Madarame to say that he does not regret it. However, since it has happened, Madarame will do his best to protect Iase Yumachika. Don't waste your mind, a corner.
Ayasegawa Yumachika said in a deep voice, this guy's strength is beyond our imagination.
If he wants to kill us, we can't escape no matter what.
Instead of that, it is better to face him and die as a warrior.
Ha, I'm sorry, Bao. Do you still need this between you and me? Bell. The pressure on Akaya to Madarame and Yumika Iase was too great.
Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumachika could only reduce the pressure by chatting, but Ra was like this. The terrifying horrifying power of the summer night still made Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumichika both unable to move except for their mouths. It wasn't until Xiaoyi walked past the two of them and crossed them that their bodies softened.
Survived. At this moment, Madarame's face was a little angry, and Ayasegawa Yumichika was a little happy. The corner of Madara's eyes is angry at his own weakness.
As the other party said, he was a divine dragon soaring for 9 days, and he was just an ant crawling on the ground, and he was not even qualified to let him look down. However, even ants have the desire to soar to the sky. Hey! Gathering up the courage, Madara turned around and yelled loudly at Xiaoyi, "My name is Madara Mujiao, and one day, I, an ant, will stand in front of you and swing my knife at you again." Xiaoyi paused. Good dream. However, nesting in this quagmire, even if you are given another 100 years or 1,000 years, you will be just an ant rolling in the mud.
If you want to transform into a flying insect, then go and become a god of death. I am the captain of the 11th team.
If you have the ability, come to me and challenge me. If you can let me use all my strength, then I will tell you my name in person. After saying that, Xiaoyi stopped staying and continued to wander forward.
Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumichika have met. Is it still far from meeting Zaraki? I just don't know if the corner of Madarame was defeated by himself and entered the Suriitii court in advance. Will he still intersect with Zaraki in the future like he did in Natsui's memory? In addition, although Natsuya's name is not a secret in the Suriitii, as long as Madarame Kaku and Ayasegawa Yumichika enter the Maoria Jutsu Academy, they can know the name of the captain of the 11th team.
However, the meaning of knowing each other's names from other places and telling you your name is different for soldiers.
The former, just a corner of Madarame, simply knew the name of Xiaoyi. The latter, on behalf of Madarame, was recognized by Natsui, who believed that Madarame's corner had the ability to fight with himself.
This is definitely a challenge for a battle maniac like Madarame Kaku worth his life to chase. On the playground of Mao Spiritual Arts, dozens of teenagers held bamboo swords and practiced slashing hard. The slashing teacher of Mao Spiritual Arts, with his hands on his back, patrolled back and forth among the students, sometimes challenging the students to swing their swords.
Little ghosts, slashing the white ghost is the 4 basic skills of the god of death.
More than 20 years ago, Mao Spiritual Art Academy produced a swordsmanship genius, innovating the slashing technique, making the slashing technique transcend instantaneous, fight in vain, and ghost path, and become the recognized strongest ability among the 4 skills of the god of death. You have been in the Mao Spiritual Academy for a long time, and you should all know that Lord Xiaoyi defeated the first 11 captains after graduation with his own slashing technique and became the new captain of the 11th team. After Lord Xiaoyi left the Mao Spiritual Art Academy, he did not forget everyone in the academy and left his basic swordsmanship in the academy. And, every once in a while, the Shinigami adults of the 11th team will come to Mao Spiritual Academy to teach everyone kendo. If you all practice hard, maybe you can become a swordsman who can use swordsmanship to cut slashes before graduation, just like Lord Xiaoyi.
Madarame Kaku and Ayasegawa Yumichika were wearing white student costumes at this time, practicing one by one. Originally, with the strength of Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumichika, he couldn't look down on the swordsmanship taught by Mao Spiritual Academy at all. However, after knowing that the swordsmanship they were learning now had been modified by that man, the two of them took out 12 points of seriousness to practice. At the same time, this also gives them a deeper understanding of summer nights. You know, after entering the Mayang Spiritual Art Academy, they either actively or passively knew part of Xiaoyi's information. All this information shows that Captain Xiaoyi is a swordsmanship genius, and it only took 3 months to go from knowing nothing to being able to swing slashes with swordsmanship. But when they met Captain Xiaoyi didn't even pull out his sword, but with a light snap of his fingers, he could pop out a shockwave that severely damaged Madara's corner. They didn't even have the ability to make Captain Summer Night draw his sword. If you want to close the gap between the two sides in practice without risking your life, it is impossible to stand in front of Captain Xiaoyi again. Just as these students were working hard to cultivate, they didn't know that there were several figures watching them in the distance. Are these the children who entered school this year?
The captain of the 6th Division, Kochiki Jinsuzu, accompanied by the teachers of Mao Spiritual Arts, watched the students practicing on the playground from a distance. Well, Captain Kochiki, the students of Class A are all here. The teaching director who had applied for a grade skip for Xiaoyi was smiling next to Kochiki Inling at the moment. There are a lot of good seedlings this year, and there are 3 of the 6th class Lingwei students alone. There was no need for the teaching director to point it out himself, and Kochiki Inling's eyes had already been placed on the 3 students. The first one looks quite manly, with a round, shiny top of his head. The second person stood next to the bald man, and it seemed that the two should be familiar with each other.
If the first one is full of manly atmosphere, then the second is much more feminine, and even can be called mother.
The medium-long hair on the shawl, the twisting movement, and from time to time, he would take out a mirror from his arms, which looked quite narcissistic. As for the third place, it looks much more beautiful.
A corner of Madarame, Ayasegawa Yumiko. Also, Hoshino Hibikika. Kochiki Inling's gaze flowed around the 3 of them. The first to be excluded by the Kochiki silver bell was the corner of Mataramu. Although, in terms of momentum, the corner of Matarame is the most prosperous of the three, and his future achievements will definitely not be low. However, the appearance of Matarame does not meet Kochiki Jinsuzu's psychological expectations. Kochiki Kankin's physical condition has become more and more serious. According to Kochiki Inling's estimates, it may have been more than 10 years, and Byakuya Kochiki will take at least 100 years to grow up. During this time, Kochiki Jinsuzu must find a new pillar for the Kochiki family. Because of the rise of summer nights, Kochiki Jinsuzu also focused his attention on the students of Mao Spiritual Academy. He tried to find a genius in Mao Ryujutsu Academy who had not yet grown up and had the potential to be a captain, and absorbed him into the Kochiki family. It's just a pity that for so many years, except for the little ghost of the Jibwa family, no new student has been able to enter the eyes of Kochiki Inling. Give me the information of the student named Hoshino Hibikika. In the end, Kochiki Jinsuzu made his own choice. Yes, Captain Kochiki. Xiaoyi didn't know that Kochiki Jinsuzu had found someone she liked from Mao's Spiritual Academy this year, and planned to let her marry Kochiki's family, marry her youngest daughter, and train her as a successor. Now on summer nights, I fill my time every day. In the morning, Xiaoyi will maintain a Bankai state, perceive and comprehend the fluctuations of light, and try to evolve the range of perception of the haki of seeing, hearing, and haki. In the afternoon, Xiaoyi would go to Luhun Street to wander around, waiting for the man to come to him. Every time he failed in the morning, Natsuki would use the afternoon to meet Zaraki to stabilize his mentality. But unfortunately, Xiaoyi walked around the last few blocks of Flowing Soul Street a few times, but still couldn't wait for Zaraki. In the final analysis, if Natsuki did not use the haki to perceive Zaraki and Yuchiryu, it was unlikely that they would meet. Zaraki's combat intuition is a characteristic that is not inferior to Ichigo Kurosaki's instinct. However, under normal circumstances, the direction of Zaragi's progress will be guided by Yuchiryu. As for Yuchiryu's sense of direction, well, it is a fight with the green algae head of the pirate world where the summer night system is located. Another day of wasting time. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Xiaoyi looked up at the desert in front of her, stopped moving forward, and turned around and walked in the direction of Suraiting. On Xiaoyi's wrists and ankles, he wore a purple metal ring. This ring is the gravity device made by Kisuke Urahara for summer nights. It can form a gravitational space that envelopes the summer night based on the intensity of the Ryatsu input. Ever since Summer Night wore it, it has been active. Although the current gravity multiple is only 3 times, you must know that Xiaoyi is still wearing a weight-bearing suit weighing 3 tons. In a state of 3 times the gravity, a summer night is equivalent to carrying 9 tons of weight. Under this high pressure, almost every day, Xiaoyi's physique is improving. To put it bluntly, it is not an exaggeration to say that even if Xiaoyi is lying down, his strength is improving. Are those guys who are so powerful right here? On Flowing Soul Street, in front of the White Road Gate, a tall man with hair standing on end like a hedgehog stopped. On his shoulder, there was also a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. If Xiaoyi saw these two people, he would definitely recognize them immediately. This is obviously the Zaraki and Yuchiryu that Xiaoyi hadn't met for several years in Flowing Soul Street. Since he felt that he was defeated by Uno Hanaretsu for hundreds of years, Zaraki has been looking for strong people to fight in Flowing Soul Street. But unfortunately, none of the countless battles made Zaraki feel the fun of fighting with Uno Hana again. More than once, Zaraki wanted to find Retsu Unohana again, and wanted to fight more fiercely. However, every time he had such a thought in his heart, Zaraki suppressed it. Uno Hana Retsu is the person who Zaraki wants to fight with her the most. But like the flower of the rabbit, if he can't bring the joy of fighting to his opponent, then for Zaraki, it is undoubtedly his own failure. Compared with hundreds of years ago, Zaraki felt that he did not seem to have made much progress. If he fought with Uno Hana Retsu with such a state, there was no doubt that he would be defeated again. Moreover, there is a feeling in Zaraki's heart that his performance at the moment may be worse than the battle hundreds of years ago. As a battle maniac, Zaraki is convinced of his instincts. Very good. Because of this, Zaraki approached Suraitai again and again, but left again and again. He wants to find more and stronger people, fight with these strong people, defeat all the strong enemies, and only after making sure that he has become stronger will he stand in front of that woman again and have a hearty fight with that woman. Some time ago, a mob group approached Zaraki, saying that a powerful god of death came to the block and defeated all the strong people, and they hoped that the most powerful Zaraki and Zaraki district would go to the god of death so as not to make the god of death feel that the people of Flowing Soul Street would be easy to bully. Zaraki was not interested in the requests of these Soul Street organizations, but he is very interested in fighting the strong guys. So, under the guidance of Yuchiryu, Zaraki began his journey to find summer nights. Over the past few months, Zaraki and Yasenryu have almost visited the neighborhood after number 70, but they have not found any summer nights. In the end, Zaraki complained that Yuchiryu was slow to find it, so he simply went directly to the Suraitai. Very good. Since it is the god of death, it must be found in the Suraitai. Besides, even if you can't find that guy, those gods of death and in the Serai court can bring you a lot of fun. This time, will you meet that woman? In Zaraki's mind, the face of the evil ghost-like woman appeared. Then, the corners of Zaraki's mouth rose. Hey, 8,000 streams. We're going to get up. Well, come on, little sword. The 8,000 style right fist is raised high, cheering for Zaraki. Bang bang, bang. In the night, Natsuyi was woken up by an emergency communication from Suriting. What happened? Getting up from the bed, Xiaoyi blinked a few times and came to the captain's room of the 11th team. Soon, the members of the 11th first team, led by Ikemaro Jin, Maki Ichinos, Ranjiku Matsumoto and other officials, gathered in front of Natsuyi. Captain's summer night. Lord Xiaoyi. Well, everyone is ready to attack at any time. After Xiaoyi nodded to everyone, he stood still, waiting for information from other intelligence groups to assign combat missions according to the information. Urgent notice, urgent notice. There is a brigade disaster attacking the Suriting court from the White Dao Gate. Please prepare all divisions to face the enemy. Urgent notice, urgent notice. There is a brigade disaster attacking the Suriting court from the White Dao Gate. Please prepare all divisions to face the enemy. The same voice sounded 3 times in a row, shocking everyone in the Suritii. How is that possible? Even Xiaoyi was shocked after hearing this notice. Someone will actually attack the Suritii. Xiaoyi frowned. Such a situation did not appear in his memory. Is there a butterfly effect? I remember that before Aizen Sasuke used Hirako Mako and others to conduct experiments, Suritai should have been very peaceful and there was no turmoil. Xiaoyi touched her chin. According to the timeline I know, the first turmoil that occurred in 100 years was Aizen's blurring experiment. Kisuke Urahara, Yoruchi and others defected, and then defected to Kuchiki Hibiki, and finally Kurosaki Ishin was lured to the present world by Shubai and met Kurosaki Masaki. In this time period, is there a strong person in the Soul Society who can break in from the White Dao Gate? The guard of the White Dao Gate is the rhinoceros Dan Feng. Don't look at the Adon workshop being defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki. I feel that the Radiant workshop is weak. The guardians who can become the guardians of the 4 portals of the Suriting court have at least the strength of superior officials. See who the enemies Ichigo Kurosaki encountered after breaking into the Suritii? The corner of the 11th team's 3 seats, named Sansei, is actually a strong man who has completed Bankai cultivation and has captain-level strength. The vice-captain of the 6th division, Rinji Abarai, at that time, was only 1 step away from completing the cultivation of Bankai, and he could be regarded as the strongest among the vice-captains. Well, except for the vice-captain of the first team, the vice-captain of the bird department. Later, Ichigo Kurosaki directly faced Kenpachi Zaraki and defeated him. Further back, there is the captain of the 6th division, Byakuya Kuchiki. Each of these people counts as one, and it can be said that they are the high-end power of the Suritii. Like these people, they were defeated at the hands of Ichigo Kurosaki, and the Danfeng was not ashamed. Even, this can be called glory by the Rhino Danfeng. Being able to defeat the rhinoceros Danfeng proves that this travel disaster who invaded the Suritii also has at least the strength of the vice-captain. Urgent notice, urgent notice. The vice-captain of the 7th division, Chitetsu Shooting Field, was defeated by the brigade disaster, and now by the order of the captain, the ban on not liberating the Zanpakuto in the Suritii court has been temporarily lifted. In just a few minutes, another urgent notice completely blew up the Suriting. Even among the vice-captains, Chitetsu's strength is not weak. But how long has it been since then? Even if the traveler who broke into the Suritii encountered the shooting field Kaientetsu at the beginning, he could defeat a vice-captain within 3 minutes. At least he had the strength comparable to that of a captain. Even, boldly guess, the 7th division is not close to the White Road Gate. A madman who breaks into the Suritii cannot meet the shooting range Chitetsu as soon as he enters the Suritii. According to Xiaoye's guess, it is more likely that the two suddenly met, and the shooting field was directly killed. The difficulty between defeating a vice-captain in 3 minutes and killing a vice-captain in an instant is not on the same level, especially a senior vice-captain like Chitetsu at the shooting field. Xiaoye was a little curious about this enemy who suddenly broke into the Surii court. However, so far, Xiaoye's idea of fusing perception of light with seeing and hearing domineering has not yet been realized. With Xiaoye's domineering range, it was not enough for him to perceive the movement on the side of the Suriting White Pathgate here in the 11th team. The range of perception of spiritual perception is much larger, but the level of refinement is not comparable to the domineering of seeing and smelling. Of course, after hard training, the gods of death can also cultivate spiritual perception to the level of primary sight and smell domineering. In the battle of the vice-captain and above, it is difficult to capture the enemy's speed of action with the naked eye alone. Only with the help of spiritual sense can we perceive the enemy's movements and then respond. At the captain level and above, except for a few talented monsters, everyone's spiritual sense is almost no weaker than that of seeing and smelling domineering. Of course, in terms of the upper limit, it is still higher to see and smell the domineering, because seeing and smelling domineering can achieve the degree of mind reading, reading memory, modifying personality, listening to the sound of all things, and foreseeing the future
future, while spiritual perception is just perception.
What a violent Ryatsu. Through spiritual sense, Natsuya sensed Zaraki's violent spiritual pressure.
It's just that Xiaoyi hasn't really met Zaraki, so he doesn't know that the owner of this Ryatsu is Zaraki.
In addition, Natsuya's spiritual sense could only allow him to roughly perceive the Ryatsu released by Zaraki, and the Ryatsu suppressed by Zaraki's subconscious at a deeper level was not perceived by Natsuya.
The one who is fighting now is the captain of the 7th Division, Ikawa Luowu.
Xiaoyi touched his chin. Let's prepare. Xiaoyi didn't know much about Ikawa Luowu.
He only knew that in the future, Ikawa Rabu was a member of the Kamen Corps, and after imprisoning Aizen Sasuke in the Infernal Hell, he returned to Siriidii to continue as the captain of the 7th Division. Because he didn't know Ikawa Rabu's Bankai ability, Natsuya could only judge Ikawa Ra's strength through his initial solution and Ryatsu.
But in the induction of the summer night, Ikawa Luowu's Ryatsu was obviously much weaker than the Ryatsu of the intruder. If Ikawa Luowu's Bankai is not strong, I am afraid that he will also deliver food.
Ichino-sans, you pay attention to the orders of the Suritai here and be ready to attack at any time.
Silver, you go with me first. Ha 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 ha.
In the midst of wild laughter, Zaraki's Zanpakuto was swung, forcing the captain of the 7th Division, Ikawa Rou, to retreat. The 7th Division is the inner court guard. As you can tell from the name, this is a squad that protects the nobles in the inner court of the Suritai. After defeating the Rhino Danfang and entering the Sirai court, because of the guidance of the grass deer Yachi Ryu, he was crooked and moved quickly in the direction of the inner court. Because of this, Ikawa Rabu judged that Zaraki might be going to the inner court to find a certain nobleman to seek revenge, in order to prevent the attack on Kasumi Aji's house more than 10 years ago. Ikawa Rabu immediately took the gods of death and the squad to the entrance of the inner court, trying to arrest the mob as soon as possible. However, the strength of the thugs obviously exceeded Ikawa Luowu's expectations. His vice-captain was hit hard by the opponent in just one photo. Even the members of the 7th Division who followed him had already been knocked down by the petite-looking little girl. Even he was in a hurry by the other party's childlike attack. What a strong force, so fast. Although the opponent's attacks are not systematic, the strength and speed of each attack are much stronger than those of Ikawa Luowu. Cold sweat dripped from Ikawa Luowu's forehead, and the stormy attack made him unable to find even the gap to liberate the Zanpakuto. Even, if you don't pay attention, he may be cut down by the other party. If this continues, maybe he will be hit to death by the other party like this.
Now, Ikawa Rabu only hopes that Captain Natsuya of the 11th Division or Captain Fengqiao Lojuro of the 3rd Division will not be so confident in himself and come to support him according to the duties of the division. No matter how bad it is, Captain Mako Hirako of the 5th Division can do it. The 11th team is a combat team, but whenever there is a battle, there will inevitably be the figure of the 11th team. The 3rd Division is a support team, and the 3rd Division can provide support for some emergencies in the Siriidii. The 5th Division is a rescue team, although in most cases it needs to be given by the intelligence team to give a specific rescue location and rescue force before it can be dispatched. But in an emergency, the intelligence work may not be able to keep up. So, sometimes, the 5th Division has the right to take advantage of it. However, no matter which squadron the captain it is, it will take a while to get here. However, as for whether he can survive to the rescue, Ikawa Luowu does not have much confidence in his heart. Oops. All the way back, Ikawa Ra had been forced to the wall by Zaragi. There was no room to retreat, and Ikawa Luowu felt that he might not be able to wait for the support of other captains, and he was afraid that he would be killed. However, to Ikawa Luowu's expectations, the wild man on the opposite side did not take advantage of the situation to attack, but stopped the attack and took a few steps back. Hey, you guy, what those gods of death call captain, right? Boom. Yes, I am the captain of the 7th Division, Ikawa Luowu. Although he didn't understand why the enemy stopped, Ikawa Luowu wouldn't be stupid enough to think about this when he was getting a respite. Travel disaster, let's catch it. Although your strength is not weak, there are not many people in the Suritai court who are stronger than you. If you surrender, I can promise you that I will invite you to join my team after you come out of prison. Otherwise, when those captains stronger than you arrive, whether you can survive or not is still a question. Ha 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 ha. To Ikawa Luowu's expectations, the enemy on the opposite side was not only not afraid of his threat, but on the contrary, compared with his laughter and the frenzy on his face, Ikawa Luowu felt that the other party seemed to be more excited. Oh Moses, that's right. Since there are enemies stronger than you behind me, then I don't seem to have to keep my hand on you. Come on, use your strongest strength to fight me, and enjoy the joy of fighting together. Speaking of this, Zaraki's body erupted with stronger Ryatsu, sweeping the surrounding air and forming a gust of wind that spread around. Hiss, this guy seems to be a fighting maniac. After seeing Zaraki's expression, a few drops of cold sweat fell from Ikawa Rabu's forehead. His own words not only did not discourage the enemy's morale, but also inspired the opponent's stronger fighting spirit. Obviously, the other party suddenly stopped before, because he didn't let him enjoy himself, so he wanted to let himself fight with the strongest strength. Not daring to be careless, Ikawa Luowu held the hilt of the Zanpakuto with both hands and shouted out the liberation words of his Zanpakuto. Break him, Tengamaru! The huge Ryatsu erupted from Ikawa Rabu's body, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a huge black mace 5 or 6 meters long. Moreover, unlike ordinary maces, the wolf-tooth part of Ikawa Rabu's Zanpakuto Tengamaru has a diameter of more than 1 meter, which is a super heavy weapon. Just by the shape of this mace, you can guess that the weight of this weapon is not light, at least more than a ton. Dash. Ikawa Luowu raised his hands high, spinning the Tengu Maru in his hand like a whirlwind, and the huge centrifugal force gave Tengu Maru faster and stronger power. Then, at the peak of what he could control, Ikawa Luowu suddenly jumped up and blasted at the Zaraki on the ground from a high altitude. Okay. A huge roar sounded, and the ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, centered on the location where Zaraki was, and flew around like waves. If it were an ordinary person, under Ichuan Luowu's move, I am afraid it would turn into a meatloaf. However, Ikawa Luowu, who blasted this move, not only did not have the joy of victory on his face, but was also slightly frightened. How is that possible? Unbelievable words came out of the mouth of Ikawa Luowu. He could feel that his Tengamaru was blocked by the broken Zanpakuto full of blades with the travel disaster, and it did not cause the slightest damage to the tall man. This guy hasn't even liberated the Zanpakuto yet, and he blocked my attack with his own Ryatsu alone? In the previous confrontation, Ikawa Luowu already knew that there was a big gap between his strength and the other party, but he never imagined that the gap would be so big. Although among the captains, Ikawa Rao is not the strongest. However, he was also confident that he was not the weakest one. Even if it was Captain Yamamoto, if he did not liberate the Zanpakuto, Ikawa Rao did not feel that he had no power to resist. But the one in front of him, he had already liberated the Zanpakuto, and he also charged for a few seconds, so that Tengamaru could exert its maximum power, but it was still easily blocked by the other party. Could it be that this guy in front of him has the strength to rival Captain Yamamoto? Such an idea appeared in Ikawa Luowu's heart. Although this idea was soon torn apart by Ikawa Luowu, who felt absurd, its impact did not subside. Bankai dash. In fear, Ikawa Luowu broke out directly and used his Bankai. He felt that if he didn't show his full strength, he would probably be killed by the other party in an instant. Captain Ikawa Luowu of the 7th Division is actually Bankai? In the night, the figures of Natsuyi and Ikamaru Jin flickered in the air. After sensing the change in Ikawa Rabu's Ryatsu, Ikamaru Jin couldn't help but be surprised. The strength of this traveling disaster is much stronger than he imagined. Could it be that Captain Ikawa Luowu will lose? This sentence came out of Ikamaru Jin's mouth, as if he was asking Xiaoyi, but it gave people the feeling that Ikamaru Jin had already identified it. Natsuyi nodded, agreeing with Ikamaru Jin's prediction. Silver, I think you should have noticed that the time when Captain Ikawa Ra released Zanpakuto twice was only a few seconds apart. You should know what this means. The market ball Silver nodded slightly. The battle of death is also the battle of intelligence. If you are familiar with the enemy's intelligence, you can attack the enemy's weaknesses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, everyone's battle is slowly tested, and the final blow will determine the winner. As it is now, the battle of the first solution and then the Bankai is almost non-existent. After all, for the captains, their Bankai can be carried out directly, and there is no need to start and then Bankai step by step. However, such a situation occurred, and with the wisdom of Ikamaru Jin, he quickly figured it out. This must be because Captain Ikawa Ra was at a disadvantage in the hand-to-hand battle, so he had to liberate the Zanpakuto first to obtain more information from the opponent, and perhaps he could also directly defeat the enemy with the skyrocketing strength after the liberation of the Zanpakuto. But unfortunately, in the battle after the first solution, the gap in strength between the two sides not only did not narrow, but widened, forcing Captain Ikawa Roa to carry out the ultimate liberation of Zanpakuto. Of course, what makes Ikamaru Jin not optimistic about Captain Ikawa Ra is still such a Ryatsu of travel disaster. From the beginning of the battle with Ikawa Rabu to the present, Ikamaru Jin did not feel that the Ryatsu of the brigade disaster had changed more. Although there was a wave of outbreaks before, it was just a release of his own Ryatsu, and there was no feeling of liberating Zanpakuto. If you don't liberate the Zanpakuto, you can force the captain of the 7th Division, Bankai, such a strength. In Ikamaru Jin's view, in the entire Gotai 13 team, maybe only 3 people can do it. One of them must be Captain Yamamoto. The second is a summer night. The third is Aizen Sosuke. Although Ikamaru Jin couldn't tell whether Aizen Sosuke was always in a state of releasing the mirror flower water, he had also heard Aizen say that he had reached the limit of the god of death. If you want to make another breakthrough, you can only use other external forces to break through the limits of the god of death in order to be promoted to a higher dimension. The limit of the god of death. This question, Ikamaru Jin also asked Natsuyi. However, Xiaoya's answer has no reference value for Ikamaru Jin at all. But Natsuya also told Ikamaru Jin that if Aizen didn't lie, I am afraid that only Captain Yamamoto among the entire Gotai 13 team had reached the limit of the god of death. In addition, Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto flowing blade can allow Captain
Captain Yamamoto to temporarily break through the limits of Shinigami during Bankai and become a terrifying existence that can destroy the world. Because of this, Captain Yamamoto will be the strongest god of death. Aizen Sasuke obviously knew this, so he didn't dare to jump back at all until he completed the breakthrough.
Silver, there may be danger on Captain Ikawa Luowu's side. I'll go over and take a look first.
After explaining to Ikamaru Jin, Natsui slapped the Zanpakuto on his waist, causing it to turn into a golden light and merge into his body, and then turned into a golden light that dissipated in front of Ikamaru Jin. In the roar, golden points of light converged into the figure of a summer night. When Xiaoyi saw the people fighting Ikawa Luowu, they were all shocked.
Zaraki Kenpachi? Xiaoyi blinked, not knowing why.
He didn't understand that he went to Flowing Soul Street to find Zaraki for several years and didn't meet him, but Zaraki came into the Siraitai. Could it be that in the original timeline of the God of Death, Zaraki also fought a Siraitai like this, until the 11th team, and
finally killed Onigan City under the witness of more than 211th team soldiers, and became the captain of the 11th team?
Although he was puzzled, Ikawa Ra after seeing the Bankai was not defeated by Zaraki at the first time, and he suppressed Zaraki based on the battle situation, and Natsui did not make a move.
Seeing the domineering spirit radiating, soon, Xiaoyi saw the little girl with short cherry blossom hair not far from the battle between Zaraki and Ikawa Luowu.
The figure flashed, and Xiaoyi instantly appeared beside the grass deer Yaki and Lu. Hello! As soon as Xiaoyi stood beside her, she immediately turned around and smiled at Xiaoyi. Are you also here to play with Ajian? Then can we wait until Ajian and that uncle have had enough fun before playing? Speaking of this, Kusa Yachiria seemed to remember something, and pointed his right face with his right index finger. Although it is not impossible to play with two people at once, Ajian finally found such a fun person. I hope Ajian can play for a while.
Summer Night smiled. Little girl, you are so confident in your Ajian? Aren't you afraid that your Ajian will die? Boom! Xiaojian is the strongest.
Hearing Xiaoya's words, Kusaka Yachiria raised his head proudly, as if the strongest was not Zaraki, but her. Seeing Kusaka Yachiria like this, Xiaoyi knew that she had never considered the possibility that Zaraki would die in battle. In other words, Zaraki enjoys the fun of fighting. Even if he is killed in the fight, it must be a battle that can make Zaraki happy, and it doesn't matter if he dies or not. Although Kusaka Yachirio and Zaraki looked like Zaraki was taking care of Kusaka Yachirio, in fact, it was Kusaka Yachirio who was taking care of Zaraki.
Before the appearance of Kusaka Yachirio, Zaraki was a fighting maniac or even a fighting maniac.
After Zaraki met the grass deer Yachirio, Zaraki had a new meaning outside of the battle.
In his previous life, Natsui had heard a rumor that Kusaka Yachirio was not the real god of death but the embodiment of Zaraki's Zanpakuto.
It's just that Zaraki herself enjoys the fun of fighting evenly, so she feels that it is more important to appear by Zaraki's side to accompany Zaraki than her own strength.
Zaraki's Bankai is to turn himself into a more violent beast.
Kusaka Yachiri's Zanpakuto liberates the three-step sword beast, which uses his own attack to guide the other two monsters that others cannot see to attack with himself, which belongs to the brain of the monster. Therefore, some people say that Zaraki is a beast, and the grass deer is the reason of this beast.
Only when Zaraki's more desperate desire to have stronger power will Kusaka Yachirio return to Zaraki Kenpachi's body and exist in the form of a Zanpakuto.
This is also the reason why Zaraki can perform Bankai without going through the cultivation of making the Zanpakuto manifest and make it submit after knowing the name of his Zanpakuto.
This statement was once very recognized by Xiaoyi.
But now, the grass deer Yaki and Lu was standing in front of Xiaoyi, but Xiaoyi couldn't see anything wrong with the grass deer 8,000 streams.
Perhaps, like Nyanmu, when she was given the name Yachiryu by Zaraki, she had already decided to accompany Zaraki as Yachiryu. To some extent, grass deer 8,000 streams is already a god of death with a true soul. Xiaoyi didn't know if this statement was true.
However, at this moment, after really seeing the grass deer 8,000 streams, a thought also arose in his heart. It's like seeing Matsumoto Ranju again after having the strength at the beginning.
He wants to protect the relationship between Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ikamaru Jin. Now, Xiaoyi doesn't want Kusaka Yakiryu, the cutest god of death, to disappear in the 1,000-year blood war.
However, Xiaoyi did not say such an idea. Rather than saying it out of his mouth, summer knights are more inclined to put into action.
That's really a coincidence.
Xiaoyi pointed at herself with her thumb. I am in the Sirai court, and I also have the title of the strongest. Later, let's two strongest touch each other and see who is the real strongest.
Hee, you're a good person. Xiaojian will definitely like you.
Hearing Xiaoyi say this, grass deer Yaki and Lu patted Xiaoya's thigh and said with a smile, for Kusaka Yachiryu, all those who are willing to fight with Xiaojian and bring fun to Xiaojian are good people.
Captain Summer Night is here.
After Ikawa Ra Bankai, he was able to barely suppress Zaraki and had more energy to pay attention to the outside world, so he naturally discovered the arrival of Summer Nights.
After the previous horror, now Ikawa Luowu was much calmer. Temporarily gaining the upper hand, Ichuan Luowu's IQ returned. Zaraki is a travel disaster that broke into the Siraitai. Normally, Normally, only Shinigami has a Zanpakuto. Retired Shinigami alive, their Zanpakuto will be recycled.
Therefore, this travel disaster is impossible to start in Bankai. All his fears before were just scaring himself.
At this moment, Ikawa Luowu is confident that he can definitely win after Bankai. Captain Xiaoyi didn't make a move, which was exactly what he wanted. If he defeats this travel disaster this time, he should be able to save some of his reputation. After the attack on Xia Dalu's home more than 10 years ago, he was severely injured and his prestige was reduced a lot. Even those nobles who were protected by him looked at him with some distrust. Even if he has been conscientious for more than 10 years and has not caused any changes in the inner court, nothing has changed. After all, for people with an average life expectancy of more than 300 years, more than 10 years is similar to what happened last year. Contrary to Ikawa Rabu, Natsuya did not think that Zaraki would lose the battle between Zaraki and Ikawa Rabu.
The world of pirates and the world of Bleach both have talented monsters in their respective worlds.
Charlotte Lingling of the pirate world was born to stand on top of all living beings. The same is true for Zaraki in the world of Shinigami.
When he was a teenager, Zaraki could rely on his talent to defeat Uno Hanayachiru, who was second only to Yamamoto's captain in the Gotei 13 team at that time. However, it was precisely because of that battle that the young Zaraki experienced the fun of fighting with enemies of equal strength, so that in order to better enjoy the fun of fighting, the young Zaraki subconsciously sealed his own Ryatsu, and was finally defeated by the Uno flower Yachikori.
In the next few hundred years, because Zaraki did not encounter a powerful enemy again, Zaraki's subconscious would seal his Ryatsu again in every battle.
By now, Zaraki's spiritual pressure had been reduced from the limit of the god of death to the level of third-class spiritual power.
Well,
if Zaraki had not come to the Siriatii court, in an environment with many strong people like the Siriatii, I am afraid that in a few hundred years, Zaraki's spiritual pressure would probably be sealed to the level of third-class spiritual power. At this time, Zaraki was undoubtedly the weakest.
However, even such a Zaraki cannot be defeated by everyone.
Zaraki just wanted to enjoy the fun of fighting, so he subconsciously sealed his Ryatsu. However, once Zaraki encounters a strong enemy, Zaraki's subconscious will unseal his Ryatsu step by step, so that Zaraki has the ability to fight with stronger enemies to enjoy the fun of fighting. Fight with Zaraki, unless you can kill Zaraki directly in one move, or like the Uno flower Yasenryu, under the same Ryatsu, use your own swordsmanship to the peak to directly defeat Zaraki. Otherwise, every injury will stimulate Zaraki, allowing his subconscious to liberate his Ryatsu and restore more strength. Don't look at the fact that Ikawa Ra can suppress Zaraki now, but Xiaoyi can feel that every time Zaraki is attacked by Ikawa Rabu, the Ryatsu on his body will be stronger. It has only been a minute since Ikawa Rabu Bankai has been present, but Zaraki's Ryatsu has gradually moved towards the peak of third-class spiritual power. When Zaraki's Ryatsu reaches the second level of Ray power, I am afraid that it will be the time when Zaraki wins. Ikawa Luo waved the mace in his hand, and the blazing flames erupted on the mace.
Come on!
With each of his attacks, he could cause a violent explosion that caused great damage to the surroundings. However, no matter how many times he attacked, the evil ghost-like man still stood firm.
Such a guy, is he really a human?
The more he fought with Zaraki, the fear of being suppressed by Ikawa Ra began to reappear in Ikawa Rabu's mind. Even if it is a great void of the level of Ichuka's, if it is hit by its own Bankai tricks, it will definitely be hit hard if it does not die. However, this man did not dodge in the face of his attack. It was all hard work, and even several times Ikawa Luowu could feel the feel of his weapon bombarding the opponent's body. However, even if it seemed that the other party was covered in blood, the fighting spirit in his eyes had never been extinguished by half, but seemed to be a little more prosperous.
Ha, ha! Ikawa Luowu's gasping breath and fierce battle made his breathing much faster. In a normal battle, he can last at least an hour.
In the current battle, every second for Ikawa Luowu requires a lot of his own mental strength. There are still a lot of Ryatsu, but the mental pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, after the more powerful Ryatsu erupted from the traveling disaster on the opposite side, Ikawa Luowu knew that he had lost again. The golden slash directly cut Ikawa Luowu's attack in half, and attacked Ikawa Luowu at an extremely fast speed. In Ikawa Luowu's frightened gaze, Xiaoya's figure suddenly appeared beside him, grabbed Ikawa Luowu's shoulder, and disappeared again.
Rumble dash.
The golden slash spread forward for 100 meters, directly cutting the ground into a 100-meter-long deep ditch, and all the buildings and walls in front of this slash were all destroyed. Xiaoyi and the figures of Ikawa Luowu appeared again. Looking at the traces left by the slash, even Ikawa Luowu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful. If Xiaoyi hadn't made a move just now, he would probably have been directly killed by this sword, right?
Thank you, Captain Summer Night. Bell.
Although Ikawa Luowu is not afraid of death, if he can live, no one wants to die. Therefore, for Xiaoya's shot, Ikawa Luowu sincerely thanked him.
This guy is very strong.
I know, Captain Summer Night, you don't like to bully the less with the more, but I still want to send you an invitation to join forces. Please join me in defeating this travel disaster. Looking at Ikawa Luowu, who bent down and bowed to himself, Xiaoyi shook
his head. Captain Akawa Luowo, I'm sorry, I won't take action with you. However, please rest assured that this traveling disaster will not cause much turmoil in the Siriitii.
After shaking his head and refusing Akawa Rabu's request, Natsuyu walked in front of Zaraki.
Oh Moses, is there a new opponent again? Ha 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 ha, come and fight me.
Obviously, Ryatsu was unsealed from the third level to the second class, which made Zaraki's emotions even more excited.
Bell.
Although he has always enjoyed the fun of fighting, at the same time, Zaraki is also looking forward to his own strength, strong enough to stand in front of that woman again and have a more hearty fight. Obviously, if you fight a powerful enemy, you will also become stronger.
Not bad. This is the truth that Zaraki understood after fighting Akawa Rabu.
He didn't know that his Ryatsu was sealed by his subconscious, but he thought it was improved by collision after fighting a stronger enemy.
The battle with Akawa Rabu just now did not make Zaraki happy. Now the appearance of Summer Nights makes Zaraki even more excited. He had a hunch that if he could defeat Xiaoyi, he would have the strength to face that woman again. I have no objection to fighting with you, but do you want to think about that child?
In the face of Zaraki's invitation, Xiaoyi did not respond immediately, but pointed to the grass deer Yachiria who was watching the battle from the sidelines.
A puzzled expression appeared on Zaraki's face. He didn't understand what Xiaoyi meant. What do you mean? Zaraki glanced at the grass deer Yachiryu and then at the Summer Night.
With your ability, you should be able to feel it, right? Xiaoyi spread his hand slightly and explained to Zaraki, in the entire Sirii court, there are at least 3 people who can pose a threat to you.
Captain Yamamoto, the strongest god of death without a doubt.
If he hadn't experienced this 1,000 years of protection and taken Siriitii too seriously, then he would be well-deserved invincible. Even as Xiaoyi suspected that the big void named GC Heba by the Ichibai of the Soldier Lord Department that hit the Spirit King's palace more than 1,000 years ago may have been deliberately defeated by Yamamoto and let him enter the Spirit King's palace, wanting to see what kind of state the Spirit King was.
Otherwise, Xiaoyi really couldn't imagine that Yamamoto Motor Yusai would lose in the National Assembly.
Of course, it is also possible that Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni more than 1,000 years ago had not yet become the god of death, and did not get the strongest Zanpakuto of the heat system, so it was not incomprehensible that he was defeated by the King of Void. From all the actions made by many villains to Captain Yamamoto, it can be found that what they are afraid of is Captain Yamamoto, who holds a flowing blade.
Aizen Sasuke tried his best to create the fire-extinguishing Prince Wandawise and sealed the ability of Captain Yamamoto Zanpakuto. The same is true for Uebach, who dared to appear in front of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni only after sneaking up on the Bankai of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Otherwise, Uebach, who did not open his eyes, was not an opponent of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni.
Lloyd's ability is yourself, imitating the memories, psychology, and abilities of the other person. The Uebach he became through this ability, although he did not have the strength of Uebach in his heyday, but he also had at least 70% of the strength of the real Uebach. Such strength is not weaker than that of Uebach, who was sealed by the Ichibai of the soldiers' headquarters 1,000 years ago.
But even so, he was beheaded by Captain Yamamoto.
With the current Ryatsu of Zaraki, Captain Yamamoto has the ability to kill him with one blow.
The second, the captain of the 4th Division, Uno Hanaretsu.
The great villains of the Soul Society are not just casual words. At the same time, Uno Hanaretsu is also the only one among the gods of death who defeated Zaraki with his own swordsmanship under the same spiritual pressure. It was done after he was first injured by the stronger state of Zaraki's chest-piercing sword.
This gold content is at least as high as 7 or 8 floors.
The third one, well, Xiaoyi is conscious, just the current Zaragi, he can also kill him with a sword.
There is also Aizen Sasuke, who can also defeat the current Zaraki.
After all, Zaraki's own Ryatsu was sealed by his subconscious little by little, and if he wanted to unseal it, he could only come little by little. For example, the previous battle between Zaraki and Ikawa Ra made his Ryatsu unseal from the 3rd-class Lingwei to the 2nd-class Lingwei. As long as Aizen Sasuke figures out the law of Zaraki's unsealing Ryatsu, he can also kill Zaraki before he breaks out again.
After Bankai, Retsu Uno Hana could kill Zaraki at that time again and again, and Aizen Sasuke couldn't do it. If you are defeated by us, have you ever thought about what the result of that little girl will be? Hearing Xiaoye's words, even Zaraki couldn't help but frown.
He will be defeated and die. In such a situation, Zaraki will naturally not be mentally prepared. Even, Zaraki felt that it was definitely a very pleasant thing to die in battle after experiencing a hearty fight. Perhaps, this is the purpose of coming to this world. Because of this, Zaraki felt very sorry that he was defeated by the Uno Hana Yachirio hundreds of years ago but was not killed by the other party. At the same time, he was also wondering if he was too weak to have the value of being killed by the other party. In that battle, he felt unprecedented pleasure, enough to make Zaragi remember it for a lifetime.
But for that woman, did the other party feel pleasure? Do you enjoy fighting with yourself? After entering the Sirii court, Zaraki immediately sensed the woman's breath.
However, Zaraki felt that if he couldn't become stronger, he was not qualified to stand in front of that woman and challenge challenge her.
Before Natsui asked this question, Zaraki had never thought about what would become of Kusaka Yachiryu after his death. For a while, Zaraki couldn't help but look his head at Kusaka Yachiryu.
Seeing Zaraki looking at himself, Yachiryu Kusaka raised his hands and swayed with a smile on his face. The small sword is the strongest, so it will not be defeated by you. The corners of Zaraki's mouth grinned upwards with an exaggerated arc, and he laughed loudly.
Ha 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 ha.
Zaraki laughed wildly, waving the Zanpakuto in his hand with his right hand.
Rumble dash.
On the right-hand side of Zaragi, a stone pillar more than 20 meters high slid diagonally and fell to the ground with a roar. If someone goes to observe the slope of this building, they will find that the stone pillar that was casually cut by Zaraki is as smooth as a mirror.
Let's fight. At this moment, Zaragi's Ryatsu broke out again.
He did not answer Syaya's question with words, but directly expressed his will with actions.
Ryatsu burst out under his feet, and Zaraki's figure turned into a black line and attacked Syayi.
Natsuya's Zanpakuto collided with Zaraki's Zanpakuto, erupting into a huge roar, and the violent attack directly formed a terrifying shockwave centered on the two of them, destroying everything around them.
I'm really anxious. Natsuki shook his head and did not give up his persuasion to Zaraki.
Among the 13 teams of Gotei, the 11th team is the most special team, because the captain of the 11th team was not recognized or recommended by other captains. Instead, the god of death who wants to become the captain of the 11th squad challenges the current captain in the presence of more than
200 squad members, and after defeating the original captain, he can replace him and become the new captain of the 11th squadron.
In addition, the captain of the 11th division, there is another title in the Saraiti, the strongest god of death, Sword 8.
Zaragi's pupils contracted suddenly.
In his memory, the figure of that woman appeared again. If he remembers correctly, that woman also had the same white haori as the guy in front of her, and even the numbers on the back were exactly the same.
Natsuya raised his head and saw the shock in Zaraki's pupils. Unfortunately, I am the current captain of the 11th team, Summer Night Sword.
Then your excellency, do you want to fight with me here like a wild dog, and in the end, no matter whether you win or lose, you will be defeated by the more powerful people in the Gotei 13 team, ending your life and that little girl, or join the 11th first team, and then challenge me in the presence of many team members? Join the 11th team, you and that little girl can become the gods of death in the 11th team, and you will not be held accountable as a travel disaster. Whether you win or lose the battle with me, that little girl can live in the Siriitii as a god of death.
Hey, I don't know if it was the 11 on Captain Haori on Natsuya, or whether Natsugo saying that Kusaka Yachiryu could live as a god of death in the Siriitii court moved Zaraki. In short, after Syayi finished speaking, he could clearly feel that the fighting spirit in Zaraki's eyes was weakening. A few seconds later, Zaraki snorted coldly, put away his Ryatsu, no longer wrestled with Natsuya, and put the Zanpakuto into its scabbard. Seeing this, Syayi smiled, knowing that she had persuaded Zaraki. Let's go, I'll take you to the 11th squad, and register you as a member of the 11th squad first. By the way, what's your name? What's the name of that little girl? Although Natsuya knew the names of Zaraki and Kusaka Yakachiryu, he only knew Zaraki's name, which was a combination of the name of the flowing soul street where he was born and the title of the strongest Shinigami. Perhaps, before he asked Zaraki's name, he probably didn't have his own name. He only named the grass deer 8,000 streams. Yachiryu is the name of the woman who remembers the most in Zaraki's memory. Grass deer is because Yakianryo met Yakianyu in the grass deer area. As for the name of Kusaka Yachiryu to Zaraki, it has always been Little Sword. It seems that in the view of Kusaka Yachiryu, the sword in Zaraki's hand is Zaraki's body, and as for Zaraki itself, it may just be a shell controlled by the sword. After all, when Kusaka Yachiryu first appeared in front of Zaraki, the first thing she touched was Zaraki's sword stuck in the ground, not Zaraki. Sure enough, as Syayi expected, when Syayi asked for his name, Zaraki was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, Zaraki, from today onwards, my name is Zaraki. That's 8,000 streams. Grass deer, 8,000 streams. Zaraki and Kusaka? I see. Natsuyi nodded. The name Yachiryu is the name given to himself by the first generation of Kenpachi of the Gotei 13th team because he boasted that he had mastered all the swordsmanship schools of the Soul Society. You named that little girl Yakianryu, so I think you also want to add the word Jianba after your name, right? Zaraki Kenpachi? Kusaka Yachiryu. I look forward to the day when you defeat me and become the next generation of Kenpachi. Zaraki glanced at Syayi, although he didn't think so much about it at all when he just chose the name for himself in Yaki and Ryu, but inexplicably, he felt that what Syayi said made sense. I want to defeat the guy in front of me and become Kenpachi Zaraki. When Ikemaro Jin arrived at the battlefield, he happened to hear what Natsuya said to Zaraki. This made Ikemaro Jin stunned for a moment, but after feeling the powerful Ryatsu on Zaraki's body, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If this guy can join the 11th team, it will inevitably greatly improve the strength of the 11th team. As for whether his position as vice captain could be kept in the future, Ikemaro Jin didn't care very much. Although he is still in the 11th team now, he has not disconnected from Aizen Sasuke's side. According
According to Aizen Sasuke's arrangement for him, only by making him the captain of a certain squad can he help Aizen Sasuke's plan in the future. Therefore, if nothing else, in a maximum of 10 years, he will leave the 11th team and enter the new team. After all, if you want to become a captain, the most important thing is that your team does not have a captain. Although Ikemaro Jin didn't think that Aizen Sasuke could solve Natsuya, he didn't want Natsuya to fall into Aizen Sasuke's whirlpool because of his relationship. Summer Knights just need to protect the chaotic chrysanthemums. The rest, he will do it himself. Captain Ikawa Luowu, these two gods of death, I want them from the 11th team. Boom! Bringing Zaraki and Kasaka Yachiria to Ikawa Rao, Xiaoyu was not polite to Ikawa Rao and directly said his request, please also ask Ikawa Rao to save my face and not care about them. Very good. Of course, this time the disaster of invading the Siriitii was also thanks to the strength of Captain Ikawa Luowu, who was able to kill the brigade and protect the Siriitii. I can fully testify to this for Captain Ikawa Luowu. The corners of Ikawa Luowu's mouth twitched a few times. What can he say? Good words and bad words were all said by Captain Xiaoyu. Besides, if Captain Natsuya hadn't made a move this time, he would have been killed by Zaragi. Speaking of which, with this time, Captain Xiaoyu has already given him 2 life-saving graces. What's more, Captain Xiaoyu said that he had been killed by him this time, which not only preserved his face, but also made his resume look much better. At least, with this success, the nobles in the inner court can no longer secretly say that he is incompetent. Although he didn't mind very much, the members of his own team would be troubled by many nobles. Thinking of this, Ikawa Luowu scratched his head and laughed dryly. Captain Xiaoyu is giving me credit. If I refuse, it will be too ignorant to lift it up. Don't worry, Captain Xiaoyu, I will make it clear to the captain. Well, then please Captain Ikawa Luowu. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Ikawa Luowu just doesn't look very smart, but he is not a person who doesn't understand the world. Since it is Captain Ikawa Luowu killed the travel disaster alone, then there is definitely no opportunity for Xiaoyu to appear here. How can Xiaoyu prove to Ikawa Luowu? Ikawa Luowu went to report to Captain Yamamoto himself, so no matter what he said, unless Captain Yamamoto or those guys in the central 46th room grabbed Ikawa Luowu's little tail and forced Ikawa Luowu to provide evidence of his elimination of the travel disaster. Otherwise, if it weren't for what Ikawa Luowu said, how would they believe it? After all, Captain Ikawa Luowu made a move, and the damage caused by the travel disaster stopped. Who has a problem with the elimination of travel disasters? Let's go! After nodding to Captain Ikawa Rao, Natsuya took Saraki, Kasaka Yachiryu, and Ikemaro Jin out of here and rushed towards the 11th division. Captain Summer Knight. Captain Summer Knight, has the travel disaster been resolved? Xiaoyu and the others returned to the 11th team, and the team members who were waiting for the task at any time gathered in the 11th team immediately gathered around and asked Xiaoyu. From their tone, Xiaoyu could still hear some complaints. There is no way. The fun of these members of the 11th team is to fight with the enemy. Such a task as a travel disaster invasion is rare for decades or even 100 years. And the travel disaster that can break into the Siriitii is not bad. However, since Captain Xiaoyu made a move, no matter how strong the travel disaster was, it was naturally solved by Captain Xiaoyu. They asked this, naturally with an expectation. Captain Xiaoyu didn't look down on such an opponent, so they had a chance to make a move. It's solved. As the captain of the 11th team, Xiaoyu naturally knew what the team members in front of him were looking forward to. Seeing that everyone's faces showed disappointed expressions, Xiaoyu continued to smile and said, however, I met 2 strong people on the road who were no worse than the travel disaster and invited them to join the 11th first team. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu pointed to the Zaraki behind him and the grass deer Yachi Kianryu who was crawling on Zaraki's shoulder. This is Zaragi. The little girl on his shoulder is the grass deer Yachi Kianryu. I'll take them to complete the registration to join the team first, and then if you are bored, you can communicate with the 2 of them. Let me explain in advance, Zaraki and Yachiryu are very strong, and if you want to communicate with the 2 of them, you must at least ask the senior officer of the 4th division to accompany you. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, suddenly, these Shinigami of the 11th team exclaimed one by one. Zaraki's body shape was there, and at the same time, the pressure on Zaraki's Ryatsu was not inferior to that of Captain Natsuya. But such a small one as 8,000 streams has also received such a high evaluation from Captain Xiaoyu. However, Captain Summer Knight couldn't lie to them. Besides, this is the 11th team. The players in the team often challenge each other. The false reputation will soon be trampled on by more powerful people. Only its own strong strength is the only way to gain a firm foothold in the 11th team. Hello everyone, do you all want to play with Xiaojian? Suddenly seeing so many people, Salu Yakianliu was not only not nervous, but also happily greeted everyone. Allah, what a cute little sister. Hearing the voice of Kusaka Yachiryu, Matsumoto Ranju's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came directly to Zaraki and stretched out his hands to Kusaka Yachiryu. My name is Matsumoto Ranju, I am the 5th seat of the 11th team, you can call me Sister Ranju. Hello, Xiaoju. Yaki and Ryu smiled and greeted Ranju. I want to call my sister. Matsumoto Ranju pinned
pinched the small face of the grass deer Yuichiro.
Okay, Runju, first go register Zaraki and Yuichiro to join the team, and prepare a dormitory for them.
Matsumoto Runju was also bold enough. How dare he let the grass deer Yuichiro call her sister?
Kosaka Yuichiro only appeared next to him after Zaraki became an adult, but don't look at Kosaka Yuichiro's small stature, you really think she is a child. In terms of age, the grass deer is at least 200 or 300 years old now. It can only be said that the age and appearance of the Soul Society Shinigami are very confusing.
Like the captain of the 4th Division, Mao Jihualai.
She is the first Kenpachi of the Gotei 13th team, and is a contemporary of Korinji Tenshiro of the 0 Division, and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. Shilin Temple Tenshiro was promoted to the 0 Division, and with the King Key, the Spirit King's palace can always exist if it is not destroyed, which can be regarded as transcending life and death. But Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni is only 60% of his peak physical strength, but Unohana Retsu still maintains his peak state. In the world of Shinigami, it is impossible to judge the age of the other party by appearance.
You're so long-winded, Captain Summer Night.
Matsumoto Runju was about to play with Kosaka Yuichiro, but was interrupted by Xiaoyi, who immediately glanced at Xiaoyi. However, Matsumoto Runju would not put aside what Xiaoyi ordered because of this.
8,000 streams, come with me, I'll take you to register first.
Hey! Although Matsumoto Runju said to take them to register, Zaraki did not follow, but looked at Natsuyo.
Alas, when can I fight you? Is this new team member going to challenge Captain Xiaoyi from the beginning?
It's not surprising, this guy's Ryatsu has put too much pressure on me, far beyond the
of Vice Captain Ikimaru.
Perhaps, this guy also has the strength of a captain. Otherwise, Captain Xiaoyi would not personally invite them to join the 11th team. Indeed, for so many years, the only person worthy of being personally invited by Captain Summer Night is Deputy Captain Ikimaru. With the talent of Vice Captain Ikimaru, he may be able to have the strength of a captain in 10 years. Those who can be favored by Captain Xiaoyi are definitely not ordinary people.
Not to mention that big man, even the little girl named Yakianlia gives me a very dangerous feeling.
After many team members heard Zaragi's words again, their eyes all lit up.
Captain Summer Night is too strong.
Over the years, although Captain Natsuya still took 1 day a month for special training as he said when he was the captain, in the entire 11th team, only Vice Captain Ikamara had the courage to draw his sword in front of Captain Natsuya. Now the 11th team obviously has another captain-level powerhouse, they may be able to see the true strength of Captain Xiaoyi through this guy. On my side, as long as you register as a member of the 11th team and gather more than 200 players in the team, you can do it. However, you also suffered a lot of injuries in the battle with Captain Ekawa Luowu today, which may affect your performance. I suggest that after you complete your registration, go to the 4th Division and ask the captain of the 4th Division to heal your injuries. I will gather the soldiers at any time, and after you heal from your injury, you can challenge me to the sword aid at any time.
Zaraki frowned. For so many years, he had never asked anyone to treat his injuries,
except for the battle with Unohana Yuichiro when he was a teenager, which was considered a fight for his life. Almost no one could cause him any harm in other battles. Today's battle with Ekawa Luowu can be regarded as the worst injury suffered in 100 years.
No matter how you say it, Ekawa Luowu after Bankai is not weak, and Zaraki is the kind of person who doesn't dodge enemy attacks.
In the face of the enemy's attack, what Zaraki prefers to do is not dodge, but to use the sword in his hand to smash the opponent's attack. That is, Zaraki's own Ryatsu is strong enough, even if it cannot liberate the Zanpakuto, after subconsciously unsealing part of the Ryatsu, it will also defeat Ekawa Rabu strongly. But before Zaraki's Ryatsu was unsealed, Ekawa Rabu's mace and the flames attached to the mace after Bankai still caused a lot of injuries to Zaraki. After all, for Zaraki, only attacks that could threaten his life could allow Zaraki's subconscious to release more Ryatsu. Although after Zaraki's Ryatsu was liberated, most of his injuries recovered. If he is always in a state of combat, Zaraki's fighting spirit is enough to make him burst out with stronger strength when he is injured. Now, Zaraki's fighting spirit has not yet been mentioned, and such an injury does have a big impact on him.
If you don't know the road of the 4th Division, I will take you there personally. Zaraki snorted coldly, but did not refuse Natsui's proposal.
In his opinion, Xiaoyi did have the qualifications to make himself serious.
Hey, seeing Zaraki like this, Xiaoyi didn't care.
Rather, the current Summer Night is also looking forward to what kind of expressions Zaraki and Ashinohana Retsu will have when they meet again. After becoming the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Yuichiro abandoned the name Yasenryu and also restrained all his murderous intent and evil thoughts, becoming the most popular captain of the Gotei 13 team. In the memory of the Summer Night, the flower of the rabbit is strong. Under normal circumstances, it does give people a dreamy and beautiful feeling like the big and not Ishiko.
But when he was in the same frame as Zaraki, he could clearly feel a coldness from Ashinohana's squinting eyes.
Speaking of which, Retsu Ashinohana and Kenpachi Zaraki both thought that they were the losing side for the original battle. Retsu Unohana was because he sensed that in the process of fighting with him, in order to better enjoy the fun of fighting, Zaraki sealed revealed his Ryatsu step by step and maintained an evenly matched battle with her. In the end, Retsu Unohana defeated Zaraki with his superb kendo skills. But Unohana Retsu was broken because he couldn't bring greater fighting fun to Zaraki. How could a person who needed the enemy's seal Ryatsu to cater to himself still be a sword pushy? Therefore, after that battle, Unohana Yachiria resolutely gave up the name of Kenpachi and went to ask Korinji Tenshiro for advice in return, and even his own. Zanpakuto, I am afraid that he asked Korinji Tenshiro to let Nimea Wanyu use the hot spring water of Korinji Tenshiro through the relationship of the Zero Division. All she did was to hope that when she met Zaraki again, she would become stronger, strong enough to fight with Zaraki, who was going all out, so that Zaraki could enjoy more fun. The same goes for Zaraki. Because he enjoys fighting, Zaraki doesn't know the truth about his subconscious sealing his Ryatsu. Zaraki only knew that the battle he fought with Unohana Yachiryu was the battle he enjoyed the most in his life. It is only possible that after he was defeated, Unohana Yachiryu did not kill him. Therefore, Zaraki felt that he was too weak to be killed by Unohana Yachiryu. It is also this awkward mentality of the two that makes Retsu Ashinohana and Zaraki look forward to meeting each other, but they are afraid of meeting each other. Expectation is that both sides want to continue the battle hundreds of years ago. Fear, it was Retsu Unohana and Zaraki who were not ready to fight each other. Retsu Unohana is not sure whether he can let Zaraki release his full strength in his current self. Zaraki was not sure whether he was still qualified to fight Unohana Retsu. After all, in Zaraki's impression, he was the loser in that battle. This is the 4th division. In front of the gate of the 4th division, Xiaoyi looked at Zaragi who had stopped, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Obviously, after coming here, Zaraki has sensed Captain Unohana's Ryatsu, right? Otherwise, with Zaraki's personality, it would be difficult for Natsuyo to imagine what Zaraki would stop himself for. This is that woman's Ryatsu. Zaraki's body suddenly rose with surging Ryatsu, and the whole person suddenly exploded, running towards the place where the Ryatsu of the 4th division Unohana Retsu was. Hey, Zaraki. Seeing that Zaraki was like this, Xiaoyi hurriedly followed. He wanted to see the expressions of Zaraki and Retsu Unohana when they met again, but he didn't want Zaraki and Retsu Unohana to really fight here. In the captain's room of the 4th division, Unohana Retsu was using scissors to prune a potted plant on the windowsill. The 4th team is a medical team. Among the 13 Gotiei teams, any injured Shinigami will be sent to the 4th division for treatment. Unohana Retsu's reply came from the teachings of the spring soup ghost Korinji Tenshiro, and after Kirin Temple Tenshiro was promoted to the 0 division, Unohana Retsu's return attainments were the strongest in the entire SEI Ray Court. In the spirit skeleton incident, the spirit bones of Unohana Retsu can heal Kayaraku Shunsui and Yukitake Shishiro, who were severely injured by Captain Yamamoto, in an instant, allowing them to continue to fight with Captain Yamamoto. That is, the main body of Unohana Retsu faced it to defeat it. Although the spirit skeletons had a stronger desire to fight than the main body, judging from the performance of these spirit skeletons, they were still much worse than the main body. However, unless it is a life-threatening injury, there is no need for Retsu Unohana to take action himself. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Retsu Unohana will stay in his captain's room to cultivate himself. After all, don't look at the current Unohana Retsu as reassuring and worthy of Yamato Nadeshiko to rely on, but Unohana Retsu's heart has always been the big villain who was eager to kill. However, no one can tell the power of time. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was also the leader of the killer group 1,000 years ago. When facing his comrade in arms Havoc, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni didn't care whether the Soul Society would be destroyed by his Bankai. But after protecting the Siriidii for thousands of years as a guardian, his heart softened a lot, and he put the protection of the Siriidii in the first place. Even he himself would begin to compromise with the nobles in order to maintain the stability of the Siriidii. Even Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni is like this, so how could Unohana Retsu be an exception? A person pretends to be a good person all his life, so who dares to say that he is not a good person? The 8,000 streams of the flower of the rabbit became the flower of the rose, and it was more than 700 years. In these 700 years, who can tell clearly that the current Unohana is not the heart of peace hidden under the desire to kill? However, today, Unohana Retsu's calm mind for hundreds of years was broken for the first time. Click dash. A branch that had just been trimmed by the flower of the rabbit was cut off by the flower of the rabbit again. The potted plant, which is obviously harmonious and perfect, has become mutilated and lost its due beauty after this branch is cut off. This Ryatsu dash. Slowly putting the scissors in his hand away, Unohana Retsu turned his head to look in the direction of the gate of the 4th division. At the same time, her right hand began to rest on the Zanpakuto at her waist. His left hand unconsciously stroked his chest, and the wound there seemed to be aching faintly. For hundreds of years, every time he thinks of the boy in Flowing Soul Street, Unohana Retsu seems to reminisce about the knife that his son was stabbed at the beginning. At the beginning, the 8,000 flowers of the rabbit boasted of being the best in the world in swordsmanship. Even Captain Yamamoto could only subdue her with her powerful Ryatsu and Zanpakuto
Zanpakuto flowing blades. But Ra is like this. Uno Hana Retsu also boasted of being the strongest kendo god of death and gave the name of the captain of the 11th team the honor of Sword 8. At that time, this was recognized by all the captains of the Gotei 13 team. Most of the first captains of the Gotei 13 team can be said to be the strongest captains of the squad. The 8,000 flowers of the rabbit are definitely the first echelon powerhouses under Yamamoto Genryusai Shigeku. At this moment, Uno Hanalai's gaze suddenly became cold and his indifferent pupils revealed a powerful fighting spirit. However, after feeling Zaraki's Ryatsu at this moment, the fighting spirit in Unohana's eyes turned into sadness. Thinking about how desperate it was to think about the boy who could pierce her chest with a sword. Facing that nameless boy, Retsu Unohana even had the feeling of facing Captain Yamamoto. But now, the boy who could make him feel frightened at the beginning, the spiritual pressure he showed at this time was only capable of reaching the second-class spiritual power. All of this is her fault. If she is strong enough to make that child fully show her strength, then that boy is definitely an invincible powerhouse comparable to Captain Yamamoto. If he was weaker and couldn't let that child enjoy the fun of fighting, then that child would not seal his own Ryatsu for the pleasure of fighting and killing. She is strong, but not strong enough. She is weak, but not weak enough. After sensing Zaraki's Ryatsu quickly approaching this side, Ashinohana Retsu let out a sigh and put away his fighting spirit. Now, it's not the time to fight Zaraki yourself. Rumble dash. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Everyone, be careful. The enemy ran to the captain's room. Protect the captain. The movement caused by Zaraki soon caused the exclamation of the members of the 4th Division. Except for some of the team members who were frightened and overwhelmed by the sudden change, the other team members who came back to their senses soon began to gather everyone to transfer the wounded and began to send signals for help to other divisions, and finally ran to the captain's room. Although everyone knows that the captain is the strongest in a team, Captain Ashinohana's strength is many times stronger than that of a god of death like them. But because Captain Unohana has never shown her strength outside, her Ryatsu will not oppress the surrounding team members under her perverted control. This makes everyone know that Captain Unohana is very strong, but at the same time, they also have the illusion that because he is the captain of the medical team, his strength must not be as good as that of other combat team captains. Therefore, after seeing that Zaraki's impact was in the direction of the captain's room, these powerful Shinigami of the 4th Division began to run desperately towards the captain's room. They are also afraid of death. However, Unohana Retsu is the goddess in the hearts of all the soldiers of the 4th Division, the kind of man and woman who kill both men. They were more worried about Captain Unohana's safety than their own death. If your own life can buy time for Captain Unohana to support other captains, then everyone's sacrifice will not be meaningless. That woman, right here. Zaragi, who was rampage all the way, kicked the wall in front of him with a kick and stepped into the captain's room of the 4th Division, and at first glance he saw Unohana Retsu who was pruning the branches of the potted plant in time. When Unohana Retsu looked up, the gentle smile on his face directly annihilated all the fighting spirit on Zaraki's body. No, you shouldn't be like this. Zaraki took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to say something. However, the summer night at this time has caught up. After seeing the smile on Unohana Retsu's face, Natsuyi knew that this meeting between Unohana Retsu and Zaraki would not allow the two of them to engage in the fateful battle of Sword 8 again. Okay, Zaraki. Natsuya stepped forward, stretched out his hand to block Zaraki's body, and apologized to Retsu Unohana. I'm sorry, Captain Ashinohana. This member of my family has just joined the team, and he doesn't understand the rules of the Gotei 13 team. Plus he was a little injured last night, and, after knowing Captain Unohana's attainments on the way, he desperately wanted to get Captain Unohana's treatment, so he committed a taboo for a while. Please also ask Captain Unohana not to care about Genki for the sake of his colleagues in the 13th Gotei team. I will educate Zaragi more later. It's Captain's summer night. Unohana let out a sigh in his heart. The boy who was able to hit her hard with a sword was actually suppressed by a child hundreds of years later. How sad it is. An invincible existence that should be high above, but because of himself, he fell into the mortal world and had to receive the so-called education. It is undeniable that Captain Xiaoya's talent is very high, and his attainments in swordsmanship seem to be above himself. In time, it may not be possible to reach the level of Captain Yamamoto, but what was stopped by Xiaoyi was the invincible being who was born to stand on top of all the gods of death. He should have met at the peak, waiting for the challenge of summer night. Now, he has become Xiaoya's subordinate. If one day he knew the reason for his weakness, how would he resent himself? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Unohana Retsu said slowly, our 4th Division is only a healing team, only responsible for treating injured gods of death. Other things have nothing to do with our 4th Division. However, Captain Xiaoyi, I hope to restore the damage caused to my 4th Division by the members of the Guifan team. Otherwise, understand. All repair costs of the 4th Division are borne by the 11th Division. Xiaoyi nodded. Oh, Zaraki is now a member of the 11th Division, and it is reasonable that the 11th team should be responsible for the damage he caused to the 4th Division. As for how the 11th team punished Zaraki
afterwards, it was an internal matter of the 11th team. However, Captain Shinohana, please treat Zaraki's injuries. After all, the condition for me to invite Zaraki to join the 11th team is to agree to Zaraki's challenge.
I think with Zaraki's personality, he probably doesn't want to wait too long. Oh, Zaraki is going to challenge Captain Natsu Knight? Uno Hanali's expression froze.
As the first generation of the 11th team, Uno Hanaretsu naturally knew what was going on with the captain challenge of the 11th team. That is the two sides doing everything just to compete for the title of strongest. Needless to say, the strength of Summer Knights. In just 1 year, he went from a novice who knew nothing to the captain of the 11th team of the Gotiei 13th team and completed most of the things that the god of death could not do in 100 years. Now Captain Xiaoyi has become the captain of the 11th squadron, and it has been 18 years. For ordinary Shinigami, in 18 years, they may advance from ordinary Shinigami to elite Shinigami, or from elite Shinigami to the rank of Shiguan who can complete the primary liberation of Zanpakuto. More geniuses, they can even break through directly from the vice-captain level to the captain level. As for a demon like Xiaoyi, it cannot be judged by ordinary geniuses or super geniuses. Even if it is the flower of the rabbit, there is no accurate positioning of the current strength of the Summer Knight. From the perspective of Ryatsu alone, Captain Natsuya's current Reiwei, in Uno Hanaretsu's perception, is only second-class Reiwei, which is similar to the current Zaragi. If this is the only case, Xiaoyi is not enough to see in front of Uno Hanalai. But the feeling that Xiaoyi gave to Uno Hanaretsu was much more dangerous than the other second-class Lingwei captains. Although Zaraki also regained his second-class spiritual power at this time, if he fought with Captain Natsuya, Retsu Uno Hana was still not very optimistic about Zaraki. After all, Zaraki's strongest thing is the Ryatsu that has reached the limit of the Shinigami itself, and the combat effectiveness that exceeds the Ryatsu level. However, compared with Xiaoya's kendo attainments, Zaragi's combat effectiveness felt worse. Sighing silently, Uno Hanaretsu smiled and said, "The battle between the two captain-level gods of death, even in the Seriidii, is rare, let alone the battle for the Kenpachi. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to take a look." The battle of Kenpachi was set by the 8,000 flowers of the Uma flower. Naturally, Uno Hanalai would not abolish this rule. Rather, even the current Uno Hanaretsu could not abolish this rule. After all, the rules that have been passed down for thousands of years have become the common belief of the Shinigami of the 11th team and even the entire Saraitai Gotiei 13th team. Unable to stop it, the Uno Hanaretsu could only retreat to the second place and watch the battle between Natsuya and Zaraki up close. In this way, it may be possible to treat both of their injuries after the battle is over. Of course, the reason why Retsu Uno Hana is so sure that no one will die in the battle between Natsuya and Zaraki is also because of Natsuya. With the ability of the flower of the rabbit, he could naturally sense the travel disaster that broke into the Sirii court last night, which was Zaraki. If nothing else, Zaraki joined the 11th team, which was the handiwork of Captain Natsuya. Since he invited Zaraki to join the 11th first team, he would naturally not kill Zaraki when he challenged him. The flower of the rabbit went to watch the battle, but also as a precaution. I don't care. Xiaoxiaxio, after all, the challenge of Jianba was originally to be started under the witness of more than 200 team members. It's just that Zaraki is also the target of this battle, and if Captain Unohana wants to watch the battle, it depends on whether Zaraki agrees. Hearing Natsuki say this, Retsu Unohana set his sights on Zaraki. Zaraki tilted his head and took a sip, but did not refuse. As long as it doesn't affect my fight, I don't care. The expression on Retsu Unohana's face did not change, but he raised his right hand at Zaraki. 6 green light curtains appeared around Zaraki, forming a transparent cabinet surrounding Zaraki, and green light emitted from the light curtain and invaded Zaraki's body. A few seconds later, Unohana Retsu lowered his hand, and the light curtain around Zaraki also dissipated. As expected of Captain Unohana, in just an instant, such a serious injury was cured. Seeing this, the members of the surrounding 4th Division exclaimed, expressing their admiration for the methods shown by their captain. You know, when Zaraki came, he didn't deliberately clean up the situation on his body. Therefore, the injuries and traces of being burned by the flames left by Zaraki in Ikawa Roa during the battle last night still remained on his body. If it were an ordinary god of death, if he was injured like Zaragi, he would have died long ago. Only a person like Zaragi, who is already strong in Ryatsu, can ignore such injuries and exert even stronger strength. And such an injury, in the hands of Captain Unohana, was completely healed in just a few seconds. What is the situation in the body? Everyone does not know. Judging from the appearance alone, Zaraki's injury has indeed been treated. However, everyone has absolute confidence in Captain Unohana. Since Captain Unohana has already taken action himself, this god of death called Zaraki will naturally be completely healed. Hey! After moving his hands and feet and feeling that his body had returned to its peak state, Zaraki looked at Xiaoyi. Okay, I know you're in a hurry. Seeing this, Natsuki naturally knew what Zaragi was thinking. Let's go back to the 11th team and immediately carry out the challenge of Sword 8. The news that the members of the 11th squad, who had only joined the team yesterday, yesterday, we're going to challenge Captain Natsuya with the Sword 8 quickly spread from the 4th Division to the other squadrons of the Gotai 13th Squad. Suddenly, the gods of death in many divisions became interested. No! The last person who directly challenged the captain as soon as he joined the team seemed to be Captain Summer Knight. Moreover, it is said that Captain Summer Knight still challenged from ordinary Shinigami, Elite Reaper, Shiguan, Vice Captain, and Captain level by level. And now, it's the turn of the new team members to challenge the captain of the Summer Knight. How can this not make everyone curious? In addition, because there is a ban on the release of the Zanpakuto by the captains in the Surei court, under normal circumstances, there will be no captains to fight with all their might. The Battle of the Sword 8 of the 11th team can be regarded as the only battle in the Surei that can be exempted from the prohibition of the release of the Zanpakuto. Come to think of it, did those nobles of the Surei 1,000 years ago not have the courage to ask a big villain like Uno Hana Yachiria to abide by their rules? Believe it or not, they dared to mention this, and the 8,000 flowers of the 9 flowers dared to carry a sword and cut them all down? Although above the 8,000 streams of the flower of the rabbit, there is also a Yamamoto Genryusai heavy country pressing. But the Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni thousands of years ago was not the current Yamamoto captain, but the leader of the killer group. Even if they have a dream of guarding the Surei, it is not something that those nobles can handle. Therefore, for thousands of years, the captain of the 11th squad has become the only fan in the Gotai 13 that is not served by the Shinigami nominated or recommended by other squad captains. Last night, due to the invasion of the travel disaster, the Surei temporarily lifted the ban on the captains not being able to release the Zanpakuto. Unfortunately, the battle between Aikawa Rabu and Zaraki did not have many audiences. The Shinigami of the 7th Division, including the Vice Captain Shitetsu Soba, were attacked by Zaraki or Kosaka Yachiri. Although they did not die, they were all seriously injured and are still lying in the 4th Division for treatment. Therefore, except for Natsuya and Kosaka Yakachiryu, the other Shinigami of the Gotai 13 team did not see the battle between Aikawa Rabu and Zaraki. Therefore, after knowing that the 11th Squadron was about to engage in the Battle of Sword 8, the Shinigami of many divisions went to the captain's rooms of various divisions, wanting to see the captain-level battle. Lord Yoruchi, can we also go watch the battle of the captain of the 11th Squadron? Although Bitipaya didn't catch a cold much for the stinky fart guy who was about the same height as herself but was already standing at the peak of the Surei, she was also very curious about the captain-level battle. Broken B, the captain-level battle is not that simple. Seeing that Biaya was so interested, although Siphon Jinhua didn't want to ruin her interest, he also told Bitipaya about the seriousness. If you want to watch the captains fight, at least Ryatsu can't be too different. Boom! Otherwise, even the captain's all-out Ryatsu can't withstand it. How can you see the captain's battle? Wow! The little bee's eyes flashed with golden stars. Boom! In her impression, Lord Yoruchi is so powerful. However, Siphon Jaiwan's next sentence made the little Broken Bee break the defense. Broken Bee, with your current Ryatsu, I'm afraid you can only stay awake a kilometer away. So, if nothing else, even if you want to see this battle, you can't see it. Why is that? Bitipaya pouted her small mouth, her face full of unwillingness. She knew that Xiaoyi was strong, but she couldn't accept that the gap between herself and Xiaoyi was so big. Seeing Bishaoaya like this, Sifeng Yuan Yi couldn't help but stretch out his right hand, grabbed Bishaoaya in the crook of his arm, and said with a smile, "However, if the little bee follows me, it's not that I can't use my spiritual pressure to protect you, so that you can really see the true strength of the captains." Really? Lord Yoru is the best. The captains of the other divisions also took their cronies in the squad to watch the battle with their cronies in the squad after obtaining the consent of Natsu Knight and Zaraki. This not only allows them to see the strength of the captain and stimulates their enthusiasm for cultivation, but also allows everyone to maintain awe of the captain in their hearts, so that they do not offend other captains without knowing the severity. Well, here I want to refer specifically to the vice captain of the 12th Division, Saruto Persimmon Hiyori. Relying on the doting of Kiryu Hikifune, the former captain of the 12th Division, he repeatedly fought against the captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako, and the current captain of the 12th Division, Kisuke Urahara. However, both of these people are hindered by their friendship with Kiryu Hikifune, and they will not be serious about it. If this continues, it may not be said that the Sake Persimmon will intensify and expand the scope of the disaster to the captains of other divisions. Well, because of the example of the two captains, Mako Hirako and Kisuke Urahara, it may not be very convenient for other captains to teach a lesson if they are offended by Saruki Hiyori. Bang! Under such circumstances, allowing them to truly see the power of the captains can effectively prevent people like the monkey Persimmon from recklessly relying on the human feelings left by their predecessors. In this way, when Shifenjin Yoichi came to the 11th team with Biaya, the captains and vice-captains of the other divisions were already standing in the stands of the training ground. "Oh, it looks like I'm lucky." Coming to Kisuke Urahara and sitting down, Siphonjin said with a smile, "No, I just saw that you were the only one missing, so Captain Xiaoyi decided to wait a little longer." Urahara Kisuke shook his head and told the truth that that Yoroan had not yet started fighting.
Ha, I know that Xiaoyi is interesting enough.
Shifu and Yoichi patted Urahara Kisuke on the shoulder, and there was no self-blame in his words for making everyone wait a little longer, but he was proud that he could let Natsuyi delay the battle.
Now that everyone is here, let's start.
In the center of the training ground of the 11th First Team, Natsuyi glanced at the captain and the Shinigami of the 11th First Team who were watching the battle around him, and said to Zaraki,
"Hey, it's exactly what I want."
The corner of Zaraki's mouth showed a fierce smile. "Let's fight." Without the slightest reservation, Zaraki's body erupted with powerful spiritual pressure, forming a pillar of golden spiritual power light. That soared into the sky, and the majestic spiritual pressure burst formed a powerful shockwave that spread outward from Zaraki's body.
I know.
This, what a powerful Ryatsu.
Not good. Everyone, be careful.
Under Zaraki's Ryatsu, most of the soldiers watching the 11th team were intimidated by this huge Ryatsu and were shocked. This level of Ryatsu was also the first time they had encountered it. In the last battle between Captain Natsuya and Captain Anaganjo, although the Ryatsu erupted by both sides was very strong, it was one step away from the Ryatsu that erupted from Zaraki now. Surrounded by this level of Ryatsu, they were afraid that they would not even be able to stand steadily, let alone fight. Ryatsu burst out from the surrounding captains. Although the Ryatsu Chi pillar was not formed, many captains still used their own Ryatsu to protect the surrounding Shinigami. Although, these captains just wanted to protect their subordinates when they came. But since they accepted the love of Xiaoyi and brought their subordinates to see the world, then, within their own ability, they did not hesitate to provide some protection for these soldiers of the 11th team. Thanks to the protection of the captains, the Shinigami of Team 11 finally recovered from the feeling of almost suffocation and refocused their attention on the battlefield. After feeling Zaraki's Ryatsu, many team members were a little worried about Captain Summer Night.
Captain Summer Night.
Compared with Zaraki, who still doesn't know what kind of personality he is, Summer Nights that take one day a month to guide everyone's swordsmanship practice are obviously more recognized by everyone in the 11th team. It's just that the situation of the 11th team is like this: the strong go up, the weak go down. Therefore, now these team members can only expect Captain Natsuya to defeat Zaraki and continue to serve as the captain of the 11th First Team. Seeing the captains break out Ryatsu to resist Zaraki's Ryatsu oppression of the 11th Shinigami, Natsuyi no longer procrastinates. Turning off all the gravity equipment on his body, Natsuyi pulled out his Zanpakuto and also burst out with golden Ryatsu, competing with Zaraki. After all, Zaraki is also one of the 5 special combat forces marked as Combat Power by Uebach, and the current Summer Night has not yet grown to its peak. He didn't feel that his current self had the ability to fight Zaraki under the pressure of gravity.
Zaraki and Natsuya's Ryatsu are both golden outside the body.
However, Zaraki is yellowed gold and Summer Night is white with gold, and if Ryatsu breaks out at the same time, it can be easily distinguished. The figures of Zaraki and Natsuya rushed towards each other at great speed, and the Zanpakuto of both sides collided in the very center of the training ground. The huge force shattered the ground under the feet of Natsuyi and Zaraki, and a powerful shockwave spread, blowing the Haori of the surrounding captains and the Death Overlord costumes of the gods of death rustling.
Bell bell.
After a brief confrontation, the Zanpakuto of Natsuya and Zaraki began to collide rapidly. For a time, in addition to those captains, the other vice-captains, Shiguan, and the Shinigami of the 11th team who came to watch Natsuya and Zaraki fight, could only see countless Zanpakuto remnants between Natsuya and Zaraki. The sparks and shockwaves generated by the collision of the Zanpakuto gave them a glimpse of what a visual feast is.
Sure enough, Natsuya swung his knife to attack Zaraki while complaining in his heart. Zaraki's swordsmanship is too rough.
His battle is more about relying on his own fighting instincts. However, this may also be the most suitable way to fight Zaraki. Zaraki's own Ryatsu has undoubtedly reached the limit of the god of death. In addition, because Zaraki's Ryatsu is naturally strong, in order to accommodate such a strong Ryatsu, Zaraki's physique is also very strong.
There is no problem in saying that Zaraki's physique is the strongest of the gods of death.
Summer Night also activated a physique such as Steel Balloon in order not to fall behind in the battle with Zaraki. After all, in addition to the physique of the Steel Balloon, Xiaoyi also has the Bacanian blood from the Tyrant Big Bear, which makes Xiaoyi's strength no weaker than Gangmu. It's just that such a fight may be a big threat to others, but for me or a strong kendo player like Captain Unohana Dash, it's all flaws. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Xiaoyi, the world's greatest swordsman, is to surpass the 8,000 streams of the flower of the rabbit. So, phew, easily shook away Zaraki's Zanpakuto, and Natsuya's sword cut 2 deep marks on Zaraki's body in a row. Blood splattered, except for the shrinking pupils of Unohana Lai. The other captains watching the battle had no surprise in their hearts. Captain Natsuya defeated Kenpachi of Anaganjo with kendo and became the captain of the 11th team. Nearly 20 years have passed, and if Captain Xiaoya's sword path is still standing still, no one believes it at all. Zaraki's strength was not inferior to some of the captains present. Zaraki's attack, in the eyes of many captains, is simply indiscriminately slashed. Such an attack, for anime enemies inferior to oneself can form a crushing momentum and easily kill the enemy in seconds. When encountering enemies of similar strength to oneself, the effect is average. As for encountering kendo attainments that are higher than your own, then ask for more blessings for yourself. Obviously, Syaya's sword path is on top of Zaragi, and it is not surprising that it can hurt Zaragi. Rather, it would be even more surprising if Syai couldn't hurt Zaragi. However, what surprised everyone even more was Zaraki. If he were an ordinary captain, he would be slashed twice by Syai on his body, and he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. But although Zaraki was covered in blood, he didn't seem to be affected. Not only that, but the captains could also find that Zaraki seemed to be more excited at this time than when he first fought. The corners of his mouth were raised, and his facial features looked hideous because of his madness. In addition, Zaraki's Ryatsu seems to be slowly improving. This is outrageous. So strong. Whether it's Natsuki or that guy named Zaraki, they're all so strong. In the stands, Yoichi's pupils rolled, capturing the figures of Natsuki and Zaragi, and let out a sigh. Now the strength shown by these two people in the training ground has surpassed her. Behind her, B-Tip Aya's face turned pale. Although, in Aya BB-Tip's heart, Lord Yoruchi is the strongest. But judging from the strength shown by these two people in the battle, Lord Knight was indeed a little worse. In particular, Zaraki and Natsuya have not yet liberated their Zanpakuto. I can't see through these two people. Kisuke Urahara narrowed his eyes. Hearing Kisuke Urahara say this, Yoichi was surprised. You know, since she met Kisuke Urahara, she had hardly seen anything he didn't understand from Kisuke Urahara. Even those guys in the worm's nest emptied those guys when Kisuke Urahara was the captain of the supervision team. It can be said that Kisuke Urahara can have such high attainments in scientific research, and he is inseparable from those scientists in the worm's nest. Now, Kisuke Urahara said that he couldn't see through Natsu Knight and Zaraki? Captain Syai, you also know about Yi. Although Captain Syai has turned off the gravity equipment now, the Death Overlord suit and Captain Hayori on Captain Syai are still at least 3 tons of weight. B-Tail Aya gasped, and her gaze at Syai was filled with horror. This guy who is not much taller than himself is really a human. Gravity device, what is this thing can be known at first hearing? It is something that can change gravity made by Kisuke Urahara. Wearing more than 3 tons of clothes and using gravity equipment to practice, no wonder this guy is so strong. Also, how confident this guy is in himself that he will not relieve his burden when fighting that beast-like man. However, judging from the current battle situation, Captain Syai is in an advantage even if he is wearing a 3-ton weight suit. The guy named Zaraki, like a real beast, would not dodge Syai's attack at all, and at this moment, Zaraki had no less than 100 injuries, large and small. As for this Zaraki dash, Kisuke Urahara's brows furrowed slightly. His Ryatsu was really abnormal. Under normal circumstances, if the Rei's Ryatsu wants to improve, no matter how good the talent is, it will take a long time. Siphon Jaiwan nodded at night. For example, she, as the current head of the 4 Fengyuan family and the captain of the 2nd division, the talent of the 4 Fengyuan Yoichi is naturally not low. But even so, she really stepped into the captaincy level when she was more than 200 years old. So far, Siphon Jaiwan Yei is almost 400 years old, but she also feels that if she wants to break through to the 2nd-class spiritual power, it is estimated that it will take about 100 years. As for the higher 1st-class spiritual power, well, Shifenjin Yoichi himself doesn't know if he can reach it in this life. The spiritual power of the god of death, the higher the gap, the bigger the gap, and similarly, it is also very difficult to improve. At least 70% of captain-level powerhouses only have 3rd-class spiritual power in their lives. Only a small number of super geniuses can break through the shackles of 2nd-class spiritual power. 1st-class spiritual power, there will be few in the Suriting court for 1,000 years. Anyway, in the view of Yoichi Shifuan, the captains of this generation of Gotai 13 teams have the potential to break through the 1st-class spiritual power. I am afraid that the only ones who have the potential to break through the 1st-class spiritual power are the captain of the 8th division, Jingle Shunsui, the captain of the 13th division, Jushiro Yukitake, the captain of the 11th team, and his childhood sweetheart, Kisuke Urahara. But Zaragi's Ryatsu was improved in an instant. This is not through a conversation with Zanpakuto, a brief burst of Ryatsu that resonates with Zanpakuto and then fuses with Zanpakuto, but dash. It's like these Ryatsu were originally owned by Zaraki himself. This way of improvement is more like breaking the seal of Ryatsu. In the end, Kisuke Urahara himself was a little unconfident. Are you kidding? What kind of mentality can you make such a move as sealing your own Ryatsu? Moreover, if you seal it, at least leave a back door for yourself, and you can freely control the opening and closing of the seal. But what Kisuke Urahara saw in Zaraki seemed to have become a thick seal, and it was necessary for Zaraki to slowly break these seals through the crisis between life and death and integrate them into Zaraki's existing Ryatsu. However, in just a few minutes, Zaraki's own Ryatsu rose steadily under the attack of Natsu Knight. Judging from the cultivation speed of the other captains, it would take at least 10 years of cultivation for everyone to raise their spiritual pressure to such a level again. That's it, it must be that the captain's own talent is not low. Zanpakuto, and his own spiritual pressure continues to improve. Otherwise, it is not that there are no captains who have not been promoted for decades and hundreds of years. How strong is this Ryatsu to do this? Zaraki, who is it? Captain Natsuya, what did you see from Zaraki? Unconsciously biting his thumbnails on his teeth, Keisuke Urahara habitually thinks about more things. He felt that the intention of inviting Zaraki to join the 11th team on summer night should not be so simple. It is only possible that he knows too little about Saiyi or Zaragi, and he can't distinguish the thinking patterns and methods of Saiyi and Zaraki at all. But Keisuke Urahara knew that Captain Natsuya had never given up the idea of changing the Soul Street. Is Zaraki part of Captain Summer Night's plan? This battle is almost over. Seeing that Zarajij blocked his Zanpakuto, Natsuya spoke. Although the battle between Zaraki and himself lasted less than 10 minutes, the gap in the sword path made Zaraki almost have no defensive power after Natsuya became serious. That is, Zaraki's physique is strong enough and the Ryatsu is also extremely condensed in order to persevere. But no matter what, Zaraki is also a person. After receiving so many attacks from Saiyi, even if Zaraki's own Ryatsu has been greatly improved, Zaraki's body is already on the verge of reaching its limit. Zaraki's attack began to weaken. There is no point in continuing to fight. Therefore, Saiyi covered his left hand on the back of his Zanpakuto, and a faint white halo began to appear on Saiya's Zanpakuto. One knife dash. Instant shadow. The white slash burst out, directly cutting the ground within tens of meters in front of Saiyi into a huge deep ditch. At the end of this slash, Zaraki gasped heavily, and blood dripped from Zaraki's body like a stream of water. Admit defeat, Zaragi. Seeing that his chest and abdomen were cut by his own slashes, he could see that Zaraki was still standing under the injuries of the bones, and Saiya's heart was also full of emotion. Anyway, if it were Saiyi, he himself couldn't be sure if he was still conscious of such an injury. But looking at the Zanpakuto in Zaraki's hand, you can know that Zaraki is now still retaining a high fighting spirit. You are not my opponent now. If you continue, I can't guarantee whether you will survive the next sword. Zaraki gasped a few times and calmed his breathing. Oh Moses, being able to die in your hands must be a very pleasant thing. Come on, Summer Night. Zaraki roared. After this battle, Zaraki's name for Natsuya was no longer Little Ghost, but directly called Natsuya's name. The last move. I know. Saiyi shook his head. Zaraki, I see that you and I are fighting with just one hand. So, for this last move, have you ever thought about holding a sword with both hands? I won't show mercy for the next move. If you want to survive and continue to challenge me next time, then hold the sword in both hands and send out a more powerful slash. Holding the Zanpakuto in his hand high, the surging Ryatsu condensed on the Zanpakuto on the summer night. At the same time, an extremely sharp aura turned into a white light that lingered on the Zanpakuto on the summer night. Even if the bystanders just stared at Saiya's Zanpakuto, they could feel the dazzle. It can be imagined how powerful the slash will be once Saiyi swings the knife. At least, there are very few captains here who feel that they can block Saiya's move. And Zaraki, who was seriously injured, could survive this blow from Captain Natsuya? It is true that Captain Natsuya said that Zaraki had swung his sword with one hand in his previous battles. If he could learn to swing his sword with both hands, Zaraki might indeed survive Captain Natsuya's slash. After all, the power of using two hands is at least half stronger than that of one hand. Moreover, if you are specialized, you may not be able to double or even double this value to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But that requires long-term and scientific correct cultivation. Zaraki, can you do it? Holding the sword in both hands. Hearing Saiya's words, Zaraki was silent for a moment. Indeed, after so many years of fighting, even in the battle with that woman when he was a teenager, Zaraki never used his hands to swing his sword. But if Zaraki wants to survive the next slash, he must have a stronger slash. If it were before, Zaraki felt that it was the most exciting thing to be able to fight to the death in a fun battle. Now, Zaraki felt that it would be a pity if he died like this. Obviously, the strength of Captain Summer Night does not stop there. Compared with the current Captain Summer Night, it must be more interesting to fight with the stronger Captain Summer Night, right? Thinking of this, Zaraki put the Zanpakuto in his hand in front of him for the first time, and put his left hand on the hilt of the sword for the first time. Frowning slightly, Zaraki instinctively felt that there was a problem with the way he held the sword. Then, according to his instincts, Zaraki slightly adjusted his grip on the sword, and waited until he felt that it was in his hands before holding the sword in his hand high. The golden Ryatsu erupted, and the Zanpakuto in Zaraki's hand condensed powerful Ryatsu. It is foreseeable that Zaraki's next slash is definitely above his previous attack. Seeing that Zaraki was ready, Saiyi no longer hesitated, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed directly. The slash tens of meters high flew out of the Zanpakuto of the summer night, cutting through the space and attacking Zaraki with unmatched power. On the other hand, after Zaraki also swung a slash on a summer night, he slashed out all the Ryatsu he had condensed on the Zanpakuto. In an instant, in the eyes of the gods of death present, the heavens and the earth seemed to have turned golden and white. Then, the golden and white slashes collided, and after a brief confrontation, the two sides slashed straight into the sky, scattering shattering all the clouds in the sky of Suriting. In the end, it was Natsuya's slash that took over, tearing Zaraki's golden slash and sending Zaraki's whole person flying out. Although Saya's slashing power was weakened a lot by Zaraki's slash, it also left traces of visible bones on Zaraki's body. Coupled with the injuries on Zaraki's body that was cut off by Xiaoyi before, Zaraki had lost consciousness before he fell to the ground. Ugh dash. Uno Hanaretsu's figure flashed, instantly appeared behind Zaraki, and hugged Zaraki in his arms before he landed. Little sword, followed by the grass deer 8,000 streams. Sensing that the Ryatsu on Zaraki's body was still stable, Kusaka Yachiria patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyi, thank you, Xiaojian is very happy. Kusaka Yachiria first smiled and thanked Xiaoyi before extending his hands to Uno Hana, wanting to leave with Zaraki. It seemed that he saw Kusaka Yachirio's intentions, and Ashino Hanaretsu smiled and said, "Little sister, rest assured. I am the captain of the 4th Division, and in the entire Surighty, my return level can be regarded as top-notch. Now Zaraki's injuries are very serious. I need to take him to the 4th Division for treatment immediately. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing Uno Hanalai's words, Kusaka Yachiria narrowed his eyes and nodded vigorously. Although with Zaraki's physique and Ryatsu, as long as he doesn't die, he will recover. But since he can recover faster, Kusaka Yachiria will naturally not refuse to let Zaraki suffer a little less. After obtaining the consent of Kusaka Yachiryu, Uno Hanaretsu lightly touched the thumb of his left hand and pushed his Zanpakuto out of the scabbard by an inch. Meat drops. With Uno Hanaretsu's low drink, the Zanpakuto on her waist turned into a green weapon and instantly expanded to a one-eyed ray dozens of meters in size, suspended behind Uno Hanaretsu. Then, the large ray opened its mouth wide and swallowed Zaraki. Although it looks terrifying after the first release, its ability is a real healing system. Regardless of the multiple injuries, as long as it is swallowed by the meat drop, it will be treated with meat drop gastric juice in the belly of the meat drop. Although the recovery speed is not as fast as that of the flower Retsu who directly recovers seriously injured people in an instant, it is not weaker than the healing ability of the 4th Division's officers who personally use the return path. Let's go up. Stretching out his hand, he grabbed Kusaka Yakiryu, and the two of them jumped lightly and jumped on the back of the big ray transformed by the Uno Hanaretsu Zanpakuto. Everyone, I'll go heal Zaragi first, and I'll leave first. Well, the wounded are the most important. Captain Uno Hana walked slowly. The captains nodded at Uno Hanaretsu and watched Uno Hanaretsu leave on his Zanpakuto. Ah, Xiaoyi, you guy, it's really shocking. Siphon Jinyi was the first to come to Xiaoya's side, stretched out his hand and patted Xiaoya's shoulder. That guy, even if it is me, I am afraid that he may not be able to beat it. But in your hands, he can't even force out the liberation of your Zanpakuto. Okay, indeed. The strength of Captain Summer Night is amazing. After Siphon Jaiwan opened his mouth at night, the other captains also gathered around and expressed their opinions. It's not just Captain Summer Night, that Zaraki is not simple. Tisk, Captain Xiaoya's 11th team is probably really the strongest division under the 1st team now. As soon as Kuchiki Inling's words came out, suddenly, many captains fell silent for a moment. As a strong person standing at the top of the Surighty, no one will really think that they are inferior to others. Although each division has its own responsibilities, everyone rarely takes the initiative to communicate with other captains except for the captain's meeting, but they still have some basic judgments about themselves and other teams. Among the 13 teams of Gotiai, the 1st team is the undisputed strongest team. Putting aside others, Captain Yamamoto alone is a well-deserved strongest god of death. Further down, everyone feels that their squad is not impossible to keep 3 and 2. But now, as Zaraki, who joined the 11th first team, showed his strength, everyone knew that there was a huge gap between his own team and the 11th first team. If there was really an infighting in the Gotiai 13 team, then there was no doubt that the 11th team, which had 2 captain-level powerhouses, needed at least 2 divisions to barely resist. If they lose at the hands of Natsuyo and Zaraki in the end, it will represent the 2 divisions, which is not the limit of the 11th team. However, among the 8 captains who came here to watch Natsuya and Zaraki fight, no one could be sure that they would win the battle when they encountered Zaraki or Natsuyo. Of course, there are also some captains who feel that if they are Bankai, they may not be able to rely on their Bankai ability to gain an advantage or even win the final victory. However, as long as this probability is not 100%, everyone is not sure who is standing in the end. When Kasuke Urahara heard the words strongest division, his expression moved slightly. He felt that this seemed to be some kind of plan related to Captain Summer Night. In the end, Kasuke Urahara shook his head and temporarily suppressed these speculations. Anyway, as long as Captain Natsuya does not pose a threat to Suriitii, then no matter what Captain Natsuya wants to do, he is not interested. However, such speculation still left traces in Kasuke Urahara's heart. He decided that he might have to make some preparations to deal with possible changes in the future. Everyone praised it. Xiaoyi shook his head. You are all my seniors. Compared to you, I am still very immature, and there is still a lot to learn. That is, the 11th team only needs to fight. Otherwise, with my ability, I'm afraid afraid that the duties of the 11th team will be messed up by me. Hearing Xiaoya's self-humility, many captains just smiled. As the captains of each division, although they do not have a systematic source of intelligence like the 2nd division and the 8th division, some things, as long as they want to know, are people to solve their doubts. The 11th team is a combat team, and it only needs to obey the battle edict issued by the Siriidii. Xiaoyi may not have shown anything special in terms of organization, but as a superior, the most important aspect of employing people, Xiaoyi did a good job. The 11th team, what it was like in the hands of Kenpachi in Ghost Strict City, the current captains still remember. And what about the current 11th team? In order, although the strong are also respected, there is no bullying of the strong against the weak in the past. You know, even if it is their own team, there are more or less incidents of seniors oppressing juniors and the strong bullying the weak. It's just that for them, the bottom gods of death will be replaced in 3 or 5 years, or 10 or 8 years. Only by reaching the realm of Shiguan can it exist in the fan for more than 100 years. Therefore, the captains will not change the group consciousness in the team for the sake of those who will inevitably disappear in the team. However, in the 11th team, during the summer night as the captain, the weight of civilian personnel has increased a lot, and other powerful team members, when facing civilian personnel, will not shout loudly but will softly ask civilian personnel to distribute more tasks to themselves. All this is because Xiaoyi put forward the strong spirit of the 11th team. The strong swing the knife at the stronger. The weak are violent towards the weaker. In the 11th team, only strong people are needed. They are all the gods of death in the same division, even if there are differences in strength, but everyone will not admit that they are weak who will only commit violence against the weaker. Instead, they are more keen to challenge the stronger players in the team, because this is the way of the strong of the 11th team. After chatting, many captains prepared to leave with their subordinates. At this time, Captain Kochiki Inling suddenly opened his mouth and stopped everyone. The little daughter Haruko Kochiki is scheduled to get married at the end of the year, and please enjoy the light at that time. Xiaoyi looked up at the Rottenwood silver bell. If he remembers correctly, Kochiki Jinsuzu's son-in-law is Kochiki Hibiki, who has the strongest Zanpakuto Muramesa in the spiritual system. Kochiki Hibiki, also a genius comparable to Ikemara Jin. In particular, his Zanpakuto ability can almost achieve first kill. If the difference in strength between the two sides is not large, Kochiki Hibika can use his own Bankai to sow discord between the enemy's Zanpakuto, and the Bankai cannot be used until the enemy subdues his Zanpakuto again. On the contrary, he will have an additional materialized Zanpakuto enemy with captain-level strength. As for what happened to Kochiki Hibiki, Xiaoyi could only say that he had neither the observation ability to see the truth nor the strong strength to destroy everything. Like a fish in a net, he was played with power techniques, and after knowing the truth, he had too high expectations for Kochiki Jinsuzu, and finally made his mentality collapse, and after defecting from Siriidii, he was sealed by Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto. Once, Xiaoyi also thought about receiving Kochiki Hibiki to the 11th team. However, Xiaoyi didn't know what Kochiki Shangha was called before he joined the Kochiki family, nor did he know where Kochiki Silver Bell found Kochiki Shangha, so he didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, Kochiki Hibiki actually entered Kochiki Silver Bell's field of vision during this time, and with Xiaoya's understanding of Kochiki Inling, since he announced his daughter's wedding date to everyone at this time, it must be that Kochiki Shangha has made a lot of progress in cultivation. Well, either Ryatsu has reached the 5th rank or has completed the primary liberation of the Zanpakuto. Definitely. How the other captains did it, Xiaoyi didn't know. However, Kochiki Shangha's wedding, summer night is going to go. He wanted to observe Kochiki Shangha to see if he wanted to interfere with Kochiki Shangha's future. If Kochiki Shangha joins, then Xiaoyi can start his own plan. After sending the captains away, Xiaoyi first turned on the gravity equipment on his body, then stretched out and walked towards his captain's room. Captain's summer night. Lord Xiaoyi. The gods of death in the 11th team, one by one, looked at Xiaoyi with longing and excitement. As a member of the 11th team, their captain is strong, and they are also proud of it. Mu Chang is human nature. The 11th team shows this nature to the fullest. However, because Xiaoyi determined the definition of strong for the 11th team, the atmosphere of the 11th team was much better than before. This battle with Zaraki increased Xiaoyi's prestige a lot. Xiaoyi also responded with a smile. It can be seen that the importance that these captains who came to watch the game attached to themselves has improved the momentum and mentality of the team members a lot. After returning to the captain's room, what surprised Xiaoyi was that Ikemara Jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku had been waiting here for a while. Xiaoyi, you're back. Well, what's wrong with you? Silver, did you make Ju angry? Seeing that the mood on Matsumoto Ranju's face was not right, Xiaoyi asked Ikemara Jin curiously. Matsumoto Ranju's personality is carefree, optimistic and cheerful. It is synonymous with Matsumoto Ranju. It can be said that at least 60% of the joy of the 11th team is brought by Matsumoto Ranjiku. For so many years, Xiaoyi has hardly seen her angry or sad expression on Matsumoto Ranju's face. Well,
If you think about it, on a summer night, maybe only Ikemaro-jin can make Matsumoto Runju like this. Xiaoyi, persuading quickly. He wants to leave the 11th first team.
Hearing Matsumoto Runju say this, Natsuyi frowned and wanted to ask Ikemaro-jin, but saw a bitter smile on Ikemaro-jin's face. Xiaoyi's heart moved, and he raised his eyebrows at Ikemaro-jin. The market ball silver nodded slightly. Runju, you go out first. I'll talk to Ikemaro to see if I can convince him. Ha, what are you two doing? Looking at Xiaoyi and then at Ikemaro-jin, Matsumoto Ranjiko clearly felt that there was a little secret between Ikemaro-in and Natsuyi that he didn't know. For a while, Matsumoto Runju's mood was even worse. Obviously I came first. Whether it is silver or summer night, I know it first. The two of them also met each other because of themselves. But now it seems that between the three of them, he seems to be the outsider. Although angry, Matsumoto Runju is not an unreasonable person. She knew that since Xiaoyi and In let themselves leave, there must be something they didn't want to know. She believes that whether it is silver or summer night, it is impossible to harm herself. Therefore, although he was a little dissatisfied with Natsuyi and Jin, Matsumoto Runju still left the captain's room obediently, closed the door, and stood in the yard to observe the surroundings vigilantly to prevent anyone from breaking in. Secrets that even oneself does not tell others, naturally others cannot know. Otherwise, it would be bad if it ruined some of In and Xiaoyi's plans. After Matsumoto Ranjiko left, Natsuya raised his right hand, and the tip of his index finger bloomed with golden light, instantly turning into a translucent triangular cone-shaped barrier, enveloping Natsuya and Ikemaro-jin in it. Ordinary things, summer nights are not so vigilant. However, once what Natsuya and Ikemaro-jin are going to say now, once it is leaked, I am afraid that Ikemaro-jin will fall into a crisis. After all, in the Soriety, no, it should be said that in the current Soul Society, there is still a person who knows everything about the Soul Society. The 9th generation of Sword 8, Mole City Sword 8. Mole City Kenpachi's Zanpakuto Yulu Tokuger, after Bankai, can allow Mole City Kenpachi to control everything that is infected by his spirit son. Even Aizen Sasuke was able to completely seal the seal, and Mole City Kenpachi cracked it in 3 days, becoming the only person in the infernal hell who could move freely. In addition, over the years, Mole City Kenpachi has already integrated his spirit son with the entire Soul Society space. For Kenpachi of Mole City, as long as he thinks, there is nothing in the entire Soul Society that can hide from him. In order to prevent Mole City Kenpachi from eavesdropping, Natsuyi first used his own spiritual pressure to completely expel the spirits in the surrounding space, and then arranged the barrier mirror gate. Of course, more importantly, Xiaoyi used his Overlord's domineering ability, Overlord's Territory. The Overlord Territory is the ability possessed by the Overlord Haki after it is powerful to a certain extent, and the owner of the Overlord Domineering can continuously release his Overlord Haki and suppress the Devil Fruit ability within a certain range. After all, the use of Devil Fruit abilities, in addition to consuming physical strength, spiritual power is also an essential part. Under the continuous impact of the high-intensity Overlord Haki, even those with Devil Fruit abilities could not allocate extra energy to use their abilities. In the world of Bleach, Natsuya's Overlord's Territory can naturally suppress Zanpakuto's abilities to a certain extent. Jin, you are leaving the 11th division. Do you mean Aizen Sasuke? After feeling that nothing was wrong, Xiaoyi asked Ikemaro-in. Ikemaro-jin nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. Aizen's plan seems to have reached a very important stage. He asked me to choose between the 3rd division or the 7th division to join and complete the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai as soon as possible. When Xiaoyi heard this, he knew in his heart that the current Aizen Sasuke might have successfully produced Collapsed Jade. Next, Aizen Sasuke is going to start testing whether the ability of Collapsed Jade can help him break the limits of the God of Death. Several civilian captains of the Gotiei 13 team must have entered the experimental list of Sasuke Aizen at this moment, right? The reason why he chose the civilian captain was naturally because Aizen Sasuke was not fully prepared to be an enemy with the Suriitai and Gotiei 13 teams. If the power of the Collapsed Jade is as Aizen Sasuke expected, then these captains can be regarded as a precursor to Aizen Sasuke's attack on the 13th team of the Suriitai court. If the power of the Collapsed Jade is not enough for Aizen Sasuke to break his own limits, then Aizen Sasuke naturally needs to use the power of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon to go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor to find a new way. He asked Ikemaro-jin to complete the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai as soon as possible, thinking that he wanted to let Ikemaro-jin take the position of captain that was missing in the future and provide him with more help. Xiaoyi glanced at Ikemaro's silver. It has been 20 years since Ikemaro-jin became the God of Death. With Ikemaro-jin's talent, he had completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai 10 years ago. Xiaoyi guessed that the record in the Great Spirit Book Corridor that even the most genius God of Death will need at least 10 years to complete the cultivation of Bankai and Master Bankai, which is based on Ikemaro's silver. However, Ikemaro-jin's Ryatsu was still one line away from the 3rd-class Reiwei of the captain level, and Ikemaro-jin had never shown his strength in front of Aizen Sasuke. Therefore, even in Aizen Sasuke's heart, he only guessed that Ikamaru Jin had completed the cultivation of Bankai, but he was not sure.
His explanation to Ikamaru Jin like this can be regarded as a test of Ikamaru Jin.
If Ikamaru Jin could not complete the Bankai cultivation within the time he set, then the value of Ikamaru Jin to him would be much reduced. It is not impossible to abandon Ikamaru's silver.
Silver, I know what you think, and I respect your choice.
However, you are the vice-captain of my 11th team, and now whether it is the 3rd or 7th division, there is a vice-captain.
No matter which division you go to, you can't get the vice-captain's seat.
The other gods of death go to other divisions, all for higher seats.
And if you go to other squadrons and can't get the treatment of the vice-captain, what will the other Shinigami think?
No, Captain Cie, now that I'm leaving the 11th team, it's just right.
Ikamaru Jin shook his head. Captain Natsuya, don't forget, yesterday you invited Zaraki to join the 11th first team.
And the strength shown by Zaraki when you fought with Zaraki today, besides you, Zaraki is the strongest in the 11th team. After Zaraki is healed by Captain Unohana, he will definitely start the challenge of the seat official. I left at this time, and I happen to be able to avoid the battle with Zaraki.
But if you think of you badly, everyone will think badly.
Cie frowned. Although there is still a big gap between Ikamaru Jin's current strength and Zaraki, losing the battle and fleeing without a fight are two concepts.
Ha, Captain Summer Knight, do you think I will care about those things? Summer Knight silence. Indeed, for Ikamaru Jin, the most important thing is undoubtedly Matsumoto Ranjaku. Boom dash. Secondly, it is to kill Aizen Sasuke and take back what Aizen Sasuke took out of Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul.
As for the others, they didn't take Ikamaru Jin to heart at all, let alone their evaluation of Ikamaru Jin.
As for the position of vice-captain,
Aizen told me that the vice-captain of the 3rd division, Chitetsu Soba, and the vice-captain of the 7th division, Katsuki Biman, both said they wanted to retire. As long as I enter the 3rd or 7th division, Aizen promises to retire them as soon as possible and let me return to the position of vice-captain.
Cie nodded slightly.
If others said so, Cie might be suspicious. After all, even Captain Yamamoto can't go to other divisions to designate who will serve as vice-captain. However, Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto Kagami Hanasuajetsu can completely hypnotize people, making them act according to Aizen Sasuke's will to complete Aizen Sasuke's goal. Now, I think those nobles who came to the 46th room of the central government have been completely controlled by Aizen Sasuke. Originally, the central 46th room was very strict about the retirement applications of the gods of death, and they approved a maximum of 10 of the retirement applications of 100 gods of death, and the remaining 90 had to fight for the surwriting until they died. If you are not a nobleman, not a captain, don't think about getting any preferential treatment in the central 46 rooms. Under normal circumstances, even if the retirement application of these two people is approved, it will be delayed for at least 10 years. However, with the secret operation of Aizen Sasuke, even if they retire tomorrow, it is not impossible.
Okay, since you have made your decision, I can only wish you success. What happened? Cie sighed slightly.
He knew that once Ikamaru Jin left the 11th team, in order not to expose his weaknesses, Ikamaru Jin would definitely reduce or even not come to the 11th team in the future, and directly cut off the connection between him and Matsumoto Ranju, so as not to let Matsumoto Ranjaku enter Aizen Sasuke's field of vision. If Aizen Sasuke knew that Matsumoto Ranju was once his experimental subject, and survived after the Spirit King's fingertips were taken by himself, I am afraid it would stimulate Aizen's desire to study Matsumoto Ranju.
At that time, whether it is against Ikamaru Jin or Matsumoto Ranjaku, it will not be a good thing.
Cie's haki is indeed able to perceive the true body of Aizen Soji's mirror flower water, just like Mole City Kenpachi, and can crack Aizen Sasuke's mirror flower water moon. But Summer Knights are different from Mole City Sword 8. At least, he hasn't been able to keep his domineering spirit on for decades.
With a slight flash, Aizen Sasuke can take Matsumoto Ranju away. If Matsumoto Ranjaku suffers an accident, even if Ikamaru Jin and Natsuya finally kill Aizen Sasuke, what is the point? Thank you, Cie. I'll leave it to you.
Bowing to Cie, Ikamaru Jin stood up, and with a flick of his fingers, he destroyed the barrier of the mirror gate. Looking at the back of Ikamaru-in, Cie was silent. He remembered that in the original trajectory of the God of Death, when Aizen Sasuke attacked the other captains, Ikamaru Jin was not as high as Aizen Sasuke's chest. Perhaps, this is Ikamaru Jin feels that maintaining a child's posture in front of Aizen Sasuke for a long time can make Aizen Sasuke maintain a more magnanimous attitude towards himself. And now, because of the intervention of Summer Knights, Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku reunited after less than 2 years of separation.
More than 20 years have passed, and both Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku have grown into adults. Have you changed their fate?
In the end, Cie shook her head. Judging from the current situation, the development of Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku is no different. After all, I didn't intervene too much in this matter. However, after all, Ikamaru Jin had learned kendo from himself for more than 10 years, and now Ikamaru Jin's strength was definitely much stronger than that of Ikamaru Jin in the same period when he was not himself.
That's it, it's a big deal. deal. In the end I'll just look at some city Maru silver. What? Cultivate hard and strive to achieve that even in the Soul Society or the Void Circle, it can affect the degree of Aizen. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi touched the Zanpakuto on his waist. The ability of the Soldier Chief Department is black, and all the black of all the soldiers is the power of the Soldier Department of the Soldier Department of Ichibai. So, can he sublimate the ability of the Shining Fruit again, so that he can also reach the realm of Ichibai of the Soldier Lord, and let all the light become his own strength? When Ichibai dies, he can be reborn as long as his name is called. What about yourself? Is it possible to achieve that as long as there is still light in the world, you will not die or die? Summer night. Just when Xiaoyi was thinking about how to sublimate his abilities, Matsumoto Runju rushed into the captain's room with red eyes. Silver is gone. Xiaoyi, Ian said that the 11th team doesn't need him anymore. Is it true? This guy Ikemara Jin is really bad enough. Hearing Matsumoto Runju ask himself this, Xiaoyi could only angrily scold Ikemara Jin for not talking about martial arts in his heart. Are you kidding? Obviously, it was Ikemara Jin who wanted to get close to Aizen to complete what Aizen Sasuke explained, but this guy pushed the pot on himself. Really, he was not a son of man. However, the real situation, Xiaoyi naturally can't talk to Matsumoto Runju. Runju, don't listen to that guy from Ikemaru. Natsuki shook his head. In fact, the real situation is exactly the opposite of what Ikemaru said. It's not that the 11th squad doesn't need Ikemaru, but Ikemaru doesn't need the 11th squad anymore. After setting the tone for this matter and stabilizing Matsumoto Runju's emotions, Xiaoyi slowly thought about the reason in his mind. Runju, you also know that Ikemaru is a genius. For you, 20 years have already allowed you to step into the ranks of senior officials. So, do you think that now, 20 years later, Ikemaru's strength is still limited to the vice captain? In the 11th team, if you want to be the captain, you must challenge me and defeat me in the presence of more than 200 players. In the past, Ikemaru may have had such an idea. However, after yesterday's battle with Zaraki, Ikemaru knew that it was almost impossible for him to defeat me to become the captain in a short period of time. So, in order to stand in front of me on an equal footing in the future, Ikemaru decided to join other divisions. He felt that becoming the captain of other divisions was much less difficult than becoming the captain of the 11th team. As Xiaoyi spoke, even Xiaoyi himself felt that this was the truth about Ikemara Jin's departure from the 11th first team. You also know that although Ikemaru looks kind on the surface, he is more proud than anyone else in his heart. So that's how it is. After listening to Xiaoyi's explanation, Matsumoto Runju was stunned. Indeed, as Xiaoyi said, Silver is very proud. Although Inan himself and Xiaoyi are all the closest family members. But among the three, Xiaoyi is the captain of the 11th team, and his identity, status, and strength are all well-deserved and strongest. Ikemaru is also a genius, and he was known as Ikemaru Silver II on summer nights. Who would have thought that Xiaoyi's strength was so much stronger than everyone expected, and after only 3 days into the 11th team, he defeated the original captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi Anaganjo, and became the new captain of the 11th team. Since then, it has not been compared with Ikemara Jin on summer nights, but on the contrary, Ikemara Jin has become the object of comparison. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the summer night that pulled Ikemara Jin to the 11th team, I am afraid that Natsuya would have become the mountain that Ikemara Jin wanted to cross before assassinating Aizen Sasuke. Even if Ikemara Jin joins the 11th first team, it does not mean that Ikemara Jin has no idea about surpassing the summer night in his heart. In the final analysis, Ikemara Jin at that time probably felt in his heart that the strongest and most incomprehensible person in the entire Surei court was probably Aizen Sasuke. When he was still weak, he dared to set the goal of killing Aizen Sasuke, so what else did Ikemara Jin dare not think about? Since it is Silver that wants to move forward, then there is no way. Matsumoto Runju sighed, accepting Xiaoyi's statement. Unlike Ikemaru, Matsumoto Runju did not feel that having two powerful family members would bear any burden on him. Rather, it is precisely because of the family of Ikemara Jin and Xiaoyi, whose talents and strength surpass most geniuses, that Matsumoto Ranjuku feels that his life is very easy. If it weren't for the fact that he was often pressed by Xiaoyi to practice, I am afraid that Matsumoto Runju would have wanted to lie flat long ago. Runju, although Ikemaru is gone, your seat should go to the previous one. However, you also know that our 11th squad joined 2 members yesterday. Among them, I am going to let Zaraki take over as the vice captain of the 11th team. Well, Zaraki's strength is very strong, so he became the vice captain of the 11th team, and everyone was convinced. Matsumoto Runju nodded. In yesterday's battle, everyone in Team 11 also saw the power of Zaraki. Therefore, even if Natsuki violated the rules of the 11th team and directly appointed Zaraki as the vice captain of the 11th team, no one was convinced. After all, no one in the 11th team except Natsuya would feel that if Zaraki challenged, he would be able to keep his seat. In addition, Yuichiro Kusaka, who joined the 11th first team with Zaraki, although I won't give her any preferential treatment, but with her strength, she is enough to defeat everyone in the 11th first team except me and Zaraki. Matsumoto Runju was surprised. How strong strong as the 8,000 stream. Well, perhaps, she's stronger than you think. Xia Yi nodded. Kusaka Yasenryu is the embodiment of Zanpakuto.
Even if she was given a name by Zaraki and became a being similar to the god of death, she also had her own Zanpakuto.
But her essence is still a twin with Zaraki, a spirit born by Zaraki's soul.
Don't look at the small one of the grass deer 8,000 streams. Her spiritual pressure is at least a third-class spiritual power. This alone makes Kusaka Yachiryu a strong player who can rank above the captain level. That is, Kusaka Yachiryu did not cultivate Bankai, otherwise, she would also be a strong person with captain-level strength.
That's it. Matsumoto Ranju covered his head and said painfully, I have only served 5 seats for a few months, and this is going to drop to 6?
Ha, Zaraki's position as vice-captain will be announced tomorrow along with Ikemaru's departure. On the side of Kusaka Yakachiryu, it is estimated that it will not start the challenge until Zaraki returns from treatment from the 4th division.
If you don't want your seat to regress, just practice hard.
Perhaps, in the past few days, you can still make some breakthroughs, and finally defeat the 4th seat in the challenge of the seat official and keep your seat. There are a total of 20 officers in a team. Among them, the last 3 seats are all called last seats, 17 to 11, called low-level seat officials, and 5 to 10 seats, which are regarded as middle seat officials. If there are more than 5 seats, it can be regarded as a senior seat official. There is a clear status gap between the upper and middle officials. Although it is not yet up to the difference between the deputy captain and the ordinary officer, every senior officer has 2 subordinates who are directly subordinate to the low-level officer.
Matsumoto Ranjiku, who is used to ordering his subordinates to complete tasks and is lazy, really can't imagine what he would do if he returned to the time when he needed to perform the task by himself. Boom! Matsumoto Ranjiku's talent is not low.
The reason why her performance is mediocre is because her light is covered by Natsu Knight and Ikemara Jin.
If it weren't for a genius, how could he become the vice-captain of the 10th division in the future?
What's more, the current Matsumoto Ranju has been taught by Xiaoyi, whether it is swordsmanship, white fighting, instantaneous or ghost path, the attainments are not weak. Work harder, add more real experience, and it will not be difficult to beat the 4 seats.
Okay, I didn't expect a summer night.
A week later, Zaraki and Kusaka Yachiryu returned from the 4th division, and Zaraki did not refuse the position of vice-captain of the 11th first team. Kusaka Yachiryu also began to start his own challenge according to the rules of the 11th first team. Not only Matsumoto Ranjiku, but even the original Sansei Ichino's Maki of the 11th first team was easily defeated by him.
Think about how unlucky Ichino's Maki is.
During Kenpachi's tenure as captain of Onagan City, Maki Ichino's was the vice-captain of Team 11.
After Natsuya served as the captain of the 11th first team, Maki Ichino's could continue to serve as the vice-captain. But unfortunately, Maki Ichino's was still healing in the 4th division when he challenged Kenpachi Onaganjo on a summer night, and he didn't
believe that Natsuya, who was about the same strength as himself the day before, could defeat Lord Onaganjo, so he didn't recognize Natsu. In this way, he naturally would not serve as the vice-captain of Xiaoyi, and after Maki Ichino's recognized Natsu, Natsuya invited Ikemara Jin to come to the 11th team to become the vice-captain through the common exchange meeting of the Gotiei 13 team. By the way, at the exchange meeting, Maki Ichino's had already lost to Ikemara Jin. Even if he wanted to become the vice-captain of the 11th first team again, his strength would not allow it. Now, Ikemara Jin has left the 11th first team, and it stands to reason that Maki Ichino's can also make up for it and become the vice-captain of the 11th first team. However, who would have thought that Ikemara Jin had left? But there was a Zaraki who was stronger and more desperate than Ikemara Jin. However, what Maki Ichino's didn't expect was that the little girl who joined the 11th first team with Zaraki actually had such strong strength. In the face of Kusaka Yachiryu's attack, Ichino's Maki clearly blocked Kusaka Yachiryu's Zanpakuto, but he was hit by 2 other invisible attacks. That is, the grass deer 8,000 streams have no intention of killing.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm really going to lie down.
Even Ichino's Maki lost to Kusaka Yakichiryu, and Matsumoto Ranjiku was no exception. However, under the high-intensity training of the summer night in the past few days, Matsumoto Ranjiku also successfully defeated the original 4 seats and retained his 5 seats.
Captain Kuchiki, congratulations. Kuchiki's family, Natsu Knight, brought Matsumoto Ranjiku to attend the wedding of Kuchiki Haruko and Kuchiki Hibiki. Is this Captain Kuchiki's son-in-law?
Sure enough, he is a genius valued by Captain Kuchiki. Whether it is strength or character, there is no fault. Looking at the slightly green rottenwood Xianghe, Xiaoyi praised it without hesitation.
However, the truth is indeed as Xiaoyi said.
Kuchiki Xianghe and Kuchiki Tsangjuan stood behind Kuchiki Yinling together, but from the momentum of the two, it can be seen that compared with Kuchiki Xianghe, Kuchiki Tsangjuan is not a little worse, where Captain Summer Night is wrongly praised. Although he was very happy that he could get such a high evaluation from Captain Natsuya, Kochiki Hibiki did not have the slightest arrogance on his face. In Maoria Jutsu Academy, Captain Natsuya has always been my idol and the target of our pursuit. It's my honor to really meet Captain Summer Night today.
Ha, I am also very honored to be your target. Normally, I'm in the 11th team. If you have any confusion in Kendo, you can go to the 11th team to find me.
Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Kochiki Shangha was overjoyed. However, he just wanted to respond, but suddenly remembered that he was no longer Hoshino Hibiki, but Kochiki Hibiki. Every decision he made represented a certain bias of the Kochiki family. Therefore, Kochiki Hibiki looked at his father-in-law, Kochiki Jinsuzu. If Lord Yingling didn't let him, even if he looked forward to it in his heart, he wouldn't do anything that would damage the reputation and interests of the Kochiki family. Shangha, since Lord Xiaoyi has the heart to guide you, then you can go to the 11th team when you have time.
Seeing Kochiki Hibiki's movements, Kochiki Yingling was very satisfied in his heart.
From this small action, he could see that Kochiki Shangha had already shouldered the responsibility of the Kochiki family.
Don't have any psychological burden. Before you, Byakuya was also mentored by Captain Summer Night. Is it white? For a while, the Rottenwood sounded like a river. After being taken to Kochiki's house by Kochiki Jinsuzu-sama, Kochiki Hibikawa and Kochiki Byakuya also met. Similarly, as a genius valued by Kochiki Jinsuzu, Byakuya Kochiki naturally wanted to know the gap between himself and the genius in Maoria Jutsu Academy.
So, both of them have fought. Although Kochiki Hibiki's spirit was pressed on Kochiki Byakuya, in the kendo battle, Kochiki Hibikawa did not gain any advantage from Kochiki Byakuya. This made Kochiki Hibiki feel whether Lord Kochiki Jinsuzu was hiding his secrets when teaching himself. But now it seems that it is not Lord Kochiki Jinsuzu who is hiding it from himself, but Byakuya has received the guidance of Lord Summer Night. If he could also get the guidance of Lord Xiaoyi, then his swordsmanship would not be impossible to improve.
That Summer Night Lord,
please give me more advice in the future.
Natsuyi nodded,
and when he saw that other captains were arriving behind, he no longer occupied the time of Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibikawa and others, and asked Kochiki Jinsuzu to take Kochiki Hibiki to show his face in front of many captains of the Gotei 13 team.
Everyone also knows what the main purpose of Kochiki Jinsuzu is: to recruit a son-in-law for his daughter at this time.
If nothing else, in the next few decades, Kochiki Hibiki will become a member of everyone. Therefore, the captains also gave Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibiki a lot of face, and did not skimp on their appreciation at all. For the captains, there is nothing wrong with this. After all, no matter how you say it, Kochiki Hibikawa is also a genius who can complete the primary liberation training of the Zanpakuto within 3 years. Although compared to Ikemaro Jin, a super genius like Natsuya is a little worse, but he is also a person who can break through to the captain level. Make friends with the future captain of the 6th division in advance, and if you encounter something related to the nobles, you can also know the intentions of the nobles through Kochiki Hibikawa and make your own response.
A wedding banquet eventually turned into a meet and greet.
However, neither the Kochiki family nor the guests who came to participate in the Kochiki family's son-in-law recruitment felt that there was anything wrong with this.
That's great.
After leaving the 6th division, Matsumoto Ranju followed Xiaoyi, half-heartedly kicking a small stone on the road, his words full of envy.
I really don't know. When will I marry my beloved like Miss Haruko?
Rest assured.
At most, no more than 200 years, I will tie Ikemara back and marry you.
Hearing Matsumoto Ranju's muttering, Xiaoyi said smoothly, however, Ranju, in the future, there may be some turmoil in the Siriidii. So, your cultivation can't be stopped. If you died in a certain mission before I tied Ikemara back and married you, I didn't have the means to resurrect you, and you could only die with regrets.
Allah, the little brother of Xiaoyi actually teased my sister.
Matsumoto Ranju was not shy by Xiaoyi, but was close to Xiaoyi, and secretly asked Xiaoyi, however, Xiaoyi's little brother, is there a girl you like in the Siriiding? You tell me secretly, I'll go and tell you the front station, and I guarantee that I will inquire about the girl's information for you.
Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. Come on, I'm only interested in cultivation. TSK, don't you find it boring? Or, brother Xiaoyi, you actually like me too? It's just because you know about me and Ian that you decided to quit to fulfill us? What and what? Xiaoyi was almost laughed at by Matsumoto Ranju.
Ranju, I think you have been slacking off in cultivation during this time, and you still have the mind to think about these things and not.
Is Matsumoto Ranju beautiful?
Pretty. If the current Inoue Oraheim is in charge of appearance, then Matsumoto Ranju can be regarded as the appearance of the Gotei 13 team.
Do you like Matsumoto Ranju on summer nights?
Like, but not the kind of love between lovers.
At the beginning, Natsuyi was taken care of by Matsumoto Ranju and was regarded as a younger brother by Matsumoto Ranju.
When Xiaoyi grew up, he became a family member who regarded Natsumoto Ranju as his sister. Besides, Xiaoyi originally felt regret for the original ending of Ikemaro Jin and Matsumoto Ranjuku, and now he has the ability to protect such a shocking relationship, and Natsuyi will naturally not let this become a regret again. Now he heard Matsumoto Runju say that he liked her, which made Xiaoyi wonder if Matsumoto Runju was some later heroine who had read too much. Let's go, I'll give you some special training first and let you brainwash. Don't do it. Xiaoyi, it's my fault, let me go. Ignoring Matsumoto Runju's cry, Xiaoyi directly grabbed Matsumoto Runju's Death Overlord outfit on the back of his neck and dragged Matsumoto Runju backwards to the training ground of the 11th First Team like a dead fish. When the other team members saw the scene, they all showed envious expressions. Captain Summer Knight's personal guidance, I'm afraid only Matsumoto Runju Wuxi can enjoy it. As for Matsumoto's screams, isn't this normal? Which of them was not beaten to the point of crying father and mother when they were instructed by Captain Xiaoyi? However, the harder you are beaten, the greater the improvement. Only under Captain Xiaoyi's stick can they know that they still have so many weaknesses, and they can get the corresponding cultivation method from Xiaoyi Gujiyu. Ah, it's much more comfortable. Looking at Matsumoto Runju who fell to the ground, Xiaoyi stretched. Sure enough, people's happiness will be transferred. The smile on Matsumoto Runju's face before has now completely shifted to Xiaoyi's face. By the way, Runju, I'm going to Mao Spiritual Academy to see if there are any good seedlings this year. Do you want to go with me? Clapping his hands, Xiaoyi walked up to Matsumoto Runju and bowed his head to Matsumoto Runju. I'm tired, I don't want to move, go by yourself. Matsumoto Runju waved her hand, saying that she wanted to lie down now. No way, the training intensity of summer nights is too high. Now Matsumoto Runju's Ryatsu is basically exhausted, and the Death Overlord costume on her body is the exclusive training costume of the members of the 11th team, which has more than 100 pounds. Without the amplification of Ryatsu, Matsumoto Runju couldn't move at all. Okay, then you can stay here. Since Matsumoto Runju didn't want to go, Xiaoyi ignored it and turned around and walked towards Mao Spiritual Academy. At the end of last year, Natsuya attended the wedding of Kochiki Jinsuzu's daughter Kochiki Haruko and her son-in-law Kochiki Hibiki. It was in the exchange with Kochiki Jinsuzu that Natsuya learned that Kochiki Hibiki was brought back to the Kochiki family by Kochiki Jinsuzu directly from Mao Spiritual Academy. According to Kochiki Jinsuzu, when he went to Mao Ryujutsu Academy, there were two people whose spiritual pressure was comparable to Kochiki Hibiki. It's just that one person is too feminine, and the other is too hot-blooded, and it is not suitable as the facade of the Kochiki family at all, so Kochiki Inling chose Kochiki Shangha. From Kochiki Jinsuzu's mouth, Xiaoyi guessed that the person who was too feminine and too hot-blooded might be the role of Yumiko Iasakawa and Madarame that he had met in Flowing Soul Street. Both of them are not low in talent and have the potential to be at the captain level. Among them, the corner of Madarame has completed the cultivation of Bankai before the curtain of the Shinigami plot begins. Although it is jokingly called the weakest Bankai by many netizens, Bankai is Bankai. As the standard configuration of captains, the corner of Madarame can be regarded as one of the strong at the captain level. As for Iasakawa Yumika, his Zanpakuto glass-colored peacock's true ability is to absorb the enemy's Ryatsu and bloom flowers that can restore its own Ryatsu. Once bound by the glass-colored peacock, even if it is a captain-level powerhouse, the Ryatsu will be devoured and slaughtered. Moreover, both of them will join the 11th team in the future, becoming the 3rd and 5th seats of the 11th team. Now, although the two of them have not met Zaraki, they are also defeated by Natsuyi with absolute invincibility. Coupled with Xiaoyi's words before leaving, Xiaoyi had reason to believe that their worship of themselves would not be inferior to their admiration for Zaragi in the future. Now because of Natsuyi, not only Zaraki came to Suriitai in advance, but even Madarame Kaku and Iasakawa Yumachika entered the Mao Ryujutsu Academy in advance, and Natsuya naturally wanted to see the current situation of the two of them. As a strong man who came out of the Flowing Soul Street, Xiaoyi also had to understand the attitude of the two of them towards the Flowing Soul Street. After all, what Xiaoyi wants to do in the future will affect more than just a few people. If Xiaoyi had no helper by his side, it would be difficult for him to accomplish this feat on his own. Even the strongest god of death Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni had to form the 13th guard team to protect the Suriitai. Before the formation of the 13th Gotiei team, the Suriitai had been broken by the Void Circle, and the king of the Void Circle at that time also hit the Spirit King's palace after defeating Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. However, in the end, he was defeated by Ichibai of the Warlord Department, and erased the name of the king of the Void Circle, made it into a Zanpakuto, and re-gave it the name Jiji Hiba. And the other king of the Virtual Circle was also slashed by the Zanpakuto of Ichibai of the Soldier Lords Department, sealing half of his strength. Even so, this king of the Virtual Circle is still the strongest in the Virtual Circle. However, now, this king of the Virtual Circle may have been taken under Aizen Sasuke. Boom, boom, boom. After all, Aizen Sasuke's collapsed jade has been made and has begun the virtual Shinigami experiment. After Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni formed the Gotiei 13 team, the second crisis of Suriitai, the Annihilator group from the Empire of Light was defeated by it. Well, even Aizen Sasuke has formed a force like 10 blades. Now on a summer night, the strength is still some distance away from Aizen Sasuke and Yamamoto
Genryosai Shigakuni. Even what the two of them wanted to do needed power, and what Xiaoyi wanted to do was more than what they wanted to do. Therefore, Xiaoyi must ensure that the forces he has formed must at least have power that can rival or even surpass the Gotiei 13 and the Void Circle 10 blades, so that there is a glimmer of hope for change. Therefore, in Xiaoyi's memory, anyone with the potential of captain level will pay more attention to Xiaoyi to see if he can bind it to his chariot in the future. When Natsuyo came to Mao Ryujutsu Academy, Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumichika were practicing on the playground. At this time, it has been 3 years since Madara Kaku and Ayase-kawa Yumichika joined Mao Ryujutsu Academy. With the strength of Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika, they have naturally completed 6 years of study at Mao Ryujutsu Academy and become a 6th-year student at Mao Ryujutsu Academy. In these 6 years, Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika focused on cultivating the swordsmanship left by Natsuyi. In Xiaoyi's opinion, the current battle between the two of them can barely be regarded as a few points. Their fighting style in Flowing Soul Street was nothing more than relying on the speed and power brought by the more powerful Ryatsu to crush the enemy. When encountering Ryatsu that is not as good as one's own, it is natural to win 100 battles. Boom! But if the enemy's Ryatsu is not inferior to their own at all, and their combat skills are superior to the two, then they will naturally be defeated. Wow! Of course, the battle between Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika for so many years in Flowing Soul Street is not without benefits. At least, the fighting consciousness of the two of them is much stronger than that of ordinary people. This can be seen from the battle between Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika. Wow! In battle, whether it is Madarame Kaku or Ayase-kawa Yumichika, it is not a rigid use of swordsmanship. In particular, Madarame's strong sense of battle, as well as his strong desire to fight, make Madarame's body respond first when encountering a crisis, so as to avoid more damage to himself. As for Ayasegawa Yumichika, this aspect is not as good as Madarame's corner. However, compared to the corner of Madarame, Yumichika Ayase-kawa seems calmer. In the view of Xiaoyi, Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika in the kendo, may create their own sword skills before Madarame Kaku, but the corner of Madarame will inevitably comprehend the breadth of all things before Ayasegawa Yumichika and step into the realm of the swordsman of cutting iron. After all, the most important thing in the realm of swordsman is enlightenment, and enlightenment is divided into mental enlightenment and realization. Inner realization is to gain insight into the true meaning of swordsmanship and use his own swordsmanship skills to slash in the air. The realization is that he is not very clear, but his body has mastered the ability to cut iron in cultivation or battle again and again. I can't say which one is better, I can only say that it depends on the talent. Those who understand the mind are not necessarily weak. It is not impossible for people who understand it to understand the true meaning of swordsmanship after many practices. After watching for a while, Natsuki did not go to meet with Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumiko. Since he said at the beginning, if he wanted Madarame to come up to him and tell him his name, then Xiaoyi would naturally abide by the agreement. Although compared with that time, the current summer night goal has changed a lot, and there are new arrangements for Madarame and Ayase-kawa Yumichika, but summer night will not go against their own will. This kind of thing itself requires like-minded people to work together to pass on their own will. Otherwise, even if Xiaoyi finally fulfilled his dream, so that the people of the entire Soul Society Flowing Soul Street no longer had to endure hunger, but after Xiaoyi left or died, the will that no one inherited would still make the Flowing Soul Street return to its current appearance and become a material for the three realms to be balanced by the Soriety. Moreover, since Madarame Kaku and Ayase-kawa Yumichika have both skipped to the 6th grade, then think about it, they will soon apply for the graduation assessment and enter the Gotiei 13 team. With the personality of Madarame, he will only enter the 11th team. As for Yumichika Ayasegawa, he is a pendant of Madarame, and no matter what choice Madarame makes in the corner, he will follow Madarame. And the corner of Madara also trusts Ayase-kawa Yumichika very much. Every time he was injured, Yumichika Ayasegawa would guard him. In addition to the corner of Madarame, Yumichika Ayasegawa, there are several geniuses who came out of the Flowing Soul Street. Those with the potential of captain level include Renji Abarai, Rukia, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Shubei Hisaki. Tianbei Shouju is not impossible to win. At the level of vice captain, there is Hinamori Momo, and Madarame's sister Shino Madarame. There are also many at the level of officials. After leaving the Mao Spiritual Art Academy, many people's names appeared in Xiaoyi's heart again. These people who came out of the Flowing Soul Street are most likely people who want to change the Flowing Soul Street. Of course, if they don't want to, Xiaoyi won't force it. However, once there is a conflict between Flowing Soul Street and Suriting, if they stand opposite themselves, Xiaoyi will not show mercy. The orthodoxy of this Soul Society may not always be the Suritii. Millions of years have made the Spirit King feel disappointed in the current world. He couldn't bear to destroy the three realms, so he sought silence, and along with his remnants, he joined Yuhabaka's camp and hit the Spirit King's palace. I just don't know if the current Spirit King sees his future. If he really saw it, would the Spirit King still sit seek death and liberation? The future cannot be foreseen by anyone except the Spirit King. Even if you are that omniscient and omnipotent after absorbing the Spirit King, doesn't you not see that the Annihilator after being absorbed by his own holy farewell will leave behind silver particles that can restrain his omniscience and omnipotence? If he saw it, he would definitely not be hit by that silver arrow. Yubaka's omniscient omnipotence is one of the pinnacle abilities of the Shinigami world, but any existence known to him could not cause him harm. It also means that if you want to hurt or kill Yubaka, you must have a power that you don't know. At this point, Xiaoyi felt that she could still be satisfied. Whether it is the realm of the world's greatest swordsman or the three-color domineering, for Yubaka it is unknown. As long as his spiritual pressure is improved, the battle with Yubaka may be easier than the battle with Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Now there are more than 100 years before the start of the plot of the God of Death. Some of them haven't appeared in the Soul Society yet. I may also be able to go to Flowing Soul Street from time to time to make sure I can spot them as soon as possible. In this way, it's not that you can't change something, and at the same time, it can make them grow faster. In Natsugo's plan, if possible, Kachiki Scarlet really wants to be saved, and the 6 friends who have lived with Renji Abarai and Rukia for many years but were finally buried by them must also be saved. Of course, Mao Spiritual Academy, they still have to go. The 4 skills of the God of Death, Summer Knights can teach them. However, Zanpakuto requires them to become Shinigami before they can get it. Natsuyu was not yet arrogant enough to think that his teachings would allow the geniuses of Flowing Soul Street to make up for the gap caused by the Zanpakuto. Rifen Valley Winter Lion Lang doesn't care. He himself is the person chosen by the strongest Zanpakuto Hyarinmaru in the ice and snow system. Even if he doesn't need to use shallow hitting as a carrier, he can condense his Ryatsu into Hyarinmaru. But others are different. Without Asada as a carrier, their Shinigami power could not condense their own Zanpakuto at all. After all, not everyone is the little Spirit King like Ichigo Kurosaki, who was born with the power of death, the power of the void, the power of the complete manifestation technique, and the power of destruction. Even if it is a corner of Madarame, a person like Yumichika Iasekawa, if he doesn't go to Mao Spiritual Art Academy, his achievements will not be high. As for those in the Spirit King's palace, their duty is to protect the Spirit King. As long as Xiaoyi didn't hit the Spirit King's palace, they might not care about everything that happened in the Soul Society. Of course, by that time, Xiaoyi might be able to single-handedly challenge the Zero Division. After all, as a naval admiral, once Xiaoyi defects, he will inevitably be judged as a pirate, setting off the reform of the Soul Society, and may also be judged as a revolutionary army or rebel army. At that time, Xiaoyi, as the leader, will definitely be rewarded with achievements from the bottom to the top. That is, miscellaneous pirates, white achievements for ordinary soldiers, 10 million bounties, blue achievements for elite soldiers. A reward of more than 100 million yuan is a purple achievement for cadres, the Pirate Emperor, the golden achievement of the leader of the revolutionary army, and the final One Piece achievement. One Piece, even if it is a golden achievement, is definitely the top golden achievement. As for One Piece, it is estimated that there is only the King of the World. Xiaoyi guessed that the King of the World was definitely a god-level achievement that surpassed the golden achievement, with a personality equivalent to Imu, a soldier in charge of the army, and a friend before the Spirit King was devoured. At that time, these achievement rewards will greatly improve Xiaoyi's strength. Not to mention anything else, even if it is just the most basic cultivation time, it can make Xiaoyi grow to its peak. In terms of Ryatsu, hundreds of years are enough for Summer Knights to grow to the limit of death. In terms of body, Charlotte Lingling stood at the top of the world when she was only a teenager, and since then she has been giving birth to children for more than 50 years and is still a pirate emperor. Xiaoyi himself didn't know to what extent he would develop the steel balloon, the strongest physique in the pirate world, for hundreds of years, with weight-bearing equipment and gravity equipment. Xiaoyi is not Charlotte Lingling, but she does not have the flaw of eating disorder. In other words, in the future, in addition to paying attention to sealing and other abilities that can affect the soul, the body's defenses are invincible. What he needs to consider is how to enhance his own attacks, and how to make his perception range and perception accuracy of Shoan and smell hockey be greatly improved. Whoosh! New team members, please follow me. Bell. Boom! In front of the gate of the 11th team, Matsumoto Ranjiku waved his hand and said to the 11th team in front of him, "I am the 5th seat of the 11th team, Matsumoto Ranjiku. Now, I'll take you to complete the team registration first. At the same time, I will also tell you about the rules of the 11th team." A group of teenagers in white cadet costumes followed Matsumoto Ranjiku, curiously looking at the environment of the 11th first team, and at the same time, they also pricked up their ears to listen to Matsumoto Ranju's introduction. Every place has its own rules, which is a fact that everyone knows. Flowing Soul Street has the rules of Flowing Soul Street. The Saraitai has the rules of the Saraitai. The nobility has the rules of the nobility. My Young Spiritual Academy has the rules of My Young Spiritual Academy. The 13 guards also have the rules of the 13 guards. The 11th team naturally has the
the rules of the 11th team. Since everyone has decided to join the 11th team, they must naturally know the rules of the 11th team so that they can better adapt to the atmosphere of the 11th team. If they do not have absolute strength, then violating certain rules may make it difficult for them to move in the team. Even the two of them, Ikako Madarame and Yumika Ayasegawa, no longer communicated at this time, but quietly followed Matsumoto Ranju. Even if they feel that their strength is stronger than that of ordinary gods of death, they also know that this is the squad that the man belongs to. The corner of Madarame was to stand in front of the man again and ask him to tell his name in person. Before that, Madarame didn't want to be expelled from the team for violating the rules of the 11th team. Our 11th team is the combat team, the captain, and it is Lord Xiaoyi. Our team training was also spoken by the adults on summer nights and was finally recognized by everyone. That's it. The strong swing the knife at the stronger. The weak are violent towards the weaker. The 11th team is the fan team where the strong are located, and the players in the fan team are all strong people. Listening to these words from Matsumoto Ranjiko's mouth, suddenly, the students behind them who had just graduated from Mao Spiritual Art Academy all gasped, feeling an inexplicable aura rising from their hearts. Yes, the strong swing the knife at the stronger. The weak are violent towards the weaker. Since they have joined the 11th first team, they are naturally strong and must follow the way of the strong. A true warrior is to challenge the strong. As for bullying the weak, it will naturally be despised. Matsumoto Ranju's eyes narrowed slightly, observed the expressions on everyone's faces, and nodded slightly. It seems that everyone has a good heart. In the 11th team, the strong are the most respected. The organizational structure of the 11th team, from the bottom to the top, is ordinary team members, elite team members, seat officers, vice captains, and captains. In the future, your own position in the 11th team needs to be fought for by yourself with your own strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can all challenge Captain Xiaoyi directly. After victory, you will be the new captain of the 11th squadron. Come to think of it, since everyone has chosen Team 11th, you should have heard the legend of Captain Summer Night. Here, I want to tell you that everything you know is true. On the first day of joining the 11th team, Captain Summer Night challenged all the way from an ordinary team member and eventually became the vice captain of the 11th team. The next day, he directly challenged the former captain of the 11th squadron, Kenpachi Ghost, and on the third day, after the players arrived, Captain Natsui defeated Kenpachi Ghost Castle and became the new captain of the 11th squad under the witness of more than 200 players. Hey, if you challenge Captain Summer Night directly today, maybe you can break Captain Summer Night's record. When everyone saw the smile on Matsumoto Ranju's face, not only did they not have a trace of heartbeat, but there were also a few black lines hanging down their foreheads. Sister, what are you kidding? Do you really think they are novice who doesn't understand anything? Even the strongest Madarame horn can't defeat Captain Summer Night, right? Seeing that many students looked at the bald head, Matsumoto Ranjiko's eyes rolled, came to the center of Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumachika, and put his hands on their shoulders. You too, are you the chief and second this year? Have you ever considered challenging Captain Summer Night directly? You know, this is the rule set by Captain Xiaoyi specifically for the geniuses who joined the 11th first team. If you miss today, if you want to challenge the captain in the future, you can only challenge the captain one by one, and after becoming the vice captain, you can challenge the captain. After all, if anyone can challenge Captain Xiaoyi directly, then Captain Xiaoyi doesn't have to practice and do things, and it is enough for him to deal with challengers every day. This rule is not Matsumoto Ranju's nonsense. The 11th team is divided into classes by strength. The definition of strong left by Xiaoyi. Even if the strength is insufficient, many team members will challenge the stronger god of death. If there is no rule, the officials will be exhausted to deal with the challenges of ordinary deaths and elite deaths every day. How? Therefore, Xiaoyi set the rules that everyone needs to challenge one level at a time. In this way, the largest number of ordinary reapers will not target the officials, and the elite reapers, if they encounter challenges, will only fight once or twice a day, which does not have much impact. However, for the new people who join the 11th first team, if they have strong strength, the challenge of going up level by level may make them upset and deal a heavy blow to ordinary Shinigami and elite reaper. Therefore, for the new Shinigami who joined the 11th division, he has the right to directly challenge all ranks of Shinigami, including the captain. As long as you are confident, you can directly challenge those you think you can beat, including the captain. This is the case with Zaraki, who joined the team the day before, challenged Natsui, and officially started fighting the next day under everyone's witness. In the case of Kusaka Yachiryu, because Zaraki was injured and went to the 4th division to take care of him for a few days, after returning, he still challenged the first level to 3 seats according to the rules of the 11th first team. Matsumoto Ranjiku provoked Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumiko to challenge Natsui in this way, not to let them die. After all, as the captain of the 11th team, Xiaoyi would not kill the team members who challenged him. Even if it was Zaragi's challenge, Natsui foresaw the future that Zaraki could resist in his own domineering spirit, and then he would cut the last slash. And Madarame Kaku and Ayasegawa Yumachika are the geniuses of this Mao Spiritual Academy, and it is even even more impossible for Natsuya to hurt them. At best, they would only let Xiaoyi waste some time dealing with their challenges.
And this is the real purpose of Matsumoto Runju.
Perhaps because he had a clearer plan for the future,
Xiaoyi grasped Matsumoto Runju's cultivation very tightly.
If you can divide some time for summer nights to do other things, then Matsumoto Runju will naturally have more time to rest, lazy. It's just that what disappointed Matsumoto Runju, in the face of the temptation of a beauty like her to speak in person, whether it was Madarame or Iase Kawayumachika, there was no performance.
Are you kidding? Really, when they were still on the flowing Soul Street, they didn't know the height of the sky?
Although in the 3 years since entering the Mao Spiritual Academy to study, the strength of Madarame and Iase Kawayumachika is more than 10 times stronger than at the beginning.
But Madarame also knew that even if he was against the original captain of Summer Night, the result would not be any different from the beginning.
Now he is not even qualified to let Captain Xiaoyi draw his sword. To challenge Captain Xiaoyi like this is just to humiliate oneself beyond one's own strength.
I'm sorry, Miss Matsumoto.
I saw Ayasegawa Yumachika gently hooking the hair in front of him with the little finger of his right hand, and said lightly, compared to directly challenging Captain Natsuya, I think the success rate of challenging Matsumoto's 5 seats is higher.
I don't know if Yamamoto Wusi dares to accept my challenge. As the second in command of Mao Spiritual Academy, Iase Kawayumichika has naturally mastered the primary liberation of the Zanpakuto.
At the same time, he and the Ryatsu of the corner of Madarame have also been successfully promoted to the 6th rank Reiki in the past few years. According to their understanding of the Gotiei 13 team when they were at the Mao Spiritual Arts, those who have the 6th level of spiritual power and have completed the primary liberation of the Zanpakuto in each division are at least at the level of Shiguan.
In Ayasegawa Yumi's own thoughts, Madarame may directly challenge the vice-captain of the 11th team.
As for his words, it doesn't matter as long as it's not a bad seat like 4.
Now Matsumoto Ranjiku asked them to challenge Captain Natsuya, obviously ill-intentioned.
In this case, he simply took Matsumoto Goseki as a challenge.
You want to challenge me? Hearing Ayasegawa Yumachika's words, Matsumoto Ranjiku raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
You know, as the 5th seat of the 11th team, although Matsumoto Runju is a little lazy, he has never failed every time he goes on a mission.
What?
In the entire 11th team, except for the 3 people of Natsuya, Zaraki, and Kosaka Yakiryu, even if it is Maki Ichinos, Makoto and Matsumoto Ranjiku may not be able to get any benefits. However, Matsumoto Ranjiku also knew that Maki Ichinos was beaten all the way down from the vice-captain, and if he challenged Maki Ichinos for a seat again, it would be too bullying. In addition, Matsumoto Runju didn't like the number 4 very much, so he stayed in the 5 seats.
And what about Yumika Ayasegawa?
It's just a student who has just graduated from Mao Spiritual Academy. Although the chief and second of each class of Mao Spiritual Academy are not weak, but Matsumoto Ranjiku doesn't feel that Ayasegawa Yumachika really has the strength to match himself.
Are you sure? Although Matsumoto Ranjiku did not succeed in letting Madarame and Iase Kawayumachika challenge Natsuyo, if he was challenged by the other party, it seemed that the result would be the same. As long as you extend the battle time when the time comes, won't you be able to rest in disguise?
Thinking of this, Matsumoto Runju was even happier. At that moment, Matsumoto Runju smiled and patted Yumachika Ayasegawa on the shoulder. Very good, you are good. I am very optimistic about you.
By the way, what's your name?
I'll take you to complete the registration for joining the team and the registration for the challenge now.
Someone challenged Vice Captain Zaraki and Matsumoto Gosei?
In the captain's room of the 11th team, Xiaoyi looked up in astonishment.
It's a newcomer, right?
Otherwise, the old people in the squad should not be so brave.
Xiaoyi smiled. Some people will challenge Matsumoto Ranjiku, and summer nights are not surprising.
After all, although Matsumoto Ranjiku's strength is good for everyone in the 11th team, it is not the fault type. But those who come up and challenge Zaraki directly can only do it if they don't know the 11th team at all. The old people have almost all seen the scene when Vice Captain Zaraki and Captain Natsuya fought. Vice Captain Zaraki, although his position is only the vice captain, is a super strong man who truly has the strength of the captain.
Tell me, who is challenging Vice Captain Zaraki? It's the chief of this year's Mao Spiritual Academy, a corner of Madarame, Lord Summer Night. Then it's not surprising. Xiaoyi nodded. Then come to think of it, the one who challenged Matsumoto was Yumichika Ayasegawa, right?
The civilian staff beside Xiaoyi heard this and pushed his glasses. Judging from the tone of Captain Natsuya, it is obvious that he has a lot of expectations for the two of Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumachika. However, Captain Natsuya obviously doesn't think these two can defeat Zaraki and Matsumoto Gose. This is not surprising, though. Matsumoto's talent itself is not low. Coupled with the strict teaching of the Summer Night Captain for so many years, Matsumoto's strength is unmatched. If Matsumoto Gozio is transferred to other divisions, I am afraid that he will be able to serve as vice captain.
Madarame and Iase Kawayumichika are just students who have just graduated from Mao Ryujutsu Academy. No matter how strong they are, how strong can they be? Not everyone anyone is such a demon as Captain Summer Night.
What? Not to mention Captain Summer Night. Again, changing to the level of Ikamaru Silver is also a rare encounter in 100 years. Arrange it, let everyone see the newcomers of our squad tomorrow.
Yes, Lord Xiaoyi. Hey, have you heard?
Some of the newcomers who joined the team today directly challenged Vice Captain Zaraki.
Oh, is this year's newcomer so bold?
He actually dared to challenge Vice Captain Zaragi directly.
Who said it wasn't?
I heard that even the captain of the Summer Night was alarmed, and he said that he would go to see it in person tomorrow.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's go together tomorrow? Okay, let's go together.
In the corridor, Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumachika, who had already put on the Death Overlord costume, heard the conversation of the 11th team on the way back to the dormitory.
I didn't expect that guy to come to watch our battle.
A corner,
you say? Does that guy remember us? Ayasegawa Yumiko looked at the corner of Madarame.
The reason why they came to Siriidii to become Shinigami was because of their meeting with Natsuyi. If it weren't for the battle with Natsuyi, maybe both Madarakaku and Yumachika Iasekawa would have thought that they were the strongest people in the Soul Society when they were on Flowing Soul Street.
Even if it's the god of death in the Siriidii, it's not a big deal.
If they continue to be so arrogant, when they really encounter death or the void in the future, the two of them will definitely be more and more lucky. Therefore, not only the corner of Madarame, but also the heart of Yumachika Iasekawa is also very grateful for the appearance of Summer Nights. Whether he remembers it or not, he will definitely remember it in the future.
Compared with Yumachika Iasegawa, the corner of Madarame is obviously much more confident. But in one corner, listening to what these people mean, they don't seem to be very optimistic about us.
Hey, when do we need someone else's good look? Madarame raised his eyebrows, folded his arms, and walked towards the dormitory.
Let's go, bow relatives. Have a good rest today and try to surprise everyone tomorrow. Iasekawa Bo smiled.
It seems that Ichijiao is not as indifferent to other people's opinions as he said. Poof. However, this is exactly what he wants. His stage must be the most gorgeous and beautiful,
just like his Zanpakuto.
The next day, because they knew that someone would challenge Matsumoto Gosei and Vice Captain Zaraki today, most of the Shinigami in the squad came to the stands of the training ground of the 11th team early in the morning to find a seat. With the lessons learned from the last battle between Captain Summer Night and Vice Captain Zaraki, everyone watching the battle this time learned to be good and tried to find a position at the back. After all, the reason why they were safe and sound last time was because there were 7 or 8 captains who released Ryatsu to protect them. But this time the only captain watching the battle was Captain Natsuya. If Captain Zaraki broke out Ryatsu, Captain Natsuya might not be able to completely protect everyone, right? Instead of burdening the captain or other team members, they might as well be a little self-aware, stay away from the center of the battle, and decide the scope of watching the battle according to their own Ryatsu. At this time, those who are still at the forefront are either confident in their own strength or newcomers who know nothing about the strength of Vice Captain Zaraki.
As challengers, Ikoko Madarame and Yumichika Iasegawa naturally arrived.
For most of the 11th team members to choose to watch the game at the very edge, the two of them are also confused.
One corner, do you think there are any rules we don't know about the challenge of the 11th team?
When the academy was watching the battle, everyone was desperately squeezing forward, wanting to see the battle more clearly.
Why are these people in the 11th team fighting for a distant position? I don't know. The corner of Madarame naturally felt a little inappropriate.
However, he soon pressed down this inappropriateness. We are the only two people who heard that today's challenge, no matter what the rules are, it is always right for us to stand in front of the field.
Yes, Iasegawa Yumiko nodded.
He also noticed that the Grim Reaper around him who were close to the training ground looked at them with a little joke, but there was no malice in them. It's as if they know they might make some jokes and don't want to miss the scene.
Yumichika Iasegawa cheered up, looked around, and full of vigilance.
Even if his life was not in danger, he didn't want to be a laughingstock for others.
Captain Summer Night is here.
Just as Yumichika Iasegawa was observing the surroundings, he heard the noise of the members of the 11th First Team. Turning his head, he happened to see Xiaoyi and his party entering through the entrance of the training ground. Captain Summer Night, the same as when he first met, has not changed. However, compared with the big man who was more than 2 meters tall next to Captain Xiaoyi seemed to look a little petite. What a powerful Ryatsu.
Iasegawa Yumiko's expression froze.
He noticed the armband tied on the big man's right arm. It was the armband of the vice captain of the 11th First Team.
Obviously, this big man is the target of the challenge of Madarame for a while, the vice captain of the 11th Team Zaraki.
A corner. Yumiko Iase was worried in his heart and called out softly to Madarame.
Ah, rest assured, oh relatives. The corners of Madara's mouth were almost pulled to his ears. I thought it would be a boring battle. However, the moment I saw that man, I knew that this was the biggest reason for me to come to Siriidii. Fighting that man was definitely a pleasant experience. But, Yumichika Iasekawa frowned.
The Zanpakuto in the corner of Madarame is not a functional Zanpakuto, but a Zanpakuto belonging to the direct attack system. Such a Zanpakuto can allow the god of death to maintain a strong crushing state against those who are not as strong as himself. But if you encounter Ryatsu that surpasses you, or if you have any wonderful abilities, you will be very easy to be restrained. It can be said that the Zanpakuto of the direct attack system is the Zanpakuto that most tests the fighting skills of the god of death. However, judging from the Ryatsu on this man's body, the gap between one corner and the other party is not generally large. No, but the man wore an eye patch, and if he had only one eye, his field of vision would be limited. If the difference in strength is too big, I will take advantage of this. Hearing Madara Kaku say this, Ayakawa Yumachika stopped talking. The two of them can survive in Flowing Soul Street for so long, but they are not people who advocate fair fighting. When their strength was still weak, they also did everything possible to survive. Madarame is not a fighting maniac either. How can a person who will place healing medicine in the hilt of his Zanpakuto not understand the small means of combat? Besides, isn't the so-called battle fighting just amplifying one's own advantages and attacking the enemy's weaknesses? From a strategic point of view, his field of vision is wider than that of the other party, which is an indisputable fact and an advantage that belongs to the corner of Madaramu. Or rather, it was the man named Zaragi who had the advantage of all enemies. Madarame Kaku is in the battle and doesn't want to take advantage of this. But if there is really no chance of winning, he is not a person who does not know how to be flexible. Hello everyone. Hello, Captain Summer Night. Xiaoyi responded to everyone with a smile, all the way to the rostrum in front of the training ground, and stood at the front. Everyone, yesterday was the day when our 11th team recruited players every year. This year, a total of 11 team members have joined our 11th team. At the same time, according to the challenge rules of the 11th first team, the new members have the priority right to challenge within 3 days, ignoring the status gap between the two sides. Everyone will come here. Obviously they all know that two of the new companions who joined our squad yesterday challenged Vice Captain Zaraki and Matsumoto Goseki. Then, we won't waste time and start directly. Speaking of this, Syaya's figure flashed and appeared in the center of the training ground. In the first challenge, the new team member Yumichika Ayakawa challenged 5 seats of Matsumoto Ranjiku. Both sides enter. Hearing Natsuya's words, Ayakawa Yumichika nodded at Madarame's corner and jumped off the stands. On the other side, Matsumoto Ranjiku, who entered the training ground with Natsuyi, also appeared in the training ground using an instantaneous step from the rostrum. In this battle, I will be the referee. Do you two have any objections? No objection. Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ayakawa Yumika shook their heads. In that case, then, now I announce that the battle for 5 seats in the 11th team is now start. After saying that, Syaya's figure floated directly up and stopped more than 10 meters above the training ground. Little brother, you have to hold on for a while. Seeing the end of summer night, Matsumoto Ranjiku blinked at Ayakawa Yumiki. In order to escape the high-pressure cultivation planned by Syayi, Matsumoto Ranju was also open-minded. She decided to prolong the battle as long as she could control. In this way, maybe wait for the next game to be over, and today will pass, and you can have a beautiful beauty sleep without additional practice. Then it depends on how capable you are, sister. Although Matsumoto Ranju looks very frivolous, Ayakawa Yumichika does not dare to be presumptuous. In one day, he could be regarded as inquiring clearly. This bad woman who tempted them to challenge their seniors was the family of Captain Summer Night. Of course, after hearing the news, Ayakawa Yumichika also focused on inquiring about how Captain Natsuya would react when Matsumoto Goseki was injured during the battle. This is related to how his battle with Matsumoto Ranjiku will continue or end. And the results of the inquiry also made Ayakawa Yumichika very satisfied. Among the 11 teams, Matsumoto Goseki was not without injuries in the battle. And every time Matsumoto Goseki was injured, Captain Natsuya would not blame the person who injured Matsumoto Goseki, but doubled the intensity of Matsumoto's cultivation. Obviously, rather than personally protecting Matsumoto Goseki, Captain Natsuya is more inclined to make Matsumoto Goseki stronger and be able to stand on his own. The little brother's tone is not small. Then, come on. After the scene was finished, Matsumoto Ranjiko and Ayakawa Yumichika both put away the smiles on their faces and pulled out the Zanpakuto from their waists. As a challenger, Yumichika Ayakawa took the lead in attacking, holding a knife in both hands, and instantly burst out to attack Matsumoto Ranjiku. On the other hand, Matsumoto Ranjiku did not despise Ayakawa Yumichika because he was a student who had just graduated from Mao Spiritual Academy and also held the hilt of the Zanpakuto with both hands, blocking Ayakawa Yumichika's sword. Strength and speed are not weak. Feeling the force coming from the Zanpakuto, the corners of Matsumoto Ranjiku's mouth rose slightly. However, compared with me, there is still a big gap. At the moment, Matsumoto Ranju's left hand loosened slightly, just holding it on the hilt of the sword, but it did not provide additional strength. On Ayakawa Yumichika's side, although he didn't know why the opponent's strength suddenly weakened a lot, he would not let go of this opportunity, and waved the Zanpakuto with both hands to create afterimages, enveloping Matsumoto Ranjuku in it. And Matsumoto Ranjiko's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand swung to block all of Ayakawa Ayasegawa Yumichika's attacks.
Matsumoto Goshiki's swordsmanship is so strong. Ayakawa Yumi's heart was secretly shocked.
In Mao spiritual arts, the only one who can compete with him in swordsmanship is Madarame. In addition, he has completed the gestation of the Zanpakuto and knows the name of the Zanpakuto, and even among the officials of the 13th Gotiei team, he and the corner of Madarame are the top ones.
However, the battle with Matsumoto Goshiki made Ayasegawa Yumichika put away his arrogance. Unlike the corner of Madarame, which focuses on power, Ayasegawa Yumichika's swordsmanship is biased towards sword speed. Unfortunately, the same is true for Matsumoto Ranju. Moreover, Matsumoto Ranjiku's sword speed is still above Ayasegawa Yumichika. Every attack by Yumichika Ayasegawa will be blocked by Matsumoto Ranjiku, and it will not cause any damage to Matsumoto Ranju.
In the main stands, Zaraki was still very interested in this challenge at first.
However, the more I watched the battle between Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ayasegawa Yumichika, the more irritated Zaraki became.
He enjoys fighting, but he hates crushing combat. If the person fighting on the field at this moment were replaced by him, whether it was Matsumoto Ranjiku or Ayasegawa Yumichika, it would be just a weak chicken that could easily swing a knife and even kill it.
In particular, whether it is Matsumoto Ranjiku or Ayasegawa Yumichika's fighting style, it is not Zaraki's favorite.
What's more, with Zaraki's eyesight, it can naturally be seen that Matsumoto Ranju has no intention of fighting seriously.
Boring. If it weren't for his own battle next, I'm afraid Zaraki would have left. Wow, Xiaoju is having a great time. Contrary to Zaraki, there was Yaka Senria Kusaka, who was lying on his shoulder.
As the cute pet of the 11th team, Kusaka Yachiria and Matsumoto Ranju have the best relationship, and they can also be regarded as the person who knows Matsumoto Ranju the most.
The current Matsumoto Ranju is not serious at all. Zaraki took a sip but didn't say anything more.
Just like he likes to fight between life and death, there is nothing wrong with others like to release water in battle to get happiness.
Sky, Summer Night saw Matsumoto Ranju like this, and shook his head. Matsumoto Ranju's thoughts, you can also guess a few points on Summer Nights. However, Xiaoyi also knew Matsumoto Ranju's character. If he didn't force Matsumoto Ranju to practice, then the current Matsumoto Ranju would be 100% likely to rot.
However, in the future, whether it is the battle between the Gotiei 13 team and the Virtual Circle and the 10 Blades, or the Orthodox
battle between the God of Death and the Exterminator Division, Matsumoto Ranjiku, as a member of the God of Death, cannot avoid it.
Several strong people at the company captain level died in such a battle, and the Gotiei 13 team was almost wiped out.
Summer Nights are strong, there is no doubt about this. However, the enemies of the future are also super strong people who cannot be underestimated. Aizen Sasuke, Yamamoto Genryose Shigakuni, Soldier Lord Ichibai, Uebak. These people, no matter which one they are, if Xiaoyi really faces them, Xiaoyi needs to concentrate on dealing with them. And their subordinates naturally needed Xiaoyi's subordinates to deal with it.
Perhaps in terms of his own strength, when facing these people, Xiaoyi can guarantee that he can achieve the final victory. But if these subordinates under his command were not strong enough and were killed by the captains of the 10 Blades of the Void Circle, the members of the Zero Division, and the Extermination Division of the Divine Amnesty Guard, it was also a difficult fact for Xiaoyi to accept.
Others, Xiaoyi didn't care much.
But if Matsumoto Ranju is here, at least she must have the strength of a captain, so that Xiaoyi will feel at ease.
In other words, at least until Matsumoto Ranju has the strength of a captain, Natsuya will start acting.
Speaking of which, Natsuya felt that he and Aizen Sasuke were quite similar. It's just that Aizen is waiting for Kasuke Urahara's collapse of Jade, while he is waiting for Matsumoto Ranjiku's growth. Aizen Sasuke wants to replace the Spirit King and become a god standing on the throne of heaven. And Xiaoyi wants to transcend the world of death and become a god who is higher than the Spirit King and can truly move outside the world. Therefore, seeing Matsumoto Ranju dealing with Ayasegawa Yumichika like this, Natsuya raised his eyebrows and used Ryatsu to convey his voice to Matsumoto Ranjiku's ears.
Ranju, now you are the 5th seat of the 11th team.
And watching you fight is not only the old players who know your strength, but also the new players who have just joined the team today and know nothing about the strength of the 5 seats.
Haven't you ever thought about what the consequences would be if they regarded the strength you showed at the moment as the level of the 11th team and 5 seats?
After listening to Xiaoye's words, Matsumoto Ranju's face changed. Indeed, what he represents now is not just himself, but 5 seats in the 11th team. If you don't know the true strength of your squad members, you will make the team members make wrong judgments when they encounter powerful enemies. For example, if Matsumoto Ranjiku leads the team out on a mission and encounters the Ichuka's level void, if there are a few more powerful officials to assist, it is not impossible to deal with the Ichuka's level void. At this time, the team members who do not understand the true strength of Matsumoto Ranju will have several possibilities when facing Matsumoto Ranju's orders.
With the strength of Matsumoto Ranjiku, he can hold out for a period of time in the hands of the great void of the Ichuka's level. But because everyone thinks that Matsumoto Ranjiku alone can't resist Ichuka's at all, the reason why he gave such an order was to use his life
life to buy time for everyone to escape. Therefore, everyone did not want Matsumoto Runju to have an accident, resolutely did not carry out Matsumoto Runju's order, and decided to die with Matsumoto Runju, and finally the entire army was wiped out.
Another possibility is that everyone also thinks that Matsumoto Runju did not resist the possibility of the Ichuka's level of the Great Void.
In order to survive, that is, he did not ask for help, nor did he stay to face the danger with Matsumoto Runju, but fled directly.
In this way, Matsumoto Ranjiku and other soldiers who had no reinforcements would also be wiped out, and only the fleeing soldiers survived.
After becoming enlightened, Matsumoto Runju's left hand was no longer held in vain, and the strength of his sword was at least twice as strong as before.
At this moment, the Zanpakuto attack by Yumichika Ayakawa was directly bounced off by Matsumoto Ranjiku, revealing a flaw that made it retreat several meters by Matsumoto Ranjiku's kick.
I'm sorry, brother Gon. Although I also want to play for a while, if you newcomers to the team have a misunderstanding of the strength of the senior officials of the 11th Hotel, then my sin will be great. So, next, I won't show mercy. Are you ready? Are you ready to face the 5 seats of the 11th team?
Yumi Ayakawa covered his stomach and did not speak. Matsumoto Runju just said hello to him this time, and didn't use much force.
But for Yumichika Ayakawa, the speed and strength shown by Matsumoto Runju were irresistible to him at present.
Oh, it seems that I was underestimated. Yumichika Ayakawa held the Zanpakuto with both hands again and pointed the tip of the knife at Matsumoto Ranjiku.
Just let the horse go. As soon as Yumichika Ayakawa finished speaking, the figure of Matsumoto Ranjiku instantly rushed in front of him, and the Zanpakuto in his hand drew an arc of light and slashed at Yumichika Ayakawa. Ayakawa Yumi personally raised his sword to block it, but was knocked away by a huge force, and after his feet fell a few meters off the ground, he also drew 2 marks on the ground before stopping.
What a strong force! Ayakawa Yumi's heart was shocked.
At this moment, his hands holding the sword were trembling, and the tiger's mouth seemed to be about to be cracked.
I can't stop it.
Although it was just a blow, Yumichika Ayakawa knew that when the opponent's speed and strength far exceeded his own, if he came with 3 more knives at most, his hands would be severely damaged and he would not be able to hold the Zanpakuto in his hand.
Therefore, when he saw Matsumoto Runju attacking again, Ayakawa Yumichika immediately liberated his Zanpakuto. Bloom, Vine Peacock.
With Yumichika Ayakawa's explosion, a violent Ryatsu erupted on his body, causing his Ryatsu to suddenly skyrocket nearly 3 times. At the same time, the Zanpakuto in the hands of Yumi Ayakawa has also undergone great changes.
First of all, the blade begins to bend and becomes a meniscus shape like a sickle.
Secondly, the blade began to split, like copy and paste, separating the 3-sided blade, like a peacock's tail feathers. It looks like Ayakawa Yumichika's Zanpakuto Vine Peacock is like a 4-clawed fan-shaped weapon.
Let's go!
The Zanpakuto of the 2 sides collided again, and compared with the last time, this time Ayakawa Yumichika blocked Matsumoto Ranjiku's attack, and he was not injured and did not retreat.
Matsumoto Runju raised his eyebrows. Your Zanpakuto's ability is quite good.
For his own attack, Matsumoto Runju still knows it in his heart. Although Matsumoto Runju's cultivation for so many years has not yet reached the realm of a swordsman, her own spiritual pressure, as well as the slashing techniques that are increasingly sharpened by Xiaoyi, are among the few strong in the 11th team.
Even if it is a lower official, not everyone can catch Matsumoto Runju's attack unscathed. Matsumoto Ranjiku could feel the force of his attack on Ayakawa Yumichika's Zanpakuto, and the moment it collided with Ayakawa Yumichika's Zanpakuto, it was dispersed into 4 strands.
In this way, only a quarter of the attacks that Ayakawa Yumichika actually received. From this point of view, Yumichika Ayakawa's Zanpakuto ability should be able to differentiate the enemy's attack power and weaken the attacks he received.
As for whether the attacks will be converged and the attack intensity will be tripled, Matsumoto Runju doesn't know.
But from this strange form of Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Ranjiku still felt that he should pay attention. The spiritual pressure has tripled, and the attack power has tripled, and Yumichika Ayakawa in this posture is indeed qualified to fight her.
Sorry, though, this is not your stage now. So, whisper, Grey Cat. With Matsumoto Runju's low drink, her body bloomed with white light.
Compared with the violent Ryatsu on Ayakawa Yumichika, the light of the spirit on Matsumoto Ranjiku's body is much weaker.
Judging from the performance, it seems that Ayakawa Yumichika wants to publicize a little.
Everyone who can watch the battle knows that this means that Matsumoto Runju is in control of Lingzi, and he is also above Ayakawa Yumichika.
Phew, plut dash.
In an instant, countless wounds erupted on Yumichika Ayakawa's body. Blood erupted from Yumichika Ayakawa's body, and his eyes darkened, and Yumichika Ayakawa fell to the ground, dyeing the surroundings red.
Bow kiss. Seeing this, the corner of Madara's eyes couldn't help but exclaim. With his hands stretched out, Madarain wanted to rush into the battlefield. But,
this team member, in the 11th team, no one is allowed to interfere with other people's battles until the battle is over.
Xiaoya's figure appeared behind Madarain at some point, and his right hand pressed on Madarain's Madarame's shoulder, stopping Madarame's movements. If someone violates this rule, then other people watching the battle can kill the person who breaks the rule. Did you just want to break the rules of the 11th first team?
The force from his shoulders made Madarame break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Although it is only one hand of Captain Xiaoyi, in the perception of Madara's corner, the weight of this hand is heavier than a mountain. Under Captain Summer Knight's subordinates, he felt that even a slight movement seemed to become an unattainable act. It wasn't until Captain Xiaoyi finished speaking that he felt that his head had regained some freedom.
Sorry, Captain Summer Knight.
Although because of Captain Xiaoyi's shot, he did not really rush into the battlefield.
But Madarame will not excuse his behavior because of this. It's okay, after all, you didn't really break the rules either.
Xiaoyi gently raised his hand and said to Madaramu, however, next time, I may not be able to stop you.
Understood.
Those who break the rules are not stopped, but must be killed. Seeing that the corner of Madarame had calmed down, Xiaoyi didn't say anything more.
In a flash, Xiaoyi appeared in the training ground.
Half squatting in front of Ayasegawa Yumichika, Natsu's hand bloomed with green light, enveloping Ayasegawa Yumichika. A minute later, Yumichika Ayasegawa's Ryatsu stabilized, and the wounds on his body also healed under Natsu's return.
Okay, this time in the 5-seat challenge, Matsumoto Ranjiku won.
After getting up, Xiaoyi announced the end of this battle and waved to the stands. 2 people, send the Ayasegawa team to the 4th division. Although it is said that with Xiaoyi's current attainments in the return path, it is not impossible for Ayasegawa Yumichika to fully recover. But as the captain of the 11th team, Xiaoyi showed everyone an irresistible suppressive strength. The attainments on the way back may make Xiaoyi's reputation some biased.
Wait, oh, are you sober? Natsuyi looked down at Yumichika Ayasegawa on the ground.
The gray cat of Matsumoto Ranju left dozens of wounds on his body, although Matsumoto Ranju had shown mercy, but this amount of bleeding also made Ayasegawa Yumichika now in a state of serious injury. He had been in a coma before, but after being treated by Xiaoyi's return path, he had already woken up at this time.
It can be seen that Yumichika Ayasegawa's will is very tenacious.
With your current situation, it's best to go to the 4th division for treatment first.
Boom! Yumichika Ayasegawa shook his head and struggled to get up. Captain Summer Knight, this injury is nothing.
Of course, the most important thing is that it will be a battle in the corner of Madarame.
From his battle with Matsumoto Goes, Ayasegawa Yumichika knew that the officers of the 11th team were much stronger than he imagined.
The strength of the corner is stronger than himself. Well, at least stronger than himself, who doesn't have to come up with a real solution.
But it is also limited.
After he became serious in Matsumoto Goseki, he was defeated in an instant, and in a role, he was not much better than himself.
This is true for even 5 seats, not to mention the vice-captain. I have been hit hard in the 5 seats of Matsumoto. Can I survive that corner as the vice-captain?
It is precisely because of this worry that Yumichika Ayasegawa wants to watch the battle in a corner despite his own injuries.
He knows the corner of Madarame.
In the face of stronger enemies, Madarame will not only not flinch, but will look forward to it even more. To some extent, the corner of Madarame can be regarded as an inferior and weakened version of Zaraki. It's just that the corner of Madarame is not as pure as Zaraki, and at the same time, he has too many ideas of his own, and he thinks too highly of himself. In particular, the reason why he hit his Bankai was that he was worried that he would be forcibly recruited to become the captain of other divisions.
What is he the captain of the Gotai 13 team? After the 1000-year blood war, Abarai is the second strongest, right?
Musk, who killed 2 captains in a single kill group, is also one of the important combat forces in the True World City of the Spirit King Palace, and is not the vice-captain of the 6th division? Rukia Kochiki completed the cultivation of Bankai and killed Ace Knot, who had previously defeated all members of the 6th division, including Byakuya Kochiki, and officially became the captain of the 13th division 10 years later?
Boom! Seeing that Ayasegawa Yumichi insisted, Xiaoyi didn't say anything more. Anyway, after his treatment, Ayasegawa Yumichika's injuries have stabilized. As long as he doesn't die and fights another high-intensity battle, then Ayasegawa Yumichika basically can't die.
Let's go, let's leave first.
There is another battle next.
Seeing this, Matsumoto Ranjuku took a few steps forward to help Ayasegawa bow and walk towards the stands.
Well, thank you Matsumoto Goseki and Ayasegawa for allowing us to enjoy such a wonderful battle.
However, the challenge of the 5 seats is over, and there is still the challenge of the vice-captain. Vice-captain Zaraki, Madarame Squadron, the stage will be handed over to you.
A corner. Coming to the side of Madarame, Yumichika Ayasegawa's voice was a little worried.
Rest assured, bow kiss. Uncle Ben is a corner of Madara's eyes. After saying that, the corners of Madarame's mouth listed a confident smile and stepped into the training ground. As soon as Madarame was standing, Zaraki jumped directly from the main stand and smashed to the ground, smashing the ground into a big pit.
Hey, is it you who want to challenge me?
Although the corner of Madarame looks like an adult, it looks extremely petite in front of Zaraki.
Among the gods of death, Zaragi's body size can be regarded as the pinnacle of normal people.
More than 2 meters tall, in the slanting shadow of the sun, shrouded a corner of Madara's eyes.
Ah, it's me. Feeling the huge pressure coming from Zaraki's body, Madara pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and pointed it at Zaraki.
Hey! Genji's eyes hung down.
He has no interest in fighting with Madara.
At that moment, Zaraki directly pulled his right hand, pulled the Death Lord outfit in front of his chest, exposed his chest, and said to Madaramu, "Come on, little ghost.
Use your knife to cut me.
If you can cause harm to me, I will draw my sword and fight you."
Damn it, you guy, you actually look down on me so much?
The corner of Madara's eyes was furious. Although the huge oppression from Zaraki made him know that there was a huge gap in strength between him and Zaraki's vice-captain. But even so, Vice-Captain Zaraki's attitude of allowing himself to attack was too infuriating.
Ha!
Zaraki didn't say much, but this confused tone word made Madara directly break the defense.
Kill! After a loud shout came out of his mouth, Madara's corner erupted his own Ryatsu, and his body turned into an afterimage and attacked Zaraki.
Sparks fly.
How is that possible?
The pupils in the corner of Madara's eye suddenly contracted. Although he was aroused by Zaraki, Madara's corner still had some sense. Therefore, his Zanpakuto did not actually slash at Zaraki's chest, but at Zaraki's left hand. Thinking about it, in the corner of Madara, Vice-Captain Zaraki was defenseless and allowed himself to attack, and if he failed to block his attack, at most his arm would be cut off by himself. However, Madara could never have imagined that his Zanpakuto slashed on the arm of Vice-Captain Zaraki, and actually collided with Vice-Captain Zaraki's skin to create flying sparks. It was as if what he was attacking was not flesh and blood, but invulnerable steel. Such a thing, let alone seen by Madara, has never heard of it. But now, this incredible scene appeared directly in front of him. Even, he himself was one of the people who created this scene.
Is this really a person? Also, is there something in this world that can't be broken by a Zanpakuto? Boring.
Feeling the weak attack coming from his arm, Zaraki took a bite, flipped his wrist, and directly grabbed the Zanpakuto in the corner of Madara and lifted it up, raising his hand high, so that the corner of Madara, which was brought up by the Zanpakuto, was at level with his own gaze. Zaraki shook his head and threw the corner of Madara out.
Bang!
The corner of Madara, which weighed more than 100 pounds, was thrown out by Zaraki like garbage and slid more than 10 meters away on the ground.
So strong, as expected of Vice-Captain Zaraki Vice-Captain Saigao.
The team members who watched the game originally thought that those who dared to challenge Vice-Captain Zaraki should have 2 brushes. Therefore, in order to prevent being injured by the Ryatsu burst by the Deputy Captain Zaraki, everyone tacitly retreated to the distance to watch the battle. Oh, but now seeing that the corner of Madara couldn't even cut through the skin of the Vice-Captain Zaraki, they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to concentrate on the edge of the training ground.
Since this challenger's strength is insufficient, Vice-Captain Zaraki will naturally not break out Ryatsu to fight him.
In this case, it would be better to get closer to admire the heroic posture of Vice-Captain Zaraki.
A corner. Among these gods of death watching the battle, perhaps, only Yumi Iakawa is worried about the corner of Madara. What do you say?
However, while worrying about whether his friend would be able to recover from such a blow, Yumachika Iasegawa was also relieved.
As long as Vice-Captain Zaraki did not intentionally kill Ichikaku, the life of that corner was not in danger.
Hiss.
As for the injury,
after looking at his body, Yumachika Iasegawa was no longer worried.
Captain Summer Knight's return skills are very high. How high it is, Yumachika Iakawa doesn't know.
But judging from the recovery of his own injury, even the deputy captain of the 4th Division who came to Mao Spiritual Techniques Academy to give everyone intensive training when he was in the academy could not restore his injury to the current level in such a short period of time.
Damn it!
Madara rolled on the ground a few times, relieved the strength on his body, got up on his knees, and looked intently in the direction of Vice-Captain Zaraki.
However, the scene that broke the defense of Madara appeared even more.
Vice-Captain Zaraki didn't even look at him, so he turned around and walked out of the training ground.
Obviously, for Zaraki, he had no intention of fighting Madara at all.
The corner of Madara was too weak, and he couldn't raise the slightest fighting spirit.
Fighting the weak will only make you weaker. This is the truth that Natsuyo told Zaraki.
And over the years, Zaraki has also made this clear from the battle with Natsuya. Only after fighting with Xiaoyi will his strength be significantly improved. Because of this, Zaragi now also has a standard for the selection of opponents. Only those who can break through his own body defenses are worthy of him drawing his sword in fighting with him.
If even Zaraki's physical defense can't break through, such a crushing battle situation will only be disappointing. Obviously, the previous corner of Madara did not make Zaraki look forward to it.
Outside the field, seeing that the vice-captain of Zaraki was like this, many players also closed their mouths. Obviously, they could also know the meaning expressed by Vice-Captain Zaraki from his behavior. Although it was a pity that they couldn't see the fanatical posture of Vice-Captain Zaraki's fighting, they also knew that they were also not qualified to stand in front of Vice-Captain Zaraki. Perhaps, among the entire 11th first team, the only person who can make Vice-Captain Zaraki draw his sword and fight seriously is Captain Natsuya.
However, the battle between Captain Natsuya and Vice Captain Zaraki, if there was no one to protect them, would not be something that ordinary Shinigami who had not yet reached the 5th or 4th level could watch.
That violent Ryatsu was enough to destroy their will, making them unable to move not only their bodies, but also their consciousness.
Wait, Madarame shouted loudly. Madarame opened his mouth and stopped Zaraki.
He had a hunch that if he didn't speak this time, he might stop here for the rest of his life. 5 years ago, I promised that man that I would stand in front of him again.
When the time comes, that man will report his name to me.
How could I stop here before I stand in front of that man and hear that man say his name to me?
Even more violent Ryatsu erupted from Madarame's body.
I saw that after he stood up, he put his Zanpakuto scabbard and the handle of the Zanpakuto and shouted loudly, "Stretch it, Ghost Lantern Maru." At this moment, the originally white Ryatsu on Madarame's body had taken on a bit of scarlet,
and the Zanpakuto in his hand also turned into a 2-meter-long spear. Oh, Moses! Seeing the change in the corner of Madarame, Zaraki's eyes finally showed a little more interest. At that moment, Zaraki turned around and faced the corner of Madarame. Drink! At this time, Madarame's corner, for Zaraki's posture, no longer had the humiliation of being insulted before.
What he wants to do now is to use all his strength and then, at least leave scars on this man's body. Ryatsu exploded, and Madarame's corner thrusted Zaraki at a very fast speed, condensing his own Ryatsu on the tip of the Anatamaru's spear and stabbing it at Zaraki's chest. The roar erupted, and the Ryatsu in the corner of Madarame collided with the Ryatsu that had escaped unconsciously around Zaraki, erupting into a shockwave of action. The gods of death who were closer together stretched out their hands to block in front of them, resisting the shockwave generated by the collision between the two.
This guy is so strong.
Such a thought flashed through the hearts of many Reaper. It can be said that the current performance of the corner of Madarame has exceeded the expectations of many Shinigami of the 11th team. Judging from the strength shown by the corner of Madarame now, the corner of Madarame obviously has the strength close to that of a high-ranking official. If it were in other divisions, maybe the corner of Madarame could directly serve as a senior officer. Even in the 11th team, after he finished fighting with Vice Captain Zaraki, he could at least rank in the top 10 by challenging other officers again.
The newcomer who fought with Matsumoto Goji before was a little worse,
but it is not difficult to become a seat official within the top 10. This year's 11th team can be regarded as a good meal, and there are actually 2 talents in the team.
It was also at this time that the gods of death of the 11th team recognized Ayasegawa Yumika and the corner of Madarame.
Compared with the god of death who joined the 11th team before, this year's Madarame Kaku and Ayase Yumichika are obviously higher in gold. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the situation in the training ground came into everyone's eyes. Vice Captain Zaraki's legs made traces of more than 10 meters on the ground. Obviously, the blow that broke out in the corner of Madarame before, even if it was Zaraki, would be repelled without exploding his own Ryatsu. And Madarame's upper body leans forward, and his hands maintain a stabbing posture.
Damn it, it's all like this. Haven't you been able to do it yet?
In the corner of Madara's eyes, a look of loss flashed. Judging from the feeling of the spear in his hand, his strongest attack did not cause damage to Vice Captain Zaraki.
No, you did.
Seeing Madarame so frustrated, Zaraki showed a smile instead. I saw Zaraki reach out and grab the demon Langwell in the corner of Madarame and move it away from his chest.
Subsequently, Madarame saw that there was a little more blood on Zaraki's chest. Although with Zaragi's own physique, such a wound will heal quickly, it is undeniable that Zaraki was indeed injured by Madarame.
"Kid, you are qualified to let me draw my sword." Hearing Zaraki's words, Madarame suddenly raised his head and looked at the wisp of blood on Zaraki's chest.
Ha ha ha, Madara's eyes laughed wildly. He did it!
Although it seems that it is only a little broken skin, for Zaragi, who has more than 10,000 blood, it can only be regarded as scraping.
But if you break the defense, you will break the defense.
For a while, Madarame only felt comfortable physically and mentally, as if he had fulfilled his dream, and his soul was much more thorough.
Such a change has greatly improved Madarame's own Ryatsu. Not bad. Xia Yi nodded.
No matter which world it is, the battle of life and death is the way to improve strength. Although the previous battle between Madarame and Zaraki was not a battle of life and death for Madarame, it was also a battle to maintain his dignity. Now, Madarame has maintained his dignity, his spirit has been broken through, and Ryatsu has improved, which is normal. Of course, that being said, there are very few gods of death who can make a breakthrough in actual combat. The breakthrough of most of the gods of death after fighting to the death was only to fully stimulate the potential that their usual cultivation had not fully stimulated. If he didn't usually practice hard, even if there was a breakthrough between life and death, it would be impossible to control the sudden surge in strength. For those experienced Reapers, the power that cannot be fully controlled will expose themselves to fatal flaws in battle.
Little ghost.
Zaraki slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and asked Madarame, "I recognize that you have the power to let me draw my sword. If you don't want to be a nameless person who dies under my sword, just sign up." Madarame has a big mouth and a big grin, the 11th team, but it's really an interesting team. Captain Xia Yi only reported his name to those who who were recognized by him. Vice Captain Zaraki, on the contrary, will take the initiative to ask for the names of those who deserve to be killed by him. It seems that I will also learn the style of the two captains in the future. Boom dash. A corner of Madara's eyes. My name is Madara's corner. A corner of Madara's eye? Wow. I wrote it down. Zaraki nodded, and then raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. I am Zaraki, the vice captain of the 11th First Team. Boom dash. If you die under my sword, you won't regret not knowing who killed you. Come on. On the corner of Madarame, a powerful Ryatsu erupted again, and he looked at Zaraki solemnly. Inexplicably, Zaraki felt that such a scene was a bit familiar now. After tilting his head and thinking for a while, Zaraki suddenly realized. It seems that when he fought with Xiaoyi a few years ago, the situation was similar to that now. It's just that it was me who stood on the weak side at the beginning. So what is the psychological difference between the guy who looked at himself on the summer night and the little ghost called Madarame now? Hey! A smile came out of the corner of his mouth, making Zaraki's face look even more hideous. Subsequently, under the command of Zanpakuto in Zaraki's hand, Jing dash. Phew! The ghost lantern pill in the corner of Madarame was directly cut into two sections, and a stream of blood splattered out of Madarame's body. Plut dash. After shaking a few times, Madarame could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Ugh dash. Xiaoya's figure instantly appeared in the center of the training ground, and raised his hand to release a return to Madarame's corner, stabilizing Madara's injury. Zaraki, have you shown mercy? After sensing the injuries on Madarame's body, Natsuki looked up and asked Zaraki with a smile. Hearing Natsuyo's question, Zaraki let out a sneer. It's just that this guy has some strength, so he can survive under my sword. After that, Zaraki didn't wait for Natsuki to answer, and pointed his Zanpakuto at Natsuki. Hey, Xiaoyi, I've already had a fight with this guy as agreed. So, is it now the turn of the two of us to fight? Mama, don't be so anxious. Seeing Zaraki like this, Xiaoyi hurriedly waved his hand. You also saw it. Now this guy is a little seriously injured by you. I want to treat him first. Besides, didn't we just fight once last month? Could it be that you have made enough progress this month? You should know that if you don't make progress in the battle with me, I won't stop waiting for you, and I will really kill you directly. You don't want to die at my hands before you reach the top. Hey! Zaraki pulled out a hint of a fierce smile, but in the end, he still sheathed his Zanpakuto and turned around and walked out of the training ground. Indeed, in the years when Zaraki joined the 11th First Team, as long as he was free, Zaraki would directly challenge Natsuyo. Even on a summer night, he was speechless for a battle maniac like Zaraki. In order to give himself more time to rest or practice, Xiaoyi and Zaraki made an agreement. After Zaraki challenged Natsuyo, it would take at least 3 months before he could challenge Natsuyo again. Moreover, in every battle, if Zaraki's strength growth does not meet Natsui's expectations, then Natsui will really kill Zaraki. In this way, Zaraki was forced to fight with Xiaoyi with a mortal heart every time, and the speed of unsealing the spiritual pressure sealed by his subconscious was getting faster and faster. In just a few years, Zaraki's own spiritual pressure has reached the high level of second-class spiritual power, and it is not far from the peak. Because of this, even the strong man who liberated the Zanpakuto like Madarame can only cut through Zaraki's skin. At the same time, Zaraki's casual blow directly hit Madarame's corner hard. Although there is also the current corner of Madarame's strength has not yet grown to its peak, it can also be seen that the current Zaraki is much stronger than the Zaraki in the same time period in the summer night memory. After stabilizing Madarame's injury, Natsuya took back his Ryatsu. Okay, everyone. This time the official challenge, Vice Captain Zaraki won. Sure enough, Vice Captain Zaraki is still so desperate. After the captain of the summer night announced the results of the challenge, some of the team members watching the game suddenly expressed such emotion. Indeed, although Captain Natsuya's strength is much stronger than that of Vice Captain Zaraki. After all, Vice Captain Zaraki challenged Captain Natsuya so many times, and was finally defeated by Captain Natsuya. Even if they couldn't see the battle between the two captains clearly, they could only judge the situation of the battle through the collision of the Ryatsu between the two sides. But in so many battles, Vice Captain Zaraki has not won a single battle, so he knows that the difference in strength between Vice Captain Zaraki and Captain Natsuya is not small. However, in everyone's mind, Vice Captain Zaraki is much more terrifying than Captain Natsuya. No way, everyone fights with Captain Xiaoyi. No matter what Captain Xiaoyi says, he will also use swordsmanship to defeat everyone. Moreover, before defeating everyone, he will also point out the flaws in everyone's swordsmanship, and after the battle is over, everyone has a new direction of cultivation to make their strength stronger. However, the scene of everyone fighting with Vice Captain Zaraki is more strange. In the face of everyone's attack, Vice Captain Zaraki didn't even bother to defend himself and let everyone attack him. However, to everyone's despair, except for Captain Natsuya, no one in the entire 11th team could cause the slightest damage to Vice Captain Zaraki. On the contrary, a casual blow from Vice Captain Zaraki can knock everyone upside down. It can be said that the battle between everyone and Vice Captain Zaraki has no good experience at all, only the strongest to spare. Hey, you only see the strength of Vice Captain Zaraki Zaraki, but it seems that you have ignored the newcomer who challenged Vice Captain Zaraki. Yes, that guy is also a ruthless person. He can actually hurt Vice Captain Zaraki. As soon as these words came out, many Shinigami immediately remembered that the new chief who had just joined the 11th team was also impressive in his strength. TSK, it seems that the 11th team will be lively in the future. A corner, Ayakawa Yumi's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Madarame and Natsuyi. His body shook a few times, and he almost fell again. Hey, you're still a wounded person. It's best not to make excessive movements until the injury heals. Matsumoto Ranju then arrived and complained to Ayasegawa Yumichika. These two newcomers are really worry-free. But I forgot that Yumichika Ayase knew that she challenged her, and Madarame Kaku challenged Saraki, all of which were guided by her. However, Matsumoto Ranju still has some conscience. Therefore, before Yumichika Ayase-kawa's injuries healed, she felt that she had the responsibility and obligation to take care of him. I'm sorry. Ayasegawa Yumiko shook his head without the slightest sincerity of repentance. Although the Ryatsu that can be sensed in a corner has stabilized, it is always worrying not to see it with your own eyes. Matsumoto Ranju's careful thoughts, Summer Knights naturally saw through at a glance. Glared at Matsumoto Ranju, but Matsumoto Ranju responded to Xiaoyi by scratching his head and smirking. Forget it. Xiaoyi shook his head and said nothing more. During this time, Matsumoto Ranju's cultivation intensity was indeed higher. That's right. And although Matsumoto Ranju would try everything to be lazy when she was not cultivating, once she started cultivating, she did not fall behind in the cultivation plan set by Xiaoyi. Matsumoto, both of them are the trouble you caused. Next, they'll leave it to you. Oh, whether you use the return path yourself or send them to the 4th Division for treatment, I hope to see the two of them return to the team and start their missions normally in 3 days at most. Haha, leave it to me, Captain. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Matsumoto Ranju blinked at Xiaoyi and responded with a smile. In 3 days, I will definitely hand over the two of them to you alive. Not only them, but you. Xiaoyi glared at Matsumoto Ranju. Captain Shiba of the 10th Division told me that the vice captain of their squad has been hit hard recently and may have to retire. Let us squad see if there is a suitable candidate. It just so happens that there are more talented players like Ayasegawa and Madarame in the 11th team. After a while, if your strength progress can't satisfy me, I will throw you to the 10th Division to be the vice captain of that guy Jiboisen. No, Captain Summer Knight. Matsumoto Ranju's face suddenly collapsed and he begged for mercy from Xiaoyi pitifully. This scene stunned Madarame and Ayasegawa Yumichika, who had just woken up. Vice captain, this is a big man in the Gotii 13 team. Even, in the Siriitii, the status of the vice captain is not below that of ordinary nobles. But among the 11 teams, Matsumoto Ranjiku, who has only 5 seats, is qualified to serve as vice captain in other divisions. Even, from the conversation between Captain Natsuya and Matsumoto Goseki, it can be felt that Ayase-kawa Yumichika and Madarame Kaku really look down on the vice captains of other divisions. Didn't you hear Captain Xiaoyi say that going to the 10th Division as the vice captain is all throwing? What is throwing? Unwanted things, things that are considered waste, will be thrown away. Obviously, in everyone's consciousness, even the 5 seats of the 11th team are much better than the vice captains of other divisions. Yumichika Ayasegawa and Ikaku Madarame looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. They entered the 11th team to fulfill the agreement with Xiaoyi. Now it seems that they are in the right place. No discussion. Faced with Matsumoto Ranju's coquettishness, Xiaoyi directly shook his head and refused. Now, what Matsumoto Ranjiku can learn in the 11th team, Xiaoyi has taught her. Even if it is swordsmanship, Matsumoto Ranju is only one step away from breaking through the swordsman. Crossing over, with the ability of the Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Ranjiku can have a strength comparable to that of the captain, even in the face of the captain-level powerhouse who liberates the Zanpakuto. As long as the ability is not very restrained, it is not without the power to protect itself. If it can't be crossed, then Matsumoto Ranju staying in the 11th team will not have a greater effect. The breadth of all things, the most important thing, is enlightenment. Matsumoto Ranju is not a genius of understanding, and if you want to comprehend the breadth of all things, you can only rely on your own understanding. Only by seeing more things and having more insights into life and the world can we integrate these insights into our own sword path and make greater breakthroughs. Because of this, in the face of Jibo's invitation, the first candidate that came to Xiaoyi's heart was Matsumoto Ranju. First, naturally, because Matsumoto Ranju's strength has reached a bottleneck, he needs to increase more knowledge to broaden his horizons. Second, in Matsumoto Rankiko's original experience, she was the vice captain of the 10th Division, and it lasted until after the 1,000 years of bloody war. Let Matsumoto return to the original experience, so that before Matsumoto Ranju's strength improves, Matsumoto Ranju's life is not in danger. Third, it is the future 11th team, which may make a lot of noise under the leadership of Xiaoyi, and let Matsumoto Ranju leave first, which can also reduce some trouble for her. No matter what Matsumoto Ranju does now, Natsuyi will find a reason to let Matsumoto Ranju go to the 10th Division as vice captain at the right time. Coincidentally, the matter between
between Madarame and Yumika Ayasegawa, Matsumoto Ranjiko let Natsume grab the handle and gave Natsume a reason and excuse to let him leave the 11th first team.
Of course, if Matsumoto Ranju made a breakthrough in kendo during this period and became a swordsman, then Natsuye would naturally respect Matsumoto Ranju's opinion and let him continue to stay in the 11th team. As for the 10th Division Shia Ishin side, it would be good to let Ichino's Maki go. Oh, come to think of it, from the vice-captain to the 3rd seat, and then to the 4th, the desire to serve as the vice-captain of other divisions will be more vigorous than the other team members.
But if Matsumoto Ranju did not break through during this time,
as night approached, Xiaoyi originally wanted to give herself an extra round of practice, but suddenly heard an emergency assembly signal from the first team. Xiaoyi's footsteps to the training ground paused.
Is it already this time?
As a combat team, the 11 is definitely the busiest of the Gotai 13. It can be said that as long as it involves battles, at least 6 of the 10 battles are fought by the gods of death of the 11th team.
The remaining 3 were the Shinigami of the 11th division watching the Shinigami of the other divisions fight.
There was only one game, and it ended before the Shinigami of the 11th team arrived. It is precisely because of this that Natsuyo, the captain of the 11th first team, knows more about the situation in the Syriatia. Even if it is not as good as the 2nd and 8th divisions of the intelligence department, but he knows more than others. At the same time, combined with the information about the world of the god of death that Xiaoyi knew, he naturally knew what this captain's meeting represented.
The dissipation of many souls in the flowing soul street, the deaths of the gods of death who died abnormally.
All of them said that Aizen Sasuke had already started his own plan. At the same time, the death of so many souls in the Soul Society did not trigger the alarm of the 12th division about the balance of the 3 realms spirit sons, and it was obvious that Aizen Sasuke had completed the unification of the virtual circle. In this way, he could perfectly coordinate the balance of the spirit child's reincarnation according to the amount of souls consumed by the Soul Society and the amount of void in the purified void circle. If I remember correctly, during this captain's meeting, Captain Yamamoto decided to send 4 captains and 2 vice-captains to deal with this incident.
Xiaoyi recalled it in his mind, and the figures of Fonchiao Lojuro, Hirako Meiko, Akawa Luowo, Luche Kengsi, Yayan Morulisa, and the 6 people in the Monkey Persimmon Sun world flashed in his mind. For everything that the 6 of them were about to encounter, Xiaoyi was not ready to stop. In the final analysis, the strength of these 6 people is still a bit interesting, but without the blessing of blurring, whether it was the battle with the 10 blades of the Aizen Void Circle or the battle with the Knights of the Star Cross of the Invisible Empire, they were too weak. In addition, letting the 6 captains leave the Gotai 13 team can also stimulate the potential of the Gotai 13 team, and in just a few decades, 6 captain-level powerhouses will be born again. Except for the East Immortal Want, who was originally a subordinate of Aizen Sasuke, whether it was the Broken Bee, the Kamamura Left Formation, or Nirvana, they all performed extraordinarily in the 1000-year Blood War. Among them, Nirvana has become a key figure in turning the tide of battle for the Gotai 13 team. Meiko Hirako, Kisuke Urahara, and others did not leave Suriitai, and it was impossible for these people to replace them as the new captains. After all, not all teams are 11th teams. In addition to the first team and the 11th team, the captains of the other 11 divisions need to be recognized by the other captains. In addition, under the premise of having a captain, even if some of the team members in the squad have completed the cultivation of Bankai and have the strength of the captain, it is impossible to become the captain. The first team is the general team. The 11th team is a combat team, and the captain is known as the strongest god of death. Sword 8 is not just a title. For Sword 8, as long as he wants, he can completely ignore the orders of the central 46th room and the captain. This is the privilege that the first generation of Sword 8 Flower Restoration won for the title of Sword 8. After committing a great crime, the 8th generation of Sword 8 Mole City Shuang faced the inquiry of the central 46th room, ignoring it, and the nobles in the central 46th room still couldn't do anything about the Mole Ching Shuang. Entering the infernal hell, it was still Mole City Shuangye who cooperated with them and took the initiative to be sealed and imprisoned. Otherwise, even Mole City Shuang has implemented his own plan, whether it is the noble side or the captain. I am afraid that he will not know until Mole City Shuang has completed his purpose. Of course, Kenpachi has such privileges in the Suriitai, and the nobles of the Suriitai will naturally make some restrictions on Sword 8. First of all, it is the battle for the Sword 8. In the same era, there can only be one Sword 8. The new Sword 8 needs to kill the previous generation of Sword 8 in order to truly inherit the name of Sword 8. The resignation of Mole City Shuangya has caused problems with the subsequent 2 generations of Kenpachi inheritance. The 9th generation Kenpachi is the vice-captain of Kenpachi and Mole City Kenpachi, and after Mole City Shuangya was imprisoned in infernal hell, he became the new captain of the 11th team. However, the strength of the 5 assistant Kenpachi was not enough to be the captain of the 11th team, and soon, the ghost castle that grew up from the flowing soul street entered the 11th team, killed the 5 assistant Kenpachi, and succeeded the 10th generation of Kenpachi. It can be said that Wuzhu Kenpachi and Ghost Yenching using Kenba have seriously lowered the gold content of the title of Sword 8.
That is, the appearance of Summer Nights has restored the name of the 11th team and Kenpachi.
As for whether it is surpassed, this is hard to say.
After all, the previous Kenpachi had their own highlight periods. Kenpachi cut off the house, and with his own strong strength he received an invitation from the Zero Division. If he hadn't underestimated Mole City Soya and fought with Mole City Soya's Bankai posture in his normal state, Kenpachi Yashiki might be regarded as the god of death who was closest to Captain Yamamoto among the Gotai 13 teams.
And what about Summer Nights? So far, he has not received an invitation from the Zero Division. From this point of view alone, everyone knows that there is still a big gap between Natsuyi and Kenpachi Kakuyashiki.
Of course, there is also some speculation about this. On the one hand, it is true that Xiaoyi has not yet grown to its peak.
His spiritual pressure, like Zaragi, is still among the second-class spiritual powers.
If you want to be promoted to the Zero Division, first-class spiritual power is the most basic requirement. On the other hand, it is also Xiaoyi who feels that the position of the Zero Division is full and no longer recruits. Therefore, even if Natsuyi's strength surpasses that of Kenpachi Kayoshiki in the future, it is impossible to receive an invitation from the Zero Division. Just like the other squadrons of the Gotai 13 team, as long as the current captain is still there, even if the members of the squad have the strength of the captain, it is impossible to replace the captain as the new captain.
Shaking his head, Xiaoyi didn't think about it anymore. The figure flashed and rushed in the direction of the first team. Captain Summer Night is here. Well, I shouldn't be late. Xiaoyi looked around, and besides him, it seemed that only Captain Yukitake of the 13th Division did not come.
No, but the old man's mood seems to be very bad,
Jingle Chunshui whispered.
At this point, Jingle Shunsui has the most say.
As an intelligence force, Kayaraku Shunsui was the first to discover the abnormal deaths of the gods of death in Suraiti.
There is no doubt that this is the murderer's provocation against the Gotai 13. In addition, this time, the abnormal disappearance or death of the god of death is already the third time. At the beginning, Jingle Chunshui had just discovered a hint of signs, and the other party calmed down. The second time, before Jingle Shunshui started to exert its strength, the Kasumi Daijia jumped out, and there was an incident in which the taper knife absorbed the god of death and crushed the god of death.
This is the third time.
Obviously, more than 20 years ago, the taper knife incident of the Xiadella family was used as a scapegoat by people in the dark. However, this person repeatedly caused the god of death to disappear and die without causing a big movement, and he must be a person in the 13 teams of the Gotai. Moreover, it is necessary to have an extremely deep understanding of the operation of the Gotai 13 team.
This mastermind is at least at the level of the vice-captain. Even, the murderer may be one of the 11 of them. What's more, I'm afraid it's not just one person.
Jingle Shunsui stretched out his hand and pulled down his hat to cover his gaze.
Captain Yamamoto's suspicion was the first to be ruled out.
As the captain of the Gotai 13 team, anyone could betray Suriitii, except for Captain Yamamoto. Secondly, Captain Unohana can also be ruled out. As one of the people who know the details of the flower of the rabbit, Jingle Shunsui knows the goal of the flower of the flower. Even if the big villain Unohana Yachiria from 1,000 years ago wanted to kill, he would go to the flowing Soul Street and would not kill indiscriminately in the Sirii court. Moreover, if Captain Unohana really wanted to kill, he would only kill openly, and it would not be possible to be so sneaky. Further down, he and Yukitake could not be the murderer.
Well, the captain of the 6th Division, Kochiki Jinsuzu, is not very suspicious.
It's not that Kayaraku Shunsui looks down on Kochiki Jinsuzu, but Kochiki Jinsuzu, as the head of the Kochiki family, is also a model for all nobles, and it is impossible to do something like killing a god to ruin the reputation of the Kochiki family. If it is replaced by another of the 4 nobles, there is still some possibility.
The knight of the 4 maple courtyards can also be ruled out. Then, the rest are the captain of the 3rd Division, Lojuro Fenkishi, the captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako, the captain of the 7th Division, the captain of the 9th Division, the captain of the 9th Division, the Kensai of the 9th Division, the captain of the 10th Division, Ishin Shia, the captain of the 11th Division, and the captain of the 12th Division, Kisuk Urahara. Jingle Shunsui secretly looked at these people and began to plan in his heart how to find out the black hands hidden among these captains in a while. Dong dash. Okay, captains. Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni opened his eyes and said sternly, recently, the god of death of the Gotai 13 team has once again had an abnormal death.
According to the information of the head of the 8th Division's Beijing band, the approximate range of the murderer has been clarified. In addition, according to the report of the 12th Division, virtual Ryatsu has appeared in many places in Suriitii.
This is a provocation to the Gotai 13 team and cannot be tolerated.
Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni glanced at the 2 platoon captains below him and did not see anything from these captains. Jing bandleader, now, tell me about the location of the villains this time.
Yes, Captain.
Jingle Shunsui walked out of the queue and spoke. According to the available information, the most likely locations for villains to appear are 2. One of them, located in the mountain forest area between the 5th and and 9th divisions, is the area with the highest concentration of the number of disappearances and deaths of the god of death, and I guess there should be a base for the villains here. The other one is located on the outskirts between the 7th division and the 11th division, and the information of the 12th division shows that in the past few decades, many of the virtual Ryatsu that appeared in the Seriitii have appeared for the first time in this range, and it cannot be ruled out for the time being that there are black cavity entrances and exits fixed by the Great Voids in the Void Circle. I suggest that Captain Fengqiao Lojuro of the 3rd Division, Captain Mako Harako of the 5th Division, Captain Ekoa Luowu of the 7th Division, and Captain Luche Kengsi of the 9th Division go to the 1st position to investigate. Captain Sherboy Ishin of the 10th Division, Captain of the Summer Night Sword of the 11th Division, went to the 2nd position to investigate. Once you find something, you can directly arrest or even kill the villains. I will send the Deputy Captain of the 8th Division, Lisa Yamamaru, and Captain Fengqiao Lojuro and others to the 1st position. As for the 2nd, Kayarako Shunsui looked at Kisuke Urahara. Originally, he wanted Kisuke Urahara, Natsuyo, and Shibo to go to the 2nd location together, but if he wanted to know the situation of the two places all the time, it was impossible to do it with the intelligence officers of the 8th Division alone. Therefore, Kayaraka Shunsui wanted to get the help of the 2nd Division Captain Shifenjin Yoruchi. In this way, he naturally couldn't use Kisuke Urahara, who was introduced by Yoruchi and Shifenjin, as a suspect. Otherwise, with the friendship between Yoichi and Kisuke Urahara, it is not possible to say that he asked Yoichi for help and Shifenjin Yoichi and Kisuke Urahara already knew all his arrangements. Instead of this, it is better to simply give Urahara Kisuke trust. Captain Urahara, let your vice captain follow Captain Xiaoyi and the others. In this way, if you have any information, you can contact it as soon as possible. I see. Urahara Kisuke nodded. Although in terms of IQ, Kisuke Urahara is the pinnacle of the god of death. But for things he didn't understand, Kisuke Urahara obviously didn't know the meaning of Kayaraka Shuinsue's arrangement. Moreover, if Saragamaki followed Captain Natsui in the future, as long as she didn't be stupid, there was almost no danger. After all, among the entire Gotii 13 teams, if you want to say who knows the most about the strength of Captain Natsuya, it is none other than Urahara Kisuke. For so many years, the gravity equipment on Captain Xiaoye's body has never been turned off, coupled with the weight of more than 3 tons on Captain Summer Night. Although Captain Natsuyatsu's Ryatsu has not yet reached the 1st class, but once Captain Natsuya takes off his weight-bearing clothes and turns off the gravity equipment, Kisuke Urahara really doesn't know what kind of state Captain Natsuya's strength will reach. Then, just when Kayaraka Shunsui wanted everyone to start their mission immediately, Captain Yamamoto spoke. Kayaraka Shunsui paused, turned his body sideways, and faced Captain Yamamoto. Come in. Captain Yamamoto did not go to see Kayaraka Shunsui, but spoke to the door of the conference room. Whoa dash. The iron door opened, and a man with a scepter in his hand and a purple turtleneck cloak entered the conference room with a fat man who was obviously overweight. Seeing these two people, Xiaoye's eyes narrowed. Although this was the first time Xiaoye had seen them in the world of death, Xiaoye was no stranger to both of them. In front of him is the big ghost Taoist who has the greatest sense of contrast between when he appeared and after he appeared. Behind is Akira Bogan, who has a very gentle personality and body shape. At this time, the holding of the iron chamber is definitely the coldest and brightest moment for me. No matter who sees it, they will be frightened by his cold and stern momentum. Who would have thought that after leaving Seriitii with Kisuke Urahara for 100 years, the great demon Taoist priest holding Ryo Tetsusai who appeared again in everyone's eyes would become a funny character. As for Ari Akita Bogan, whether he followed Ryo Tetsai or became a member of the Kamen army with Hirako Mako and others, he was a very reliable person. Captain. After holding Ryoshi Tetsusai and Ari Akita Bogan to say hello to Captain Yamamoto, Captain Yamamoto spoke. Because this incident is relatively bad, in order to wipe out all the enemies hidden in the dark, the old man specially invited the great ghost Taoist chief and the deputy ghost Taoist chief of the ghost Taoists to assist together. Bo Xian. Captain. You go to the 1st location with Captain Lu Juro and others to assist Captain Lu Juro and others in finding the enemy. Iron Study. After a pause, finally, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni said, you are with Captain Natsuya and Captain Shiba. What Kayaraka Shunsui can think of, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni can naturally think of. At the same time, because of his identity as the captain, the energy that Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni can master allows Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni to mobilize more forces. The Ghost Taoists, although they do not belong to the 13 guards of the Gotii, but as the supreme leader of the Seriitii defense forces, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni spoke, and the ghost monks would not refuse. Originally, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni was preparing to let Shimashi Taitsai and Xiaoyi be together. In Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni, Jiboy Ishin also has a lot of suspicion in this matter. After all, how was the Shiha family, as one of the 5 nobles of the Seriitii, kicked out of the Seriitii in the first place? However, with Jibo, he was the captain of the 11th team's summer night. Although Captain Xiaoyi is still young, judging from the style of doing things for for more than 20 years, Captain Xiaoya is not only strong but also extraordinary, able to delegate power and know people to make good use of it. The 11th team, under the leadership of Xia Yi, is the most popular team during this period. Let Ling Tiezhai and Xia Yi Jibo work together, which can be regarded as balancing the combat power of the two. One side has 4 captains, 1 vice-captain, and 1 deputy ghost chief. There are 2 captains on one side, a big ghost Taoist leader and a vice-captain. There is Akita Bogan and holding Link Sai, which is the insurance of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakoku. With the strength of the two of them, as long as the captains of both sides are not rebellious, they can definitely cooperate with the captains who have no problems to take down the mastermind behind the scenes and solve this incident. Yes, Captain. Xia Yi was surprised. He never expected that this incident would actually have its own thing. What? In addition, there have been changes in the configuration of people who go out. Among them, Saragamaki Hiyori did not set aside with Hirako Mako and others, but was in a group with himself and Jiha. Similarly, Shiryoshi Tetsusai was not with Kasuke Urahara. However, Xia Yi has long been prepared for the butterfly effect that he may cause. Therefore, Xia Yi had no objection to Captain Yamamoto's arrangement and stood up with the other captains. Captain Jibwa, I can attack at any time here. How are you? Xia Yi looked up and asked Jibo-isan. I'm fine. Jibo nodded and looked at Ling Taizhai. Where is your excellency Taizhai? I'm fine too. Captain Norihara, please also tell me the location of the deputy captain of your squadron, and after finding the deputy captain of the Saragamaki, we will set off immediately. I'll let her come over. Kasuke Urahara said. She came to the first team with me, and now she is in the waiting room of the first team. Captain Urahara, the deputy captain of our squadron, Yajimaru, is also in the waiting room. Please call her over. The one who spoke was the captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Shunsui. As the intelligence unit of the Gotiei 13 team, Kayaraku Shunsui naturally had his own thoughts on this incident, so when he came to attend the captain's meeting, he directly brought his deputy captain Yamaimaru Lisa with him. As for Natsuya, because he felt that this incident had nothing to do with him, he did not let Zaraki be with him. Now it seems that summer nights feel just right. Zaraki sits in the 11th team, which is also a deterrent to Aizen Sasuke. Come to think of it, Aizen Sasuke, who often goes in and out of the Great Spirit Book corridor, is also one of the people who knows Zaraki's true strength, especially for a madman like Zaraki who fights all by instinct. Even if Aizen Sasuke's Kagami Suigetsu can control Zaraki's 5 senses, but once the two sides fight, Zaraki's fighting instinct is definitely the nemesis of Aizen Sasuke's Kagami Suigetsu. Just like the Bankai Enma cricket that Tozen wanted, it directly sealed Zaraki's other senses except for touch, and in the end he was not defeated by Zaraki strongly? Even the barrier space transformed by his Bankai was shattered. The waiting room was not far from the captain's conference room, and in less than 3 minutes, Saragamaki Nisari and Yajimaru Lisa came to the captain's conference room. In the daily world, when you go on a mission, you remember to follow Captain Xia Yi. Kasuke Urahara came to Saragamaki Hiyori's side, lowered his head and said in Saragamaki Hiyori's ear, I know you have some prejudices about Captain Summer Night, but this mission may be dangerous, and your most important task is to serve as our liaison with Captain Summer Night and Captain Jibwa. The history of surwriting is millions of years old. It's a pity that the noble masters and those big masters with scientific research capabilities will only study what is beneficial to them. Therefore, even if it is the Gotiei 13 team nowadays, if they want a contact, they still rely on primitive methods, or whistle, or a mallet hitting a wooden board, or relying on ghosts, or it is the hell butterfly cultivated by the 12th division. However, whether it is a whistle or a mallet, the range is relatively small. The scope of the ghost path is larger, but if you want to use the number 55 binding path and the 77 binding path, it is not something that ordinary gods of death can use. Only those who are above the level of vice captain and proficient in ghost paths can do it. Even the captains of the 13th team of the Guardian Court, there are few who can use the toe salamander chasing sparrow when the sky is empty. Only the hell butterfly could communicate far enough. Even the Soul Society in the present world can convey news through the hell butterfly. However, after all, the hell butterfly is something researched by the 12th division, and the information it carries requires certain means to read correctly. Before the 12th division announces the correct way to read the information in the hell butterfly, only the people of the 12th division can complete the editing and reading of the information in the infernal butterfly. In the Day of the Monkey Persimmon, he is the character who reads the information of the hell butterfly in this mission. You don't want to embarrass Captain Towboat because of the failure of the mission, right? Kasuke Urahara was worried that Saragamaki Hiyori had lost his temper, and when he encountered danger, he didn't know how to seek the protection of Captain Natsuya, and even pulled out Kiryu of the towboat. Sure enough, for Saragamaki Hiyori, Hikafune Kiryu is her biggest weakness. Although he felt that he was left behind by Hikafune Kiryu, Saragami Nisori still didn't want Hikafune Kiryu's reputation to be harmed. Let's go. During the time when Kasuke Urahara explained the time of Saragamaki Nisori, Fonchiao Lojuro, Hirako Mako, and others had left the conference room and began to rush to their destination. And on a summer night, Jibo was single-minded, holding Ling Tizai and seeing Urahara Kisuke explaining the sake persimmon to the sun. He did not urge, but waited until they finished speaking before coming over.
Captain Xiaoyi, my vice-captain will ask you to bother more. After Kisuke Urahara nodded at Ishin Shiha and holding Ryo Tetsusai, he patted Saragamaki Hiyori on the back and said to Xiaoyi, don't worry, Captain Urahara. As long as the deputy captain of the 8 persimmon is within 10 meters around me, then before I fall, the vice-captain of the 8 persimmon will never be harmed in the slightest. For Kisuke Urahara's request, Natsu naturally would not refuse. He asked Kisuke Urahara to make weight-bearing suits and gravity equipment for him, which was originally a big favor owed to Kisuke Urahara. Now that Kisuke Urahara's small request, if Xiaoyi does not agree, then the two sides may not have any communication in the future. Anyway, for Xiaoyi, it is not difficult to protect an 8 persimmon in the world. However, in order to keep the 8 persimmon from running around in the world, Xiaoyi still gave a range of activities. To say 100 meters, I'm afraid others will think it's exaggerated. Within 10 meters, ghosts and gods are forbidden. Just right. This. Thank you. Whoosh. Whoosh. There were no superfluous words, and the 4 figures of Xiaoyi flickered and disappeared into the night. A black hell butterfly gently flapped its wings and stayed on the fingertips of the 8 persimmon day, allowing the 8 persimmon day to read the information in the body. Over here. After knowing the location of the mission, the monkey persimmon Nishiri stretched out his hand, and the 3 of them immediately moved forward on summer night. It's just that. Xiaoyi shook her hair and sighed. Among the 4 of them, Xiaoyi, Jibo is the captain. Although he did not have a Zanpakuto, as a great demon Taoist priest of the ghost Taoists, his strength was not inferior to that of the captains of the 13th Gotiei team. I see. Only the 8 persimmon is only the vice-captain in the world. Moreover, among the vice-captains, the strength of the monkey persimmon is not a strong person. The reason why she was able to become the vice-captain of the 12th division was just because of Kiryu Hikafune's doting. After Kisuke Urahara ascended to the throne, he also promised Kiryu Hikafune to take good care of Saragamaki Hiyori, so he did not dismiss Saragamaki Hiyori from his position as vice-captain. Compared with the 3 of them and Xiaoyi, the speed of the 8 persimmon in the daily world is much slower. If it was an ordinary task, there would be no problem for the 3 of them to wait for the 8 persimmon in the sun on summer nights, but from the importance that Gingle Shunsui and Captain Yamamoto attached to this matter, everyone can feel that there may be something more secret behind this matter. Otherwise, it would be impossible to divide the troops into 2 routes, and there would be 3 or 4 captain-level strong men to lead the team. Vice-Captain 8 persimmon, next, you can concentrate on showing the way. Xiaoyi's figure flashed, appeared beside the monkey persimmon son, and stretched out his hand to put his hand on the shoulder of the monkey persimmon son. In the confused gaze of the monkey persimmon day, the summer night spiritual pressure broke out, breaking through the air barrier in the day of the monkey persimmon and moving forward rapidly. The sudden increase in speed made the monkey persimmon scream. So fast. However, no matter how you say it, the 8 persimmon Rishiri also has the strength of a high-ranking official, and he quickly reacted that this was Captain Xiaoyi who disliked his slow speed and rushed with him. Looking left and right, Captain Jibwa and the great ghost Taoist master were both following Captain Xiaoyi. This speed is at least 3 times faster than himself. This made Saragamaki Hiyori's face a little feverish. Did you embarrass the captain? However, the sound of summer night soon woke up the monkey persimmon in the sun. Vice-Captain 8 persimmon, where should we go next? Well, I'll look at. Sake persimmon Hiyori carefully looked at the location of himself and others. Thanks to Captain Xiaoyi using Ryatsu to hold up the shield, even if the flight speed was very fast, Sake persimmon Hiyori could clearly see the front and the ground. A little to the right. The area of the Suriting Court is very large, with a diameter of 730 ray. The distance in a spirit, in other words, is about 11 kilometers. From the first team to the mission location of Xiaoyi and others, there is about 100 spirit miles, that is, a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Even at the speed of Xiaoyi and the others, it would take about 2 hours to get there. Moreover, because they were flying at high speed in the air, a slight deviation from the distance would greatly deviate from the final destination, so they had to determine their bearings with the 8 persimmon at any time, and delayed some time. I found it. There is a virtual Ryatsu. After getting close to the target for a certain distance, there was no need for the 8 persimmon sun, and the 3 of them had already sensed the void spiritual pressure. Captain Jibwa, Your Excellency Tijai, I want to be faster, so I will go over first, so as not to hurt people in vain. Please, Captain Summer Night. Jibwa nodded in unison. In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with this. In other words, if he was faster, he would have rushed over as fast as possible. After all, if these voids exist in the Suritai for some more time, the people around them will be in danger. Unlike Jibo's big nerves, holding Link Shai knows his real mission. Generally speaking, because the Suriting Court is blocked by the soul masking membrane, it is impossible to locate the coordinates of the Suriting Court in the virtual circle and directly enter the Suriting Court through the black cavity. Of course, the void in the void circle cannot accurately locate the coordinates of the Suritai, but if the black black cavity is not used randomly, it is also possible to teleport to the surrounding. It's just that such a probability is pitifully low. It's rare to encounter it once in 10 years. But from the records of the surrounding court over the past 100 years, the cases of virtual invasion in the surrounding court have increased dozens of times. It can be said that if the 12th Division did not have the ability to monitor the spatial fluctuations after the formation of the black cavity, as well as the patrols of the Shinigami of the Gotai 13th team, and purify the void as quickly as possible after these voids entered the Suriitii would definitely be a mess of these voids. In such a situation, it is obvious that someone in the surrounding court has provided spatial positioning for the virtual circle. Holding the Lingtetsusai followed Natsuya and Jiha together, on the one hand, to assist the two, but on the other hand, he also wanted to observe the two of them to see if they were the traitors of the 13th team of the Suriitii court. So, now Captain Xiaoyi wants to rush over by himself. Does he really want to purify the void as soon as possible, or do he want to erase the traces he left behind? For a while, the thoughts in holding Ling Tiezhai's heart turned 100 times. However, he couldn't do anything about Captain Summer Knight's statement. After all, who made his speed really not as fast as Captain Summer Knight? Therefore, in the face of Captain Xiaoye's words, sure Ling Tizai also nodded. Seeing that Jibo Ishin and Ling Tetsusai had no objection, Xiaoye stretched out his hand and patted the Zanpakuto on his waist. In an instant, the Zanpakuto on Xiaoye's waist turned into golden light and merged into Xiaoye's body. Bankai dash. Kizaru Porosalino. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of Xiaoye's body, turning into a golden light that was projected into the distance. So strong, so fast. Captain Summer Knight, what a strong Ryatsu control. This scene made Jibo Isin and holding Ling Tiezhai's pupils shrink when they saw it. The essence of the liberation of the Shinigami Zanpakuto is to temporarily fuse the spirit of the Zanpakuto with one's own soul, so as to achieve the effect of improving Ryatsu and controlling the ability of the Zanpakuto. Most of the gods of death could not fully control the sudden surge in Ryatsu, and those spirit children attracted by the surging Ryatsu escaped and emitted various colors of light. Of course, the Ryatsu itself will also attract the surrounding spirits to gather. From the spiritual light emitted by a god of death when he burst out of Ryatsu, the strength of the god of death can also be roughly judged. However, there is another situation. That is, the god of death has a high degree of control over Ryatsu. In this way, even if you liberate the Zanpakuto, you can perfectly control the skyrocketing Ryatsu. However, the captains who can do this are undoubtedly those who have been captains for more than 100 years. Well, it's at least 100 years, and at the same time, it's not that every captain can do it. Captain Xiaoyi became the captain of the 11th team, but it was only more than 20 years. This is genius. After Ji Haishin let out a sigh, he also broke out Ryatsu and accelerated forward. So fast. The speed after the Summer Night Bankai directly frightened the 8 Persimmon Sun. She never expected it, but in an instant, Captain Xiaoyi took him across a distance of at least 5 spirits and appeared directly at the location where the void spirit pressure was. This led to the fact that after Xiaoyi let go of his hand, the monkey Persimmon Rishiri did not have time to react to condense the spirit child at his feet and stand until he fell more than 10 meters down before he reacted, quickly stabilized his figure, and looked forward. At just one glance, the face of the 8 Persimmon became pale. How is that possible? It's actually a big void of the Achuka's level, and it's still 3. Great void. There are 3 levels: Killian, Achuka's, and Vastad standing at the top of the imaginary. Only a few of the great void of the Killian level can have their own consciousness, and these great void with self-awareness all have the potential to advance to the level of Achuka's. In terms of spiritual pressure, the great void of the Killian level has the same third-class spiritual power as the captains of the 13th Gotai team. It's just because the god of death has the amplification brought by the white instant ghost and the Zanpakuto, and the great void of the Killian level lacks combat tricks, so only the void flash is worth paying attention to. Therefore, basically the vice-captain with 4th-class spiritual power can match him. The great void of the Achuka's level has a 2nd-class spiritual power comparable to that of the Centennial captains. Every Achuka's level devoid has experienced brutal battles and fights, devouring hundreds of Killian Devu before successfully being promoted. Therefore, their strength is comparable to that of the captains of the Gotai 13 team. Even, it is not that a strong man without a captain level died at the hands of the great void of the Achuka's level. Now, there are 3 Achuka's level voids here at once. How not to make the 8 Persimmon Sun fearful? However, soon Saragamaki Nishiri calmed down. Here, she is not the only one. Looking up at the captain of the Summer Night high in the sky, the 8 Persimmon was relieved. Although I don't want to admit it, if it is this guy, even if I am defeated by these 3 Achuka's level Dabo, I can hold out until the arrival of Captain Shiba of the 10th Division and the Great Ghost Taoist Master of Tetsusai. Just 3 Achuka's level big voids? Although Xiaoye's spiritual sense had already sensed the number and level of the void that appeared here. However, really discovering that only 3 Achuka's level devoid appeared in front of him still made Xiaoye shake his head. Aizen Sasuke, how much do you look down on me? Natsuyi knew that the void that Aizen Sasuke put here was
to contain himself. It's just that he didn't even arrange a Vastad for himself, which made Xiaoyi a little incomprehensible. The appearance of Xiaoyi was soon discovered by these three Achukas level Davoids. After letting out a high-pitched howl, these three Achukas level voids quickly attacked the Summer Knight. Two Achukas' claws passed through Xiaoyi's body, and the remaining one Achukas released a red virtual flash, also piercing Xiaoyi's body. However, their attack did not cause much harm to Xiaoyi. A little golden light escaped, and after Achuka's body and virtual flash passed through Xiaoyi's body, these points of light seemed to go back in time and converged on Xiaoyi's body again. Elementalization. Although in the world of Shinigami, it contains Ryatsu attacks, which can cause damage to Summer Knights in an elemental state. However, don't forget, Xiaoyi also has the domineering spirit of foreseeing the future. Xiaoyi only needs to elementalize and avoid the place where he is about to be attacked, so that he can make himself look like he is immune to attacks. Everyone, have you ever been kicked by light? After these three Achukas attacked, Xiaoyi raised his head and said this sentence to them. Boom boom dash. Before the 8 persimmon could react, the three Achukas smashed from the sky. On dash. In the smoke, the three battered Achukas roared again and struggled to get up from the ground. It is visible to the naked eye that their injuries are recovering. This is the ability of the void itself, high-speed regeneration. As long as the concentration of spirit children is abundant, or the spiritual pressure of the void itself is strong enough, then the void can absorb the surrounding spiritual children or directly consume its own spiritual pressure to recover from its own injuries. As the great void of the Achukas level, although their high-speed regeneration cannot recover their stumps in a short period of time, ordinary injuries do not take long to recover. 63 of the binding path, lock and lock. Seeing this, Xiaoyi waved his hand casually, and suddenly, beside him, the golden Ryatsu condensed into 6 golden spirit chains, winding downward, completely binding the three Achukas. Although Xiaoyi is the strongest now as the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman, as well as his own physique. However, Xiaoyi's attainments in the ghost path are not weak. Even, because Natsuyi has the strongest Zanpakuto ability of the flash system, all light-related ghost paths will be greatly improved in Xiaoyi's hands. Even if it was just to abandon the chanting number 63 binding path in the hands of Xiaoyi, these three Achukas would be tied to the ground and unable to move. This guy is so strong. The brows of the 8 persimmon jumped a few times. No matter how unhappy she was about Xiaoyi in her heart, at this moment, Sake Persimmon Rishi still felt shocked by Xiaoyi's strength. The three Achukas level voids, in the eyes of the Sarigami Day, even if Captain Urahara wanted to solve them, it would not be an easy task. But in the hands of Captain Xiaoyi, he was defeated so easily. Why don't you kill them? The 8 persimmon flew to Xiaoyi's side and asked curiously. Aren't you curious about how they came to Siri-iti? Hearing Saruki Rishiri's question, Xiaoyi did not answer, but asked him rhetorically. How could I know this? The reflexive rebuttal of the Summer Knight in the Monkey Persimmon Day. That deputy captain of the 8 persimmon, what do you think you are here to do with us? Xiaoyi lowered his head and put away the smile on his face. This feeling made Xiaoyi a little nostalgic. In the entire Sirii court, I am afraid that only by talking to Saruto Kakiri can he look down. As for the others, well, Xiaoyi felt that it would take at least 30 years for this body to grow to more than 1.8 meters. Ha, didn't I show you the way and then act as a liaison? Then what are you doing now? I have already captured the great void that invaded the Sirii. You don't report the situation to your captain, check if there are any space fluctuations opened by the black cavity around you, and ask me why I didn't kill these three Achukas by what means. Speaking of this, Xiaoyi shook her head. The 8 persimmon was pale in the sun, but he couldn't say anything to refute it. Even if Xiaoyi was a little more ill-hearted and directly said that she was going to kill people to silence her, she would be irrefutable. At this moment, Sake Kaki Niyori hurriedly closed his eyes and began to edit the news of the Summer Knight captured by Achukas devoid to the Hell Butterfly at his fingertips. By the way, let the 12th Division monitor whether there are traces of the opening of the Black Chamber around. There is no way, although Saragamaki Niyori is the vice captain of the 12th Division, she is not a scientific researcher. Even, it is not an exaggeration to say that she knows nothing about scientific research. In addition, she has no equipment on her body that can sense space fluctuations, and in the face of these questions raised by Xiaoyi, she can only do her duty as a liaison. Captain Summer Knight. 10 minutes later, Saragamaki Nishiri had not yet received any information from the 12th Division, and Jihaishin and Shirioshi Tetsusai had already arrived. I felt strange before. Captain Xiaoyi has already arrived. Why are these three virtual Ryatsu still there? I thought it was Captain Xiaoyi who was caught in a hard battle, but I didn't expect that it was Captain Xiaoyi who caught them. Ha ha. Jibo grabbed the back of his head, not feeling embarrassed that he seemed to look down on Xiaoyi before. Xiaoyi didn't care about this. Jibo Ishin was originally a carefree person. In addition, three Achukas, for the average captain, are not so easy to solve. But, even, in turn, it is not strange that the captain was killed by Achukas Davo. After all, in terms of spiritual power level, Achukas belongs to the second-class spiritual power, and he is much stronger than ordinary captains.
missions. Captain Jibwa, I also want to kill these 3 great voids. However, I feel that this incident is very not simple.
Next, Xiaoyi explained what he had just said to Saruto Persimmon Risei to Jibo-isin. Jibo touched his chin and made a sign of enlightenment. But Xiaoyi could guess from his wise eyes that Jibo had never thought of what was hidden in this incident.
Your Excellency Tieji, these 3 great voids, please escort them to the 12th Division and hand them over to Captain Urahara.
At present, Xiaoyi no longer talked to Jibwa, but said to Holding Ling Tiejai, he is the captain of the 11th Brigade, responsible for combat missions. Now, the big void that appeared in this place has been captured by Xiaoyi, and the follow-up matters need to be dealt with by the 12th Division and the Intelligence Division. Others, it has nothing to do with him.
Natsuya also didn't want to intervene in the confrontation between Aizen Sasuke and Urahara Kisuke at this time. Of course, if Aizen Sasuke intends to touch him, Natsuki doesn't mind trying the depth of Aizen Sasuke.
Seeing that the Ling Tiejai responded, Xiaoyi waved his hand, and suddenly, the chains on the bodies of these 3 Achukas Daxu instantly turned into light and dispersed.
On dash.
Losing the restraint, the 3 Achukas, who had recovered from their injuries, got up and wanted to attack the other 3 again.
Summer Knight's words.
Well, they are void, but not the great void that has no self-awareness after degenerating into Killian, but Achukas, who is still on the path of evolution.
Xiaoyi had defeated them in an instant before, and now they naturally wouldn't ask for trouble and attack Xiaoyi again. Do the 2 people and the little girl who arrived later also have strength comparable to Xiaoyi? The Lord said that if they didn't make some noise in the Siriting, they would be punished after they went back. They would rather die in battle in the Siriting court than return to the Void Knight Palace in disgrace before any waves have been raised and be punished by that adult. It's just that this time, they chose the wrong opponent again. In terms of strength, holding the Diamond Iron Study may not be as good as Summer Knight.
But when it comes to the means of dealing with the enemy, holding Ling Tiejai is not half a difference. The great Ghost Taoist master who can become a Ghost Taoist priest, holding Ling Tiejai's attainments in the Ghost Path must be the most top-notch batch. Holding Ling Tiejai's hands, he clapped his hands and shouted loudly,
the 99 of the Binding Path, the swastika.
For a while, countless white bandages appeared around the 3 voids, quickly wrapping them up. In just 2 seconds, the 3 Achukas were bound by countless white bandages and became mummified, unable to move anymore.
The Ghost Path for the God of Death is not inferior to the Zanpakuto power system.
A strong man who is proficient in the Ghost Path, even if he does not have a Zanpakuto, his strength is still terrifying. Number 99 Binding Dao can be regarded as the highest level of Binding Dao.
Even if it was a Vastad level void, it was not so easy to break free from being bound by the bound path of number 99.
Ha! As expected of the great Ghost Taoist master. Jibo-isin on the side was startled when he saw this, and patted his chest. Even the Binding Path of number 99 can give up chanting.
The difficulty of cultivating the Ghost Path is much higher than that of the liberation of the Zanpakuto. On average, every 50 years, a genius Shinigami with captain-level strength appears. If any God of Death is praised by everyone as a rare encounter in 100 years, then this God of Death can definitely be cultivated to the captain level. However, a strong person who is proficient in Ghost Paths is rare in 100 years. As the captain of the 10th Division, Ji Hiroshi naturally also dabbled in ghosts, but his attainments in the Ghost Path, it's hard to say in one word.
In the past, Jibo-isin did not see any strong people in the Ghost Path, or in other words, such as Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and Uno Hana. Retsu, who had high attainments in the Ghost Path, did not perform much, so that Jibo-isin lacked some knowledge of the top Ghost Path. So now holding a number 99 Binding Path that abandoned the chanting directly sealed the 3 Achukas level voids, directly opening Jibo's eyes. As for Xiaoyi, there was no expression. Indeed, as a great Ghost Taoist master, holding Ling Tiejai's attainments in the Ghost Path is extraordinary. But in the future, there will also be the number 91 Broken Path 1 Sword Cremation that released 100 consecutive sounds in Mole City, and the strongest Ghost Path released by Aizen Sasuke.
Number 99 Breaking the Path 5 Dragons Turning and Destroying.
Compared with these 2 people, the expressiveness of holding Ling Tiejai as a great Ghost Taoist master is indeed a little worse. Of course, this is only purely from the power of the Ghost Path. If we talk about specialized research in the Ghost Path, the Ling Tiejai must be above the Mole City Sword 8. Even, it is not impossible to surpass Aizen Sasuke. After all, Ling Tetsusai is the only person in the entire Bleach anime who has released time to ban this forbidden technique. When Ling Tizai heard Jibo say this, his expression did not change at all, and he didn't seem to take Captain Jibo's praise to heart.
This trip was a little embarrassing.
However, Jibo was originally a carefree person, and during the time he was on the road, he almost knew the character of Ling Tiejai, but he didn't care too much.
Captain Shiba, Your Excellency Tizai, now that the matter here is settled, I will take my leave. If there is anything that needs me in the future, please send it directly to the 11th team.
After saying that, Xiaoyi ignored the 3 of them and turned into a golden light and left. Hiss! Xiaoyi, who rushed down at full speed, rushed back to the 11th team in just 10 seconds. Xiaoyi didn't have time to explain to Matsumoto Runju, so he entered the captain's room, arranged an enchantment, and sat down cross-legged.
Maybe it's the luck of summer nights, or the accumulation of summer nights.
After this time the Zanpakuto Bankai, Xiaoyi suddenly felt that his sight and hearing were domineering, and there was a hint of fit with the flash. It is precisely because of this that after delivering the 3 Achukas to the Grippling Ironhouse, Xiaoyi immediately rushed back to the 11th team to practice in seclusion.
No matter when, the strength of one's own strength is the first.
As for the rest, as long as there is enough strength, then there is almost nothing difficult in this world. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of the body on a summer night. However, this time the light on Xiaoye's body was not the light emitted by a large number of spirit children, but seemed to be an ordinary light. As a flashman who got the shining fruit, after completing the Bankai cultivation of the Zanpakuto, Natsuya changed to the pirate world, which should be said to have completed the cultivation of the awakening of the devil fruit. Devil fruit awakens, can assimilate everything around them with their own abilities. For example, after Wang Luffy awakened, even lightning, flame, earth, and flash could be assimilated into rubber, or held in his hand, or transformed with the ability of rubber, depicting the enemy's attack back. Doflamingo can assimilate the surrounding ground into a line controlled by himself to greatly increase his strength. The reason why the natural devil fruit ranks first among the 3 devil fruit abilities is that the ability of the natural devil fruit itself is the embodiment of various natural manifestations in the world. As long as you eat the natural devil fruit, you can have an impact on the surrounding environment. After awakening, this ability has been greatly strengthened, making the range of abilities of natural devil fruit abilities become larger.
For example, Akiji Kuzan, one of the 3 generals of the Navy, can instantly completely freeze the 100-mile sea area. The battle between the 2 admirals even permanently changed the environment and climate of an island.
However, compared to the 2 abilities of freezing and magma, the Flash does not seem to have any weather that can be changed except for speed. After all, no matter how strong Kizaru Porcellino is, it is impossible to create such weather as polar day or polar night. In the world of Shinigami, Natsuki completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, and the range of flash he could control was greatly increased, and it was not an exaggeration to say that as long as he wanted, he could even control all the light in the Soul Society. It's just that this is not enough for summer nights. He wants to combine his abilities with domineering to make his strength stronger. Thoranil fused the ability of the Haki of seeing and hearing with the Thunder Fruit to develop the Heart Net, which has a diffusion area that encompasses the entire empty island group and monitors everything in the empty island at all times. Anyone who finds someone who violates their rules will immediately be punished. If Xiaoyi can fuse his domineering energy with the ability of Shining Fruit, then Xiaoye's own strength will definitely be improved across dimensions, and it will not be inferior to a little spirit king like Ichigo Kurosaki. After all, Xiaoye's current strength composition has 2 aspects. The Death God system is physical plus sword plus Ryatsu. The pirate system is physique plus sword plus domineering. Now on summer nights, you can indeed achieve physique plus kendo plus Ryatsu, and then add domineering to your body to deliver the strongest blow. However, because Haki and Ryatsu belong to different systems, they are not compatible at all, and can only achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 at most. However, once Xiaoyi completes the fusion of domineering and ability, then, through the ability of Shining Fruit, Natsuyi can complete the fusion of the 3 abilities of Ryatsu, Devil Fruit, and Haki. At that time, it will be the most perfect posture of Xiaoyi himself. Moreover, once the fusion of ability and domineering is completed, even if Matsumoto Ranjiko's strength has not yet reached the captain level, Natsuyi can start carrying out his own plan. Anyway, the summer night at that time could completely monitor the Soul Society around the clock. As long as Matsumoto Ranju is still in the Soul Society, under the perception of summer nights, there will be no danger to his life, because Xiaoyi can directly erase the existence that threatens Matsumoto Ranju before Matsumoto Ranju encounters a life and death crisis. Summer night. Outside the captain's room, Matsumoto Ranjiku glanced at the captain's room shrouded in enchantment, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Her right hand unconsciously stroked the Zanpakuto on her waist. There was never a moment when Matsumoto Ranju hated his powerlessness. 3 days ago, after Captain Xiaoyi returned from attending the captain's meeting, he locked himself in the captain's room. No one knows what happened to Captain Summer Night that day. At the same time, an extremely bad incident occurred in the Siriitii today. The captain of the 12th Division, Kisuke Urahara, privately conducted research that was banned by the Siriitii and used the 3rd Division Captain Fongqiao Ojuro, the 5th Division Captain Hirako Mako, the 7th Division Captain Ikawa, Take, the 9th Division Captain Rokucha Kensai, the 8th Division Vice Captain Yayan Marulisa, the 12th Division Vice Captain Saruki Hizuri, and the Deputy Ghost Leader Yashoda Bogan as test subjects to conduct blurring experiments. At present, these 4 captains, 3 vice captain level people, have been reduced to emptiness and sealed by the great ghost Taoist master of Linktushai with the forbidden technique of time prohibition. At the same time, according to the intelligence of the 8th and 2nd Divisions, they have found evidence of the 12th Division's Captain Urahara studying blurring experiments somewhere underground in the 12th Division and Suritai. sky. It is said that Captain Urahara of the 12th Division has been arrested. Along with him was the great ghost Taoist priest who violated the prohibition of the Syriac court and used the forbidden technique of time prohibition. In the past 3 days, Suriting has raised the alarm from time to time, and the 11th squad still represented the captain of the 11th squad to attend the captain's meeting instead of Natsuyi. And for this, neither the members of the 11th team nor the captains of each division have any opinions.
With Zaraki's strength, there is no problem in considering him as the captain of the 11th first team.
It is precisely because of this that Matsumoto Runju learned so much secret news from the mouth of Kusaka Yachiryu.
Of course, for these people, Matsumoto Ranjaku doesn't care.
What she was worried about was whether Natsuya was also plotted by Kasuke Urahara, and her body was implanted with virtual spiritual pressure. After all, judging from the time of the summer night retreat, it is not much different from the time when Suriitai released Kasuke Urahara to conduct a blurring experiment. Now, because of the barrier, Matsumoto Ranjaku doesn't understand the state of summer nights in the captain's room at all.
She didn't know what she would do after Xiaoyi came out of the barrier.
Do you want to purify the summer night as a void, or let the blurred summer night leave, or may you be directly killed by the blurred summer night? The anxious heart made Matsumoto Ranjaku wander back and forth outside the captain's room. On the other hand, she must always be on the lookout for others to find out that something is wrong with Xiaoyi. On the other hand, she had to pay attention to the changes in the captain's room barrier at any time, and strive to determine the situation of Xiaoyi as soon as possible.
Do you want to tell In?
Matsumoto Runju's heart flashed such a thought.
This is also a matter that Matsumoto Runju is entangled in. Oh, after Jin left the 11th first team, Natsuya once mentioned to Matsumoto Ranjaku that Matsumoto Runju would not expose her relationship with Ikamaru Jin.
Otherwise, it may bring a lot of danger to Ikamaru's Silver. Although Matsumoto Runju was also curious about why his continued contact with Silver would bring danger to Silver, Matsumoto Runju also knew that Natsume would not deceive her for no reason. This may be related to the fact that Natsu and Jin avoided their own conversation that day. In and Xiaoyi were indeed doing something behind their backs.
Is this the perception of light?
After having the opportunity to merge, under Xiaoyi's quiet understanding, it only took 1 day to initially fuse his perception of seeing and hearing domineering and shining fruit ability. Now on summer nights, you can gain the perception of light through your own control of light. However, perhaps because Xiaoyi's Haki and Flash ability have just begun to merge, the perception may not be as powerful as Xiaoyi's Haki of seeing and hearing, but it is even stronger than spiritual perception. In addition, Xiaoyi's perception also expanded to the entire Syriac court. In other words, although Xiaoyi was in the captain's room of Team 11 these days, everything that happened in the Syriac court these days was perceived by Xiaoyi. However, Xiaoyi could feel that his current state might be a rare encounter in 100 years, and if he rashly withdrew from such a state of cultivation, it was still unknown whether it would be possible to enter such a state next time. In addition, although everything that happened was somewhat different from what Xiaoyi knew, the final ending was no different, and no important character died in this incident, so Xiaoyi didn't care and concentrated on comprehending the power of merging himself. At the same time, as the integration of Xiaoyi's Haki and Flash ability increased, Xiaoyi discovered something hidden deeper in her own range of perception.
If nothing else, this is the 8th generation Kenpachi, the Ryatsu that Mole City Shuanya fuses with the Soul Society space.
Mole City Kenpachi's Zanpakuto Yulu Tokogru's ability, after Bankai, allows Mole City Kenpachi to integrate his Ryatsu into other objects to achieve the purpose of controlling this object. Even the space will be controlled by it if it is invaded by the Ryatsu of Mole City Kenpachi. Mole City Kenpachi has been imprisoned in the infernal hell for more than 150 years. In other words, this 100 years of time is enough for Mole City Kenpachi to completely invade most of the Soul Society.
Although Natsuya knew this before, he couldn't perceive the Ryatsu of Mole City Kenpachi. Rather, the entire Shinigami world, including Uebach, Ichibai of the Soldier Lord Department, Sasuke Aizen, Shigakuni Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni,
and other people standing at the peak of the Shinigami, could not perceive the Ryatsu of Kenpachi of Mole City integrating into the Soul Society. When Xiaoyi wanted to talk to Ikamaru Jin about something secret before, he used the Overlord's Haki to form up Overlord's territory to exclude all the surrounding spirits to avoid being eavesdropped by Mole City Kenpachi. Now, because he sensed the spiritual pressure of Mole City Kenpachi, Xiaoyi could completely use seeing and hearing killing to shield Mole City Kenpachi's perception of himself. However, Xiaoyi didn't pay much attention to the Mole City of Kenbadwa. Now, Xiaoyi's own attention has been focused on the Spirit King's Palace. The Spirit King's Palace was created by the soldiers' headquarters to protect the Spirit King. Its shape is a columnar building with pointed upper and lower ends. Among them, it is divided into 4 places: Lingwang Dainai, Lingfan Departure Hall, Lingwang Palace Omotesando, and Lingwang Palace Block. After fusing the Haki of seeing and hearing with the Flash ability, Xiaoyi also touched a little bit of the essence of her own power. Yes, just like the essence of the soldier chief Ichibai is black, he can absorb all the concepts of black in the entire entire Shinigami world to improve or restore his strength. The same is true for summer nights now. Wherever there is the concept of light, the domineering perception of seeing and hearing on summer nights can spread. There was no doubt that although the Spirit King Palace had 72 powerful barriers separating it from the Spirit Court, because of the distance between it and the Spirit King's palace, it did not exceed the radius of the Spirit Court. That is, 365 spiritual miles. This is still within the range of perception of summer nights. Obviously, just like the soldier chief Ichibai can absorb the black characteristics of the Death Overlord outfit on the gods of death in the Seirei Court in the Spirit King's palace, Natsuyi can also perceive everything in the Spirit King's palace through the light in the Spirit King's palace. In the perception of Xiaoyi, the entire Spirit King palace had 4 extremely powerful spiritual pressures.
Its strength is not inferior to that of the chief captain of the Gotei 13 team, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni.
The remaining one, Xiaoyi, can perceive the other party with the haki of seeing and smelling through light, but if he uses spiritual sense, he cannot perceive the slightest spiritual pressure from this person's body. Obviously, like Ichigo Kurosaki, who used the last crescent moon Tenshon, this person's Ryatsu is an existence that has transcended the level of the god of death and has been promoted to a higher realm. This is the oldest in the Soul Society, and perhaps the strongest existence under the Spirit King Ichibai of the Soldier Lord. Just when Xiaoyi sensed the Soldier Chief Ichibai, the Soldier Chief opened his eyes and looked around with a suspicious gaze. Just now, Ichibai felt as if his eyes were observing him. However, after carefully perceiving it, Ichibai did not perceive the existence of observing himself. If you are an ordinary person, you may suspect that it is your own delusion, but Ichibai knew that that feeling was not his own delusion, because what made Ichibai know that he was being observed was that the black on his body fluctuated, not from the perception of Ryatsu. But this makes the main department of the soldiers even more strange. As the oldest being in the Soul Society, and also the one who names everything, Ichibai can be said to be the strongest under the Spirit King. At the same time, the million-year life allowed Ichibai to understand the existence of all things in the world, and it was marked as a wise special combat power by Yuhabak.
Not Lord Spirit King, not Yuhabak.
Touching his chin, in the end, Ichibai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Well, forget it. No matter who is observing me, as long as it doesn't affect Lord Spirit King. For Ichibai of the Soldier Lord's department, it is his duty to protect the Spirit King. As for the rest, in a million years of life, there was no new thing to arouse his curiosity. Anyway, if you don't enter the Spirit King Palace, everything will turn into a spirit child in the next thousands or tens of thousands of years, and become a member of the reincarnation of the world's spirit child. Only by entering the Spirit King Palace and having the King Key can life be bound to the leaving the hall of the Spirit King Palace. As long as the hall is not destroyed, you can live forever and never die. Even if you die in battle, you can be resurrected. As for the Soldier Lord Ichibai, it is even more special. Oh, as the namer of all things in the world, even if Ichibai of the Warlord department dies, as long as someone calls out the name of Ichibai of the Soldier Lord, he can be reborn with the Ryatsu of the person who called him. In addition, because his own trait is black, Ichibai can quickly absorb all the black characteristics of the world to quickly recover his strength. Seeing that Ichibai couldn't detect his own perception, Natsuki was not surprised. After all, Domineering and Ryatsu are the power systems of 2 different worlds. If it weren't for Xiaoya's system convulsion failed to send him to the pirate world and completed his logical self-consistency in the Reaper world, Natsuki would not have been able to get the power of the pirate world in the Reaper world.
At least, on a summer night, even Yuhabak with his eyes open could not use omniscient omnipotence to analyze the power of domineering. In other words, for example, the glass-colored peacock of Yumichika Ayasegawa is the nemesis of Mole City Kenpachi Yulu Takuliu. Yulu Takuliu is the nemesis of Jinghua Shuewa, and the domineering of summer nights is also the nemesis of the omniscient and omnipotent of the immune friend Habak to a certain extent.
Taking his attention away from the body of the Soldier Lord Ichibai, the perception of the summer night spread to the Spirit King Aoki. That's where the only god in the entire Shinigami world exists. At the same time, the gods of the Shinigami world and the gods of the pirate world have gone to 2 extremes. From the perspective of strength, the Spirit King of the Death world is undoubtedly far above the moon god Imu of the pirate world. After all, if Imu wants to destroy the world, he has to rely on ancient weapons. And the Spirit King, even if the 5 nobles use his power, they can open up the 3 realms. The god of the pirate world harvests the world and treats everything in the world as his own private property. The god of the world of death is willing to become a wedge that stabilizes the world for everything in the world. Even if his limbs were cut off, his chest and abdomen were hollowed out, and his own strength was lost in large quantities, the Spirit King still did not take revenge on the people who made him look like this. As Xiaoya's ability to see and hear deepens, Xiaoyi finally senses the existence of the Spirit King. Like the Soldier Lord Ichibai, Xiaoya's spiritual sense did not perceive the spiritual pressure from the Spirit King's remnants. However, the moment Xiaoya's domineering spirit touched the Spirit King, Xiaoyi came into contact with the Spirit King's will. In the Seirei, Xiaoya's closed eyes slipped down tears. After seeing the haki and the Spirit King's will, Xiaoyi felt as if she was wrapped in a grand and gentle presence. At the same time, Xiaoyi also knew the purpose of the Spirit King from the will of the Spirit King. Indeed, the Spirit King is seeking death for deliverance. But at the same time, the Spirit King is also looking for a new way out for this world. The world of death is a semi-finished world abandoned by gods. Millions of years ago, the world was created by gods. However, I don't know what happened, but after the god created creatures and a hell that forcibly absorbed evil spirits to grow, there was no action. In this way, in the semi-finished world, the boundaries between life and death are chaotic, and there seems to be no difference between living creatures and dead creatures. But one day, the dead souls of this world fell and became a terrifying monster that could devour the souls of other living beings, named Su. If nothing else, the soul of this world will eventually be completely swallowed by the void, and the void will devour each other, and in the end, this world will become a world with only one super big void. Under such circumstances, the will of the world gave birth to an existence that could completely eliminate the void. That is, the Spirit King. Under the leadership of the Spirit King, the people who gathered around the Spirit King and received the power given by the Spirit King finally eliminated the void. But everyone also knows that as long as there are still humans in this world, the degenerate void will not be extinct, and one day, a super void will be born that devours all the souls of the world. In order to prevent such a future, the Spirit King wanted to create a new world to clarify the boundaries between life and death so that the living and the dead each had their own residence. In order to gain control of the new world, 4 of the 5 people attacked the Spirit King and used the power of the Spirit King to open up the 3 realms of the present world, the virtual circle, and the soul world. After that, they sealed the Spirit King, and in order to prevent the Spirit King from retaliating against them, they also made the Spirit King into a wedge that stabilized the 3 realms. Once the Spirit King breaks free from the seal, the 3 realms will be destroyed due to imbalance. As they expected, for millions of years, the Spirit King did not break free from the seal and take revenge on their thoughts. Because, before they made a move, the Spirit King saw the future of this world. If it weren't for the Spirit King's own will, it would be impossible for the 4 of them to seal him and use his power to create the 3 realms. This is also the reason why Ichibai said that everything is the will of the Spirit King. For millions of years, although the 3 realms were still stable, the Spirit King saw a longer future. As more and more wicked souls are drawn into hell, hell has grown tremendously. In the future, the will of hell will be revived. No, or rather, the current hell has given birth to its own will. In order to grow faster, after 100 years, hell will appear frequently and absorb more souls to promote its own growth. At that time, the 3 realms will become the food of hell. In order to change such a future, the Spirit King chose the future where Ichigo Kurosaki was born. In other words, it is the future of Ichigo Kurosaki's son, Kazuyu Kurosaki. After a long time, Xiaoyi withdrew from the Spirit King's will and opened his eyes. For the choice of the Spirit King, Xiaoyi did not comment. After all, this behavior of entrusting one's will to the younger generation may be the growth of the Spirit King over the past millions of years. As the will of the world, the original Spirit King actually wanted to destroy all souls to completely put an end to the birth of the super great void and return the world to chaos and destruction. However, the Spirit King, who observed the future, chose to sacrifice himself to let all things continue to exist, which is a change from god to human. But Aizen Sasuke wants to promote himself from a human to a god. Aizen Sasuke and Kurosaki Ichigo are the 2 choices after the Spirit King does not interfere. Among them, Aizen represents the Spirit King taking back all great power from himself and using the power of God to face the threat of hell. What Kurosaki Ichigo represents is the inheritance of the will from generation to generation, paving the way for future generations, allowing future generations to move forward step by step on the basis of their predecessors, and finally solve the problem of hell. Hearing the sound, Matsumoto Ranju suddenly turned around, and the moment he saw that Xiaoyi was intact, tears finally couldn't help but burst out of his eyes. Xiaoyi, it's great that you're okay. Wow. A few steps forward, Matsumoto Ranju hugged Xiaoyi and cried bitterly. Sorry, Ranju, I'm worried about you. A trace of guilt flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes. The fusion of seeing and smelling domineering and flashing ability has been completed, and Summer Knights can naturally perceive Matsumoto Ranju's state. However, at that time, Xiaoyi was in an important state, and it was not easy to stop and explain to Matsumoto Ranju. There's no next time. This sentence, Xiaoyi said categorically. Matsumoto Ranju nodded. After Matsumoto Ranju's mind calmed down, Xiaoyi spoke. By the way, Ranju, after this matter calms down, you can go to the command of Captain Shiha Ishin of the 10th Division and become the vice captain. Xiaoyi's words surprised Matsumoto Ranju. Xiaoyi did tell Matsumoto Ranju before that if Matsumoto Ranju's strength did not break through, he would let Matsumoto Ranju go to other divisions as vice captain. At that time, Matsumoto Ranju thought that Summer Knights were a joke. But now Xiaoyi mentioned it again, and this time it was not like before, so that Matsumoto Ranju had a choice, but directly informed. Obviously, this is a decision that Summer Knights have already made. I know. Matsumoto Ranju nodded. Since it was
Xiaoye's decision, then Matsumoto Runju would naturally not refuse.
Just like believing in silver, Matsumoto Runju also believes that Natsui will never hurt himself. Since he let himself go to the 10th Division to become the vice-captain of the 10th Division, he must also have Xiaoye's considerations.
By the way, summer night. A few days ago, the captain of the 2nd Division, the 4th Maple Courtyard, forcibly broke into the Central 46 room and kidnapped the former 12th Division Captain Urahara, who was conducting the blurring experiment, and the Great Demon Taoist who violated the ban on the Siriidii. The current Gotii 13 team only has 6 captains. Xiaoye also heard a little worry from Matsumoto Runju's tone.
There is no way, for the Shinigami, the captain of the Gotii 13 team is the big man who stands at the pinnacle of the Siriidii. In just a few days, there were 4 captains, 1 vice-captain was sentenced to death for being blurred, and 2 captains defected. 13 captains, no, if you add the Great Ghost Taoist Master, they are 14 captain-level powerhouses, and there are 7 of them overnight. How can these gods of death below not panic? That's it, there is still a squad with a captain. Not to mention those teams that lost their captains. Rest assured, it's not a big deal. Seeing Matsumoto Runju like this, Natsuyi comforted. The foundation of the Gotii 13 team has always been Captain Yamamoto.
With Captain Yamamoto in charge, the Suriting court can't be chaotic.
Besides, my strength has made a big breakthrough in the past few days. Even if something happens, with me here, the sky can't fall. Speaking of this, Xiaoye stretched out his hand, pressed down Matsumoto Runju's head, and rubbed Matsumoto Runju's hair vigorously.
I know.
After calming down Matsumoto Runju, Xiaoye looked up at the sky, and his deep gaze seemed to look at the Spirit King again through a long distance. Having insight into the Spirit King's will, Xiaoye also had a new idea about what he wanted to do. However, let's wait for this incident to subside before starting. Otherwise, if Xiaoye starts acting now, Captain Yamamoto may really use Xiaoye to establish his power in order to maintain the majesty of the Gotii 13 team. Although it is not that Xiaoye cannot play with Captain Yamamoto now, this is of no benefit other than to make what Xiaoye want to do encounter greater resistance. Walking out of the gate of the 11th Division, Xiaoye recognized the direction and walked towards the 12th Division. In the past few days, although Xiaoye was cultivating in the captain's room, he knew clearly through his own perception what was happening in the Sirii court. What about the other teams? Summer Night doesn't care. However, only the Saragamaki Hiyori, who was influenced by himself and was not used as an experimental subject by Aizen Sasuke, was currently autistic in the 12th Division. It can be imagined that now that Kisuke Urahara is wanted by the Suritai, Saragamaki Nisei is definitely the most injured. However, in more than 30 years, Saruto Persimmon has lost 2 important people in the world.
The first one is Hikifune Kiryu, who is regarded as his mother by Saragamaki Hiyori.
However, Saragamaki Hiyori also knows that promotion to the 0 Division is definitely the biggest opportunity for Hikifune Kiryu. In other words, for the vast majority of the Shinigami, this is their ultimate pursuit. After all, if you don't join the 0 Division, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape the reincarnation of the spirit child of the world in the end. Only by entering the 0 Division and getting the power of the Spirit King to build the King Key can you live as long as the main soldier Ichibai. Of course, since it is said that it is the pursuit of the vast majority of death, there are naturally deaths that refuse the call of the 0 Division.
Even longer, Summer Nights don't know.
But in this 1,000 years, there were 2 gods of death who refused to pass the invitation of the 0 Division. One of them is Captain Yamamoto, who founded the Gotii 13 team. However, compared with the immortal guardian Spirit King, Captain Yamamoto felt that it was more important to protect the Siriidii.
Moreover, guarding the Spirit Court is also the first line of defense for the guardian Spirit King.
The second place is the 7th generation Kenpachi, the Kenpachi of the house. Like Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, the Kenpachi of the house was also because of his own strong strength, so that the 0 Division made an exception to send an invitation.
This can be understood by the monkey persimmon in the sun, and also accepted.
After Kiryu Hikifune was promoted to the 0 Division, Kisuke Urahara took office, and because Kiryu Hikifune had previously communicated with Yoichi and Shifenjin, Kisuke Urahara took over the responsibility of taking care of Saragamaki Hiyori. Over the years, Urahara Kisuke has allowed the monkey persimmon to be teased by the world, but he has also tolerated it. Although in front of outsiders, Saragamaki Hiyori and Urahara Kisuke have many disagreements, but it is because they have become accustomed to this way of getting along. In fact, Saragamaki Hiyori also recognized Urahara Kisuke in his heart. But now, because of the private eye blurring experiment, the evidence is conclusive, and the gods of death who have disappeared and died for no reason in the past 100 years have been counted on the head of Kisuke Urahara. If it weren't for being rescued by Siphon Jaiwanyi in the end, I am afraid it would be inevitable to go to Shuangxi. Without the captain of Kisuke Urahara, Saragamaki Hiyori would have no foundation as the vice-captain of the 12th Division.
The 12th Division is a scientific research team. Among them, the gods of death are all big masters who have made great achievements in scientific research.
Even because Kisuke Urahara once served as the captain of the Worm's Nest in the 2nd Division after he became the captain of the 12th Division. He took advantage of his position to release many scientific researchers imprisoned in the worm's nest and let them join the 12th Division. These people are not simple goods. For example, when Keisuke Urahara invited him to join the 12th Division again, he promised that if one day he left the 12th Division, the 12th Division would be in charge. At that time, what Nirvana wants to study, there is no need to be responsible to Keisuke Urahara. Now, Keisuke Urahara has been wanted by the Central 46th Room, and at the same time, he is also banned from entering the Soul Society. That is to say, Keisuke Urahara, the captain of the 12th Division, has come to his head. According to the rules of the team, if the captain of a team is absent due to some changes, the vice-captain will temporarily take over the position of captain to maintain the stability of the team. But in the 12th Division, although Saragamaki Hiyori is the vice-captain, he cannot convince the public at all because he has no scientific research ability. On the other hand, the current Saragamaki Nishiri has not yet recovered from the blow of losing a relative again, and there is no one to organize the 12th Division at all. Fortunately, although Nirvana was fanatical about research, he wanted to completely surpass Urahara Keisuke in his heart, but he was not embarrassed by the sake persimmon at this time. However, the position of captain of the 12th Division has been regarded by Nirvana as his own pocket. At that time, if Tsuruki Hiyori dared to stand in front of him, he would not be as talkative as Keisuke Urahara. Captain Summer Night, the god of death guarding the gate of the 12th Division, after seeing Xiaoyi, immediately straightened up and bowed to Xiaoyi. Well, I have something to do to find the vice-captain of your squad. Is she available now? Although Xiaoyi could sense that Saruto Persimmon Day's Ryatsu was in the 12th Division, Xiaoyi didn't know if Saruto Persimmon Day would see him, so it was better to let these two people ask first. He is not Keisuke Urahara. In addition, the future period may be very busy, and there will not be much energy to put on the sake persimmon sun. If Saruto Kaki refuses his help, Xiaoyi will not blame himself for making Saruto Kaki lose the ability to blur in the sun. In the final analysis, the so-called blurring of the god of death by a few people in the Kamen army was originally an experimental product of Aizen Sasuke's semi-finished collapsed jade. While gaining power, the Kamen Corps and others are also facing the threat of the birth of the void in their bodies. After the battle with Aizen, several members of the Kamen Corps who returned to Siriitii almost never used the ability of blurring again. Now that the 8 persimmon has lost the power of virtualization in the daily world, but it also doesn't have to experience the fear of being swallowed up by the void all the time, and it is impossible to tell whether it is a loss or a profit. Okay, Captain Xiaoyi, I'll ask the deputy captain of the 8 persimmon. Ha, it's Captain Summer Night. One of the gods of death was about to return to the squad, but at this time, a voice came, causing the god of death's body to shake, and he quickly returned to his previous posture. Now that the captain of our squad has become a traitor to the Gotii 13th team, what is the purpose of Captain Xiaoyi coming to our 12th Division? Xiaoyi frowned. The person who spoke also knew Xiaoyi. This is the current 3 seats of the 12th Division, the captain of the future 12th Division, and one of the people who contributed the most in the 1,000-year bloody war. Nirvana. It's just that Xiaoyi didn't like Nirvana's eyes looking at him. At that moment, Xiaoyi raised her head, and the golden light in her pupils flashed. Ah! Nirvana suddenly let out a scream, covering his face with his hands, and a large amount of blood overflowed from the cracks of Nirvana's hands. I remember you. You are the guy named Nirvana who followed Urahara at the beginning. Bell, I don't like the way you look at me. This time it's the first time I've offended you. I'm just giving you a warning. Next time I find out your covetousness for me from your gaze, then I will kill you directly. Captain Yamamoto can't keep you. I said it. Xiaoyi came to Nirvana, who was rolling all over the ground, and warned him in a cold voice. This guy, after Keisuke Urahara left the 12th Division, did not hide his desire to study at all. Actually hit the target on himself. Xiaoyi just destroyed Nirvana's eyes, which was already merciful to him. After all, Xiaoyi knew that Nirvana didn't even let go of himself for the sake of research. The brain is spared, and the Zanpakuto is also modified. Such an injury is ruined for others. But for Nirvana, it was just something that could be restored with a meat tonic. After saying that, Xiaoyi snorted coldly, and stopped paying attention to the 2 doormen who showed horrified expressions, and directly stepped into the 12th Division and walked towards the place where the Ryatsu was located in the sun of the monkey persimmon. Wow! After 7 twists and turns, Xiaoyi came to the captain's room of the 12th Division. Bell dash. Without knocking on the door, Xiaoyi directly opened the door of the captain's room. Wow! The sunlight shone into the captain's room with the door that opened on a summer night, dispelling the darkness inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 8 persimmon Rishi squatting in the corner suddenly raised his head, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But after seeing the person who opened the door of the captain's room, he instantly returned to dead silence and buried his head in the crook of his arm. Why, Keisuke Urahara is not dead yet. Did you start mourning him here? Hearing Xiaoyi's words, there was a slight fluctuation in the pupils of the 8 persimmon in the sun, and he raised his head to look at Xiaoyi. You don't know yet, do you? Boom dash. 2 days ago, the captain of the 2nd Division, Shifanjin, broke into the 46th room of the central government and kidnapped Kasuke Urahara and Griping Ironhouse, who were on trial. After that, according to the search of the members of the 8th and 10th divisions, it was found that not only Kasuke Urahara and Nishiri Tetsusai were taken away by Shifenjin Yoichi, but also Captain Mako Hirako and others, who had been sentenced by the central 46th room before, also disappeared. If nothing else, they have already escaped to the present world through the boundary gate.
What you said is true. You didn't lie to me? Bell.
When A Persimmon heard this, he suddenly stood up and came to Xia Yi and asked.
Oh, Xia Yi nodded. That is, you locked yourself in the captain's room, so you don't know what happened in the Syriac court these days. In fact, as long as you go out and ask someone, you can get the answer.
Hearing Xia Yi say this, the A Persimmon felt a little relieved in the world, although it is also a loss. However, Kasuke Urahara did not die after all, but escaped from the Syriidii.
For the monkey persimmon world, this is enough. Just like Kiryu Hikifune was promoted to the Zero Division, Kasuke Urahara just changed places to live.
As for whether Xia Yi will deceive himself, there is still some self-knowledge in the day of the A Persimmon.
First of all, it is impossible for Xia Yi to make up a lie that can be easily exposed. The Double Death is the place where the Syriidii executes death row criminals, and if Captain Urahara and others are sentenced to death, they must be executed on the Hill of Double Death.
Such a big movement will inevitably affect the entire Syriiding, and you can find out if you find someone to inquire.
Again, Sarigami Rishiri doesn't feel that he has the qualifications to be deceived by Captain Summer Night.
Although he didn't want to admit it, he also recognized the facts in the Sake Persimmon Day. She hates Xia Yi, and Xia Yi is not in the same class as her, which is two different things.
What are you doing here?
Wiping the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes, Saragamaki Hayori looked up at Natsui and asked, now that Bald Man in Urahara is no longer the captain of the 12th division, even if there is a problem with the things he made for you, I don't know who else can repair or remake it for you.
I'm here for you. Xia Yi didn't play any dumb riddles. Urahara left the Syriidii, and I think your position in the 12th division will be very embarrassing in the future.
A Persimmon's eyes widened in the sun, and his face was incredulous. Indeed, reminded by Xia Yi, the A Persimmon naturally thought of his future in the sun, and naturally had some hidden worries in his heart. But at the same time, Sake Persimmon Hayori is also curious about why Xia Yi came to find him.
Don't be amorous.
Although Xia Yi's sight and smell are domineering, he has not yet developed the ability to read minds. However, just from the face of the 8 Persimmon son, Xia Yi could guess what the little girl was thinking. What Urahara is saying, he is also the guy who made a lot of things for me.
In the last mission, Kasuke Urahara asked me to take care of you more. Now that this guy has become a wanted criminal of the Syriidii and left the Soul Society, then I am afraid that some of the favors I owe him will fall on you. This time I came to the 12th division, just to ask you, do you want to stay in the 12th division, or do you want to leave with me? I'll go with you.
Faced with the problem of summer nights, the 8 Persimmon did not struggle for long, although her previous life had been spent in the 12th division, but she herself knew that she was an outlier of the 12th division. When Kiryu Hikifune and Kasuke Urahara were there, the two of them could tolerate their willfulness and let her always serve as the vice-captain of the 12th division.
Now, shaking his head, 8 Persimmon Rishiri didn't continue to think about it. The appearance of Xia Yi did give her a second choice.
At the same time, after experiencing the changes of Kiryu Hikifune and Kasuke Urahara, some enlightenment also rose in the heart of Saragamaki Nisio.
No matter how good or important people are to you, they will eventually leave you.
Only when you are strong will you not be afraid of all changes, and at the same time have the ability to deal with all crises. Staying in the 12th division, most of the gods of death here are scientific researchers, and they are very good at letting them study what they like, but letting them guide the monkey persimmon to cultivate in the sun world has touched their blind spot.
Then let's go.
Under the leadership of Xia Yi, 8 Persimmon followed Xia Yi and walked outside the 12th division. Along the way, many of the Shinigami of the 12th division naturally knew that Xia Yi had injured the 12th division's Nirvana-san and forcefully took away the vice-captain of the 12th division, Saruto Kaki Hayori. These gods of death looked at Xia Yi one by one, all with a little humiliation.
They didn't know that the 8 Persimmon took the initiative to leave with Xia Yi.
But even if they knew, now that there was no captain to guard, the 12th division was no different from not defending the captain of the summer night. It was impossible for them to find their dignity from Xia Yi's body.
Do you want me to join the 11th first team?
After stepping out of the 12th division, the 8 Persimmon asked Xia Yi like this. Well, this depends on your own personal wishes.
Xia Yi touched her chin.
I've seen your information. You were also born in Flowing Soul Street, and were met by Captain Kiryu Hikifune, who was out, and brought back to Syriidii. The monkey Persimmon nodded in the world.
Being born in the Flowing Soul Street is not a shameful thing. No.
Haven't you seen Hirako Mako, Fengqiao Lashiro, Ikoa Luowu, Luche Chuanchi and others? Are they all captain-level powerhouses who grew up from the Flowing Soul Street? It's just that such a thought flashed in the heart of the 8 Persimmon Day, but his heart moved suddenly. Yes, this time, the people who were treated as blurring experiments were actually all captains who grew up from the Flowing Soul Street. Thinking
Thinking about the mission a few days ago, if Captain Summer Night was not strong enough and was injured by the attack of the 3 Achukas level Great Void, would he also become a test subject for the blurring experiment? For a while, the 8 Persimmon felt boundless malice in the daily world. Now, Summer Night. The 8 Persimmon opened his mouth every day, wanting to say something, but was instantly interrupted by Xia Yi. 8 Persimmon, no matter what you think or guess, it's best not to put it in your mouth, because that will only make your situation worse. Xia Yi's footsteps did not stop because of the stomping of the monkey persimmon in the sun. To be honest, even if Xia Yi had already known about Aizen Sasuke's handwriting, he had to admit that the effect that Aizen Sasuke's ability and wisdom could achieve. I'm afraid that in the entire Shinigami world, in addition to Ikamaru Jin and Tozen Kaname around Aizen Sasuke, only Mole City Kenpachi and Natsuya know all this. The Black Hand is Aizen Sasuke. As for the others, even the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kairaku, although he also suspected that there might be a deeper Black Hand hidden behind Kasuke Urahara, he had no clue. No way, if you don't open the script, no one can imagine that the person who hides the deepest in the entire Suraitai will be Aizen Sasuke. Aizen's ability allowed him to completely hypnotize almost the entire Shinigami of Suraitai, and then, through these Shinigami who were hypnotized by him, as well as the Great Spirit Book Corridor, which recorded all the events since the birth of the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke's every action could find the person who took the blame. For example, more than 20 years ago, the taper knife incident of the Kasumi Daji family leveled the account of the number of Shinigami consumed by Aizen Sasuke to create the collapsed jade. The blurring experiment incident a few days ago also counted the accounts of the gods of death who died and disappeared for no reason in the past 20 years on Kasuke Urahara. After all, Kasuke Urahara studied the blurring experiment of the god of death, but even the laboratory hidden in the basement of the Suraitai was found. Okay, this is an irrefutable fact. Even if Kasuke Urahara said that he did not use the souls of the residents of Soul Street and the god of death to conduct blurring experiments, no one would believe it. After all, whether it is the degeneration of ordinary souls into emptiness or the blurring of death, without enough experimental samples, there will be no results at all. Judging from the experimental records left by Kasuke Urahara has come a long way in the blurring experiment. It can only be said that if it weren't for Aizen Sasuke to turn the pot, I am afraid that no one would have imagined that Kasuke Urahara, a captain who seems to be a little social fearful and loves his subordinates, would cruelly use the residents of Flowing Soul Street and the god of death to conduct experiments. In this way, Kasuke Urahara settled the account of Aizen Sasuke for more than 20 years. It can be said that Aizen Sasuke can be called the master of the account of the Shinigami world. However, unlike Monkey King, the great sage of heaven, the great sage is to settle the accounts for others, and Aizen Soyasuke is to let people settle the accounts for him. These things are not ready to be known to the world every day on summer nights. Anyway, with the potential of the 8 Persimmon Sun, there is basically no possibility of breaking through the captain level. Whether it is the battle with Aizen 100 years later, or the battle between the 1000-year blood battle and the Annihilation Division, Saragamaki is of little use in the world. Instead of this, it is better to let Saragamaki Niyori join the other team he formed to serve himself. By the way, Saragamaki Day, you haven't told me yet whether you want to join the 11th team. Boom! If you don't want to join the 11th team, I can say a few words in the 3rd and 6th divisions, and it is not impossible for you to go to these 2 divisions. In the 3rd division, Ikimaru Jin is currently the vice-captain of the 3rd division. In addition, Fonxiao Lu Juro has left Suraitai, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the 3rd division is currently in charge of Ikimaru Jin. Letting Ikimaru Jin accept Saragamaki Nishiori's application to join the team is just a sentence from a summer night. As for the 6th division, the relationship between Natsui and Kochiki Inling is quite good, coupled with Natsui's intentional or unintentional coincidences over the years. He and Kochiki Hibiki also have intersections. As long as Natsuya spoke, Kochiki Jinsuzu would definitely not refuse Saragamaki Hiyori to join the 6th division. After all, no matter how you say it, Saragamaki Nishiri is also a god of death who has served as the deputy captain of the 12th division. Although his strength is nothing among the vice-captains, but under the vice-captain, he can also be regarded as one of the most senior officers. I'll join your team. This time, there was no hesitation in the day of the 8 Persimmon. In the current perception of the 8 Persimmon world, only Xiaoye's side is the safest. Others, even the first team where Captain Yamamoto belongs, would not give Saragamaki Hiyori such a high sense of security. At least, in the 11th team, Captain Xiaoye is a strong man who does what he says, and there are a lot of intersections with her. And when to other teams, who knows who she is? Even if there is a relationship with the captain of the Summer Night, it is separated by a layer. Well, I'll go through the transfer procedures for you immediately when I go back. Besides, you should know the rules of the 11th First Division, right? Are you talking about the challenge rules of the players? 8 Persimmon raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I will fight it. In the world of the Monkey Persimmon, I am a dignified vice-captain of the 12th Division, and I went to the 11th team, not to mention 3 seats, at least 5 seats, right? Seeing that the 8 Persimmon was so confident
confident in the world. Xiaoyi smiled but didn't say anything. Boom. There are some things that others say, and I don't feel much. Bell. Only when you really encounter it can you have a personal experience. The 11th team, under the leadership of Xiaoyi, is much stronger than it was more than 20 years ago. Not to mention anything else, just take the seed official as an example. The 11th team is qualified to compete for the seed official, and there are more than 50 gods. In other words, among the more than 600 Shinigami in the entire 11th Brigade, more than 50 people have completed the initial cultivation of the Zanpakuto. This is almost impossible for other teams, because, as long as you complete the initial cultivation of the Zanpakuto, you can get at least a last seat in other divisions. Well, after the number of Shinigami in some divisions can complete the initial solution exceeds 19, the captains will adopt a seat arrangement method such as tie-bai in order to appease the Reaper in the faction, that is, the same seat, which can have multiple Reapers. However, this ranking method does not apply to the 11th team. The seats of everyone in the 11th team are all played by themselves. Since it is a battle, it determines victory and defeat. The winner goes up and the loser's seat moves back. Injured are only ranked in the last seat. As long as a new strong man rises, the last seat is destined to be squeezed out. This forced the officials of the 11th team to practice hard and fight desperately in order to keep their seats. Whether it was the intensity of cultivation or the intensity of battle, the officials were superior to other challengers. Because of this, those who can sit firmly in the 11th team are stronger than others. Especially at the end, in order not to be eliminated, his desperate degree is staggering. Hiss. Sarigami Rishiri is in the 12th division, because he is the vice-captain directly designated by the two captains before and after, and there are no other competitors, so Saragamaki Ryori is not very concerned about cultivation. Putting the Sake Persimmon Sun in the 11th team, Xiaoyi estimated that it would be enough to choke whether the Sake Persimmon Sun world could defeat the 11th team. After all, whether it is combat experience or combat skills, the gods of death of the 11th team have to beat several streets in the world of the Monkey Persimmon. By the way, where is your Zanpakuto? Saruto Nisei, who was following Xiaoyi, suddenly noticed that Xiaoyi did not have a Zanpakuto stuck in his waist and couldn't help but ask curiously, Zanpakuto. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first person to notice the disappearance of his Zanpakuto was actually Saragamaki Dei. Well, or rather, many people noticed that Natsuyo did not carry a Zanpakuto, but only Saruto Kaki Hiyori was the first to ask. Inexplicably, Xiaoyi could feel that the space around him seemed to be a little more active. This is the spiritual pressure of the Mole City Sword Prashi? Did this guy actually pay attention to himself? However, summer nights are not surprising for this. After all, before the summer night, the first god of death in the Saraitai who did not carry a Zanpakuto was Mole City Shuanya. Mole City Shuanya's Zanpakuto Yilu Takuger, whose Bankai ability allows Mole City Shuanya's Ryatsu to invade things and manipulate them. Moreover, Yulu Takuri is different from ordinary Zanpakuto. This is a Zanpakuto that can keep its Bankai normal. In other words, once Mole City Shuanya is Bankai, he can always remain in Bankai state. Of course, there must be a gain and a loss. Staying in the Bankai state from time to time makes Mole City Shuanya's own Ryatsu always need to keep in touch with the Ryatsu integrated into other things by the outside world, so there is no extra Ryatsu to strengthen his body. Therefore, in the past 200 years, the physical fitness of Mole City Shuanya is similar to that of ordinary gods of death. No, it should be said that the body that has not been strengthened by Ryatsu for a long time has deteriorated to the point where it is no different from an ordinary whole. The essence of Natsuya's Zanpakuto comes from the shining fruit extracted from its own pirate achievement system. In the world of pirates, those with devil fruit abilities who eat devil fruits can use their abilities as long as they still have physical strength. Seawater and sea tower stones restrain those who have the ability, but only make the ability weak and unable to use the devil fruit ability, instead of restraining the devil fruit ability. Otherwise, Admiral Aokiki Kuzun's freezing would not have frozen the sea. Of course, it can also be said that the frozen seawater has become ice and is no longer seawater, losing the essence of the ability of seawater to restrain itself. To a certain extent, Xiaoyi and Mole City are the same, and they can always maintain a Bankai state. Moreover, the summer night does not have the weakness of the Mole City Shuanya Yulu Tualu. No matter what, the shining fruit is only one of Xiaoyi's abilities. Whether it is the blood of the Bacania tribe or the physique of the steel balloon, the physical strength of Xiaoyi is far from comparable to that of the gods of death in the world of death. It was not that Natsui had not had Bankai before, but later Natsui also lifted his Bankai, allowing his Zanpakuto to return to its shallow fighting posture. In the perception of Mole City Shuanya, after the Bankai on a summer night 8 days ago, he returned to the captain's room of the 11th team for a week of seclusion, and after coming out, the Zanpakuto on his body disappeared. Because Xiaoyi has Ryatsu that suppresses himself, Mole City Shuang also can't figure out Xiaoyi's current state. Now that the 8th Persimmon has asked such a question in the world, it is not surprising that Mole City Shuang also came over to eavesdrop. My Zanpakuto. Xiaoyi smiled. In fact, my Zanpakuto has always been there, it's just just that you can't see him.
This sentence is what Kayaraka Shunsui said 100 years later when he described Mole City Kenpachi Zanpakuto.
After all, when the Mole City family was tried in the central 46 room and all the members of the Mole City family were executed, Mole
City Shuanya's own Zanpakuto awakened after his sister's death, so that Mole City Shuanya killed the void from the trial and survived.
However, because of the particularity of the Mole City Shuanya Zanpakuto, everyone cannot see the Zanpakuto of Mole City Shuanya. Xiaoyi said this. I don't know how he would feel when he heard Jingle Shunsui say this sentence when he came out of the infernal hell 100 years later.
For Xiaoyi, whether to maintain a Bankai state or not only depends on whether Xiaoyi is willing to stay at his peak all the time.
In normal times, there must be less spiritual pressure and the use of gravity equipment can have a better cultivation effect. But at present, Xiaoyi is cultivating the fusion of seeing and smelling domineering and flashing ability so that he can always maintain a state of photosensitivity, which is also a very good way of cultivation. Therefore, even if it sacrifices some physical strengthening effects, Xiaoyi must maintain a Bankai state, giving top priority to the fusion of domineering and ability.
Ape Persimmon took a few steps forward in the sun, stretched out his hand and fished a few handfuls in the void around Xiaoyi's waist. Where is this invisible? You can't even touch it, okay? Boom dash.
However, Saragamaki Nisei did not continue to ask questions in the end. After all, the ability of the Zanpakuto is also a killer feature for the god of death. Concealing your own abilities may give you a certain intelligence advantage in future battles.
Boom dash.
Obviously, fighting someone who knows the opponent's abilities and fighting an enemy with unknown abilities are two different mindsets. Even if the former is not as strong as the other party, he also has several battle plans in his heart. If the latter is the case, you need to be more careful and try not to be hurt by the enemy's abilities. Along the way, Xiaoyi and Saruki had a non-sentence chat in the day, and they returned to the 11th team.
Ichino's 4 seats. Captain's Summer Night.
With the perception ability of Summer Nights, he directly took the monkey persimmon to the place where Maki Ichino's was. This is a newcomer to our division. It turns out to be the vice captain of the 12th division. You take her to complete the transfer application. By the way, after you complete the application for her, I will notify you that there will be a meeting in 3 days.
Yes, Captain's Summer Night.
Maki Ichino solemnly agreed and said to Saragamaki Hayori, Miss Saragasaki, please come with me.
Saruto Kakiri glanced at Xiaoyi, and Xiaoyi knew that Saruto Kakiri didn't have much security in her heart now, so he nodded to her. Go, Ichino's is the 4th seat of our squad, but in fact, what he does is the work of the vice captain. At this point, Natsui also felt a little sorry for Ichino's Maki. Before he became the captain of the 11th squad, Maki Ichino's was the vice captain of the 11th squad. It's just that because he can't accept that Gyanjo Kenpachi was defeated by Natsui, he was unwilling to play for Natsui, and although he later knew that Natsui was defeating Onianjo in a dignified manner, Natsui found Ikamaru Jin. When Ikamaru Jin served as the vice captain of the 11th team, he was able to complete the task of the vice captain very well. After Ikamaru Jin left, Zaraki came, and the vice captain of the 11th team became Zaraki.
It's just that letting Zaraki fight and letting him complete the work of the vice captain is simply deliberately embarrassing him. Under the order, Sanchi Kasaka Yachiryu just followed Zaraki and shouted every day, looking for opponents for Zaraki everywhere, and didn't care about the team affairs of the 11th team at all. In this way, after many years, Maki Ichino's once again started the team affairs of the 11th team. With 4 seats of salary, completing the task of the vice captain, and holding the captain's heart, the entire Gotai 13 team, except for Maki Ichino's, there is no one left. After watching Maki Ichino's leave with Saragamaki Hayori, Natsuya went to the captain's room. Since the monkey persimmon was recruited, then Matsumoto Runju's side was also determined by the way. In this way, I also began to reform the 11th team drastically. Lord Xiaoyi, are you looking for me? Maki Ichino's opened the door of the captain's room, knelt outside the door, and asked Natsui. Natsui got up and walked out of the captain's room, and Maki Ichino's immediately got up and followed Natsui. Ichino's, have you finished counting what I asked you to count? Yes, Lord Xiaoyi. Maki Ichino said solemnly, there are a total of 973 members of our 11th team, of which 729 were born in Flowing Soul Street, and 244 were from Suriting. More than 700? Xiaoyi nodded slightly. This amount did not exceed his expectations. The reputation in Flowing Soul Street is not very good. In particular, almost every year, dozens or even hundreds of people enter the Suriitii court from the Flowing Soul Street to become the god of death. But over the years, these people have appeared in front of everyone again, but only a handful of times. On the one hand, after the gods of death have Ryatsu, their lifespan has been greatly improved, and decades or even 100 years are only 1/3 or even 1/10 of their lives for them. For the ordinary people in the Flowing Soul Street, their lifespan is no different from that of their lifetime. 50 or 60 years is their life. On the other hand, most of these people in the Flowing Soul Street are not very talented, and those who can pass the graduation assessment of the Mayung Spiritual Academy are a minority after all. More, because they were incorporated into the Void Red Circle Expeditionary Force, there was almost no possibility of returning to the Soul Society, and those who were familiar with them and flowing Soul Street naturally could not see them. Among the 13 guards, there are some divisions that are controlled by the nobles. Civilian Reapers, in these divisions, the upper limit has been locked. The 3rd Division, the 5th Division, the 7th Division, the 9th Division, the 10th Division, the Team, and the 12th Division, which are captained by the strong people of the Soul Street, are also known as the civilian divisions. Because of this, most of the Reapers, who graduated from the flowing Soul Street, will choose these divisions. In this way, Ichinos, you will inform everyone in the 11th team later and say that everyone will finish all the tasks in their hands as soon as possible, and a week later, they will all gather at the training ground, and I will make some adjustments to the 11th squad, which may allow the 11th squad to add some responsibilities and let everyone have a mental preparation. Ichinos Maki was shocked. The responsibilities of the 13th Gotiei team were set at the beginning of its establishment 1,000 years ago. For example, the first team is the general team, and its responsibility is to command the 13 teams of the court. The 2nd division is a covert mobile unit, and its duties are intelligence exploration, assassination, lurking, etc. The 11th squad is the combat team, and its duty is to fight, and it is the most combat-effective squad among the Gotiei 13 teams. Each squad has its own duties and does not interfere with each other, and if everyone performs their own squad duties, they can maintain the stability of the Seriidii. Now Captain Natsuya wants to increase the responsibilities of the 11th team, and if it conflicts with the duties of other divisions, I am afraid it will bring a lot of turmoil to the Seriidii. However, as the 4 seats of the 11th team, Maki Ichinos naturally will not disobey Natsuya's orders. As for the turmoil that may arise in the future of the Seriidii, sorry, he is just a small 4-seater. The sky is falling and there is a tall one on top. He can't bear this little shrimp. Therefore, he only needs to complete the task assigned by Captain Xiaoyi. These thoughts flashed through Ichinos Maki's heart, nodded at Xiaoyi, and replied, "Okay, Captain Summer Knight, I will pass on your will as soon as possible. There is no wall in the world that does not leak air, especially the Seriidii, a place that has been invaded by many forces into a sieve. The leader of the virtual circle is the deepest hidden Aizen Soyu mustard of the Gotiei 13 team, Kagami Shuagetsu, who hypnotized almost all the gods of death in the Gotiei 13 team. Mole City Soya, who intends to eliminate the existence of the virtual from the root, fuses the space of Ryatsu with the Soul Society and can monitor the entire Soul Society. As long as he wanted to, there was nothing in the Soul Society that could hide from him. The exterminator group of the Invisible Empire itself lives in the shadow of the Seraiti, and all the information of the gods of death in the Seraiti is controlled by the exterminators in the Invisible Empire. Not to mention, after the resurrection of Yuhabak, his omniscient power can see everything in the world. Even the soldier chief changed the name of Yuhabak, which was useless to Yuhabak. Of course, the actions of the 11th team are nothing to these people now. However, Seraiti still caused a lot of movement because of these rumors from the 11th team. Boom! There is no way. A few days ago, the Gotiei 13 team had just lost 6 captains, and now the captain of the 11th team wants to increase the responsibilities of the 11th team, and it is difficult not to make people link the two. It's an eventful autumn. In the 8th division, Jingle Shunsui let out a sigh and rushed towards the first team. Captain Yamamoto summoned him, and he had to go. Of course, Kayaraka Shunsui could also guess what Captain Yamamoto was summoning him for. All the way, Kayaraka Shunsui did not encounter the slightest obstruction in the first team, and went directly to the captain's room of the first team. As a disciple of Captain Yamamoto, Kayaraka Shunsui was trained by Captain Yamamoto as his successor. After Captain Yamamoto steps down in the future, if nothing else, the position of captain will be taken over by Shunsui Kayaraku. The gods of death in the first team had a premonition about this, so no one would stop Kyle Shunsui. "You're here." Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni opened his eyes and looked at Kayaraka Shunsui. "How is the investigation going?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Yamamoto." Kayaraka Shunsui lowered his hat a little. "Although I still have some doubts about Captain Natsuya, I have not found any evidence that Captain Natsuya was involved in the blurring experiment." Jingle Shunsui feels that this incident is really a coincidence. Yamamoto-sensei began to pay attention to the number of Shinigami who died or disappeared for no reason, and he found 2 false reactions in the Seirei court. Additionally, the person in the shadows seemed to have insight into their own psychology, which in turn caused the Gotiei 13 to suffer an unprecedented blow. At this time, Kayaraka Shunsui will naturally no longer suspect that Fongqiao Lojuro, Hirako Mako, and others will be the murderers of the gods of death. Even if the evidence is conclusive, Kayaraka Shunsui doubts whether the real culprit is really Urahara Kisuke. Well, it should be said, besides Kisuke Urahara, is there any other murderer that he didn't notice? The gods of death who were assigned tasks by Kayaraka Shunsui and Captain Yamamoto were finally fine with Natsuya and Saragamaki Haizei. Jingle Shunsui once again conducted a careful investigation into Xiaoye's intelligence. During this period, Kayaraka Shunsui also noticed some plausible evidence pointing to summer nights, and it is these pieces of evidence that let Jingle single Chunshue know that this matter is not over yet.
What a coincidence! As for the suspicion of summer nights,
if it weren't for the recent revelation that Xiaoyi was preparing to rectify the 11th First Team and let the 11th First Team add some new functions, Kayaraka Shunsui would have ruled out the suspicion of Xiaoyi long ago.
This matter will be put on hold for now. Yamamoto Motoryusai Shigakuni spoke.
As the captain of the Gotiai 13 team, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni knew that rules were essential to maintain the stability of the Seriidii.
Moreover, it must be the rules that even he himself abides by.
Otherwise, if he could act unscrupulously by relying on his strong strength and status, then in the final analysis, the stability of the Seriidii was nothing more than a fake under his high pressure. Only if he himself abides by the rules he has set, the other gods of death will agree with this set of rules in their hearts and pass it on. Because of this, the central 46 rooms are considered to be the same as the 13 teams of the Gotiai within the rules, one in charge of the army and the other in charge of the army, and the military and government are separated and supervise each other. The duty of the 13th Guard Team is the cornerstone of maintaining the stability of the Seriidii, and it must not be acted recklessly.
Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyes were cold.
The 13 teams of the Guardian Court each have their own responsibilities. Of course, it is impossible for the Nota Seriitii and the Gotiai 13 team to hold all the power in their hands. Those nobles could not divide all their powers. In the final analysis, the 13th Guard Team is just a violent institution established in the name of Guardian. For 900 years, under the leadership of the 13th Gotiai team and the 46th Central Room, the Seriidii has been far more peaceful and stable than it was 1,000 years ago. This also convinced Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni that the 13 Gotiai teams he established were correct. Now that Xiaoyi is going to make new changes to the responsibilities of the 11th Squadron, if he doesn't react at all, then if the captains in the future
are not satisfied with the functions of their respective divisions, will they also add or delete the functions of their respective divisions like Xiaoyi? Change means instability. This is unacceptable to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Xiaoyi's desire to add the responsibilities of the 11th team is an unstable factor.
The old man wants you to talk to Xiaoyi and ask him to give up such an idea.
If he insists on doing so.
Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyes.
Old man. Kayaraka Shunsui naturally knew what Mr. Yamamoto was thinking, but Kayaraka Shunsui didn't feel that he could talk about summer nights. Meantime,
old man, don't forget, Captain Xiaoyi is the Sword 8 of this generation.
Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni glared at Kayaraka Shunsui. Doesn't he know that Xiaoyi is Sword 8?
It is precisely because Xiaoyi is the Sword 8 that Captain Yamamoto wants his disciples to persuade Xiaoyi first. Kenpachi, this is a title set by the first captain of the 11th team of the Gotiai 13 team, Yuichiri Unohana. It is likened to the strongest god of death. The captains of the Gotiai 13 team are equal to the higher-ranking nobles in terms of identity. The Sword 8 is equivalent to the status of the four nobles. With the title of Sword 8, even in the face of the interrogation of the Central 46th Room, he has special authority, and can regard the orders of the Central 46th Room as nothing. Even if Sword 8 commits a great crime, as long as he does not want to plead guilty, no one else can punish Sword 8.
Because, this is the privilege of Sword 8. The 8th generation of Sword 8 Mole City Shuanya wanted to transform the entire flowing Soul Street into his own weapons, kill into the Void Circle, and destroy all the Void.
After he surrendered, he ignored the interrogation of him by Captain Yamamoto in the Central 46th Room, and Captain Yamamoto in the Central 46th Room could only seal him and imprison him in the infernal hell. The 10th generation of Kenpachi before Xiaoyi Ghost Yenshin Kenpachi can be said to be a super bad person.
When he is in a good mood, Ghost Strict City Kenpachi will kill people. When he is in a bad mood,
Gyanjo Kenpachi will also kill people. During that time, the 11th team was simply tired of everyone. But even so, neither the Central 46th Room nor Captain Yamamoto held Gyanjo Kenpachi accountable.
This is the privilege of Sword 8.
Now Xiaoyi, if you want to add the duties of the 11th team, the nobles of the Central 46th Room and the Captain Yamamoto do not want Xiaoyi to complete. However, because of the privilege of Sword 8, they cannot directly order Xiaoyi to give up, and can only influence through others. That's it, do your best.
Yo, Captain Summer Night, it's really not easy to see you.
In the 11th team, Xiaoyi looked at Kayaraka Shunsui, who seemed to be very familiar with him, sitting opposite him pouring tea, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Kyo Band Leader, are you actually free to come to me at this time? No wonder summer nights are strange.
The Gotiai 13 lost 6 captains, and the Demon Taoists lost the Great Demon Taoist and the Deputy Ghost Taoist Master, which was undoubtedly a major event that could affect the stability of the Seriidii. As the captain of the intelligence team, Kayaraka Shuansui's task must be the heaviest. He not only had to put an end to the matter, but also to collect information on the candidates for captains that could be trained. It can be said that at this time, any captain can be idle, but only the captain of the 8th Division, Kyle Shunsui, cannot have a leisurely time.
But now, Kayaraka Shunsui is sitting opposite him. Jing Banli leader, if you have anything, just say it directly. Xiaoyi looked up at Jingle Shunshui. Do you suspect that I have something to do with the blurring incident a few days ago? Or is it related to what I want to do in a few days? In Xiaoyi's opinion, I am afraid that these two things are the only ones worth Jingle Shunshui coming to his captain's room to block himself. Well, Captain Summer Night really feels unexpectedly pressure. Jingle Shunshui chuckled. What a surprise. He used to think that Summer Nights had basically nothing to do with the blurring incident. But judging from Xiaoyi's current words, it doesn't seem to be the same thing. The blurring of the god of death. This is definitely a secret in the Seriidii. In particular, the company captains were treated as experimental subjects and degenerated into emptiness. If such news spreads, it will definitely cause fear among many gods of death. After all, from the day they decided to become the god of death, they knew that they would fight against the void for the rest of their lives to protect the present world and ordinary people. Once he knew that he and others might become experimental subjects for some people, he would definitely overturn Seriidii. It can be said that the blurring of Hirakomeko and others is unknown to others except for a few captains, and Xiaoyi was in retreat in the captain's room for a few days, and there was no contact with other captains after that, so it stands to reason that Xiaoyi should not know the word blur. So, is Captain Xiaoyi ready to say something to me? Although there was still a smile on Kayaraka Shuinsue's face, his Ryatsu had also spread instantly, enveloping the summer night. Once Xiaoyi's answer made Jingle Shunsui feel that there was a problem, then Jingle Shunsui would immediately take action against Xiaoyi and take Xiaoyi down. As for whether he can win the summer night, well, in Jingle Shuinsue's view, Xiaoyi's talent was indeed scary, and even he couldn't look at his back. But at the same time, Natsuya's weakness is obvious. Too young. It has only been more than 20 years since Xiaoyi entered the Mao Spiritual Academy until now. Even if Xiaoyi has gone through the path of other deaths for more than 20 years, how can Jingle Shunsui not be a genius? If Xiaoyi wants to surpass him, it will take at least another 50 years, right? Not to mention anything else, as long as his spiritual pressure is on the summer night, then Jingle Shunsui has an absolute chance of winning. The Ryatsu of the summer night, in the perception of Kayaraka Shunsui, is a second-class spiritual power, which is more than one step stronger than an ordinary captain. And what about Kayaraka Shunsui? He was only one line away from the first-class spiritual power. At present, among the captains of the entire Gotii 13 team, except for Captain Yamamoto and Captain Unohana, there is really no one who needs to be feared by Shunsui Kayaraku. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. Although Jingle Shuinsue's movements were hidden, they couldn't hide it from him. And looking at Jingle Shuinsue's reaction, it doesn't seem like he's joking. Captain Jing, do you want to do it with me? Well, no way. Who makes what Captain Summer Night said feel uneasy? Tell me, Captain Summer Night, where did you know about blurring? The summer night was sudden. He had wondered why Jingle Shunsui suddenly wanted to attack him. It turned out to be because of this. Indeed, this is a matter of course for Xiaoyi. Whether it is Xiaoyi's memory or Xiaoyi's perception after the fusion of his abilities, Xiaoyi thinks that blurring is a well-known thing. But in fact, even if Hirakomeko and others returned to Seriidii in the later period and once again served as the captain of the Gotii 13 team, the so-called blurring was still a secret to ordinary Shinigami. After all, in the Battle of Empty Seat, it was either the vice-captain or the senior officer who participated, and the other ordinary Shinigami could only be stationed in the Serie court. This is my mistake. So, is it really you who is behind all this? Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Jingle Shunshui's smile faded. Kyo band leader, you think too highly of me, right? Xiaoyi waved his hand. I admit that I do have some talent in cultivation. However, this does not mean that I also have such a high talent in scientific research. If you want to complete the research of blurring, well, just turning ordinary whole into virtual is not a simple thing, let alone blurring the god of death. Jingle Shunsui didn't speak, but his vigilance against summer nights was deeper. Xiaoyi kept saying that he had no talent in scientific research, but he knew that the blurring experiment started with ordinary whole. Contacting the previous Natsuyo and Hikifune Kiryu, the two captains of Kasuke Urahara have intersected, and it is difficult to determine whether Natsuya got more about the mystery of the soul from them. After all, Kiryu Hikifune was a scientific research master who relied on the invention of the temporary soul to be promoted to the Zero Division, and Kasuke Urahara is not simple. In the years he has become the captain of the 12th Division, he has come up with many subversive inventions and made a lot of changes to the Seriidii. Who can say that Natsuyi can get the friendship between Hikifune Kiryu and Urahara Kasuke? Not because Natsuyi also has extraordinary talent in scientific research. I'm really not interested in scientific research. Seeing that Jingle Shunsui was still wary of himself, Xiaoyi shook his head and smiled. This is not a lie. Indeed, in the world of death, scientific research masters are all monsters. Whether it is Sal Apollo in the Virtual Circle, or a few members of the Zero Division, or Kasuke Urahara and Nirvana, they can give full play to the role of Lingzi and make many magical things. Even the Zanpakuto, in the final analysis, belongs to the creation of science and technology. The same goes for the Death Overlord costume. The sword god Namiya Wanyu, Urishaodora Senjamaru, was promoted to the
Zero Division by making the Zanpakuto and Death Overlord outfit. In the final analysis, technology is still the primary productive force. If Natsuki didn't get the pirate achievement system, then in order to improve his strength, Natsuki might indeed devote himself to the 12th Division. But since they have all gotten the opportunity to reach the sky, wouldn't it be too stupid to waste time on other things? If there is a car to sit who still walks, I can only know that my strength has improved a little. Speaking of this, Xiaoyi waved his hand, and suddenly, a transparent curtain of light appeared between Xiaoyi and Jingle Chunshui. In this transparent curtain of light, Kayaraka Shunsui could see all over the Seriitii. As the content in the light curtain zooms in, Kayaraka Shunsui can even clearly see the patrolling god of death, the merchants chatting, the pedestrians passing by, and the green-haired god of death being bullied in the corner. Kyoban leader, you also know that my Zanpakuto is the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system. A few days ago, I suddenly realized that there was a new progress in the control of light. This is just me using my own ability to project the light from somewhere in the Seriitii court in front of us. As long as I think, there are really not many things that Seriiting can hide from me. Seeing this, Jingle Shunsui let out a sigh and withdrew his spiritual pressure. Captain Xiaoyi, your ability is really unreasonable not to become the captain of the 8th Division. Although Jingle Shunsui still has doubts about what Xiaoyi said, but Xiaoyi did use his own ability to prove that he could know the secret ability of Sei writing even if he stayed at home, and Kayaraka Shunsui could not take action against Xiaoyi without evidence based on his own guess. What's more, summer nights are still Sword 8. Ha, spare me. It's okay to use this ability to relieve fatigue. If I really let me use this ability to collect intelligence, I will be annoyed. No matter which world it is, intelligence is the most important thing. Those who can take charge of the intelligence force are all the cronies of the rulers. Although Kayaraka Shunsui said so, Xiaoyi didn't believe it. If he really transferred to the 8th Division, Captain Yamamoto and Kayaraka Shunsui would hand over the position of the next captain of the 8th Division to themselves. In addition, Xiaoyi's own information about the world of the god of death is not very important. The memories of the previous life gave Xiaoyi an overall understanding of the world of death, and he also had a lot of understanding of the many plot characters that appeared in this world. Others, supplemented by Xiaoyi's current ability, as long as this person is in the Soul Society, it is not difficult for Xiaoyi to know a person's accurate information. Reaching such a state, Natsuya has a new understanding of what Aizen Sasuke said, that the battle of the god of death is the battle of Ryatsu. Whether it is the Ryatsu integrated into the space of the Soul Society by Kenpachi of Mole City, or the Ryatsu of Aizen Soyu's right mirror Hana Shuagetsu controlling the 5 senses, or the Ryatsu of the shadow space constructed by the exterminators in the shadow of the Seriitii, they are all perceived by the perception of summer night combined with the haki of seeing and smelling. However, because the invisible empire belongs to the shadow space, there is no light in it, and Xiaoyi's current ability has not yet reached the conceptual level of gaze is also light. Therefore, for Xiaoyi, although he sensed the Ryatsu of the shadow space hidden in the shadows in the Seriitii, he could not perceive the things in the shadow space through these Ryatsu. Seeing that Xiaoyi had no intention of intervening in the intelligence team, Jingle Shuansui's heart was also slightly relieved. Captain Natsuya, I think you also know that the duties of the Gotii 13 have been verified for nearly 1,000 years, and are the basis for maintaining peace and stability in the Seriitii. If you rashly change the responsibilities of the 11th team, I am afraid it will cause a lot of turmoil in the Seriitii. No matter what Kayaraka Shunsui thinks, the task assigned by Mr. Yamamoto still has to be done. It's always been like this, right? Xiaoyi looked up at Jingle Chunshui and asked such a sentence. Kayaraka Shunsui opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he still couldn't think of how to refute Xiaoyi. In fact, not only Summer Night, but also Kayaraka Shunsui himself, but also has his own thoughts on the Gotii 13 team, the nobles, and the Seriitii. It is undeniable that whether it is the Noble Council or the existence of the Gotii 13 teams, it has made the Seriitii much better than it was 1,000 years ago. But at the same time, Jingle Shunsui knows how deep the darkness is under this peace. This is an absolute evil that even high-level aristocrats like the Jingle family were almost not up. It is precisely because he knows the darkness of the nobles of Seriitii that Kayaraka Shunsui does not even dare to recognize his own niece, but just takes care of each other where he can. It's a pity that as a woman of the ISE family, her niece can't get the approval of the Zanpakuto at all. In other words, her Zanpakuto is an artifact that has been passed down from generation to generation by the ISE family and is known as an artifact that can kill gods. While Yakimaru Lisa was still there, Kayaraka Shunsui could still ask her to help her take care of herself. But now, Yajimaru Lisa was taken away by Kisuke Urahara and others, and Kayaraka Shunsui could already feel that there were many more malicious contacts beside Ayase Nano. Kyoban leader, you should know better than me what the peace and stability of Seriitii are built on. The taper knife of the Kasumi Daji family, how many deaths and civilians have become victims of their experiments? Everyone in the Void Circle Expeditionary Force fought desperately, exchanging their youth and life for the stability of the 3 realms, but they did not get the treatment they deserved. The nobles are not productive, domineering, and can kill servants and even civilians at will, but those institutions that can stop or even punish them seem to be decorations. As Xiaoyi told the cases one by one, the smile on Jingle Shuansui's face gradually disappeared, and finally, it turned into a bitter, gored face. Some of the things that Xiaoyi said were known by Jingle Shunsui. Some of them are unknown to Kayaraka Shunsui. And whether he knew it or not, just from the nature of these things, Jingle Shunsui knew that this was the style of those nobles. As for Xiaoyi's ability to collect intelligence, having seen Xiaoyi's hand before, Jingle Shunsui would not doubt it. Captain Natsuya, you must know that the Gotai 13 is a violent unit formed by Mr. Yamamoto. Once your behavior causes the old man's dissatisfaction. The next words, Jingle Shunsui did not continue. Xiaoyi's sword 8 is the strongest god of death, but in fact, for the past 1,000 years, the strongest god of death of Suraiting has always been Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Since the first generation of Sword 8 is just the strongest god of death in Kendo. Yamamoto Genryosai's belief in the country is to protect the Suraiti. No matter who it is, even if Kayaraka Shunsui and Yukite Jushiro do something that undermines the stability and peace of Suriitii, Captain Yamamoto will kill both of them mercilessly. Even if Xiaoyi was a genius, Kayaraka Shunsui did not think that Xiaoyi could survive from the hands of Mr. Yamamoto. Rest assured, Kyo band leader, I know it in my heart. Xiaoyi picked up the teacup in front of him and raised it slightly at Jingle Chunshui, which was a thank you for Jingle Chunshui's reminder to himself. As the captain of the 8th Division of the Gotai 13th Team and the proudest disciple of Captain Yamamoto, Kayaraka Shunsui can be regarded as showing the sincerity he can do to Xiaoyi. My new duties to the 11th Team have nothing to do with Suriitii. If you are free, you can also take a look the day after tomorrow. If you are here, Captain Yamamoto should be much more relieved. Has it nothing to do with the Suraitai? Jingle Chunshui nodded slightly. If this is the case, Mr. Yamamoto doesn't seem to do anything to Natsuyi. Just like those nobles who exploit loopholes to exercise the privileges of nobles, they will use all means to take the other person as a servant if they want to kill someone. The nobles, on the other hand, have the right to dispose of their servants at will. After all, to some extent, servants and slaves are almost equivalent. The dead soldiers secretly cultivated by various nobles can also be regarded as a special kind of servant. Even, as far as Jingle Shunshui knows, there are aristocrats who specially marry civilian women and take them as concubines, just to mutilate them openly and destroy the justice that women believe in their hearts. The same is true of what Xiaoyi wants to do. If it doesn't involve the Suriiting, then neither the nobles nor the Captain Yamamoto have any reason to come and find trouble with Xiaoyi. If they take the lead, then the summer night counterattack and Captain Yamamoto's biggest possibility is that the two will not help. Kayaraka Shunsui didn't feel that without the help of Captain Yamamoto, the aristocratic side had a strong person who could stop the summer night. Even, their actions may become the reason and excuse for Xiaoyi to do something to them. Then I'm looking forward to what kind of win Captain Summer Night can bring to the Soul Society. To be able to become the captain of the intelligence team, Kayaraka Shuansui's wisdom is naturally not low. Xiaoyi said it so clearly, although he didn't know what Xiaoyi wanted to do yet, but the entire Soul Society, except for Suriiting, was the flowing Soul Street. Obviously, Xiaoyi wanted to jump out of the chessboard of Suriiting and settle down in flowing Soul Street. As for whether there will be an additional organization in the Soul Society that can compete with Suriitii in the future, Kayaraka Shunsui does not know. But Jingle Shunsui knew that the wind blowing on summer nights would inevitably have a profound impact on the future. Since the birth of the Soul Society for millions of years, all the people of the Soul Street have instinctively converged in the direction of the Suriitii, either to get to a better neighborhood or to take control of your destiny and become a powerful Grim Reaper. Although Kayaraka Shunsui is a nobleman, he also has to admit that the Surii court can have the current stability, and it is inseparable from these Shinigami gods who want to change in flowing Soul Street. However, in the past 1,000 years, some of the Shinigami who have risen in the flowing Soul Street have even become the captains of the Gotai 13 teams, standing at the peak of the Suriitii. But in the end, they all became part of the Suriitii. Only Xiaoyi, after reaching the peak, chose not to continue to integrate into the circle of the Suriiting, but to feed back the flowing Soul Street. With Xiaoyi as a role model, there will inevitably be more Shinigami who grew up from flowing Soul Street in the future, and they will continue to serve one after another in order to solve the problem of flowing Soul Street. Just thinking of such a possibility, Jingle Chunshui could feel an irresistible torrent rushing in. This is no longer something that can be resisted by strength alone. We'll see. Captain Summer Night. Lord Xiaoyi. Wait. Xiaoyi smiled and climbed onto the main stand of the training ground surrounded by many gods of death. Today is the day when Natsuki decided to rectify the 11th team. More than 900 members of the 11th first team, except for the fact that they really couldn't leave. The number of Shinigami gathered in this training ground exceeded 900. For more than 20 years, Xiaoyi has taken one day a month to answer questions about swordsmanship for the members of the 11th team. It can be said that all the gods of death in the entire 11th team have been personally instructed by Xiaoyi at least 3 times. The strength of their own growth has brought these team members' recognition of Summer Nights to its peak. Even some of the gods of death felt that even if the future captain of Xiaoyi lost in the captain battle, they were willing to continue to follow Xiaoyi. Everyone, long time no see. I'm very happy to see you all at this time today. Xiaoyi's eyes swept around, and the cheering team members, after being swept by Xiaoyi's gaze, all quieted down tacitly. Come to think of it, everyone should have known some of my ideas for holding this meeting from other channels before. Here, I reply to everyone dash. That's right, bringing everyone together is because I want to make some changes to the functions of the 11th first team. The gods of death below heard this, although they were surprised, but they were still quietly listening to Xiaoyi's words. They are combat squads, and what they pursue is, the strong are respected. There is no doubt that Captain Summer Night is the honor of the 11th team. No matter what Captain Xiaoyi wanted to do, they only needed to follow Captain Xiaoyi and deal with some unqualified little shrimp for Captain Xiaoyi to touch Captain Xiaoyi. The perception of Summer Nights can vaguely feel everyone's hearts on the training ground. Yes, this is not mind reading. Rather, its rarity is not inferior to the listening to the voice of all things of mind reading. After contacting the Spirit King's will, Xiaoyi's domineering appearance had an additional characteristic. He can perceive the consciousness of an object through his own domineering appearance, and through contact with this consciousness, he can let Xiaoyi know what this object sees, hears, and thinks. To some extent, this also belongs to the beggar's version of omniscient and omnipotent. Now, Xiaoyi has read the will of many team members through this ability. Therefore, next, Xiaoyi did not explain to the players why he wanted to change the 11th team. Instead, he directly gave orders to the soldiers of the 11th team. They don't think about why they fight. They just want to fight for themselves. Then, as a return gift for this will, Xiaoyi will naturally not live up to their expectations. From now on, the 11th team will be divided into 2 parts. One of the functions remains the same as the original 11th team, commanding all battles in the Surighty. This part is led by Genji and Grass Deer 8000 Streams. The other part is also a battle sequence. However, the place where you fight is not only limited to the Suriai court but the entire Flowing Soul Street. I want you to incorporate all the violent groups in Flowing Soul Street and ensure that in every district, there are strong people from the 11th squad who can lend a helping hand as soon as there is a crisis. This part of the team is led by the 11th team with 4 seats of Maki Ichinos, 5 seats of Madarame, and 6 seats of Yumachika Ayasegawa. After listening to Xiaoyi's words, some of the gods of death on the training ground showed a blank look in their eyes. They didn't understand what Captain Xiaoyi meant when they asked him to go to the town of Flowing Soul Street. But this did not prevent them from resolutely carrying out the orders of Captain Summer Night. Gentlemen, the spirit court is the spirit court of the nobility. Here, there is no soil for ordinary people to live. I came out of the Flowing Soul Street, and from the way from the Flowing Soul Street to the Siriidii, I got the help of many well-wishers. Now, I have the ability to repay these well-wishers. So, here, I hope everyone can assist me to unify the Flowing Soul Street and let everyone in the Flowing Soul Street live a better life. Of course, the most important point is that after completing the unification of the Flowing Soul Street outside, there is a qualification for direct dialogue with you Sealingting. After that, the nobles belong to the nobles, and the commoners belong to the commoners. Oh, the nobles belong to the nobles, and the commoners belong to the commoners? When Natsuya's words in the 11th team came out of the 11th squadron, the people in the Surighty had their own thoughts on Captain Natsuya's words, the nobles and commoners, as well as the gods of death and the Gotii 13th team. However, no matter which side it was, everyone breathed a sigh of relief for Xiaoyi targeting the Flowing Soul Street. At least, in a short period of time, the situation in Surighting will not change much. Well, in the eyes of these people, this short time is the time when Captain Yamamoto is in office. With Captain Yamamoto here, Captain Summer Night can't turn over any big waves. And with the strength of Captain Yamamoto, it is not a problem to live another 1,000 years. And 1,000 years later, whether they are still there is a question. Leave the future affairs to the future juniors. If it is really a wave, it is useless for them to resist it. For example, Captain Yamamoto strongly settled in the Siriidii, and even the nobles could only become a certain squad under his command and guard the Siriidii with him. 1,000 years ago, this was absolutely a disgrace to all nobles. But now, isn't everyone used to the central 46 room and the Gotii 13 team governing the Siriidii? Of course, this is only for the average person. Those who are strong and feel that they can live for 1,000 years have all strengthened their attention to Xiaoyi. It's different now than it was 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, the Siriidii was controlled by the nobles, and the cultivation method of the power of the god of death was also the top secret that the nobles would not disseminate. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the people of Soul Street to gain the power to resist the nobles. And now, Mao Spiritual Academy recruits students every year, and there are many Shinigami who come out of the Flowing Soul Street in the Gotii 13 team. In addition, the Jibwa family, one of the 5 nobles in the past, also lived in seclusion in Flowing Soul Street, and the cultivation of the power of the god of death may be something that most of the residents of Flowing Soul Street may not be able to touch in their lives. But for the relatives and friends of the god of death, the cultivation method of the power of the god of death is no secret. However, for a long time, everyone in Flowing Soul Street has defaulted to the fact that Siriatii is the center of the Soul Society. Even if they have good strength, they want to join Siriatii to become a god of death. But Xiaye's behavior gave the people in the Flowing Soul Street a new choice. In the Soul Society, in addition to Siriatii, there are also 11 teams. Captain Summer Night, someone is looking for you. Oh, who is it? In the captain's room, Xiaye opened her eyes and withdrew from the retreat. It's the captain of the 6th Division, and there is a teenager. Ichino's Maki replied. Captain Kuchiki, and the boy? Xiaye raised his eyebrows, his spiritual sense spread, and he instantly confirmed his previous guess. I'll greet you in person. After saying that, Xiaye got up and walked in the direction of the gate of the squad. Captain Summer Night, Captain Kuchiki, and Byakuya, long time no see. Please go inside. At the gate, Natsuki smiled and welcomed Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Kuchiki Byakuya into the 11th team. Although it's true that it's been a long time, but Captain Summer Night, even if I'm at Kuchiki's house, I'm very scared. Compared with the enterprising Captain Summer Night, my old bones can't keep up with the times. Kuchiki Inling shook her head, exposing her weakness in front of others for the first time. Grandpa is not old. Kuchiki Byakuya's serious rebuttal caused laughter from Natsuyi and Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Yes, Byakuya is right. Grandpa is not old yet. Kuchiki Jinsuzu squinted her eyes and touched Kuchiki Byakuya's head to comfort him. Since Kuchiki Hibiki became Kuchiki Jinsuzu's son-in-law, in recent years, Kuchiki Jinsuk has handed over most of the tasks of the 6th Division to Kuchiki Hibiki to complete. I have to say that compared with the sick Kuchiki Tsanjuan, Kuchiki Shangha, who is more powerful, more enthusiastic, and better able to get along with the ordinary members of the 6th Division, is currently second only to Kuchiki Silver Bell in the 6th Division. It can be said that Kuchiki Hibiki's performance exceeded Kuchiki's expectations. Because of this, Kuchiki Jinsuzu also had new troubles. Captain Xiayi, the old man, came to the 11th team this time, and there was a reluctant request. Captain Kuchiki, please make it clear. After greeting Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Kuchiki Byakuya to sit down, Natsuki replied, if I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. In the early days when Natsuya became the captain of the 11th first team, Yoruchi and Kuchiki Jinsuzu of the 2nd Division took the initiative to contact Natsuyi, making the relationship between them closer than that of other captains. Otherwise, Natsuya would not have made up for his mistakes by teaching Kuchiki Byakuya swordsmanship when he unconsciously destroyed the courtyard wall of Kuchiki's house. And this time Kuchiki Jinsuzu brought Kuchiki Byakuya to the 11th team, and Natsuki could somewhat guess what Kuchiki Jinsuzu was here for. Promise Rottenwood silver bells, which will bring 100 benefits to summer nights without any harm. Alas, Byakuya is not young, and my body does not allow me to do more practical training for Byakuya. So, I would like to ask Captain Natsuya to allow Byakuya to join the 11th team, and if Captain Natsuya sees that Byakuya can be made, I also ask Captain Natsuya to be more attentive to Byakuya. Kuchiki Inling's request did not exceed Xiaye's expectations. Because of his own age, Kuchiki Jinsuzu felt that he could not support Byakuya Kuchiki to grow up earlier, so he planned to recruit a son-in-law, wanting to find a genius to retire to the Kuchiki family, and after his death he would carry the beam for the Kuchiki family. Unsurprisingly, the Kuchiki Silver Bell was a success. Kuchiki Shangha, whether it is strength, prestige, or character, has been recognized by Kuchiki Silver Bell. At present, only until Kuchiki Hibiki completes the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai and passes the final test of Kuchiki Jinsuzu, Kuchiki Jinsuzu will abdicate and hand over the position of the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the 6th Division to Kuchiki Hibiki. But before that, Kuchiki Jinsuzu must also find a new backer for his grandson Kuchiki Byakuya. As the head of the Kuchiki family, the head of the 4 nobles of the Suriatii, Kuchiki Jinsuzu has seen how many nobles have seen the dirt between them in his life. It's not just other clans that will stare at you and pounce on you when you're weak and devour you up. People in the same family, in order to compete for the interests of the family, will also use countless unbearable means. Byakuya Kuchiki is the son of Kuchiki Sojin, and he is also qualified to succeed the head of the Kuchiki family. Unfortunately, Byakuya Kuchiki was born too late, and it will take about 100 years before he grows up to shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the Kuchiki family and the 6th Division. What? Kuchiki Jinsuzu was not sure whether Kuchiki Hibiki would take action against Kuchiki Byakuya because he didn't want Kuchiki Byakuya to become the young master of the family after becoming the captain of the 6th Division. In order to prevent Byakuya Kuchiki from being persecuted after his death, Jinsuzu Kuchiki could only find a support for Byakuya Kuchiki. If there had been no defection incident of Yoruchi and Shifenjin, Kuchiki Jinsuzu would have wanted to entrust Byakuya to Yoichi Shifenjin. But unfortunately, people are not as good as heaven. Looking at the current captains of the Gotiei 13 team, Kuchiki Jinsuzu thought about it and finally decided to to make Natsuyo lie Kuchiki Byakuya's support. On the one hand, it was Natsuki who had taught Byakuya for a period of time before and had also invited Byakuya to join the 11th first team, and Kuchiki Jinsuzu brought Kuchiki Byakuya to the 11th first team, which was not presumptuous. Second, Xiaoyi has strong enough strength to deter the Kuchiki Shangha. Regardless of whether Kuchiki Hibiya has the intention of persecuting Byakuya in the future, once Kuchiki Byakuya and Xiaoyi have contact, Kuchiki Hibiki will not dare to continue to have bad thoughts about Byakuya. I have to say that Kuchiki Inling has also done everything he can to the extreme, whether it's looking for a successor to the Kuchiki family in the 6th division, or paving the way for Byakuya. Even if it was a summer night, he felt that Kuchiki Insuzu was a qualified family head, and at the same time, he was also a qualified grandfather. Byakuya, what do you think? Although Natsuya had already made a decision in his heart, he still asked Byakuya Kuchiki. This is Byakuya Kuchiki's life, and Byakuya Kuchiki himself needs to decide. Captain Summer Knight, I am willing to join the 11th team. Rottenwood is white, bowing its head to the Summer Knight. I have to say that compared with the Kuchiki Byakuya who was screaming before, the current Byakuya has grown a lot. That's right. Natsuyi nodded and looked at Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Captain Kuchiki, since Byakuya intends to join the 11th team, I naturally welcome it. However, Byakuya, it is not a simple matter to become my disciple. I'll teach you for 3 years first. 3 years later, if you get my approval, then I will recognize you as a disciple. But if your performance can't satisfy me after 3 years, then I won't admit that you are my disciple. Yes, Captain Summer Knight, I will definitely try to get your approval. A smile also appeared on Kuchiki Inling's face. With the guidance of Captain Summer Knight for 3 years, Byakuya's strength can naturally be greatly improved. At that time, even if Byakuya did not get the approval of Captain Natsuya in the end, but after thinking about it, what he learned from Captain Natsuya was enough to give Byakuya a foothold in Siriidii. Bang, 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 bang. In the Sirii court, the signal to hold a captain's meeting sounded again. Okay, bye Zai. That's it for today. In the training ground of the 11th team, Natsu Knight flicked his fingers and repelled Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Byakuya gasped heavily, calmed down his breathing, and bowed to Xiaoyi to thank him. Yes, Natsui-sensei. By the way, teacher Xiaoyi, this is the convening signal of the captain's meeting. Could it be that something big happened to the Siriidii court? Byakuya Kuchiki's face was a little more worried. A year ago, there was a time when such signals often sounded. Later, the Gotii 13 lost 6 captains. It was also at that time that my grandfather let himself join the 11th first team. Kuchiki Byakuya is not stupid. He naturally knows that everything his grandfather does is for himself. Therefore, in the past year, his cultivation intensity has not been inferior to that of the other members of the 11th first team. It can be said that the progress of Byakuya Kuchiki's strength this year is at least the result that could only be achieved in the previous 10 years. This kind of life makes Byakuya Kuchiki feel very fulfilling. He didn't want that life to be ruined. Now there is a signal that the captain's meeting will be held. Will Captain Summer Knight be in danger? Ha, what are you worried about? Compared with the future paralyzed face, the expression on Byakuya Kuchiki's face is very rich, and people can guess what he is thinking at a glance. Natsuyi slapped Byakuya Kuchiki on the head. Last year, the Gotii 13 lost 6 captains, and now the captain's meeting is likely to discuss the captain candidate of one or even several of these squads. Besides, even if there is a new crisis in the Siriidii, you will give me more confidence anyway. How much do you look down on me before you worry about what kind of problems I will encounter? Time rubbed Kuchiki Byakuya a few times, and after satisfying his feel, Xiaoyi pushed Kuchiki Byakuya away. Okay, I'm going to a meeting. Next, you can continue to cultivate by yourself. Yes, teacher Xiaoyi. Although there are still 2 years left before the assessment that Xiaoyi said, speaking of Kuchiki Byakuya, a disciple, has not yet been recognized by Xiaoyi. But for Kuchiki Byakuya calling himself teacher, Natsuya did not refuse. Whether it is Xiaoyi or Kuchiki Byakuya, I don't think Kuchiki Byakuya will not be able to pass Natsuya's assessment in 2 years. The door of the Ichiban team conference room opened, and the Summer Knight stepped in. After seeing the people in the conference room, Xiaoya's footsteps couldn't help but pause. Compared with the captains who were lined up in 2 rows before, almost from the front row of Captain Yamamoto to the gate, the sparse captains now make the conference room much empty. At the same time, it seems to be a mockery of many captains. Just one incident lost 6 captains. If it weren't for Captain Yamamoto, no one would know whether the number 6 would be expanded. Everyone is here, so let's start. After Xiaoyi came to his position and stood up, Captain Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes. This captain's meeting was mainly for the alternate captain of the 5th Division, Sasuke Aizen, and the alternate captain of the 12th Division, Nirvana. Through the nomination of 3 captains, Captain Uno Hana of the 4th Division, Captain of the Kyo Band of the 8th Division, and Captain Yukitake of the 13th Division, the captain assessment of Aizen, Sasuke and Nirvana Lee will be conducted. Xiaoyi glanced at Jibo Isin opposite him, and instantly realized. At present, there are only 6 captains left in the Siriidii.
Surighty. One of the selections of captains is that they need to be recommended by more than 3 captains.
Among the remaining 7 captains, except for Captain Yamamoto, there are only Retsuwa Shinohana, Kochiki Jinsuzu, Kaiaraka Shunsui, Yukitake Jushiro, Captain Shihei Ishin, and finally the 6 Summer Knights. This time, the recommendation of the 5th Division Captain alternate Aizen Sasuke was directly the operation of the Yamamoto family. Of course, according to the succession rules of the captain, even if Aizen Sasuke is jointly recommended by Kaiaraka Shunsui, Uno Hanaretsu, and Yukitake Jushiro, Natsu Knight must not object, so that he can truly become the captain of the 5th Division. However, under normal circumstances, Kochiki Inling, Jibo Ishin and Xiaoyi would not refute, especially now the Gotiei 13 team is missing so many captains, and a new captain is born, which is a good thing that can inspire many Shinigami to fight and increase everyone's sense of security.
Come in, Aizen.
With Captain Yamamoto's words, the door of the conference room opened again, and a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, fluffy curly hair, and a gentle smile entered the conference room.
Aizen Sasuke, I've seen all the captains.
Although, if it passes this time, Aizen Sasuke will also become the captain of the 5th Division. But now, Aizen is still the vice-captain of the 5th Division, and he doesn't want to annoy the captains with trivial things like disrespecting seniors and get stuck in the last level.
Aizen's vice-captain.
Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni said in a deep voice, if you want to pass the captain selection, in addition to being recommended by 3 captains and recognized by 6 captains, you must also show the strength to be the captain. Do you choose to show us your Bankai, or do you want to choose a captain from among us and hold out for half an hour under this captain's attack? For the captains, non-captain level opponents, even if they are not Bankai, can defeat them in 10 minutes at most. After Bankai, it can even directly kill opponents below the captain level in seconds. Only the existence of the captain level can last for half an hour in the hands of another captain. Of course, if the difference in strength between the two sides is too large, or if the ability is restrained, there will also be a situation where the winner will be determined in a short period of time. If you choose to show us Bankai, you can briefly explain your Bankai abilities first, and we will choose the right place for you to perform Bankai. The Bankai of the God of Death is its most powerful means. If it is a Bankai at will, some powerful Bankai may cause permanent damage to the Surighty.
For example, Captain Yamamoto's Bankai flowing blade is like fire.
Even if Captain Yamamoto does not attack, just by maintaining the state of Bankai, the water in the Surighty can be completely evaporated, and even the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system will withdraw from the Bankai state because of this.
For another example, the Zanpakuto Hungry Corridor of the 7th generation Kenpachi Yashiki Kenpachi, once Bankai, can swallow and crush everything within a few spirits. It is precisely because of the great power of Bankai that Surighty has a ban on the liberation of Zanpakuto. This prohibition of liberating Zanpakuto is the prohibition of Bankai.
Only when Surighty encounters a crisis, or if permission is granted, can the captains liberate the Zanpakuto. If the Zanpakuto is released without permission and there is no crisis in the Surighty, if it is discovered, it will also be judged by the nobles of the Surighty. This can also be regarded as a way for the nobles to restrain the 13 guards. Even if it is the selection of the captain, it is necessary to decide the venue for the display or battle according to the ability of the alternate captain Zanpakuto. Everyone knows that my Zanpakuto is the ability of the flowing water genjutsu side, and the first solution is to block the enemy's vision and disrupt the enemy's perception, making it impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. Bankai is based on the expansion of the range, and the ability to disrupt the enemy's perception has been greatly improved, and it is not suitable for display.
Hearing Aizen Sasuke say this, many captains nodded.
Indeed, if it is a direct attack type, the Zanpakuto of the Ghost Path system is directly liberated for an attack, and everyone can judge the effect of Bankai's ability according to the strength of the attack. But the Genjutsu system, the rule-based Zanpakuto, the external ability cannot be observed with the naked eye, and if you want to know its specific power, you can only understand it in real combat. So, I still choose to hold out in the hands of a captain for half an hour.
So, which captain do you want to challenge? Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni asked.
At the same time, his eyes flashed a hint of worry as they passed over the Kochiki Silver Bell. Currently, among the only 7 remaining captains of the Gotiei 13 team, Kochiki Jinsuzu is the weakest one.
No way, he's too old.
In addition, the Ryatsu of the Kochiki Silver Bell is only a third-class spiritual power. It can be said that in a short period of time, Kochiki Jinsuzu can exert the strength of the captain. In other words, without fierce hand-to-hand combat, Kochiki Inling is not weak among the captains with his superb ghost attainments.
Aizen Sasuke, according to the ability he showed before, was not exceptionally outstanding.
Even among the vice-captains, the vice-captain Aizen is not the best.
It's just that Aizen Sasuke was the first person to complete Bankai training. In addition, Aizen Sasuke's spiritual power has also reached the 3rd rank.
It is precisely because of this that Captain Yamamoto and others will decide to make Sasuke Aizen the captain of the 5th Division.
In order to complete the captain assessment, Aizen Sasuke is likely to choose Kochiki Jinsuzu as his opponent.
The captains are too much older than me in terms of age and strength. Only Captain Xiaoyi is young, so, Captain Xiaoya, please show mercy to your subordinates in a while. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows.
Even Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and others were surprised by Aizen Sasuke's choice. Are you kidding? Aizen Sasuke actually felt that Natsuki had the least number of years as captain, so he was the weakest? Aizen Sasuke, is he such a superficial person? As for Xiaoyi, the corners of his mouth had already begun to rise. Unlike others. Well, it's better to say that other people's reasons for choosing Aizen Sasuke Natsuyo are not believing Aizen's words. Natsuyi knew why Aizen Sasuke chose his own purpose. Natsuyi once showed his ability to project distant scenes into front of his eyes in front of Kayaraku Shunsui. This is a very restrained ability for Aizen Sasuke's Kyoka Suigetsu. After all, the essence of Aizen Sasuke's Kagamika Suigetsu is to manipulate the enemy's five senses. But even Aizen Sasuke couldn't control the five senses of all the gods of death in the entire Suraitai at once.
Natsuya is more inclined to Aizen Sasuke, who can only control the five senses of enemies within a certain distance of his Ryatsu divergence range. Mole City Kenpachi's ability allows him to directly touch the blade of Kyoka Suigetsu, so he will not be affected by Aizen Sasuke's ability.
And this ability of Natsuyi is also to restrain Aizen Sasuke's Kyoka Suigetsu to a certain extent.
If Aizen Sasuke was using Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to hide himself to do something, he happened to be discovered by Natsui, who was outside the scope of Aizen Sasuke's ability.
Without figuring out the range of Natsuya's abilities, Aizen Sasuke was uneasy.
Taking advantage of this captain's meeting to find out the details of the summer night, that is the purpose of Aizen Sasuke.
If possible, Aizen Sasuke will probably solve Natsuyo in a future mission. Last time, let Natsui and Kasuke Urahara and others leave the Suraitai court.
Indeed, compared to other seniors, I still look very immature. Natsuyu walked out of the queue and smiled at Aizen Sasuke. Even compared to His Excellency Aizen, I am afraid that I am inferior in many ways. What did others think when they heard Xiaoya's words? Jingle Shunsui didn't know. However, Kayaraku Shunsui is different. He had a lot of contact with Xiaoyi, and he knew very well that Xiaoyi either didn't speak, and once Xiaoyi spoke, Xiaoyi wouldn't talk nonsense at all. In other words, does Xiaoyi really feel that he is not as good as Aizen Sasuke? Silently pulling down his hat, the afterglow of Kayaraku Shunsui eyes swept towards Aizen Sasuke. In his mind, all the information about Aizen Sasuke appeared again. Before, he didn't feel it. But now that the information of Aizen Sasuke is reproduced again, Kayaraku Shunsui feels a hint of dissonance. It's perfect. Everything about Aizen Sasuke can be found in the materials. It even includes Aizen's character when he was young, as well as the events of his personality change.
I see. It's as if this was deliberately left for people to consult.
I also feel very honored to be selected by His Excellency Aizen. Captain Yamamoto, I am willing to become the assessor of His Excellency Aizen and do my best to let His Excellency Aizen show more strength.
After Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni pondered for a moment, he decided on the battle location between Natsuya and Aizen Sasuke. Since neither of you has any objections, let's use the training ground of the first team as the assessment location. In Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, Aizen's Bankai is biased towards the Genjutsu system, and the Bankai of Summer Night is to enhance the control of light.
The ability of these two people to Zanpakuto Bankai is relatively low in terms of environmental damage. Besides, the assessment is not a battle of life and death, and there is a high probability that neither of them will explode with all their strength, that is, go through the motions. Under such circumstances, the training ground of the first team is enough for two people to fight.
Ha, no problem. The wind is cold.
Captain Yamamoto and others were distributed throughout the training ground of the first team. They are not only witnesses to the assessment of the captain of Aizen Sasuke, but also guardians to prevent the battle between Natsuya and Aizen Sasuke from causing greater damage to the Ichiban team. Based on their position, no matter how fierce the battle between Natsuya and Aizen Sasuke is, it will ensure that the aftermath of the fight between the two is completely blocked.
Captain Summer Night, I'm going to get up.
Pulling out the Zanpakuto from his waist, Aizen Sasuke smiled and said to Natsui, and then the Ryatsu under his feet exploded, rushing towards Natsui at an extremely fast speed.
I have to say that Aizen Sasuke's disguise is still in place.
As a challenger, he naturally did not let Xiaoyi take the initiative to attack first, but put himself on the side of the weak.
Ha, Your Excellency Aizen, is it too arrogant not to liberate the Zanpakuto at the first time of fighting me?
In the face of Aizen's surprise attack, Natsui raised his right hand, and the fingertips of his index finger shone with golden light.
Laser!
In an instant, the golden laser light burst out and greeted Aizen Sasuke. The golden laser light instantly pierced through Aizen's figure, bombarded the ground behind Aizen Sasuke, and erupted with a huge roar, and the flames erupted, forming a high-temperature explosion more than 10 meters high. The surrounding air was directly distorted by the high temperature of the explosion. The figure of Sasuke Aizen, who was directly pierced by the summer night laser before, was shattered in the distortion and revealed his true form.
This is the Death Overlord outfit on Aizen Sasuke's body.
After it showed its true form, it was directly burned burned by the high temperature of the explosive flame, and before it fell to the ground, it had already become a ball of black ashes. Empty cicada? Xiaoyi said in surprise. I didn't expect that His Excellency Aizen actually learned the secret steps of the Four Maple Courtyard family. I once had some intersections with Captain Yi, and thanks to her boldness, I got a glimpse of the true meaning of some hidden steps. Aizen Sasuke's figure reappeared and explained to Natsui. Summer Night chuckled. Aizen Sasuke and Shifenjin Yoichi intersect, which Natsui believes. But when it comes to the boldness of the Four Maple Courtyard Knights, which allows him to get a glimpse of the true meaning of the hidden steps, Natsu Knight feels that it is probably Aizen Sasuke who uses the power of his Zanpakuto Mirror Flower Water Moon to spy on the training of the Four Maple Courtyards. That is, Yoichi Shifenjin has left Suriitii, otherwise, Aizen Sasuke will definitely not expose the empty cicada during the captain's assessment. Captain Summer Night is really scary. None of them have liberated the Zanpakuto yet, but they can actually use the ability to use the Zanpakuto directly. The ability of the Zanpakuto, in addition to the ability to be made into a shallow fight, also has the essence of the god of death itself. For some geniuses, even if they do not liberate the Zanpakuto, their own Ryatsu can carry some Zanpakuto abilities. For example, Hitsugaya Toshiro's Ryatsu is cold and biting, and even the Ryatsu released unconsciously can freeze ordinary people to death. Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu burst hot. Aizen Sasuke's spiritual pressure also gives him a unique advantage in learning illusion ghosts such as Tsuguang. Aizen Sasuke didn't expect that Natsuyo could do this. Your Excellency Aizen, when did you have the illusion that I didn't liberate the Zanpakuto? Faced with Aizen's compliment, Natsui chuckled. This is the captain's assessment, Your Excellency Aizen. I'm not arrogant enough to feel that I can win without liberating the Zanpakuto when fighting with other captains. I have to say that what Aizen Sasuke said is really forced. Even if Xiaoyi just said what Aizen Sasuke said in advance, he could feel that his capacity had improved a little. At the same time, Xiaoyi was also arrogant. After all, when Aizen was fighting him, he attacked him directly without even liberating the Zanpakuto, although it was a bit of a temptation, but it could be regarded as Aizen who had a bit of a meaning not taking Natsuki to heart. Aizen's pupils shrank and he looked at Xiaoyi again. At this time, he realized that Captain Natsuki did not have a Zanpakuto pinned to his waist. No, not just the Zanpakuto, but not even the scabbard of the Zanpakuto. When did this happen? Not only Aizen Sasuke, Yamamoto Genryose Shigakuni, Kaiaraka Shunsui and others, it was also at this time that they discovered the strangeness of summer nights. When did it start? Soon, Jingle Chunshui's mind came to mind about the meeting with Xiaoyi over the years. That is, during the blurring incident, that is, after Captain Natsuya came out of seclusion in the captain's room of the 11th First Team for a few days, there was no longer that Zanpakuto at his waist. In this situation, all the captains who have been captains for more than 150 years have a figure in their hearts. The 8th generation of Kenpachi, Mole City Sword 8. That man's Zanpakuto had never been seen before. However, summer nights are different. Although Xiaoya's Zanpakuto is not recorded in the Surei court, it is recognized by many Shinigami gods as the strongest Zanpakuto of the Flash system, because only the strongest series of Zanpakuto can control the elements of the series. Whether it is the first solution or the Bankai, Xiaoyi has been liberated in the Searighting. After the Bankai on a summer night, the Zanpakuto will turn into light and merge into his body. In other words, Xiaoyi has been in a state of Bankai for more than a year? After thinking about this, Jingle Chunshue gasped in his heart. The Ryatsu of the god of death is not infinite. Liberating the Zanpakuto, although it can increase the Ryatsu of the Shinigami by 3 to 10 times, the Ryaku of the Shinigami itself will also consume a lot of Ryatsu. So far, Kaiaraka Shunsui only knows that Mole City Kenpachi's Bankai can be maintained forever. Now it seems that Captain Natsuya's Bankai is also the kind of resident liberation. In addition, Kaiaraka Shunsui tucked his hands into his long sleeves and stroked the hilt of his Zanpakuto through the long sleeves. If he remembered correctly, before the blurring incident occurred, Captain Xiaoye's spiritual pressure had already reached the second-class spiritual power, and among the second-class spiritual power, the strength was not low. As the strongest series of Zanpakuto, Bankai can improve the user's Ryatsu, which is also top-notch, at 9 to 10 times. With the Ryatsu before the summer night, Bankai, even if Ryatsu cannot directly reach the first level, at least it must reach the peak of the second level of spiritual power. The reason why he couldn't perceive the true spiritual pressure of summer night was probably because Captain Xiaoye's control over spiritual pressure far exceeded Jingle Shuansue's own spiritual perception. I was taught. What about the others? Now Aizen Sasuke doesn't have much energy to pay attention to. He suddenly realized that what Xiaoyi showed was far stronger than others realized. Of course, Aizen Sasuke is also glad that he is facing Natsu Night at this time. In order to find out the details of the summer night, even if it exposes some more things, it is not unacceptable for Aizen Sasuke. He just didn't want to expose himself to Captain Yamamoto's eyes before he could accomplish his purpose. But this does not mean that he cannot show the strength of the captain. Lifting the Zanpakuto upside down, Aizen Sasuke read out his own
Zanpakuto's liberation words. Break it, mirror flower water moon. In an instant, the area where Aizen Sasuke and Natsu Knight were was shrouded in thick fog. Even Captain Yamamoto and the others could not perceive anything from this fog. Good ability. Without using that perception of light and the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, even Natsuya's own spiritual sense was disturbed by Aizen Sasuke. His vision could only see the farthest 3 meters around him, and his ears couldn't even hear any other sounds. Then let's see how big the gap is between me, who only uses Ryatsu, and Aizen Sasuke. Syaya's heart moved, but he was not ready to expose more things at this time to let Aizen know about it. Just because you can't perceive Aizen Sasuke doesn't mean that Natsuya can't fight back against Aizen. Holding his left hand high, a golden light instantly appeared in the palm of Syaya's left hand. Then, this light suddenly erupted under the control of Syai. Rain of light. Wow, snorkel. Countless tiny laser rays flew out from the basketball-sized light mass in Syaya's palm. Except for where Syai was, the entire training ground of the first team was within Syaya's attack range. Wave after wave of laser rays fell like cannonballs, washing the ground, bombarding the ground, piercing the ground one after another with holes the thickness of a thumb. In the face of Natsuya's full-screen attack, even Aizen Sasuke felt tricky. He had already influenced Syaya's 5 senses through the ability of the mirror flower water moon, making him think that he was now shrouded in thick fog, unable to see the direction clearly, and unable to detect his own spiritual pressure. Next, he originally planned to manipulate Syaya's 5 senses to act on him, but he never expected that without perceiving the enemy, Syai would actually shroud everything around him in his attack. The 39th of the Binding Path, Round Gate Fan. Aizen Sasuke stretched out his right hand, and a ball of Ryatsu quickly formed in front of him, rapidly rotating to form a circular shield more than 1 person high. Boom 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 boom. Just after the Round Gate Fan was formed, countless laser rays hit and bombarded this shield, but in an instant, it shattered the defensive binding path released by Aizen Sasuke. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Aizen Sasuke was also a little surprised by the power of these laser rays released by Syai. Although it is only the defense of number 39, but with Aizen Sasuke's attainments in the Ghost Path, even if he abandons chanting, the defense power of this Ghost Path is enough to resist the Ghost Path below number 60. But in the face of Syaya's attack, he was instantly defeated. Obviously, the power of these laser rays released by Syai was not at all under the number 63 Ghost Dao Thunder Roar Cannon. Only in this way can the Round Gate Fan released by Aizen be instantly defeated. Ding 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 dash. Boom 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 dash. Countless laser rays were coming, and Aizen Sasuke was too late to use the Ghost Path defense at this moment. At that moment, Aizen Sasuke waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, blocking the incoming laser rays one by one, and fell to the ground behind him, erupting into bursts of roar. It's too passive dash. The smile on Aizen Sasuke's face faded, and under a large-scale attack like Syai, which was full of values and no skills, it was not easy for him to enter Natsuya's body. At that moment, Aizen Sasuke began to prepare for the chant of the Ghost Path while resisting Natsuya's attack. The 81st of the Binding Path, the sky. With Aizen Sasuke's low groan, a transparent curtain of light appeared in front of him. Boom 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 dash. In an instant, countless laser rays bombarded the 7 or 8 meters high and 4 meter wide light curtain, bursting out with bursts of roar. However, the laser light that could instantly destroy the Round Gate Fan before bombarded this light curtain, but it could not shatter this transparent light curtain. Broken Sky can be said to be the most defensive Ghost Path among the gods of death. It can perfectly defend against breaking paths below 90. And the reason why it is said that the Broken Sky can only perfectly defend against the broken path below number 90 is not that the Ghost Path above number 90 can break the defense of the Broken Sky, but that the Ghost Path attack above the 90th has a huge range, and the attack method is not just launched from one direction. In this way, it can only defend against the broken air of attacks in one direction, and naturally it cannot perfectly defend against the attacks of the Ghost Path above the 90. The laser light on a summer night is so dense and powerful. However, what Syai was using now was not the secret move 8-foot Shon Magatama, but only the simple condensation of his Ryatsu into a burst of laser rays, and the attack intensity was not enough to break through the air. Although it can also defend against Syaya's attacks, under the continuous bombardment of Syai, this transparent light curtain has also begun to appear cracks. Obviously, in no more than 5 seconds, this break released by Aizen Sasuke will be broken by Natsuya's attack. 62 of the Bound Road 100 Steps railing. Aizen's fingertips bloomed with blue light. With the whispering in his mouth, the blue light instantly condensed into more than a dozen hexagonal light sticks, which were swung out by Aizen Sasuke and attacked the summer night. Puff 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 dash. A series of light sticks pierced Syaya's body, and after flying Syai backwards for a distance, they firmly fixed Syai on the ground. It looked as if Natsuya had been bound by the Ghost Path released by Aizen Sasuke. 63 of the Binding Path, lock and lock. Aizen Sasuke kept moving and continued to release the Ghost Path. 3 chains emitting yellow light appeared out of thin air and wrapped around the Summer Knight. I'm sorry, Captain Summer Knight. Natsuki was restrained, and the ball of light that had previously exploded with laser rays
dissipated, and Aizen Sasuke slowly came to Natsuya and stopped.
I won this battle. You won? Seeing Aizen Sasuke appear, Natsuya smiled.
Your Excellency Aizen, if you don't show up, maybe it won't hurt me to admit defeat here. However, since you have appeared in front of me, if I give up like this, I will inevitably look down on His Excellency Aizen too much. After saying that, in Aizen Sasuke's shocked gaze, Natsuya's body emitted a golden light. In an instant, the golden light transformed by Natsuya turned into dozens of rays and spread, and finally condensed Natsuya's body behind Aizen Sasuke. This is a major reliance on Summer Knights in addition to the physique of steel balloons, elementalization.
The speed of light is the fastest existence in the world.
Therefore, Xiaoyi, who has the ability to shine fruits, has the speed of elementalization and is definitely the fastest among all natural abilities. It can be said that with just one movement of his mind, Xiaoyi's body can transform into the form he needs with his will. After the elementalization of other natural stats, it is very easy to be caught and attacked by people with armed haki. But throughout most of Kizaru Porcellino's life, unless he intended to release water, Porcellino was never injured again after becoming a shining fruit ability.
The same is true for Summer Knights.
Whether it is a 100-step railing or a lock bar, after the elementalization of a Summer Knight, it can be broken away in an instant.
Your Excellency Aizen, have you ever been attacked by light? Along with Natsuya's voice, what came to Aizen Sasuke was Natsuya's palm emitting golden light.
The color of the right side of the indigo dye has changed. Xiaoyi's attack speed was really beyond his expectations. Instinctively, Aizen Sasuke raised his Zanpakuto and took a defensive stance. Oh, in the next moment, Natsuya's palm, which emitted golden light, had already landed on Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto. The huge force directly blasted Aizen Sasuke like a small pebble, and after hitting a few sonic boom clouds in the air, Aizen Sasuke slowly stabilized his body.
What a powerful! Aizen Sasuke looked at his slightly trembling hands and said in shock, "This is not Aizen Sasuke playing." He was indeed startled by the power of Xiaoyi.
In Aizen's view, in the entire Siriidii, I am afraid that only Zaraki, a beast-like man, can have the power to compete with Natsuya. Although he had sharpened his Ryatsu, swordsmanship, instantaneous steps, ghost paths, etc. to the limit of the god of death in terms of physical strength, he did not feel that he had reached a level that could be compared with Zaraki.
Of course, the saying that speed is strength doesn't Your Excellency Aizen know? Natsuya's voice sounded in Aizen's ears again.
In the golden light, one of Xiaoyi's fingers pressed against Aizen Sasuke's vest.
Your Excellency Aizen, you lost.
Ha, Captain Summer Knight really deserves to be the strongest god of death. Aizen's face stiffened, and then he showed his trademark smile again. Although even if Natsuya launched an attack, he might not be able to really defeat him, but obviously, Aizen Sasuke also felt that if Natsuya really continued to attack, he would be very embarrassed.
This battle has been fought almost now.
Anyway, Aizen Sasuke felt that the strength he had shown was enough to serve as the captain of the 5th Division.
If this is the case, it still can't pass the captain's assessment, then Aizen Sasuke doesn't mind lurking for a while.
Anyway, for now, no one in the 5th Division can threaten his position.
Even if he is not the captain, he is also the acting captain of the 5th Division.
It's a pity, I'm still too weak to let Captain Summer Knight enjoy myself.
Natsuya glanced at Aizen Sasuke in surprise. This guy, shouldn't he be too deep in the play?
Even Brother Jinxing came out.
Then do you want to pay tribute and cut Aizen Sasuke in half to cooperate with him? Your Excellency Aizen is joking. You didn't even use Bankai, so you said something like that didn't make me have fun, isn't it too much? Captain Summer Knight doesn't have to change my honor.
Aizen Sasuke smiled bitterly and shook his head. I did not use Bankai, but Captain Natsuya didn't even use a sword. My Bankai, in the battle with Captain Natsuya, did not have any obvious effect, but Captain Xiaoyi's sword is recognized as the strongest. If Captain Xiaoyi uses Kendo, even if I use Bankai, I will have no resistance in front of Captain Xiaoyi at all.
As the battle between Natsuya and Aizen Sasuke ended, Aizen Sasuke lifted the liberation of his Zanpakuto, the thick fog dispersed, and everyone saw Natsuya with his fingertips against Aizen Sasuke's vest. At the same time, what Aizen Sasuke said was naturally heard by everyone.
Many captains nodded in agreement with this. As one of the 4 skills of the god of death, the powerful sword technique can indeed bring a huge improvement to one's strength.
This can be seen by looking at Uno Hanaretsu.
From the perspective of Lingwei level, the first-generation captains are not without comparison with the 8,000 flowers of the rabbit flower. However, the one who won the title of strongest death was her 8,000 flowers. Similarly, Kenpachi can ignore the privileges of the captain and the central 46th room, which is also a testament to the strong strength of Unohana Yachiri.
Xiaoyi's ability is not such an inconvenience. Although the Zanpakuto was integrated into itself after the Natsuya Bankai, in the initial interpretation stage, Captain Natsuya showed the ability to condense the flash into a lightsaber.
It's impossible to say that after Captain Summer Knight Bankai, he lost this ability, right?
Aizen Sasuke said that he couldn't make the Summer Knight fun, and that's right. But in fact, Aizen Sasuke's attainments in Kendo may not be worse than Unohana's.
Xiaoyi used the sword to fight him, and his strength would definitely increase by 2 levels again. Of course, if Xiaoyi did not use the perception of light and the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, Xiaoyi, whose 5 senses were
controlled by the mirror flower water moon, no matter how strong his kendo attainments were, would only be played with by Aizen Sasuke. I'm sorry, Captain Yamamoto.
Aizen Sasuke sheathed the Zanpakuto and came to Captain Yamamoto. I failed to hold out for half an hour under the attack of Captain Natsuya, and the assessment failed.
Yamamoto Motor Yusai Shigakuni was silent.
Even he didn't expect the battle between Aizen Sasuke and Natsuya to end in such a short period of time. Let alone Vice Captain Aizen fighting with Captain Natsuya in this state. Even if it was me, I might not be able to last more than half an hour. At this time, the voice of Jingle Shunshui came. Mr. Yamamoto, the strength of Captain Summer Night is not comparable to that of ordinary captains. Although Vice Captain Aizen lost to Captain Natsuya, he also showed strength that was not inferior to other captains in the process of fighting. Hearing Jingle Shunshui say this, the captains gathered around him also nodded. As far as the previous Vice Captain Aizen showed his ghost attainments, he was indeed stronger than many captains. Indeed, that is, His Excellency Aizen chose Captain Natsuya. If I were to replace my opponent with me, I am afraid I would have been defeated by His Excellency Aizen.
This sentence was said by Kuchiki Jinsuzu. When Aizen Sasuke liberated the Zanpakuto, the fog shrouded the battlefield, and even their spiritual senses could not detect the situation in the fog. Obviously, if you fall into the thick fog, it will also be a lot of trouble for the captains present. Coupled with the demonic attainments shown by Aizen Sasuke, it is obviously not difficult to defeat Kuchiki Jinsuzu, who has no vision. Captain Yamamoto, I think since His Excellency Aizen has shown the strength of the captain level, then he must have the qualifications to become the captain of the 5th Division. Here, in the name of the captain of the 6th Division, I recognize His Excellency Aizen as the captain of the 5th Division. The captain's assessment was originally an assessment held by the new captain to let other captains know each other. Since Aizen Sasuke was recommended by Kairaku and others, Kuchiki Jinsuzu would naturally not object. After saying his decision, Kuchiki Jinsuzu looked at the captain of the 10th Division, Ishin. Captain Shiba, what do you think? Me? Jibo was suddenly asked by the Rottenwood Silver Bell, and was stunned for a moment. Then after seeing Kuchiki Inling nodding, he said seriously, I agree with Captain Kuchiki's words.
Aizen has indeed shown the strength of the captain level, and I also recognize Aizen as the captain of the 5th Division as the captain of the 10th Division.
Captain Summer Night, what do you say? Captain Yamamoto asked Xiaoyi.
Currently, there are only 7 captains left in the 13 teams of the Suriting Court. Among them, Captain Yamamoto made the final decision and would not end up in person. The recognition of Kairaku Shunsui, Wuno Hanaretsu, Yukitake Shishiro recommendation, Summer Night, Shihei Ishin, and Kuchiki Jinsuzu is the key to whether Aizen Sasuke can become the captain of the 5th Division. Now, Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Jiba Ishin have made their statements. As the object of Aizen's challenge, Natsuya's attitude is particularly important. If Natsuya approves, then Aizen Sasuke will become the new captain of the 5th Division.
But once Natsuya doesn't approve, Aizen Sasuke wants to become the captain, and he will have to wait at least 3 more years.
Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, Xiaoyi spread his hands. Your Excellency Aizen didn't even use Bankai. He could force out my Bankai. If such strength can't pass the captain assessment, then it is estimated that none of the alternate captains behind him will want to become captains. Seeing Xiaoyi say this, the hearts of the captains rolled their eyes.
Are you kidding? Aizen Sasuke, did you force out your Bankai? Obviously, you can always stay in Bankai, okay? Ask the other captains, how long can they stay Bankai in their heyday?
This is the same as Kurosaki Ichigo learning blurring with everyone in the Kamen army, and after a period of hard work he was finally able to maintain the blurring state for 11 seconds.
Coincidentally, at that time, Ichigo Kurosaki asked Konanbai why he didn't practice, and he knew the final answer.
Koshiro is the only person in the Kamen Corps who can maintain a blurred state 24 hours a day.
What? 11 seconds, compared with 24 hours, how not to collapse? 11 seconds at that time was the limit of Ichigo Kurosaki. 24 hours is not the limit of Jiananbai. It's just because there are only 24 hours a day. Since Captain Natsuya has also recognized Aizen's strength, then, now I announce that Aizen Sasuke's captain assessment has passed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni nodded slightly.
Letting Aizen Sasuke become the captain of the 5th Division was originally a good thing to stabilize the current situation in the Suriidai. If the missing captains are made up as soon as possible, the Shinigami of the Gotiei 13 team will be able to rest assured as soon as possible.
Congratulations, Sasuke Aizen. From now on, you will be the captain of the 5th Division. Thank you, Captain. Aizen Sasuke bowed slightly. Captain, as well as all the seniors, I will do my best to fulfill the duties of the 5th Division and contribute my strength to the protection of the Suriidai. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. After all, judging from Xiaoye's understanding of Aizen, from beginning to end, Aizen Sasuke's purpose was to create the King Key by himself, hit the Spirit King Palace, and replace the Spirit King as the new god. Even when he was imprisoned in the infernal hell after the final defeat and came out to fight Uobak, what he said to Uobak was, "Welcome to
my soul society. Apparently, Aizen has already regarded the three realms as his own. He firmly believes that one day in the future he will become a god sitting on the throne. Since it is his own, he will naturally protect it, not destroy it. No prompt. After returning to the captain's room of the 11th team, Xiaoyi sighed. Even if he was an assessment officer and added a general to the navy, the achievement system did not respond. Obviously, as an admiral, he is almost over. Further down, only the two highest achievements of the navy, Admiral of the Navy and Commander-in-Chief of the Army, can be rewarded with achievements. In the world of death, it is to become the captain and captain of the Zero Division by yourself, which can be regarded as a complete achievement. However, whether it is the position of captain or the captain of the Zero Division, it is obviously not something that the current Summer Knight can do. In terms of strength, he has not yet grown to the peak, and he is still some distance away from Captain Yamamoto. Even with the strongest physique like Steel Balloon, the current Summer Knight is not sure that he can resist Captain Yamamoto's flowing Bankai. At least he had to wait for his spiritual power to break through to the first level, or the strength of the armed domineering energy increased again, before he could compete with Captain Yamamoto. Unconsciously, Xiaoyi stretched the nail of her thumb into her mouth and bit it with her teeth. Today, Aizen Sasuke became the captain of the 5th Division, which made a sense of urgency rise in Natsu's heart for the first time in a long time. In 100 years, if there is no achievement reward, Xiaoyi's spiritual power is estimated to be able to reach the first level of spiritual power. That's it, or Xiaoyi can stay in the Bankai state all the time and not exit the Bankai state. In addition, the Steel Balloon physique and the bloodline of the Bacania tribe are estimated to grow to their peak, which fills Xiaoyi's defense and greatly improves his strength. If it is domineering, the Overlord color has not experienced the battle of the strong, and the courage may not be greatly improved. Armed Haki, the strength is estimated to be increased by 1 level. Seeing and smelling domineering, there may be some more abilities, but the change will not be too big. In this way, 100 years later, the Summer Knight can reach the level of Captain Yamamoto. This cannot be said to be weak on Summer Knights. However, it is obvious that the enemy 100 years later is no weaker than Captain Yamamoto. Whether it is the collapsed Jade Aizen Sasuke, or the eye-opening Tamahabak, or the Zero Division Captain Ichibai, they are not simple characters. Not to mention that after devouring the Spirit King, Yhwach has reached the realm of God. Wait a little longer. Wait another 20 years. If everything I do in 20 years doesn't activate achievements, then leave Suri IT and establish a new organization. In the end, Xiaoyi still set a deadline for herself. Anyway, as long as the achievement is activated, Summer Knight can be greatly improved in a short period of time. 100 years, excluding 20 years of trial and error, but there are still 80 years of Summer Knight waves. After having a plan in mind, Xiaoyi almost handed over all the affairs in the Suraitai to Zaraki to handle, and he put all his thoughts on the flowing Soul Street. If you want to change the Soul Street, traffic is the most important. Looking at the map of flowing Soul Street on the table, Xiaoyi touched her chin and began to calculate silently in her heart. 3 years have passed since the reform of the 11th team. In the past 3 years, under the leadership of Maki Ichinos, half of the Shinigami of the 11th team have completely subdued all the violent groups in Flowing Soul Street. At the same time, they also completed the drawing of the full map of Flowing Soul Street. The map in front of Natsuyi is the road planned by Maki Ichinos looking for professionals for Flowing Soul Street. As a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education as a flower grower, Xiaoyi naturally knows that if you want to change the lives of people in a place, the most important thing is to increase everyone's income. To get rich, the truth is that you must first build a road, and it is a wise saying everywhere. Only when the transportation is convenient can the special items of various places be circulated to other places in exchange for what they need. In addition, not every area has items that will be liked or needed, and areas that are not competitive with products can also be used as products if transportation is convenient. Well, this is not a place to buy and sell people, but to go to work in areas where people are more needed and work in exchange for remuneration. Similarly, the transportation is convenient, and it is also more conducive to communication between each other, so that everyone can go to various areas to see scenery that they may not have seen in their lives before, greatly broaden their horizons and improve their happiness. It's just that the Nirvana of the 12th Division was blinded by me, and if I asked him to make road construction equipment for me, I'm afraid he would secretly get me some moths. Xiaoyi's mind flashed the figure of Nirvana, but finally shook his head. The transformation of Flowing Soul Street is very important for Summer Knights. He did not want to add the unstable factor of Nirvana. As a technology master, no one knows what Nirvana will put into his invention. For example, Ishida Yuryu, who only fought Nirvana once, was implanted with surveillance bacteria in his body. Although with Xiaoyi's current ability, the so-called surveillance bacteria could not escape his perception at all, and it was easy to get rid of it. But this is only one of the means that Xiaoyi knows, and Nirvana is one of them. If Nirvana had better and more secret surveillance methods, Xiaoyi wouldn't want to let herself live under Nirvana's treachery all day long. That's it, I'll do it myself. After writing down the road route planned on the map, Xiaoyi turned around and left the captain's captain's room. All the way forward, the rhinoceros Dan Fong, who guarded the White Dao Gate, quickly knelt down on one knee after seeing Xia Yi. After nodding at the rhinoceros Dan Fong, Xia Yi didn't say anything and left directly. In recent years, the Grim Reaper of the 11th team has been in and out of the White Dao Gate many times. Even on summer nights, he will go in and out almost once or twice a month, and he is still relatively familiar with the rhinoceros Dan Fong. Stepping out of the White Dao Gate, although there is only a high wall separated from the Siriting, the flowing Soul Street and the Siriting Court are the difference between heaven and earth. The dilapidated wooden houses and the frolicking crowd made the flowing Soul Street a lot more lively than the Siriting. Seeing Xia Yi walking out of the White Dao Gate, these people glanced at Xia Yi and continued to do their own thing. In the past, when they saw the god of death coming out of the Siriting, everyone in the flowing Soul Street would avoid it from a distance for fear of attracting the attention of the god of death and causing an accident. But in the past 3 years, almost every day, the 11th team of Shinigami has been in and out of Luhan Street, and these reapers, except to deter the violent organization groups of Luhan Street, have not done anything to ordinary people. Over time, most people in flowing Soul Street have also become accustomed to the existence of the god of death. Rather, because of the behavior of the 11th team of Shinigami, the people of flowing Soul Street have a new understanding of the god of death. The most obvious thing is that the number of people who joined the Mayung Spiritual Academy from flowing Soul Street this year has increased significantly compared to previous years. The figure flashed, and Xia Yi's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. It's here. After finding a relatively open place, Xia Yi stopped. Xia Yi's body emitted a golden light, and then, this golden light flew out of Xia Yi's body and condensed into Xia Yi's figures. Doppelganger. This is also Kizaru Porcelino's ability. Within a certain range, Summer Knight can condense the Flash into his own clone. These clones can inherit the ability of Xia Yi's shining fruit and their attainments in swordsmanship, and the spiritual pressure of the Shinigami world also makes up for the lack of armed domineering. Even compared to Xia Yi's body, it was only inferior to the blood of the Bacania tribe and the physique of the steel balloon. It can be said that each of these dozens of clones has a strength no less than that of the captain. Of course, this is a test of the multi-line operation ability of Summer Knights. As long as he is within the range of Xia Yi's perception, he can control his clone to fight or do something else. And it just so happened that Xia Yi's current perception was enough for him to spread his observations and colors to the entire Soul Society. In other words, as long as he is in the Soul Society, Natsuyi can control his clone. With Xia Yi's thoughts, these dozens of clones turned into flashes and rushed into the sky, and then dispersed and flew to various places in flowing Soul Street. Soon, these clones of Summer Knights hovered somewhere in the flowing Soul Street, their fingertips emitting golden light. Boom boom dash. Beams of light hung down, carrying great power and destroying everything in front of them. Such a movement naturally caused a lot of turmoil in Luhan Street. Many people who felt the Ryatsu on Summer Nights were so frightened that they hurriedly hid in the house, for fear that they would be affected by this powerful god of death. Those who were close were almost scared to death and ran away quickly. Fortunately, the god of death of the 11th team stood up at this time, and while maintaining the order of the Soul Street, he explained to everyone that the person who released the Ryatsu was the captain of the 11th team, and let everyone wait quietly. However, these team members also saw this move of Summer Night for the first time. Their strength is not strong enough, but dozens of Summer Night clones are always discovered by everyone at the same time. At the same time, I felt several Ryatsu from the captain of the Summer Night, which made these death team members stunned. However, Captain Natsuya's methods were almost invincible in the hearts of the Shinigami of the 11th team, and even a powerful person like Vice Captain Zaraki was also a defeated general under Captain Natsuya. Perhaps, among the entire Gotai 13 teams, only Captain Yamamoto can surpass Captain Natsuya. In this way, it is not surprising that Captain Xia Yi has such a method. After the movement was over, the people of Luhan Street discovered that there were countless 8-meter-wide roads in Luhan Street directly connecting the 81 blocks of Luhan Street. These roads are not tortuous at all, they are like spider webs, connecting all the inhabited places in flowing Soul Street. Moreover, the ground of these roads is as smooth as a mirror, and there is no need for a secondary process at all. Of course, both sides of the road, because they were strongly opened up by Summer Nights, the forest on both sides of the mountains had certain damage and needed to be maintained later. Otherwise, in the event of a mudslide or landslide, some roads may be blocked and need to be cleared. It's just that these things don't need Xia Yi to take action. The foundation of a better life, Summer Nights have been laid for the people of flowing Soul Street. As long as they work hard, they can improve their lives. As for those who are unwilling to work hard or just want a way to be fed, they are not in the scope of Summer Night consideration at all. People have to save themselves before someone reaches out to you. Of course, some spirits will still be slowly passed on Summer Nights. Of course, as for whether these sparks can achieve the power of burning the plains, it is not within the scope of Summer Nights. Ding dash. Congratulations to the host for conveying free will, opening the revolutionary road, and achieving the achievements of revolutionaries. Do you want to open the achievement reward? To Xia Yi's expectations, he had not yet defected from the 13th team of the Gotii, and he had just proclaimed some spirits in the flowing soul street, and he had obtained a blue achievement.
I see. After half a ring, the summer night suddenly appeared.
In the pirate world, the Revolutionary Army was created by the son of the naval hero Garp, Manchi D. Long. However, Manchard D. Long did not start forming the Revolutionary Army after leaving the Navy. When he was in the Navy, like Sikorsky and Porcelino, Manch D. Long was also trained as a candidate general.
Whether it is strength or potential, the dragon is not inferior to Sikorsky and Porcelino at all.
However, after seeing the annual hunting of the celestial dragons, Monkey D. Long had doubts about the justice of the Navy. After a series of more detailed investigations, Long finally decided to form an organization to resist the world government, that is, the Revolutionary Army. Through the intelligence of the Navy, Long won over some of the Navy that had the same will as himself and contacted the people of some countries in dire straits, established the framework of the Revolutionary Army, and finally defected to the Navy and held high the banner of the Revolutionary Army.
The current Summer Knight's approach is somewhat similar to that of the dragon.
They all first proclaim their own will, then look for like-minded comrades, and finally really launch the banner and become the light in the hearts of all the exploited people at the bottom. However, it was clear that before Natsuya could leave the Gotii 13, he would be rewarded with blue achievements in this organization at most. Whether it is forming an organization to compete with the Gotii 13 or invading the Siriidii to overthrow the rule of the nobles, Natsuya needs to break away from the Gotii 13.
Captain Yamamoto is not a fool.
Ha! Those nobles are not either. Although usually those nobles seem to be full of fat brains and full of evil. But these nobles are experienced in terms of existence that threatens their dominance. For millions of years, the flowing soul street has not resisted the Siriiding, but in the end, they were all suppressed. It is because the nobles of the Siriidii have absolute force. However, this shackle of force was broken by Captain Yamamoto 1,000 years ago. Once they discover an organization that could overthrow Siriidi's rule, they will never let it develop.
This is my chance.
Originally, Xia Yi gave himself 20 years to develop the power of flowing soul street.
But this unexpected achievement reward made Xia Yi have better arrangements.
The line of the Revolutionary Army is similar to that of the Navy.
Navy soldier, Revolutionary Army soldier.
Navy non-commissioned officer, Revolutionary Army squad leader.
Naval lieutenant, squadron leader of the Revolutionary Army. Naval officer, captain of the Revolutionary Army. Naval generals, major generals, lieutenant generals, Revolutionary Army cadres. Alternate general for commanders of the Revolutionary Army.
General, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Compared with the Navy, the line of the Revolutionary Army and the leader are only comparable to that of the admiral, and there are 2 ranks less than the Navy of the admiral and the commander-in-chief of the whole army. If Xia Yi wants to develop the Revolutionary Army line to the level of the naval line, he must capture the Siriidii and replace the Gotii 13 as the new guardian of the Siriidii in order to activate the new level of the Revolutionary Army, which can be equivalent to the marshal. As for the commander-in-chief of the whole army, needless to say, it is naturally necessary to hit the Spirit King's palace and then defeat the Zero Division. In this way, Xia Yi can develop the power of the flowing soul street as much as possible before leaving the Sirii court. If Xia Yi left the Siriiding court and became the leader of the forces of the flowing soul street, the power of the flowing soul street could develop to the point where it could be preserved in the extermination of the 13th Gotii team. Then once the Summer Knight directly raised the banner of the Revolutionary Army, he could get 4 primary white achievements, 6 intermediate blue achievements, 2 advanced purple achievements, and a top gold achievement. In this way, even the guaranteed cultivation time is 127 years, which is enough for Xia Yi's spiritual pressure to break through the first-class spiritual power, and at the same time, his own bloodline and physique can also grow into a complete body. Thinking of this, Xia Yi also had a plan in his heart for future development. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Xia Yi put his mind on the pirate achievement system in his mind. To be honest, I haven't heard the sound of the system for more than 20 years, and when I heard it again, Xia Yi still felt quite kind. After sighing for a while, Xia Yi no longer hesitated and directly chose to open the achievement reward.
Anyway, it's just a blue intermediate achievement.
The bottom is guaranteed for 1 year, and the cultivation results of up to 10 years, or the 6 styles of the Navy, the swordsman level swordsmanship, or the physique of the fishman and fur tribe.
For the current Summer Night, I am afraid that only rewards such as cultivation results are the most cost-effective.
The derivative skills of the Navy's 6 and 6 styles, or the swordsman level swordsman, Xia Yi had already fully mastered them. As for the physique, the bloodline of the Bacania tribe is a dark purple level achievement reward, and the physique or bloodline opened by the blue achievement is not even tasteless for Xia Yi, pure garbage.
Getting something like this would hardly improve the Summer Night.
Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the blue achievement revolutionary and receiving 8 months of cultivation results.
Please choose the cultivation project. 1. Taijutsu. 2. Swordsmanship. 3. Devil fruit ability. 4. Domineering. 8 months of cultivation results. results, not bad. Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. Blue achievements can open up to 1 year of cultivation rewards, 8 months, and luck is not bad. I choose 4, cultivate domineering.
Because there were only 8 months of cultivation time, whether it was physical skills, swordsmanship, or devil fruit abilities, they could not be improved much. Only the domineering that is currently being fused with the ability of the Summer Night Flash Fruit can get the best cultivation effect in these 8 months. As Xiaoya's words fell, the blue ball of light exploded, turning into countless points of light and blending into Xiaoya's soul. In an instant, the memory of 8 months of sleepless cultivation of domineering was integrated into Xiaoya's memory, making Xiaoyi frantically absorb the results of these 8 months of cultivation.
Not bad.
A few seconds later, Xiaoyi opened her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. These 8 months of cultivation not only allowed Xiaoya's domineering color to have a deeper integration with the perceptual energy of the flash, but also allowed Xiaoya's overlord color domineering to find a point of convergence with the flash of seeing and smelling after the fusion. In other words, the current Summer Knight can also release the coercion of his overlord domineering through flashes of domineering. It can be said that within the range of Xiaoya's flash of seeing and smelling haki, if Xiaoyi releases his overlord haki, then the entire Soul Society will feel the impact of Xiaoya's overlord haki. With the strength of Xiaoya's current overlord domineering, the god of death below the upper seat official could not withstand the impact of his overlord domineering at all, and would faint in an instant. And the god of death below Shiguan, when Xiaoyi carried the killing intent, even his soul would be dispersed by Xiaoya's overlord domineering and die directly. As for the overlord color entanglement, so far, Xiaoyi can only do it within the scope of his own haki of seeing and hearing, but the farther away the distance, the more the power of the overlord haki entanglement will be greatly weakened. But no matter how weakened it is, the power of the overlord color entanglement is a real attack that ignores defense, especially for the gods of death without a body. It is almost impossible to resist, and they can only eat all the damage.
Furthermore, Xiaoyi clenched his fists. In these 8 months of domineering cultivation, he not only tried the cultivation of seeing and smelling domineering and overlord domineering, the deeper cultivation of armed domineering has also been touched by Xiaoyi. Kill.
In the training ground, Byakuya Kachiki frantically waved the Zanpakuto in his hand and attacked Natsuya.
Natsuya raised his index finger to block Byakuya Kachiki's attack. Byakuya Kachiki's Zanpakuto slashed on Natsuya's index finger, but it couldn't even hurt Natsuya's fur. On the contrary, his Zanpakuto was also bounced back by the force of his attack.
If it weren't for Byakuya Kachiki's good foundation in kendo under the teachings of Xiaoyi, I am afraid that the Zanpakuto in his hand would have been blown away.
Your heart is in turmoil, Bai Zai. Natsuya casually resisted Byakuya Kachiki's attack and said, the battle of kendo is also a battle of will.
A firm will make your sword faster, stronger, and more accurate. Similarly, a weak will, or a disordered will dull your sword. Although, even if you wield your sword with the attitude of killing me, it makes no difference to me. But controlling the force to prevent firewood and rotten wood from being destroyed by the rebound force is not the same. After saying that, Xiaoyi flicked his fingers and directly bounced Kachiki Byakuya away.
Wow! Byakuya Kachiki's feet made 2 marks on the ground, and he withdrew 4 or 5 meters before stopping. I'm sorry, Teacher Xiaoyi. Byakuya Kachiki shook his head. It's my problem.
Xiaoyi shook his head.
It's your grandfather and your uncle's business, right? Ha! The teacher knows it too? Kuchiki Byakuya looked at Xiaoyi in astonishment.
The problem between Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Kuchiki Hibiki, even Kuchiki Byakuya, only noticed the wrong atmosphere when he went home the day before yesterday. However, whether he asked his grandfather or his aunt, he did not get an accurate answer. As for asking his uncle Kuchiki Hibiki, Kuchiki Byakuya had long since given up such an idea after getting close to Kuchiki Hibiki, but being ignored by Kuchiki Hibiki.
Xiaoyi nodded.
The matter of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Shangha, is also one of the people who pay attention to summer nights. As for the problem between Kuchiki Hibiki and Kuchiki Silver Bell, Natsume also knew. Kuchiki Silver Bell let Kuchiki Byakuya enter the 11th first team, and worshipped himself as a teacher. That is, he had already decided to hand over the future Kuchiki family and the 6th division to Kuchiki Hibiki. And Kuchiki Shangha, after the death of Kuchiki Tsangshuan, did not live up to Kuchiki Silver Bell's expectations. Over the years, Kuchiki Hibiki has been the first in every battle, and he has also gotten along very well with the Shinigami of the 6th division. And the gods of the 6th division also know that Kuchiki Hibiki is the future captain of the 6th division, even if he is only 3 seats now. But even the vice-captain of the 6th division, Jinjinjiro, must consider Kuchiki Hibiki's opinion when making some decisions. After all, everyone knows that the reason why Kuchiki Hibiki is only 3 seats and not the vice-captain is because as long as Kuchiki Hibiki completes the cultivation of Bankai and passes the captain assessment, Kuchiki Hibiki can directly become the captain of the 6th division. If Kuchiki Kagawa becomes the vice-captain at this time and Jinjinjiro becomes the 3rd seat, who can guarantee that Jinjinjiro does not have some careful thoughts in his heart? Not all divisions are 11th teams, they are determined
determined by strength.
In the 11th team, the strength is not as good as others, so go and stay behind. In other teams, although strength is one of the factors, at the same time, human relations are also a factor. There was nothing wrong with hastily cancelling the seat of the god of death, which almost directly put the dissatisfaction of "I have an opinion about you" on the table. Who can become a seat official in the aristocratic flank without backing? Even if it was Rinji Abarai, the vice-captain of the 6th Division 100 years later, said that he came out of the flowing Soul Street, but he was personally identified by Byakuya Kuchiki.
It is also true to say that Byakuya Kuchiki is the backing of Rinji Abarai. After all, if it weren't for the recognition of Byakuya Kuchiki, how could Byakuya Kuchiki personally come to the 11th team and invite Rinji Abarai to the 6th Division?
Jinjinjiro saw Byakuya Kuchiki's intentions, so after Rinji Abarai grew up, he applied for retirement and gave way to Rinji Abarai. As for the current issue between Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Kuchiki Hibiki, it stems from the disagreement between Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Kuchiki Hibiki, which have different opinions on the power of the Zanpakuto. According to Kuchiki Jinsuzu's idea, after Kuchiki Hibiki completed his Bankai training, Kuchiki Jinsuzu would nominate Kuchiki Hibiki to participate in the captain assessment.
However, when Kuchiki Hibiki went to participate in the captain assessment, his Bankai was feared by Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto. Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto, its name is Muramesa.
The ability is to be able to directly talk to the Zanpakuto of the god of death, and through his own ability, he can amplify the dissatisfaction
of the Zanpakuto of the god of death with the god of death, so that the Zanpakuto of the god of death is controlled by Muramesa. For those Shinigami who have not been able to complete the Zanpakuto conception and know the name of the Zanpakuto, Muramesa can even let their Zanpakuto attack the Shinigami himself in turn.
Even those Zanpakuto that have been conceived and whose names are known by the god of death, Muramesa's Bankai, can manifest these Zanpaku knives and let them fight with their masters. Not to mention the Zanpakuto who has completed Bankai training.
After Zanpakuto was alienated by Muramesa, the captains could not re-defeat their Zanpakuto Bankai until they could defeat their Zanpakuto again.
After all, to some extent, Shinigami's Bankai requires the Shinigami and his Zanpakuto to work together to fuse the Ryatsu of the two in order to improve Ryatsu and exchange abilities.
Even the Zanpakuto was fooled away by the village. How could the Shinigami still use Bankai?
Such an ability is undoubtedly the nemesis of all gods of death. After all, this ability is of no use at all when dealing with the Void and the Exterminator Master. At most, it is to deprive the Shinigami of their Zanpakuto and let Zanpakuto fight against Su. But in this way, the strength of the god of death under Kuchiki Shangha will plummet, and maybe it will be completely destroyed by the Void before Kuchiki Shangha solves all the Void. It can be said that Kuchiki Shangha's ability can definitely be called a civil war phantom god. Therefore, as to whether Kuchiki Hibiki was nominated as the captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto both remained opposed. They felt that Kuchiki Shangha was still too young, and it was estimated that he would not be able to control such a power well, and he would need to pre-settle for a few more years.
At present, Kuchiki Inling's attitude towards Kuchiki Hibiki is estimated to be a test for Kuchiki Hibiki.
Even Natsuyi suspected that after that, Kuchiki Hibiki was imprisoned by the nobles, and I am afraid that there were also Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto behind the scenes. In their opinion, if Kuchiki Hibikawa can still deal with it with a normal mind and according to the rules of Suriitai after encountering such a thing, then it will prove that Kuchiki Hibiki has the capacity to become a captain.
But unfortunately, they messed up.
After knowing that he was framed, Kuchiki Shangha did not go to explain to Kuchiki Jinling for the first time, but directly killed the god of death and the nobles who framed him.
And the disappointment in Kuchiki Shangha's gaze and tone became the last straw for Kuchiki Hibiki's rebellion.
He clearly didn't do anything wrong, but he lost everything because of his Zanpakuto. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this that Kuchiki Hibiki is dissatisfied with his Zanpakuto village. 100 years later, Muramesa dragged his remnants in the Void Circle to devour the Void to restore himself, and tried everything he could to save the sealed Kuchiki Hibiki, but was eventually killed by Kuchiki Hibiki.
Then Teacher Xiaoyi, can you tell me what's going on?
No. Seeing Kuchiki Byakuya so eager, Natsuyi touched his chin and nodded finally.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with telling you. After all, if you want to become a strong person on your own, you must have your own ideas and stick to your own will. In this way, the sharpness of the sword edge can be maintained. For example, if you have a problem with your mentality today, the sword you swing is not lethal at all. Kuchiki Byakuya laughed a few times.
To be honest, he couldn't understand what Mr. Xiaoyi meant by the sharpness of the sword.
In his opinion, isn't his Zanpakuto the same?
Teacher Xiaoyi said that his Zanpakuto was firewood and rotten wood, but he could cut off the big tree and rock. It's just that after staying with Mr. Natsui for a long time, Byakuya Kuchiki can also feel that he is indeed not in a state today. The core of your grandfather's and your uncle's problems is fear of the power of the Zanpakuto, as well as distrust of juniors. Next, Natsuya sent Kuchiki Hibikawa to participate in the captain's assessment and showed his Bankai, but told Kuchiki Byakuya that his ability was rejected rejected because of his Zanpakuto's ability. Byakuya, what do you think is the problem between them? Byakuya Kochiki frowned. Before, he thought there was something big wrong between his grandfather and uncle, but after listening to Mr. Xiaoye's explanation, he realized that it was actually because of his uncle's ability to Zanpakuto. After hearing Natsuya's question, Kochiki Byakuya was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Its capacity, teacher. My teacher once taught me that I am strong and fearless, and Grandpa refused to continue recommending my uncle to become the captain of the 6th Division on the grounds that my uncle's mind could not control the ability of the Zanpakuto, and the core essence of it was that my grandfather had a fear of his uncle's Zanpakuto ability in his heart. But Grandpa forgot that the Zanpakuto is only part of the Shinigami's ability. Oh, even if my uncle's ability is the nemesis of the Shinigami Zanpakuto, it doesn't mean that my uncle is invincible. If you swap teacher Xiaoye with Grandpa, I'm afraid the teacher would like to let his uncle turn his slashing knife into a good fight. I don't think that if you lose the power of the Zanpakuto, you will not be as good as your uncle." These words are indeed the words in Byakuya Kochiki's heart. You must know that the strongest thing about Mr. Xiaoye is not the ability of the Zanpakuto, but his own sword path. In the past 3 years of training with Mr. Natsu, Byakuya Kochiki felt that his kendo had improved tremendously. But the stronger his attainments in kendo, the more Byakuya Kochiki could feel that he was farther away from Natsu-sensei. That's a gap between 2 dimensions. Hey, yes, there is some understanding. Seeing Byakuya Kochiki say this, Natsuye nodded in satisfaction. So, what are you worried about? No matter what goes wrong between your grandfather and your uncle, the summary is one sentence. The strength of the two of them is too weak. If your grandfather is strong enough to suppress your uncle with one hand, then what if your uncle's Zanpakuto ability is strong? Will he be worried that your uncle will eventually go down the wrong path because of Zanpakuto's ability? If your uncle is strong enough to overturn the entire Gotei 13 team, will he still be disappointed because he can't get the approval of your grandfather and Captain Yamamoto? Kochiki Byakuya pondered for a moment, and after replacing the strength of Mr. Natsume with his grandfather and uncle, he shook his head. No, then it's over. Xiaoye patted Kochiki Byakuya on the shoulder. You too, if you have the strength to defeat your grandfather and uncle, then would you still worry about the problems between them here? This time, Byakuya Kochiki replied extremely smoothly. If I really have that kind of strength, whether it is my grandfather or my uncle, I will beat them up, let them be quiet, and then ask them openly and honestly about the problems between them, and finally solve the problem. Then what are you doing now? Can worrying about what you can't do improve your strength? I see, teacher. Please advise. Scatter, Sanban Sakura. Glancing at Kochiki Byakuya, who was slumped on the ground tired, Xiaoye saw and smelled the domineering energy radiating, and quickly found Kochiki Shangha. If there is no problem with his memory, after noticing that there is a problem between Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibiki, those nobles will frame Kochiki Hibiki's character. Xiaoye didn't want the person he was optimistic about to end up leaving the Suriitii court. Even if he wants to leave, it is Kochiki Hibiki who does not want to be the captain of the 6th Division, not because he was designed by some Xiao and finally changed his mind, killing many Shinigami and defecting from the Suriitii. So, before that, Natsuye needs to establish some relationship with Kochiki Hibiki. At least, it is not unacceptable for Kochiki Shangha to feel that after leaving the Suriitii, he will be under his command. Byakuya, your foundation is still a little worse. Wait until you recover, and continue to strengthen the practice of basic swordsmanship. As for your Zanpakuto ability, you don't need to invest much energy before you can break through the swordsman's ability to slash through the air. When you can slash with your own swordsmanship, then with 1,000 Sakura, it is enough to make your strength get a huge leap. I have something to go out for. If there is something to do, let them go directly to Zaraki. Yes, teacher. Kochiki Byakuya replied lazily. In this case, it is not the first time that teacher Xiaoye has said to him, and Byakuya Kochiki himself also agrees with the teacher's statement. As a disciple of Natsuya, Kochiki Byakuya knew that the slashing power of the swordsman could be comparable to that of number 60. The great swordsman's slash was not weaker than number 80's broken Dao. A great swordsman like Mr. Xiaoye, with his casual slashes, can have the power of breaking the path above 90. This is different from those ghost paths that need to be chanted to exert their full power. Whether it is a swordsman or a great swordsman, the slashes they cut are much less consumed than releasing ghost paths of the same level. After all, the sword taught by Xiaoye and the flying slash are only accessories that have reached a certain stage of skill, and do not consume additional Ryatsu. Of course, if Ryatsu can be attached to the slash, it can also greatly increase the power of the slash. However, so far, in the entire Suriei court, except for Xiaoye, no Shinigami has publicly announced that he has mastered Captain Natsuya's flying slashing. However, Byakuya Kochiki learned from Natsuya that Ikamaru Jin, who was once as famous as Captain Natsuya, had served as the vice-captain of the 11th team for more than 10 years, and was also the current captain of the 3rd division, and may have reached the realm of swordsman. This is also Byakuya's goal at this stage. After explaining Kochiki Byakuya,
Natsuya left the 11th team and walked straight to the izakaya in a certain block.
The area of the Suriitii is not small, and between the 11th and 6th divisions, there is a small half of the Suriitii. At the speed of an ordinary person, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours for Xiaoyi to walk from the 11th division to the block within the 6th division. If it took 4 or 5 hours on a summer night to arrive at the izakaya, even if Kochiki Shangha hadn't left at that time, he would probably have been drunk, and the two sides would probably not have any pleasant exchanges. Therefore, summer nights did not have to rush in a conventional way. When passing by a certain intersection, Xiaoye's body suddenly turned into countless golden lights and dispersed. In the next moment, a corner of the izakaya in the 6th division block shone with golden light, condensing into the appearance of a summer night. Perhaps in terms of attack ability, the shining fruit is not the strongest, but in terms of speed, the ability of the shining fruit is definitely the fastest. Even the thunder fruit with the strongest elemental system is inferior to the shining fruit in terms of speed. In the range of Xiaoye's perception, as long as Xiaoye thinks, he can elementalize and move to the position he wants to reach at the speed of light. Walking out of the corner of the alley, Natsuya stepped into the izakaya. When the waiter stepped forward, Xiaoye waved his hand, and no one came to disturb Xiaoye again. Just kidding, no matter how ignorant the people in the Suriitii are, they also know that the people in the Suriitii who are white Haori are definitely big people, and the only ones with the flowers and squad numbers behind Haori are the adults located at the top of the Gotii 13 team. Kochiki Shangha, I haven't seen you for a while, your capacity has weakened. Kochiki Hibiki himself was already in a bad mood because of his relationship with his father-in-law, and he didn't want to go back to Kochiki's house to listen to Kochiki Jinsuzu say those big truths, so he came to the izakaya to relax. But I didn't expect that some people actually said that they were small. Isn't this saying that they are wrong in disguise, and other people are right? The reason why Kochiki Hibiki was favored by Kochiki Jinsuzu and married his daughter to him was because of Kochiki Hibiki's talent. This is also the point that Kochiki Hibiki is most proud of. However, in more than 30 years, Kochiki Shangha's Ryatsu has reached the 3rd class Lingwei and entered the ranks of the captain level. In addition, blocking most of the Shinigami's Bankai, Kochiki Hibikawa has also completed his training not long ago. However, just when Kochiki Shangha fantasized about becoming the head of the Kochiki family and the captain of the 6th division, an assessment knocked Kochiki Shangha to the dust. He never expected that not only his father-in-law, but even Captain Yamamoto, who was once admired by him, would have a lot of complaints about himself when he knew about his Bankai ability. However, the moment Kochiki Shangha raised his head and saw Xiaoyi, the whole person was like falling into an ice cellar, and the slightly drunken wine was frightened into a cold sweat. Gu Dong, summer, Captain's summer night. Kochiki Hibiki quickly got up, and even his words began to knot. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Looking at Kochiki Shangha's actions, Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. Kochiki Shangha, you really, I feel quite disappointed. Kochiki Shangha gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but in the end he just turned his head to the side to maintain his final stubbornness. Come with me. Xiaoyi turned to leave. Kochiki Shangha hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. Kochiki Hibiki is a genius. However, Kochiki Hibiki also knew that the person his father-in-law, Lord Kochiki Jinsuzu, once valued the most, was Captain Natsuya. It's just that because Captain Xiaoyi is too demonic, before his father-in-law stretched out an olive branch to Captain Xiaoyi, Captain Xiaoyi had grown to the point where he didn't need to be promoted by his father-in-law. He is just a substitute for Captain Summer Night. However, to be able to become a substitute for Captain Natsuya, Kochiki Hibiki also feels that this is his honor. How many people are not even qualified to be a substitute for Captain Summer Night? And when he became the head of the Kochiki family and the captain of the 6th division, who could be sure that he was not the second Summer Night captain? This is Kochiki Shangha's persistence. However, the attitude of his father-in-law Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto made Kochiki Hibiki fall into confusion. This made Kochiki Shangha feel that he couldn't raise his head at all in front of Xiaoyi. However, when he was at his most vulnerable, standing in front of him was Captain Xiaoyi. Following Xiaoyi, the restless Kochiki Shangha didn't notice that the place they had walked through was becoming more and more remote. It's right here. When Captain Xiaoyi stopped, Kochiki Shangha glanced around and was slightly shocked. I don't know when, they have come to a secluded place. The spiritual sense spread, and there was no one in the 3 spirits within the radius. What did Captain Summer Night bring him here for? Draw your sword, Rottenwood echoes. Xiaoyi turned around and looked at Kochiki Shangha with deep eyes. The Rottenwood sounded in shock. Drawing a sword from a captain and placing it in the 13 teams of the Gotii is a serious crime. As Kochiki Hibiki, who has been trained in the etiquette of the Kochiki Silver Bell aristocracy, how can he do such a thing that transcends etiquette? The Kochiki family is the head of the 4 nobles of the Suriiting. His head of the family is known as a model of nobility. That is to say, even if it is observed under a magnifying glass, the head of the Kochiki family is an impeccable perfect person. What? By now, do you still think you can become the head of the Kochiki family and the captain of the 6th division? Seeing that Kochiki Shangha was still still suppressing himself, Xiaoyi directly pierced the last trace of expectation in Kuchiki Shangha's heart. Kuchiki Hibiki, the Kuchiki family and Captain Yamamoto are the most orderly and stubborn guardians of the Surites. And your Zanpakuto is an ability that can cause panic among all the gods of death. The ability of the Shinigami Zanpakuto, to a certain extent, also represents the essence of the Shinigami. Do you think that in the hearts of Captain Kuchiki and Captain Yamamoto, you, who gave birth to this ability Zanpakuto, will you be the guardian of the Surites or the destroyer of the existing order? Shut up! The rotten wood sounded suddenly, and after he roared, Kuchiki Shanghai came back to his senses, and he actually spoke rudely to a captain. There is no doubt that this matter will definitely be the biggest stain on the heir of the Kuchiki family. For a while, the face of the rotten wood turned white, but at the same time, it seems that it is this life that roars, causing Kuchiki Shanghai to break the jar and continue to vent his dissatisfaction loudly. Why? 30 years, from entering the Kuchiki family to completing the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, I have worked hard for 30 years. Etiquette, demeanor, communication, cultivation, team affairs, and the recognition of my peers. In the past 30 years, I have come to the present step by step. Why did they wipe out all my efforts with the ability of the Zanpakuto alone? If you don't want me to be the head of the Kuchiki family, and you don't want me to be the captain of the 6th division, then tell me earlier. Let me be married. Promise me the name of Kuchiki, and let Byakuya enter the 11th first team. Isn't it all telling me that I am the future head of the Kuchiki family and the pillar of the 6th division? Why are they? Just because they are now the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the Gotii 13 team? It can be seen that during this time, Kuchiki Hibiki has indeed been wronged by Kuchiki Insuzu and Captain Yamamoto. Therefore, after his heart defense was broken, he unscrupulously vented his dissatisfaction. Indeed, just because they are the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the Gotii 13th team, so as long as they have the slightest doubt about you, they will never be the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the 6th division. Faced with the catharsis of Kuchiki Shanghai, Xiaoyi said calmly, "So, Kuchiki Hibiki, what choice will you make in the face of such a situation? It is to obey them, accept their intentional or unintentional tests, slowly gain their trust, and step by step approach the position of the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the 6th division. Is it to raise the Zanpakuto in your hand and make your own declaration to them to regain everything you have lost?" The words of the summer night made Kuchiki Shanghai's face turn red and white for a while. I have to admit that among the two options given by Captain Natsuya, Kuchiki Hibikawa tends to be the first choice. He felt that as long as he showed his love for the god of death and his heart to protect the Surite, one day, his father-in-law, and the captain would know that he would not be a person of the Surite, but a person who would guard the order of the Surite. It can be seen that Kuchiki Silver Bell educated Kuchiki Hibiki well. Before he felt betrayed, Kuchiki Hibikawa would not rely on his own strength to act recklessly in the Surite. However, this mentality does not meet Xiaoye's expectations. It seems that you still have expectations for Captain Kuchiki and Captain Yamamoto, but Kuchiki Hibiki, have you ever wondered if in the hearts of Captain Kuchiki and Captain Yamamoto, you are the most important, or is the stability of Surite the most important? If one day, one of your own actions makes them think that you will cause a riot in the Surite, do you think they will let you go? The Rottenwood sounds like a river gritting its teeth. There is no need to think about it at all. Even if it was him, the current idea of guarding the Surite was for the stability of the Surite, and would erase the unstable factors. Unfortunately, for a long time in the future, in the hearts of Captain Kuchiki and Captain Yamamoto, Kuchiki Hibikawa is the most unstable factor in the Surite. I once heard a sentence: when someone suspects that you have the power to destroy the spirit court, you better really have it. And you also want people to know that if you cross a certain line, you will immediately use this power. Otherwise, those who are afraid that you will use this power will test your bottom line step by step, find your weaknesses, and finally, completely erase you before you use this power. Captain Xiaoyi, are you here to erase me? Kuchiki Hibiki put his hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto and stared intently at Natsu. No. Xiaoyi shook his head. On the contrary, I am here to save you. Your abilities are very interesting. If used well, it can even assist some Shinigami who originally had no Bankai potential to complete Bankai cultivation. The Bankai cultivation of the Shinigami Zanpakuto has two main steps. One is to have Ryatsu who can manifest his own Zanpaku knife. Second, it has the strength to subdue the Zanpakuto that materializes itself. For those Shinigami who lack Ryatsu, the Bankai of Kuchiki Hibiki Zanpakuto's effect is similar to the turning god body invented by Kisuke Urahara. Of course, unlike Kisuke Urahara and Ichigo Kurosaki, two overspec people, most of the gods of death, even if their Zanpakuto is embodied by Muramasa, after defeating it, they will not be regarded as completing Bankai cultivation because of insufficient Ryatsu, but this can also be regarded as a Bankai mock exam. When the spiritual power of these gods of death is raised to the third level and they can really manifest their own Zanpaku swords, they are much more likely to make Zanpakuto submit. The Rottenwood sounded in shock. I have to say that Captain Natsuya's explanation explanation of his Zanpakuto ability made Kochiki Hibiki's heart rise with gratitude. If his father-in-law Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto's ability to Zanpakuto were identified as the source of cholera in Seriitii,
then Captain Natsuya's explanation of his Zanpakuto ability is indeed an excellent auxiliary for the Shinigami to practice Bankai.
The two ideas determined his two different positions in the Seriitii. The former is a potential threat that is highly monitored and controlled.
The latter is a star that will be sought after by many gods of death.
Just when Kochiki Hibikawa imagined in his heart that he could get the approval of his father-in-law and Captain Yamamoto again, Natsuya's words drove him into the dust again.
Stop deceiving yourself. Rottenwood sounds like a river. Do you think that Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto will not think of anything I can think of?
It's just that for them, whether there will be a few more captain-level powerhouses in the Seriitii doesn't have much impact on the Seriitii. However, as long as you exist for one day, then your ability is an unstable factor that may cause the god of death to panic. Rather than making Seriitii stronger, what they want is the stability of Seriitii.
Captain Xiaoyi, what do you mean by bringing me here and telling me so much?
At this time, no matter how dull Kochiki Hibiki was, he could guess that Xiaoyi might not be of the same mind as Seriiting. Putting his hand on the Zanpakuto on his waist, Kochiki Hibikawa took a fighting stance towards Natsuyi. If you want a rebel against me, you are underestimating me.
Ha, rebel against you? Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and sneered. Do you think you still need me to rebel? I can see your future life at a glance. Rather than saying that I am rebelling against you, it is better to say that I am saving you. However, before I can save you, I must understand your capacity and will.
If your own capacity is insufficient and your will is not recognized by me, then I'm sorry, you are not even qualified to be saved by me.
What do you think? Should you leave like this and report me to Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto, or show me your capacity?
Oh, speaking of this, Xiaoyi stretched out his right hand in the direction of Kochiki Shangha, palm up, and bent his four fingers together a few times, as if inviting Kochiki Shangha.
Damn it! For Kochiki Hibiki, this action made by Xiaoyi was simply insulting.
In addition, Kochiki Hibikawa also knew that Captain Natsuya seemed to have given him two choices, but in fact, if he wanted to live, he had only one choice.
Knowing that Captain Natsunite and Say Writing or Gotii 13 are not the same heart, will Captain Natsuyi let himself leave so easily? Captain Summer Knight, what exactly do you want to do? Kochiki Shangha asked in a deep voice.
He wanted to make his final choice based on Xiaoya's answer.
I see.
As the former alternate head of the Kochiki family, Kochiki Shangha himself did not have the consciousness to sacrifice his life to protect the dignity of the Kochiki family.
This question, regarding Kochiki Hibiki's question, Xiaoyi did not reply directly. I said it from the beginning, right?
If your capacity can be recognized by me, I will lend a helping hand to you. But if you make me feel disappointed, I will only watch you indulge in your own fantasies and use your experience to warn those who come after you.
Kill.
Seeing that he could no longer get more information from Xiaoyi, Kochiki Hibiki no longer hesitated, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and completed the liberation as soon as possible.
Whisper, Muramesa.
Purple Ryatsu erupted from Kochiki Hibiki's body, causing the light of Ryatsu to radiate around his body. Then, an invisible ripple spread from the Zanpakuto in Kochiki Hibikawa's hand. When this invisible ripple spread to Xiaoyi's body, Xiaoyi felt that there seemed to be a part of the light that was trying to break away from his control and wanted to attack him.
This is the ability of Kochiki Hibiki Zanpakuto Muramesa. After the first solution, Muramesa was able to amplify the discord between the Shinigami Zanpakuto and the Shinigami to sow discord between the two sides, thereby controlling the Shinigami's Zanpakuto to attack the Shinigami.
That is, Natsuya is currently in a Bankai state and the village Masa in the state of the first solution cannot control the Zanpakuto fused with Natsuya and can only make some influences. To be honest, in Xiaoya's opinion, if the scope of his abilities was not limited to Zanpakuto, then Muramesa might not be able to compete with Kyoka Suigetsu for the title of the strongest Zanpakuto in the Genjutsu system.
This is the first time Kochiki Hibika has used his Zanpakuto ability against a captain-level Shinigami.
However, he himself did not expect that his ability would have no effect on Captain Xiaoyi. The rotten wood was even heavier. As a person who grew up listening to the legend of Captain Natsuya when he was at Mao Ryujutsu Academy, Kochiki Hibika knew that Captain Natsuya was powerful. Even if he has stepped into the third-class spiritual power of the captain level and completed the cultivation of Zanpakuto Bankai, he can be regarded as a captain-level powerhouse, and when fighting with Captain Natsuya, he also wants to rely on his Zanpakuto ability to gain some advantages.
As for going to melee with Captain Summer Knight, are you kidding?
Captain Natsuya was able to defeat the former captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi Anaganjo, with Kendo before Lingwei reached the captain level.
Rottenwood echoes the river with self-knowledge.
Especially now that he has become a captain-level powerhouse, he can deeply understand how big the strength gap between the vice-captain and the captain is, and how strong is Captain Xiaoyi who can leapfrog and defeat the captain's Kendo attainments. That is, his Zanpakuto ability has a strong restraint on the god of death so that Kochiki Kuchiki Hibiki boasts that he is in the captain level. Even if he is not the strongest, he must be one of the first under the strongest. However, he didn't even dare to think about the idea of going to fight swordsmanship with Captain Xiaoyi. Over the years, Captain Xiaoyi had already told the Shinigami of the 11th team that he had divided his kendo into 3 realms: swordsman, swordsman, great swordsman. Those who are proficient in slashing techniques are all swordsmen. Those who can slash in the air with kendo skills are swordsmen. Those who can cut out 100 meters at hand are the great swordsmen. In terms of kendo skills, even the captains are probably not able to slash with kendo. However, the captain's Ryatsu is strong enough to condense Ryatsu on the Zanpakuto and cut it out, and in the eyes of other Shinigami, they can also be regarded as swordsmen. Kuchiki Hibikawa did not get Natsuya's guidance, and the swordsmanship left by Natsuya learned in Mao's spiritual arts alone could not allow him to break through to become a swordsman. The gap between the 2 major realms in kendo made Kuchiki Shangha know that he had no chance of winning against Xiaoyi and competing with Xiaoyi. His greatest certainty is his own Zanpakuto's ability. Now, Muramesa's initial solution did not achieve the desired effect, and the first thing Kuchiki Hibiki thought of was to directly perform the Bankai of Zanpakuto. Bankai, no hook strip to kill the village chief. The purple Ryatsu chi pillar erupted from Kuchiki Shangha's body and soared straight into the sky. Such a huge Ryatsu fluctuation, coupled with Kuchiki Hibikawa's original intention to hide Ryatsu, rather, he wished that the movement he caused could attract several captains of the Gotai 13 team. No matter how strong Captain Xiaoyi is, since he hasn't turned against Suriting yet, he must be jealous. In front of the other captains, there will definitely be some restraint. As for reporting Captain Summer Night, in this regard, Kuchiki Shangha, who is calmed down at present, also knows that this is useless. Over the years, Captain Xiaoyi's reputation in Suriitii has always been very good. The improvement of the slashing techniques of many Shinigami in the Gotai 13 team is more or less the shadow of Captain Natsuya's kendo that has been passed down from the 11th team. In addition, Kuchiki Hibiki is currently feared by Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto because of the ability of the Zanpakuto, and he reported at this time that Captain Natsuya had ulterior motives. Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto, would they believe him? I'm afraid they will think that this is their own attempt to provoke the relationship between them and Captain Natsuki to make the Suriitii even more chaotic and then use the power of the Zanpakuto to subvert the Suriitii. Indeed, if ordinary people have the ability to control the Shinigami Zanpakuto and want to replace Captain Yamamoto, Kuchiki Hibiki can also understand. After all, Muramesa's ability was too much restraint for the god of death. But Kuchiki Hibiki also knows better that the Zanpakuto is powerful, and the god of death who can make the Zanpakuto subdue is not even more powerful. For ordinary captains, losing the Zanpakuto, their strength will be at least 70%. But for strong people like Captain Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto, even if they don't have Zanpakuto, they are still strong people standing at the peak of Shinigami. Shangha dash. Okay. A long-haired purple man wearing a purple mink robe appeared beside Kuchiki Shangha, his feminine face full of caution at the moment. This is Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto, Muramesa. Please, Muramesa. After nodding in agreement, the village was facing the direction of Xiaoyi and opened the 5 fingers of his right hand. In an instant, Xiaoyi felt that the heavens and the earth had changed, from the secluded mountains and forests of Suriting to the majestic naval headquarters, Marin Fando. It's so scary, Summer Night. I'm controlled by this guy. Natsuyi looked at Porcellino, who was standing with Mora Zhang at the moment, and rolled his eyes. Come on, Porcellino. If you guy is controlled so easily, then you are not qualified to stand with me. Muramesa's Bankai allows Muramesa to directly hypnotize the Zanpakuto and materialize it to fight for himself. But before the village was shot, Porcellino said that he was under control. Isn't this nonsense? Or perhaps, Porcellino was not willing to be defeated in the last battle, so at this time, he took advantage of Muramesa's ability to want to have another fight with Xiaoyi? What's going on? At this time, the village chief was also a little confused. Just entered Xiaoyi's mental space. If it weren't for Porcellino speaking, he wouldn't know when Natsuya's Zanpakuto appeared beside him. And judging from the conversation between Xiaoyi and his Zanpakuto, do they know their own abilities? Forget it, let's take action first. Although there were many doubts, Muramesa still remembered what he was here for. At the moment, the village was extending its hand to Porcellino. Purple ripples spread and quickly spread towards Porcellino. To Muramesa's expectations, when he brainwashed Porcellino, he did not suffer the resistance of the Summer Night Zanpakuto. Oh no, Summer Night, now I'm really under control. Perhaps it was because Muramesa amplified his desire to fight, and now the expression on Porcellino's face is no longer the kind of indifferent and slightly obscene, but as indifferent as Sakarki Akainu. As Porcellino spoke, a golden laser beam shot out from his fingertips and shot towards the Summer Night. TSK. Xiaoyi shook his head, waved his hand, and the golden light instantly condensed into a lightsaber, standing in front of him. The laser beam that Porcellino hit touched the sky cloud sword in Xiaoyi's hand, and was cut in half by it, turning into 2 beams passing through Xiaoyi's sides. The roar sounded behind Xia Yi, and in the Xia Yi spiritual world, 2 rooms were directly destroyed by the laser beam explosion. Wow! Palyasalino turned into a golden flash, divided into more than a dozen clones that were the same as himself, and also condensed the Tian Song Cloud sword in his hand, attacking Xia Yi from all directions. In the memory of Summer Night, Kizaru Porcellino is also a great swordsman. Perhaps, a great swordsman did not have much resistance when fighting Xia Yi. However, more than a dozen great swordsmen took action together. Even if it was a summer night, they had to take it seriously. Bell bell. Boom boom boom. The sound of swords clashing, as well as the explosion produced by the power of Summer Night and Palyasalino, reached the ears of the being, directly frightening Muramasa. As a Zanpakuto that can infiltrate the mind space of the god of death, Muramasa can brainwash the Zanpakuto of the god of death and attack the soul of the god of death and the mind space together with the Zanpakuto of the god of death, thus causing great damage to the soul of the god of death. But at this moment, in the battle between Xia Yi and Porcellino, Muramasa felt that he had no room to intervene at all. The colliding golden slashes, each of which seemed to hit him hard. But in the hands of Captain Natsuya and Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto, it was just their casual attack. Muramashino, not to mention that he and Porcellino attacked Captain Natsuyi. I was afraid that as long as he was closer to the center of the battle, the aftermath of the battle between Captain Natsunite and Porcellino could kill him. This is the enemy that Xianhai is going to face? It's so scary. In Muramasa's heart, a trace of fear also rose for Xia Yi. However, in the end, Muramasa's feelings for Xianhai still overwhelmed the fear in his heart. Fighting head-on, I may not be able to help, but with assistance, there is indeed no problem. That's right. If I get the memory of Xia Yi, it will definitely make Xianghai's swordsmanship stronger. Then, a glimmer of light flashed in Muramasa's eyes. His Bankai ability, in addition to brainwashing Zanpakuto, can also read the memories of the god of death. A powerful power erupted from Xia Yi's body. A purple Ryatsu was forced out by the power that erupted on Xia Yi's body and bounced several times on the ground like a floating stone, rolling and stopping in front of Kuchiki Hibiki. Muramasa. Kuchiki Shanghai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly squatted down to check the situation of the village head. I saw that the face of the village at this time was pale, his eyes were closed, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his faint breathing, Kuchiki Hibiki would have thought that Muramasa was dead. Don't worry, your Zanpakuto is fine. Natsui opened his eyes and said to Kuchiki Hibiki, it's okay if he just attacks me with my Zanpakuto, but your Zanpakuto is trying to peek into my memory, so I'm a little heavier. In fact, it is indeed as Xia Yi said. When he noticed that Muramasa wanted to read his memory, Xia Yi directly burst out with Overlord Domineering, directly stunning Muramasa. Thank you, Lord Xia Yi, for your mercy. When Kuchiki Shanghai heard Xia Yi say this, his heart was also relieved. It was also the first time he used Muramasa's Bankai against a captain-level being, but he also knew that since Muramasa could enter the mind space of the god of death and attack the soul of the god of death, he would naturally be injured by the god of death in the mind space. With the power that Captain Xia Yi had exploded before, it was not impossible to kill Muramasa. If Muramasa dies, Kuchiki Hibiki doesn't know if he can resurrect it. After all, the Zanpakuto of other Shinigami, the core of the soul is located in the spiritual space of the Shinigami, and the Zanpakuto is just an external manifestation of its Ryatsu. Even if it is cut off, the god of death can conceive and recover through his own Ryatsu. However, Muramasa's Bankai can allow Muramasa to leave the mind space of Kuchiki Hibiki and enter the mind space of other gods of death. If it dies in the mind space of other gods of death, then it is probably really gone. Taking a deep breath, Kuchiki Shanghai got up, held the Zanpakuto in his hand with both hands, and pointed at Xia Yi. Muramasa is gone, but he is still there. Just admitted defeat to Captain Xia Yi like this, Kuchiki Shanghai himself couldn't accept it. If you give up resistance directly because of the defeat of your Zanpakuto, then you have no value in being saved by me. After all, your Zanpakuto's ability is only useful for Shinigami. But the enemy of death is not just death, Kuchiki Shanghai said in a deep voice. The duty of the god of death is to purify the void, and his own Zanpakuto ability is useless to Su at all. When fighting with Su, the Bankai of Zanpakuto gave him the biggest improvement, perhaps the improvement of Ryatsu, and the Muramasa who could directly manifest himself to fight with him. The 61st of the binding path, 6 sticks of light prison. Kuchiki hummed in the mouth of the river, charging at Xia Yi while releasing the high-bound path he was most familiar with. 6 yellow rays of light appeared around Xia Yi, turning into 6 curtains of light like fan blades, trapping Xia Yi in them. The 6 sticks of the light prison, although the number is only 61, but its binding ability is not weaker than that of the 80, because what the 6 sticks are firmly sealed is the knot of death. The lock knot is the place where all those who have Ryatsu output Ryatsu, and if it is sealed here, they will lose the power to resist. Of course, what is related to the power is the difficulty of releasing the 6 sticks of the light prison. It is not difficult to release the 6 sticks of light prison, but the difficulty is to accurately block the enemy's lock knot with 6 sticks. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, the practicality of the the 6 sticks is not as good as the 100-step railing in lock bars. However, every god of death who can successfully seal the enemy with the 6 sticks of light must be a strong person who can catch the enemy's small flaws in battle. There is no doubt that Kuchiki Hibiki is one of them. In particular, with Captain Xiaoyi standing still, in Kuchiki Hibiki's opinion, the 6 sticks are definitely the most suitable starting move. Sure enough, it was not what he expected. When Captain Summer Knight faced his attack, he disdained to dodge. The 6 sticks of light prison directly sealed the lock of Captain Xiaoyi. Kill! The purple Ryatsu condensed on the Zanpakuto, and Kuchiki Hibikawa jumped high and swung it at Captain Natsuya, who was firmly sealed on the ground by 6 staffs. The lock was sealed, and Xiaoyi sensed the strength of the 6 sticks of light prison. Well, if he burst out with all the spiritual pressure, he could instantly break through the seal around the lock. In addition, click, click dash, bang. Xiaoyi moved his body slightly, and his powerful physical fitness directly shattered the 6 rays that sealed him just by moving. Holding his right hand empty, the golden light instantly condensed into a lightsaber that appeared in Xiaoyi's hand. Then, Xiaoyi waved the Tiansong Cloud sword in his hand at the incoming Rottenwood Xiang River. In an instant, Kuchiki Xianghe's slash was split in two. At the same time, Xiaoyi's slash did not weaken much, and continued to attack the Kuchiki Hibiki River. In the sky, a huge roar erupted. In the midst of the fireworks, a charred figure fell from the sky. Bang! Kuchiki Shangha rolled on the ground a few times, and finally spewed out a mouthful of blood, barely raising his head to look in the direction of Xiaoyi. The fear in his eyes almost overflowed from his gaze. What a powerful slash! This is Captain Summer Knight's slash? If you don't collide head-on with Captain Xiaoyi, you can't imagine how strong Captain Xiaoyi's slash is. It is different from his own slash that is condensed only by Ryatsu. Captain Xiaoyi's slash was like countless exquisite swordsmanship, dismantling the Ryatsu he used to protect his body, making his solid Ryatsu as if he were being torn apart by a shaft. Even Kuchiki Hibiki could feel that if it weren't for Captain Natsuya's lack of killing intent towards him, I am afraid that in the end, his body would be directly erased by this slash like Ryatsu. Only the same level of slash can compete with Captain Summer Knight's slash. This is the feeling that comes to Kuchiki Hibikawa's mind after being hit by Natsu Knight's slash. Moreover, he was extremely sure that his feeling would not be wrong. Dispersing the Tiansong Cloud sword in his hand, Xiaoyi came to Kuchiki Shangha and stretched out his hand to him. The green light emanated from the palm of the Summer Knight, enveloping the river of rotten wood. Subsequently, Kuchiki Hibiki could feel that the injuries he had suffered from being slashed by Captain Natsuya were recovering quickly. In just a few breaths, the wounds on Kuchiki Shangha's body had completely healed. As for the deeper injuries, it's not that Xiaoyi can't treat it, but this kind of quick recovery from injuries, if there is not enough Ryatsu supplementation, it will consume the lifespan of the god of death itself. Anyway, the next injury did not have much impact on Kuchiki Hibiki, and it would recover on its own in about a week at most. At present, the only ones in Summer Knight's memory that can recover quickly without losing the life of the god of death are the Bankai of Unohana Retsu, and the blood-colored hot springs of the Zero Division Spring Ghost Kirin Temple Tenshiro. This made the image of Summer Knight more specific in Kuchiki Hibiki's heart. Invincible Kendo, powerful Zanpakuto, and a reply that can rival the captain of the 4th Division. Is this really a person who only entered the Siriiti more than 10 years earlier than himself? If you don't know Captain Natsuya, and say that Captain Natsuya is the same as the leader of the Kyoban and others, Kuchiki Hibiki will believe it. Captain Summer Knight, can I ask, what exactly do you want to do? Although Kuchiki Hibiki felt that he had no other way to leave alive than to get closer to Captain Natsu. However, he still wanted to know what Captain Xiaoyi wanted to do. If what Captain Xiaoyi wanted to do was contrary to his own wishes, then Kuchiki Shangha was not afraid of death. Well, it's very simple. I just think that the Soul Society of Nuoda has only one Siriting, which seems too lonely. You see, because there is only one Siriting, the nobles of Siriiti can unscrupulously oppress and even kill ordinary people, and have many privileges in Siriiti. The ordinary people in the Siriting court and the people of the flowing Soul Street, if they want to live better, can only move closer to the Siriiti and eventually be assimilated by the Siriiti and become part of the force that maintains the privileges of the nobles. Therefore, I want to establish an existence in the Soul Society that can be comparable to the Siriiti without nobles, so that everyone in the Soul Society can have one more choice. Even though Kuchiki Shangha was prepared for what Xiaoyi wanted to do, he was still shocked after hearing Xiaoyi express his thoughts. Siriting, but it has existed since the birth of the Soul Society, and it is the reward given by the Spirit King to follow his subordinates. For millions of years, the rule of the Siriiti has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No one ever felt that there was anything wrong with Siriiti ruling the Soul Society. No one felt that there was anything wrong with what those nobles did, as if everything was supposed to be so. However, what if there is an additional Siriiti in the Soul Society without nobles? At that time, I am afraid that at least 70% of the people in Flowing Soul Street will choose to go to this place where there are no nobles, right? However, would the Siriiti allow such a thing to exist? Those nobles
nobles, the gods of death of the 13th Gotiei team, and the high-ranking Lord Spirit King, will make Captain Natsuya wish? I'm afraid that in the end, both sides will have a battle, right?
Only when the two sides are evenly matched can the two sides coexist. Once one side is weak, it can only be reduced to the object of destruction. At present, it seems that it is impossible for this organization to exist in the Soul Society before Captain Natsuya has grown to be comparable to Captain Yamamoto. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why Captain Summer Night wants to let himself join. His own ability is very restrained against the god of death. It wasn't that Kuchiki Hibiki was arrogant. As long as his enemy was the god of death, Kuchiki Hibiki felt that except for a few people, even if he was asked to single-handedly challenge the entire Gotiei 13 team, there would be no problem. This is indeed the case. After Kuchiki Hibiki was sealed in the future, his Zanpakuto alone made a fuss about Shirayusha, and even Captain Yamamoto had to close his heart to prevent his memories from being read by Muramasa. Well, although the flowing blade that was brainwashed by Muramasa did not play a big role in the end and was directly beaten back to the prototype by Captain Yamamoto's pair of iron fists, this is just the turmoil caused by Muramasa's own strength. If it cooperates with Kuchiki Hibiki, more than half of the gods of death in the Gotiei 13 team will not die, and they will be considered Kuchiki Hibiki's kindness. By the way, you don't need to make a decision now. Seeing that Kuchiki Hibiki was a little shaken, Xiaoyu waved his hand, and suddenly, Borisolino, who had been brainwashed by Muramasa, appeared in front of Kuchiki Hibiki.
I didn't remove Muramasa's control of my Zanpakuto. During this time, let Borisolino follow you.
I think you will need Borisolino's help during this time. After saying that, Xiaoyu stopped saying anything to Kuchiki Hibiki, and his body turned into golden light and dispersed.
Although, Natsuya gave the brainwashed Borisolino to Kuchiki Hibikawa and withdrew from Bankai.
However, after all, he has already touched the essence of light. Even if he loses Bankai, he can rely on the control of light from the beginning to achieve the elementalization that can only be achieved during Bankai.
After confirming that Captain Xiaoyi had left, Kuchiki Shangha's tense heart finally relaxed. Will I need the help of Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto?
Kuchiki Hibiki glanced at Borisolino, who was 3 or 4 heads taller than himself, and was silent.
Under what circumstances would you need the help of the Zanpakuto? Sure enough, fear.
Shaking his head, in the end, Kuchiki Shangha still suppressed the thoughts in his heart.
Before it happened, Kuchiki Hibikawa didn't want to doubt his father-in-law. Although it is a marriage, Kuchiki Shangha really likes his wife.
If something goes wrong between herself and Lord Jinbei, Haruko will be very uncomfortable. As the daughter of the Kuchiki family, her position dictates that she cannot turn her back on the Kuchiki family.
However, as Kuchiki Hibiki's wife, Kuchiki Haruko doesn't want her husband to be wronged. It is precisely because of this that Kuchiki Hibiki will go to the izakaya alone to drink and relieve his boredom when he feels that he is suspected by Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Otherwise, he was worried that his wife would see something and worry alone. Oh no, I really met an unreliable master. Borisolino lifted his glasses. Although he was brainwashed by Muramasa, Borisolino did not become Muramasa's subordinate and obeyed Muramasa's orders. However, Borisolino will not fail to carry out Xiaoye's orders, because, after Xiaoye drove him out of the mind space, he had already promised him that as long as he protected the Kuchiki Hibiki River during this time, that Xiaoye promised not to use any abilities other than Shining Fruit the next time he fought him. The two of them will use the Shining Fruit to decide the winner. Fair and just.
Under the night, Kuchiki Hibiki looked at the full moon outside the window railing and was silent.
It has been 3 months since he met Captain Summer Night. These 3 months are definitely the most uncomfortable 3 months for Kuchiki Shangha.
Because Kuchiki Jinsuzu's attitude towards him changed, not only the Kuchiki family, but even other nobles no longer regarded him as the future head of the Kuchiki family, but contemptuously called him the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family. The gods of death on the side of the 6th division are better than the nobles. After all, the Grim Reaper is a profession that speaks by strength. Even if Kuchiki Hibiki is not the head of the Kuchiki family, his strength is not at all below Captain Kuchiki in the 6th division.
Of course, there is still a gap.
The former Kuchiki Hibiki was the captain of the 6th division appointed by Kuchiki Silver Bell.
In order to ensure the legitimacy of Kuchiki Hibigawa, Kuchiki Jinsuzu even put his grandson Kuchiki Byakuya in the 11th team.
You must know that as an aristocratic faction, the combat squad of the 11th squad is the most unaccustomed barbarian squad in the eyes of the gods of death of the 6th division. The eldest grandson of the dignified Kuchiki family went to the barbarian squad, and in everyone's opinion, this was already a matter of losing aristocratic etiquette.
The imperfect head of the Kuchiki family could not be recognized by many nobles.
Noble model, but the ultimate goal of all nobles, every move will become the object of imitation and learning from other nobles, and there must be no stain on it. But with the change in Kuchiki Silver Bell's attitude, everyone's attitude towards Kuchiki Hibikawa has also changed. After all, the 3 seats and the alternate captain are different. These thoughts, if they were the old Rottenwood Shangha, may not care too much. But at this moment, Kuchiki Shangha did not have much experience, even if he knew the purpose purpose of Captain Xiaoyi. He did not sense any malice from Captain Xiaoya. But I have to admit that the current Kachiki Shanghai is very sensitive to the perception of emotions and the changes in everyone's attitude. Under such circumstances, Kochiki Hibiki, under the design of a person with a heart, heard the words that insulted his wife Kochiki Haruko and took action angrily and was finally imprisoned for violating the prohibition of the Suraitai.
Even his Zanpakuto was unloaded. For Shinigami, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zanpakuto is Shinigami's second life. Kochiki Hibiki is no exception.
However, unlike others, no matter where the village is, as long as Kochiki Hibiki calls out, the village chief who hears the sound of Kochiki Hibiki will instantly appear beside Kochiki Hibiki.
Of course, Kochiki Hibika didn't talk to anyone else about having such an ability. He didn't think his Zanpakuto would be taken away.
At the same time, Kochiki Hibiki didn't think there was anything to show off about such an ability. Maybe he would be laughed at if he said it. When he was imprisoned and took away the Zanpakuto, Kochiki Hibiki knew how good his ability was to him. At least, even if he was imprisoned, he was not without the power to resist.
After noticing that there were no other gods of death around him, Kochiki Hibikawa said softly, "Lord Porcellino, are you there?"
"Oh, yes, Your Excellency, I've always kept in mind the promise of Xiaoyi, and I've never left you for half a step." In the lazy words, brilliant light shone, and the figure of Bolosellino appeared in front of Kochiki Hibiki. This is the 26th of the binding road, the curved light. This binding path can cover the surface of the object with a transparent light curtain to hide the object. As the controller of light, Bolosellino has a natural advantage over the ghost path of the flash system. The invisible barrier formed by his mobilization of light according to the principle of curved light can not only hide the figure, but even the voice will also be hidden. It can be said that Porcellino has been following Kochiki Hibiki for so long without being discovered by others, and the most important thing is to rely on this ghost path.
Seeing Porcellino appear, Kochiki Hibiki's heart breathed a sigh of relief.
In this way, he didn't have to worry about calling his Zanpakuto over, so as not to startle the snake.
"Why, does Your Excellency Shanghai need me to take you out?"
Porcellino asked. At his fingertips, a golden light already lit up.
As long as Kochiki Hibikawa responds, he will immediately break the prison gate and take Kochiki Hibikawa away.
As the strongest Zanpakuto in the flash system, even if there is no master to provide him with Ryatsu, Porcellino's own strength is not below that of ordinary captain-level powerhouses. Even, as a flasher, even if he is defeated by the other party, he cannot be killed. If you use all your strength, even if you encounter a strong person of the level of the leader of the Kyo band, it is not that you can't rely on the characteristics of your own flash person, and you can contain it. At least, until the Ryatsu is exhausted, Porcellino will not worry about his life no matter who he faces.
"No," Kochiki Shanghai shook his head. "If I escape from prison, I will bring shame to my father-in-law. I think when my father-in-law knows the truth of the matter, he will definitely give me justice."
Even though Natsuki told Kochiki Hibiki, Kochiki Jinsuzu, and Captain Yamamoto were a little more suspicious of him because of his own Zanpakuto ability, Kochiki Hibiki still didn't believe that his father-in-law would give up on him.
"Okay, then call me when you need it." After saying that, Porcellino's figure faded away.
In prison, Kochiki Hibiki is waiting for Kochiki's silver bell to give him justice. After all, the main reason for this conflict was that the nobleman was slandering Haruko Kochiki's reputation. However, to Kochiki Shanghai's disappointment, he had been in prison for 3 days, and Kochiki Shanghai had never come to see him, and no one came to him to understand the beginning and end of the conflict.
It's as if he has been forgotten. In fact, this incident has attracted attention to both Kochiki Hibiki and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni.
If they wanted to, they could immediately return Kochiki Shanghai a fair match, clarify the whole story of the conflict, and release Kochiki Shanghai from prison. However, for Kochiki Hibiki and Captain Yamamoto, this incident made them feel that it was an event that could truly see Kochiki Hibiki's character. Because Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto ability is too restrained for Shinigami, it is necessary to ensure that Kochiki Hibiki is harmless to the SEI Reiti court so that they can use Kochiki Hibiki with confidence. In their opinion, being wronged, framed, and insulted, they can still handle the incident according to the rules of the Suraiti, which is considered to have passed their test. Well, to be precise, one of the tests. Perhaps, even Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni don't know how many tests Kochiki Hibiki needs to be given, or how much of a test it takes to pass Kochiki Hibiki. In other words, from the moment Kochiki Hibikawa exposed his Zanpakuto Bankai ability, he had already lost the trust of Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Because, whether it is Kochiki Jinsuzu or Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni, it is impossible to really pin the stability of Suriitii on others.
There is no doubt that Kochiki Hibika is the one who has the ability to subvert the existence of the Suraiti. Therefore, their requirements for Kochiki Hibiki will become higher.
Maybe only Kochiki Hibikawa became the captain of the 11th team and got the privilege of Kenpachi to become the captain of the Gotii 13th team. At least, in Natsui's view, it is impossible for Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni to make make Kochiki Hibiki become the captain of a certain squad of the Gotai 13 team. At the same time, because of Kochiki Shangha's ability, it is impossible for them to leave Kochiki Shangha unused. The best way to deal with it is to maintain the status quo. However, they all considered from their own standpoint but did not stand in the position of Kochiki Hibikawa to consider whether their approach was appropriate. For 3 days, Kochiki Hibiki stayed quietly in prison, which made Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto slightly more recognized in the hearts of Kochiki Hibiki. However, what they didn't know was that for every second they spent in prison, Kochiki Hibiki was more disappointed in Kochiki Jinsuzu. 3 days was enough to make Kochiki Shangha's expectations for Kochiki Silver Bell completely disappointed. As the third seat of the 6th Division, Kochiki Hibikawa knows the ability of the 6th Division to handle affairs. He didn't believe that in 3 days, Lord Yinling would not figure out the whole story. But Lord Jinsuzu hadn't come to see him once in the past 3 days, and Kochiki Hibiki knew that he might have been abandoned by Lord Kochiki Jinsuzu. Lord Borisolino. In prison, Kochiki opened his eyes, looked up at the bright moon outside the iron window, and faintly called out Borisolino's name.
Your Excellency Shangha, it seems that you have already made a decision.
Ah, please.
Kumu Shangha got up and came to the iron gate.
It's the most joyful. The figure of Borisolino appeared next to Kochiki Hibiki again, clasped his hands, and then held his right hand empty, pulling it outward. Suddenly, between Borisolino's hands, a golden lightsaber was condensed.
Sky clouds.
Then, Borisolino raised the Tian cloud sword in his hand and suddenly waved it at the prison gate. In the smoke and dust, the Rottenwood sounded like a river and Borisolino stepped out of prison. Such a movement naturally alarmed the prison guards. The 2 gods of death quickly came to the prison, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw the broken gate. No, someone escaped from prison.
A prisoner has escaped from prison. Hurry up, everyone look for it.
For a while, more than a dozen Grim Reaper guarding the prison began to search around, and at the same time reported the news of a prisoner escaping from prison.
Are you going to kill them? Your Excellency Shangha.
In the corridor, Borisolino asked Kochiki Hibiki. With his ability, it was enough to annihilate these gods of death before the news spread out. Although it still can't stop the spread of the message, it can at least win them for a while.
No, Kochiki Shangha shook his head.
Although he had a lot of opinions about Lord Yinling in his heart, years of education still made him not easily kill these loyal fellow Reaper companions for some trivial things. At this time, in Kochiki Shangha's heart, there was still a trace of expectation for Kochiki Silver Bell.
Yes, he wanted to meet Lord Yinling in person,
tell Master Yinling what happened to him, and see if Master Yinling really gave up on him, or because of some force majeure, he ignored himself.
Okay, anyway, Xia Yi has an explanation. Let me obey your orders.
Borisolino shrugged.
He is just Natsuyo's Zanpakuto.
Kochiki Hibiki had no effect on him. It's just that the desire to fight is amplified, so Borisolino asks like this. Otherwise, with Borisolino's personality, he would never sit if he could lie down. After saying that, Borisolino followed behind Kochiki Hibiki, leaving behind the surrounded by these running gods of death. Even the Rottenwood Silver Bell can't see through the curved light laid by Borisolino. How can these Grim Reaper soldiers, who are not even officials, notice it? In this way, Kochiki Shangha left the prison openly and rushed to the Kochiki family. However, when passing by an izakaya, the laughter that came from inside made Kochiki Hibiki stop. This voice is very familiar to Kochiki Hibiki, because this is the voice of the nobleman who had a conflict with Kochiki Hibiki 3 days ago. When he was first imprisoned, Kochiki Shangha and the nobleman were imprisoned together. It's just that Kochiki Shangha just escaped from prison today, and this nobleman, listening to his laughter, seems to have been out for a few days.
Or maybe he didn't really go to prison at all.
Oh, thinking of this, Kochiki Hibiki wanted to rush in and ask him who had released him. However, before he could act, the words of the nobleman in the izakaya directly caused Kochiki Hibiki to explode.
Ha ha ha, Master Matsuda, if that guy Kochiki Hibikawa knows that we are happy here, I'm afraid he will be angry to death.
Hey, isn't that of course?
He's just a mud-legged man, lucky to become the son-in-law of the Kochiki family. Really think he's a nobleman?
I saw Matsuda laughing and said, just a mud-leg, I can play him to death with just a little trick.
Master Matsuda, if we deal with Kochiki Hibikawa like this, will that lord have a problem with us?
The slightly worried words could clearly hear the fear of several people for that lord. Hey, rest assured, Ishii, Ishishida.
If I hadn't figured out Lord Yinling's mind, how could I have taken action against that mud-leg of Kochiki Hibiki?
The exclamation sounded, which showed how much impact Matsuda's words had on the other two. Kochiki Hibiki is the son-in-law of Lord Jinsuzu, and he is trained by Lord Jinsuzu as the head of the Kochiki family and the captain of the 6th Division.
How could Lord Yinling have the intention of punishing Kochiki Shangha? Naturally, Lord Yinling will not say it clearly. But don't you look at Lord Yinling's attitude towards that mud-legged man? Before I entered the prison, the clan will send someone to bring me out.
And that child has been locked up in it for 3 days, and Lord Yinling hasn't even seen him yet. How is that possible?
On the roof, the sound of Rottenwood echoed like an ice cellar.
The nobleman's words directly shattered the last trace of expectation in Kuchiki Shangha's heart. In the 11th team, Xia Yi in the captain's room suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the 6th division. Has it started? So, the stage has been set up. Let me see how many people will be on the stage this time. Xia Yi got up and opened the door to the captain's room. Ichino's 3 seats. Yes, Lord Xia Yi. With Xia Yi's call, the figure of Maki Ichino's instantly appeared in front of Xia Yi, half kneeling on the ground. You inform me that this riot in the Saraiti was caused by the nobles, and our 11th team will not participate. As the captain of the 11th team, even if Xia Yi had chosen to leave in the end, he didn't want everyone in the 11th team to be injured or even killed in this political struggle. In Xia Yi's view, the casualties caused by this kind of fight had no meaning at all for the gods of death. Well, perhaps, for the nobles, they need this meaningless sacrifice to maintain their high position. Okay, Lord Xia Yi. Although Maki Ichinos didn't know why Captain Natsuya gave such an order at this time, since it was Natsuya-sama's will, he would carry it out without hesitation. After confirming that Maki Ichinos had conveyed his orders, Natsuya raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the 6th division. Between the 6th and 11th teams, there is a small half of the Suriting. Even if Kuchiki Shangha made a lot of noise, it had no impact on the 11th team. Except for the captain-level powerhouses who could vaguely sense the conflict of Ryatsu, even the existence of the vice-captain level was difficult to know what was happening in the distance from such a long distance. Stop, Xianhe. The familiar voice made Kuchiki Hibiki stop his movements. He threw the person in his hand casually, regardless of whether he would be thrown into the fire and suffered secondary damage, and turned to look at the gray-haired Kuchiki Yingling. Father, you are here. The corners of Kuchiki Xiangha's mouth rose. What are you doing? Xiangha. Okay. Kuchiki Jinsuzu glanced at the destroyed izakaya and the injured Shinigami around him. His heart sank, and he asked Kuchiki Hibiki. He didn't expect that Kuchiki Shangha, who had awakened that ability, would actually have such a big change. If it was Kuchiki Shangha in the past, even if he was imprisoned, let alone 3 days, even if it was 3 months, 3 years, Kuchiki Yingling believed that Kuchiki Shangha would stay in prison obediently, waiting for him to finally solve everything before coming out. But now, he can't even wait 3 days. There is no doubt that this test, Kuchiki Hibiki disappointed Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Watching the minds of the juniors who had high hopes for him were swayed by power, Kuchiki Jinsuzu's heart was both regretful and happy. What is regrettable is that Kuchiki Shangha has lost his aristocratic integrity. Fortunately, he did not really hand over the Kuchiki family and the 6th division to Kuchiki Hibiki. Otherwise, the reputation of the Kuchiki family for millions of years will probably be buried by Kuchiki Hibiki. The 6th division, I am afraid that it will also be led by Kuchiki Hibiki and will live up to the name of noble faction. It's just that Kuchiki Yingling has never considered it. Isn't the reason why Kuchiki Shangha is like this, is it caused by his distrust of Kuchiki Shangha? When you start testing the strength of a mirror, it is already destined that the mirror will break. Wow. In the same way, when Kuchiki Jinsuzu began to doubt Kuchiki Hibiki, it was destined that Kuchiki Hibiki would definitely betray. Boom. No one can survive against the suspicions of others. Unless, this person really has some ulterior secrets, it has to be so. In fact, no matter what kind of performance Kuchiki Hibiki has, Kuchiki Jinsuzu will interpret hundreds of reasons why Kuchiki Hibiki is not trusted. What am I doing? Father, don't you see it clearly? Kuchiki Hibiki pointed to the nobleman who had been thrown aside by himself and asked Kuchiki Jinsuzu, Father, if I remember correctly, 3 days ago, this person should have been a criminal who was imprisoned with me for violating the prohibition of the Siriitii. Shangha, you still know that you are a criminal. Then why don't you stay in prison? Well, what's going on here? Could it be that you escaped from prison? Ha! Kuchiki Yingling frowned and asked Kuchiki Shangha, Father, may I ask you a question before I answer you? You ask. Can you tell me why I was in prison for 3 days without anyone asking me, but this person was released before he even arrived at the prison? In terms of identity, he is just the heir of a lower-level aristocratic family, and I don't know if he is the legitimate son yet. And I am the future head of the Kuchiki family, and I am also the 3rd seat of the 6th division. In terms of strength, how can he compare with me, who has the strength of an ordinary god of death, who doesn't even have the strength of an ordinary god of death? Then why is it that the same thing is the fault of him, but I am the only one in prison? In the face of Kuchiki Shangha's questioning, Kuchiki Yingling remained silent. He couldn't say out loud about the test of Kuchiki Hibiki. Otherwise, I think Kuchiki Hibiki will be more stimulated. It seems that your father is not ready to explain to me. Then, Father, may I ask, why am I in prison for 3 days without anyone caring? Besides, why is the truth distorted in my conflict with this person? And you, but turn a blind eye to all this, let me bear the blame and become a sinner of the Kuchiki family? Kuchiki Yingling let out a sigh. Shangha, you have to know that everything I do is for your own good. Indeed, in Kuchiki Yingling's view, everything he did was for the good of Kuchiki Shangha. With such a dangerous Zanpakuto, Kuchiki Hibika must have been targeted by Captain Yamamoto and other nobles. In order to let others know that Kuchiki Hibiki is controllable, Kuchiki Jinsu Jinsuzu needs to make a series of tests on Kochiki Hibiki to prove that Kochiki Hibiki is not a terrorist who will destroy Siriitii.
For my own good? Ha 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 ha. Kochiki laughed loudly, tears couldn't stop from the corners of his eyes. For my own good, so you sit back and watch me be framed by others.
For my own good, you really put me in prison as a sinner, and the person who framed me became a victim, framing me everywhere, slandering me.
For my own good, so you are ready to keep me in prison forever. Even, for my own good, you will acquiesce to those people sending me to the trial table in the central 46th room? Kochiki Hibiki said a word, and his own Ryatsu skyrocketed.
After Kochiki Shangha finished expressing his resentment, the Ryatsu on his body had formed a purple Ryatsu light pillar, straight into the sky. The majestic Ryatsu swept like a wave, crushing the people around Kochiki Hibikawa and Kochiki Jinsuzu to the ground shivering.
Shangha, what do you want to do? Seeing Kochiki Shangha like this, Kochiki Inling's face changed drastically. Do you still want to commit a bigger crime? Stop now, otherwise, what would happen?
Before Kochiki Inling finished speaking, Kochiki Shangha raised his head, stretched out his hand, and pointed at Kochiki Inling.
Father, I feel that I don't need you to do it for me. Seeing Kochiki Shangha's movements, Kochiki Inling's face changed, and he immediately blocked his heart.
As people who are extremely afraid of Kochiki Hibiki's abilities, Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni have developed a way to resist Kochiki Hibiki's ability to resist the Zanpakuto. Since Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto's ability is to hypnotize and control the Shinigami's Zanpakuto, then they fundamentally made Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto's ability ineffective.
Closing their hearts is the way they came up with it. However, there must be a benefit and a disadvantage.
Close their hearts, they can indeed make Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto village unable to enter their inner world to hypnotize and control their Zanpakuto.
But at the same time, they themselves could not get in touch with their Zanpakuto.
In other words, Kochiki Jinsuzu in this state can only use the basic 4 skills of the god of death to fight, and the Zanpakuto is equivalent to being sealed.
Nyora Mesa. With the whispering of Kochiki Shangha, a purple figure instantly appeared beside Kochiki Shangha, echoing the river.
You're here.
So, let's get started.
Muramasa nodded, handed his body in his hand to Kochiki Shangha, and stood with Kochiki Shangha facing Kochiki's silver bell.
Bankai dash. No hook strip to kill the village chief.
The purple Ryatsu air pillar erupted again, and the existence of the captain-level Ryatsu after Bankai made the Shinigami all over the Siriitii vaguely feel the direction of the battle. The vice-captain-level god of death can feel the oppressive horror.
That direction is the 6th division. Didn't you say that the liberation of the Zanpakuto is prohibited in the Siriitii court? Who is so bold? Aren't you afraid of being sent to the central 46 room for trial? Unfamiliar Ryatsu, is there another captain-level powerhouse in the Gotii 13 team? This is Kochiki-sansei's Ryatsu and Captain Kochiki's Ryatsu? What are they doing? For a while, all the gods of death who sensed the Ryatsu of Kochiki Shangha looked in the direction of the battle, especially the captains.
With their perception ability, they can naturally sense the place where Ryatsu erupted. In addition to Kochiki Hibikawa, there is also the Ryatsu of the 6th Division Captain Kochiki.
If they remember correctly, Kochiki Hibika is the heir chosen by Captain Kochiki. Now that the battle has broken out, is it Captain Kochiki's captain assessment of Kochiki Hibiki, or something else? Moreover, why is there only the breath of Kochiki Hibiki Bankai, but not the breath of Captain Kochiki? The Ryatsu of the Shinigami will have some slight differences before and after the liberation of the Zanpakuto. This is normal.
After all, the essence of the liberation of the Shinigami Zanpakuto is the temporary fusion of 2 different souls, the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto, and if there is no change, it is the most frightening.
Silver Bell.
In the first team, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni frowned after sensing the Ryatsu of Kochiki Hibikawa and Kochiki's Silver Bell. Perhaps, in the entire Siriitii court, only he could know Kochiki Silver Bell's thoughts.
However, now it seems that they have played off.
Rottenwood is not a person who can be controlled by them, and with the ability of the Kochiki Hibiki Zanpakuto, if it wants to subvert the Siriitii, even if it is finally suppressed by itself, I am afraid it will cause great damage to the Siriitii.
Bird Department. Captain. Sparrow Nagajiro instantly appeared behind Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and bowed his head to say hello.
You immediately dispersed the gods of death within the 10 spirits around the 6th division, including you can't get close.
Yes.
Although the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department did not understand the order of the Captain Yamamoto, as long as it was the order of the Captain Yamamoto, he would carry it out without any compromise. Of course, when performing the mission, the deputy captain of the Sparrow Department will also have his own thoughts. As the person who has been with Captain Yamamoto for the longest time, some of the orders that Captain Yamamoto did not say can be understood by the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department. For example, 100 years later, when Rukia Kochiki was executed on the Hill of Double Death with the strength of the vice-captain
of the Sparrow Department, he would actually be knocked unconscious by Ichigo Kurosaki under normal circumstances. Can you believe this?
I remember that the captain of the 2nd Division, Broken Bee, was stunned.
If it weren't for the appearance of Yoruchi and Shifenjin, I'm afraid that the broken bee would immediately kill Ichigo Kurosaki with a single blow. With the departure of the vice-captain of the Sparrow Department, the figure of Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni also disappeared from the team. He was going to rush to save the Rottenwood's silver bell. Without the ability of Zanpakuto, with Kuchiki Jinsuzu's current state, he is not Kuchiki Hibiki's opponent at all. And the other captains, without understanding Kuchiki Hibiki's ability, the more they go, the more chaos they get. Even, in order to reduce the damage of Kuchiki Hibiki to the Suraitai, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakunikai specially asked the deputy captain of the Sparrow Department to disperse the gods of death within the range of the 10 spirits. It can be said that in order to target the small shrimp Shangha, this can be regarded as a big move by the 13th team of the Gotiai in recent years. King Kong explosion. In front of Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto, a huge fireball was condensed, which was waved by it and rushed towards Kuchiki's silver bell. After Muramasa told Kuchiki Hibiki that he could not perceive Kuchiki Jinsuzu's heart, Kuchiki Hibiki knew that his father seemed to have a way to restrain his Zanpakuto ability. If the ability of the Zanpakuto is ineffective before encountering Captain Natsuya, Kuchiki Hibiki may panic for a while. But after fighting Captain Natsuya, Kuchiki Hibikawa knew that in front of those powerful captains, his Zanpakuto Bankai ability was not something unsolvable. Breaking the path number 73, Double Lotus Sun will fall. The Rottenwood silver bell raised his hand and chanted in a low voice. In an instant, the blue fire lotus burst out from the palm of Kuchiki's silver bell and collided with the red fireball swung by Kuchiki Shangha. The sky was occupied by blue and red flames, and the blazing heat scorched the surrounding houses made of wooden planks, and the air appeared in transparent folds. In the flames, Kuchiki Shangha's figure cut through the sky, blasting out a hole in the terrifying flames, and quickly appeared in front of Kuchiki Inling. Before Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto slashed Kuchiki's silver bell, Kuchiki's silver bell had already left in an instant. Kuchiki Hibiki slashed down with a sword, and the place where Kuchiki Inzu had stood before was instantly destroyed, and broken pieces of wood flew around. Without the slightest hesitation, Kuchiki Hibiki's body turned into an afterimage and continued to pursue. Although Kuchiki's silver bell's combat experience and attainments in instantaneous steps are much stronger than Kuchiki Hibiki. However, as he gets older, Kuchiki Shangha's body has become his biggest shortcoming. Therefore, Kuchiki Jinsuzu also knew that if he could not subdue Kuchiki Hibiki in a short period of time, he would definitely be the one who was defeated. The 37th of the Binding Road Round Gate Fan. The left hand bluffed, and a rapidly rotating barrier instantly appeared in front of the Kuchiki silver bell. Kuchiki Hibiki's attack was resisted by the Round Gate Fan. Kuchiki Shangha shouted lightly, and the stronger Ryatsu burst out, directly smashing the Round Gate Fan of Kuchiki's silver bell. But this time it was blocked. It was enough for Kuchiki Inling to make more responses. 62 of the Bound Road 100 steps railing. With a slap of both hands, and then open to the sides, more than a dozen blue pillars of spirit light suddenly appeared around the Kuchiki silver bell, and under the control of the Kuchiki silver bell, they attacked towards the Kuchiki Shangha. Snort dash. Kuchiki Shangha held a sword in both hands, resisting the attack of more than a dozen spiritual pressure pillars of light, but he was still pierced by 3 or 4 pillars of light and stabbed himself on his body, flying his whole body backwards. The 31st of the Binding Path. 3 flashes of mouth. 3 more yellow curtains of light rushed forward quickly, firmly fixing Kuchiki Hibiki's arms and waist to the wall. Admit defeat, Shangha. Wow. It's too late for you to turn back now. The figure of Kuchiki's silver bell instantly appeared in front of Kuchiki Hibiki, and lowered the Zanpakuto in his hand and persuaded, I don't want to kill you. Kill me? Kuchiki Shangha looked at Kuchiki Inling. Father, you just said, you want to kill me? No. Kuchiki Jinsuzu said in a deep voice, Hibiki, you have now been confused by the power of your Zanpakuto, which will inevitably pose a huge threat to the Suraitai. But even so, I can't bear to kill you. If you surrender now, I will plead with Captain Yamamoto and not hurt your life. Oh, don't hurt my life. How are you going to deal with me? Do you seal me? The Rottenwood silver bell did not speak. Silence often represents default. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Kuchiki Shangha was completely disappointed in Kuchiki Inling's heart, and laughed loudly. Looking up, the corners of Kuchiki Shangha's mouth rose. Father, what gave you the illusion that you can kill me? Boom dash. Although Kuchiki Shangha has only broken through the strength of the captain level not long ago, don't forget that now he is in a state of Bankai, and his own spiritual pressure, although it cannot reach the second-class spiritual power, is also in the third-class spiritual power. Kuchiki Jinsuzu is different, because he closed his heart. Kuchiki Jinsuzu could not get the bonus from Zanpakuto at all. Just in terms of the Ryatsu of the two at this moment, there was not much difference. The sudden eruption of Ryatsu directly shattered the blue pillar of light and the yellow light curtain on Kuchiki Hibiki's body. Then, Kuchiki Shangha's figure disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of Kuchiki's silver bell, and slashed down with a sword. Phew. Tick. Drops of blood fell to the ground, forming red marks like plum blossoms on the ground. Ugh dash. Kuchiki Shangha waved the sword in his hand, shaking off the blood blood on the blade. Father, it seems that it is no longer a question of whether you want to kill me or not, but can you escape from my hands? Ho, ho.
Kochiki Jinsuzu pressed his shoulder with one hand, and the blood in the wound overflowed from his fingers. Although it seemed that the injury was not light, the expression on Kochiki Jinsuzu's face did not change. If it weren't for Kochiki Inling's gasping voice much louder than before, I'm afraid that no one could be sure whether Kochiki Inling was really injured just by looking at his face.
This is the dignity of Kochiki Jinsuzu as the head of the Kochiki family.
At the same time, it is also the will passed down from generation to generation by the Kochiki family. The Rottenwood's silver bell sighed in his heart. No matter how much fear he had for Kochiki Shangha in his heart, no matter how Kochiki Shangha said, he was also the heir he had devoted most of his efforts to cultivating. Therefore, in the fight with Kochiki Shangha, Kochiki Silver Bell did not have any murderous intent. But judging from Kochiki Shangha's behavior, if he continues to be indecisive, I am afraid that he will really be left here.
It doesn't matter if he dies or not, but the reputation of the Kochiki family cannot be damaged here.
Whether it was the turmoil that Kochiki Hibiki was about to set off, or the saboteur of the Sirai court, the blow to the Kochiki family was not ordinary. Under such circumstances, only Kochiki Jinsuzu personally defeated Kochiki Hibiki to preserve the reputation of the Kochiki family. Even if, judging from the current situation, his chances of winning do not seem high. But, with the spiritual sense of the Kochiki Silver Bell, he naturally sensed the Ryatsu that Captain Yamamoto was rapidly approaching. He didn't need to really defeat Kochiki Hibikawa, he just needed to hold out until Captain Yamamoto came.
Captain Kochiki.
Just when Kochiki Jinsuzu was silently planning in his heart, the Shinigami of the 6th Division had already arrived at the scene of the battle between Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibiki. After seeing the injuries on Kochiki Jinsuzu's body, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto from their waists and protected Kochiki Jinsuzu behind them. Although they didn't know why Captain Kochiki fought with Kochiki Sanseki, who had been missing for 3 days, he was also injured by Kochiki Sanseki. But they knew that as members of the 6th Division, it was their responsibility to protect the captain.
Jinjinjiro, run away with everyone.
Seeing the team members protecting him in front of him, Kochiki Inling's face suddenly changed drastically.
The battle with Kochiki Hibiki is not as many people as possible.
Because, the more Shinigami of Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto ability, the more Zanpakuto under its control, and the stronger Kochiki Hibiki's destructive power. It can be said that the arrival of this part of the team members will not only not help themselves, but also increase the power of Kochiki Hibiki.
But unfortunately, Kochiki Yinsuk's reminder was too late.
Snort dash. In an instant, black shadows suddenly appeared in the bodies of these Shinigami, and then these black shadows waved the Zanpakuto in their hands and launched an attack on these Shinigami. The gods of death who were caught off guard fell more than half in an instant. The rest were also embarrassed by the attacks of these black shadows.
This is everyone's materialized Zanpakuto.
Seeing this, Kochiki Inling immediately took action, regardless of his injuries, cut off the black shadows in front of several people, and said to these team members, run away, and immediately evacuate the surrounding team members, don't let them approach. Jinjinjiro looked at Kochiki Jinsuzu's back and then looked at the black shadows of the Zanpakuto around him that appeared because of the appearance of himself and others, and his face was also a little more frightened.
As the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Jinjinjiro naturally knew the ability of Kochiki Hibiki Zanpakuto.
Before today, Kochiki Hibiki, as the 3rd seat of the 6th Division, went on missions with Jinjinjiro many times. It's just that Jinjinjiro once thought how convenient Kochiki Hibiki's ability was, and now he thinks how terrifying Kochiki Hibiki's ability is.
Everyone, withdraw.
After taking a deep breath, Jinjinjiro also hurriedly took action to help several team members who were entangled by the black shadow to break the siege, and immediately began to organize everyone to start retreating. This time, the 12 Shinigami who arrived first brought 12 helpers to Kochiki Hibiki. Of these, 7 team members were severely damaged in the previous attack. Captain Kochiki made a move and dealt with the black shadows of the 4 Zanpakuto, and after they retreated, they were surrounded by 8 black shadows.
Glancing at Jinjinjiro and the others, Kochiki Hibiki did not continue to attack Jinjinjiro and the others.
Although the disappointment in his heart for Kochiki Jinsuzu and his disappointment in the nobles of Suraiti made Kochiki Hibiki want to control the Zanpakuto of all the Shinigami of the Gotiei 13 team and give Suriitai a bloody baptism, but Kochiki Shangha also knew that when the strength reached a certain level, the number was meaningless, and it just so happens that Captain Yamamoto is such a strong man.
Surrender, Shangha.
After Jinjinjiro and the others left, Kochiki Jinsuzu persuaded Kochiki Hibikawa again, you did not vent your anger on other innocent people, proving that you are not completely controlled by your own power. Shangha, with your Ryatsu, you should be able to feel that Captain Yamamoto is about to arrive. If you catch him now, you can still survive. When Captain Yamamoto comes, even if it's me, I can't keep you. Oh, father, at this time, you are still deceiving me.
Kochiki Hibiki sneered. Then can you tell me how long you and Captain Yamamoto are going to seal me?
3
days? 5 days? January? March? 10 years? Century? Or are you going to seal me until I die?
If you think that sealing me until death can be regarded as living, then I'm sorry, I don't need you to save me like this. You should think more about whether you can hold out until Captain Yamamoto arrives. Otherwise, you can't even see what kind of fate I will have. Speaking of this, Kochiki Hibiki waved his hand, and suddenly, the 8 Zanpakuto black shadows surrounding Kochiki Jinsuzu attacked Kochiki Jinsuzu at the same time.
Captain Kochiki's Ryatsu was rapidly weakening.
In the sky, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was flying at high speed in the direction of the battle between Kochiki Hibiki and Kochiki Jinsuzu. While on the way, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni also used his spiritual sense to perceive the battle between Kochiki Hibiki and Kochiki Jinsuzu.
Judging from the changes in the Ryatsu of the two, Kochiki Jinsuzu is obviously at a disadvantage. This can also be understood by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni.
Although Kochiki Silver Bell has nearly 1,000 years more combat experience than Kochiki Hibiki. However, in the case that he could not use the Zanpakuto, Kochiki Jinsuzu's own strength was greatly reduced. At the same time, Kochiki Jinsuzu's body could not withstand his long-term high-intensity battle.
In the view of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, if Kochiki Jinsuzu wanted to win the battle with Kochiki Hibiki, he could only use the ghost path to fight Kochiki Hibiki.
But in the Bankai state, there is not much difference between Kochiki Hibiki's Ryatsu and Kochiki Silver Bell. Even if Kochiki Hibiki is not as good as Kochiki Silver Bell in the ghost path, he can make up for the shortcomings in the ghost path with the convenience of instantaneous steps. Now that the Ryatsu of the Kochiki Silver Bell is declining, there must be something that happened that he didn't know. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni knew the importance of the Kochiki family to the Siriidii, and at the moment he burst out his own Ryatsu, raising his speed to another level. The 81st of the binding path, the sky. Kochiki Silver Bell gasped and abandoned the strongest defensive ghost path he had mastered. A transparent curtain of light appeared in front of him, blocking Kochiki Hibiki's attack. The fiery fireball bombarded the light curtain of the broken sky, erupting with terrifying flames, but in the end it was not able to cause any damage to the broken sky. As the strongest defense ghost path in the ghost path, the broken sky can perfectly defend against the attack of the broken path below the 90. The King Kong explosion released by Kochiki Hibiki was only the breakthrough of number 67, and it was far from the level of breaking the air defense.
Breaking the path number 92, Ice Tooth Expedition.
The attack was resisted, and Kochiki Hibikawa pointed the Zanpakuto at Kochiki Jinsuzu, unleashing an even stronger demon path. In an instant, a terrifying cold air burst out from the front of Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto, freezing the air in front of him into ice, and quickly spreading towards Kochiki Silver Bell. The glacier frozen by the cold air collided violently with the light curtain of the broken sky, and the unmatched cold air spread outward along both sides of the broken sky, directly condensing the surrounding water vapor into an iceberg. Under this terrifying cold, the light curtain that broke the sky also had more cracks. Soon, the light curtain that broke the sky was directly destroyed, forcing Kochiki Silver Bell to immediately use instantaneous steps to escape from the frozen. When the figure of the Kochiki Silver Bell reappeared, it was obvious that there were fine ice slag on his legs.
Seeing the appearance of Kochiki Inling, Kochiki Xianghe's heart was happy.
Having followed Kochiki Silver Bell for more than 20 years, Kochiki Xianghe is one of the people who knows Kochiki Silver Bell best.
Well, here it specifically refers to the physical condition of Kochiki Jinsuzu.
In his current state, if Kochiki Hibiki attacks Kochiki Jinzura's weakness, he can defeat Kochiki Jinsuzu in a short period of time. However, this did not make Kochiki Hibiki's heart comfortable. He couldn't figure out why his father thought that he would definitely become a scourge of the Siriit after knowing his Zanpakuto Bankai ability. Therefore, Kochiki Hibiki launched a rebellious roar at Kochiki Jinsuzu. He didn't use the most effortless way to end the battle, but catered to the Kochiki Silver Bell and used the ghost path to fight the Kochiki Silver Bell. He just wanted to use this attitude to tell Kochiki Jinsuzu that even if his Zanpakuto Muramesa's ability was not the Zanpakuto that controlled the god of death, Kochiki Hibiki was not weaker than others.
Overestimating yourself.
The Rottenwood Silver Bell sighed in his heart. He never expected that Kochiki Xianghe's experience on the ghost path also had such a realm. The 81 broken air of the binding path is the most defensive ghost path in the ghost path sequence, which can perfectly defend against the broken path below the 90. Although the broken sky released by the Kochiki Silver Bell did not chant the spell, nor did it follow up, the Real defense was only 1/3 compared to the full state.
But the Ice Tooth Shanglan expedition released by the Kochiki Xianghe is not the complete version of the chanting spell.
The same as the ghost path that abandons chanting, whose attainment is higher, the faster it is released, and the stronger the power it can maintain. Kochiki Xianghe can use number 92's breaking path to break his own number 81's defense binding path, proving that Kochiki Xianghe's attainments in the ghost path are not below him.
Kochiki Xianghe waved his hand, and suddenly, behind him, Ryatsu condensed into 3 golden chains, 63 of the binding path, lock and lock.
Although he had an advantage in the battle, Kuchiki Shangha did not really have the idea of killing Kuchiki Silver Bell in his heart. Therefore, this time he used the number 63 binding path. Anyway, Kuchiki Jinsuzo's feet were frozen and he couldn't escape. Besides, for so many years, the relationship between Kuchiki Shangha and Kuchiki Haruko is not fake. If he really kills Kuchiki Inling, how will Kuchiki Haruko deal with himself in the future? Swish dash. With the whisper of Kuchiki Shangha, these three golden chains snazed towards Kuchiki Silver Bell, trying to bind it completely. The eyelids of the Rottenwood Silver Bell narrowed slightly. The battle has progressed to this point, and Kuchiki Inling's heart is both relieved and regretful. Fortunately, Kuchiki Hibiki did not live up to his expectations, and he has grown into a real captain-level powerhouse. What is regrettable is that Kuchiki Hibiki did not stand the test, and his mind was affected by the power of the Zanpakuto. Break from prison, attack nobles, kill companions, attack captains. Any of these crimes can sentence Kuchiki Hibikawa to death. What's more, the four crimes are simultaneous. Kuchiki Jinsuzo said to Kuchiki Hibiki before that if he could save Kuchiki Hibiki's life in front of Captain Yamamoto, he wanted to seal Kuchiki Hibiki before the movement caused by Kuchiki Hibiki spread. In this way, even if the subsequent interrogation of the central 46th room is followed, it will be impossible to break the seal of Kuchiki Shangha. But now it seems that Kuchiki Shangha's strength is not something he can win alone. I just hope that Captain Yamamoto will look at his own face and give Kuchiki Hibiki a decent face. Otherwise, once Kuchiki Shangha survives, after this battle, he will inevitably be judged by the central 46th room. At that time, Kuchiki Shangha will die, and the reputation of the Kuchiki family will naturally be greatly affected. After all, a family with sinners cannot become a model for the nobles of Suraiti. Just when the chain bound by the lock began to wrap around Kuchiki Jinsuzu's body, a figure wearing Captain Haori instantly appeared beside Kuchiki Jinsuzu and stretched out his hand to the chain bound to Kuchiki Jinsuzu. The skin of this hand is somewhat loose, no different from the hands of ordinary people. However, when this hand grabbed the golden chain and tightened its 5 fingers, the chain condensed by the 63rd binding path was directly crushed by it. Ugh dash. The broken chains turned into golden ryatsu and dispersed. I'm sorry, Captain. After Kuchiki Jinsuzu regained his freedom, he bowed slightly to the visitor. Hibiki's strength exceeded my expectations, and I failed to subdue him before he posed a threat to Siriitii. No problem, Captain Rottenwood. Rather, it is precisely because of your delay that this little devil has not been able to run around in the Siriitii court so as to obtain more Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni to the Rottenwood Silver Bell Road. Besides, if it weren't for Captain Kuchiki, you closed your heart, I'm afraid there would be another terrible opponent after I came here. Kuchiki Inling shook his head. He knew that Captain Yamamoto was protecting his face. Although his Zanpakuto is not bad, it is much worse than the Zanpakuto, which has the name of the strongest. Even if his Zanpakuto was controlled by Kuchiki Hibiki, for Captain Yamamoto, it was just a matter of 2 more cuts. Captain Yamamoto. Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni appear, Kuchiki Hibiki's pupils shrank slightly. In the past 1,000 years, which of the gods of death of the Gotii 13 team has not grown up listening to the legend of Captain Yamamoto? The strongest god of death in 1,000 years, but Captain Yamamoto has the reputation of killing with 1 punch, 1 kick, 1 knife and 1 sword. In the hearts of all the gods of death in the Gotii 13 team, as long as Captain Yamamoto is still there, the Suriting is as stable as Mount Tai. Rawa's Kuchiki Shangha has no intention of betraying Suriting, but after all, he has committed a crime that can be sentenced to death, and when he sees Captain Yamamoto again, he will naturally feel palpitations. Rottenwood echoes in the river. You have disappointed the old man. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni looked at Kuchiki Shangha. His low voice contained supreme majesty. Oh, disappointment? Captain Yamamoto, I should be the one who said this. Kuchiki Hibiki grabbed the collar of his chest and roared at Captain Yamamoto. Captain, what I, Kuchiki Hibiki, have caused any harm to Siriitii in the slightest? Why is it just a captain assessment, and you completely veto me because of my Zanpakuto's ability? Just because of my ability, you position me as a threat to the Siriitii? In the face of Kuchiki Hibiki's questioning, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni did not be vague, but responded directly. Kuchiki Shangha, your ability is too dangerous. Judging from the current results, there is nothing wrong with our consideration. You haven't even become the captain of the 6th division, and you have already caused such turmoil. Then once you become the captain of the 6th division, the harm you will cause will inevitably be 10 times or even 100 times greater than this. Wow! Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's words directly stunned Kuchiki Hibiki. He never expected that Captain Yamamoto's explanation to him was actually using what he was doing now to judge him when he had not made a mistake before. Ha 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 ha. The Rottenwood echoed and laughed. Suddenly, Kuchiki Shangha grabbed the star clamp on his head that was used to hold 2 strands of hair, tore it off and crushed it. I see. For my father and the captain, for the stability of the Siriitii, you can stand on a high place and judge me. I should have understood this long ago. From the day I completed my Zanpakuto Bankai training, Suriiti no longer longer had a place for me. Since you all say that I will bring great turmoil to the Siriitii in the future, then, do as you wish. After saying that, Kachiki Shangha turned around and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the face of the Rottenwood Silver Bell changed drastically.
Captain, stop him quickly. Xianghe wants to control all the Shinigami's Zanpakuto in the Siriitii to destroy the Siriitii to the greatest extent.
I have to say that Kachiki Jinsuzu has an extremely keen perception of the question of Kuchiki Hibiki's mind. The previous Kuchiki Hibiki, for Kuchiki Silver Bell, for Captain Yamamoto, and for Siriiting, they all had a glimmer of expectations. But the words of Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto directly made him feel that everything he did was meaningless. At this time, he only had anger at everything before. Since Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto both said that they were the destabilizing factors of Siriitii, then let's show them.
Destroy the Siriitii, you may not be able to do it.
However, it is not a problem to let Siriiting's vitality be seriously damaged.
Don't try to escape. With Kuchiki Silver Bell's reminder, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni naturally couldn't let Kuchiki Hibiki leave. At that moment, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and slashed in the direction of Kuchiki Hibikikawa.
The powerful sword pressure directly attacked Kuchiki Shangha, forcing Kuchiki Shangha to turn back and resist.
Bang!
In the smoke and dust, a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth of the rotten wood.
Even if he is in a Bankai state now, the gap is still too big compared to the first-class Lingwei Captain Yamamoto. Just the sword pressure of Captain Yamamoto can injure him.
Seeing Captain Yamamoto approaching rapidly, Kuchiki Hibiki knew that if he hesitated any longer, he might not only fail to teach Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto, but would be beheaded here.
Master Porcellino, are you still here?
Please take action to resist Captain Yamamoto for him. At the moment, the Rottenwood Shangha whispered. He couldn't see through Porcellino's disguise, so he could only expect him to be by his side now.
Oh no.
Fortunately, Porcellino did not disappoint Kuchiki Hibiki. In the golden light, Porcellino appeared beside Kuchiki Hibiki. Your Excellency Shangha, you will really find fault for the old man. Squinting his eyes, Porcellino crossed his hands in front of his chest, his thumbs and middle fingers clasped tightly, and his fingertips glowing with golden light.
To be clear in advance, I'm not sure how long I can resist Captain Yamamoto. If I feel defeated, I will run away. Ah, then please. Rottenwood nodded.
From the communication with the being, Kuchiki Hibikawa knew that the reason why Porcellino was controlled by him was because Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto was actively controlled, and Porcellino's purpose is just to have a fair fight with Captain Summer Night. In addition to the command that Porcellino and Captain Natsuya can control Porcellino, other orders, Porcellino can ignore the control of existence. Because of this, Kuchiki Hibiki and Porcellino both seemed very respectful.
But even so, Porcellino would not fight to the death with Captain Yamamoto here to resist Captain Yamamoto. After all, his biggest purpose is to fight Xiaoyi.
If he died, then his purpose of betraying Xiaoyi this time would not be achieved. The golden light hit, and Captain Yamamoto slashed out with a sword, and the blade collided with the laser light, erupting into a roar. Although the laser beam was cut off, Captain Yamamoto's progress was also stopped by this laser beam.
This Ryatsu dash. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni narrowed his eyes and looked at Porcellino in front of him in a yellow and white striped suit. Are you, Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto?
Although the Ryatsu of the Zanpakuto is different from the god of death, no matter how you say it, the Zanpakuto is also born from the soul of the god of death, and there is a certain similarity between Ryatsu and the god of death.
Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's spiritual awareness spreads, wanting to find out of the summer night. You appeared here. Did Kuchiki Hibiki take advantage of Captain Natsuya's ignorance of his Zanpakuto Bankai ability to sneak attack Captain Natsuya, or did Captain Natsuya already stand with Kuchiki Hibikawa? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni did not find any trace of Natsu Knight within his Ryatsu perception range, and frowned and asked Porcellino. If you don't know the ability of Kuchiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto, it is easy to be attacked by Kuchiki Hibiki. Even if they were his two proud disciples, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni did not think that they could protect their Zanpakuto from being controlled by hypnosis under the sudden attack of Kuchiki Hibiki. But Captain Summer Night is different. Even if Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto was controlled by Kuchiki Hibikawa, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni didn't think that Captain Natsuya would lose to Kuchiki Hibiki.
Now Kuchiki Hibiki has no injuries on his body. Even if the Ryatsu has been weakened, it is caused by the previous battle with Captain Kuchiki Jinsuzu. Porcellino suddenly appeared here, and Captain Yamamoto couldn't help but doubt it. Hello dash. First meeting, Captain Yamamoto. Porcellino did not directly answer Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's question, but put his hands together and condensed the Tiansong Cloud Sword. Fighting with Captain Yamamoto, even Porcellino did not dare to be careless. I'm sorry, this road is off limits. Kid, since you know the old man's name, you dare to ring the bell alone in front of the old man, you are even more arrogant than your master. Yamamoto Yusai Shigakuni said in a deep voice. Who knows? Porcellino lifted his glasses. Are you kidding? I am
just a bastard who gets a salary. How arrogant can I be? Dodge. Otherwise, I don't guarantee that I will beat you to death, because I don't know much about the ability of Kuchiki Hibiki Zanpakuto. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni is not sure whether the owner of the Zanpakuto will be affected after killing the embodied Zanpakuto. Xiaoyi is the most outstanding genius in this century. Even Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, he also thinks that if he gives Xiaoyi some more time, Xiaoyi will not be unable to grow to a level comparable to himself. Even if Yamamoto Genryusei is a heavy country, he can have today's strength and status, and the assistance brought by the Zanpakuto is indispensable. Without a flowing blade, even though Captain Yamamoto's strength is still very strong, he has lost the kind of deterrence that deters all enemies. If Natsuki lost the possibility of going further because he killed his Zanpakuto, then Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni would also have some distress. After all, unlike Kuchiki Hibika, who has a very strong restraint against the god of death with his Zanpakuto ability, Natsuya became the captain with Kendo, and there are no shortcomings. If Natsuya complained about the Gotei 13 because of this, in a short period of time, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni had the confidence to subdue Natsuki. But once he waits until he retires or dies and no longer serves as the captain of the 13th team of the Gotei, can the next captain suppress Xiaoyi? If it was the Summer Night Rebellion at that time, would the remaining gods of death be able to deal with it? Once, Xiaoyi's talent also attracted the attention of Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni. As long as Xiaoyi graduated from Mao Spiritual Art Academy and observed Xiaoyi for a period of time, if Xiaoyi's heart passed, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni wanted to accept Xiaoyi as a close disciple. However, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni never expected that in just 3 days, Natsuki killed the captain of the 11th Squadron, Kenpachi Anajo, and became the new captain of the 11th Squadron. No matter how confident Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni was, he didn't think that Natsuki, who had become the captain, would agree to become his disciple. Open. The captain of the 13th Gotei team is already a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Seriitii. Because of this, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni is like a decaying wood silver bell, and can only regret missing the summer night. Of course, if the situation is critical, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni will not hesitate and will directly kill Porcellino to protect the Seriitii from harm. This is the obsession of Captain Yamamoto. It is also his lifelong belief. All things are ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. With the shouting of Captain Yamamoto, surging Ryatsu erupted from Captain Yamamoto's body. The raging flames burned on the Zanpakuto in the hands of Captain Yamamoto, raising the temperature in a certain range around him a lot. The flowing blade is like fire. It is the oldest in the Soul Society, and it is also the strongest Zanpakuto of the heat system. In the hands of Captain Yamamoto, after the flowing blade is released, it can turn Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure into a flame similar to the temperature of the surface of the sun. The 6,000-degree high-temperature flame, even if Captain Yamamoto only maintained the state of the first solution, his power was stronger than that of most of the captains of the Gotei 13 team. Burn the city. Buzz dash. After liberating the Zanpakuto, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni swung a knife at the location where Porcellino was. Suddenly, a line of fire spread along the trajectory of the slash, drawing an arc a few tens of meters in front of Porcellino, and finally forming a flame cage that completely enveloped Porcellino. This is the only trick in Captain Yamamoto's flowing blade that restricts the enemy's movements. Enemies surrounded by flame cages will be burned by the flames that form the cage if they try to break out of the cage. The high temperature of 6,000 degrees, for many people, even if they are just touched, will be burned in an instant by this unmatched high temperature. Even if he was stronger and successfully broke out of the burning city, it was equivalent to being attacked by Captain Yamamoto. Even if he was a captain-level powerhouse, he would be crippled if he did not die. Even if the people trapped in the burning city do not escape, the air in the cage will be burned by the flames, causing the people inside to lack oxygen. And, under the high temperature of 6,000 degrees, the enemies in the cage seem to be standing next to the sun, always suffering from the damage of this 6,000-degree high temperature. After trapping Porcellino, Captain Yamamoto wanted to cross Porcellino and continue to chase Kuchiki Hibiki River. But, it's so scary. It's really worthy of Captain Yamamoto. But, if Captain Yamamoto thinks he can trap me so easily, it would be too naive. The smile on Porcellino's face faded. Besides, Xiaoyi knows that I failed so easily. I'm afraid he will think that I am not qualified to challenge him. After saying that, Porcellino chanted in a low voice, Bankai dash. Kizaru Porcellino. Golden Ryatsu erupted from Porcellino's body. Subsequently, the costume on Porcellino also changed. The golden Ryatsu, behind Porcellino, condensed a large white banner. There are yellow hanging spikes on the shoulders, and behind this white banner, there are the two big words justice. Wrapping his hands in front of his lower abdomen, the golden light condensed into a mirror of light between Porcellino's hands. Then, golden mirrors appeared in the sky. Even, behind Captain Yamamoto, there was a mirror of light. The golden light burst out from the light mirror in the palm of Porcellino's hand, cutting through the flames that burned the city. The 8-shot mirror is a trick trick used by Borsellino to hurry on the road.
The principle is to use flashes to form a channel of light so that Borsellino can move directly at the speed of light. Because the speed of light is too fast to turn, Borsellino condenses light mirrors where he needs to turn or stop to adjust his direction. This golden beam of light refracted back and forth in more than a dozen light mirrors, and finally projected from the light mirror behind Captain Yamamoto to Captain Yamamoto.
Yada mirror.
The faint golden light condensed into the figure of Borsellino and instantly appeared in front of Captain Yamamoto, and the Taikanjian sword in his hand slashed at Captain Yamamoto.
Torch. Alas!
In the face of Borsellino's attack, Captain Yamamoto's face did not change color, and waved the Zanpakuto in his hand behind him.
Suddenly, the blazing flames formed a fire tornado, directly engulfing Borsellino into it. Wow!
Dozens of beams flew out of the fire tornado, drawing arcs in the air, and finally condensed into the figure of Borsellino more than 10 meters away from Captain Yamamoto. At this time, Borsellino, on his face, hands, clothes, and banners, there were many scorched marks.
Although, the elementalization of Borsellino is immune to physical attacks.
However, the damage of Ryatsu is not a simple physical damage, it has similar characteristics to Haki. Moreover, Captain Yamamoto's move was not a slash, but a flame that turned his own Ryatsu into a fire tornado with unparalleled power, which was an area attack.
Even if Borsellino uses elementalization, he will be attacked by flames within this range.
Unless Borsellino and Xiaoyi also have the Haki of foreseeing the future, they can escape from their previous position before they are surrounded by torches. However, no matter what, elementalization is also the strongest posture of nature to avoid attacks, and Borsellino elementalized and fled the moment he was attacked, but he didn't suffer much damage.
Have you even changed your clothes?
Looking at Borsellino, who appeared in front of him again, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's eyes narrowed. He had seen Captain Summer Knight's Bankai. However, the last time Captain Bankai and Zaraki challenged the captain of the 11th team, Captain Yamamoto was also concerned. At that time, there was no banner of justice on Captain Xiaoyi's body. Generally speaking, if the god of death completely liberates his Zanpakuto's ability, what kind of changes will occur in the Zanpakuto, and the god of death himself will also have certain changes accordingly.
Or clothing, or something else.
Judging from the changes after the liberation of Borsellino, Captain Natsuya does not seem to have fully released his Zanpakuto ability.
But think about it. The strength shown by Zaraki that time was still quite different from that of Captain Natsuya.
Of course, it may also be that the captain of the Summer Night at that time had not yet reached the current level of his Zanpakuto's ability.
But whatever it is, it has nothing to do with the current Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni.
What he had to do was to defeat Borsellino in the shortest possible time without killing Borsellino, and then stop the turmoil caused by the Kuchiki Hibiki River. Whoosh! At that moment, Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu suddenly erupted, turning into an afterimage and attacking Borsellino.
Bell bell.
Borsellino held the Skycloud sword in his hand with both hands, trying his best to resist Captain Yamamoto's attack.
What a strong power.
As a naval admiral who once fought with Hades Rayleigh with swordsmanship, Borsellino's kendo realm is naturally also a great swordsman-level existence.
However, in the process of fighting Captain Yamamoto, he was the one who was suppressed.
Indeed, the swordsmanship of the great swordsman realm can allow Borsellino to better exert its own strength.
But Captain Yamamoto's kendo is not bad.
In addition, Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure has already reached the limit of death, and it is the peak of proper first-class spiritual power.
And what about Borsellino?
Even if Bankai has been performed, his spiritual pressure is still spinning in the second-class spiritual power.
There is no comparison with Captain Yamamoto at all.
The battle of the god of death is the battle of Ryatsu. Stronger Ryatsu means faster speed, greater power, and greater power. If it weren't for the swordsmanship of Borsellino's own great swordsman, I am afraid that Borsellino would have been beheaded by Captain Yamamoto with a sword. But Rao is like this, and Borsellino is also defeated by Captain Yamamoto's attack.
If this continues, I won't last long.
While resisting Captain Yamamoto's attack, Borsellino silently calculated in his heart. As a Zanpakuto embodied in the world of Shining Fruit, Borsellino's strongest is the ability of Shining Fruit. Previously, it was only to prevent Captain Yamamoto from continuing to chase Kuchiki Hibiki, so he got close to Captain Yamamoto.
But this does not mean that Borsellino will always fight close to Captain Yamamoto.
Swish dash. The golden light burst out on Borsellino's body, and several huge clusters of spirit light flew out of Borsellino's body, condensed into Borsellino's appearance, and launched an attack on Captain Yamamoto together.
A clone? You actually have such an ability? Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni moved slightly, and his spiritual senses diverged. The Ryatsu on these clones was actually the same as the Ryatsu on Borsellino.
So, are these clones just phantoms, or do they have physical damage?
Ugh dash.
Slightly avoiding the attack of a figure, the Zanpakuto in Captain Yamamoto's hand swung out, directly cutting the figure of Borsellino in half. However, to Yamamoto's surprise, after being killed by himself, this figure turned into two golden rays, and then gathered together, recondensed into into the figure of Porcellino and continued to attack Captain Yamamoto.
Ordinary slashes are ineffective? Even if they are killed, they can be reunited?
I have to say that each of the things that Porcellino showed in this battle made Captain Yamamoto increase the importance of Summer Knights in his heart.
These abilities have such an effect in the hands of Captain Summer Knight Zanpakuto, so if Captain Summer Knight uses them himself, what kind of power will he have? As the master of the flowing blade, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni knows the ability that Zanpakuto can exert best, and the ability that Zanpakuto can exert with a powerful master. How big the difference is in the end. 63 of the Binding Path, Lock and Lock.
Captain Yamamoto waved his left hand, and his Ryatsu condensed into 7 or 8 golden chains in the air, and under the control of Captain Yamamoto, it quickly spread towards the figure of Borsalino. Since simple attacks were ineffective against these clones, Captain Yamamoto decided to use the Ghost Path to seal these clones. Sure enough, no matter which world it is in, seal is one of the strongest power systems. After being bound by chains, these clones lost their elemental abilities and were directly bound and fell from the sky.
Oh no, it's worthy of being the captain.
Seeing that his clone was tied up, Porcellino sighed, but he was merciless. Flying into the sky, the golden light condensed into countless light clusters behind Porcellino.
8-foot Xiong laser. In an instant, dazzling laser light burst out from these countless light clusters, and under the control of Porcellino, they attacked Captain Yamamoto on the ground. The prototype of this trick is Porcellino's secret trick 8-foot Xiong Magatama.
It is the move with the largest attack range of Porcellino. At the same time, these light clusters also contain powerful abilities that produce a strong explosion when they bombard the target. However, for the strong, the damage caused by the explosion, although it cannot be said to be scraping, is not much higher. Therefore, Xiaoyi set the energy balls of 8-foot Xiong Magatama into energy balls that emit high-energy laser rays, and when attacking, the high-energy laser rays released by countless energy balls are several times more lethal than those that only explode. In addition, unlike the 8-foot Jade Magatama, the attack direction of the 8-foot Jade laser can be controlled by the Summer Night, and the scattered sky is full of stars, gathering into a ball.
Well, gathering is a beam of light. Summer Night meeting, Borsalino naturally too.
Countless laser rays fell like a torrential rain, and these laser rays could also change direction under the control of Porcellino, and the dense laser rays were intertwined, like a spider web, surrounding Captain Yamamoto. Compared with energy light projectiles, laser light has stronger penetration. Laser rays pass through the ground, leaving deep ravines, and at the edges of the ravines, there was still scorched smoke.
Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's eyes narrowed. I have to say that the strength shown by Borsalino impressed Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. This guy is worthy of being the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system. Among the existing captains of the entire Gotei 13 team, few survived this move's attack. Even Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni can't underestimate this trick.
At that moment, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni suddenly inserted his Zanpakuto into the ground, and the fiery spiritual pressure was transmitted into the ground along the flowing blade, and then it was detonated by Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni.
Hot hell!
A series of fiery flames erupted from the ground and shot straight into the sky.
No! For a time, the sky and ground of the Sirii court were dyed gold and red by the battle between Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and Porcellino.
Especially at the location where the two fought, golden lasers and red pillars of fire intertwined in the sky, collided, and exploded.
Boom 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 dash. Although the Flash Fruit belongs to the strongest Zanpakuto in the Flash system in the Soul Society, it belongs to the same level as the Flowing Blade Wakahu in terms of rank.
However, the Shining Fruit is weaker than the Rock Fruit in terms of attack, let alone compared to the Flowing Blade. The strongest of the Shining Fruit is reflected in its speed. The temperature of the lava is only 1,200 degrees at most. Even if you add the eruption force of the center of the Earth, it is still much worse than the high temperature of 6,000 degrees on the surface of the Sun. Therefore, even if Borsalino has entered the Bankai state now, in terms of the intensity of the attack, it is still not as good as the Flowing Blade.
In particular, the current Borsalino can only use his own powers and does not receive the amplification from Summer Night Ryatsu.
And the Flowing Blade is not only the strongest Zanpakuto in the heat system, but also the increase of Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu, bringing the Flowing Blade like fire to a higher level. No matter who wants to subvert the Suriitii, they must bang Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni before they dare to start taking action against the Suriitii. Even if Aizen Sasuke left the Suriitii and entered the Virtual Circle to become the master of the Virtual Circle, he also made every effort to develop the fire-extinguishing Prince Wandawise.
If Uebach wanted to seize the world, he had to let people pretend to be himself first, deceive Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's Bankai, and wait until
Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni thought he really killed him before he began to appear in sneak attack to capture Yamamoto's old man's Bankai and kill him.
The current Captain Yamamoto, although he is older, his physical strength is not as good as when he was young.
But compared with 100 years later, it is still much stronger.
Under his control, the pillar of flame erupted from the hot hell directly drowned out Porcelino's 8-foot jade laser in the sky. Hoo dash. The wind howled. Kochiki Hibiki quickly approached the 6th division. At this moment, Kochiki Hibiki's resentment towards Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto had reached its peak. What he wanted to do was to make the worries of Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto come true, and control the Zanpakuto of the entire Gotei 13 Shinigami to turn the Suriitai upside down. Suddenly, Kochiki Shangha's expression moved, and he stopped. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Kochiki Shangha looked solemn and immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. However, when he saw the person in front of him clearly, Kochiki Shangha eased. Captain Xiaoyi, why are you here? You made such a big noise, how could I not be here? Xiaoyi shook his head. Tell me, what do you want to do now? Kochiki Hibiki sneered. Aren't my father-in-law and Captain Yamamoto worried that I will cause turmoil in the future because of my Zanpakuto's ability? So, I want them to be more confident in their foresight. Confused. Seeing Kochiki Shangha like this, Xiaoyi scolded. Kochiki Shangha, what I told you before did not want you to break with Suriitai in separate life and death. Kochiki Shangha was puzzled and looked up at Xiaoyi. Captain Xiaoyi, aren't you at odds with Suriitai? Why do you talk about me like this now? More than 3 months ago, after listening to Captain Natsuya's words, Kochiki Hibiki knew that Captain Natsuya and Suriitai were not people on the same road. After all, it is incompatible with the Suriitai to be able to say that there is a different center in the Suriitai court so that everyone in the flowing soul street can have one more choice. Kochiki Hibikawa felt that Captain Summer Knight would definitely part ways with Suriitai in the future. In that case, everything he is doing now should be very beneficial to Captain Xiaoyi. Even, Kochiki Hibikawa guessed that the reason why Captain Natsuya came to him 3 months ago and left his Zanpakuto by his side was to let himself come to deal a heavy blow to the Gotei 13 team so as to pave the way for the future Natsuya captain's behavior, or rather, reduce some resistance. Captain Summer Knight is strong. However, compared with Captain Yamamoto, it is much worse. In addition, even if the Gotei 13 team lost 6 captains before, the captain of the 6th division, Kochiki Jinsuzu, was old and could not maintain the strength of the captain level for long. Even so, there are still 5 of them in the Gotei 13 team, no, plus the vice-captain of the Ichiban team, there are still 7 captain-level powerhouses. Even if Kochiki Hibiki was confident in himself, he didn't feel that after controlling all the Shinigami's Zanpakuto, he could really wipe out the Gotei 13 team. Ordinary gods of death can say that the number is meaningless to Kochiki Hibiki. Well, it is better to say that the meaning of ordinary Shinigami is to contribute more Zanpakuto subordinates to Kochiki Hibiki. The existing captain-level powerhouses, each of them is not a weak person. Kochiki Shangha felt that he could beat 2 captains, which could be regarded as his extraordinary performance. And Captain Summer Knight, except for the 11th team, has no allies at all. The leader of the Kyo band and the captain of Yukitake are the disciples of the Captain Yamamoto. Captain Uno Hana of the 4th division, although he is the captain of the treatment team, but judging from his father-in-law's attitude towards Captain Uno Hana, Kochiki Hibiki also feels that Captain Uno Hana is not a simple character. At the same time, perhaps it is also the captain that Kochiki Hibika himself feels confident of defeating. The remaining one is the captain of the 5th division Aizen. Even if Captain Kochiki has allies, he only has the captain of the 10th division, Shiha. He fought out 1 or 2 captains, and the Summer Knight side was 2 to 4, although the gap was still very large, but it was not without the power of a battle. In order not to cause more damage to the Suriitai, it is not possible for the 2 sides to communicate amicably and peacefully resolve the issue of Captain Natsuya leaving the Suriitai. Indeed, my goal and the existence of Suriitai are opposite. But that doesn't mean that I hope the Gotei 13 team will continue to suffer more losses. Xiaoyi explained, Xiangha, the duty of the god of death is to maintain the balance of the spirit sun of the 3 realms. In this regard, I have to say that Suriitai's millions of years of experience have done a very good job. If you cause serious losses to the Shinigami of the Gotei 13 team, how many people in this world will be swallowed up by the void before the other Shinigami grow up? Without enough numbers and strength of the gods of death, how can we ensure that when the 3 realms are tilted, the 3 realms can be restored to peace in the shortest possible time? I am indeed dissatisfied with the aristocratic system of Suriitai. But before I can carry the power of maintaining the balance of the reincarnation of the 3 realms spirit sun, the Suriitai cannot be destroyed, and the 13th team of the Gotei cannot be weak. Besides, the only people who don't trust you are Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto from beginning to end. Also, it was the methods of those nobles who framed you and made you violate the prohibition of the Suriitai, right? You have the strength to take revenge on Captain Kochiki, Captain Yamamoto, and those nobles, but you vent your injustice on ordinary Shinigami, which is the most despised and condemned act in my opinion. Xiaoya's words silenced Kochiki Hibiki. Indeed, compared with Captain Natsuya's ambitions, he wanted to destroy the Suriitai just because of the distrust of his father-in-law and the captain, and his heart was indeed small. More importantly, from Natsu's words, Kochiki Hibiki also knew that he wanted to destroy the Suriitai, disrupt and even kill the
the gods of death of the Gotai 13 team to avenge Kochiki Jinsuzu and Captain Yamamoto.
But for those ordinary gods of death, it is indeed an unwarranted disaster.
As the captain of the 11th team, Hibiki, if you still want to take action against the other Shinigami of the Gotai 13th team, I will stop you.
Xiaoye's last words made Kochiki Shangha's face change even more.
3 months ago, he had already known the huge gap in strength between himself and Captain Xiaoye. Although Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto was left by himself to block Captain Yamamoto, he didn't think how long he could live in front of Captain Natsuya in this posture. In front of Captain Xiaoye, he even hoped to escape.
Captain Summer Night, what do you want me to do?
In the end, Kochiki Shangha still asked this question.
What? It was you who unveiled the fig leaf between me and my father, the captain, and let me know that I am a threat to the Siriidae in the hearts of my father and the captain. Now it has prevented me from causing even more casualties to the Gotai 13. Are you playing with me?
After taking a deep breath, Kochiki Shangha held the hilt of his Zanpakuto with both hands and pointed the tip of the sword at Xiaoye.
Although the difference in strength was frightening, what was even more frightening in Kochiki Shangha's heart was what Captain Natsuya wanted to do by himself.
Captain Natsuya spent so much effort to communicate with himself, and Kochiki Hibikawa didn't think it was just Captain Natsuya who was bored. If Captain Natsuya wants what he has done against his will, then Kochiki Hibiki doesn't mind letting Captain Natsuya see the guts of the future head of the Kochiki family.
Kochiki Hibiki doesn't want to die. However, he is not afraid of death. I want you to join me.
Now, Xiaoye no longer circles around with Kochiki Shangha.
You also know my ideals in the future.
However, if I want to develop a new city in the Seoul Society that can rival the Siriidae, I must form a team that can be compared to the Siriidae Gotai 13 team.
Hibiki, you are one of the people I chose to compete with the captains of the Gotai 13 team in the future.
So, what is your choice?
Xiaoye looked at Kochiki Hibiki, waiting for Kochiki Hibiki's answer. Let me join your command, Captain Kochiki. To be honest, Xiaoye's request did not surprise Kochiki Shangha's expectations. Captain Natsunite, now that I have fallen out with my father-in-law and Captain Yamamoto, under such circumstances, do you think the two of them will still allow me to join the 11th team? Or, how can you guarantee that my father-in-law and Captain Yamamoto will not attack me again?
After all, judging from their suspicion of me, their ability to my Zanpakuto is mainly sealing or destroying that.
If you don't seal or kill me, Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto won't be at ease.
Shangha, you are still too young. Natsuya shook his head. As long as Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto know that there is a bigger threat above you, then they won't pay too much attention to you.
A bigger threat? Rottenwood frowned. Although Kochiki Hibiki has an opinion on Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, Kochiki Hibiki does not want Kochiki Jinsuzu to really encounter any danger to his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Haruko Kochiki. Captain Summer Night, can I know, what is the so-called greater threat you are talking about?
Xiaoye smiled slightly, and did not answer directly to Kumu Shangha.
Come with me.
After saying that, Xiaoye took a step and took the lead in walking forward. Kochiki Shangha glanced at the direction of Captain Xiaoye's progress, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke. Captain Xiaoye, are you going in the wrong direction? I came from over there. Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto are still there.
Keep up, Shangha. What I'm looking for is them.
Kochiki Shangha was stunned for a moment, and he had a guess in his heart, so he stopped speaking and followed directly behind Captain Xiaoye.
Boom 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 dash. As the two advanced, the battle between Porcellino and Captain Yamamoto came into view of Natsuyo and Kochiki Hibiki.
The golden light in the sky was destroyed by the flames that rushed up from the ground, and Porcellino turned into golden light, shuttling between the pillars of flame, relying on his own speed to deal with Captain Yamamoto.
Judging from the scene of the battle, there is no doubt that Captain Yamamoto strongly suppressed Porcellino.
However, under the mentality of not seeking merit but no fault, Porcellino harassed Captain Yamamoto at speed, but he also dragged Captain Yamamoto here. As Natsuya and Kochiki Hibiki approached, Porcellino and Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, who were in a fierce battle, also found them.
Wow, Porcellino had long wanted to continue fighting with Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni.
Therefore, as soon as he discovered that Xiaoye and Kochiki Hibiki had arrived, he turned into dozens of arcs of light, used elementalization to bypass the pillar of fire of Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, escaped from the battlefield, and recondensed beside Xiaoye.
It's really scary. If you come a little later, I will have already been killed by the captain.
Hearing Porcellino's lazy words, Kochiki Hibiki looked at Porcellino in surprise, as if he had reacquainted himself with Porcellino. Indeed, judging from the battle scenes they saw, Porcellino was pressed and beaten by Captain Yamamoto. However, to say that Captain Yamamoto in this state can kill Porcellino, Kochiki Hibiki doesn't believe much.
In terms of destructive power, Porcellino is more than one cut short of flowing blades. But in terms of speed, 10 flowing blades are not as good as a Porcellino.
It is not difficult to beat Porcellino.
But if you want to kill Porcellino, Kochiki Hibiki is suspicious. I'm afraid even Captain Yamamoto can't do it.
That's right, Captain Captain Natsuya's mouth is too angry.
Captain Summer Night? Since Porosalino has fled, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni will naturally not continue to attack.
Slowly inserted the flowing blade into the scabbard, and the pillars of fire in the sky dispersed with the action of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni to put away the sword. After Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni completely sheathed the Zanpakuto, the area could no longer see the slightest light, leaving only traces of being burned by the earth, the meteorite impact, and the fire.
Glancing at the Kochiki Shangha beside Xiaoyi, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni put his attention on Xiaoyi. Captain Summer Night, thanks to you, I can stop the Rottenwood Shangha cholera surwriting.
Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni walked towards Xiaoyi and the others, and said, Kochiki Hibiki's ability is too dangerous, so I decided to seal Kochiki Hibiki first and then send him to the central 46th room for trial.
Wait.
Xiaoyi put his left hand deep into the depths of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni and made a stop gesture.
Captain Yamamoto, I also have some understanding of Kochiki's 3 seats. I think, if Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto feel that they can't control Kochiki's 3 seats, why don't they give me Kochiki's 3 seats? Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni frowned. Captain Summer Night, what do you mean by this?
Anything that may cause damage to the Siriite is prohibited by order.
I think you should be very clear about this.
Indeed, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, as the captain of the 11th Squadron, Natsuyi naturally knew some of the prohibitions of the Siriite, and the emergence of these bands, no matter how unbelievable they may be, has a reason for appearing. That is, before these bands became bans, they all caused serious losses to the Siriite court. For example, the prohibition of blurring experiments is because some researchers have studied blurring before, and the created void has lost control, causing great damage to Siriting. Also, the prohibition of captains from liberating the Zanpakuto and the Siriite is because Captain Yamamoto almost destroyed the entire Soul Society in the battle with Uabak, the ancestor of the Extermination Division 1,000 years ago. In addition, what is forbidden to appear at the same time with the same Zanpakuto awakening of the God of Death, because the Zanpakuto of the God of Death is conceived by the soul of the God of Death, and only those strongest series of Zanpakuto can maintain their own strength and be conceived by the God of Death again. However, during the period when the God of Death gave birth to the strongest series of Zanpakuto, if someone close to him had a mentality of jealousy, envy, and want to have it for the person who gave birth to the Zanpakuto, he could steal the power of the strongest Zanpakuto, so that he could also give birth to the strongest series of Zanpakuto.
Since it is stealing, this power is naturally incomplete.
With the ability of the strongest series of Zanpakuto, it is enough to support the thief to complete the cultivation of the first solution. But in the case of Bankai, the thief needs to kill the real owner of the strongest series of Zanpakuto in order to obtain the full power of the Zanpakuto. Once, there was a tragedy in the Siriite where they killed each other in order to seize the power of the strongest series of Zanpakuto. After all, if you want to give birth to the strongest series of Zanpakuto, its own essence will have some omens before it is shallow.
For example, Captain Yamamoto's Ryatsu temperature is very high.
Hitsugaya Toshiro's Ryatsu, the cold air released unconsciously, was enough to freeze the ordinary old man to death. With the ability of the Siraiti, as long as you find someone with these traits, arrange for the children of the family to befriend them, and after the successful awakening of the Zanpakuto, kill the true owner of the strongest Zanpakuto, so that the family can have one more top powerhouse. It's just that the relationship between the nobles is complicated, and some news cannot be completely blocked.
What you want, I want too. Sneak attacks, assassinations, and endless attacks.
Especially after the appearance of the person with the strongest Zanpakuto potential, it is even more jumping.
Even if you can't get it, you can't let your enemies get it.
In the end, everyone lost both sides and had to make an agreement. That is, each person depends on their own ability.
However, once 2 identical Zanpakuto appear, they must fight immediately, and each family must not intervene. Captain Yamamoto, it's boring for you to say that.
Xiaoyi shook his head and smiled.
Why did Kochiki Shangha violate the ban? I don't believe you don't know.
What? You are allowed to set up a bureau to frame the 3 seats of Kochiki, and do not allow the 3 seats of Rottenwood to resist? Besides, the prohibition violated by Kochiki Sanchi seems to be only more serious for hurting the nobles, but it is not serious enough to be sealed, right? Captain Natsuya, I said, Kochiki Sansei's ability to Zanpakuto is very dangerous, and, judging from today's situation, Kochiki Sansei has a strong revenge mentality against Siriite. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni stopped, his eyes narrowed slightly, and from the gap between his eyelids, he seemed to be able to see a ray of cold light. For the Siriting, the current Kochiki Hibiki is an unstable factor in the Siriting, and it must be punished.
Ha, Captain Yamamoto, this is very easy to solve. Wouldn't it be nice to let Kochiki Sanchi leave Siriting? Boom!
Seeing that Yamamoto Genryosei is so important, he spread his hands on a summer night. It just so happens that I made some changes to the 11th team before, and the current 11th team, in addition to some of the Shinigami still remaining in the Siriting court to complete the tasks of the 11th team, there are also some that I have assigned to the Flowing Soul Street for permanent residence. Since Since Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto both feel that Kochiki-sansei cannot stay in Siriitii, then let Kochiki-sansei be transferred to my 11th squad and become the squad leader of the resident detachment of Flowing Soul Street.
How? Captain Kochiki.
Speaking of this, Xiaoyi looked at the Kochiki Silver Bell who was walking over. In the previous battle with Kochiki Hibiki, although Kochiki Jinsuzu was not injured, he also consumed a lot of physical strength and only rushed over after recovering some of it.
However, the words of Natsu Knight and Captain Yamamoto could naturally be heard with the Ryatsu of the Kochiki Silver Bell.
What? Shanghai is not only the third seat of the 6th division, but also the alternate head of our Kochiki family. It's impossible for me to agree to let Shanghai leave Siriitii.
Kochiki Inling refused.
Ha, Captain Kochiki, I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded.
Xiaoyi sneered.
However, during this time, I haven't seen from you, Captain Kochiki, that you have regarded Kochiki-sanchi as the alternate head of the Kochiki family. First let other noble children slander Kochiki-sanchi, and then not only did he not come forward to clarify, but also forbade the 6th Division's Shinigami and the Kochiki family to visit Kochiki-sanchi who was imprisoned and seek justice for him. After Kochiki-sanchi left the prison by himself, he arrived as soon as possible, wanting to seal Kochiki-sanchi again.
What? Is it only about not resisting in prison, or Kochiki-sanchi after being sealed, to be a qualified alternate head of the Kochiki family? Captain Kochiki, this is my Kochiki family's business.
In the face of Xiaoye's rhetorical question, Kochiki Inling did not answer directly. As an outsider, you are not qualified to intervene in the internal affairs of our family. But, Captain Kochiki, just before, Kochiki-sanchi had already agreed to transfer to my 11th team. Xiaoyi patted Kochiki Shanghai on the shoulder and chuckled. The current Kochiki Shanghai is my subordinate of Xiaoyi.
My subordinates have been wronged. As the captain, how can I sit idly by? Don't confuse me with you two old guys. Now that he already knew Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's opinion on Kochiki Hibiki, Xiaoyi naturally didn't say anything more to them. Captain Kochiki, Captain Yamamoto. Rottenwood echoes the river. I saved it. If you two have any opinions, we can use the swords in our hands to speak.
Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and Kochiki Jinsuzu were stunned for a moment when they heard Xiaoyi say this.
Kochiki Silver Bell not to mention for the time being, how dare Xiaoyi talk to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni like this?
No matter how genius Xiaoyi is, it will take at least 100 or 200 years before he can compete with Captain Yamamoto. Now, although Xiaoyi is very strong, he still looks immature in front of Captain Yamamoto. However, when their eyes saw Kochiki Hibikawa behind Xiaoyi, who had already put his hand on the hilt of the Zanpakuto at his waist, whether it was Kochiki Jinsuzu or Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, their faces sank.
Indeed, under normal circumstances, Captain Summer Knight is indeed not Captain Yamamoto's opponent. But now, standing next to Captain Natsuya is Kochiki Hibiki, who can control the Shinigami Zanpakuto. Boom!
Previously, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni had fought with Natsuya's Zanpakuto.
Even Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni had to admit that even if he liberated the Zanpakuto, he couldn't do anything about Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto. This means that if Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and Kochiki Jinsuzu want to fight Captain Natsuya, they can only close their hearts and not let Kochiki Hibiki control their Zanpakuto. Otherwise, their opponents will have two more captain-level Zanpakuto. And with his heart closed, Kochiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni could not liberate the Zanpakuto. Fighting with Kochiki Hibiki, it doesn't matter if the two don't liberate the Zanpakuto.
Only with ghost paths or in vain, Captain Yamamoto can hammer the Rottenwood Hibiki.
But Captain Summer Knight is different. In particular, Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto had only shown his difficulty to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni before. After it returns to the hands of Xiaoyi, it will only become more terrifying. Even Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni doesn't think that he can defeat Xiaoyi under normal circumstances. In other words, can you resist Captain Summer Knight's attack under normal circumstances?
Although the Gotii 13 currently has 4 captains in addition to the 2 of them, Kairaka Shunsui, Yukite Jushiro, Aizen Sasuke, and Sparrow Chojiro, they will only make the situation worse in front of Kochiki Hibikawa's Zanpakuto's abilities.
In addition, Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto is too fast.
The number of people in such a battle is not an advantage at all.
On the contrary, it is still a disadvantage. Captain Natsuya, don't forget, you are the captain of the 11th team of the Gotii 13th team. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said in a deep voice, protecting the Suriting court is also your duty.
Yes. Xiaoyi blinked his eyes, as if innocently said to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, you said that the 3 seats of Kochiki may be a threat to the Siriitii. Didn't I expel the 3 seats of Kochiki from the Siriitii?
Buzz dash. Such a Rottenwood 3 seats are no longer in the Siriitii.
How can they pose a threat to the Siriitii?
Aren't I protecting the Siriitii? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was choked by the words of the Summer Knight. Are you kidding? Kochiki Hibiki's ability to cut Bakuto is absolutely restrained for most Shinigami.
Such people, they dare not reuse them, but they do not dare to release them either.
Who knows if the disgruntled Kochiki Kuchiki Hibiki will be rebelled against by other people who have ill intentions towards Suriitai and backstab Suriitai at a critical moment. At that time, the existence of Kuchiki Hibiki will definitely bring disaster to the Suriitai. But now this was said by Xiaoyi, what can they do? With Kuchiki Hibiki beside him, Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni's Zanpakuto could not be used at all.
On the Summer Night side, there is no such restriction. One increase and one decrease, saying that the combination of Captain Summer Night and Kuchiki Hibiki can subvert the Suriitai is a bit exaggerated, but it is no exaggeration to say that they can cause more serious consequences for the Suriitai than the blurring incident decades ago. Although the captain of the Gotiai 13 team is the pillar that Suriitai can maintain stability. In fact, it was the ordinary Shinigami members of the Gotiai 13 team who maintained the peace and stability of the Suriitai. If it weren't for them to maintain the order of the Suritan court day after day, year after year, with the style of the nobles of the castle court would have been in chaos long ago.
Buzz dash. The Gotiai 13 team has lost 6 captains for decades, and until now, there are still 4 captains vacant, but the Suritai has not been affected much. Natsuya and Kuchiki Hibiki, but they can affect all the gods of death who have Zanpakuto in the Suritai. If the team members at the bottom die too much, they will lose control of the Suriitai. This is something that Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni don't want to see. Wow. Captain Xiaoyi, are you threatening me? The Ryatsu on Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni's body was like a volcano about to erupt, scorching and distorting the air around his body. The Kuchiki silver bell beside him also had to take a few steps back and cover the surface of his body with Ryatsu to resist the sudden increase in heat. Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened the old man? Boom, boom, ha ha. Hearing the threat of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni, Xiaoyi smiled. Captain, if I remember correctly, the last person who threatened you was the Kasumi Daijia, right? They used the taper knife to control your disciple Ryue Taiwu. If it weren't for me, you might have to kill your own disciple with your own hands. I remember, Captain, you didn't do anything to the Kasumi Daiji family? Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni snorted coldly. Is there still a Kasumi Daiji family now? Captain, you are not interesting enough. Xiaoyi waved his hand. If I hadn't secretly used some means to expose something to the Xiadalu family, what would you really do to the Xiadalu family? I'm afraid you can only secretly bite your teeth and swallow it, right? The words of Summer Night are not nonsense. In the original world line of the God of Death, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni couldn't do anything to the Kasumi family because he didn't grasp the handle of the Kasumi family. Even if the plot begins 100 years later, under the intervention of the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki, the evidence of the Kasumi Daiji family making the taper knife is exposed, and in the end, it is just a housekeeper of the Kasumi Daiji family who comes out to block the knife, and the aristocratic status of the Kasumi Daiji family was not affected. This kind of taking my credit for yourself and showing off in front of me. Speaking of this, the corners of Xiaoya's mouth rose, and the joke in his eyes made Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni's forehead jump. As an experienced person of this incident, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni naturally knew that what Xiaoyi said was not wrong. If it weren't for Captain Xiaoya's arrival, cut off Kisaragi Taiwu's hand before he was sucked dry by the taper knife, and destroy the taper knife, then the current Kisaragi Taiwu would have died long ago, and Yamamoto Genryosai Chonghua naturally couldn't do anything to the Kasumi Daiji family. Kisaragi Taiwu was a victim and a witness. Now that Xiaoyi has said this, how can Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni still stand up in front of Xiaoyi? Captain Summer Night. Ugh dash. As soon as the Rottenwood silver bell spoke, a powerful slash suddenly swept past his side, and the strong wind brought up blew the Rottenwood silver bell's hair rustling. On the ground, a deep ditch 100 meters long appeared next to the Kuchiki silver bell, as if it could cut the Rottenwood silver bell in half as long as it deviated by 1 point. Give me a happy word, Captain Kuchiki, Captain. At some point, a golden lightsaber had already condensed in Xiaoya's hand, pointing at Kuchiki Yinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. The previous slash was obviously a warning from Natsuya to Kuchiki Jinsuzu and Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Rottenwood sounds like a river. I must protect it. The difference, it's just that you guys are good at talking, and agree to Kuchiki Shanghai to transfer to my 11th squad and become the detachment leader of my 11th squad Seoul Street office. Or maybe we have a fight here, and in the end, I will take Kuchiki Shanghai out of the Sirai court and go directly to the flowing Seoul Street. Silent. Hearing Xiaoya's words, whether it was Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni or Kuchiki Yinsuzu, they were speechless for a while. Should I say, Xiaoyi is worthy of being the captain of the 11th team? Is everything decided by battle? Yamamoto Genryosai Shigeko glanced at Xiaoyi heavily. From Xiaoya's eyes, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni could feel that Xiaoyi seemed to be looking forward to fighting him. This can also be understood by Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. Genius, especially a rare genius like Xiaoyi, which one is not an abnormal self? Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni himself is also a genius. In the process of his growth, there was naturally an arrogant
second stage of Lao Tzu is the best in the world. That is, he was taught to be a human being by the virtual circle, and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni understood the truth of there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the people, and he was much more humble. Xia Yi has grown to this level in decades, how can he not have arrogance in his heart? As the strongest god of death in 1,000 years, it is normal for Xia Yi to have the mind to challenge himself. Even, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni suspected that the reason why Natsuya put forward such a condition to save the Kuchiki Hibiki River was just what Xia Yi did, by the way. His main purpose is to provoke himself to fight him. Rao is the important country of Yamamoto Genryosei, and he has to be impressed by the strategy of summer nights. Come to think of it, Xia Yi also knew the difference in strength between him and himself. Therefore, they all have the ability of Kuchiki Hibiki to seal their own Zanpakuto and limit their power. Not bad. In his current state, fighting with Xia Yi would not pose much of a threat to him. So, do you want to fight? After just hesitating for a moment, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni made a decision. I know. Fight. Not only to fight, but also to let Xia Yi know how big the gap between himself and his strength is. Otherwise, in the long run, Xia Yi, who is getting stronger and stronger, will definitely not be able to suppress the arrogance brought about by the increase in strength, and I am afraid that he will eventually become a lawless person. Step back, Silver Bell. Since the decision has been made, Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni will naturally not hesitate. Kochiki Jinling was stunned for a moment, and finally stepped back. The corners of Xiaoya's mouth rose, and his mood became happy. Xianhe, you should stay away first. Even if other captains come to watch the game, you don't need to do anything. Of course, if anyone wants to attack you during the battle between me and the captain, just fight back. If something happens, I'll take care of it. Yes, Captain Summer Night. After Kochiki Shangha bowed and thanked Xia Yi, he retreated a few dozen meters. So, please give me a lot of advice, Captain. Xia Ye's voice appeared in front of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni with his figure, and the lightsaber in his hand slashed at Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. The golden lightsaber collided with the Zanpakuto and exploded several sparks. The huge power made the figures of Xia Yi and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni stand still because of the force of the collision. The next moment, the ground where Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni stood suddenly exploded as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and a huge deep pit was sunken. Rumble dash. Invisible energy burst out from the ground, and the broken rocks were blown away by the power generated by the explosion, making a bang sound. Xiaoya's hair and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni's beard were rustled by the wind pressure formed by this burst of energy, and the broken rock met his hair and beard, and was instantly crushed by the spiritual pressure covering Natsuya and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni. Next, Natsuya's figure and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni kept changing, and in the field of vision of Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibiki, the front seemed to be filled with the figures of Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto. Every time the figures of the two appeared, the Tiansong Cloud Sword and the flowing blade would collide and burst out with huge power, destroying all the surrounding environment of the two. One by one, traces like craters appeared before Kochiki Silver Bell and Kochiki Hibiki, becoming traces of the battle between Captain Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto. Hoo dash. The raging wind pressure blew like blades. Rao is Kochiki Jinsuzu and Kochiki Hibiki, both of whom are captain-level powerhouses, and in the aftermath of the battle between Natsuya and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, they also had to retreat again and again to save themselves from the shockwave damage generated by the battle between the two. Dash. Laughing wildly on summer nights. Since becoming the captain of the 11th First Team, he has not fought with all his might for a long time. Wow. Even a battle with Zaraki can't make summer nights enjoyable. And now, the battle with Captain Yamamoto made Xia Yi excited. Boom dash. In terms of Ryatsu, there is still a big gap between Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto. Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni did not liberate Zanpakuto, and Natsu, because he had not yet defeated and subdued Porosalino again, was now in a state of initial solution, further narrowing the gap between himself and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni Ryatsu. In addition, Xia Ye's physique and bloodline make up for his shortcomings in this regard. Dash. The battle between Natsuya and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni is more of a battle between the two in the slashing technique. As the world's greatest swordsman, Xia Ye's swordsmanship skills are the top existence. As the strongest god of death in the 1,000 years of the god of death, although he is not as good as the 8,000 streams of the flower of the rabbit in terms of slashing techniques, except for the 8,000 streams of the flower of the rabbit, there are few who can compare with the slashing technique of the Yamamoto Yunyusai Shigakuni. For a time, Xia Yi and Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni were inseparable, and the violent Ryatsu collided with each other and scattered all the clouds in the sky. This Ryatsu was a summer night. In the 11th team, Zaraki suddenly raised his head, grabbed the Zanpakuto beside the bed, kicked down the wall with a boom, and quickly ran in the direction of Natsuya's Ryatsu. In the midst of bursts of roaring, Zaraki rampaged, crashing through houses and walls in a straight line, just to rush to the battlefield in the shortest possible time. Ah Jian, wait for me. At this time, the voice of Kusaka Kosaka Yachiryu sounded behind Zaraki. Unlike Zaraki, Kosaka Yachiryu is as light as a butterfly, although she sets off after Zaraki, but every time her figure flashes, the distance between her and Zaraki will shorten a lot. In terms of speed, the grass deer 8000 streams are much faster than Zaragi. Buzz dash. Hurry up, 8000 streams. If I delay my battle, I will definitely not spare you. Hearing the voice of Kosaka Yachiro, although Zaraki's tone was not very good, his speed of progress was unconsciously a little slower.
Catch up. Kosaka Yachiryu took an instant, lay on Zaraki's shoulder, and grabbed Zaraki's Death Overlord outfit with both hands, and was taken by Zaraki at high speed like a pendant. That guy, you didn't tell me when you found such an opponent.
That's right, let's go snatch Captain Summer Knight's enemy.
Come on, little sword.
This way, this way.
Kosaka Yachiryu chirped in Zaraki's ear like a bird, pointing in one direction and letting Zaraki move in the direction he was pointing to.
This is the Ryatsu of Captain Yamamoto and Captain Natsuya? Why did the two of them fight? In the 8th Division, Jingle Shunsui side, these two people are difficult to deal with in the eyes of Jingle Shunsui. One is his own teacher, and he says one thing. The other is a super genius who even he can't understand, and is expected to reach the level of Mr. Yamamoto in the future. That being said, as the captain of the intelligence team, it is also false to say that he does not know at all. The strange atmosphere in the Syrii court in the past few days was caused by the assessment of the 6th Division's Captain Kochiki recommending his son-in-law Kochiki Hibikawa to become the captain of the 6th Division. The general god of death participating in the captain assessment becomes the captain if he can pass, and veto if he can't. Like Kochiki Shinha, that is, not to say that it is passed, to hold a captain's meeting to let the captains recognize whether they have the ability to become a captain, nor to say that they will not pass Kochiki Shinha to go back and continue to practice for a few years.
What? Just hang it up like this, don't say anything, and don't give an explanation. In this case, who is not confused?
More importantly, as a standby captain, Kochiki Shinha was actually imprisoned for 3 days without anyone asking.
Since Kochiki Shinha joined the Kochiki family and became the alternate head of the Kochiki family, when has he been wronged like this?
Not to mention, the nobleman who framed Kochiki Hibiki was released on bail without even entering the prison gate.
Who doesn't have any resentment in their hearts?
However, Kayaraka Shunsui also knew the ability of Kochiki Hibiki Zanpakuto, and he could also understand the thoughts of Captain Kochiki and Captain Yamamoto. Possible understanding does not mean acceptance. Therefore, the corner of his mouth, Jingle Shunsui, doesn't go out much, but he lives in the 8th Division. But now the Ryatsu collision that erupted in the Syrii court made Kayaraka Shunsui have doubts in his heart. Why is Captain Xiaoyi involved in this matter? For summer nights, Jingle Shunsui still had some doubts in his heart.
The taper knife incident of Shada Lu's family has the figure of Captain Xiaoyi.
From some of the action trajectories of Captain Summer Night, it can be detected that Captain Summer Night seems to be deliberately avoiding some areas. For example, Captain Xiaoyi has never been to the area of the 5th Division. It seems that there is something on the side of the 5th Division that makes Captain Xiaoyi fearful. Because of this, Jingle Shunsui secretly investigated the area of the 5th Division many times, but did not find anything.
However, this attracted the attention of Kayaraka Shunsui even more. As the Kayaraka Shunsui, who is in charge of the Syrii intelligence unit, how can he not know the truth that when the water is clear, there are no fish? Even in the area managed by the first team, there are some dirty things in secret. Kayaraka Shunsui failed to investigate anything in the 5th Division. There are only two possibilities.
One is that the security in the area of the 5th Division is indeed as good as the investigation itself, and the Reapers, the gods of the 5th Division, can strangle it in the cradle before the crime appears. The other is that someone's control over the area of the 5th Division has reached a level that even the intelligence personnel of the 8th Division do not understand, and they have an overwhelming intelligence advantage over the intelligence personnel of the 8th Division. What you see is just what the other person wants to see, and what the other party doesn't want to let himself see, he doesn't understand at all.
Well, both of these can actually be attributed to one.
What can make Jingle Shunsui unable to find out is not a simple existence. Kayaraka Shunsui is also because there is also Mr. Yamamoto's fixed sea god needle on it, so he just pays attention to it and doesn't want to really check it carefully. Anyway, in Kayaraka Shunsui view, as long as the other party has not posed a threat to Syrii, it is impossible for Kayaraka Shunsui to conduct a large-scale and careful investigation of the area where the 5th Division is located.
However, in Jingle Shunsui heart, there is also a response plan for the outbreak of these unknown threats. As for the summer night, Kayaraku Shunsui is also handled in the same way.
Just like during the blurring incident, it can be suspected that within a reasonable range, let Natsuki complete some tasks that may expose himself to judge whether Natsuki is really the villain who undermines the stability of the Syrii. But before there is conclusive evidence, Xiaoyi is still the captain of the 11th team.
I have a headache.
After a sigh, Kayaraka Shunsui jumped out of the window of the captain's room, like a black bat in the night, blending into the moonlight. Every time the Tiant Son Cloud sword on a summer night collides with Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto Zanpakuto, it will erupt with a strong shockwave, destroying everything around it. At this moment, the place where Xiaoyi and Captain Yamamoto fought had been destroyed into ruins by the aftermath of the battle between Natsuyi and Captain Yamamoto. There were large crater-like pits everywhere, and ravines cut by powerful slashes. Ha 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 dash. The entire battlefield was filled with laughter from Summer Knights. The swordsmanship brought by the world's #1 swordsman to Xiaoyi directly gave Xiaoyi an advantage in the battle with Captain Yamamoto. In addition, Captain Yamamoto's physical strength itself is no longer at its peak because of his own age, and he cannot fight fiercely for a long time. At the beginning, it was okay, even if the slashing technique was inferior to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni on the Summer Night, but thousands of years of combat experience allowed Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni to stabilize the situation even though he was at a disadvantage. As the battle progressed, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's body could not withstand such a fierce confrontation, and was gradually forced to be a little embarrassed by Xiaoyi. Even the Death Overlord outfit on his body had been cut several times by the Sky Tsungyun sword of the Summer Night, and some of the gaps were stained with some blood, turning into black and brown and sticking to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's body. Captain Yamamoto. Kuchiki Inling saw that Matsumoto Genryusai Shigakuni was actually suppressed by Xiaoyi, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Captain Yamamoto closed his heart because of the existence of Kuchiki Hibikawa, he could not use the ability of the Zanpakuto. But Kuchiki Jinling didn't expect that Captain Summer Night would be so strong. Even Captain Yamamoto under normal circumstances is not the opponent of Captain Summer Night. You know, no matter how Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni says, he is also an existence that has reached the limit of the god of death. Ordinary captain-level powerhouses, even if they are Bankai, Ryatsu was not as strong as Captain Yamamoto under normal conditions, let alone fighting. 100 years later, the spirit bones of Kayaraka Shunsui, who were also first-class spiritual power, and Shishiro Yukitake had almost no power to resist when facing Captain Yamamoto. If it weren't for the spirit bones of Unohana Retsu to restore the spirit bones of Kayaraka Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro, their spirit bones would not have been able to last a few minutes in front of Captain Yamamoto. Kuchiki Inling sighed. If he had known earlier that Captain Natsuya would stand up for Kuchiki Hibiki, Kuchiki Jinsuzu would not have made these moves because of Kuchiki Hibiki's ability to Zanpakuto. To put it bluntly, whether it is Kuchiki Jinsuzu or Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, they are afraid of Kuchiki Hibiki's ability to cut the Pakuto, and they don't think that if one day Kuchiki Hibiki is dissatisfied with Siraitai and wants to subvert Siraitai, it may bring unprecedented losses to Siraiting. But if there is Captain Summer Night pressing, Kuchiki Hibiki doesn't seem to be able to turn over any big waves. It's just that things have developed to this stage. Even if Kuchiki Jinsuzu regrets his original choice, it is impossible to change anything. After all, judging from what Kuchiki Hibiki had done before, he did already have a lot of resentment towards himself, to Captain Yamamoto, and even to the entire Siraiti. Now even if Kuchiki Shanghai came to Kuchiki Jinsuzu to tell Kuchiki Jinsuzu that he had no grievances and wanted to continue to serve as the alternate head of the Kuchiki family and the alternate captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Jinsuzu couldn't believe it. They can only go one way to the end. Or completely seal the rotten wood Shanghai to solve this future problem. Or, as Captain Natsuya said, let Kuchiki Hibikawa join the 11th team and become the detachment leader of the 11th team stationed in Seoul Street, and then he will not be able to step into the Siraitai court again. In this way, it can be regarded as solving the threat of Kuchiki Hibiki to the gods of death in the Siraitai court. Compared with having to pay attention to Kuchiki Hibiki's psychological changes around the clock, it is much easier to just raise the focus to let the guards of the 4 gates pay attention to not allowing Kuchiki Hibiki to enter the Siraitai. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the captain of the Summer Night, so strong. Unlike the Rottenwood Silver Bell. At this time, Kuchiki Shanghai was in a much happier mood. If there is something, Captain Xiaoyi can really carry it for himself. Even Captain Yamamoto was also pressed and beaten by Captain Xiaoyi. Looking at the scratched Death Overlord costume on Captain Yamamoto's body, and Captain Natsuya, who had no injuries on his body, Kuchiki Hibikawa felt that he had agreed to become Captain Natsuya's subordinate and he had really made the wisest decision. However, Kuchiki Hibiki's face did not show any extra expression. As the alternate head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Hibiki is also trained in expressions. As a nobleman, you must have the ability to collapse in front of Mount Tai without changing color. No matter what kind of thoughts are in your heart, you can't let others see through your face. Noble and calm are the background of the nobility. As the head of the 4 nobles, the head of the Kuchiki family must maintain his aristocratic demeanor at all times. Suddenly, Kuchiki Hibikawa swept his eyes and put his right hand on the Zanpakuto. Swish dash. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and several captains wearing Captain Hayori had rushed here from all directions. Ah, even Captain Yamamoto was suppressed by Captain Summer Night? Retsu Unohana looked at the battle between Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto in front of him, stretched out his right hand to cover his mouth, and his eyes showed surprise. Her left hand, unconscious
unconsciously touched the hilt of the Zanpakuto at her waist. As the first generation of the Gotei 13 team, Uno Hana Yachiryu has mastered all the swordsmanship schools of the Soul Society and is the true #1 swordsman in the Shinigami world. If anyone is most likely to break through to the realm of a great swordsman after gaining insight into Seiya's kendo skills, then Uno Hanaretsu is definitely the first choice. As for Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, there have been a lot of breakthroughs in Seiya's kendo skills over the years, but Seiya can feel that Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni has just stepped into the realm of the peak of swordsman. It's just that the huge Ryatsu makes every attack of Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni have a power comparable to that of the great swordsman. It is precisely because of this that Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni was able to remain undefeated in the battle against Natsuyi. However, after this battle with Seiya, I think that with Captain Yamamoto's attainments in kendo, it may not take long to complete the breakthrough from swordsman to great swordsman. At that time, the strength of Yamamoto Genryosei will inevitably be able to reach a higher level. Captain Uno Hana. The Rottenwood echoes the river and yawns slightly to the flower of the rabbit. Just now, he seemed to see a flash of red light in Captain Unohana's eyes, and at that moment, he felt as if he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, in front of Captain Unohana, Kochiki Hibiki did not dare to be rude. But at the same time, Kochiki Hibiki also took advantage of the salute to slightly stop in front of Captain Unohana, so as not to intervene in the battle between Captain Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto. From the murderous aura just released by Captain Unohana, Kochiki Shangha could know that Captain Unohana was not simply a reply. Perhaps, among the captains, there are few who can compare with Captain Unohana. If Captain Unohana joins the battle, Captain Natsuya will be in danger. With his current position, Kochiki Hibiki can immediately control Captain Unohana's Zanpakuto before Captain Unohana wants to make a move. Sensing Kochiki Hibiki's movements, Ashinohana's eyes swept Kochiki Hibiki, making Kochiki Hibiki's whole body tense. Kochiki-sansei, can you tell me why Captain Natsuya and Captain Yamamoto are fighting? Also, who is this uncle? Although Uno Hanaretsu didn't care about other things in the Seriidii, when it came to Captain Yamamoto taking action himself, he couldn't help but be curious. Similarly, standing next to Kochiki Hibiki, Ryatsu had some similarities to Natsu Knight's Porosalino, which also attracted Ashinohana's attention. Previously, she didn't feel anything wrong with Porosalino's Ryatsu, but at close range, you can still distinguish some subtle differences. This Ryatsu is a bit like a god of death, but it is not pure Ryatsu. It looks a bit familiar. In the Serii court, there is actually such a thing? That is, Ashinohana's heart is not a person from the 12th division. Otherwise, if they discover the existence of Porosalino, they may have to start several experiments to study Porosalino. Kochiki Hibiki hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. If he hadn't felt Captain Unohana's breath, then Kochiki Hibiki felt that he had made his experience clear to Captain Unohana, and there was no problem. But after knowing part of Captain Unohana's strength, Kochiki Hibiki hesitated. He was worried that what he said might be the reason for Captain Ashinohana to intervene in Captain Natsuya's battle. Oh, dear, beautiful young lady, my name is Porosalino. It's Captain Natsuya's Zanpakuto. It is inconvenient for Kochiki Hibiki to say, but Porosalino has no such concerns. Anyway, Natsuya was not ready to chant the ability information of Kochiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto.